My name is Subai, and I'm a newly awakened Beastmaster. Chapter 1, Awakening %. The starry sky city was abuzz with excitement at Tianshui Square. A gentle voice announced, Subai, awakening successful. Awakened profession, Beastmaster. The crowd immediately erupted with jealous and discontented clamor, questioning how Subai, who slept all day, could possibly become a Beastmaster. Subai remained unfazed. Awakening as a Beastmaster was entirely within his expectations. A transparent panel appeared before him. Name, Subai. Profession, Beast Tamer. Awakened, Level 1, Strength 7, Constitution 6, Agility 7, Spirit 6, Overall Combat Power 5, Skills, Life Contract, Beast Companion Space, Tamed Beasts, none. What excited him even more was awakening a Divine tier talent, Divine, and activating it, Beast Unity. The host can share talent attributes with any contracted beast for 1 hour. Truth-shattering Sacred Eyes allows the host to inspect the status panels of any profession holder, discover hidden evolution paths for tamed beasts, and significantly enhance the rank of tamed beasts. Sacred Contract, 100% success rate in contracting beasts. His classmates immediately gathered around him, ostensibly congratulating him on his successful profession transition while reminding him of the Beast Tamer's formidable strength and the difficulty of raising tamed beasts. Tamed beasts are categorized into 9 tiers: Common, Awakened, Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, Overlord, Totem, Ancestral, and Mythic. Subai had no patience for these hypocritical classmates. He couldn't wait to contract his first spirit beast. For today's awakening, despite being an orphan, he saved up 250,000 star coins through 3 years of relentless construction work and government subsidies. He arrived at the Star City Commercial Center, the largest business alliance here. He made a request to the staff. I'd like to contract a battle beast, probably around the awakened tier. The service staff led him to the second floor shop, where various royal beasts were displayed. Subai activated his piercing holy eyes, scanning the tags and attributes of these royal beasts. Snow Fox Grade, Awakening Tier. Skill, Frost Freeze Price, 190,000 star coins. Hidden Evolution Path, none. Blazehound Tier, Awakened. Skill, Flame Scorch. Price, 180,000 star coins. Hidden Evolution Path, Crimson Flame Dog, Awakening Tier, Hellhound, Unknown Stage. Phantom Wolf, Tier, Awakened. Skill, Void Claw. Price, 200,000 star coins. Hidden Evolution Path, Phantom Wolf, Awakened Tier, Nether Wolf, Unknown Tier. Aqua Spirit Turtle Tier, Awakening Stage. Skill, Weak Water Prison. Price, 180,000 star coins. Hidden Evolution Path, none. The truth-seeing holy eyes allowed him to glimpse the hidden evolution paths of beasts. Evolution via hidden paths would lead to tier leaps, something Subai valued most. Chapter 2, Feeble Transcendent. Just as Subai was about to finalize his purchase, a lone cage in the corner caught his attention. Flame Crest Bird Tier, Transcendent Stage. Skill, Flame Ray. Price, 150,000 star coins. Hidden Evolution Path, Flame Crest Bird, Transcendent Stage, 4-Winged Vermilion Sparrow, Unknown Stage. Required evolution materials, 10 fire attribute spirit stones, 30 evolutionary nutrients, 1 fire spirit crystal, 1 4-winged sparrow essence. A Transcendent tier beast priced at merely 150,000 star coins? The waiter hurriedly explained this Flamecrest bird's soul power was exceptionally weak, its physique frail, with high risks of failed contracts or death. Possessing only 1 awakening skill, it barely qualified as Transcendent tier. Wealthy buyers disdained it, ordinary beastmasters dared not gamble, hence it remained unsold. Subai didn't hesitate. I'll take this one. He pulled out his bank card, smiled, and said, no worries, give it a shot. What if we win the bet? The waiter shook his head and led him to the contract room. After closing the door securely, Subai opened the iron cage. The firebird's breath was weak, like a candle flame in the wind. Subai placed his hand on its head, channeling energy to initiate the contract. Golden symbols emerged within the white light, permeating the firebird's body as its emaciated frame trembled incessantly. Finally, a connection was established between the two. The contract is successful. The figure of the blazing fire bird vanishes into the room, entering the Beast Companion space. Beast Companion, Blazing Fire Bird Grade, Transcendent Tier Level, LV1 Physique, 12 Strength, 12 Mental Power, 25 Agility, 18 Combat Power, 15 Skill. Flame Ray. Subai shook his head. Normally, a Transcendent Tier Beast Companion's combat power should be around 100. This one only has 15, weaker than some powerful Awakening Tier Beast Companions. Fortunately, with the all-seeing Sacred Eye, not only can hidden evolution paths be seen, but the required cultivation resources are also reduced. Conventional evolution requires dozens of attribute spirit stones and thousands of nutritional potions just for a mortal rank demon beast to advance to the awakened rank, let alone reaching the transcendent rank. A fire attribute spirit stone costs around 20,000 star coins on the market, while a single nutrient potion is priced at 1,000 star coins. Raising a tamed beast is practically burning money. Subai couldn't wait to advance his blazing firebird. He called the waiter and said, please fetch me 10 fire attribute spirit stones, 3 bottles of fire attribute nutrient solution, 1 fire spirit essence, and 1 4-winged bird soul essence. If the money is insufficient, opt for installment payments. Newly awakened talents have official installment payment support, otherwise they really couldn't afford these. Subai summoned the blazing firebird and fed it 10 fire-attributed spirit stones, 3 nutrient potions, fire spirit essence, and the 4-winged bird's soul essence. The firebird burst into flames, wrapping its body in fire, until it finally transformed into a giant egg with golden patterns shining on its shell. Has the evolution already begun? Subai stored it in the beast companion space. About half an hour later, the giant egg began to crack, golden flames erupting from within its shell. A terrifying aura surged forth, instantly transforming the entire beast pet space into a golden sea of fire. Subai swallowed nervously in shock. Fortunately, he had collected it in advance, otherwise the shopping mall would have been utterly destroyed by the fire. Chapter 3: The 4-Winged Scarlet Bird. Cheap! A sharp bird cry pierced the air. A crimson gold figure soared through the sea of flames, unleashing unparalleled speed. My goodness! What a terrifying aura! This terrifying aura alone was enough to make some lower-tier beasts bow their heads in submission. What on earth had I evolved into? Under Subai's gaze, the fiery expanse within the beast petting space began to gradually contract. The terrifying flames were directly swallowed into the belly of that crimson gold figure. Evolution complete. Evolution has achieved a leap-forward advancement. Life tier leap achieved. Congratulations on successfully completing your evolution. Current evolution process: Firebird 4-Winged Crimson Sparrow. A mechanical voice echoed in Subai's ears. Within the beast companion space, an immense crimson gold figure now loomed, radiating an utterly terrifying aura. Faint crimson gold flames coiled around the 4-winged scarlet sparrow. Standing tens of meters tall, its presence created an overwhelming sense of suffocation, its terrifying aura so intense that one dared not look directly at it. Damn, it's awesome. The once slender firebird had undergone a complete transformation. Spreading its 4 wings, the 4-winged scarlet bird stood within the beast pet space like a queen peacock reigning supreme, its crimson gold radiance too dazzling to behold. Beast Mastery: 4-winged scarlet bird. Rank: overlord-tier. Level: LV1. Constitution: 2512. Strength: 2512. Mental power: 3000. Agility: 2518. Combat power: 3580. Skills: Blazing Inferno, 1000-mile wing beat, Royal Might. Hidden evolution path: 4-winged crimson sparrow, 9 nether cloud sparrow. Hidden path evolution materials: 100 dark attribute spirit stones, 100 fire attribute spirit stones, 1 bottle of dark water, 1 fire god's golden crystal. Current status: cannot advance. Base attributes do not meet requirements. Overlord. Overlord-tier. Subai felt his mind go blank. All 4 attributes had surpassed 2500, with spirit breaking through 3000. His overall combat power had soared to 3500. This was beyond absurd. It was absurdity itself, absurd to the extreme. A combat power of over 3000 at level 1? What the hell does that even mean? In the wilderness, level 1 to 10 dungeons had common mobs with combat power around 10 points, while high-level mobs rarely exceeded 100. Only the legendary level 10 bosses could break through the 100 mark. That level 10 boss, dubbed the newbie graveyard, probably couldn't even withstand a single spark from the 4-winged scarlet sparrow's beak. Terrifying. Just imagining that feeling sends shivers down my spine. As for the current inability to evolve, Subai suspected it stemmed from his low beast master level, where his base attributes hadn't yet reached sufficient strength. Who knows how many attributes a dominator tier beast receives per level up? But the quantity is bound to be substantial. Once his attributes improved, his 4-winged scarlet sparrow could ascend again, reaching the legendary totem tier. That was a beast only the top beast master in their Meteorfall empire could hope to command. His own beast had already hit the ceiling with ease. Then there was the Beast Fusion talent, which could elevate Subai's individual 4-dimensional attributes to sky-high levels, making him a veritable humanoid divine boss. Subai felt his very soul tremble. A god-tier talent was simply too powerful, unparalleled in its might. Stay low-key. Absolutely stay low-key. He was still just a level 1 Karami for now. Once he broke through to higher levels, he could afford to be a bit more flashy. The most crucial task now was to join dungeons and rapidly level up. With that thought, he pushed open the door and prepared to leave. Sir, are you alright? The attendant watched Subai's expression, looking somewhat uneasy. I'm perfectly fine now. I'll be going. With that, Subai strode purposefully toward the exit of Phoenix Mall. After leaving Phoenix Mall, Subai had initially planned to head to the school's designated dungeon. But after much consideration, he realized that given his current strength, heading straight to the wilderness was the wisest choice. After all, the experience gained from wilderness dungeons far surpassed that of the school's fixed ones. The only downside was that adventurers weren't allowed to tackle dungeons beyond their level tier. Otherwise, with the 4-winged scarlet sparrow's current state, he could breeze through any dungeon below level 30. Subai, I knew you'd be here. The moment he stepped out of Phoenix Mall, Subai was intercepted by a chubby fellow. Sun Kai? What are you doing here? Subai stared at Sun Kai before him, momentarily stunned. This guy was his classmate and desk partner. Back in the day, Subai handled sleeping while Sun Kai kept watch. Of course I came to find you. Ta-da! Look at this. Sun Kai held up a golden card, waving it in front of Subai. It's just a bank card. Subai gave him a look like he was talking to a fool, rolling his eyes and a black line appearing on his forehead. Did he think he was blind? You guessed right. There's 1,000,000 yuan in it. I'm lending it to you. Add that to the money you've been secretly earning from your side jobs, and you should be able to contract a really good beast. Sun Kai placed the bank card directly into Subai's hand. Are you out of your mind? Why are you giving me so much money? Subai stared at the bank card in his hand, his face clearly showing shock. You're a beast master. If you can contract a commander tier beast, you'll basically be unstoppable in low-level dungeons. I just want to ride your coattails. Of course, this money isn't free. You'll have to pay me back once you earn it. Sun Kai said with a laugh. He was serious. Subai understood. For any impoverished beast master, this substantial sum was no small amount. At the very least, it would give him an excellent start. Sun Kai's family wasn't wealthy either. Though his parents were also awakened ones, every penny they earned came from hard work. I'll pass. I've already contracted a beast. I appreciate the offer. Subai promptly returned the bank card, mentally noting the favor owed. Don't refuse. I'm counting on you to help me level up. I worked so hard to trick my parents into giving me money for gear. Sun Kai covered his mouth, realizing he'd let something slip. You should hurry and use this to buy some gear. As a paladin, your powerful support class equipment is crucial for you. I really have contracted a beast companion. Just wait, I'll take you flying soon. He really did. I'm crying my eyes out. Subai hadn't expected this guy to be so generous, lending him the money meant for his own gear. Alright then, I'll go buy gear. My dad's already hooked me up with teammates. We can group up to run dungeons together, levels will go up faster that way. Sun Kai sighed and finally took back his bank card. Chapter 4, Sweeping Through the Wilderness Dungeon. Kai, I'm going solo for now. I won't be with you during the early stages. Subai desperately wanted to invite Sun Kai to run dungeons with him, but the Dominator tier Beastmaster was too crucial. Coupled with his talent issues, he couldn't bring himself to explain it to Sun Kai. Secrets are best kept to as few people as possible. Solo run? Are you sure you can handle it? Sun Kai swallowed hard, staring at Subai in surprise. Soloing dungeons was always the mark of a genius, it wasn't something just anyone could pull off. My talent is S rank or higher, and my Beastmaster skill is decent. Soloing dungeons is no problem for me. Don't worry. If I really can't clear it, I'll come back to you. Subai smiled, revealing just a hint of his secret. He couldn't exactly be called lying, could he? His talent was indeed S rank or higher, and his Beastmaster rank was barely passable. Damn impressive. Then I won't keep you any longer. Remember to make me proud. Sun Kai patted Subai on the shoulder and turned to walk into Phoenix Mall. After parting ways, Subai headed straight for the wilderness. Soon, he arrived at the Wilderness Newbie Dungeon. A golden vortex floated mid-air, and nearby stood a wooden sign detailing the instance rules and challenge records. Dungeon name, Sunset Grasslands. Level restriction, LV1 LV10. Few players lingered at the entrance, most had already formed parties beforehand and entered the instance immediately upon arrival. Those lacking sufficient strength would opt to join groups tackling the school dungeon instead, which offered lower difficulty. Select dungeon difficulty. Normal, hard, inferno, nightmare, cataclysm. Cataclysm. Looks like the first clear record for the cataclysm level instance in Sunset Grasslands is still standing. Might as well grab that record while I'm at it. Without hesitation, Subai selected cataclysm difficulty and stepped into the instance. A faint afterglow bathed the land, enveloping the entire grassland. Waves of black mist swirled in the sky, giving it an eerily metallic appearance. Subai materialized on the grasslands. Not far away, a patch of withered grass emitted faint black vapors. So this was the cataclysm difficulty dungeon? It didn't seem particularly special. Subai strode forward with purpose. Along the narrow path, goats radiating black aura paced back and forth, silently awaiting challengers. Type, Sin Goat. Level, 10. Skills, Berserk, Bloodlust, Horn Charge. HP, 800. Attack, 150. With stats like these, no wonder no one could get past them. And these are merely the 4 goat monsters guarding the entrance, their stats are already terrifying. The boss lurking in the deepest depths must be even more dreadful. But what a pity these monsters met their doom by crossing my path. Come out, my little darling. 4-winged crimson bird. A white light flickered in Subai's hand, and a massive portal materialized beside him. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the portal, instantly dispelling the black mist shrouding the sky. The figure of the 4-winged crimson bird slowly materialized from the portal, emanating the aura of a Dominator tier beast. The terrifying pressure instantly forced the goats to their knees, utterly immobilized. Was this the unique aura of a high-tier beastmaster? It was truly terrifying. Subai stood atop the four-winged scarlet bird as it slowly ascended into the sky. The entire sunset grasslands spread out before his eyes. The four-winged scarlet bird let out a cry. Skill, Blazing Inferno, activated. Surging flames erupted from its wings, spreading directly toward the ground. In the blink of an eye, the entire sunset grasslands became a sea of fire. That's the little sparrow skill? Holy, that's terrifying. Subai stared at the raging inferno before him, momentarily stunned. Congratulations! You have defeated the sinful goat and gained 200 EXP. Congratulations! You have defeated the sinful goat and gained 200 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the raging blood bull. You have gained 220 experience points. The frantic screen flooding left Subai overwhelmed, unable to keep up. Immediately after, golden light flashed across his body repeatedly as his level began to rise at a visible, rapid pace. Congratulations on defeating the nightmare tier boss, Goat Lord. Rewarded with 500 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the nightmare tier boss, Goat Lord. Rewarded with 500 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the nightmare tier boss, King of the Grasslands. Rewarded with 2000 EXP. Who dares disturb my slumber? You shall pay dearly. Warning! 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 Your excessive slaughter has summoned the ultimate boss of Sunset Grasslands, the cataclysmic Lord of Sunset. Exit immediately. Exit immediately. At that very moment, a line of crimson text appeared before Subai's eyes, accompanied by a piercing alarm. Before the alarm ceased, a familiar voice echoed in his ears once more. Congratulations on defeating the cataclysmic boss, Lord of the Sunset. You have obtained a cataclysmic treasure chest X1. Your level has increased to level 2. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to level 3. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to level 15. You have gained 10 free attribute points. You have picked up the material, Broken Goat Horn. It has been automatically stored in your system backpack. You have picked up the material, Broken Ox Heart. It has been automatically stored in your system backpack. You have picked up the bronze longsword equipment. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up a silver shield. It has been automatically stored in your system backpack. You have picked up the crown of the Goat Lord. It has been automatically stored in your system inventory. You have picked up the Sunset Lord's scepter. It has been automatically stored in your system backpack. A dense stream of messages began flashing before Subai's eyes, overwhelming him. So much gear he'd struck gold. As everyone knows, equipment and materials are also divided into 9 tiers. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, brilliant, epic, legendary, mythical, immortal. He estimated that the gear in his hands was at least bronze quality. Combined with the sheer quantity, it was a substantial fortune. Wait, an alert had popped up earlier. Some chaotic boss had appeared, forcing him to exit the instance. Congratulations! You have cleared the Scourge level instance Sunset Grasslands. You may now post a class announcement. Would you like to remain anonymous? Anonymous. Subai didn't hesitate for a second, choosing anonymity immediately. He had no desire for fame. Quietly amassing wealth was his true goal. Congratulations to player XXX for successfully clearing the Cataclysm tier instance Sunset Grasslands in 30 seconds. The announcement echoed in countless players' ears, instantly sending shockwaves through the community. Chapter 5, Tang City in Turmoil. Am I seeing things? This clear time? Are you kidding me? I must still be half asleep. A heavy-set man rubbed his eyes and stared at the screen before him, muttering to himself. Yeah, I'm definitely not fully awake. I should go back to sleep. Damn it, I'm still young. Why are my eyes failing me already? A man standing beside him slapped himself across the face, his complexion instantly flushing red. Damn it, sleep my ass. This is real. Holy, how could such a beast exist? Soloing a cataclysmic level instance in 30 seconds? That's beyond insane. It's like opening the door to madness itself. This is insane. Is it that Sunset Grasslands instance? I'm heading to the entrance right now to ambush them. The moment the announcement went live, it sent shockwaves through the community. A group of professional players scattered across the wilderness immediately raced toward the Sunset Grasslands instance portal, their expressions filled with urgency. I've never seen anything like this in my long life. I've been around forever but never witnessed such incredible skill. They're treating a cataclysm-level dungeon like a play to farm. What kind of class is that? This old man needs to see it for himself. The elder, clad in a fiery crimson robe, gradually rose into the air, racing directly toward the city gates. Goodness gracious, clearing a cataclysmic-level dungeon in 30 seconds? That's faster than me falling asleep. Youngsters these days are something else. The elder, clad in a pure white robe, stared at the system interface and couldn't help but shake his head. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and gather intel. Find this person for me. By any means necessary, we must sign him to our guild. A genius. A true genius. A once-in-a-millennium prodigy. At the Tang City Lord's mansion, a figure shot skyward, heading straight for the entrance to the Sunset Grasslands instance. Tang City erupted into chaos as hordes of adventurers poured toward the Sunset Grasslands instance, eager to witness the challenger's prowess. The player announcement has already been made. Someone should be arriving any moment. Let's leave the secret realm first. Subai deliberately chose a less crowded direction and dashed off into the distance. Sure enough, the moment Subai vanished, a swarm of people swarmed in, completely surrounding the Sunset Grasslands. 10 kilometers away on the hills overlooking Sunset Grassland, Subai watched the spreading crowd in the distance and swallowed hard. Thank goodness I got out of there fast. Otherwise, I'd be crushed to death by now. Perfect timing. While their attention remained fixed on the dungeon, he could take stock of his loot. Open the system panel. Subai murmured softly. The next second, the panel materialized before his eyes. Name, Subai. Class, Beast Master. Level, 15. Strength, 67. Stamina, 66. Agility, 67. Spirit, 66. Free attribute points, 150. Overall combat power, 70. Skills, life contract, beast companion space. Beast Master, 4-winged crimson sparrow. Divine talent, Beast Master unity, the host may select any contracted beast to share its innate attributes. The host fully inherits the beast's innate abilities and base stats for 1 hour. Talent cooldown, 2 hours. Piercing Truth Divine Gaze, host may inspect any practitioner's attribute panel and uncover a Beastmaster's hidden evolution path. Note, hidden evolution paths can significantly elevate a Beastmaster's rank. Sacred Pact, issuing a pact command guarantees a 100% success rate in forming a pact with the beast. Not bad at all. My level has already reached 15. I never imagined a Cataclysm tier instance would grant such high experience points. Subai glanced at his level, a hint of excitement flashing across his face. Under normal circumstances, an average player would need to run a nightmare dungeon at least a dozen times in a party just to barely reach his current level. His current leveling speed was already skyrocketing. After breaking through level 10 in the instance, the experience provided by monsters dropped sharply. Otherwise, he could have advanced several more levels. The only downside was that the Beastmaster class was too balanced. Each level up only granted 5 base attribute points and 10 free attribute points. Compared to other combat-focused classes, this felt decidedly ordinary. Transferees in other common classes gained several times more attribute points per level than Beastmasters. It's said that prodigies possessing hidden classes might even gain dozens of points in their 4 primary attributes per level. The thought alone was terrifying. Ordinary Beastmasters stood no chance against them. Fortunately, Beastmasters don't rely solely on their own strength. Their true power lies in the beasts they cultivate. If one could cultivate a mid to high tier beast, they might stand a chance against these hidden class prodigies. After a moment's thought, Subai directly allocated all 150 points of his free attributes to his spirit stat. Beast Tamers were, at best, half mages. To command more beasts, they needed formidable mental strength to sustain it. As for his own combat prowess, he had the Beastmaster's unity talent to fall back on. If all else failed, he could always resort to elbowing them himself. Mental strength, 66-216. After boosting his mental power, Subai felt his mind grow significantly sharper. Indeed, this mental power proved quite useful. Beast, 4-winged crimson sparrow. Rank, Overlord. Level, LV 15. Constitution, 9512. Strength, 9512. Mental power, 10,000. Agility, 9518. Combat power, 11580. Skills, Blazing Inferno, 1000-mile wingbeat, Royal Might. Hidden evolution path, 4-winged crimson sparrow 9 nether cloud sparrow. Hidden path evolution materials, 100 dark element spirit stones, 100 fire element spirit stones, 1 bottle of dark water, 1 fire god's golden crystal. Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes not yet qualified. Holy crap, 11,000 overall combat power? Subai rubbed his eyes, looking utterly stunned. This was beyond absurd. Based on current values, each level up of the 4-winged crimson sparrow grants a 500-point increase in base attributes, a terrifyingly high figure. And this 4-winged scarlet bird was merely a dominator tier beast. If it reached the legendary mythic tier, who knew how much its base stats would skyrocket per level? Most crucially, even with a total combat power exceeding 10,000, it still couldn't advance. Did it really have to wait until after his first transformation? The thought alone sent Subai's heart racing with excitement. The 4-winged scarlet sparrow held boundless potential. Next, it was time to sort through his spoils of war. Chapter 6, A Bountiful Harvest. Thank goodness for the auto pickup feature. Otherwise, just gathering all this gear would have worn me out. Subai stared at the densely packed materials in his system inventory and couldn't help but swallow hard. This was pure silver. To cultivate the 4-winged crimson sparrow, his bank account had long been drained dry, and he'd even racked up a hefty loan. Selling this haul of materials and gear should cover his debts, maybe even land him among the millionaires. Of course, Subai didn't care about these materials. What truly mattered was the first clear treasure chest from the Cataclysm instance. It contained genuine treasures. Rumor had it that gear from Cataclysm tier chests started at platinum quality at minimum. If luck favored you, mythic gear wasn't out of the question. Open the Cataclysm chest. Subai activated the Cataclysm chest and streaks of light began to flicker. Congratulations! You have obtained the equipment, Sunset Crown. Congratulations! You have obtained the equipment, Resolute Armor. Congratulations! You have obtained the equipment, Sunset Staff. Congratulations! You have obtained the title, Scourge Destroyer. Truly worthy of a Cataclysm tier chest, a full 5 pieces of gear. Too bad I can't use any of them except the Sunset Staff. Subai glanced at his gear, a hint of regret flickering across his face. Sunset Staff. Quality, Platinum. Equip level, LV10. Attributes, Spirit plus 200. Equipment effect, increases base spirit attribute by 10%. You may invoke the ancient chant to summon the Sunset King, who dwells within the staff, to fight for you. Bull. I thought it would be something special, but it's such a letdown. Subai examined the staff in his hand, feeling somewhat disappointed. The equipment level was far too low to keep pace with his growth. Only the skill effect offered any real utility. And this title, it was marginally useful. Title, Scourge Destroyer. Title effect, increases damage dealt by 10% when facing the Scourge instance. But these items could go to Zhang Kai. A paladin could use all of them. Subai pondered for a moment, then couldn't help but curl his lips. It seemed like this Cataclysm level instance was practically made for Zhang Kai to run. Could this be what they call karma coming back around? Whatever. Back to leveling. The Sunset Grasslands instance was undoubtedly inaccessible now. Subai turned and headed straight for the instance deep within the wilderness. Dungeon name, the Ultimate Ghost Realm. Level restriction, LV10 LV20. A pitch-black portal materialized before Subai. Select dungeon difficulty. Normal, hard, inferno, nightmare, cataclysm. Without hesitation, Subai plunged into the cataclysm difficulty dungeon. Unfortunately, the first clear of this cataclysm level instance had already been claimed by others. As expected, these prodigies were not to be underestimated. Upon entering the instance, the sky turned pitch black, shrouded in ghostly mist as chilling winds swept through. Subai didn't even glance at the monsters, immediately summoning the 4-winged Crimson Bird. He stood atop the 4-winged Crimson Bird. Blazing inferno. Terrifying flames began spreading into the distance. The entire instance was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire, the towering flames turning the dungeon's sky crimson. Congratulations on defeating the Mountain Fiend. You have gained 500 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the Hanged Ghost. You have gained 500 EXP. Congratulations. You have slain the Starving Ghost and gained 600 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the Ghost Bride. You have gained 1000 experience points. Constant kill notifications kept popping up before Subai. Warning! 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 Due to your excessive slaughter, you have successfully drawn the attention of the Ghost King of the Extreme Ghost Realm. The Ghost King is about to be born. Please leave immediately. 3 seconds later. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the Ghost King and gained 10,000 EXP. You have picked up 1 Dark Attribute Spirit Stone and 1 Wicked Ghost Essence. They have been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up 1 Dark Element Spirit Stone and 1 Bronze Armor. They have been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up a Golden Helmet. It has been automatically placed in your backpack. Your level has increased to 16. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 17. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 18. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 20. Reward 10 free attribute points. Unlocked Beast Tamer slot. You may now contract a second beast. You have cleared the Cataclysm tier dungeon. Reward 1 golden treasure chest. A sparse series of notifications sounded as Subai's level only reached 25. No first clear bonus. The rewards for Cataclysm tier dungeons drop like a rock. Subai sighed and immediately opened the treasure chest before him. Ha! A good drop? Guess my luck isn't that bad after all. Amidst a pile of junk gear, a book floated in the center, shimmering with a purple glow. Stealth. Type, skill. Usage restriction, mental power greater than 100. Effect, conceals one's attribute panel, shielding it from skill detection. A divine artifact. This thing is a perfect tool for feigning weakness to catch the strong off guard. It's ideal for blocking detection. Subai stroked his chin, speaking with keen interest. Treasure chests within dungeons do indeed drop skill books. Certain special skills possessed by professionals could indeed reveal a player's attribute panel. With the art of concealment, he'd never have to worry about his secrets being exposed again. Subai crumpled the skill book in his hand, and the skill stealth appeared on his attribute panel. He then casually allocated his free attribute points to spirit. Mental power 251-341. That makes me much smarter. Just as Subai was about to continue tackling the dungeon, the wristwatch on his wrist suddenly lit up. Old Su, where are you? Hurry to Sunset Grasslands. Some god-tier player soloed Cataclysm level Sunset Grasslands in just 30 seconds. You gotta see this. The moment he answered the call, Sun Kai's urgent voice filled the air. Kai, why are you going to join the crowd over there? It's packed. Meet me at Phoenix Mall Center later. I've got something good for you. Subai pictured the sea of people and shook his head. Let those folks wait. He'd already left long ago. The most important thing now was to contract a second beast, grind dungeons for levels, and complete the first transformation quest. Fine then. You'll probably have to wait a bit. There are too many people here. I snagged a prime spot on purpose, and it's not easy to push my way out. Damn it, who the hell grabbed my little brother? Sun Kai cursed under his breath as he ended the call on his wristwatch. Chapter 7, a slap in the face that came out of nowhere. After gathering the scattered junk gear from the ground, Subai summoned the four-winged crimson sparrow. Let's go back. This is a good chance to test your skills. Try not to draw attention. Just land near the city walls. Standing atop the four-winged scarlet bird, Subai gently patted its head as he gave his instructions. The four-winged scarlet sparrow let out a sharp cry, flapped its wings, and the surrounding scenery began to rapidly recede. In the blink of an eye, the man and beast arrived near the gates of Tang City. Subai summoned the four-winged scarlet bird back into his beast taming space and walked into the city on foot. Where's everyone? Did they all go to Sunset Grasslands? Looking at the deserted street, a flicker of astonishment crossed Subai's eyes. He had underestimated his own influence. Only a few solitary figures remained on the main street, making the once bustling thoroughfare appear eerily desolate. Phoenix Department Store. Subai stepped back into the mall, where the same tall saleswoman greeted him. Sir, it's good to see you again. It's a pleasure to serve you. The saleswoman nodded at Subai, her signature smile still playing at the corners of her lips. This time, I'd like to sell something and pay off that loan of mine. Subai said softly. Please follow me. The saleswoman nodded immediately upon hearing this and led Subai deeper into the mall. They soon arrived at a secluded room. Please wait a moment while I notify the manager. The saleswoman bid Subai farewell and headed toward the inner office. Moments later, a portly man emerged from the room. Hello, sir. I'm Jean Day, the sales manager here. What exactly are you looking to sell? Materials? Equipment? Or something else? Jean Day rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with a broad smile. A little bit of everything. This room seems a bit small. Why not switch to a larger one? And call in a couple more people to help tally the materials. Subai surveyed the room and murmured softly. Hearing this, Jean Day couldn't help but frown. This youngster sure knows how to talk big. Could his equipment and materials really fill the entire room? As the saying goes, all guests are welcome. As the mall manager, Jean Day naturally couldn't let the customer down. Rest assured, this room is more than sufficient. Jean Day patted his chest emphatically, his words ringing with conviction. All right then. Subai didn't want to argue with him. He simply dumped everything out of his backpack. Holy crap! Jean Day felt a swirling mass of shadows appear before him as items rained down toward him. In an instant, two small mountains buried Jean Day beneath them. Subai retreated to the doorway, quietly observing the guy. It wasn't really Subai's fault. Cataclysm level dungeons guaranteed 100% drops, so the gear and materials were indeed a bit excessive. Someone, come clean up the gear. Jean Day struggled to crawl out from beneath the equipment and immediately shouted. Phoenix Trading House worked with remarkable efficiency, clearing all the gear and materials in just 1 hour. Sir, after deducting your loan, you have 10 million star coins remaining. Here is our Phoenix Trading exclusive bank card. From now on, you'll receive a 10% discount on all purchases at any of our stores. Please accept it. Jean Day now appeared exceptionally earnest, his face plastered with a broad smile. He wasn't stupid. The fact that this young man could afford to buy so many materials clearly demonstrated his capabilities. This was a major client. Have that young lady help me select a mount? Subai pointed to the female salesperson nearby and nodded toward her. Certainly. Xiaoqing, assist the guest in selecting a beast. Jean Day gave Xiaoqing a meaningful glance from afar. Phoenix Trading Company's premium beast selection area. Previously, due to limited funds, he could only choose awakening stage beasts. Now that he had savings in his pocket, he naturally aimed for higher tiers. Moreover, the hidden evolution path could leapfrog her pet's tier, so naturally, the higher the tier of the contracted pet, the better. However, the highest tier beasts available throughout the entire Phoenix Mall were capped at the supernatural tier. Those commander tier beasts had long been snapped up by the major clans in advance. There was no chance for commoners like them to get their hands on them. Subai surveyed the cages up front while Xiaoqing followed behind him. 1,000-ton ant. Grade, supernatural. Abilities, gravity domain, superhuman strength. Price, 1 million star coins. No hidden evolution paths? Even among beasts reaching the transcendent tier, some still lack hidden evolution paths. It seems the hidden evolution path of a beastmaster is tied to its innate talents. Dream butterfly. Tier, supernatural. Abilities, dream entry, enchanted melody. Price, 1.2 million star coins. Armored dragon turtle. Tier, supernatural. Abilities, thorned armor, earthen shield. Price, 1.2 million star coins. Hidden evolution path, armored dragon turtle superior tier earthen mystic turtle unknown tier. Evolution materials, 10 earth attribute spirit stones, 10 nutrient elixirs, 1 earth god crystal, 1 portion of fertile soil. The hidden evolution path for this armored dragon turtle seems rather pricey. Of course, this expensive doesn't refer to normal cultivation costs, but rather when compared to the evolution expenses of the 4-winged crimson sparrow. Gale Wolf King. Tier, transcendent. Abilities, Gale Blade, Royal Might. Price, 2 million star coins. Hidden evolution path, Swift-Wind Wolf King superior grade blood-eyed wolf fiend unknown grade. Hidden path evolution materials, 10 blood crystals, 10 demon eyes, 10 high-grade nutrient serums, 1 blood god essence, 1 king's fragment. Gazing at the transcendent tier beasts before him, Subai's eyes betrayed a look of dismay. Way too expensive. No wonder people say beast tamers burn through cash. Damn right, they're spot on. But for now, he needed to choose his second beast mastery target quickly and start leveling up. Even among the extraordinary, there were differences. Given the current situation, he should pick a beast that could save his life. The armored dragon turtle seemed like a solid choice. This one it is. And I'll reserve that Wolf King too. Subai hesitated for a moment before handing his bank card to Xiaoqing behind him. The Swift-Wind Wolf King was arguably the most expensive beast currently available at Phoenix Trading House. Moreover, the hidden evolution materials required for this Swift-Wind Wolf King far exceeded those needed for other beasts. It should not disappoint him. Subai genuinely wanted to contract both beasts immediately, but alas, his level was insufficient. For now, survival was paramount. Word of him soloing a Cataclysm tier dungeon could easily spread, so caution was wise. Certainly, please wait a moment. I'll arrange a contract room for you immediately. Xiaoqing's attitude was exceptionally warm as she led Subai straight to the VIP lounge. Chapter 8, The Earthen Mystic Tortoise. Sir, is there anything else I can assist you with? The saleswoman led Subai to the door of the VIP contract room and asked softly. Certainly. Please prepare the following materials for me: 10 earth attribute spirit stones, 10 nutrient potions, 1 earth spirit crystal, and 1 portion of Shirang soil. Subai informed the saleswoman of the evolution materials he needed, then turned and walked back into the room with the armored turtle in tow. Contract. Upon entering the contract chamber, he placed the armored turtle on the raised platform. A white light slowly materialized. Contract successful. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Subai's ear, establishing a special bond between him and the little creature. The little creature's dark, shiny eyes never left Subai, flailing its claws and jaws at him in a cute yet fierce manner. It really is a complete extraordinary tier beast tamer, quite fierce indeed. Little guy, I'll take you flying soon. Subai couldn't help but smile as he looked at the creature, gently stroking its small head. Beast, Earthen Mystic Tortoise. Tier, Supernatural. Level, LV1. Constitution, 200. Strength, 160. Mental power, 160. Agility, 90. Combat rating, 150. Skills, Thorn Counter Armor, Earthen Shield. Hidden Evolution Path, Armored Turtle Superior Tier Earthen Mystic Turtle Unknown Tier. Evolution Requirements, 10 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones, 10 Nutrient Elixirs, 1 Earth God Crystal, 1 portion of fertile soil. Indeed, this is how you unlock a Transcendent Tier beast. These stats are off the charts. I wonder if this unknown tier can advance the Armored Mystic Turtle to the Totem Stage. If it could skip straight to Totem Stage, that would save a lot of effort. Subai toyed with the armored dragon turtle in his hands, a faint glimmer of aspiration flickering in his eyes. Currently, the highest tier beastmaster in the Meteorfall Empire was at the Totem Stage. If the armored dragon turtle could reach that level, he would finally catch up to the footsteps of the top beastmaster. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, interrupting Subai's thoughts. He opened the door, and the saleswoman handed the materials to Subai, her gaze growing increasingly intense. To contract 2 beasts at such a young age during this period proved this youth possessed extraordinary talent. If she could attach herself to such a high-flying talent, she wouldn't have to endure the daily grind of commuting to this place anymore. Thank you. Subai took the materials and immediately shut the door, not giving the woman a chance to speak. He fed all the materials to the armored dragon turtle before him. The creature let out a low growl as a faint yellow glow began to emanate from its body. Congratulations, your beast has begun its evolution. The cold, mechanical voice sounded once more. The armored dragon turtle closed its eyes tightly, its body completely enveloped in the pale yellow glow. Without a second thought, Subai stored the little creature directly into his beast taming space. In an instant, the entire beast taming space was swept by a whirlwind of energy. A faint earthen yellow glow filled the sky, permeating every corner of the space. Countless grains of sand and stone swirled, instantly forming a terrifying sandstorm that began relentlessly ravaging the environment within the space. The armored dragon turtle let out a low growl, and in that instant, mountains collapsed and the earth split apart. The earthen glow intensified, gathering relentlessly around the armored dragon turtle's body. The blinding radiance was impossible to look at directly. Look at this commotion. The armored dragon turtle's evolution effect far surpasses Little Sparrow's. Could it really be evolving into a totem-tier beast? Subai swallowed hard, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. If he could truly possess a totem-tier beast as his ultimate life-saving trump card, that would be incredibly satisfying. The earth-yellow energies coalesced into a luminous sphere, enveloping the armored dragon turtle entirely within its dazzling glow. A full half-hour later, a thunderous beast roar echoed throughout the entire beast taming space. The earth-yellow energy began to steadily diminish, absorbed entirely into the armored dragon turtle's body. Evolution has achieved a leap-forward advancement. Life tier leap completed. Congratulations on successfully completing your evolution. Evolution process, armored turtle thick earth mystic turtle. A mechanical voice slowly echoed. As the yellow smoke dissipated, a monstrously fierce figure materialized within the beast taming space. Its form now exceeded 100 meters, resembling a towering hill. The earthen black tortoise radiated a terrifying aura. Its monstrous visage was impossible to look upon directly, and a dreadful pressure permeated the entire beast taming space. The four-winged crimson sparrow soaring through the sky fixed its gaze on the earthbound black tortoise, its eyes revealing a dangerous glint. Beast, armored mystic tortoise. Rank, totem tier. Level, LV1. Constitution, 19,512. Strength, 15,512. Mental power, 14,000. Agility, 9,518. Combat power, 18,000. Skills, Earthshaker, Royal Might, Earthen Shield, Lava Starburst. Hidden Evolution Path, Earthen Mystic Tortoise Gung Metal Mystic Tortoise. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 500 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones, 100 Metal Attribute Spirit Stones, 1 bottle of Golden Divine Crystal, 1 Earth Divine Crystal, 1 bottle of Divine Metal Elixir. Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes do not meet requirements. It really is totem tier. This is absolutely incredible. Damn, its starting stats hit 10,000 right off the bat, and its overall combat power soars to 18,000. If only its agility weren't so low, this thick earth mystic turtle's combat power would be even higher. It's like a little cow taking a plane ride, it's freaking awesome. Subai's face flashed with excitement as he clenched his fist and shouted. In just one day, he had cultivated 2 beasts to such terrifying levels. Once his level rose, he could practically walk all over Tang City. Time to level up. Once my level goes up, I'll figure out how to further enhance the grade of these 2 beasts. Subai stroked his chin, deep in thought. Opening the door to the VIP contract room, the beautiful attendant still stood at the entrance, her hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, creating a disheveled yet captivating beauty. Sir, is there anything you require? The woman fluttered her eyelashes at Subai, her face radiating a soft, gentle expression. Nothing else, thank you. Subai ignored the girl completely, striding purposefully toward the exit of Phoenix Trading House. Ugh, this is infuriating. Can't this little guy tell I'm interested in him? Could it be that my charm has faded again? The saleswoman watched Subai's retreating figure with a stomp of her foot, her eyes flashing with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. This guy is way too blunt. She practically threw herself at him, and he didn't even glance her way? Chapter 9, College Entrance Exams. After leaving Phoenix Trading, Subai stood on the central street, scanning his surroundings. That jerk Sun Kai still hadn't shown up. He was probably stuck in traffic somewhere. Subai would just have to wait here for a bit. With that thought, he opened his system panel. Name, Subai. Occupation, Beastmaster. Level, 25. Strength, 122. Stamina, 112. Agility, 112. Spirit, 591. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Sunset Staff. Total combat power, 200. Skills, Life Pact, Beast Companion Realm, Gravity. Beasts, 4-winged Crimson Sparrow, Armored Black Tortoise. Divine Talent, click to expand. This stat panel is pretty impressive, right? Subai glanced at his overall combat power reaching 200, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. Even so, Subai couldn't afford complacency. Many scions from prominent clans were guided through leveling by others and not in ordinary wilderness dungeons. They possessed exclusive access to pioneering secret realms. Those secret realms spanned vast levels, making them paradise for cultivating new professional players. They could level up extremely quickly, even completing their first job advancement in a remarkably short time. Man, I'm absolutely exhausted. Old Su, you have no idea how many people went to Sunset Grasslands. It feels like the entire city of Tang went. Wonder if that top player finally showed up? Sun Kai appeared before Subai, decked out in silver-white gear, panting heavily. The crowd had nearly crushed him flat on the way over. Then why did you go join the crowd? Subai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He hadn't expected that his minor display would cause such a huge stir. It was a second clear of a cataclysm-level dungeon. Anyone with a shred of curiosity would have gone to check it out. Come on, how could you not be curious? Sun Kai rolled his eyes and retorted irritably. If I told you I cleared it, would you believe me? Subai smiled faintly, his expression calm and composed. You? Don't bull me. If you really cleared a cataclysm-level dungeon, I'll kneel down and call you dad right now. Sun Kai couldn't help but curl his lips at the remark. Those are your words. Subai dragged the guy straight into a corner and handed the paladin's gear to Sun Kai standing before him. Subai knew he couldn't hide this from Sun Kai forever. Even the gear he'd given him was impossible to explain away. Holy. Dad? Is it really you? How did you pull this off? Sun Kai dropped to his knees, eyes wide with disbelief. That was a cataclysm-level dungeon run in just 30 seconds. That's ridiculously fast. Why are you shouting so loud? Like anyone didn't know? Put this gear away. It'll all come in handy for you. I'm about to hit my first job advancement soon. Pick up your pace too. It'd be great if we could complete the first-class quest together. Subai didn't have many friends, very few, in fact. Besides Sun Kai, there was only one other person, a little girl who had left the orphanage with him. But that girl had long since completed her class change and was now studying at the Imperial Martial Arts University in Meteor City. Truthfully, whether it was Subai or Sun Kai, they would both leave Tangqing sooner or later. Only by pursuing opportunities in larger cities could they access greater resources and advance further. I doubt I'll catch up to you. I grinded like crazy all day and only reached level 15. I reckon it'll take me at least a week to complete my first job advancement. Sun Kai spread his hands helplessly, his face wearing an expression of resignation. And that was after hiring someone to grind for him, otherwise he'd be even worse off. Fine then. I'm soloing anyway. The first job advancement dungeon shouldn't be too tough. You can clear it with a party too. Seeing this, Subai could only concede. How did you manage that? 30 seconds? You cleared it in seconds? That's way too fast. Sun Kai was utterly intrigued, silently sizing up Subai. Don't give me that look, man. I just got lucky I raised a sovereign tier beast. Alright, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm heading to grind the dungeon now. We'll talk later. Subai summoned the four-winged crimson sparrow, instantly capturing Sun Kai's attention. That bird is way too cool. Why didn't I become a beast master? Oh, right, don't forget about the exam. There's only 1 week left before the college entrance exams. I heard the rewards for the top scorers this time are exceptionally generous. Seeing Subai about to leave, Sun Kai immediately called out. Don't worry, I won't forget. I'm off. Subai mounted his four-winged crimson sparrow and flew straight out of the city. Fortunately, a beastmaster who had reached the overlord stage could consciously control the physical transformations. Otherwise, those colossal beasts entering the city would surely attract the attention of other practitioners. Even now, however, Subai riding his flying beast through the skies still drew considerable attention. Damn, people with flying beasts have it so good. You bet. It saves so much time running dungeons. People are just so jealous. When will I ever get a flying mount? Then I wouldn't have to run all over the place for dungeons every day. Damn beast tamers, may they rot in hell. A group of people watched the figure streaking overhead, cursing under their breath. After leaving Tang City, Subai lay on the back of the four-winged scarlet bird, pondering the college entrance exams. Leaving Tang City was no easy feat. You either needed a travel pass from the city lord's mansion, passed the college entrance exam to attend a top academy, or paid an exorbitant teleportation fee to leave. For practitioners wishing to leave their city, they must pass through a teleportation array. These were no peaceful times. Traveling the wilderness was out of the question. Who knew what terrifying bosses lurked in the wilds? Beyond the areas near major cities that had been cleared, vast swaths of the Meteor Empire's territory remained untouched. Even the most elite adventurers dare not venture into the wilderness recklessly. The college entrance exam was mandatory, and he was now pondering how to conceal his innate talent. Given the current situation, he could claim to have switched to the specialized beastmaster profession that might just pass muster. The four-winged crimson sparrow had come to a steady halt at the dungeon entrance. Forget it. When the road ends, a path will appear. Better to focus on leveling up first. Without hesitation, Subai stepped down from the four-winged scarlet bird and examined the crimson teleportation array before him. Dungeon name, Underground Magma. Level restriction, LV20 LV25. Select dungeon difficulty. Normal, hard, inferno, nightmare, cataclysm. Subai selected the cataclysm difficulty and entered the instance directly. Chapter 10, First Job Advancement Quest. Subai's figure materialized within the gray-hued instance. Towering flames blazed with blinding brilliance, sparks occasionally flying off with scorching heat. Not far ahead, two colossal magma monsters sat motionless, their bodies enveloped in scorching flames that radiated a terrifying aura. Type: Magma Giant. Level: 30. Skills: Self-Destruct, Flame Meteor, Gravity Field. HP: 5000. Attack: 500. Magma Guard. Level: 30. Skills: Self-Destruct, Flame Meteor, Magma Shield. HP: 6000. Attack: 500. These stats are seriously high. Even so, this Hell Magma Cataclysm tier dungeon still hasn't been cleared for the first time. Other adventurers have already claimed it. Once class changers level up, their options become vastly more flexible. Equipment upgrades play a particularly significant role. Even if they couldn't clear the dungeon quickly, their strength allowed them to slowly grind down these monsters through teamwork. Subai opened his beast taming space and immediately released the Earthen Mystic Tortoise and the four-winged Crimson Sparrow. Let's go! Blazing Inferno. Subai stood atop the four-winged Scarlet Bird as terrifying flames roared forth from its wings. The dungeon before them once again became a raging inferno, flames spreading in all directions, engulfing countless monsters in their path. Congratulations on defeating the Lava Giant. You have gained 2000 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the Lava Guard. You have gained 2000 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the Lava Sprite. You have gained 2500 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the Lava Colossus. You have gained 2500 EXP. Constant kill notifications kept popping up before Subai. Warning! 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 Due to your excessive slaughter, you have successfully drawn the attention of the Lava Lord. The Lava Lord is about to emerge. Please leave immediately. 10 seconds later. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the Lava Lord and gained 30,000 EXP. You have picked up 1 fire attribute Spirit Stone and 1 flame essence. They have been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up 1 fire attribute Spirit Stone and 1 golden armor. They have been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up a bronze helmet. It has been automatically placed in your backpack. You have picked up a blazing robe. It has been automatically placed in your backpack. You have picked up a pair of blazing boots. They have been automatically stored in your backpack. Your level has increased to 26. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 27. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 28. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Your level has been upgraded to 30. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points. You have unlocked the first transformation quest. Please check it yourself. Your mount, the four-winged Crimson Sparrow, has been upgraded to level 25. Your mount, the four-winged Crimson Sparrow, has reached level 30. Your mount, the Earthbound Mystic Tortoise, has been upgraded to level 2. Your mount, the Earthen Mystic Tortoise, has been upgraded to level 3. Your mount, the Earthen Mystic Tortoise, has reached level 23. You have cleared the Cataclysm tier dungeon. Reward: 1 level 30 platinum treasure chest. The cold, mechanical voice kept echoing in Subai's mind, and he had long since grown numb to it. Gotta keep going. Subai exited the magma dungeon, glanced at its cooldown timer, and immediately mounted his four-winged Crimson Bird to rush toward the next instance. After clearing the next instance, Subai once again obtained a generous haul of materials and a platinum treasure chest. Only then did he leave the wilderness, thoroughly satisfied. Evening. A beautiful sunset painted the sky, casting a faint red glow across the land. Subai sat beneath a lush tree, tallying his gains. He had now completed the Beastmaster level upgrade, successfully raising the Earthen Mystic Turtle to level 30. Beast Taming, Armored Mystic Turtle. Grade, Totem Grade. Level, LV 30. Constitution, 48,512. Strength, 44,512. Mental Power, 43,000. Agility, 36,518. Combat Power, 50,000. Skills, Earthshaker, Royal Might, Earthen Shield, Lava Starburst. Hidden Evolution Path, Earthen Mystic Tortoise, Gunmetal Mystic Tortoise. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 500 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones, 100 Metal Attribute Spirit Stones, 1 bottle of Golden Divine Crystal, 1 Earth Divine Crystal, 1 bottle of Divine Metal Elixir. Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes do not meet requirements. These stats? Holy. So the freak is actually me? The Earth Mystic Tortoise's constitution has reached 48,000 points? That's absurd. Is this the terror of a totem tier beastmaster? This health pool is on par with a late-stage second transformation boss. He felt like happiness had knocked him senseless. With this much health, he could let the assassin hack away until the end of time. According to Subai's calculations, each level increase for a totem tier beastmaster raises its 4 core attributes by 1,000 points, dozens of times higher than any hidden class. It seemed upgrading the rank was still the top priority. How could he cultivate their base attributes? With their current base stats falling short, Subai couldn't advance these beasts' tiers. Forget it. Better to wait until after the first transformation quest to figure this out. The most urgent task now is to complete the first class transition quest. View quest. Quest panel displayed. Current quest, first transformation. Quest requirements, travel to the level 30 quest location, the ruined temple, to begin the trial. Within 2 hours, eliminate all monsters within the temple and obtain the ruined divine staff. Quest duration, 1 day. Countdown, 23 hours 40 minutes 37 seconds. Note, exceeding the time limit will result in mission failure. Mission failure will trigger a 1-month cooldown period during which class change missions cannot be undertaken. Complete the job change quest within 2 hours? This quest feels like it's targeting me. Typically, first-class job change quests require completion within 1 day, with quest durations averaging around 3 days. This one is way too rushed. Forget it. Back to town first. Subai mounted his 4-winged Crimson Phoenix and sped toward Tang City. The ruined temple instance was located within the city walls, classified as an official instance. Its entrance lay within the city lord's mansion. To enter this instance, one must pay a hefty fee to the city lord's residence. However, as a student, Subai was exempt from this fee, saving him a little pocket money. Moreover, his backpack was already full, stuffed with materials and gear. He needed to head to the Phoenix trading house first to clear out the materials in his inventory. The ruined temple was a famed dungeon in Tang City, teeming with countless precious materials. Legend had it that this dungeon was connected to divine beings, though whether this tale held any truth was known only to a select few. As a master of saving money, Subai wouldn't waste this chance to enter the dungeon. Chapter 11, Who's the Good Samaritan Soloing the Scourge? Back in Tangchung, Subai headed straight for Phoenix Mall. Mr. Su, hello. The plump manager rubbed his hands together, a hint of flattery in his eyes. Selling gear, materials. Subai remained surprisingly calm. Right away. Please follow me. The chubby fellow had learned his lesson this time, leading Subai to the warehouse where materials were stored. Subai pulled everything out of his backpack, instantly filling the entire warehouse. Holy. Mr. Su, this. Enough with the chatter. Start inventorying the materials. Subai waved his hand dismissively at the guy. Soon, the materials were sorted, and the balance in his bank account skyrocketed to 50 million. Leaving Phoenix Trading House, Subai summoned the 4-winged Crimson Bird. Mounting its back, he soared toward the city lord's mansion. All persons approaching the city lord's mansion, halt. The flying beast landed at the main gate of the city lord's mansion, where 2 towering professionals blocked its path. I'm a student from Tangchung First High School here to run a dungeon. Subai promptly presented his credentials. With limited time for his job change quest, he didn't want to waste too much time here. Hold on a moment. We'll go inform the city lord. The guard glanced at Subai before heading into the mansion. Moments later, Subai was ushered directly into the reception room. You wish to clear the ruined temple instance? City Lord Zhaoxingchen scrutinized Subai before him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had already investigated Subai's background, just an ordinary Beast Tamer. Yes. Subai nodded. You're already level 30? No, you're an awakened who just transferred jobs this year, and you're already level 30? Zhaoxingchen suddenly stood up, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. Even disciples from major clans were likely only around level 20 at this stage. How had this kid managed it? He immediately recalled the news of the sunset grasslands being cleared. Yesterday, he'd spent the entire night out there braving the bitter cold. That's right, it was me. Subai nodded. No fool would become a city lord. This lord had likely instantly guessed his identity. He'd intended to conceal his identity, but the job change quest had to be completed. Good, truly excellent. The city lord stroked the beard on his chest, his expression brimming with excitement. It was truly a case of searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. He'd searched high and low yesterday, only for the person to come right to him today. Your first job change quest is actually at the temple? This might be a bit troublesome, huh? The monsters in that temple dungeon are formidable. You might struggle to clear it alone. Should I arrange for some teammates to accompany you through it? The city lord frowned deeply, murmuring softly. Subai was the first professional in Tang City poised to complete his first advancement, a worthy investment. If he could gain admission to the nation's top professional academy, it would also count as an achievement for him. No need. I'm confident I can solo it. Don't forget, I soloed the cataclysmic tier Sunset Grasslands. Subai naturally refused. He was perfectly capable with just himself and his 2 tamed beasts. In that case, I'll give you a little something. Just don't go dying in the dungeon. With that, the city lord produced a golden scroll from his hand and placed it directly before Subai. Name, teleportation scroll. Type, consumable. Function, allows departure from the dungeon under any circumstances. No cooldown, no CD. 100% teleportation to a safe zone. Holy crap, this is awesome. Subai froze for a moment, his expression instantly lighting up with excitement. Sure enough, the items held by powerful individuals in Grey clans were all treasures. Even a tiny scrap dripping from their fingernails was enough to make him drool with desire. Lord City Master, how embarrassing. Subai chuckled, slipping the scroll into his system space. Enough with the small talk. This is the token to enter the instance. Take it to the guards, tell them you're heading to the instance, and then proceed to the entrance. Zhao Xingqian rolled his eyes at the shamelessly thick-skinned fellow before him. Are all teachers at First Middle School this shameless? Looks like I'll need to step up my educational efforts later. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Subai took the token and turned to leave the living room. This young man is quite promising, eloquent and gifted. Should we provide him with a beast to tame? Consider it an early investment. The city lord murmured to himself, gazing in the direction Subai had departed. Subai, of course, had no idea he'd already caught someone's eye. Following the guard toward the instance entrance, he soon arrived beside the golden vortex. Dungeon name, Ruined Temple. Level restriction, LV25L30. Dungeon description, this is a decaying temple ruin that may hold special secrets. If you uncover the temple's mysteries, you can obtain extraordinary rewards. Select dungeon difficulty. Normal, hard, inferno, nightmare, cataclysm. This is getting interesting. They actually have a dungeon description? Looks like this ruined temple dungeon really is different from ordinary ones. Wonder if we can trigger a hidden stage and get some insane rewards. Subai hesitated for a moment before selecting Cataclysm difficulty and stepping into the dungeon. No way, did I see that correctly? That kid picked Cataclysmic difficulty? He's lost his mind, utterly reckless. Quick, notify the city lord. I've seen people courting death, but never someone rushing headlong into it like this. The two commanders standing at the entrance saw the difficulty level Subai had selected. Their expressions shifted slightly, and they immediately headed toward the main hall. What did you say? That kid chose catastrophe level difficulty? Upon hearing the news relayed by his subordinates, the city lord hurried to the dungeon entrance, his brow furrowing. Your Excellency, we had no idea he'd pick cataclysmic difficulty. Isn't he just a complete fool? Yeah, who in their right mind would solo a cataclysmic difficulty? The two guards looked utterly speechless. They'd never seen anyone break the rules like this before. Alright. At least we gave him a teleportation scroll. Even if he can't win, he can still teleport out. The city lord waved his hand dismissively. Ordinary dungeons allowed forced exits, but special instances like the ruined temple prohibited them. Dying inside meant permanent death unless you possessed a special item like a teleportation scroll. No matter how skilled this kid was, soloing a cataclysm tier ruined temple was impossible. This instance wasn't something you could breeze through. Chapter 12, One Shot? Upon entering the secret realm, Subai felt his four-dimensional attributes being forcibly suppressed by a mysterious force, leaving him unable to move freely. An ancient, weighty aura washed over him, the air thick with a solemn, murderous intent. This secret realm was something else. Not far ahead, a dilapidated temple stood tall, exuding a desolate aura. Though the temple appeared utterly dilapidated, stripped of its former sanctity. The blackened markings on its sacred walls and the deep, gouged-out grooves all whispered of its past. At the temple's entrance, two towering guardians stood, radiating immense authority. Type, Temple Guard. Level, 30. Skills, Divine Might, Divine Messenger's Descent, Spear Swing, Blood Battle in all directions. HP, 8000. Attack, 1000. Type, Temple Shield Guard. Level, 30. Skills, Absolute Defense, Divine Might Protection, Immovable as a Mountain, Berserk. HP, 10,000. Attack, 800. Holy crap, 4 skills and over 10,000 HP. Compared to the temple guards, the lava colossus stats are nothing to write home about. Subai stared at the humanoid guard before him, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Intruder, die. The temple guard, spear in hand, let out a low growl and charged straight toward Subai. Time to make an entrance, little darling. Subai summoned the earthen mystic tortoise with deliberate calm. The colossal creature's massive body crashed to the ground, instantly flattening the two guards before it into meat paste. Let me see what secrets this temple holds. Shao Tu, this place is yours. Subai stood atop the earthen mystic tortoise's head, murmuring softly. The earthen mystic tortoise let out a low growl, and terrifying energy ripples spread out across the temple. The ground began to tremble incessantly. Cracks appeared on the temple walls before him, causing them to collapse continuously. The once smooth floor developed deep gullies that spread toward the temple's core. The fissures widened relentlessly, the temple swaying precariously as if poised to collapse at any moment. Heaven collapses, earth splits. In the blink of an eye, the temple before them was reduced to ruins by the earthen mystic tortoise. Congratulations on defeating the temple guard. You have gained 0 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the temple guard. You have gained 0 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the temple shield guard. You have gained 0 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the temple guard. You have gained 0 EXP. The moment the building collapsed, kill notifications began to refresh continuously. The temple guards' health bars were instantly drained, leaving them utterly defenseless. Warning! 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 Due to your excessive slaughter, you have successfully drawn the attention of the temple messenger. The temple messenger is about to be born. Please leave immediately. 15 seconds later. Congratulations on successfully defeating the temple messenger. You have gained 0 EXP. You have picked up 1 unattributed spirit stone. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up the Platinum Equipment Knight's shield. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up the class change quest item Shattered Scepter. It has been automatically stored in the system warehouse. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the first job advancement quest. The quest panel is now displayed. Current quest, first job advancement. Quest requirements, travel to the level 30 quest location, the Ruined Temple, to begin the trial. Within 2 hours, defeat all monsters within the temple and obtain the Ruined Divine Staff. Quest timer, completed. Note, exceeding the time limit will result in mission failure. Mission failure triggers a 1-month cooldown period during which class change quests cannot be undertaken. You have successfully completed your job advancement. Display personal panel. Subai waved his hand casually, and his personal panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Subai. Class, Beastmaster. Level, 31st job change. Strength, 145. Stamina, 137. Agility, 137. Spirit, 625. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Sunset Staff. Total combat power, 250. Skills, Life Pact, Beast Companion Realm, Concealment. Beasts, 4-winged Crimson Sparrow, Earthen Black Tortoise. Divine Talent, click to expand. Finally succeeded in class change. Now I can keep leveling up and contract my third beast. He still thought about the young Wolf King at Phoenix Trading House, wondering what surprises that Wolf King would bring him after evolving. Ding! Due to your destruction of the temple, the final temple quest Bloodstained Sanctuary has been triggered. The temple master is beginning to awaken. Due to shrouding mystical energies, teleportation scrolls are disabled. Forced exit from the instance is prohibited. This must be the secret hidden within the temple. Completing this quest should unlock the hidden reward. Subai's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing the instance system's prompt. As a special instance, this ruined temple's rewards upon quest completion would surely be substantial. Intruder, dare you defile the temple? I shall take your head. A cold, metallic voice echoed in Subai's ears. A colossal figure descended slowly from the sky, hovering above the temple ruins. Name, Temple Master. Level, LV 60 weakened. Skills, Divine Might, Divine Presence. HP, 300,000. Attack, 12,500. 300,000 HP bars. Is this the true terror of the Temple Master? Subai swept his arm, summoning the 4-winged Crimson Sparrow to hover above the Earthen Tortoise. Attack! The 4-winged Scarlet Bird let out a piercing cry as towering flames roared forth, their scorching heat warping space itself. The ground began to collapse continuously, forming a massive molten lava sphere. Blazing Inferno. Lava Starburst. 57,650. 111,690. 57,650. 117,000. Terrifying numbers appeared above the Temple Master's head. Instant kill? Subai froze for a moment, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He hadn't expected the Earthen Mystic Tortoise's damage to be this high. It instantly killed the Temple's Master. Looks like even 300,000 HP isn't enough to handle this. Congratulations on defeating the Temple Master and successfully clearing the hidden instance of the Ruined Palace. You have gained 1 million EXP. Your level has increased to 31. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 32. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 33. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Subai's level began to skyrocket at a visible pace, finally stopping at level 37. Awesome! Subai let out a loud howl to the heavens. It had to be a boss comparable to a mythical monster. The experience was simply too generous. Thankfully, he completed his class change early, otherwise, this massive wave of experience would have gone to waste. Now it was time to tally his spoils. Chapter 13, The Unique Job Change Quest. Of course, as a super boss, the Temple Master not only offered massive experience but also a mouth-watering quest reward. You have picked up 10 Divine Attribute Spirit Stones. They have been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up 1 Divine Spirit Fragment. It has been automatically stored in your system backpack. You have picked up the Epic Tier Equipment Holy Knight's Shield. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up the Epic Equipment Set Soul Armor. It has been automatically placed in your backpack. You have picked up 1 Special Job Change Quest card. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have obtained the special title, Godslayer. Title, Godslayer. Function description: when facing deities, you will ignore their divine might and deal an additional 10% damage to them. Note, this title can be upgraded. You have picked up a mythic ring. It has been automatically stored in your inventory. Seeing the rewards dropped by the temple master, Subai couldn't help but show a look of excitement on his face. This temple master was truly generous, finally dropping a set of usable gear, and an epic tier set at that. A level 30 epic set was no less powerful than a level 60 platinum set, meaning this gear could easily last him well past level 60. And he'd snagged a title for free, a rare treasure that didn't even take up an equipment slot. If he could max out the Godslayer title, the effects would be terrifying. But the real treasure was this special class change quest card. Beastmaster was just a common class. If he could transfer to a hidden class, his power would surge dramatically. Name: special job change quest card. Grade: unknown. Function: use this ability card to enter any dungeon through a ruined temple. Defeat the monsters within to complete the class change. Note: upon completing the quest, the adventurer may transition to a hidden class perfectly suited to them. Usage restriction: limited to before second job advancement. What's there to think about? Use it now. Without a second thought, Subai activated the special class change quest. A multicolored passageway materialized beneath his feet. His entire body shot upward, propelling him into an unknown realm. Within this mysterious realm, a colossal creature lurked amidst the mist, its form constantly swirling within the clouds. Is that a dragon turtle? Subai froze in surprise. The dragon tortoise, also known as Baishi or Basya, was said to be the offspring of a dragon. With a dragon's head and a tortoise's body, it resembled a colossal mountain, embodying the perfect fusion of strength and wisdom. Divine Beast, Basya. Rank: mythical. Level: LV 30. HP: 1 million. Attack: 150,000. Mental power: 150,000. Skills: Black Tortoise Protection, Extreme Frost Freeze, Dragon Roar, Divine Might. Holy crap, is this a mythic tier creature? Only level 30, yet it boasts a staggering 1 million HP. Most crucially, its attack and spirit power are utterly terrifying. Looks like we're outmatched. A flicker of hesitation crossed Subai's eyes as he immediately opened the panels for his two beasts. Beast: four-winged crimson sparrow. Rank: overlord-tier. Level: LV 37. Constitution: 20,512. Strength: 20,512. Mental power: 21,000. Agility: 20,518. Combat power: 25,580. Skills: Blazing Inferno, 1,000-mile wingspan, Royal Might. Hidden evolution path: four-winged crimson sparrow, 9 nether cloud sparrow. Hidden path evolution materials: 100 dark attribute spirit stones, 100 fire attribute spirit stones, 1 bottle of dark water, 1 fire god's golden crystal. Current status: cannot advance. Base attributes do not meet requirements. Beast: earthen mystic tortoise. Grade: totem tier. Level: LV 37. Constitution: 55,512. Strength: 51,512. Mental power: 50,000. Agility: 42,518. Total combat power: 58,300. Skills: Earthshaker, Royal Might, Earthen Shield, Lava Starburst. Hidden evolution path: Earthen Mystic Tortoise, Gunmetal Mystic Tortoise. Hidden path evolution materials: 500 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones, 100 Metal Attribute Spirit Stones, 1 bottle of Golden Divine Crystal, 1 Earth Divine Crystal, 1 bottle of Divine Metal Elixir. Current status: cannot advance. Base attributes do not meet requirements. I acted impulsively. Even with my two beasts, I'm no match for this dragon tortoise. No, giving up now would be a waste. But I simply couldn't defeat this beast now. If it even touched me, I'd likely be reduced to dust. Subai immediately opened his backpack and scanned the equipment inside. First, he donned the soul set armor. Then his gaze fell upon that legendary tier ring. Endless ring. Grade: legendary. Equip level: LV 30. Attributes: all attributes plus 200. Equipment effect: you may ignore level and tier restrictions to increase the effect and power of one of your skills by 100-fold 24-hour cooldown. Damn it, it was waiting for me here. Subai's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this equipment's attributes. A solution. Subai picked up the sunset scepter and summoned the Lord of the Setting Sun. Great Lord of the Setting Sun, hear my chant and aid me in vanquishing the foes before me. Golden light flickered slowly as the Lord of the Setting Sun staggered out of the void. Beast and rider as one. Subai glanced at the massive earthen tortoise nearby, took a deep breath, and murmured softly. His health began to surge dramatically, the power within him growing without limit until he transformed into a humanoid earth dragon tortoise. Only then did the transformation halt. Too powerful. Subai clenched his fists so tightly that the air itself cracked with sonic booms. Your turn, Tool. Subai retracted both his beasts into the beast taming space and kicked the Lord of the Setting Sun squarely in the rear. The Sunset Lord charged toward the distant dragon tortoise, a bolt of lightning striking its body. 500. The dragon turtle opened its eyes, unleashing a dragon's breath that instantly obliterated the Lord of the Setting Sun. Now! A colossal molten star appeared above Subai's head, crashing heavily toward the dragon tortoise. Lava explosion star. Boom! Space itself shattered, the ground trembling incessantly. 13,546,100. A staggering value of 13,546,100 appeared before Subai's eyes. Before the dragon turtle could react, it was instantly obliterated into dust. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the class change quest and have automatically exited the class change space. Congratulations on obtaining the hidden profession Destiny Beastmaster. Job change complete. Beastmaster Destiny Beastmaster. Personal system panel has been updated. Please check it yourself. The cold, mechanical voice rang in Subai's ears, snapping him back to reality. This ring is terrifying. With this legendary ring, he could now walk all over Meteor Falls City with complete impunity. Unfortunately, this dragon turtle was a dungeon monster from the job change quest and wouldn't grant any additional rewards. Chapter 14, The Terrifying Hidden Class. Standing amidst the ruins, Subai opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Subai. Class, Destiny Beastmaster. Level, 37 first job change. Strength, 750. Stamina, 750. Agility, 750. Spirit, 165. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Soul Set, Ring of Infinity. Total combat power, 1295. Skills, Life Pact, Damage Transfer, Beast Taming Space, Concealment, Absolute Berserk, Invincible Golden Body. Beasts, 4-Winged Crimson Sparrow, Earthen Black Tortoise. Divine Talent. Beast Host Union, the host may select any contracted beast to share innate attributes. The host fully inherits the beast's innate abilities and base stats for 1 hour. Talent cooldown, 2 hours. Piercing Truth Divine Gaze, host may inspect any practitioner's attribute panel and uncover a beastmaster's hidden evolution path. Note, hidden evolution paths can significantly elevate a beastmaster's rank. Sacred Contract, issuing a contract command guarantees a 100% success rate in binding the beast. Holy, these stats are off the charts. Subai's eyes flashed with excitement as he stared at his attribute panel. His base stats had skyrocketed fivefold and his baseline stats were already impressive. Most professional players couldn't hold a candle to him. Under normal circumstances, base stats would increase after the first class change, but the boost wouldn't be substantial. This was the advantage of a hidden class. Of course, the greatest advantage of a hidden class was the growth in skills. Typically, a standard class could only awaken one innate skill upon first job advancement, requiring skill books for all others. Yet after his advancement, he had gained a full 3 skills. Damage Transfer. Ability Description, as a celestial bound beastmaster, you embody destiny itself. Any damage inflicted upon you will be unconditionally transferred to your beast at a 100% rate. Unconditional 100% transfer? Subai nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Logically, a beastmaster's first skill after first class advancement should be either berserk or damage transfer. Such damage transfer abilities typically only redirect around 30% of the damage, allowing the beast to absorb it perfectly. But his skill could transfer 100% of all damage unconditionally, even damage from special classes. It was practically flawless. My beast lives as long as I do, utterly godlike. Absolute Berserk. Skill Description, Active Skill. Upon activation, your beast enters a berserk state, gaining a 100% boost to all base attributes and becoming completely immune to all debuffs. Effect lasts 1 hour with a 24-hour cooldown. What the hell is this? What kind of international joke is this? 100% boost to the Beastmaster's base stats? That's ridiculous. A normal berserk state might boost power by 10% at most, and it usually leaves the beast weakened afterward. But not only is there no weakness period, in this frenzied state, the beast can even ignore any negative effects. Any debuff, curses, forced stuns, the entire spectrum of skill effects is utterly useless. This is downright terrifying. Subai felt his heart pounding wildly, his mouth agape in disbelief. Invincible Golden Body. Skill Description, Active Skill. You may activate this ability at any time. Invincible Golden Body grants your Beastmaster 5 seconds of invulnerability. Cooldown, 1 week. Invincible? Holy crap, this is seriously invincible. Subai's eyes widened, his face etched with disbelief. This was genuine invincibility. With this skill, once his level rose high enough, Subai could literally walk all over the entire Meteor Empire. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Subai's confidence was skyrocketing, feeling as if he were on the verge of invincibility. With a god-tier talent paired with a hidden class, who could possibly stand a chance against him? You have successfully cleared the cataclysmic tier instance, the ruined temple, and unlocked the hidden storyline. Would you like to make an anonymous announcement? A cold, mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in Subai's ear. Anonymous. Subai thought it best to keep a low profile for now and lie low for a while longer. Congratulations to player XXX for successfully clearing the cataclysmic tier instance, the Ruined Temple, and completing the hidden storyline quest. At that moment, the system notification sounded in the ears of countless players. They cleared it? Standing at the entrance, City Lord Zhao Xingqian heard the system notification. Before he could react, the pipe in his hand dropped to the ground, his eyes widening in shock. Not only had he cleared the dungeon, but this kid had also unlocked the hidden storyline and taken down the hidden boss. How could he be so outrageous? What the hell? He cleared it again? That guy again? Hurry to the City Lord's mansion and see who it is. In an instant, the entire city of Tang erupted into chaos. Hordes of adventurers surged toward the City Lord's residence. At that very moment, Subai had just exited the dungeon. He soloed the Ruined Temple? On Cataclysm difficulty? This kid is way too good. I've guarded this place for half my life, and I've never seen anyone solo the Temple of Ruin. Today, I've finally seen something truly remarkable. The moment Subai appeared, the guards turned their gaze toward him and shouted in unison. Lord City Master, thank you. I'll be on my way now. Seeing the situation unfold before him, Subai didn't hesitate for a moment and prepared to make a quick exit. Hold on a moment. Subai, why the rush? Zhao Xingqian grabbed Subai's arm, a warm smile spreading across his face. This kid had brought him such immense surprise. Where are those who cleared the Ruined Temple instance? An elderly man cloaked in black robes suddenly materialized in the center of the crowd, surveying those before him. Ha, Lord Zhao, I heard our Tang city produced an unparalleled prodigy capable of soloing a cataclysm-level dungeon. I came to see for myself. Before Subai could speak, an elder with fiery red hair entered the room. This old man will join the fun too. Count me in. A prodigy who soloed a cataclysm-level dungeon is a rare sight indeed. In the blink of an eye, a crowd gathered at the instant's entrance. All eyes turned to Subai before them, their gazes carrying a hint of fervor. After all, he was the youngest among them. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Subai bowed respectfully to the elders before him. These individuals were all renowned figures in Tang City. Take that elder with fiery red hair, for instance, he was Tang City's most elite 6th-tier fire mage and served as the guild master of the professional guild. Then there was the figure cloaked in black robes rumored to be the head of the Assassin's Guild. Though Subai wasn't familiar with the others, anyone who could so easily enter the City Lord's mansion was undoubtedly a renowned figure in Tang City. Chapter 15, The Stunned Crowd. You're that kid? He looks perfectly ordinary. Nothing special about him at all. Besides being handsome, he doesn't seem to have any special qualities. Don't judge a book by its cover. The crowd surrounded Subai, gawking at him like he was some rare exotic pet. Subai, how did you actually clear the level? Zhao Xingqian looked at Subai, a hint of excitement in his eyes. I didn't find this dungeon particularly difficult. I just breezed through it. Subai scratched his head, his face flushing slightly. Being stared at by so many people did make him feel a bit awkward. Soloing a cataclysm-level dungeon? I breezed through it. Does that even sound like something a human would say? Subai, can I see your beast? Zhao Xingqian knew Subai was a beast tamer, with all his skills centered around beast taming. Well, I suppose it's not impossible. Subai hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the sky began to shroud in a layer of crimson mist. Scorching heat washed over them, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Above them, a massive bird nearly 100 meters long appeared, its 4 wings flapping ceaselessly as waves of scorching air washed over the crowd. What is that thing? Looks like some kind of beast master's mount? What kind of beast is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Good heavens, my legs feel like jelly. It must be at least a sovereign tier beast. The crowd gathered around the City Lord's residence exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of terror. Under such terrifying pressure, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Overlord-tier? Holy crap, this is insane. How did this kid pull it off? Good heavens, Overlord-tier. Gazing up at the colossal figure overhead, even the 5th and 6th transformation powerhouses couldn't help but freeze in shock. I completely forgot to conceal the 4-winged crimson sparrow's form. Subai glanced up at the colossal creature overhead, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his eyes. He caused such a commotion probably the entire city of Tang had witnessed it. Good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. No wonder you can solo cataclysm tier dungeons. Zhao Xingqian's mouth was practically hanging open. Elders, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Subai spoke softly to the stunned crowd before him. Before they could respond, Subai vanished from where he stood. Time to level up. Being stared at like a gorilla was downright uncomfortable. He patted Xiao Kei's shoulder and headed straight for the dungeon deep in the wilderness. News of a Dominator tier beastmaster appearing at the City Lord's mansion continued to spread, and Subai's name gradually echoed throughout all of Tang City. A pale blue vortex entrance bustled with a dense crowd. As a post-first transformation dungeon, the number of players surged immediately. Many solo adventurers without fixed teams preferred to gather at the entrance to form groups. War Madness Squad needs one more member. Anyone up for speed running the hard difficulty dungeon? We're also short one. We can barely clear nightmare difficulty. Anyone? A bustling hubbub erupted. Wait, look. What's that over there? At that moment, gasps erupted, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Everyone saw a colossal creature appear in the sky, diving straight toward their location. Its terrifying form blocked out the sky, plunging the dungeon area into shadow. Run! A boss is coming. What the hell is that thing? Are you kidding me? Let's get out of here fast. I don't want to die. The faces of the many adventurers guarding the entrance paled, and they immediately fled toward the distance. The terrifying colossus landed at the dungeon entrance, paused briefly, then plunged straight into the dungeon. What the hell is that thing? I saw it. Looks like a beast master. Exactly, a beast tamer, a dominator level beast tamer. That's terrifying. I almost felt like the world was ending just now. The crowd buzzed with chatter. At that moment, Subai had already entered the secret realm, facing a group of soft, squishy monsters. Species, deep sea giant fish. Level, 40. Skills, bubble spit, giant fish charge. HP, 8000. Attack, 500. Type, deep sea octopus. Level, 40. Skills, death coil, ink attack. HP, 10,000. Attack, 600. These things aren't even worth the temple guard's attention. Clear the area. Subai summoned his two beasts and swept his hand forward. In an instant, the earth shook violently. The entire dungeon began to collapse, the ground trembling violently. The four-winged crimson sparrows in the sky unleashed torrential flames beneath their wings, instantly engulfing the entire dungeon in a sea of fire. The ground trembled, flames roared. The monsters within the dungeon seemed to be experiencing the apocalypse, utterly unable to react as their health bars were instantly drained. Congratulations on defeating the deep-sea giant fish. You have gained 8000 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the deep-sea octopus. You have gained 8000 EXP. Kill notifications began refreshing continuously. Warning! 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 Due to your excessive killing, you have successfully drawn the attention of the deep-sea overlord. The deep-sea overlord is about to emerge. Please leave immediately. 10 seconds later. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the deep-sea overlord and gained 100,000 EXP. You have picked up one water element spirit stone. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up the platinum equipment Sea King necklace. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. Your level has broken through to level 38, rewarding you with 50 free attribute points. Your level has broken through to level 39. Reward, 50 free attribute points. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Cataclysm tier instance Raging Sea. Rewarded with one platinum treasure chest, automatically stored in your backpack. Levels began climbing rapidly, finally halting at level 45. Awesome! After exiting the instance, Subai mounted his four-winged Crimson Phoenix and flew directly toward Tang City. The big shot's gone. Damn, that nearly scared the crap out of me. That was terrifying. Only after Subai had flown away on his four-winged Crimson Sparrow did the crowd of adventurers scramble back to the dungeon entrance. By the time Subai reached Tangchung, night had fallen. Subai immediately called that guy Sun Kai, then headed back to his own little room. Godfather, what do you need? Half an hour later, Sun Kai burst into Subai's home. Since you call me Godfather, it's obviously to get you some gear. Subai tossed out all the gear suitable for Sun Kai, letting him pick whatever he wanted. Godfather, from now on, you're my real dad. This gear is insane. Sun Kai practically fell to his knees, carefully sorting through the gear before him. Once Sun Kai finished selecting his gear, Subai kicked him out of the house, ready to rest for the night. Chapter 16, College Entrance Exams Loom, Dual Beast Masters Advance. Early the next morning, Subai timed his departure perfectly and headed straight for the Phoenix Commerce. After clearing the inventory, Subai entered the Phoenix Trading House's contract room with the Swiftwind Wolf King. Swiftwind Wolf King. Grade, Supernatural. Abilities, Gale Blade, Royal Might. Price, 2 million star coins. Hidden Evolution Path, Swiftwind Wolf King Superior Grade Blood-Eyed Wolf Fiend Unknown Grade. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 10 Blood Crystals, 10 Demon Eyes, 10 High-Grade Nutrient Serums, 1 Blood God Essence, 1 King's Fragment. Prepare 10 Blood Crystals, 10 Demon Eyes, 10 High-Grade Nutrient Serums, 1 Blood God Essence, and 1 King's Fragment for me. Subai handed his bank card to the female sales clerk. Please wait a moment. The saleswoman nodded and took the bank card to the materials room. Inside the contract room, Subai opened the cage before him. The Swiftwind Wolf King leapt out, baring its teeth at Subai. As the ruler of the Swiftwind Wolf clan, the Swiftwind Wolf King possessed exceptionally pure bloodlines. The question was whether this little fellow could reach the legendary atavism stage through the hidden evolution path. You're quite fierce, little one. Contract. A white light flared in Subai's hand, binding the little creature before him in a contract. Congratulations. You have successfully contracted the Swiftwind Wolf King. Just as Subai was about to tease the little creature, he suddenly noticed the four-winged crimson sparrow darting out of the beast taming space, rubbing against his arm. Can this little guy advance now? Subai paused, then immediately opened the four-winged scarlet sparrow's interface. Beast, four-winged crimson sparrow. Rank, overlord-tier. Current status, ready for advancement, base attributes met requirements. As expected, it has already met the advancement criteria. Subai never imagined today would bring double good fortune. Just then, the female salesperson entered the contract room, holding the materials. Hand me these materials, then go prepare another set for me. 100 dark attribute spirit stones, 100 fire attribute spirit stones, 1 bottle of dark water, and 1 fire god gold crystal. Subai combed through the materials and instructed the saleswoman. Certainly, please wait a moment. The saleswoman's eyes lit up at his words. Every purchase Subai made here earned her a commission. In the mere days since meeting Subai, she had already earned more than she would have in 10 years working here. Here you go, kid. Subai tossed the evolution material to the swift-winged wolf king. The little creature swallowed it whole in one gulp before sinking into a deep slumber. Subai stored the little creature in his beast taming space. After obtaining the materials for Little Sparrow, he tossed them directly into its mouth. Mr. Subai, there's something I need to tell you. Your bank card balance is now below 1 million. The saleswoman's eyes betrayed a hint of hesitation. Oh, it's fine. You can leave now. Subai waved her off, unconcerned. After all, he'd been dirt poor before. Now with 1 million in his pocket, it was more than enough to cover his basic needs. If he really ran out of money, he could just run a few more dungeons. Inside the beast taming space, the sky was a murky gray. The earthen mystic tortoise lay curled in a corner, its dark, shiny eyes occasionally darting toward the sky. Its body was completely retracted into its shell, too frightened to move. Just then, a blood-red light shot skyward, instantly enveloping the swift-winged wolf king. The swift-winged wolf king's form began to swell, its aura growing increasingly terrifying. Witnessing this, the earthen mystic tortoise retracted its head even further, burying its massive body deep into the earth. Is it scared? Subai froze, disbelief flickering in his eyes. As the dominant force among totem-tier creatures, the earth dragon tortoise had actually retreated into its shell. The swift-winged wolf king's body began to grow continuously, its fur sprouting relentlessly, a blood-red hue like dripping blood covering its form. Arg! A terrifying wolf howl echoed throughout the entire beast-taming realm. The swift-winged wolf king's pupils glowed crimson as its aura erupted violently, unleashing a terrifying blood-red storm. Evolution complete. Beast, blood-eyed wolf demon. Grade, atavistic stage. Level, LV1. Constitution, 130,000. Strength, 150,000. Mental power, 160,000. Agility, 180,000. Combat power, 200,000. Skills, Blood Sea Overwhelming, Royal Might, Bloodthirsty Demon Eyes, Wolf King's Clone, Netherworld Ghost Flame. Hidden Evolution Path, Blood-Eyed Wolf Demon 9 Demon Wolf. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 100 Dark God Stones, 100 Netherworld God Stones, 1 bottle of Dark Holy Water, 1 bottle of River of Oblivion Water, 1 Dark Elemental God Crystal. Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes not yet qualified. Is this really a reversion stage? This is terrifying. This little guy is only level 1, yet its total combat power has reached 200,000. This is beyond absurd, it's absurdity itself, absurd to the extreme. No wonder no one in the entire Meteorite Empire has ever cultivated a regressed stage beastmaster. With these base stats alone, it could easily overpower a third transformation powerhouse. Squeak! A piercing cry echoed throughout the entire beast taming space once more. The Wolf King standing in the clearing let out a long howl to the heavens, its cold, bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the giant egg in the distance, a hint of savagery flickering within its gaze. Another atavism stage beast? Subai froze in surprise. If the four-winged crimson sparrow hadn't broken through to the ancestral stage, it would have long since buried itself somewhere like the earthbound mystic tortoise. How could it dare challenge the blood-eyed wolf demon now? Sure enough, black flames engulfed the entire sky. That terrifying aura began to surge relentlessly. Patterns emerged on the black eggshell, transforming into energy that seeped into the four-winged scarlet sparrow's body. Immediately, the four-winged scarlet sparrow burst forth from the black flames. Terrifying black flames spread in all directions, transforming the entire beast taming space into a sea of black fire. The four-winged scarlet bird now stood hundreds of meters tall, matching the wolf king in size. The two terrifying beasts locked eyes, their gazes brimming with intense defiance. You two aren't going to start fighting, are you? Whoever dares to make the first move will be at the back of the line during the next advancement. Subai rolled his eyes at the two creatures locked in a standoff. His own beasts fighting amongst themselves? This had to be a first in history. Hearing Subai's words, the four-winged scarlet sparrow instantly became much more docile. Its form steadily shrank until the miniature version landed on Subai's shoulder. Evolution complete. Beast, 9 Nether Cloud Sparrow. Grade, atavistic stage. Level, LV45. Constitution 325,000. Strength 335,000. Mental power 400,000. Agility 380,000. Combat power 420,000. Skills: Endless Void Flame, Royal Might, Sea of Black Flames, 9 Extremes Aurora. Hidden Evolution Path, 9 Nether Cloudlark Netherworld Mystic Bird. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 100 Dark God Stones, 100 Netherworld God Stones, 1 bottle of Dark Holy Water, 1 Netherworld God Crystal, 1 Dark Element God Crystal. Current status: cannot advance. Base attributes not yet qualified. Slurp. Subai stared at the 9 Nether Cloud Sparrows attribute panel, his mouth watering involuntarily. Powerful. Absolutely overwhelming. At merely level 45, its base stats already exceeded 300,000. This was the reversion stage. Next up, preparing for the college entrance exams. Stepping out of the Phoenix trading house, Subai took a deep breath. Chapter 17, The Bet. The college entrance exams were a major event for the entire Meteorite Empire. It determined the Empire's future. The Empire's college entrance exam format was straightforward: form teams to clear dungeons, though solo runs were also permitted. This dungeon was exceptionally unique, appearing only during each Gaokao session. Scores were determined by completion time. All examinees across the Meteor Empire participate in the same instance, with completion times publicly announced empire-wide. Subai, clutching his admission ticket, made his way unimpeded to the central plaza of Tang City. Subai, you finally made it. I've already undergone my first transformation. Sun Kai said with a hint of excitement on his face. Great. Let's team up later. I'll take you to God's Martial Arts University. Subai nodded. Special instances were divided into 2 tiers, one for players below level 30, and another for those who had completed their first advancement. This was precisely why Subai had urged Sun Kai to advance as quickly as possible. By the way, Subai, was that giant bird that appeared at the City Lord's mansion the other day yours? Taking advantage of the empty surroundings, Sun Kai asked quietly. Bingo, you guessed right. Subai didn't hide anything and gave Sun Kai the answer straight away. Damn impressive. I knew it was you. Grandpa Bai, you've got to take me flying with you. Sun Kai was so excited he even called him Grandpa. If you want to call someone Grandpa, why not just call me that? Just call me Grandpa, and I'll get you into the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. Just then, an untimely voice cut through the air. Zhao Song, what the hell is wrong with you? I'm talking to my brother here. What the hell do you care? Sun Kai clenched his fists and cursed furiously. Brother? You're a holy knight, for crying out loud. How did you end up hanging with a Beastmaster? He's an orphan with no money or talent. He'll never see a commander-tier Beastmaster in his lifetime. Zhao Song shot Subai a look, his eyes brimming with scorn. Shut the hell up, you piece of... You know that Dominator-tier beast? That's my brother Subai's. Sun Kai immediately snapped back, his voice sharp with indignation. Ha! Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? A Dominator stage Beastmaster? There are barely a handful in the entire Meteor Empire. Do you really think Subai is worthy? Zhao Song burst out laughing at the remark. Subai shot Zhao Song a look that might as well have been for a fool. What was this guy? A brainless villain spawned beside the protagonist? But there was indeed some bad blood between him and Zhao Song. That guy had always seen Subai as a romantic rival. Unfortunately, Subai had been working part-time throughout high school and never paid this guy any mind. What's that look on your face? Subai, do you even think you're worthy? Zhao Song clenched his fists at the look in Subai's eyes. My mom told me not to talk to fools. If you're really so full of yourself, let's make a bet. We'll compare our college entrance exam scores. I've no time for childish games. Subai shot him a cold glance. Fine, let's bet. What's the wager? Zhao Song's fiery temper flared instantly. 10 million star coins. Got the guts? Zhao Song came from a wealthy family, but 10 million star coins was no small sum. It could absolutely cripple the Zhao household. Why should I trust you? Do you even have that kind of money? Hearing this, Zhao Song clenched his fists. This is a Phoenix Commerce VIP card. It has a 100 million credit line. You wouldn't be that ignorant, would you? Subai produced the Phoenix Commerce VIP card and waved it before the man's eyes. Fine. I'll take your bet. Zhao Song clenched his fists, a hint of confidence flickering in his eyes. He himself was a hidden Thunder Mage class, and with the top-tier teammates his father had secured for him, he refused to believe he couldn't take down Subai. As a chime sounded, a golden vortex began to form in Zhongxing Square. The students lined up in orderly rows, preparing to enter the instance. On the elevated platform above Zhongxing Square, numerous figures gathered, all prominent figures in Tang City. That kid must be Subai. He does look quite handsome. His looks are on par with mine. A tall, slender man remarked. Could you show some self-awareness? With your ugly mug, you're trying to pass yourself off as Subai? The Assassin Guild's leader rolled his eyes, his gaze dripping with contempt. What do you think this kid will rank in the college entrance exam? He's contracted a Dominator-tier beast. Hard to say. There are plenty of geniuses in other major cities, even some who've undergone the second transformation. I'm still betting on him, though. Tuoba Liehua stroked his fiery red beard, his gaze fixed firmly on Subai. Subai, don't you dare let me down. I've already put in a favor for you. Zhao Xingchen stood at the front of the crowd, his eyes fixed on Subai as he muttered to himself. Just you wait. Once we're inside the instance, you'll see the gap between us. Zhao Song snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a hint of arrogance. Subai completely ignored the guy. He quickly approached the instance entrance and directly completed the party request with Sun Kai standing before him. This dungeon allowed a maximum party size of 5, though the difficulty level naturally increased accordingly. Level 45? Holy crap, Subai, you level up way too fast. Sun Kai froze upon seeing Subai's level. Leveling up is just a matter of having the hands to do it, right? Ready? We're entering the instance. Subai selected Cataclysm difficulty outright, and the two plunged into the instance. Bro, Cataclysm. Sun Kai was stunned and shouted out loud. Before he could react, both of them were already inside the instance. Subai wasted no time, summoning the 9-nether cloud sparrow immediately. Holy, what the hell is that thing? Gazing up at the towering shadow that blocked out the sky, Sun Kai felt his legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Let's do this. Subai swept his arm, and black flames instantly consumed the entire dungeon. 454,946. 483,168. You have slain the blazing wolf, gaining 0 EXP. You have slain the forest elf. Gains 0 EXP. The kill screen began to refresh continuously. 5 seconds later, the system notification sounded in both players' ears. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Cataclysm level instance Twisted Woods. A flash of white light erupted, and both players were instantly teleported out of the instance. That's it? I didn't even get to show off yet. Sun Kai, standing back on the square, was utterly dumbfounded. Immediately, a screen materialized in the sky. A line of small text appeared on the screen, instantly plunging the entire square into dead silence. Cataclysmic level instance Twisted Forest. Clearers, Subai, Sun Kai. Clear time, 10 seconds. Affiliated city, Tangchung. Chapter 18, Instant Clear. In an instant, the entire square erupted in chaos. Holy, am I seeing things? Clearing a dungeon in 10 seconds? Are you kidding me? No way, the dungeon must be glitching. I think it's your brain that's glitching. How could the dungeon possibly malfunction? Damn it, what even is 10 seconds? You cleared the dungeon while I was taking a sip of water? I really suspect it's a bug, but this is our Tangching's record. The crowd gathered at Tangching's central square stared at the numbers flashing on the overhead screen, their eyes flickering with an indescribable shock. This kid is beyond belief. Clearing the Gaokao dungeon in 10 seconds? That's broken every record in the Empire's history. Tuoba Liehua yanked at a tuft of his red beard, his face frozen in disbelief. This is outrageous. This record is just outrageous. How did he manage it? The leader of the Tangching Assassins Guild trembled, unable to accept this reality. Damn it, is this kid's strength really that terrifying? Today I've truly seen the light like a knife scraping my ass. The other powerhouses on the high platform were utterly dumbfounded, their jaws dropping in shock. They'd seen outrageous things before, but never anything this outrageous. Ha 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 ha. Now Tangcheng will be famous. Subai, you truly haven't disappointed me. Zhao Xingchen roared with laughter, a glint of tears shimmering in the corners of his eyes. This is cheating. Absolutely cheating. Those Tangcheng people are cheating. Exactly. A 10-second refresh? How is that even possible? They must be exploiting a bug. We need to report this to higher-ups. This is a blatant challenge to the Empire's authority. At the central plaza of Xuanwu City, residents erupted in curses upon seeing the completion time displayed on the screen. What a freak of nature. Why hasn't such a prodigy appeared in our Xuanwu City? This score is enough to make anyone despair. The city lord of Xuanwu City knew full well that no glitch could explain this result. It was genuine, absolutely without error. Xinglong City. White Tiger City. Vermilion Bird City. This scene in Xuanwu City played out across all the cities. Most practitioners refused to believe this outcome. Imperial Capital. As the political heart of the Meteor Empire, the Imperial Capital Square drew tens of thousands of citizens. Seated upon his high throne, the Meteor Emperor stared at the holographic display before him, his gaze fixed in stunned silence. Your Imperial Majesty, we demand Subai and Sun Kai for our Imperial Martial University. An elderly man seized the moment when others weren't paying attention, rushing forward to shout. Have some dignity. They belong to our Royal Academy. Another elder with fiery red hair and a youthful face immediately leapt forward to argue. Bull. Talents like this belong at our Imperial Martial Arts University. Bull. Our Royal Academy is the perfect fit for him. You dare compete with me for this student? So what if I do? These two venerable principals actually started brawling right before the Emperor's eyes over a single student. I need this youngster's information immediately. He will become the rising star of our entire empire. The falling star emperor took a deep breath and immediately ordered his attendant beside him. What the hell kind of competition is this? 10 seconds? I couldn't even finish pissing in that time. Exactly. When did Tangcheng produce such a freak? How come we haven't heard a single thing about him? This is totally unfair to the other college entrance exam candidates. Audience members both on and off stage erupted in curses. At that moment, the light screen flickered again, revealing 5 new figures in the central plaza. Cataclysmic level dungeon Twisted Jungle. Clearers, Long Yuan, Ji Wuxuan, Yi Xian, Jiangxi, Chu Fan. Clear time, 1 minute 30 seconds. Affiliated city, Imperial Capital. Brother Long Yuan, the abyssal dragon you summoned was absolutely incredible. It practically steamrolled the entire instance. A handsome young man murmured softly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Yeah, first place is definitely ours this time. We might even break the dungeon record. The eerily beautiful woman nodded eagerly, murmuring in agreement. When did the Imperial Capital ever have rivals? Those clear times have always been held by our Imperial Capital adventurers. The other quiet man nodded, glancing at his elder brother with a hint of pride in his eyes. The words had barely left his mouth. An invisible slap stung their faces. 10 seconds? How is that even possible? Ji Wuxuan rubbed his eyes, then slapped himself across the face. No, impossible. He must be cheating. Yi Xian's legs felt weak, his head spinning. Subai, Sun Kai, 10 seconds? The square-jawed youth leading the group narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp gleam flashing in his gaze. As a member of the royal family, he knew full well that cheating in the dungeon was impossible. How on earth did these two clear the entire dungeon in just 10 seconds? As time passed, more names appeared on the leaderboard. Did you two fail? Zhao Song emerged from the dungeon and couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Su Bai and Sun Kai had already exited early. He was thoroughly satisfied with his own performance. Open your dog eyes and take a good look at the screen in the sky. Sun Kai sneered coldly, pointing toward the sky. When Zhao Song turned his head to look at the screen, the smile froze on his face. How is that possible? 10 seconds? You two must be cheating. I'm going to report you to the city lord and have you locked up. Zhao Song felt as if he'd been slapped hard across the face, his shrill voice echoing across the entire square. You idiots! Sun Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. With Su Bai as their big shot, clearing the dungeon was a piece of cake. Damn it, you animals! I battled for 10 minutes, while he cleared it in 10 seconds. I hadn't even seen a monster yet, and he'd already finished. Tangcheng has made quite a name for itself this time. Su Bai will forever be the pride of our city. The entire empire was abuzz, but nowhere more so than Tang City. The cheering crowd chanted Su Bai's name non-stop, their voices echoing across the entire square. Don't forget your bet. Su Bai glanced at Zhao Song and started walking toward the edge of the square. Zhao Song's face instantly drained of color upon hearing those words. His vision darkened and he collapsed unconscious. Thud. 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 At that very moment, 9 consecutive bell tolls echoed throughout the entire city of Tangcheng. Su Bai's expression shifted slightly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Something's wrong. 9 tolls signified a level 9 catastrophe, a city-destroying disaster. What on earth had happened? Chapter 19, Beast Tide assaults the city. The ground trembled incessantly, the entire city seeming to shiver in fear. All practitioners rushed to the city walls immediately. There can be no mistakes. Zhao Xingqian's figure shot into the sky, bellowing the order before streaking toward the ramparts. The expressions of the city's leaders shifted slightly as they followed suit. Su Bai summoned the 9 nether cloud sparrow, seated Sun Kai upon its back, and soared straight toward the city gates. A beast tide is attacking the city. It's a beast tide attacking the city. We're doomed. How could this happen? A beast tide assaulting the city. Tang City will be destroyed. Even if Lord Zhao is incredibly powerful, he can't possibly stop millions of monsters, let alone the ultimate boss within the beast tide. I don't want to die. Despair flickered in everyone's eyes as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, Su Bai had already reached the city walls. Before his eyes stretched an endless sea of monsters. Their bloodthirsty eyes gleamed as they charged toward the city walls. Behind the horde stood 2 towering figures, radiating an indescribably terrifying aura. Everyone, heed my command. Hold the walls at all costs. If the walls fall, we all die here. Do you hear me? Zhao Xingqian's expression was unusually grave, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Understood. The transfigured warriors on the ramparts nodded in unison, their voices ringing with unwavering resolve. Have we requested reinforcements from other cities? Lord Zhao turned to his deputy and asked in a low voice. We've already requested reinforcements from other cities. The nearest city, Maple Leaf City, has dispatched their strongest fighters. We've also sent word to the Imperial capital. Reinforcements should arrive within 10 minutes. The deputy lord replied urgently. 10 minutes. Too slow. Zhao Xingqian swallowed hard, clenching his fists. The beast tide was attacking the city. This was the first time Subai had witnessed it firsthand previously, he'd only seen it in textbooks. This was a terrifying catastrophe, a beast tide unleashed by a god-tier boss from the wilderness, intent on destroying human cities. The horde drew ever closer, those terrifying beasts charging like mad beasts to the very foot of Tang City's walls. A pale blue energy shield shot skyward, enveloping the entire city of Tangchang. The overwhelming horde of beasts tore frantically at the energy barrier, completely enveloping Tang City. God, please save me. I don't want to die. This is terrifying. I truly want to survive. The city's residents stared up at the pitch-black sky, their eyes filled with despair, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Open a breach in the protective barrier. Gather all the professionals within the city here. Zhao Xingchen's expression darkened as he watched the shield teeter on the brink of collapse. Given the current situation, the shield could hold out for no more than 5 minutes. Once it exceeded 5 minutes, the shield would shatter, and the entire city would fall. What should we do? Who can save us? As a third-rate city within Meteorite Nation, Tang City's practitioners were of relatively low rank. Most high-level professionals had migrated to top-tier cities like the Imperial Capital, never staying in a place like this. Only older 6th transformation practitioners like Tuoba Liehua would come to places like this to retire. The highest-ranked professional in the entire city was Zhao Xingchen, who was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th transformation. Yet even he was powerless against the tens of millions of ferocious beasts. Follow me, everyone. Let's fight. We cannot let these beasts destroy our home. A spear materialized in Zhao Xingchen's hand. He charged straight through the defensive barrier, swinging his weapon to unleash a terrifying spear beam that severed countless beast heads. But it was utterly futile. In the blink of an eye, more monsters surged forward from behind. What on earth are we to do? Subai watched the scene unfold before him, his brow furrowing in frustration. Even with 2 regress stage beast tamers at his side, they couldn't possibly hold the line in this situation. The monsters were too numerous, endless, stretching as far as the eye could see. Old Master Tuoba, is there any way to stop this beast tide? Subai asked as he saw Old Master Tuoba preparing to break through the protective barrier. There is. Either eliminate those 2 god-tier bosses, or wipe out every single monster. Old Master Tuoba frowned, his face pale and devoid of light. Who would have thought that in his twilight years, he'd face a beast horde assaulting the city? It seemed his old bones were destined to be sacrificed here. Those 2 god-tier bosses? Subai frowned, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes. Endless ring. Grade, legendary. Wear level, LV 30. Attributes, all attributes plus 200. Equipment effect, ignore level and grade restrictions to increase the effect and power of one of your skills by 100-full 24-hour cooldown. This is my only hope now. But before that, I must at least reach the peak level of my first transformation. Subai summoned his 3 beasts and charged out of the protective barrier. The 9 nether cloud sparrow erupted with terrifying black flames, transforming the area before it into a sea of fire that instantly incinerated countless ferocious beasts. The earth before the thick earth mystic tortoise shattered instantly, causing the ground to tremble violently and obliterating countless ferocious beasts. The blood-eyed wolf demon let out a piercing howl, its bloodlight spreading in all directions. Subai's 3 beasts unleashed their might on the front lines, significantly easing the pressure on many practitioners. This is what a beastmaster truly is. They say beastmasters are war machines, and it's absolutely true. Do you think this kid has a chance? Tuoba Liehua gazed up at Subai above them, murmuring to himself. His level is too low. It's impossible. These ferocious beasts are endless. Even humans have their limits. The guildmaster of the Assassins Guild shook his head, ending the lives of several beasts with a flick of his wrist. Even with Subai supporting the main front, the beasts surged like an unstoppable tide, relentless and impossible to eliminate. Regardless, we must fight to the death. If these beasts wish to breach Tang City, they'll have to step over my dead body to get in. Zhao Xingchen roared, bloodlight surging around him as he gripped his spear with one hand. You have slain the twisted Treyant. Gained 8,000 EXP. You have slain the rolling earth dragon. Rewarded 10,000 EXP. Your level has broken through to 46, rewarding 50 free attribute points. Your level has broken through to 47, rewarding 50 free attribute points. Your level has reached the first transformation at level 60. You have reached the level cap and cannot gain further experience. The cold, mechanical prompt sounded in Subai's ears, yet he showed no sign of halting his slaughter. Finally, all 3 of Subai's tamed beasts reached level 60. Chapter 20, One-Shot God-Tier Boss? You have unlocked the second transformation quest. Current quest, Second Transformation. Mission requirements, human dignity must not be violated. Successfully repel this beast tide, eliminate the God-Tier boss, and protect the safety of Tang City. Quest duration, 3 days. Note, this is a special class change quest. Completing this second job advancement quest will unlock a unique class advancement path. Holy crap? What the hell does that mean? This is basically forcing me to slaughter these 2 god-tier bosses. Subai froze upon seeing the sudden appearance of the second job advancement quest before him. Most importantly, it would unlock a special class advancement path. Meaning he would be stepping onto a path no one had ever walked before? That statement was intriguing. Could it be the path toward divinity? After all, within the entire human race, no practitioner had ever surpassed the 9th transformation. It is an acknowledged law among practitioners, the 9th transformation marks the end of the world. Not a single soul in this world has ever set foot in the realm of the gods. Subai gazed at the god-tier boss not far away, swallowing repeatedly as a hint of fervor flickered in his eyes. No matter what, he would complete this mission. Lord Zhao, esteemed elders, I possess a unique piece of equipment that should be capable of defeating a god-tier boss. But this gear has a cooldown. Does anyone here have a special item that can refresh equipment cooldowns? If such an item exists, might I borrow it for a moment? Subai turned his gaze toward the elders in the distance and spoke up. His endless ring had a cooldown period, and the group certainly wouldn't last until it ended. If he could obtain such a special item to refresh the cooldown, he could successfully defeat 2 god-tier bosses. Young man, you've come to the right person. I have one right here. The assassin guildmaster, cloaked in black robes, suddenly appeared beside Subai, a scroll now in his hand. Item, time scroll. Grade, legendary. Type, special. Function, ignores all cooldowns to refresh any skill, including but not limited to equip skills, innate talents. Seeing the scroll's description, Subai smiled. Seems his luck really was holding up. He turned his gaze toward the 2 colossal figures blocking out the sky in the distance. Then, patting the 9 nether cloud sparrow on the head, he soared toward those 2 terrifying god-tier bosses. How far is it to Tang City? Several figures streaked across the sky toward Tangchang as the elderly leader at the front asked. At least another 10 minutes. A middle-aged man behind him looked pale, his expression unusually grave. Too slow. I'll go ahead. You follow closely behind. If Tang City falls, our Xuanwu City will likely be left standing alone. The top-tier practitioners of Xuanwu City immediately crushed several scrolls, their speed surging as they flew toward Tang City. Speed up the journey. Meteorite Imperial Capital. Within the massive teleportation array, dozens of figures gathered, each face bearing a trace of anxiety. Standing within the array, their eyes fixed intently on the white light overhead, nearly 100 practitioners began channeling energy into the luminous beam. Activating the array required time and energy to charge it fully before the teleportation could proceed smoothly. These practitioners were already pushing themselves to the limit. Every moment they delayed increased the likelihood of Tang City's destruction. Outside Tang City, drawing ever closer to the 2 terrifying god-tier bosses, Subai cast his scrutiny spell toward one of them. Xiongqi. Grade, atavistic. HP, 150 million. Skills, Soul Roar, Devour Heaven and Earth. 150 million HP? Is this what a god-tier boss looks like? Subai swallowed hard, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes. Beast-Human Union. Standing atop the 9 nether cloud sparrow's body, he activated his innate skill. His base attributes began surging relentlessly, that overwhelmingly powerful state returning once more. 9 Extremes Aurora. Skill description, fires a terrifying laser beam capable of dealing damage exceeding 3 times the caster's base combat power. Come on, let me finish you off myself. Subai activated the skill from the endless ring, enhancing the 9 Extremes Aurora. Do you think this kid can pull it off? Tuoba Liehua took a deep breath, gazing at the tiny speck beside the colossal beast, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. I don't know, but he has the confidence. I'm willing to believe in him. The guildmaster of the Assassins Guild shook his head, a hint of resignation on his face. He truly never imagined that after living half a lifetime, he would ultimately have to rely on a junior to save him. Truthfully, I shouldn't have let him take this risk. Had he not ventured out now, once he matures, he'd easily withstand the beast tide. It's all my fault for being so useless. Zhao Xingchen gazed in Subai's direction, his eyes clouded with a hint of guilt. Enough with the sentimentality. We have to trust that kid. A female warrior frowned at the words and spoke up. Just then, the sky darkened instantly. A fissure tore open in the pitch-black sky. A terrifying aurora burst forth from the fissure, tearing through the sky before it and crashing down upon the dreaded god-tier boss. Before the dreaded god-tier boss could react, it was instantly obliterated into ashes. 189576742. Holy, what the hell just happened? Am I seeing things? That god-tier boss seems to be dead. Could it be that a 9-turn expert stepped in? Cut the crap. Even a 9 transformation expert couldn't one-shot a world boss. It'd take 29 transformation experts working together to wear it down fast enough. Then how did that boss vanish? How the hell should I know? The crowd of adventurers standing atop the city walls froze in stunned silence. The terrifying god-tier boss vanished without a trace. No, at the very least, there should be scattered gear. Did he really pull it off? Tuoba Liehua tugged at his fiery red beard again, his expression visibly agitated. Yes, he did it. Damn it, this kid is just too damn strange. How could someone like this even exist? The guildmaster of the Assassin's Guild stood frozen in place, utterly speechless. Good. He truly lived up to my expectations. From now on, he is the rising star of our entire Tang City. Zhao Xingqian was so overcome with excitement that his body trembled uncontrollably. Subai is awesome. From now on, you're my big brother. The top-tier powerhouses were even more thrilled Subai had saved their lives. Chapter 21, Where do you think you're running? You have successfully defeated the world boss and gained 0 EXP. You have picked up the epic tier equipment, the Crown of Flames. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up the legendary item, the Staff of Eternity. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have obtained a special scroll, automatically stored in your backpack. You have obtained a god-tier boss chest. It has been automatically stored in the system warehouse. The incessant beeps left Subai stunned. He had never seen such a drop from a boss before. The dense array of dropped items made Subai's scalp tingle. Not a single item dropped from this god-tier boss was below epic quality. Standing not far away, the other god-tier boss, upon seeing its companion suddenly vanish, flashed a distinctly human-like look of bewilderment in its eyes. Most shocking of all, this terrifying god-tier boss actually turned around and began sprinting away into the distance. It ran away? Am I seeing things? Do bosses even run? This is beyond absurd, its absurdity itself, taken to the extreme. Unbelievable. This is the most mind-blowing sight I've ever witnessed, a god-tier boss actually fleeing. The Tangcheng bigwigs witnessed this scene, their eyes flashing with disbelief. They'd only ever encountered god-tier bosses when fleeing for their lives who'd ever witnessed a scene like this. Run? Where do you think you're going? Do you think you can get away? Today, you're leaving your life behind here. Without a second thought, Subai gave chase. He pursued through the sky, casually crushing the scroll in his hand to refresh the cooldown of the Endless Ring skill. Die for me. As the distance between them closed, Subai unleashed his skill. Another terrifying laser beam descended from the sky, striking the world boss in an instant. 189,576,742. The dreaded world boss was obliterated once more, without even a chance to resist. You have successfully defeated a god-tier boss, earning 0 EXP. You have obtained the legendary tier equipment Crimson Flame Battle Armor. It has been automatically stored in your system inventory. The sudden demise of 2 god-tier bosses dealt a fatal blow to the ferocious beasts assaulting the city. They turned and fled, charging toward the distant wilderness. After nearly a minute, the beast tide dispersed, and Tang City returned to calm. We made it. Thank goodness, we survived. Mom, is it you watching over me? The crowd atop the city walls erupted in cheers and jubilation, their faces radiant with the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped death. Overwhelmed with emotion, they shouted, laughed, and roared with joy. The beast tide has receded. An elderly man stood trembling on the ramparts, overcome with emotion. The beast tide has receded? Wonderful. We've survived. Thank the heavens. The citizens of the city watched as every ferocious beast vanished from the protective barrier. Overcome with joy, they wept, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A scene of jubilant celebration unfolded throughout Tang City. Fellow citizens, let us thank Subai. That's right, the name on the screen. He single-handedly defeated 2 god-tier bosses, saving Tang City from peril. He is our savior, the rising star of Tang City. At that very moment, Zhao Xingqian's figure appeared above Tang City, his booming voice echoing throughout the entire city. Is that Subai? He's only at the first transformation stage. How did he manage that? Don't ask how he did it. He's our savior, and he's my man. Subai is awesome, shouting hoarsely. Subai! 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 Piercing shouts echoed throughout Tang City, sending the entire populace into a frenzy. At that moment, Subai hadn't returned to Tang City. He was busy tallying his gains. Congratulations on completing the second transformation quest. Current quest, second transformation. Mission requirements, human dignity must not be violated. Successfully repel this beast tide, eliminate the god-tier boss, and protect the safety of Tang City. Quest duration, 3 days. Quest status, completed. Note, this is a special class change quest. Completing this second job advancement quest will unlock a unique path to class advancement. You have successfully unlocked the path to a special class change. Path of Salvation I, mission completed. Current status updated. Name, Subai. Class, Divine Beast Master. Level, 60-second job change. Strength, 9,200. Stamina, 9,200. Agility, 8,700. Spirit, 13,250. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Soul Set, Ring of Infinity. Total combat power, 14,000. Skills, Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Concealment, Absolute Berserk, Invincible Golden Body, Absolute Dominion, Ethereal Form, Aligning with Heaven and Earth. Beasts, 4-winged Crimson Sparrow, Earthen Black Tortoise, Blood-eyed Wolf Demon. Talent Godlike. Beast Mastery Fusion. Host may select any contracted beast to share innate attributes. Host fully inherits the beast's innate abilities and base stats at double the value, with no cooldown. Piercing Truth Divine Gaze can detect all hidden evolution paths, enabling significant upgrades to Beast Tamer rank. Divine Contract. Issuing a contract command guarantees 100% success in binding any designated target. Holy crap, are these base stats going to break the game? Base stats are already nearing 10,000. This level is on par with a third transformation powerhouse. Did my talents advance directly too? It's reached God tier talent. Subai nearly dropped his jaw in shock, his face frozen in disbelief. This wasn't just invincibility, it was the beginning of the path to godhood. Skill, Etherealization. Description, enables both the user and their beast companion to enter a void form state. While in void form, the user can move freely and is immune to all damage. However, no attacks can be performed during this state. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Wasn't this just an upgraded version of invincibility? Skill, Absolute Dominion. Description, when facing any beast-type creature, the host emanates an aura of dominance, reducing its base attributes by 40%. Skill, Emulate Heaven and Earth. Description, when the host casts the spell on their tamed beast, the beast's base stats and size increase tenfold. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Holy, holy, holy. Even someone as seasoned as him couldn't help but drool at the sight of these 3 skills. This is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. He had become the nightmare of all beasts. And that advanced invincibility skill? That was pure life insurance, like having an extra life. Subai felt his head buzzing. Chapter 22, Zhonglin's Shock. Meanwhile, within Tang City, the teleportation array erupted with terrifying light as dozens of figures burst forth from it. Damned beasts, this old man has arrived. Those who dare invade my homeland shall be hunted down, no matter how far they flee. Follow me into battle. These powerful figures radiated an utterly terrifying aura as they charged directly toward the city gates. Wait, Dean, something doesn't seem quite right. It appears the beast tide has already receded. A middle-aged man glanced at the leading Dean, then looked down at the jubilant crowd below, his expression freezing in surprise. I truly didn't sense any divine tier boss auras. They actually retreated? How is that possible? The leading Dean froze, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. Once the beast tide began, it was a fight to the death. How could they possibly retreat? Go check the city gates. That Zhao Xingqian fellow should be there. The powerful figures immediately flew toward the city gates. At Tang City's gates, countless beast corpses littered the ground, piled high like mountains, their putrid stench thick in the air. Bright red blood pooled on the ground, forming a river that slowly flowed into the distance. Zhao Xingqian? You repelled the beast tide? How did you manage that? The dean of the Imperial Martial Arts Academy stared at Zhao Xingqian in the distance, momentarily stunned. Zhao Xingqian was an alumnus of their Imperial Martial Arts Academy, once a prominent figure during his time there. It was no surprise the dean recognized him. Not me? Zhao Xingqian shook his head hastily, a trace of embarrassment flitting across his face. The dean certainly held him in high regard. With his limited abilities, how could he possibly have repelled the beast tide? What exactly happened? The dean was momentarily stunned and quickly asked. Dean, it's that kid who topped the college entrance exams. It was precisely because of his help that we repelled the beast tide. He took down both divine tier bosses. Zhao Xingqian took a deep breath, the utterly shocking scene replaying in his mind. Do you take me for a fool? That kid's at most a second-tier player. How could he possibly slay god-tier bosses? Hearing this, the dean's brow furrowed, his expression darkening instantly. It's true. He's a beast master. Hearing this, Zhao Xingqian felt a sense of helplessness. Though the story sounded fantastical, even unbelievable, it was indeed Subai's doing. Even as a beast master, he couldn't possibly have done it. Even if a beast tamer could command an army single-handedly, his rank is too low to withstand such a massive beast tide. A man immediately stepped forward, his tone brimming with skepticism. The power of a beast master was undeniable. Yet even the most powerful beast master in the Meteor Fall Empire couldn't single-handedly eliminate a god-tier boss. His beast-taming rank has reached the ancestral stage. Of course, I can't be entirely certain, but I can sense the terrifying aura within the beast. It should be close. Zhao Xingqian took a deep breath and shook his head gently. The ancestral stage? How could that be possible? Even the most powerful beastmaster in the entire Meteor Fall Empire only possesses a totem stage beast. To cultivate a beast at the atavistic stage would require an unimaginable amount of resources. Are you certain you didn't misjudge it? A terrifying aura erupted from the Imperial Martial Academy's headmaster, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. That terrifying aura was already approaching that of a god-tier boss. Once a regress stage beast matured, it would become a god-tier boss. A beastmaster wielding such a terrifying beast could single-handedly form an army. Most crucially, a beast in the reversion stage possesses true intelligence. They could command other ferocious beasts to fight for them. That was the true source of their terror. If true, this Beastmaster's strategic value would be immense. With him on their side, they needn't worry about beast hordes storming their city. Once a reverted beast reaches a high enough level, it becomes a god-tier boss that obeys commands capable of even countering wild god-tier bosses. A regressed beast that's the dream of countless beast tamers. It should be confirmed. Zhao Xingchen couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. He'd never seen the dean like this before. Where is he? The dean asked with a hint of impatience. He should still be outside the city. There were 2 god-tier bosses earlier. After he killed one, the other tried to escape and that kid went after it. Zhao Xingchen delivered another mind-boggling revelation, leaving everyone utterly speechless. A god-tier boss escaped? Never heard of it, never seen it. Today has truly opened my eyes. I must meet this young man. The powerful figure from the imperial capital heard this, his face betraying a look of disbelief as he hurriedly spoke. At that very moment, Su Bai returned from outside the city, riding the 9 nether cloud sparrow. Sir, I can't return your scroll. Would this dagger be of any use to you? Su Bai withdrew his beast from the beast taming space, tossed over a legendary great dagger, and murmured softly. Ahem, useful, very useful indeed. Hearing this, the guild master of the Assassin's Guild cleared his throat twice, his aged face flushing red. He hadn't expected his scroll to fetch such a precious item in exchange. This was a legendary great dagger, after all. Dean, this is Su Bai, the Beast Tamer. Zhao Xingchen hurriedly addressed the dean before him. Cut the damn nonsense. Do you think I can't tell? The dean shot him a glance and barked angrily. Zhao Xingchen awkwardly scratched his nose, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. Their dean had always been this hot-tempered, and there wasn't much he could do about it. After all, the dean was a 9th-rank fire elemental grand mage. Kid, could you summon that beast of yours? Let me see if it's truly in the ancestral regression stage. The dean stepped in front of Su Bai and spoke softly. Who the hell are you? Su Bai frowned at the old man. I am Zhang Lin, dean of the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Lin stroked the beard on his chest, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. Never heard of you. Su Bai waved his hand dismissively, his voice cold. Hearing this, Zhang Lin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Bai, don't take it personally with my teacher. That's just how he is. Could you summon your beast? The one at the ancestral stage? My teacher just wants to take a look. Zhao Xingchen stifled his amusement and hurriedly interjected. It was the first time he'd ever seen his teacher get put in his place. Which one do you want to see? Su Bai heard Zhao Xingchen's words and ultimately decided to grant him the favor, turning to face the elderly man before him. The room fell silent at his words. Chapter 23, If Ko can go, so can I. Which one? What did he mean by that? Could it be? The crowd's expressions varied wildly as eyes burned with intensity, fixed on Su Bai. How many beasts do you have? It'd be best if we could see them all. Zhang Lin swallowed hard, clenching his fists unconsciously. If this youngster had truly cultivated several ancestral stage beasts, his strategic value would be immense. No, his strategic value would soar to the level of a nation-defending artifact. Come forth. Su Bai spoke, sweeping his arm wide. Blood mist swirled through the air as a wolf king, towering hundreds of meters tall, materialized before the crowd, letting out a piercing howl to the heavens. Looking up along the wolf king's body, the azure sky was shrouded in layers of black flames, revealing a colossal figure that obscured the sun and sky. Before the Wolf King stood a small mountain, radiating faint yellow light. 3 tamed beasts? 2 at the ancestral stage, 1 at the totem stage. Zhang Lin trembled as he pointed at the beasts in the sky, his eyes betraying a look of utter disbelief. Holy crap, this is the world boss before it's even fully grown. How did this kid pull this off? I've never seen such a terrifying beastmaster. Today truly broadens one's horizons. This is a blessing for our empire. The elite warriors dispatched from the imperial capital to provide support gazed upon the 3 figures that obscured the sky, their eyes reflecting both dread and exhilaration. What's your name? Zhang Lin looked at Su Bai before him, his eyes revealing a hint of solemnity. Me? A flicker of awkwardness crossed Su Bai's face. I'm getting on in years, old man. Don't mind me. Su Bai, right? From now on, you are the star of the empire. Zhang Lin immediately caught himself, his old face flushing as he hurriedly added. I wouldn't go so far as to call myself the Empire's star, but as a citizen of the Empire, I must do my part. Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. This old man might look a bit gruff, but he's actually quite decent. His words were pleasant to hear a true talent. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Su Bai mounted the 9 nether cloud sparrow, recalled his other 2 beasts into his beast space, and flew straight toward the city. Only after Su Bai's figure vanished completely did Zhang Lin turn around, his expression growing unusually grave. This young man definitely had secrets. But Zhang Lin had no interest in probing them. Everyone had their own unique qualities. Given Su Bai's current aptitude, if he could grow up safely, becoming a 9 transformation cultivator in the future was practically a certainty. Moreover, his 9 transformations would be unlike any other. Each of his beasts was terrifyingly powerful, making him a potential pillar of the entire Meteor Empire. Once Subai entered the abyss, he would undoubtedly become the nightmare of the demonic tribes. Beyond the abyss, threats loomed from other nations as well. This world was not solely dominated by the Meteor Empire. Beyond the Meteor Empire, dozens of nations large and small exist, including 4 great empires whose power rivals that of the Meteor Empire. Though tacit agreements still exist between empires, each nation knows its territory is finite and its resources limited. If they wish to cultivate more 9 transformation masters, they would inevitably need to seize more territory. On the surface, the great empires appear calm and peaceful, yet beneath the surface, currents of tension have been swirling. Teacher, are you considering something? Zhao Xingqian knew the dean well enough. Right now, he wanted to slap himself. Earlier, he'd been so caught up in cheering and wanting to make Subai famous that he hadn't realized things might get complicated. Subai only just completed his 2nd transformation. Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes and murmured. That's right, he should be at the 2nd transformation stage. Or maybe he maxed out his 1st transformation but hasn't done the job change quest yet. Zhao Xingqian nodded hastily, avoiding the dean's gaze. Even if he possesses the ability to instantly kill a world boss, that doesn't mean he can use it indefinitely. It might be due to borrowing a special item. Starting today, the entire city of Tangcheng is under complete lockdown. Entry permitted, exit prohibited. Purge all spies from other cities within Tangcheng. Under no circumstances must news of Subai leak out. Remember, better to kill by mistake than let anyone slip through. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and quickly replied. Understood. I'll handle it immediately. This task was well within Zhao Xingqian's capabilities. After all, Tangcheng was merely a minor, insignificant city. Even if other nations had spies stationed there, their ranks wouldn't be particularly high. Most spies infiltrating the empire were stationed in 2nd-tier cities or higher. Dean, there's another issue at hand. Subai's college entrance exam scores can no longer be concealed. Now the entire nation knows his results. What should we do? As a member of the Imperial Martial Arts Elite Corps, the man possessed considerable intelligence. He quickly grasped his dean's strategy and offered a quiet reminder. The college entrance exam results are insignificant. Release them. He's merely a prodigy with exceptional talent. Meanwhile, find a group of individuals with decent talent, change their names, and send them to Tang City. I'll handle the rest. Jiang Lin produced a token in his hand. The token was covered in intricate patterns of sun, moon, and stars, radiating beams of starlight that made it look exceptionally dazzling. Stellar token. Legendary equipment. With a flick of his thoughts, Jiang Lin inscribed the mission onto the token before crushing it in his hand. The token dissolved into scattered points of starlight, racing in all directions to cover the entire territory of the Meteor Empire. Mission briefing: defend our lands, purge the traitors. Requirements: as a citizen of the Meteor Empire, you must serve your nation by eliminating spies and traitors from other empires. Err on the side of caution, better to kill the innocent than let the guilty slip through. Rewards: successfully eliminate a level 1 spy to receive a gold tier staff. Eliminate a level 2 spy for a platinum staff. Eliminate a level 3 spy for a hidden class skill book. Eliminate a level 4 spy for an epic tier equipment piece. Every professional affiliated with the Meteor Empire received the message, their faces betraying a hint of excitement. As a rising power, the Meteor Empire had reigned as a global authority for far too brief a time. Once a shining beacon, it endured a century of humiliation before rising again to become one of the planet's dominant powers. For years, they had endured foreign threats, allowing other empires to stir up trouble beyond their borders. Now, at last, they had begun their official counterattack. From this day forward, the tables have turned. If they can attack, so can we. Brilliant! After so many years of restraint, our time to shine has finally arrived. If they can attack, so can we. Just thinking about those rascals hopping around our borders day in and day out makes my blood boil. Now we can finally strike back. The Emperor is truly wise. The professionals, seeing the missions displayed on their wristwatches, wore excited expressions as they roared defiantly to the heavens. Chapter 24, Taking Stock of the Harvest. A national level mission? This is the first time I've seen one. I only read about them in textbooks before. I recall a divine tier boss once rampaged, spreading a terrifying virus, prompting the Empire to declare a national level mission. Subai, of course, also received the mission notification. But when he saw the mission requirements, he couldn't help but freeze in place. It was about time. Those bastards bullied us enough back then, they should have been dealt with long ago. After closing the mission panel, Subai examined his loot. He immediately set aside the gear dropped by the world boss. It was far too high level for him to equip. If possible, he'd like to sell them off. He'd have to ask Lord Zhao if there was a way to do that later. Beyond the gear, what Subai valued most were the scrolls. Type: spatial scroll. Grade: legendary. Function: instantly teleports you to any desired location, ignoring all time constraints, locations, and restrictions. Usage: 5/5. Ha! This thing is way too overpowered. I'm practically invincible now. Who could possibly kill me? Type, time scroll. Grade, divine. Ability, rewrites time, reversing the river of time to 10 minutes prior. Usable, 1 time. Awesome. Subai clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with indescribable excitement. This is a pure resurrection ticket. And possessing this item was like wielding a cheat code. After activating the endless ring, he could instantly return 10 minutes prior and reset its cooldown. Subai now deeply understood the terrifying power of the endless ring. In his hands, this piece of equipment was now no less powerful than some god-tier gear. Type, resurrection scroll. Rarity, legendary. Ability description, upon using this scroll, it can resurrect living beings who died within the past 5 minutes. Nothing much to say about this one, just a plain old resurrection scroll. However, this item proves quite useful to Subai. You must understand that when a beast falls in battle, it truly perishes. They vanish completely from this world. Beast Tamers can only recontract new beasts and start training them from scratch. This is precisely why Beast Tamers remain perpetually underpowered. Type, skill. Name, absolute defense. Level, legendary. Function, this passive skill allows the user to withstand one fatal, instant death attack upon learning it. Cooldown, 1 month. Upon seeing this skill, Subai didn't hesitate, he crushed the scroll instantly. This is absolutely fantastic. This was absolutely the skill he needed most. His current survival capabilities were nothing short of exceptional. Damage transfer, invincible aura, phantom form, these were all incredibly powerful survival skills. But this absolute defense skill directly addressed the gap in Subai's skill set. After all, he can't keep ethereal form or invincible golden body active indefinitely. Should he ever face a sneak attack from an assassin master, absolute defense would buy him crucial time. Only now could he truly be called immortal. Notice, you have successfully activated the merit system. Current faction, Falling Star Empire. Current merit points, 1 million. Inviter, Jiang Lin. The sudden notification sound made Subai pause in surprise. Whoa, an unexpected bonus. The merit system is unique to each empire, designed to reward those who contribute to the nation. He figured defeating 2 bosses must have earned him this million merit points. I wonder how much stuff these points can actually buy. Subai opened the merit points inventory. Storm Greatsword. Type, weapon. Grade, gold. Suitable class, melee. Available level, 80. Subai glanced at the equipment listed above, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He couldn't care less about these items, they were utterly useless to him. In his current state, he didn't need to lift a finger. This one item is actually decent. Stars Sanctuary. Type, skill scroll. Grade, epic. Applicable class, Beastmaster. Required level, 60. Skill description, activating this skill allows you to designate one Beastmaster, significantly boosting its defense for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Redeemable with 20,000 merit points. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai snapped up the skill. After learning the skill, Subai finally finished organizing his belongings. Subai, are you back? A hurried knock sounded at the door, followed by Sun Kai's voice from outside. Almost forgot about this kid. When Subai had led him away from the central plaza, he'd left the kid on the city wall before dashing out of the protective barrier himself. It's fine. I'm back now. Subai opened the door and looked at Sun Kai standing before him. Subai, you're my absolute idol. You're so awesome. Sun Kai, upon seeing Subai, immediately threw his arms around him, his entire body trembling with excitement. Bro, are you trying to crush me? Subai rolled his eyes and snapped back. I thought you were dead. After you flew off, I got knocked off the city wall and couldn't see a thing. Then I heard the city lord's words. Recalling that scene, a hint of worry flashed in Sun Kai's eyes. Enough. I'm not going to die. Where's that Zhao Song kid? He still owes us 20 million. We've got to get that money back. Subai certainly hadn't forgotten about the debt. With the college entrance exams over, he was about to leave Tangcheng. He absolutely had to collect that debt. That kid's probably scared less and already fled back home. Should we go confront him there? Sun Kai rubbed his hands together. Sounds good. With that thought, the two left the room and headed straight for Zhao Song's residence. Zhao family villa. Zhao Song was cowering inside his room, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. The ferocious beasts attacking the city earlier had nearly scared the life out of him. He'd bolted from the exam hall without a moment's delay, racing back home in hopes of hiding in the secret chamber to survive the ordeal. Zhao Chong, get your ass out here. A voice filled with curses echoed outside the villa. Why are they here? Hearing the shouts from downstairs, Zhao Chong frowned and cursed under his breath. You bastardly little bastard, stop playing dead in there. I know you're too cowardly to guard the city walls. Get your ass out here now. Don't forget you still owe us money. Good grandson. Sun Kai stood at the villa's entrance, his curses growing increasingly vile, drawing the attention of onlookers nearby. Enough cursing. I'm coming out, fine. Zhao Song's face darkened noticeably as he shouted toward the entrance before opening the villa's heavy doors. Chapter 25. Preparing to leave. Pay up? Don't forget our bet. You lost, so you should accept the consequences. You're not going to be a sore loser, are you? Subai and Sun Kai blocked the entrance to Zhao Song's house, speaking softly. Me. I'll give you the money, okay? Zhao Song was extremely reluctant, but he obediently handed over the money to the two men in front of him. Others might not know, but he certainly did. The Subai before him was the name plastered all over the screens, the great hero who saved Tangcheng. If he refused to pay up, he could kiss his future in the underworld goodbye. Then we won't bother you. Subai stroked his chin, his tone lingering with satisfaction. The main issue was that Zhao Song was just too arrogant. In Tangcheng, no one is allowed to be more arrogant than him. Keep the money safe, then buy some gear and level up as much as you can. I'll take you through some dungeons later. Subai handed the money to Sun Kai and patted his shoulder. No, you should keep this money. It's too hot for me to handle. Hearing this, Sun Kai quickly pushed the bank card back. Cut the formalities. When it comes to college applications, you listen to me. Whichever university I choose, you go to. No problem, right? Subai shoved the bank card into Sun Kai's pocket. Alright, no problem. Sun Kai nodded. I'll be off then. Contact me if you need anything. With that, Subai mounted his 9 nether cloud sparrow and flew straight toward the city lord's mansion. Upon arriving at the city lord's mansion, Subai encountered the little old man again, along with Zhao Xingchen. His time in Tang City was running short. Staying here any longer would only delay his leveling up. Subai, you're here? Zhao Xingchen's face bore an earnest expression, tinged with a hint of apology. Lord City Master, could you do me a small favor? I wish to sell all the gear dropped by that god-tier boss. Subai dumped all the jumbled gear onto the table before Zhao Xingchen. Of course, no problem. Leave it to me. Rest assured, the price will be higher than the guild's. Zhao Xingchen's eyes lit up slightly and he nodded eagerly. He'd been worried he couldn't help Subai. Young man, interested in attending our Imperial Martial Arts University? Tangcheng is too small. You don't need to stay here. Zhang Lin looked at Subai before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Go to Diwu University? What kind of benefits would I get? Subai stroked his chin, pondering seriously. Perks? Of course. Choose any secret realm you want, dive into any dungeon you please, and you'll have full access to the university's resources. Zhang Lin waved his hand grandly, promising generous terms. Sounds decent enough, but it's still not quite enough. Subai stroked his chin, pondering carefully. Actually, I have a better option. I just don't know if you'll accept it? Just then, Zhao Xingchen, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. His words were like dancing on a lion's head, extremely dangerous. As expected, the moment the words left his mouth, Zhang Lin immediately furrowed her brows. Seeing the murderous glare from his dean, Zhao Xingchen quickly lowered his head. Lord Zhao, tell us more. Subai perked up at the mention. You should know about Qinglong City, right? Within Qinglong Academy lies a very special secret realm. If you're lucky, you might find a sovereign-tier beast master there. Zhao Xingchen murmured softly. Qinglong Academy? Subai couldn't help but frown. Yes. You can join Qinglong Academy. It's the city with the most beast tamers in the entire Meteor Empire. For years, Qinglong Academy has been dedicated to cultivating the most powerful beast tamers. They even have totem-tier beasts there now. Moreover, Qinglong Academy's standing is quite high, second only to the 5 great academies. After you cleared the ruined temple a few days ago, I wanted to get you a commander-tier beastmaster. I even made arrangements with the people in Qinglong City specifically for that. Zhao Xingchen still wanted Subai to attend the Imperial Martial Arts Academy, but that place simply wasn't suited for him. The Imperial Martial Arts University, though renowned for its diverse martial arts traditions, simply couldn't match Qinglong Academy in the field of beast taming. I can help you apply for access to that special secret realm at Qinglong Academy. Zhang Lin steeled his resolve and gritted out the words. At worst, he'd be extorted for resources by that old codger at Qinglong Academy. After all, Imperial Capital University was a massive institution. A little cultivation resource wouldn't make a dent. Dean, please hear me out. Subai's current status is highly sensitive. Sending him to Qinglong Academy is the best option. It's full of beast tamers, making it easier for him to conceal his identity. Logically speaking, those spies must assume Subai went to Imperial Capital. They'll focus their attention there, buying Subai time to develop. Zhao Xingchen hesitated for a moment before offering another irresistible argument. What are your thoughts? With your current grades, you can pick any university in the country. Zhang Lin turned his gaze towards Subai. Then Qinglong Academy it is. I've been wanting to contract a higher grade beast anyway. Subai pondered for a moment before finally making up his mind. If he could truly contract a sovereign-tier beast in that secret realm, combined with the special evolution from the hidden path, he might just obtain a divine-tier beast. A god of being utterly unique in the entire world. Alright. Though Jiang Lin felt a twinge of reluctance, he respected Subai's decision. On another note, it was also for Subai's safety. Zhao Xingchen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing this. At last, he'd managed to smooth things over. After setting the teleportation time, Subai took his leave of the city lord. With nothing pressing to do, he began strolling through the streets of Tang City. Having lived here for so long, he had never truly taken the time to observe this world. Before his awakening, every day was spent diligently attending school. After gaining his awakening cheat code, he was either grinding away or on his way to grind. He had never truly taken the time to observe this small city. Tang City wasn't exactly high tier, calling it a third-rate city was stretching it a bit. But small towns had their own warmth, while big cities brought their own troubles. Subai watched the passers-by, their faces lit with bright smiles as they occasionally discussed the recent beast attack on the city. His heart stirred slightly. Thus, Subai walked from dawn until dusk. After thoroughly surveying the entire city, he returned to the city lord's residence. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye. 3 days later. Inside the teleportation array of the city lord's residence, Subai and Sun Kai stood within the array, gazing up at the flickering white beams overhead, feeling a sense of wonder. With a flash of white light, their figures vanished. Qinglong Academy, here I come. Chapter 26, Entering Qinglong. In the blink of an eye, Subai materialized from the teleportation array in another city. Teleportation arrays were indeed remarkable devices, connecting all the major cities. But they had one major flaw: they required the power of practitioners to activate. The more powerful the practitioner attempting to teleport, the greater the energy needed. Qinglong City lay to the east of the Meteorite Empire. Within the empire, it was classified as a Tier 2 city. At its current rate of development, Qinglong City would likely rival the major cities in no time. This city was exceptionally bustling, its area at least 5 times that of Tang City. The moment the two stepped out of the teleportation array, they saw numerous professionals coming and going. The skies were filled with a dense swarm of flying mounts, creating a bustling spectacle. In the Meteor Empire, the larger the city, the richer its resources and the greater the concentration of powerful individuals. A 5th transformation professional like Tuoba Liewa wouldn't even make a ripple in the entire Qinglong City. Yet within Qinglong City, 5th transformation professionals were a dime a dozen. When they left Tang City, Zhao Xingchen had warned him to keep a low profile. Subai didn't summon his 9 Nether Cloud Sparrow but chose to ride a specialized flying mount to Qinglong Academy. You're from the outer city, right? Here to attend Qinglong Academy? The man piloting the flying mount seemed like a chatterbox, frequently striking up conversations with Subai and his companions. You bet. Never imagined there'd be so many beast tamers here. Subai nodded and replied with a smile. The abundance of beast tamers meant there were plenty of wealthy people around. After all, how many penniless poor souls could afford to play with beasts? Of course. After all, Qinglong Academy is the finest Beastmaster Academy in the entire empire. Are you two Beastmasters too? The man's tone carried a hint of pride. I am. He isn't. Subai nodded lightly. Of course, Qinglong Academy wasn't solely populated by beast tamers, other professions were represented as well. After a full 15 minutes of flight on the flying beast, they finally arrived at the main gate of Qinglong Academy. The academy's entrance was indeed grandly constructed, exuding an air of extravagance everywhere. Above the entrance, a vividly lifelike statue of a blue dragon over 100 meters long coiled majestically. Never seen anything like it, huh? This is the gateway to Qinglong Academy and the very origin of its name. Our academy is guarded by a regressed stage azure dragon, the former headmaster's battle companion. As the two stood at the entrance, a cold, clear voice suddenly reached their ears. I've never heard of that. I always thought the strongest beast tamers in our Meteor Empire only reached the totem stage. Subai shook his head and replied softly. As he turned his head, a girl clad in a pale pink robe came into view. Her dazzling silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, and beneath the robe, her curvaceous figure was accentuated. Her innocent face radiated an irresistible charm. What a beautiful girl. You must be the new students here to register. I'm your senior, Lin Qingya. I'll be guiding you through the registration process. Lin Qingya nodded at the two of them with a smile. Are there many people registering lately? At this question, Subai immediately perked up. We haven't had many out-of-towners, but quite a few locals have come. Guess they haven't quite come to terms with it yet. That guy named Subai is a total freak. He speed cleared the college entrance exam dungeon. It must have been a huge blow to some people. Lin Qingya led the way ahead, shaking her head as she spoke. Hearing this, Subai touched his nose, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his face. He hadn't realized he'd become so famous. But then again, he had been pretty flashy. You're looking for the dean? Just as they reached the registration desk, Lin Qingya heard Subai's words and paused, a look of suspicion crossing her face. Yeah, the dean. Someone told us to come find the dean. Subai nodded. All right. Lucky you ran into me. If you'd met someone else, you might not have known where the dean was. Though slightly surprised, Lin Qingya led the two to the dean of Qinglong Academy. On the academy's rear mountain lay a verdant bamboo grove. The trio followed a winding path into the bamboo grove. Before long, a small courtyard appeared before Subai. You may go inside. The dean is within. I can only take you this far. Lin Xingya pointed toward the courtyard gate nearby and said softly. Alright, thank you for your help, senior. Subai nodded and stepped directly into the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, a white-haired elder sat sipping tea, basking in the sunlight, looking utterly content. Dean? Are you the dean? Subai and Sun Kai exchanged a glance before approaching the elderly man. You little rascal, you gave me quite a start. What brings you here? The old man sprang up from his chair, a hint of resentment lingering on his face. We're here to enroll. I'm Subai, and this is Sun Kai. Subai hurriedly introduced their identities. That old codger Jiang Lin had said they didn't need to bring any admission notices. They could just go straight to Qinglong Academy, report to the dean, and mention their names. You're Subai? Hearing this, the dean's eyes lit up slightly. He doesn't look like much, though. You do have the makings of a pretty boy, though. Summon your beast for me to see. The dean scrutinized Subai closely, then stroked his chin and said with solemn seriousness. Alright. Subai summoned the 9 nether cloud sparrow, whose wings instantly shrouded the entire bamboo grove beneath it. Whoa. It truly is a beast of the ancestral stage. But I've never seen this type of beast master before. What breed is this? The dean was taken aback and quickly asked. 9 nether cloud sparrow. I'd rather not discuss the rest. Subai smiled without comment. He certainly couldn't reveal his true talent to this old man standing before him. Alright. You're quite cautious, aren't you? Go find Director Zhao and complete your enrollment. After enrollment, you can run dungeons or explore the school grounds. About a week from now, the secret realm you entered will open. Then you'll enter it with the other new students to contract your beasts. But I must warn you, binding a beast in that realm requires luck. The old man leaned back in his chair and offered a final reminder. Got it. Then let's go register first. Subai nodded and turned to walk straight out of the courtyard. Ha. I never imagined in my lifetime I'd witness a Beast Tamer at the ancestral stage. Truly a blessing beyond measure. This youth holds great promise for the future. Once the two had left the courtyard, the old man immediately rose from his recliner and laughed heartily. Chapter 27, Blackmailed? Subai and his companion quickly completed their registration and were assigned to a luxurious dormitory. Why luxurious? This dormitory was essentially a standalone villa, fully equipped with every amenity imaginable, leaving Subai somewhat stunned. Truly befitting a top-tier school, they certainly don't skimp on expenses. After resting on campus for a day, he and Sun Kai headed straight to the Qinglong Trading House. As Qinglong City's premier merchant guild, Qinglong Trading House far surpassed Phoenix Mall in scale. Most of what was sold here were tamed beasts. Subai casually scanned the area. Extraordinary stage beasts were as common as cabbages, found everywhere. 2 commander-tier beasts caught his eye, but in the end, he didn't purchase either. He wanted to enter that secret realm to see what was really going on. Hello, how may I assist you? The moment the two stepped into the trading house, a woman approached them, her tone tinged with respect. We'd like to buy something. Subai stated. What might you be looking for? At this question, the woman's face immediately broke into a broad smile. Do you have any secret realm passes here? Preferably level restricted between 30 and 90. Subai glanced at Sun Kai beside him before speaking. The level gap between him and Sun Kai was too great for them to clear dungeons together. The only way to help Sun Kai level up was through secret realm runs. Secret realms were essentially the same as dungeons, teeming with countless ferocious beasts. But there was a fundamental difference between the two. The rewards in secret realms were generally better, with higher equipment drop rates. Secret realms weren't something you could run anytime, they only opened during specific periods. Another point, secret realms are explored by multiple teams together, where strength speaks for itself. Secret realm pass. At these words, the saleswoman visibly froze. Secret realm vouchers were extremely rare and exorbitantly priced. Even a single one commands a price well over 10 million. Do you have any? Subai frowned and asked softly. Yes. The female attendant nodded eagerly and led Subai toward the top floor. Arctic Marsh Secret Realm Pass. Description: credential for entering the Frozen Abyss Secret Realm, granted by invitation from the Lord of the Frozen Abyss. Usage level, LV 30 LV 60. Note, the realm opens on the 15th of each month and remains accessible for 3 days. It closes permanently after 3 days. Subai couldn't help but smile slightly upon seeing the pass before him. This one it is. Swipe it. Subai pulled out his bank card. After the transaction was completed, he headed downstairs with Sun Kai. Get me an invitation to the extreme cold secret realm. A man dressed in designer clothes walked in and addressed the attendant before him. I'm afraid not, young Master Han. All the passes for that realm have sold out. That gentleman just bought the last one. The female attendant glanced at young Master Han before her, her expression shifting slightly as she hurriedly explained. What? Where did he go? At those words, young Master Han immediately frowned. He just left. He passed by you. A trace of awkwardness flashed across the waitress's face. Alright, I understand. Upon hearing this, young Master Han hurriedly made his way toward the downstairs area. Hey, wait a minute. As Subai and his companion stepped out of the mall, they heard someone calling their names from behind. Who are you? What do you want? Subai frowned as he looked at the figure before him. A chubby fellow ran up to block their path. Hello there. My name is Han Dong. Hey guys, I heard you bought a secret realm pass for the Frozen Marsh. Could you bear to part with it and sell it to me? Rest assured, I'm the fairest guy around. I won't let you two lose a dime. Han Dong put on an air of wealth and spoke softly. Sorry, we've got money and don't need it anymore. Subai heard this and turned to leave. Bro, hold on a sec. We can still talk. Han Dong grabbed Subai's arm and hurriedly said. There's nothing to discuss. I don't want to sell it. That's final. Subai felt a bit impatient. This chubby kid was getting on his nerves. Bro, how about we talk it over? I'll buy one spot, okay? I'm a beast master, a student at Qinglong Academy. My beast has already reached the king tier. You won't regret taking me along. Han Dong felt a bit helpless seeing how difficult these two were to deal with. If he'd known it would be like this, he would have sent word to the merchant guild ahead of time. You're from Qinglong Academy too? At this, Subai frowned. It wasn't that he feared Han Dong, this guy was from Qinglong Academy and he might very well be his classmate or senior. Yeah. I just finished my college entrance exams. Ranked 28th. How about that? Han Dong nodded solemnly, a hint of pride on his face. Alright then, you can come in. But we'll charge you for bringing you in. Subai hesitated for a moment before speaking. Since he was now a classmate, they might as well take him in. After all, the secret realm had plenty of monsters to help Sun Kai reach his second job advancement. As for Subai's own level, there was no rush. Reaching around level 80 would suffice. His main goal was to get Sun Kai's level up first so he could bring him along on future dungeon runs. Fine. How about 10 million? Han Dong immediately nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. 10 million? Are you kidding me? 500 million. Subai rolled his eyes and held up 5 fingers. Leaving the party was forbidden within the secret realm. Once the three of them entered, they would remain permanently bound. 500 million? You think I'm a sucker? Han Dong's eyes widened at the demand. This was outright robbery, no, extortion. Go or not is up to you, but this is your only chance. We're students of Qinglong Academy too. We wouldn't rip off our own classmates, would we? Sun Kai, standing nearby, feared Han Dong might misunderstand and quickly interjected. Fine. 500 million it is. Han Dong waved his hand dismissively and transferred the money to Sun Kai. To him, 10 million or 500 million made little difference. His main goal was to enter the Frozen Marsh. Be at the instance entrance sharp at 8 tomorrow morning. No exceptions. Subai led Sun Kai away toward the distance. Tomorrow happened to be the 15th when this secret realm instance would open directly, saving him a lot of time. Getting fleeced like a sucker today. If I hadn't been too lazy to beg my arch-rival for mercy, I wouldn't have let those 500 million go to waste. Han Dong glared at their retreating figures, fuming. Chapter 28, You call this secret realm farming? Early the next morning, Subai and Sun Kai rode the 9 Nether Cloud Sparrow to the entrance of the Frozen Marsh. Han Dong was standing guard at the door, surrounded by a crowd. Young Master Han, didn't I leave you a voucher yesterday? I couldn't get one. The man leading the group wore a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yang Hao, don't get too cocky. Young Master Han snorted coldly, a flash of displeasure crossing his face. If you beg me nicely, I might spare you a spot. The fair-skinned Yang Hao's eyes sparkled with amusement as he teased. No need. I already have one. Han Dong glanced at the time on his wristwatch and couldn't help but frown. Why hadn't they arrived yet? Just then, 2 figures descended from the sky. Right on time. Let's go. Glancing at the secret realm entrance before them, Subai immediately addressed Han Dong. Got it. Han Dong nodded and hurried to Subai's side. Hey, hold on a second, buddy. Sell that secret realm spot to me instead of him. I'll give you 30 million. How about it? Yang Hao suddenly stepped in front of Subai and whispered softly. No thanks. Subai shook his head lightly, decisively refusing him. Is this secret realm really that sought after? Why are so many people trying to buy a spot? You little brat, do you know who Brother Yang is? 2 men beside him snorted coldly, their expressions turning hostile. Idiot. Subai glanced at the guy, muttered the 2 words softly, and vanished directly at the entrance to the secret realm. Did he just insult me? Yang Hao froze for a moment, glancing at the others beside him. Looks like it. The sycophant beside him nodded. Let's go check it out. When did Qinglong City get such a badass character? Yang Hao's expression darkened as he stepped directly into the secret realm. By then, Subai and his two companions had already arrived inside the secret realm. Bro, you shouldn't have clashed with Yang Hao earlier. His family's loaded. I'm worried he'll come after you. Han Dong, standing nearby, looked at Subai with a hint of worry in his eyes. The entire incident was his doing. Yang Hao had been picking on him all along. It's fine. Subai shrugged it off, adjusting the distribution of experience and gear before turning his gaze toward the monster nearby. Frostbite Crocodile. Level, LV 80. HP, 180,000. Attack, 4,800. Skills, Death Roll, Frostbite, Ice Spikes. Arctic Snow Lotus. Level, LV 80. HP, 200,000. Attack, 6,000. Skills, Death Roll, Frostbite, Ice Spikes. Looking up, a dense swarm of monsters lurked within the swamp. The combat strength of these monsters in the secret realm is truly formidable. Truly worthy of a secret realm. Subai stroked his chin, speaking with solemn earnestness. No worries, I'll lend a hand. Han Dong waved his hand dramatically, summoning two beast riders from behind him. The lead beast was a massive two-headed serpent radiating a terrifying aura, clearly having reached the sovereign tier. What a wealthy man! Subai turned to appraise the man, observing the sovereign tier beast before him and thinking to himself. At his age, being able to cultivate a beast master at the sovereign stage was proof enough of his staggering wealth. No need. I'll handle this. Come forth, bloodthirsty demon wolf. Subai smiled faintly as he spoke softly. A colossal figure suddenly materialized in the sky, descending directly beside the three of them. A terrifying blood mist emanated from its body, spreading in all directions and instantly engulfing the entire secret realm. A whoa! The wolf's howl echoed as a blood moon appeared in the sky. The two-headed serpent seemed to sense a dangerous aura, immediately retreating behind Han Dong. Its massive body trembled uncontrollably. What the hell is that thing? Han Dong stared up at the colossal beast towering over 100 meters before him, rubbing his eyes repeatedly. Good heavens, what is that thing? How could such a terrifying monster appear in the secret realm? Are you kidding me? Has this secret realm mutated or something? I'm a little scared. What a terrifying beast. Not far away, some adventurers stared at the colossal figure shrouded in the distant mist, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their eyes filled with terror. Let's move. As the words fell, the blood mist transformed into a sea of blood. The crimson tide surged, instantly engulfing the entire secret realm. Congratulations! You have slain the deep-sea crocodile and gained 30,000 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the deep-sea octopus. You have gained 30,000 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the Lord of the Frozen Depths. You have gained 100,000 EXP. You have picked up one Frost Attribute Spirit Stone. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up the Golden Equipment, Frost Armor. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. Your level has broken through to 61, rewarding you with 50 free attribute points. Your level has broken through to 62, rewarding 50 free attribute points. Subai's level began to climb rapidly, finally halting only at level 85. You call this grinding dungeons? Han Dong stared at his own level, now at 60, as the kill counter kept refreshing. A hint of panic flickered in his eyes. This was pure dungeon grinding. His beast taming was at least totem tier. No, it might even be at the ancestral stage. This is terrifying. What on earth is that? The onlookers beside him, witnessing the monsters beneath their feet dying one after another, couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably. The terrifying sea of blood engulfed the entire swamp. They had barely glanced at the beasts before they were buried beneath that crimson tide. 500 million for this leveling speed? Not too steep, right? Subai smiled at Han Dong, who stood frozen in shock, speaking with calm composure. Not expensive at all, absolutely worth every penny. Hey, buddy, you up for doing me one more small favor? Han Dong snapped back to reality, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. This 500 million was worth every penny. He wasn't short on money, but he was short on time. Not really. I'm here to help him clear the secret realm. Subai flatly refused Han Dong's request. This is different. There's a secret within this dungeon. I have a token from the Lord of Extreme Cold. We can go check out his lair. It's a unique item. We might even find some special treasures. As he spoke, a hint of awkwardness flashed in Han Dong's eyes. Originally, this item was meant for the Lord of Extreme Cold, but since he was dead, they could only try their luck at his cave residence. He dared not mention this to Subai outright. The man before him clearly cut a formidable figure, someone he absolutely couldn't afford to provoke. If you put it that way, then it's acceptable. With that, Subai withdrew the bloodthirsty demon wolf and summoned the 9 nether cloud sparrow. Another regressed stage beast. Han Dong stood atop the 9 nether cloud sparrow, his heart trembling. Chapter 29, Scatter his ashes. The three rode the 9 nether cloud sparrow to the cave dwelling of the Lord of Extreme Cold. The Lord of Extreme Cold was nowhere to be seen. At the palace entrance stood a skeletal figure towering dozens of meters tall. Devoid of any flesh, it radiated an utterly terrifying aura. This must be the Lord of Extreme Cold. Gulp. Han Dong swallowed hard, thinking to himself. Wait a moment. After a moment's hesitation, he placed the token directly into the skeleton's hand. The next second, a dazzling rainbow-colored light appeared in the sky. There's treasure. What's going on? Let's hurry over and check it out. The others in the secret realm, seeing the multicolored light, brightened at the sight and hurried toward the cave dwelling. Be careful. I'll lead the way. Subai glanced at the two beside him and stepped directly into the vortex. A flash of light, and the figures of Subai and his companions vanished from their original spot. When they reappeared, they found themselves within an ancient ruin. Is this the hidden secret realm? A hint of delight flashed across Subai's face. Rumor had it that this hidden realm boasted an astonishing drop rate. There must be plenty of treasures here. Follow me. Don't wander off. Subai nodded to the two behind him, then mounted the 9 nether cloud sparrow and soared directly above the entire structure. What is this place? Beneath their feet lay the ruins of a palace, emanating an utterly terrifying aura. No idea. Who cares where it is? Let's just fight first. Subai patted the little sparrow's head and said with a smile. The next instant, terrifying black flames roared from Joyo Yunxiao's mouth, instantly engulfing the entire ruins. Even having witnessed the terrifying power of a beast master at the ancestral return stage, Han Dong still felt profound shock, his eyes flickering with a hint of covetousness. If his own beast could reach this stage, it would likely grant him unrivaled dominance throughout the entire Meteor Star Empire. Terrifying. He felt his two-headed serpent king wasn't even worthy of carrying this black giant bird's shoes. They were worlds apart. Congratulations on defeating the Ruins Guardian. You have gained 50,000 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the Ruins Guardian. You have gained 50,000 EXP. The kill notifications began refreshing continuously. You have picked up 1 frost-attributed spirit stone. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up the platinum equipment, extreme cold armor. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. Your level has broken through to 86, rewarding you with 50 free attribute points. Your level has broken through to 87, rewarding 50 free attribute points. Levels began climbing rapidly, finally halting at level 90. You have successfully unlocked the 3rd job advancement quest. What a waste, all that experience just went to waste. All 3 of them had now reached the stage where they could advance their professions. Without advancing, they couldn't level up further. Experience points couldn't be stored, so it was all wasted. Subai examined his loot, stroking his chin with a hint of regret in his eyes. This ruin offered exceptionally generous experience rewards. Warning! 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 Due to your excessive slaughter, you have successfully drawn the attention of the Lord of Extreme Cold. The Lord of Extreme Cold is about to descend. Please leave immediately. Before Subai could even check his 3rd-class quest, the icy cold alert sounded in his ears. Lord of the Frozen Abyss? Wasn't that thing dead? Han Dong froze in surprise. Immediately after, layers of snow rain began falling from the sky. The snowy rain fell upon the ground, completely blanketing the entire ruins. A massive hole appeared in the sky above the secret realm. A terrifying figure slowly descended from the heavens, landing at the very center of the ruins. This colossal being resembled a humanoid form, with a 3rd eye protruding from its forehead, emanating an utterly terrifying, icy aura. Is this the Lord of Extreme Cold? Subai immediately launched a scan at it. Lord of the Frozen Abyss. Tier, Demigod. HP, 120 million. Skills, Frozen Domain, 10,000 miles of ice. These stats are almost on par with a world boss. Subai narrowed his eyes as he stared at the colossal beast before him. Bro, maybe we should just leave. This is a world boss. We're no match for it on our own. Han Dong was already panicking, his legs shaking uncontrollably. This was a world boss utterly terrifying. Even if all the adventurers in Qinglong City banded together, they'd never successfully take down a single world boss. What's there to fear? It's just a measly world boss. As long as we can see its health bar, we'll scatter its ashes. Subai smiled faintly, patting the 9 nether cloud sparrow before him. This wasn't like back when he was only level 60. Little Sparrow's stats had now reached heights ordinary creatures could only dream of. Beast Taming, 9 nether cloud sparrow. Grade, atavistic stage. Level, LV 90. Constitution, 550,000. Strength, 560,000. Mental power, 725,000. Agility, 525,000. Combat power, 812,000. Skills, Endless Void Flame, Royal Might, Sea of Black Flames, 9 Extremes Aurora. Hidden Evolution Path, 9 Nether Cloudlark Netherworld Mystic Bird. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 100 Dark God Stones, 100 Netherworld God Stones, 1 bottle of Dark Holy Water, 1 Netherworld God Crystal, 1 Dark Element God Crystal. Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes not yet qualified. Beast and Rider as 1. Subai's base attributes began to surge wildly. 9 extremes Aurora, die for me. Subai narrowed his eyes and roared in a low voice. A crack split open in the azure sky once more. A terrifying 9-colored aurora blazed with unprecedented brilliance, roaring forth from the void. That terrifying 9-colored light struck the Ice Lord directly. 246,489,000. A massive damage number appeared before Subai's eyes. Damn, this is too much. This damage output alone could take down not just a god-tier boss, but even a god himself. Han Dong was utterly dumbfounded at that moment. Under the overwhelming aura of destruction, his very soul trembled. The once sacred Lord of Frost now bore a gaping hole in his chest. His body rapidly melted away beneath the aurora, vanishing in an instant. What kind of god-tier team had he joined? And who exactly was this guy standing before him? A god-tier boss taken down in an instant. Such a being likely didn't exist anywhere in the entire Meteor Empire. Han Dong felt as if everything before him was unreal. He slapped himself hard across the face. Are you okay? Subai couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of him. I'm fine. I thought I was dreaming. Han Dong shook his head, the stinging pain on his cheek reminding him this was no dream. Chapter 30, Taking Action to Kill. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the Lord of Extreme Cold. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Tier Boss Destroyer title. Title effect: when facing God tier bosses, you will ignore all boss suppression effects and deal 100% additional damage. Title can be upgraded. You have successfully picked up 2 special job change certificates. They have been automatically stored in the system inventory. You have successfully picked up the epic equipment, cloud-piercing boots. They have been automatically stored in your backpack. You have successfully picked up the artifact Desire God Ring. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. Another title? Subai's eyes lit up slightly upon seeing this title. By now, he had already obtained 3 titles. One was the Scourge of Catastrophe, another the Godslayer, and now the Boss Destroyer. Each title granted unique bonuses and could be upgraded. But what captured Subai's attention most was that divine artifact. Across the entire Meteor Empire, no one had ever heard of a divine artifact. The most formidable gear was supposedly immortal tier equipment, revered as the nation's most treasured artifacts. He'd thoroughly examined the artifact's properties once they were outside to tally their spoils. Alright, there's probably nothing else here. Let's go. The trio followed the same teleportation vortex they had entered through, departing this mysterious space. Back in the frigid secret realm, a large crowd had gathered at the vortex's entrance. Leading them was none other than Yang Hao. Someone's coming out. That vortex vanished. Looks like they cleared the hidden realm. Damn it, that bastard. What a stroke of luck. The crowd murmured with envy. By the time they reached the teleportation entrance, it was already too late to enter the realm. This infuriated the crowd. Everyone knew the hidden realm held valuable treasures, but fate hadn't granted them a turn. Let's go. Just as Subai prepared to summon the 9 nether cloud sparrow, Yang Hao blocked his path. Hold on. Who gave you permission to leave? Yang Hao was seething inside, his expression dark and grim. He knew Han Dong possessed a special token, so he deliberately left Han Dong a hidden realm pass. Yet he hadn't managed to intercept them midway, allowing Han Dong to take the hidden secret realm's treasure. You're talking to me? Subai frowned at this bothersome fellow. Who else would I be talking to? Hand over everything you obtained in the secret realm. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Hao's expression was unusually cold, with nearly 100 players gathered behind him. He'd already made up his mind, if that bastard Han Dong had gotten his hands on any treasures, he'd make sure they were stripped from him. Asshole. Subai had no desire to deal with this pampered rich kid and turned to leave. Are you looking for death? Yang Hao's expression turned icy as he glanced at the slender man beside him. The man vanished from his spot. The next second, he materialized beside Subai, thrusting a dagger straight toward the young man's throat. 87,541. A damage number exceeding 10,000 appeared above Subai's head. Are you looking to die? Subai instantly seized the man's neck, snapping it clean off. The professional's corpse was kicked flying away. Attack! Seeing Subai strike first, the young family's eldest son hesitated not a moment, ordering the hundreds behind him to charge forward. Blazing energy flares danced in their hands as countless skills rained down upon the trio. Now I'll see if you can survive this. A faint smile flickered across Yang Hao's face, his eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. Since you insist on courting death, don't blame me. A cold voice echoed from the sky. A colossal blackbird, dark enough to obscure the sky, appeared before their eyes. A terrifying, towering inferno roared toward them, reducing everything in sight to ashes. No! Witnessing this scene, despair flickered in Yang Hao's eyes. Only now did he realize that the terrifying giant blackbird in the secret realm belonged to this young man. He had mistaken it for a monster born at the realm's core. After all, a secret realm was different from a dungeon. Unexpected events were to be expected. When the black flames finally dissipated, they left behind a field strewn with equipment. Not even bones remained of those who had perished. Brother, we're in deep trouble now. Yang Hao is the eldest son of the Young family, their future hope. We've killed him. His family won't let this go. Han Dong looked at Subai before him, swallowing hard as a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. It doesn't matter. I see you're a beast tamer too. This belongs to you now. Consider it my compensation. If his family comes looking for trouble, just tell them the man who killed Yang Hao is Subai. He'll be waiting for them at Qinglong Academy. If you want to kill and rob, you have to be prepared to be killed yourself. Subai tossed over a class change certificate before leaving the secret realm with Sun Kai. Subai? Is that Subai? Han Dong had certainly heard that name loud and clear. There was probably no one in the entire country who didn't know the name Subai. He was the top scorer in the college entrance exam, an unprecedented achievement. He never imagined that Subai would be a beastmaster, let alone one who had joined Qinglong Academy. Subai and Sun Kai had now returned to Qinglong City. I have to say, you two are incredibly lucky. Or maybe the secret realm deliberately dropped the gear. Subai handed the other class change certificate in his hand to Sun Kai beside him, smiling as he spoke. The Lord of Extreme Cold had dropped 2 class change certificates, both for hidden classes. One was for a soul beast master, which Subai no longer needed. The other was the Sacred Knight, the one Subai kept for himself. A hidden class transfer certificate? Old Su, I absolutely adore you. Sun Kai's face lit up with excitement upon seeing the hidden class. If he could transfer to a hidden class, he'd be able to fight alongside Subai from now on. You're being polite with me? Perfect timing. Use this period to complete your second job advancement and the hidden job quest. That way, when I take you into the secret realm later, it'll be much smoother. Subai smiled faintly and quickly added. What about the Yang family? Sun Kai's mind began to race. You know my strength. Just focus on completing your job change quests. If the sky falls, I'll be the one holding it up. Subai patted his shoulder and said with a smile. I'll be heading out then. Contact me only if something urgent comes up. Sun Kai nodded and departed immediately with his job change certificate. After watching Sun Kai depart, Subai turned and walked into the Qinglong trading house. Chapter 31, Divine Artifacts and Demigod Beasts. Upon entering the Qinglong trading house, Subai was escorted by a receptionist into a luxurious lounge. His purpose in coming to the Qinglong trading house was twofold, to clear out materials and to purchase new ones. The Earth Dragon Tortoise was now the weakest of his pets, but thankfully, having reached level 90, the little creature could finally advance again. He piled the equipment in the reception room, selecting a few pieces suitable for Sun Kai before turning his gaze toward the Ring of Desire. Ring of Desire. Category, Ring. Grade, Divine. Applicable classes, none. Level requirement, none. Attributes, Spirit plus 10,000, Strength plus 10,000. Special effect, humans possess 7 emotions and 6 desires: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and compassion. Sight, hearing, scent, taste, touch, and will. This ring absorbs others' 7 emotions and 6 desires for your own use. Special effect, can manipulate the 7 emotions and 6 desires of any race. Special effect, can expend one's own 7 emotions and 6 desires to unleash terrifying energy. What the heck is this thing? I'm a bit confused by this. Subai stared at the ring in his hand, a look of confusion flickering in his eyes. He truly couldn't grasp the meaning behind this ring. Absorbing human emotions and desires for one's own use, how exactly was it supposed to work? Forget it. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't bother. At least this artifact's equipment stats were decent. Could you please take care of the things here? Subai opened the door and beckoned the female attendant inside. Certainly, please wait a moment. The waitress saw the mountains of materials piled up in the luxurious room, nodded hurriedly, and went to find the Merchant Guild's manager. Could this guy have just swept through an entire secret realm? That was Manager Feng's first thought upon seeing the materials. He immediately treated Subai like a VIP guest, showering him with praise. Subai wasn't particularly interested in such formalities. After selling all his materials, he headed straight to the contract room. You, get me a set of materials according to this list: 500 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones, 100 Metal Attribute Spirit Stones, 1 bottle of Golden Divine Crystals, 1 Earth Divine Crystal, and 1 bottle of Divine Metal Liquid. Subai handed over the list he had written. Certainly, please wait a moment. Upon hearing this, the attendant promptly nodded. Once the attendant had left, Subai immediately summoned the little turtle. Beast Summoning, Earthen Mystic Tortoise. Rank, Totem Tier. Level, LV 90. Constitution, 91,512. Strength, 89,512. Mental Power, 138,000. Agility, 80,518. Total Combat Power, 158,900. Skills, Earthshaker, Royal Might, Earthen Shield, Lava Starburst. Hidden Evolution Path, Earthen Mystic Tortoise, Gung Metal Mystic Tortoise. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 500 Earth Attribute Spirit Stones, 100 Metal Attribute Spirit Stones, 1 bottle of Golden Divine Crystal, 1 Earth Divine Crystal, 1 bottle of Divine Metal Elixir. Current status, ready for advancement, base attributes met. Gazing at the little turtle's attribute panel, Subai's face held a trace of emotion. Compared to his other two tamed beasts, the earthen mystic turtle's stats were admittedly underwhelming. Little turtle, your evolution is imminent. You'd better make me proud. As Subai stroked the little turtle's head, a distinct look of surprise flashed across his face. He could distinctly sense the little turtle's emotions. That surge of joy seemed to be flowing into him. Was this the power of the artifact? The little turtle's shiny black eyes darted around restlessly, as if saying, finally, it's my turn. Turtle me, finally able to stand up. Once the attendant had brought in all the materials, Subai returned to the beast taming space with the little turtle. The earthen mystic turtle opened its gaping maw and swallowed all the materials whole, looking almost impatient. After a full hour, the tiny turtle curled up inside finally stirred. The earth began to tremble rhythmically, a terrifying sandstorm engulfed the sky, and streaks of golden light tore through the beast taming space. Damn it, thank goodness my beast taming space can't be destroyed. Otherwise, this place would have been torn to shreds by these bastards long ago. The terrifying Ganjin energy radiated an unimaginably dreadful aura, darting wildly across the sky. The color of the earthbound mystic tortoise visibly shifted. Golden light enveloped its body as a layer of golden armor slowly formed, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Roar! The earthen mystic tortoise roared toward the heavens, its aura surging relentlessly. Blood-eyed wolf demon and 9 nether cloud sparrow, their eyes filled with intense terror, cowered in the corner of the beast taming space. No way! Could it really be ascending to godhood? Witnessing this scene, Subai clenched his fists tightly. This was a god. A mythic tier beast master was unheard of across the entire continent. When the light finally faded, the earthen mystic tortoise's appearance had undergone a complete transformation. Now, it resembled a monstrous golden mountain, its form stretching over hundreds of meters. Golden vapors surged wildly across its body, emanating an indescribably terrifying aura. Beast, Ganjin Mystic Tortoise. Rank, Demigod Tier. Level, LV 90. Physical Constitution, 915,120. Strength, 895,120. Mental Power, 1,380,000. Agility, 805,180. Combat Power, 1,589,000. Skills, Gung Metal Chi, Dreadful Presence, Shatter the Stars, Gung Metal Domain. Hidden Evolution Path, Gung Metal Mystic Turtle Xuanwu. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 00 Divine Spirit Fragment Stones, 100 Netherworld Divine Stones, 1 bottle of Extreme Cold Holy Water, 1 Ice Element Divine Crystal, 1 Water Element Divine Crystal. Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes not yet qualified. Holy crap, a demigod? Base stats multiplied by 10? Staring at the little creature before him, Subai swallowed hard, a look of disbelief flashing across his face. The combat power of this Ganjin mystic turtle had now surged past the million mark, utterly terrifying. What a pity. Just a hair's breadth away from reaching mythic tier. A hint of regret flickered across Subai's face. What did you say? At the same moment, within a luxurious estate in Qinglong City, a middle-aged man abruptly stood up, his face frozen in disbelief. I said the young master is in trouble. He's likely perished in the extreme cold secret realm. The elderly man trembled as he knelt on the ground, fear evident in his eyes. Impossible. How could my son be dead? He possesses countless life-saving techniques. How could he possibly die? Hearing this, the man seated at the head of the table glared with eyes bulging, roaring madly. Master, please compose yourself. His servant knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with terror. Calm my ass. Mobilize every single member of our family in Qinglong City immediately. Find out the cause of Yang Hao's death at any cost. The middle-aged man kicked the elderly man flying with a single blow, roaring hysterically. Chapter 32, The Difficulty of a Divine Beast's Advancement. Seeing that the Ganjin Mystic Turtle's advancement was complete, Subai promptly left the contract room. Sir, this is the VIP card for our Qinglong Trading House. Please accept it. The manager of the Qinglong Trading House respectfully handed over a membership card. By the way, do you happen to carry divine crystals here? Subai asked softly, his gaze fixed on the manager before him. He would need divine crystals for his upcoming class change. Subai had never even heard of such a thing. This was the limitation of coming from a small place. Certain top-tier resources were simply beyond his reach. Divine crystals? We don't have any of those here. You can only find them inside the Tower of Heavenly Talents, or in the Abyss of Chaos. The manager shook his head immediately upon hearing this. The Demon Abyss? At this mention, Subai couldn't help but frown. The Abyss of Demons was an exceptionally unique secret realm, situated above the starry sky. Within this realm dwell countless demonic beings, along with the legendary demon sovereign. It was said that this demon lord was an existence comparable to a god. Only those who have reached the 8th transformation or higher are qualified to enter the Abyss of Demons. What exactly is the Tower of Heavenly Prodigies? Subai hurriedly asked. The Tower of Heavenly Prodigies is the Great Xia Kingdom's national treasure. This tower has 99 floors, and each floor cleared grants generous rewards. Of course, the Tower of Heavenly Prodigies also has restrictions. Only powerful individuals under the age of 20 are permitted to enter. It opens annually after the college entrance exams. But hardly any freshmen participate. Most entrants are under 20 professionals. Of course, if there truly exists a prodigy of extraordinary talent, it might be possible. After all, no freshman would willingly sacrifice their chance at the Tower of Heavenly Talents just to help someone else succeed. The manager hastened to explain. Most freshmen taking the college entrance exam are just turning 18. If they could spare 2 years to level up, they could also gain substantial cultivation resources in the Tower of Heavenly Talents. Most job changers within the Great Xia Empire would wait 2 years to maximize their gains. Alright, thank you. Upon hearing this, Subai nodded and turned to walk straight out of the guild. Upon returning to his luxurious villa, Subai began studying his job change quest. You have activated the third job change quest. Current quest, third job advancement. Quest requirements, my name shall be known throughout the entire territory of Xia Nation. Participate in this year's Tower of the Heavenly Prodigies competition, secure first place, and break the record by reaching the 100th floor of the tower. Time limit, 1 month. Note, this is a special quest. Upon completing the class change, you will receive generous rewards. Damn, this is messing with my head. Subai stared at the class change quest before him, his lips twitching involuntarily. That old man Zhang Lin had desperately kept this information under wraps, fearing he might fall victim to malicious forces. But this job change quest is practically begging me to make a name for myself, as if afraid I'm living too comfortably. Fine. Fine. This is how it'll be. He certainly couldn't wait 2 whole years before heading to this so-called Tower of the Heavenly Prodigies. First, he'd enter the Qinglong Academy's mystical space and secure 2 king-tier beasts. Upon returning to the Azure Dragon Academy, Subai headed straight for the headmaster's small courtyard. Old man, are you a 9 transformation cultivator? Subai quietly asked as he studied the old man basking in the sun before him. How dare you speak to the headmaster like that? I am the headmaster of Qinglong Academy. Sun Shan heard someone call him old man for the first time, and a black line involuntarily appeared on his forehead. This little brat really has no respect for elders. I need some neural crystals. Care to sponsor me? Subai didn't mince words, speaking up immediately. You want neural crystals? No problem. But you have to agree to 2 things for me. Sun Shan's eyes lit up at the suggestion. He'd been struggling to find a way to get this kid to do him a favor, and now the opportunity had practically walked through the door. Go ahead, I'm listening. Subai hesitated for a moment before asking softly. First, there are quite a few new students this year, and many of them are rebellious and unruly. Make them understand what true despair feels like. Second, you'll represent the seniors in this year's academy tournament. Strive to dominate the competition and elevate our Qinglong Academy to the status of one of the nation's top 5 institutions. Sun Shan held up 2 fingers, his words laden with meaning. No one understood the terror of a regressed stage beast master better than him. For Subai, these 2 tasks were practically a piece of cake. Alright, I accept. Subai nodded and agreed immediately. Here, take these. The old man Sun Shan pulled 10 divine crystals from his pocket and placed them on the table beside him. Only 10? Why are you being so stingy? Subai stared at the lonely 10 divine crystals on the table, a faint line of exasperation appearing on his forehead. You think that's too little? Do you have any idea how hard it is to get these things? This item only has a chance to drop when slaying high-ranking demonic tribes. It's a national strategic reserve resource. Sun Shan sat up abruptly at the words, his voice tinged with desperation. Greed knows no bounds. This kid's appetite is way too big. Hold on a second. If we're going by your logic, then let me ask you about something else. Subai's expression visibly flickered with surprise. Dark Godstone, Netherworld Godstone, Dark Saint, River of Oblivion, Dark Elemental Divine Crystal. Have you heard of these? A bad feeling began to stir within Subai's heart. Kid, you're joking me, right? Even if you emptied the entire treasury of the Great Xia Kingdom, you might not be able to gather all these items. Sun Shan listened to the materials Subai listed, his brow furrowing deeply before shaking his head. It's over. It was confirmed. It seemed that cultivating a beast to the level of a divine beast was no ordinary challenge. This clearly showed just how immense the effort required would be for an ordinary person to cultivate a beast to the divine beast stage. Alright, I understand. Open that secret realm as soon as possible. I can't afford to wait any longer. Subai gathered the divine crystals from the table and turned to walk straight out of the courtyard. What does that kid need all those divine crystals and stones for? Watching Subai's departing figure, Sun Shan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Over the next few days, Subai remained within the confines of Qinglong Academy, rarely venturing outside. After 3 full days, the day finally arrived when all the new students gathered. He could now begin preparing to contract his 4th and 5th beasts. In the Academy's plaza, that old man Sun Shan stood dressed in particularly fine attire, positioned right in the center. Students, I know why you're here. I hope you won't disappoint my expectations of you, nor betray the cultivation Qinglong Academy has invested in you. As his words faded, a brilliant azure light shot skyward, piercing the clouds. Chapter 33, Divine Beast Azure Dragon. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted. Above Qinglong Academy, a colossal, ethereal form of the azure dragon materialized in the sky. Is this truly a god-tier boss? Subai gazed at the shadowy form in the sky, narrowing his eyes slightly, a hint of astonishment flickering in his gaze. The immense azure dragon let out a piercing roar to the heavens, and a pale blue vortex slowly descended from the sky. You may now enter the secret realm to contract your own beast companions. But what kind of beast you can contract depends entirely on your own abilities. Sun Shan murmured from the high platform. At these words, the students immediately grew excited and rushed headlong into the secret realm. Name, Beastmaster's Paradise. Type, Special Secret Realm. Secret Realm description, an amusement park exclusively for beast tamers. If you're lucky, you might contract a king-tier beast within. Note, within this realm, Beastmasters may only contract Dominator tier or lower beasts. Attempting to contract a beast above Dominator tier will result in a series of incalculable consequences. Reading the dungeon description before him, a look of shock flashed across Subai's face. He never imagined this dungeon would contain sovereign tier beasts. Standing at the rear of the crowd, Subai stepped into the Beastmaster's secret realm. The world spun. The next instant, his figure materialized in a joyous paradise. The paradise before him seemed vast and boundless, stretching beyond the limits of sight. Beast, two-headed wolf. Grade, supernatural. Abilities, Gale Blade, Fireball, Wind Fire Double Explosion. Holy crap, the ranks of the beasts here are pretty high. And this one's dual elemental. Subai stared at the two-headed wolf before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Too bad its rank is too low, and it doesn't have any hidden evolution paths. Keep searching. A transcendent grade two-headed wolf was certainly beneath Subai's notice. He was after a royal grade beast. Beast, green-shelled turtle. Grade, commander. Ability, ultimate defense. Beast, dream butterfly. Tier, commander. Ability, enter dreams, dreamscape space. Hidden evolution path. I see. No wonder all these beast masters want to come to Qinglong Academy. So that's why. But searching for them one by one is such a hassle. It'd take forever. Subai waved his hand, summoning the 9 nether cloud sparrow. Little sparrow, take me to find the strongest beastmaster here. Remember, it has to be the absolute strongest one. Subai perched on its head, patting the little sparrow's feathers as he whispered softly. Cheep. A sharp chirp echoed through the air. The 9 nether cloud sparrow flapped its wings and sped straight into the depths of the secret realm. Good heavens, what kind of beast is that? That's terrifying. I can feel my own beast trembling. Not just mine, all the beasts in this space are trembling. It must be a sovereign-level beast at the very least. Gazing up at the colossal creature stretching hundreds of meters across the sky, the crowd shivered involuntarily, their eyes filled with fear. Bull. Look at its size, it's definitely surpassed a Dominator. It's common knowledge that sovereign-tier beasts don't exceed 100 meters in length. This thing is hundreds of meters long? In my opinion, it's likely reached the totem stage or perhaps even a throwback stage beast. A youth clad in exquisite attire gazed at the beast in the sky, a hint of longing flickering in his eyes. If we could sign this beast, we'd practically be untouchable in the Great Xia Empire. Stop daydreaming. You'll never bind a beast like that in your lifetime. Exactly. They've long since developed sentience, they're not that easy to contract. The crowd watched the massive black shadow streaking across the sky, their eyes filled with envy. But Zhuyuyan shot forward like a bolt of lightning, reaching the end of the secret realm. At the farthest point of this secret realm, a terrifying colossal creature hovered in the air. Its form stretched over a kilometer in length, its azure scales shimmering with lifelike brilliance as a terrifying aura permeated the entire area. Divine Beast, Azure Dragon. Rank, Mythical. Level, 1000. Strength, 999,999,999. Mental Power, 999999999. Subai casually cast a detection spell and nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Are you kidding me? How could such a beast exist within this mysterious space? Human, you're quite bold, aren't you? Who gave you permission to set foot in my domain? The massive azure dragon circling overhead spat out words, its icy dragon eyes fixed intently on Subai. Brother dragon, it's all a misunderstanding, nothing but a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to intrude. I only came here to contract 2 beasts. I never expected to encounter you. Would you be so kind as to spare me? Subai swallowed hard, his face betraying a hint of panic. Little sparrow. You nearly got me killed. With this health pool, even with the endless ring in hand, I'd never stand a chance against this beast. Though he could ignore the divine beast's aura, facing such a powerhouse, it'd be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. This azure dragon was practically divine. Little one, you're quite interesting. Is this the beast you've trained? To cultivate an ordinary firebird to this level, you truly possess talent in the art of beast taming. The azure dragon instantly discerned the true nature of the 9 nether cloud sparrow, a hint of surprise flickering in its enormous eyes. Not bad. Subai appeared unusually docile, nodding lightly. In that case, I'll give you a gift. I hope you'll take good care of them from now on. With that, the azure dragon opened its gaping maw. In an instant, a fierce wind swept in, and the sky darkened. 2 figures emerged from its maw, slowly descending before Subai. A black and a white dragon cub, both young, lunged at Subai with claws and fangs bared. Their ferocious expressions were utterly adorable. Senior, you're giving me these 2 little ones. Subai was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. These were dragons. Real dragons. Yes, these 2 are my offspring. I hope you won't mistreat them, and I hope you will nurture them into eternal beings. Lord Qinglong nodded, his vast voice echoing across the land. No problem. Leave it to me. Subai immediately nodded in agreement. Remember this, I am the first headmaster of the Azure Dragon Academy. Do not betray the academy, and above all, do not betray my expectations of you. The Azure Dragon's figure shot skyward, vanishing from Subai's sight in an instant. Chapter 34, The Fearsome Dragon Clan. After the Azure Dragon departed, Subai turned his gaze to the 2 dragons before him. Beast Taming, Taiyin Young Dragon. Rank, Sovereign. Beast, Absolute Young Dragon. Rank, Sovereign. Isn't this rank a bit low? Logically speaking, dragons are the gods of all beasts, shouldn't they start as divine beasts? Subai stroked the 2 little dragon cubs before him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Contract. In the next instant, 2 streams of white energy materialized in his hands, instantly enveloping the 2 little creatures. Contract completed. Beast Taming, Absolute Young Dragons. Grade, Sovereign. Level, LV1. Constitution, 15,000. Strength, 15,000. Mental power, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Combat power, 20,000. Skills, Dragon Might, Supreme Yang Blaze, Flame Dragon Breath, Dragon Flame Burst. Hidden Evolution Path, Absolute Young Dragon King Tier Sun Sacred Dragon Unknown Stage. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 10,000 Fire Attribute Spirit Crystals, 100 Vials of Fire Spirit Elixir, 1 Fire God Crystal, 1 Bottle of Sacred Flame Elixir. Current status, ready for advancement. Beast, Ultimate Young Dragon. Tier, King Tier. Level, LV1. Constitution, 15,000. Strength, 15,000. Mental power, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Combat power, 20,000. Skills, Dragon Might, Ultimate Freeze, Icy Dragon Breath, Dragon Flame Burst. Hidden Evolution Path, Ultimate Young Dragon King Tier Mystic Sacred Dragon Unknown Stage. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 10,000 Extreme Cold Attribute Spirit Crystals, 100 Vials of Extreme Cold Spirit Elixir, 1 Extreme Cold Divine Crystal, 1 Bottle of 9 Nether Springs Water. Current status, ready for advancement. Holy crap, it's got to be a dragon after all. These base stats completely surpassed what any normal person could imagine. Back when the 4-winged Crimson Sparrow ascended to Overlord rank, its base stats barely hit 3,000. Dragons start at 15,000, truly the lord of all beasts. Alright, little ones, it's time to take you for your evolution. Subai gazed at the 2 clingy little creatures, a faint smile playing on his lips. He stowed both beasts into his beast taming space, then spurred his 9 nether cloud sparrow toward the vortex at the entrance. He already possessed the Extreme Cold Divine Crystal and the Fire Divine Crystal, both gifts from that old codger Sunshan. Apart from the Sacred Flame Elixir and 9 nether springs, the rest should be purchasable at the Merchant Guild. Looks like he'd have to yield to that old man Sunshan once more. Oh right, I almost forgot about the Merit Treasure Vault. Subai opened the Merit Treasure Vault and began searching through it. It's actually here. But the price is outrageous. Subai furrowed his brow slightly, a look of gravity fleeting across his face. Item, 9 Nether Springs Water. Properties, sacred water imbued with the frigid essence of the 9 netherworlds, capable of freezing all things in the mortal realm. Merit points required for exchange, 1 million. Indeed, this single item alone demanded 1 million merit points. Subai promptly stowed away his merit vault and swiftly departed from this mysterious space. It's you, as I suspected. I knew you'd be the first one out. Sunshan nodded slightly as he looked at Subai before him. Old man, got a question for you. Do you have any 9 Nether Springs water or Sacred Flame Elixir here? Subai landed beside the dean and asked urgently. Why on earth are you looking for such precious items? You're only at the 3rd transformation level now. You shouldn't need such precious materials, right? I could see if I can get my hands on some, but you'll have to tell me what you need it for. A black line appeared on Sun Shan's forehead. This little brat thinks he's a cash cow, milking me dry. Take a look at these 2 little guys. Do you recognize them? Subai summoned the 2 dragons. The 2 little creatures circled around Subai incessantly, displaying an air of utter dependence on him. Have you seen the Azure Dragon? He actually gave you the offspring he fathered? Sun Shan was utterly stunned upon witnessing this scene. In this world, there are two types of beast tamers, those who tame other beasts, and those who tame dragons. In this world, no beast master could rival the might of the dragon clan. They were the undisputed gods of beasts. I saw it. Honestly, you owe me some mental compensation. When I spotted that divine dragon, both of us nearly scared ourselves to death. That's a 1000-level powerhouse. Subai clutched his chest, putting on a look of sheer terror. You had it coming. You were probably running wild in that special space, relying on your ancestral stage beast, and accidentally offended that ancient elder. You want the 9 Nether Springs water, right? I can figure out a way to get it for you. But first, you should fulfill one condition: give these newbie freshmen a proper beating. Sun Shan declared bluntly. No problem. Leave it to me. I'll wait right here. You go handle the 9 Nether Springs for me. Subai nodded, then stood directly in the center of the square. Keep an eye on things. Don't let any trouble happen. I'll be back soon. With that, Dean Sun Shan's figure vanished from the podium. As time passed, figures began descending from the sky. Joyful smiles graced their faces, suggesting they were highly satisfied with their haul. All new students, assemble immediately on the sports field. As the azure vortex faded, the vice principal's voice echoed across the square. A dense crowd began gathering on the field, immediately catching the attention of the upperclassmen. One well-informed student couldn't help but grumble. I heard the principal picked a freshman to give these newbies their first lesson? The remark sent ripples of discontent through the crowd. This is stealing our chance to teach the freshmen a lesson. Remember when I first enrolled? I got thoroughly roughed up by the upperclassmen. Why should they get special treatment? No way. I've been waiting for this day forever. I'll see just what kind of person this freshman is who's stealing our moment. Let's go together. Whoever it is, we'll teach them a lesson first. With the first leader speaking up, the others nodded in agreement. Filled with resentment, the group slipped into the crowd during the freshman assembly and made their way onto the field. Chapter 35, Everyone Here is Trash. Once everyone had gathered on the field, the vice principal stepped directly onto the podium. Silence, everyone. This year's freshman competition has changed its rules. You won't have to face off against senior students. You only need to defeat one person. Defeat him, and the school will grant you complimentary resources to cultivate your beast companion to the totem tier. The vice principal's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Are you serious? This can't be a joke, right? The vice principal said it himself. How could it be fake? Holy cow, cultivating it to the totem stage? That'd make it unbeatable. I can't even imagine how many resources that would take. The crowd below the stage murmured in astonishment. Those cultivation resources are definitely mine. A man with a determined expression clenched his fists, a hint of fervor gleaming in his eyes. He possessed 2 king-tier beasts. While he lacked confidence against the upperclassmen dealing with freshmen of his own year, that was a piece of cake. I'm taking this batch of resources. A woman, eager to compete, revealed a hint of longing in her eyes. Next, everyone relax your minds and enter a mysterious space. There, you won't truly die. You can spar freely and unleash every trick in your arsenal. Remember, whoever defeats that fellow will be crowned champion of this freshman tournament. The vice principal's voice rang out again as a brilliant light erupted from his hand, enveloping the entire group. Truly befitting a prestigious academy's so many fancy tricks. Subai scanned the mysterious space before him, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Where the hell are you, kid? Get your ass out here. Hurry up, I'm getting impatient. Come out already. You're not going to hide like a scared turtle, are you? The new students shouted in unison. How did Gu Xiong and the others get in? And those second-year trainees? What the hell are you teachers doing? How did you let sophomores and juniors sneak in? Through an invisible barrier, the vice principal and the head of discipline stood at the podium, spotting several familiar faces in the crowd. They couldn't help but shout out in reprimand. We were so preoccupied with setting up the formation that we didn't notice when Gu Xiong slipped in. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the teachers' faces as they hurriedly explained. Forget it. There's no way to get him out now. Wait until he comes out and see how I deal with him. The vice principal snorted coldly, his face hardening with displeasure. Forgive my bluntness, but every single one of you here is trash. At that moment, an incredibly arrogant voice boomed out, echoing throughout the entire mysterious space. Who said that? Get your ass out here. Which bastard said that? Stop hiding like a coward. Hearing this sudden outburst, the crowd immediately erupted in curses. This kid is really arrogant. Gu Xiong frowned, muttering to himself. I like it. He's got the guts to be arrogant. This kid must have something to back him up. A cruel smile spread across the face of the tall, thin man beside Gu Xiong, who was preparing to teach this junior a lesson. I'm the one I said I was the person the vice principal told you to challenge. Subai sat atop the 9 nether cloud sparrow, his body slowly rising to hover above the crowd. Damn it, take him down. Kill the bastard. The group summoned their beasts, their voices filled with fury. By the way, have any of you ever experienced what true despair feels like? Subai smiled faintly, enunciating each word deliberately. What do you mean? The question drew a look of surprise across their faces. I mean, you're all trash. At that moment, Jodo Yuncho's form suddenly swelled hundreds of times larger, its colossal silhouette engulfing the entire space, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. What the hell is that thing? Holy, isn't that the regressed stage beast? Someone actually managed to contract it? The crowd stared up at the colossal beast shrouding the sky, their eyes filled with boundless terror. The beasts beside them all collapsed to the ground, too terrified to move. Is it really a reversion stage beast? The man named Gu Xiong clenched his fists, a glimmer of longing flickering in his eyes. He too was a beast tamer. No one could resist the allure of a regressed stage beast. Terrifying black flames roared down, engulfing the entire space in a sea of fire. The students' figures reappeared on the playground. Some touched their bodies, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. That indescribable agony was beyond words, utterly terrifying. Is this guy really a freshman? No way. Is this kid really a freshman? A freshman? How did he cultivate his beast to the atavistic stage? This is beyond absurd. It's absurdity itself, absurd to the extreme. Everyone stared at Subai standing atop the 9 nether cloud sparrow, their eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment. Wow, that's incredible. Yi Linger, watching from outside the field, froze in place at the sight. When Subai emerged from that mysterious space, the freshman dared not meet his gaze. I told you all, every single one of you here is trash. You all still have a lot of work to do. Subai looked at the crowd before him, shook his head lightly, then departed immediately atop the 9 nether cloud sparrow. Meanwhile, at the Yang residence, countless people had gathered in the family's living room. Have you found out yet? Yang Mantian, the head of the Yang family, asked coldly, gazing at the elderly servant before him. We've confirmed it. Besides the young master, the others who entered that day were Han Dong and 2 other Qinglong Academy students. The old servant knelt on one knee and hurriedly replied. Everyone, get ready to head to Qinglong Academy immediately. I'm going to demand an explanation. Yang Mantian clenched his fists and roared hysterically. Master, please do not act impulsively. The headmaster of Qinglong Academy is a 9 transformation powerhouse. While our Yang family also has a 9 transformation cultivator, he has been stationed at the Demon Abyss. It would be unwise for us to provoke the Academy's headmaster. 3 elders appeared in succession, blocking Yang Mantian's path. Mark my words. Even if he were merely a student of Qinglong Academy, no, even if he were its vice dean, he must pay with blood for taking my son's life. Follow me. We're going to demand answers. I refuse to believe that Qinglong Academy can run rampant in this city. Yang Mantian shoved aside the elder before him and led his followers straight toward the Qinglong Academy. Chapter 36, The Yang Clan Strikes. At the academy gates, over a dozen luxury cars pulled up one after another, blocking the entrance. Who the hell are these guys? They're so arrogant they parked right at the entrance of Qinglong Academy. They're definitely showing off. Aren't they afraid Qinglong Academy will come after them? Shut up. Don't get yourself into trouble. Can't you see those are Yang family cars? Which Yang family? What other Yang family is there in Qinglong City? The man glanced at his companion beside him as if looking at an idiot, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Damn, it's the Yang family of guardians. Get out of the way fast. Don't let them get caught in the crossfire. Hearing this, the man immediately ducked out of the way. The guard stationed at the academy had never witnessed such a scene and promptly notified the vice principal. Head of the Yang family, what do you mean by bringing so many people here today? Once the Yang family members had gathered, the vice principal appeared at the school entrance, followed by dozens of teachers. Deputy Dean Gu, I had no intention of disturbing you, but there is a matter I must investigate thoroughly. My son, Yang Hao, perished within the secret realm. According to my investigation, besides our own family members, 3 students from Qinglong Academy also entered the secret realm. Han Dong, Sun Kai, Subai, can you summon these 3 so we may question them? As a 7th transformation 220 level powerhouse, Yang Mantian held absolute authority throughout Qinglong City. The murder of the Yang family's legitimate heir was absolutely earth-shattering news. The Yang family's heir was actually killed? Who would dare to do such a thing? That's sheer audacity. I think I've heard of that Subai fellow. He was supposedly the top scorer in this year's college entrance exams, right? Goodness gracious, this is going to be quite the spectacle. More and more professionals gathered at the entrance, all drawn by the spectacle. Head of the Yang family, this is going too far. Your son died in the secret realm, how dare you blame our academy's students? Do you think Qinglong Academy is easy to bully? Vice Dean Gu sneered coldly, his face etched with icy disdain. The Yang family had always run rampant throughout Qinglong City precisely because they had a guardian protecting the starry sky abyss. The higher-ups turned a blind eye to their actions. But who was Subai? The dean himself had personally ordered that his safety be guaranteed. Even if he killed a prince of the Meteor Empire, he must be protected. Dean Gu, are you refusing to give my Yang family face? Yang Mantian clenched his fists at the words, his eyes blazing with fury. Give you face? Who do you think you are, demanding I give you face? I'm the Vice Dean of Qinglong Academy, a powerhouse at the 8th transformation, level 240. What gives you the right to demand I give you face? Dean Gu responded with a cold sneer, his eyes flashing with mockery. Within the Empire, any powerhouse who had reached their level had the backing of a major faction. Master, perhaps we should just drop this matter. Seeing the Vice Dean of Qinglong Academy's unyielding stance, the young family members began to have second thoughts. Forget it? How could we possibly drop it? You must hand over the person today. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The young family patriarch clenched his fists, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Do you want to die? If death is what you crave, I'll grant it to you. The Vice Dean vanished abruptly, then seized Yang Mantian by the throat, hoisting him off the ground. As an elite assassin at the 8th transformation level, few within the country could intimidate him. Even those at the 9th transformation level held no sway over him. Deputy Dean, why such a temper? We only need to question him. There's no need for violence. Just then, a figure appeared in the sky, slowly descending before the two men. This individual was the Deputy City Lord of Qinglong City, who shared a deep connection with the Yang family. Is that so? Since the Deputy City Lord has spoken, I'll grant you this favor. But I absolutely will not hand over the person. Upon hearing this, Dean Gu released his right hand and retreated directly to the academy's entrance. You must hand over the person. We need to get to the bottom of this. Surely Qinglong Academy won't defy the orders of the Qinglong City Lord's residence? These words effectively placed the entire Qinglong Academy in direct opposition to the Empire. No matter how great your academy is, could it possibly be greater than the City Lord's mansion? The City Lord's mansion is backed by the entire Meteorite Empire. You can't possibly defy the entire nation. That's putting it rather strongly. If you wish to question them, then go ahead. Summon Han Dong and Su Bai immediately. That fellow named Sun Kai should not be within the academy grounds. The vice principal hesitated for a moment before instructing a nearby teacher. Before long, Han Dong was dragged out by the collar. Han Dong, answer me. You entered the extreme cold secret realm with Yang Hao. How exactly did Yang Hao die? Don't tell me it was the Ice Lord. He doesn't have the strength or the means. My son had plenty of life-saving gadgets. Even if he couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be a problem. I don't know. I have no idea. Don't ask me. Han Dong shook his head immediately, refusing to reveal the truth no matter what. You dare claim ignorance? Killing a fellow clan member in the secret realm carries the death penalty. You'd better spill everything. I might spare you a proper burial out of respect for your father. Yang Mantian was furious, itching to tear the young man before him limb from limb. You talk big, but you'd choke on your own words. Try so much as touch a single hair on a Qinglong Academy student. Don't think I'm unaware of the dirty deeds you've been up to behind closed doors. When it comes to ambushing and slaughtering your own kind, who could possibly outdo your Yang family? Back when you were hoarding secret realm resources, you slaughtered countless people. Don't stand here spouting such sanctimonious nonsense. Vice President Gu snorted coldly, a hint of indifference visible on his face. I truly have no idea. Han Dong clenched his teeth, refusing to admit anything. In that case, we'll resort to soul searching. I've brought the person here. You must give me an explanation today. My son can't have died for nothing. Yang Mantian emerged with an elderly man, his gaze fixed intently on the Vice Dean. The tension between them thickened. Vice President Gu stood his ground, while Yang Mantian advanced step by step. Why do I hear an old dog barking wildly? Who has such poor manners, letting a dog loose to bark on the street? Utterly uncivilized. Just as the tension peaked, a mocking voice cut through the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 37, If they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. A man clad in a white robe emerged from the academy, a look of contentment on his face, showing no regard for the Yang family. Why are you out here? Didn't I tell the instructor to have you hide in the secret realm? We can discuss this matter after the dean returns. Dean Gu's face turned green upon seeing Su Bai. Why wasn't this kid playing by the rules? He'd gone to great lengths to send someone in to warn them, yet this brat had come out on his own. Of course I had to come out. They're here to cause trouble for me, how could I let the school take the blame? I don't have many virtues, but I do take responsibility for my actions. As soon as he said this, Su Bai hurriedly added. This doesn't concern you. They won't dare do anything to Qinglong Academy. You should go back first. If something happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to the dean. Vice Dean Gu's face wore a solemn expression. It's fine. Leave this matter to me. Su Bai's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced toward the group not far away. Forget it. They can't do anything to you anyway. Whether you did it or not, don't admit to it under any circumstances. Vice Dean Gu took a deep breath and positioned himself behind Su Bai. The dozens of teachers stepped forward in unison, choosing to stand firmly behind Su Bai. You're Su Bai? How did my son die? Yang Mantian clenched his fists, his teeth gritted as he demanded. Oh, no wonder you old dog barked everywhere, so your Yang Hao's real father. Like father, like son, the boy's a vicious attack dog biting everyone, and the old man's a rabid dog barking at the moon. Truth be told, I killed your son. Subai appraised young Mantian before him, his expression calm as he spoke. At these words, Vice Dean Gu, standing behind Subai, nearly burst a blood vessel in his nose. What on earth was wrong with this kid? Why did he never play by the rules? Hadn't he been told never to admit it? Fine, you're the first one brave enough to talk to me like this. Don't you know that harming your fellow countrymen without authorization carries the death penalty? Yang Mantian clenched his fists, seething with a desire to devour Subai's flesh and crush his bones. That was his own flesh and blood, the future hope of the Yang family. If you must blame someone, blame your son for being incompetent. He tried to kill me and steal my treasure, how could I let him live? It's clear your family has committed too many immoral deeds and now faces retribution. Subai's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery at the words. You little thief, die. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from young Mantian, crashing directly toward Subai. The scorching energy instantly melted the stone slabs beneath his feet, while terrifying flames seemed poised to devour everything in their path. With a sweeping gesture from the Vice Dean, a pitch-black energy shield materialized before Subai, blocking the scorching flames. You started this. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Subai stared at the figure before him, then summoned the Gangjin Shin turtle. Its towering form appeared overhead, shrouding the entire academy entrance. The Gangjin Shin turtle's form exceeded 500 meters, its colossal body obscuring the sky like a primordial beast from ancient times. What the hell is that? Damn it, a beast summoner? How is that even possible? Terrifying. Totem ancestor tier. At the very least, a totem stage beast master. The crowd stared at the shadow obscuring the sky, fear flickering in their eyes. Old Man Gu, should all the Yang family's high-ranking members be here? Subai turned to Old Man Gu before him and asked softly. Nearly all are present, save for one guardian. Why do you ask? Hearing this, Vice Dean Gu paused, then replied instinctively. Alright then. Time to move. Spatial lockdown. Subai crushed a scroll, instantly sealing off the surrounding space and trapping the entire Yang family within its confines. Dean, he's about to attack. Witnessing the scene, the teacher exclaimed. Subai, don't. Before the words could finish, Subai vanished from his spot and materialized atop the Gangjin Mystic Turtle. What do you think you're doing? Our Yang family has guardians. You dare not act rashly. You little bastard. Dare to touch our Yang family, and we'll make sure you wish you were dead. Witnessing this scene, the numerous experts of the Yang family were terrified out of their wits, shouting threats. Guardian? Even if the Jade Emperor himself came today, he couldn't save you. Subai sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. If you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. But if you dare to provoke me, I will kill you. Subai glanced at the little turtle's attribute panel, his expression betraying an itch to act. Beast Taming, Gangjin Mystic Turtle. Grade, Demigod Tier. Level, LV 90. Constitution, 915,120. Strength, 895,120. Mental power, 1,380,000. Agility, 805,180. Total combat power, 1,589,000. Skills, Gunmetal Chi, Dreadful Presence, Shatter the Stars, Gunmetal Domain. Hidden Evolution Path, Gunmetal Mystic Turtle Xuanwu. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 00 Divine Spirit Fragment Stones, 100 Netherworld Divine Stones, 1 bottle of Extreme Cold Holy Water, 1 Ice Element Divine Crystal, 1 Water Element Divine Crystal. Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes not met. These guys showed up just in time. I could use this chance to test the absolute damage I could deal now. Subai's base stats began skyrocketing, quickly approaching those of the Gunmetal Mystic Turtle. The Endless Ring activated. Shattered Stars. A terrifying golden light tore through the sky, emerging from the pitch-black void and radiating an earth-shattering, awe-inspiring might. The golden light descended from the heavens, hurtling toward the group at breakneck speed. No, you can't do this. Our Yang family's ancestors won't let you get away with this. Stop this at once. Damn it, why can't I teleport out of here? What the hell did that little bastard do? Feeling that terrifying power, the Yang family members were frozen with fear, crawling on the ground and not daring to move. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom echoed. The entire Qinglong Academy trembled. No, the entire city of Qinglong trembled. 658,900,000. When that terrifying number appeared, a satisfied smile spread across Subai's face. Little Turtle truly lived up to its reputation as a demigod beast, forcibly boosting its damage output to over 600 million. A gaping hole, bottomless and unfathomable, blasted through the ground of Qinglong Academy. The figures of the Yang family members had long vanished, likely reduced to dust by this terrifying force. Chapter 38, Subai's Ruthless Tactics. What just happened? Was that the apocalypse just now? I thought a god-tier boss was attacking the city. Terrifying. I felt the entire Qinglong city trembling. Even a 9 transformation expert couldn't possibly cause this much destruction, right? At that moment, the crowd, still unaware of the unfolding events, wore expressions of bewilderment. Vice Dean, snap out of it. Clean up the mess. My sincerest apologies, I may have overreacted a bit. Subai descended from the sky, awkwardly scratching his nose. The entire entrance of Qinglong Academy had caved in, revealing a gaping hole over several dozen meters in diameter, its depths stretching endlessly downward. You're a complete freak. Vice Dean Gu's fingers trembled slightly as he swallowed hard. With power like this, and the dean still wanted him to watch over him? With power strong enough to crush all of Qinglong City, who was he to watch over someone like that? There's one more thing. Could you do me a small favor? Subai rubbed his hands together and spoke softly. What is it? Vice Dean Gu's heart skipped a beat at the request. This kid never asks for favors without ulterior motives. Where is the Yang family's residence? I'm the kind of person who loves a good spectacle. I'll go over to their place to watch the show. Subai rubbed his hands together, adopting a bashful expression. The Yang family's residence is in the eastern part of Qinglong City. The most prosperous tower in the eastern district, that's their family compound. For miles around, it's all theirs. No one dares to be their neighbor. Dean Gu hurriedly explained. That's quite convenient, saving us a lot of trouble. Little turtle, let's go. Subai smiled, mounting the Gengjin Shin turtle and heading toward home. Principal, where is he going? A puzzled teacher peered out, asking curiously. What do you mean? Of course he's off to wipe out the entire clan. You really think that kid went over there out of kindness to watch the spectacle? Speaking of which, that Subai really is ruthless, going to wipe out an entire family like that. Dean Gu shook his head, muttering to himself. But he was thoroughly satisfied with the kid's actions. Having already alienated them completely, why wouldn't he finish them off? Was he just waiting for them to come back for revenge? Good grief, he's ruthless, isn't he? What should we do now? The instructor swallowed hard, his mind reeling from the shock. What do you think we should do now? This is the prestigious Qinglong Academy. Having a huge hole like this at the entrance is hardly appropriate. Hurry up and find someone to fill this pit. That kid's destructive power is too strong. If we let him stay on campus for a few more days, he'll probably tear the whole school apart. The vice principal glared at the bottomless pit before him, cursing under his breath. Dean, shouldn't we intervene? This is rather harsh. The Yang family still has many elderly, women, and children. Several other teachers murmured to themselves. They couldn't shake the feeling that Subai's aura of destruction was growing too intense. He seemed ready to wipe out entire families at the drop of a hat. If you wish to go, then go. This old man certainly cannot stop him. Vice Dean Gu swept his sleeves and turned, flying straight into the academy grounds. The moment his words fell, the teachers immediately clamped their mouths shut and began searching for earth element practitioners within the academy to fill the void. Is that a Beast Tamer? It's enormous. When did Qinglong City acquire such a terrifying Beast Tamer? So terrifying. I feel like we can only submit before it. Look! There's a person standing on that beast. The people of Qinglong City stared up at the colossal beast overhead, their faces etched with terror. This must be the Yang family estate, right? My deepest apologies, but blame your birth into the Yang family. Little turtle, move. Subai gazed down at the bustling cityscape below, shaking his head gently as a look of pity washed over his face. The next instant, terrifying golden beams rained down from the sky like hailstones, completely engulfing the entire area. The terrifying golden energy radiated a frenzied aura, relentlessly demolishing the structures and slaughtering the practitioners. As time passed, the entire Yang family compound was reduced to ruins. Bright red blood flowed through the gutters, forming a small river. Job done. Subai patted the little turtle on the head and turned, racing directly toward the academy. The Yang family is gone? That big shot came looking for trouble with the Yang family. Thank heavens. Damn the Yang family, they deserved every bit of it. After Subai sped away, the onlookers finally dared to emerge. They stared at the Yang family's ruins, clapping and cheering in delight. Is it done? Dean Gu frowned upon seeing Subai appear before him. It's all done. Not a single survivor left. Subai nodded, making no attempt to conceal the truth. You should be careful. You've just gotten yourself into a world of trouble. The Yang family's guardian is stationed at the starry sky abyss, with strength above the 300th level of the 9 transformations. This person is unforgiving and will certainly seek vengeance for the Yang family. But as long as you stay within the academy grounds, you should be safe. I can protect you. Dean Gu rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of immense pressure. Don't worry. If he dares come for me, he'll die for sure. Subai might lack other skills, but his ability to survive was absurdly strong. Alright, keep a low profile for the time being. Hearing this, Dean Gu waved his hand, dismissing Subai outright. He felt like continuing this conversation with the young man would give him a heart attack. After returning to his villa, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who is it? Subai opened the door to find a woman standing there. Can I help you? Subai took a quick look at the girl in front of him. She was quite pretty. Her graceful figure was accentuated beneath her long robe, and her pure-looking face was framed by soft silver hair, giving her a unique beauty. I'd like to talk with you. Can we be friends? I'm a Beastmaster too. The person standing at the doorway was none other than Yi Linger. She had just witnessed Subai's formidable display at the entrance and felt utterly astonished. Moreover, she knew the turtle's rank was definitely not totem tier, it was at least demigod tier. She had sensed a trace of divine essence emanating from it. This man before her was too mysterious. He was roughly her age, yet he had managed to cultivate a demigod tier Beast Tamer. Not interested. You're welcome to go ahead. Subai slammed the door shut and turned toward the training room. Women were nothing but trouble, only hindering his progress in leveling up. Was I just rejected? Yi Linger studied her reflection in the mirror, a look of disbelief spreading across her face. Chapter 39, The Tower of Heavenly Pride opens. For 5 consecutive days, Subai remained holed up in his dormitory. With the Tower of Heavenly Pride closed, even if he took on quests now, he couldn't level up at all. As for those two creatures, Little White and Little Black, their levels would inevitably rise eventually, no need to rush. The only regret was that old fart Sunshine hadn't returned yet, and there was still no news about the 9 Nether Springs. If not for the imminent opening of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, Subai would have long since left the city to pursue merit quests elsewhere. Knock knock knock. The knocking sounded again. Are you ever going to stop? I told you, I can't teach you. The school teachers can instruct you. Why are you pestering me over and over again? Subai flung open the villa door, cursing furiously. Yi Linger was like a woman possessed, showing up day after day for 5 straight days. She was like a stubborn plaster impossible to shake off. What's going on? A flicker of awkwardness crossed Sun Kai's face as he stood at the doorway. Didn't bring your keys? I thought it was that annoying woman. Come on in. Subai looked up and saw Sun Kai standing before him, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. He scanned the surroundings but didn't spot Yi Linger anywhere, so he immediately pulled Sun Kai into the villa. From the sound of it, it seems like some woman's been pestering you. I was just switching jobs, and you found true love? Sun Kai leaned back in his chair, a hint of teasing in his expression. Currently, Sun Kai was the only one in the entire academy who dared to speak to Subai like this. Subai's reputation was now notorious far and wide, earning him the moniker the Beastmaster King of Annihilation. True love, my ass. Just some stubborn crazy woman. Did you successfully change jobs? Hearing this, Subai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course I did. Let me tell you, bro, I'm terrifyingly strong now. Leveling up now gives me at least 100 stat points. This class is absolutely amazing, it's like I'm spiraling upward right where I stand. Little Su, I've got your back from now on. Zheng Kai looked utterly smug, his grin impossible to hide. Well then, since that's the case, take me through the Tower of Heavenly Pride. Subai chuckled and quickly added. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm worthy? Those competing in the Tower of Heavenly Pride are all at least 3rd tier cultivators, and the special seed prodigies are even 4th tier powerhouses. Even if I swung my shield until it smoked, I couldn't possibly beat them. Sun Kai felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. There was at least a 60 tier gap between them. Even with God tier gear, he stood no chance against that crowd. Well, I'm entering this year's Tower of the Proud. Want to join me? Subai slapped Sun Kai on the shoulder and said with deadpan seriousness. Brother Su, Father Su, Grandfather Su, please take this younger brother under your wing. Sun Kai had shed all trace of his earlier defiance, practically ready to kneel before Subai. Oh my, you're such a heartless person. When you don't need me, you call me Little Su. When you do, it's Grandpa Su. Subai teased with a mischievous grin. My mouth got the better of me. It's my fault. Sun Kai's attitude in admitting fault was so impeccable that Subai couldn't find a single flaw. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Subai glanced at Sun Kai beside him, feeling a bit stifled inside. Yi Linger was quite the character. Seeing she couldn't get close to him, she'd immediately set her sights on Sun Kai. Subai couldn't very well say anything about this situation. After all, the two were close friends. He couldn't exactly scold Yi Linger in front of Sun Kai. Linger, I'm leaving now. Sun Kai gazed at Yi Linger with tender eyes. Brother Kai, be careful. I won't be accompanying you this time. Yi Linger knew her place. The fact that Subai and Sun Kai lived together in the same villa meant they were undoubtedly close friends. Once she moved in, Subai wouldn't necessarily protect her. Besides, she had skipped grades in school and could afford to wait another year. All right. Sun Kai nodded and replied with a smile. The next moment, a 99-story tower suddenly materialized in the plaza of Qinglong Academy. The entire tower radiated a golden glow, appearing vividly lifelike. Let's go. Subai sighed and stepped directly into the tower. You have entered the Tower of Heavenly Pride. Special quest triggered. Job change quest activated. Quest, Tower of the Heavenly Pride. Type, Dungeon Crawl. Mission description, ascend to the tower's summit as swiftly as possible, and your name shall resound throughout the empire. Reward, determined by floor reached. Note, you receive all rewards from floors below your final floor. Xuanwu City. A man stood at the entrance of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, a black longsword strapped to his back. Gazing up at the towering structure before him, his eyes blazed with fierce combat intent. In this Tower of Heavenly Pride contest, the name Yi Tian, the Mad Blade, shall echo throughout the entire empire. The man strode purposefully toward the tower's entrance. White Tiger City. A burly man stood before the Tower of Heavenly Pride, his eyes gleaming with a hint of savagery. Within several meters of him, no one dared to set foot. In this Tower of the Proud contest, I shall claim the top spot. Meteorfall Imperial Capital. A man with long hair draped over his shoulders gazed up at the Tower of the Elite, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In this contest, I shall make my name resound throughout the entire meteor star. Accompanied by dozens of attendants, the man strode directly into the Tower of Heavenly Pride. Your Majesty, the Tower of the Elite has officially commenced. Zhang Lin stood beside the Meteor Emperor, his tone respectful. Zhang Lin, did you spot that youngster entering the Tower of the Elite? Hearing this, the Meteor Emperor lifted his head and gazed toward the Tower of Heavenly Pride at the center of the plaza. According to intelligence from the Azure Dragon Academy, he should have already entered the Tower of Heavenly Pride. That brat truly acts with utter impunity. Zhang Lin nodded, his teeth itching with frustration. Then let this emperor see for myself what extraordinary qualities this youngster you've taken a liking to possesses. I've managed to suppress the matter concerning the Young family for now, but their ancient ancestor will inevitably find out sooner or later. You'd better come up with a solution quickly. The Falling Star Emperor patted Zhang Lin's shoulder and muttered to himself. Your Majesty, that youngster's potential far exceeds our wildest imaginations. Truthfully, you needn't concern yourself with him at all. Zhang Lin hurriedly interjected. That little bastard Su Bai was giving him nothing but headaches. He'd clearly told him to conceal his identity and keep a low profile. But look at this little bastard. The moment he arrived in Qinglong City, he stirred up a series of major incidents, wiping out the Yang family outright, and now he's even entered the Tower of Heavenly Prodigies. What kind of hiding is this? Soon, the entire Meteorite Empire would know Su Bai's name. Even if he wanted to cover it up, he couldn't. Ah, you old fox. That's downright dirty. Trying to make the Yang family's ancestor is sharpening stone. But for now, the starry sky can't do without him. Let's wait a little longer. The Emperor of the Meteor Empire chuckled, finally turning his gaze toward the Tower of Heavenly Pride. Chapter 40, Swiftly Ascending the Celestial Tower. At that moment, countless practitioners had gathered outside the Tower of Heavenly Pride. They gazed at the tower before them, ready to witness the rise of the prodigies. Who do you think will take first place this time? Yi Tian from Xuanwu City has a reputation that precedes him. He should have no trouble taking first place. Put. Xia Hu from White Tiger City is the undisputed top prodigy of this generation. Give me a break. The four cities Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise don't hold a candle to him. Exactly. The top prodigies from the 5 great academies are countless. In my opinion, they're the real contenders for the top spot. Couldn't agree more. The crowd outside the Prodigy Tower buzzed with discussion, most convinced the champion would come from the 5 great academies. At that moment, Su Bai had already entered the Tower of Geniuses. But it seemed the tower challenge hadn't begun yet. He and Sun Kai stood there, gazing at the tightly shut doors before them. A crowd began gathering nearby, each person radiating an utterly terrifying aura. Beast Masters? Second-tier Beast Masters? Since when did Beast Masters gain entry to the Tower of Heavenly Pride? Yeah, are second-tier ones just here to show off? Isn't that a waste of an opportunity? And there are 2 of them? Are they planning to team up and clear the Tower of the Elite? Most eyes turned toward Su Bai and Sun Kai. Probably trying to cut corners. Some gazed at Su Bai with eyes brimming with contempt. Are these guys blind? Can't they see the title Divine right above his head? But in their eyes, even a Divine-tier Beastmaster was still just a Beastmaster. Su Bai had no interest in arguing with this crowd. He was here solely to complete his mission. The Tower of Geniuses offered 2 types of rewards. The first was based on how many floors you conquered. The higher you climbed, the greater the reward. The second was the Genius Battle, which demanded overwhelming personal strength to dominate all challengers. If you could defend your floor and dominate all the prodigies, you would become the undisputed top prodigy. Those you defeated would automatically descend to the next floor, becoming its new gatekeepers. Team formation is permitted within the tower, but this comes with its own challenge. The difficulty doubles immediately. Challengers entering your floor can also team up to face you. For instance, under normal circumstances, you would only face 1 boss. But if you attempt the tower in a team, you might encounter 2 or even 3 bosses. At that very moment, the tower's bells tolled, their sound reverberating throughout the entire tower. The once sealed gates slowly opened, a golden light shooting straight into the heavens. Without hesitation, Su Bai grabbed Sun Kai's arm, activated Beast Rider Fusion, and charged through the gates, leaving no time for anyone else to react. What incredible speed! That Beast Master's speed is insane. This kid must specialize in speed, right? A hint of curiosity flickered across the crowd's faces. Meanwhile, Subai didn't even glance at the monster before him. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a terrifying skill, instantly reducing the creature to dust. He hadn't forgotten his mission. He had to break the record. Every single second was precious to him. Finally, the tower challenge begins. The screens outside the Tower of Heavenly Pride began displaying each participant's name, each one adorned with a golden glow. A beast master is attempting the tower too? Are you kidding me? Those two just reached second tier. Doesn't he know there's always someone better out there? They're so damn cocky, they don't give a damn about the big shots. The crowd stared at Subai, who topped the rankings, their faces flickering with astonishment. Did you guys realize Subai is this year's top college entrance exam scorer? That kid's insane, just finished his exams and he's already daring to challenge the tower. Is he just overconfident in his abilities, or is he just trying to make a name for himself? The crowd stared at the top-ranked figure on the tower, murmuring among themselves. Before anyone could react, Subai had already reached the 10th floor. His pace was too swift for anyone to keep up. Most of the tower's defenders were bosses, but Subai crushed them with brute force before racing toward the summit. With only 5 minutes left, Subai and Sun Kai's figures appeared on the 98th floor. Holy, am I seeing things? This kid must be cheating. There seem to be two of them. How can 2-second transitioners move this fast? How the hell can they go that fast? 5 minutes? I remember the fastest person before took half an hour. This guy's insane. Everyone else is just eating his dust. The crowd stared at Subai on the 98th floor, their faces etched with disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. I suspect this kid must have uncovered some secret of the Tower of Heavenly Geniuses, which is why he's ascending so rapidly. That must be it. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Not only those outside, but even those inside the Tower of Heavenly Talents were baffled. What's going on here? What's going on with those two kids? They're a team, how could they be this fast? Damn it, cheating. They're definitely cheating. Those two are totally cheating. That fast? A look of shock flashed across everyone's faces. At that moment, Subai and Sun Kai had already appeared on the 99th floor, on the verge of successfully conquering the tower. Already here? I didn't do anything. Sun Kai looked at Subai before him, his face wearing a look of innocence. Your job is just to lie back and relax. Leave the rest to me. Subai smiled faintly as he spoke. This lying around is way too comfortable. It makes me feel like a useless piece of junk, completely useless. Sun Kai sat there, his face wearing a look of innocence. 5 minutes? That kid reached the top floor of the Tower of Ascension in just 5 minutes? Witnessing this scene before him, the Meteor Emperor's eyes betrayed utter disbelief. This kid is beyond ridiculous. And it looked like he'd even done it with a team, making it even harder. Unbelievable, beyond belief, utterly unbelievable. Your Majesty, this lad is no ordinary person. He always manages to pull off the most astonishing feats. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin smiled faintly and murmured softly. This kid truly brings me honor. All the effort I've put into helping him hasn't been in vain. Today has truly opened my eyes. A man stared at the name displayed above the 99th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Talents, his breath catching in his throat. Subai, Divine Beast Tamer, 2nd Transformation, level 90. Sun Kai, Divine Knight, 2nd Transformation, level 60. These two solitary names hanging on the 99th floor sent shockwaves throughout the entire Meteor Empire. Chapter 41, Effortless Suppression. Tower Assault Mission complete. Second challenge will commence shortly, suppress all invaders. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in Subai's ears, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this mission tracked time separately. Otherwise, just waiting for them to climb up would have wasted a huge chunk of time. This group was utterly useless. Could they pick up the pace? He was bored to death waiting. Subai glanced at the screen nearby, a hint of resignation flickering across his face. Currently leading the tower climb was someone named Huang Fuyu, who had already reached the 80th floor. His hidden class was Divine Punisher. Second place was held by that guy called Blade Madness, whose hidden class was Blazing Blade. Third place was crowded with over 40 players, suggesting their abilities were fairly evenly matched. Huang Fuyu, that must be the peerless genius from the Huangfu family, the Empire's rising star. Who'd have thought he's only at the 80th floor? The gap is just too damn huge. Even if you try to overtake on a curve, you'd never make it. This is downright bizarre. If those two fought, who do you think would win? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. The crowd stared at the two lonely names, momentarily speechless. It took a full 20 minutes before Huang Fuyu finally reached the 99th floor. You're the Beast Master? How did you two get up here? What underhanded tricks did you use? As a level 144th transformation Heaven's punishment, he had never imagined anyone could crush him. Across the entire Meteor Empire, he had no equal among the younger generation. Wait a moment. We'll talk later. Subai glanced at the man and waved his hand dismissively. A small group had also reached the 98th floor. It shouldn't be long before they arrived. You want me to wait for you? Huangfu froze upon hearing this. Yeah, wait a moment. I came up with a team, didn't I? I'm not picking on you. You can form a team to challenge us so no one can say we're two against one. Subai nodded. This was merely an excuse from Subai. He simply wanted to gather this entire group together and deal with them all at once, saving time. Why should I wait for you? Do you really think 2-second transitioners like you could hurt me? I challenge you. Huangfu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Suppression challenge initiated. Host, complete the task promptly. Just then, Bing Bing's prompt sounded in Subai's ear. Damn it, you're just setting me up to fail. Subai was instantly speechless. If he couldn't complete this job change quest, he'd be screwed. You're really noisy, aren't you? What the hell are you doing rushing up here so fast? Get the hell back down. Subai casually swept his hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that slammed into Huangfu. The man's body exploded instantly, reduced to fragments. I got one shot? On the 98th floor, Huangfu stared at the empty palace, then glanced down at his own body. A look of utter disbelief spread across his face. He hadn't even had time to react before Subai had instantly killed him. How was that possible? He'd been one-shot by a second-tier cultivator. Huangfu felt his composure shatter instantly. He, Huangfu, the nation's top prodigy, had been instantly defeated by a second-tier beastmaster. Look, Huangfu has reached the 98th floor. His name is currently fixed at the 98th floor. No way, he got knocked down that fast? I'm starting to wonder if he wasn't actually defeated. Did he intentionally concede? What's with this year's Tower of Heavenly Talents? It's downright bizarre. The crowd gathered outside was utterly baffled. This situation was utterly unprecedented. They'd never witnessed anything like it. You guys think those two on the 99th floor might be the Emperor's own sons? Now that you mention it, it could be possible. You're right. The Emperor must have pulled some strings for them. This is ridiculous. The crowd stared at the rankings on the Tower of Heavenly Pride, murmuring among themselves. No way. I remember the Emperor only has one daughter, and she's over 20. They can't be his illegitimate children, right? Who cares what kind of child he is? This kid's definitely got something fishy going on. Hold your horses. The others will be up soon. Let's see if they get wiped out instantly. Only a handful of prodigies could reach the 99th floor, all top geniuses from the major academies. Look! Another one's going up. Another one's coming down. Instantly wiped again. Yi Tian and Tiger Brother barely lasted 10 seconds before reaching the 98th floor. Outside the Tower of Geniuses, the crowd watched the fluctuating rankings on the screen, their mouths twitching slightly. What's wrong with us? Yi Tian and Sa Hu faced each other, their expressions tinged with bewilderment. They had just reached the 99th floor when a terrifying surge of energy slammed into them, shattering them into fragments before they could even look around. You two got one shot too? Huangfu, seated on the 98th floor, addressed the two before him. What's going on up there? We didn't see anything up there. We just came straight back down. Yi Tian nodded and replied. As prodigies from various academies, they all knew each other. Don't even get me started. 2-second transformation guys were up there. That beastmaster smashed me with a single slap, utterly unnatural. A hint of helplessness flashed across Huangfu's face. A second transition Beast Tamer? Hearing this, they immediately turned their gaze toward the screen nearby. At the 99th floor position, the word Subai, second transition level 90 Beastmaster, were prominently displayed. I refuse to accept this. How is this possible? Sav, whose composure shattered completely. Even if you're not convinced, it won't change anything. That's the rule of the Tower of Heavenly Talents. Now it's time for our battle. You'd better start praying that the people coming up later team up and kick that Subai guy off the tower. Huangfu heard this and replied with a hint of resignation. We'll fight later. So what if we waste some time? I just want to see if this kid can really knock everyone else off. How the hell does he think he's so awesome? Yi Tian sat in the center of the grand hall, gazing upward as he murmured softly. Sounds good. Then let's wait a bit. After all, the Tower of Heavenly Pride doesn't have a time limit. Huangfu heard this and nodded in agreement. The three hapless companions sat down in the main hall, staring blankly upward. At that moment, a full 20 people charged into the 99th floor, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 42, Breaking Records. 20 geniuses have made it this far. They can't be wiped out outright now, can they? Exactly. I refuse to believe he can take out over 20 prodigies in an instant. Their names haven't dropped yet, this time it's certain. Seeing 20 new names suddenly appear on the 99th floor, the crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just the two of you here? Where's Huangfu? Yi Tian? Where did they go? The group had been too preoccupied battling the boss to notice the ranking board. Seeing only 2 empty spots on the 99th floor, they froze in surprise. They've already gone down to the next floor. Don't worry, just wait a moment. I'll see how many more can make it up. Subai watched as flashes of golden light streaked past, a faint smile crossing his face. The remaining ones had better hurry up and come up soon, saving him some time. See? Now you can't fight back. I know you're cheating. But what the hell is going on with this 99th floor? Why hasn't a single person come down? This is weird. Everyone stared at the 99th floor, their minds filled with doubts. Before they could react, over 40 names plummeted down instantly, landing directly on the 98th floor. All wiped out again? What the hell is Subai? Who even knows his background? Heard he's from Tangchang. Tangchang? That's not even a second-tier city, is it? Tangchang could produce a prodigy like this? Gazing toward the direction of the Tower of Geniuses, those who knew Subai's background were already numb. Others continued to speculate, increasingly convinced that Subai held a special status. You guys got taken out by Subai in seconds? He's just a beast master, how could he be this strong? Over 30 people arrived directly at the 98th floor, making it feel exceptionally crowded. Huangfu Yu looked at this group, a trace of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. Has this world gone completely mad? Can a second stage cultivator really be this formidable? That guy named Subai is suspicious. He's far too powerful, it doesn't feel like a second stage transformation at all. That energy blast he unleashed on me? Its combat power was easily in the millions. It wouldn't have looked out of place even against a 7th or 8th tier powerhouse. Yeah, exactly. That guy must have cheated using some unknown method. We need to file a complaint. This Genius Tower event is unfair. The crowd erupted in shouts, flooding the Tower of Geniuses with complaints. This Tower of Geniuses competition contains absolutely no hidden information. There is no backdoor favoritism, nor will any background influence be allowed to sway the outcome. Within the Tower of Heavenly Pride, the use of scroll skills is strictly prohibited. Practitioners rely solely on their own strength. Just then, a cold, icy voice suddenly echoed throughout every city. In an instant, the entire empire erupted in uproar. Holy crap, when did second-tier practitioners get this powerful? This guy is a god-tier Beast Tamer. Could he have actually raised a god-tier beast? This is beyond belief. The spectators outside were stunned. They thought he was the emperor's illegitimate son, but it turns out he fought his way here with his own strength. How embarrassing. Huangfu Yu looked at the prodigies before him and couldn't help but laugh. They thought he was cheating, but then the emperor himself came out to slap them in the face. Talk about a painful lesson. Alright, now it's our turn. You lot can just step aside. This spot is mine. If I can't take first or second, I refuse to believe I can't even grab third. Huangfu Yu radiated confidence, his gaze fixed intently on the crowd. Some of the 98th floor contenders obediently headed down to lower levels, while others itched for a challenge, eager to spar with Huangfu Yu. Congratulations! You have completed the third transformation quest. Current quest, third transformation. Mission requirements: my name shall be known throughout the entire territory of Xia Kingdom. Participate in this year's Tower of Heavenly Pride tournament, secure first place, and break the record by ascending beyond the 100th floor. Task deadline completed. Note, this is a special quest. Upon completing the class change, you will receive generous rewards. As the last person was kicked off the 99th floor, Subai formally ascended to the 100th floor, completing the third job advancement quest. The other adventurers either struggled desperately on the 60th floor or got stuck on the 80th, never even getting a chance to touch the 99th floor. It's done. That was close. Subai exhaled in relief, a hint of ease visible on his face. Your quest panel has been updated. Please check it yourself. The cold, mechanical voice sounded again in Subai's ears. Without hesitation, Subai opened his data panel. Name, Subai. Class, God-tier Beast Master. Level, 93rd job advancement. Strength, 15,400. Stamina, 15,400. Agility, 13,700. Spirit, 19,400. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Soul Set, Ring of Infinity, Ring of Desire. Total combat power, 21,000. Skills, Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Concealment, Absolute Berserk, Invincible Golden Body, Absolute Dominion, Etherealization, Aligning Heaven and Earth, Absolute Defense, Divine Edict, Sovereign of all Spirits, Divine Might. Beasts, Netherworld Cloudlark, Gengjin Xian Ghost. Talent Godlike. Beast Host Union, host may select any contracted beast to share innate attributes. Host fully inherits the beast's innate abilities and base stats at double the value, with no cooldown. Piercing Illusion Divine Gaze can probe all hidden evolution paths, enabling significant upgrades to Beast Tamer rank. Divine Contract, issuing a contract command guarantees 100% success in binding any designated target. 3 more skills. Seems pretty decent. Subai glanced at his 3 skills, his eyes brightening slightly. Congratulations on securing first place in the Tower of Geniuses. Congratulations on receiving the Tower of Heavenly Pride rewards: 100 Divine Stones of any attribute, 3 Divine Crystals of any attribute, a complete epic tier set, and The continuous stream of notifications filled Subai with immense satisfaction. He never imagined the Tower of Heavenly Pride's rewards would be this generous. They'd actually given him 100 divine crystals. Old Su, I'm ing loaded. I can't even count all these rewards. Sun Kai, standing nearby, exclaimed excitedly. Perfect. Once we get out, hand over your divine crystals and divine stones. I'll put them to good use. Subai grinned. He hadn't expected bringing Sun Kai along would yield such benefits. No problem. You could ask for my divine crystals and stones, or even ask for me personally. I'd wash up tonight and crawl right into your bed. Sun Kai smiled faintly and quickly said. He'd coasted to first place without lifting a finger. Get lost. Let's go. Subai chuckled, and the two figures shot straight down from the Tower of Heavenly Pride, returning to Qinglong Academy. Chapter 43, Embarking on the Path of the Divine. Back at Qinglong Academy, everyone stared at Subai and his companion in utter shock. You brat, you're a beast. Have you no shame? Dean Gu looked at Subai before him, his face filled with a look of profound dismay. Hey, Dean, at your age, how can you curse like that? Subai rolled his eyes at the vice dean before him, responding with irritation. Look at what you've done. Is this how you handle things? Too violent. Too bloody. Dean Gu shook his head and turned to walk toward the distant palace. Remember my divine stones and crystals. I'm off. You can go lovey-dovey with that woman on your own. Spotting Yi Ling approaching, Subai didn't hesitate. He summoned the 9 nether cloud sparrow and flew toward his villa. Am I really that terrifying? Yi Ling watched Subai's desperate attempt to avoid her, her eyes filled with resentment. Upon returning to the villa, Subai immediately began examining the set of equipment he had acquired. Holy Light Set Staff. Category, Weapon. Rarity, Epic. Equipment attributes, all-around attributes plus 2000. Suitable classes, Beastmaster, Mage, Summoner. Level requirement, LV 90. Skill effect, increases penetration effect by an additional 10%. Set effect, triggers Holy Light, blocking 1 instance of fatal damage. Holy Light Set Staff. Category, Robe. Rarity, Epic. Equipment attributes, all-around attributes plus 2000. Suitable classes, Beastmaster, Mage, Summoner. Level requirement, LV 90. Skill effect, increases penetration effect by an additional 10%. Set effect, triggers Holy Light, blocking 1 instance of lethal damage. I'm getting deeper and deeper into survival mode. Subai muttered to himself as he examined the set's skill effects. For Subai, gear wasn't important. What mattered most were his class change skills. Skill, Divine Edict. Description, this active skill allows you to bestow a divine decree, advancing your beast companion at no cost and without consuming any resources. Note, only applies to beasts below the commander stage. Advancement occurs after class change. This skill feels a bit off. Subai stroked his chin, speaking with solemn earnestness. However, he didn't seem to have any immediate use for it, as his own tamed beasts were all at least at the atavistic stage. Skill, Master of all creatures. Description, this passive skill grants you dominion over all living creatures. Any beast encountering you will instantly raise its affinity toward you to 100%. This seems kinda useful, but honestly, it's pretty useless. A black line appeared on Subai's forehead as his expression darkened. These skills all seem to be support-oriented. At the moment, they appear utterly useless. Skill, Divine Might. Skill description, this is a passive skill. You have successfully embarked on the path to divinity, gradually mastering the majesty befitting a deity. Any living being encountering you will feel the divine pressure, causing their overall attributes to be reduced by 10%. Finally, a proper skill. I was about to lose my mind if it didn't show up. Subai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing the final skill. If this had been yet another support-type skill, his sanity would have shattered on the spot. But this skill description mentioned he'd embarked on the path to divinity. It must be closely tied to those two support skills. Beyond these rewards, the most crucial aspect was that he could now level up. Then there were the rewards from the Tower of Heavenly Pride he could freely exchange for divine crystals and stones in the treasury. If things continued like this, it wouldn't be long before he could elevate his beast taming rank once more. By then, with 5 divine beast tier mounts leading the way, who would dare challenge him? Subai immediately opened the exchange vault of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, redeeming a full 100 netherworld divine stones plus 3 divine crystals. Damn, I really am broke. Subai stared at the contents of his backpack and couldn't help but gasp. He calculated that he'd need at least another 400 divine stones. While he had enough divine crystals, there were still other special materials required. The thought instantly gave Subai a headache. Hey, kiddo, home? Just then, a knock on the door abruptly interrupted Subai's thoughts. Old Master Sun Shan, you're finally back. Did you bring any good news? Subai recognized the familiar voice outside the door and was instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly opened the door and respectfully ushered the old man inside. You little rascal, you're nothing but a money-grubbing opportunist. When I do you a favor, you treat me with respect. But if I don't do you a favor, you'd probably toss me out the window. Seeing Subai's fawning expression, a black line appeared on Director Sun's forehead. This little bastard was truly pragmatic. Old man, how could that be? I'm not that kind of person. Subai scratched his head and hurriedly protested. But you're ruthless, aren't you? You wiped out the entire Young family? I was only gone for a week and you wiped out the entire Young family? The old man sized Subai up, his gaze lingering on him with deep meaning. When he first heard the news, his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. This little brat sure knows how to stir up trouble. They started the trouble. These people think they can set fires while forbidding others to light lamps. With my temper, I couldn't stand it. So I taught them a harsh lesson, maybe a little too harsh. Subai rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment flitting across his face. Don't worry, I'm not here to settle scores with you. But I should warn you that Young family patriarch is about to return. If you don't want trouble, you'd be wise to stay within the academy grounds. With me here, he won't be able to break in. But if you happen to run into that old codger outside, I won't be able to help you. Seeing Subai's tense expression, Sunshan couldn't help but chuckle. I couldn't care less. If he dares come, I'll show him I'm willing to dino, I'll make him pay with his life. Subai looked at Sunshan with unwavering confidence, paying no heed to the guardian. Alright, this time I only managed to get you 2 bottles of 9 Nether Springs water. I truly couldn't find any more. I had to pull some strings and snatch them from someone else. Use them sparingly. Old man Sunshan placed 2 bottles of 9 Nether Springs water on the table and said softly. Old man, I'm truly grateful to you. I thank your ancestors 8 generations back. If there's ever anything this kid can do for you, just ask. Forget divine tier bosses, even if a god himself appeared, I'd scatter his ashes for you. Subai promptly stowed away the 2 bottles of 9 Nether Springs, his face brimming with excitement. Get the hell out of here. Stop causing trouble for me. If you could just let this old man live a couple more years, that'd be great. I don't care what you do. I've warned you. You're on your own. But don't forget what you promised me. The old man dropped that line, turned on his heel, and left the villa without lingering. Chapter 44, Evolution of the Ultimate Young Dragon. Meanwhile, the entire Meteorite Empire was thrown into upheaval. Who is Subai? This question ignited the entire Meteor Empire. Did you hear? The top spot in the Genius Tower was snatched by some unknown second-tier cultivator. Of course I heard. It's absurd some second-tier guy actually outshone all the prodigies? I heard those prodigies all retreated into seclusion after leaving the Tower of Geniuses. Every single one of them went to run dungeons. Isn't that normal? Who wouldn't be depressed in their shoes? Rumor has it this Subai was the top scorer in this year's college entrance exams. Are newcomers this formidable nowadays? Professionals across major cities buzzed with discussion, most fixated on Subai's background. In a general store in Qinglong City, a figure hurriedly entered, a hint of urgency in their eyes. Who are you looking for? The shopkeeper looked at the man before him and asked softly. No one. Just 2 pounds of grapes and 1 pound of lemons. We're out of lemons. Would oranges work instead? No, my family only eats lemons. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately stood up and hurriedly led the man into the courtyard. What's the mission? After leading the man to the basement, the shopkeeper's expression grew unusually grave. Subai, the top-ranked player on the Tenjia Tower leaderboard. He's suspected to be a god-tier player. Word has come from the Empire you must send this Subai fellow to meet his maker, no matter the cost. The man took a deep breath, his expression growing somber. Isn't he from Luo City? Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the shopkeeper's eyes. That kid's already at Qinglong Academy. The recent downfall of the Yang family? He's got something to do with it. Remember, this mission must succeed at all costs. The honor of the White Eagle Empire is at stake. After giving all his instructions, the man turned and left immediately. Subai. The man stared at the photograph in his hand, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Subai had arrived at the Qinglong trading house. Dear sir, how may I assist you? The salesperson's tone carried a hint of deference. Prepare 10,000 extreme cold attribute spirit crystals for me, along with 100 vials of extreme cold spirit essence. Subai took a deep breath and spoke softly. Certainly, please wait a moment. I'll prepare them immediately. The woman's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she promptly turned toward the resource vault. In no time, she returned with the items and handed them to Subai. Little one, swallow all of this. Subai gently stroked Xiaobai's head with a smile. Xiaobai let out a dragon's roar and happily swallowed everything whole. Meanwhile, Xiaohei rubbed against Subai's thigh incessantly, whining pitifully. Don't worry, just give me a little more time. Once I finish those 2 merit quests, I'll be able to exchange them for holy flame fire essence for you. Subai smiled at the mischievous Xiaohei. The extreme young dragon swallowed the materials and transformed into a dragon egg. The sapphire blue egg emitted a terrifying aura that filled the entire beast taming space. The other 3 demon beasts cowered in the corner, not daring to move a muscle. You 3 are such cowards. Especially you. You're a demigod, for crying out loud. How could you be shaking in your boots over a dragon cub? Turtle, you're such a disgrace. Subai walked up to the Gangjin Shin turtle, patted its head, and wore a look of helplessness on his face. This time, Subai didn't linger in the contract room. After settling the bill, he left the Qinglong trading house immediately. For the time being, he could focus solely on leveling up. Upon returning to campus, he entered the villa just as Sun Kai and Yi Linger were all lovey-dovey, inseparable. Hey, Sun Kai, wanna run a dungeon with me? Subai looked at Sun Kai, a black line appearing on his forehead. This kid was full of energy and had a healthy glow about him these days. Clearly, he tasted the sweetness of love. Sure thing. Linger, I'll go run a dungeon with Subai now. We'll talk about your stuff later. Hearing this, Sun Kai immediately let go of Yi Linger and walked straight over to Subai. Alright, go ahead then. Even though Yi Linger was reluctant deep down, she could only endure it silently. This time, they didn't venture outside the school grounds. Qinglong Academy possessed its own exclusive secret realm, which opened once a month on the 25th. The timing was perfect, it was opening right now. The secret realm lasted 10 days, offering incredibly rich resources. This was the very foundation that allowed Qinglong Academy to stand among the many other academies. Without one or two powerful secret realms as their foundation, how could these prestigious institutions possibly hold their ground? What do you think about that woman? Subai turned to Sun Kai beside him and spoke softly. Sun Kai wasn't stupid. He knew Yi Linger wasn't after him, he'd just gotten lucky. But using his best friend's reputation to pick up girls? He felt perfectly justified. After all, they were brothers. Given how she behaves, you don't think I'd been swept off my feet by love, do you? Rest assured, I know how to separate the important from the trivial. If this woman genuinely wants to be with me, I wouldn't mind taking her in. But if she's not sincere? Well, then I'll just have to take advantage of the situation. Sun Kai shrugged and chuckled. A free ride offered right to your doorstep, why not take it? You've got some nerve. A black line appeared on Subai's forehead as he gave his good buddy a thumbs up. Come on, man. I'm your best buddy. You can't talk about me like that. Besides, didn't you say you weren't interested in that girl? Hearing this, Sun Kai chuckled and slung his arm around Subai. Hold off on the dungeon run for now. I need to complete my Beast Master advancement first. Hold on a sec. Subai turned his gaze toward his beast taming space. Within the space, the dragon egg glowing with a pale blue light was now covered in cracks. A terrifying dragon aura erupted from the egg. In an instant, an icy rain fell within the beast taming space. The bone-chilling cold made Subai shiver involuntarily. It's freezing. Subai shivered, muttering to himself. Crack. The sound of cracking echoed as a dragon's head emerged from the shell, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. Roar. The dragon burst out of its shell at incredible speed, then swallowed the shell whole. The colossal dragon, over 800 meters in length, soared through the sky, its terrifying dragon aura permeating the entire beast taming space. Chapter 45, New Title Acquired. Holy crap, this little guy is huge. Subai stared at the colossal dragon before him, a look of astonishment flashing across his face. The entire beast taming space had been frozen solid by Xiaobai. Thick layers of ice encased all the other tamed beasts within. The other four beasts stared wide-eyed, their gazes betraying a hint of fear. Xiaobai, withdraw your divine power immediately. Subai shouted towards Xiaobai in the sky. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ice and snow melted away, and the entire beast taming space instantly returned to normal. Except for Xiaohei, the other three beasts emerged from the ice layers and immediately prostrated themselves before Xiaobai, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. Subai summoned Xiaobai over and examined its attribute panel. Beast, Mystic Een Sacred Dragon. Grade, Pseudo-God. Level, LV1. Constitution, 100,000. Strength, 100,000. Mental power, 100,000. Agility, 100,000. Combat power, 150,000. Skills, Dragon's Might, Eternal Freeze, Icy Dragon Breath, Emulate Heaven and Earth, Command Wind and Rain, Ultimate Fusion. Hidden Evolution Path, Mystic Een Sacred Dragon Pseudo-God Ultimate Een Candle Dragon Unknown Tier. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 100 Extreme Een Divine Crystals, 100 bottles of Extreme Een Divine Elixir, 100 bottles of Extreme Cold Divine Elixir, 100 Extreme Cold Divine Crystals, 10 bottles of 9 Nether Springs, 1 Divine Beast Fragment. Current status, cannot advance, base attributes not met. Seeing the Xianyin Sacred Dragon's stats, Subai's reaction could only be summed up in 2 words, holy crap. Truly worthy of the Dragon Clan. At merely level 1, its combat power already soared to 150,000. Limit Fusion? Subai glanced at Xiaobai's skill, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Ultimate Fusion. Skill description, active skill. Allows fusion with the Sun's Sacred Dragon, uniting the two into one. Subai's eyes lit up slightly. He hadn't expected Xiaobai and Xiaohei to come equipped with fusion skills. This was a huge windfall for him. After exiting the beast taming space, Subai arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Name, Endless Valley. Type, Secret Realm. Level restriction, LV60 LV120. Secret Realm description, within this boundless, endless valley lie infinite secrets. Explore its mysteries, and you shall reap rich rewards. Look, isn't that Subai over there? It's him. He's here grinding the Secret Realm too. That kid's about to reach his 3rd class advancement. His level is catching up to the seniors in their 3rd and 4th years. Do you think he'll represent our school in the upcoming university tournament next month? Who knows? The trainees standing at the entrance gazed at Subai, their eyes filled with profound respect. Let's go. The two entered the Secret Realm directly. Before them lay an endless valley, stretching as far as the eye could see. At the valley's entrance stood 2 colossal beings. Gatekeeper giant trees. Level, LV90. HP, 200,000. Attack, 1865. Skills, Entangle, Comfort, Trees Lash. Guardian Spirit. Level, LV90. HP, 250,000. Attack Power, 2,000. Skills, Summon, Drain. Subai summoned his beast companions. 5 colossal figures hovered overhead, circling the pair. Their terrifying forms obscured the sky, blinding to the eye. What the hell are those things? Good heavens, are those 5 world bosses? Terrifying. Are they here to destroy the Secret Realm? Those beast riders look so familiar. Those within the Secret Realm looked up at the sky above, their eyes filled with dread. Look, that 9 nether cloud lark seems to be Subai's beast. You're crazy. He can contract a dragon? But it really looks like it. The frail young man stood at the edge of the crowd, trembling as he spoke. Purge all the monsters. The words fell. In an instant, the valley froze over. Terrifying black flames engulfed the entire valley, while a golden light instantly obliterated every monster within. Blood-red mist mingled with the black rock, swallowing the forest's whole. Congratulations on defeating the Guardian Tree. You have gained 100,000 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the Guardian Spirit. You have gained 100,000 EXP. Kill notifications began to refresh incessantly. Warning! 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 Due to your excessive slaughter, you have successfully drawn the attention of the Eternal Tree, the ruler of this secret realm. Please exit the realm immediately. 1 second later. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the Eternal Tree and gained 5 million EXP. You have picked up 1 wood attribute Spirit Crystal. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up the Radiant Equipment Elf Crown. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. Your level has broken through to level 91, rewarding you with 50 free attribute points. Your level has broken through to level 92. Reward, 50 free attribute points. Congratulations on speedrunning the Endless Valley Secret Realm. Rewarded with the special title Dungeon Harvester, automatically stored in your backpack. Subai's level began to climb rapidly, finally halting only at level 120. Congratulations on triggering the 3rd job advancement quest. Current quest, 3rd job advancement. Quest description, this continent holds endless secrets. Enter the oldest secret realm of the Meteor Empire and achieve an SSS grade evaluation. Upon clearing this realm, you will receive generous rewards. Quest duration, half a month. Note, this class advancement quest is a special mission. Complete it promptly. The cold, mechanical prompt echoed incessantly in Subai's ears. Already time for the 3rd job advancement? Sun Kai watched his level skyrocket, his face etched with utter astonishment. Even having experienced this before, he still felt utterly stunned. This leveling speed was absurdly fast, it felt like a joke. It's gone? You've got to be kidding me. Is this Subai's beast taming? What the hell is this? I've seen people clear dungeons in seconds, but I've never seen anyone clear a secret realm in seconds. Freak. Beast. The crowd glared up at the 5 colossal beasts in the sky, cursing under their breath. They'd waited a whole month just to storm the secret realm and snag some top-tier gear, only to come up empty-handed. This can't stand. We need to protest. At this rate, Subai will leave us with nothing but scraps. We absolutely must protest. The adventurers in the secret realm stared at the empty valley before them, their tempers flaring instantly. We must protest. Everyone nodded in agreement. Guys, I'm really sorry about this. I was just trying to level up. I left all that gear at the entrance. Anyone who wants it can come get it themselves, but don't get greedy. If you do, I won't be polite. Subai stood atop the 9 nether cloud sparrow's head, his icy voice echoing throughout the entire secret realm. Chapter 46, The Sudden Assassination. If you're going to eat the meat, at least leave some broth for others. Subai tossed the pile of gear at the secret realm's entrance before departing with Sun Kai. I've got my own business to attend to now. You need to complete your job change quest as soon as possible. I can't keep carrying you through every level up. Subai said softly to Sun Kai before him. It wasn't that he couldn't level Sun Kai up, it was just that constantly carrying him like this would boost his level but not his actual combat strength. Don't worry, I'll complete the job change quest within the next couple of days. Sun Kai nodded and hurriedly replied. After parting ways, Subai headed straight for the academy's back courtyard. You little brat, what are you doing here again? I've got nothing left here. Don't expect me to find you any more of that stuff. Now, whenever Sunshan saw Subai, his legs would tremble. This little brat had already drained every last resource from him. Old man son, I'm not some monster or plague. Look how scared you are. I want to know what the oldest secret realm in the Meteor Empire is. I've taken on a 3rd tier quest requiring me to clear the oldest secret realm within the Meteorite Empire and earn a 3S rating. Subai didn't hide his class change quest. The old man before him was trustworthy. You've already reached the 3rd transformation so quickly? When you just came out of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, weren't you only at the 2nd job advancement? At this remark, old master's son couldn't help but pause in surprise. I cleared that secret realm in the Endless Valley, then leveled up to 120. Subai's words were spoken with casual ease, yet they sent shockwaves through old master's son's mind. You cleared the entire secret realm by yourself? Sun Shan's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of shock. This little brat really knows how to stir things up. I guess you could say that, but I left all the gear at the entrance. I didn't even bother picking it up. Subai scratched his nose, a hint of embarrassment flitting across his face. Old master's son rolled his eyes at the remark. He'd clearly underestimated Subai. In all his 100+ years, he'd never heard of anyone speed clearing a secret realm. Old man, we're getting sidetracked. Let's get down to business. Subai quickly steered the conversation back on track. Oh, you mean that secret realm, right? There is indeed a particularly ancient secret realm, but you'd best be cautious. That secret realm is highly unusual and utterly terrifying. Once you enter, you'll likely perish inside. Hearing this, old man Sun Shan snapped back to reality and quickly replied. Death doesn't scare me. Tell me, how do I get into that secret realm? Hearing this, Subai narrowed his eyes. To enter this realm, you must complete a prerequisite task. That task can be found at the gates of every city. You should have seen it. The old man pointed toward the eastern gate of the Qinglong Empire and whispered. You mean the trial grounds? The moment the words left his lips, Subai immediately understood. Exactly. The trial grounds, the first publicly accessible instance dungeon in the Meteor Empire. This instance is spread across every city, large and small, in the Meteorite Empire. If you can pass the trial grounds, you gain access to the Empire's oldest instance. That's the prerequisite for the secret realm. Additionally, here is this scroll. Should you fail to pass, you may use it to escape. Upon hearing this, old master's son nodded solemnly. Alright, I understand. Upon hearing this, Subai took the scroll, summoned the 9 nether cloud sparrow, and flew toward the city gate. At the eastern gate of Qinglong City stood a stone stele. The stone tablet was completely blank, appearing exceptionally desolate. Passers-by never paused here, not even sparing it a glance. Dungeon name, Trial Grounds. Level restriction, none. Dungeon description, this is a unique trial. Within this land of trials lies endless terror. Proceed with caution. Failure consequence, death. The trial grounds. Subai stared at the dungeon description, his mind racing. Should he step directly into the trial grounds, or first enhance Xiao Hei's rank before venturing into this instance? This extremely dangerous dungeon had claimed the lives of countless prodigies. As the first publicly accessible dungeon in the Meteor Empire, the Empire had proclaimed that anyone who successfully cleared it would become a divine envoy of the entire nation. The Empire vowed to spare no effort in nurturing such a person, aiding them in reaching the 9 transformations. It was precisely this promise that lured many arrogant prodigies into the trial grounds. Among them were hidden class practitioners of exceptional talent, and even legendary divine spokesmen. Yet none emerged. All met their end within its depths. Since then, the Trial Grounds dungeon has become a taboo throughout the entire Meteor Empire. Regardless, let's go in and take a look. After all, we have the life-saving scrolls given by Old Man Sunday. I've got plenty of survival gear on me too. I shouldn't die. With that, Subai prepared to enter the instance. Notice, due to unknown factors, your current status does not permit entry into the instance. At that moment, a message suddenly appeared before Subai. What does this mean? Not letting me in? Subai glanced around, a look of confusion fleeting across his face. Suddenly, he sensed something was terribly wrong. The once bustling east gate had fallen completely silent. All the passing pedestrians had vanished, leaving the area eerily quiet. Before Subai could react, a dazzling dagger appeared before him, thrusting toward his throat. Immovable golden body. Without hesitation, Subai instantly activated his skill. A golden glow enveloped his entire body, placing him in a state of invincibility. 154-8438 immune. Damn it! A bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead, his eyes flashing with a terrifying glint. Far away in the void, a figure clad in a long robe stood motionless. Eyes hidden beneath a mask flickered with surprise. He's still alive? Truly worthy of being the top prodigy in the Meteor Empire. He survived that. Hidden in the shadows, the figure surreptitiously studied Subai. Who are you? You want to kill me? The Young family's ancestor? Subai stared at the figure in the void, speaking each word deliberately. But soon, he dismissed the possibility of it being the Young family's ancestor. Name, Thomas. Occupation, Fatal Assassin. Level, 8th Transformation, Level 256. Combat Power, 973,000. Affiliation, White Eagle Empire. Chapter 47, Annihilating an 8th Transformation Powerhouse. You can actually see me? That shows some skill. But that's all you've got. Hand over your life now. Thomas materialized from the void, his eyes flashing with icy coldness. Is that so? Do you really think you can kill me? Subai sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The next instant, the Xianin sacred dragon materialized behind Subai. Its 800-meter long form coiled in the sky, its icy eyes fixed intently on the old man before it. A dragon? A dragon? How could this be? The old man froze, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. Scared now? Subai stood atop the head of the Xianin sacred dragon, looking down at him. No wonder they ordered me to spare no expense. Given time, you truly could have disrupted the entire world's order. The old man took a deep breath and pulled a scroll from his backpack. The terrifying scroll burst into a blinding black light, instantly enveloping the Xianin sacred dragon. Damn it all to hell. Did you really think Qinglong City was empty? An 8th-tier assassin dares to come here and cause trouble? At that moment, Sun Shan, who had been basking in the courtyard sun, cursed furiously. His figure vanished from the spot and materialized above the eastern city gate of Qinglong City. Sealing technique? No wonder. But do you really think this is my only beast? Seeing Xiaobai sealed, Subai smiled. As the words fell, four colossal figures materialized behind Subai once more. Their towering forms, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun, radiated an overwhelmingly ferocious aura, matching that of a god-tier boss. This can't be possible. The old man instantly felt his scalp tingle, preparing to tear open the void and flee directly. Are you kidding me? What's the point of fighting now? He only possessed one legendary grade sealing scroll, which he had already used on that white dragon. The four figures that reappeared each radiated an aura no weaker than a world boss, and damn it, there was even a dragon among them. What chance did he stand? Think you can just walk away? Dream on. Subai crushed the scroll in his storage bag. Overwhelming power roared forth, sealing off the entire space completely. Damn it, why can't I move? You! What the hell is going on? Thomas cursed furiously, his dagger swinging so fiercely it nearly sparked, yet it couldn't breach the invisible barrier. Attack! A dazzling 9-colored aurora descended from the heavens, crashing toward Thomas. Thomas instantly activated his stealth mode, his figure vanishing from the spot. Hide and seek? Sorry, but I can see you. Subai watched the furtive Thomas and couldn't help but sneer coldly. A torrent of black flames roared toward Thomas. You! Which idiot provided this intel? This bastard's a second-stage Beast Tamer? No way. I have to find a way to take this guy down. If his beast is this powerful, he himself can't be that strong. Thomas cursed inwardly, scheming silently. Using the power of stealth, just as the black flames were about to touch him, Thomas vanished from his original spot once more. Teleportation. The next second, his figure silently materialized behind Subai, the dagger in his hand thrusting towards Subai's head. Beast and Master is one. Frozen vastness. A blinding white light erupted from Subai's hands, its terrifying chill sending a shiver down Thomas's spine. No! The next instant, Thomas froze solid into an ice sculpture and crashed to the ground. What were you thinking? Picking a fight with me? You must be out of your mind. Subai examined the ice sculpture before him with keen interest. At that moment, Xiaobai also broke free from its sealed state. With a roar, it unleashed a dragon's breath, sending Thomas straight to hell. Xiaobai was thoroughly annoyed. Just as it was ready to unleash its full might, it had been completely deflated. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated an 8th-tier professional from the White Eagle Empire. Reward, 1 million merit points. At that moment, the cold, mechanical notification sounded in Subai's ear. It's like searching high and low for something, only to find it when you least expect it. This guy's practically handing over experience points on a silver platter. Subai's eyes lit up slightly, wishing he could light 2 sticks of incense for this kind-hearted old brother. The white dragon advanced? Sun Shan descended from the sky, his gaze fixed on the white dragon before Subai, a hint of surprise in his eyes. That's right. Subai nodded. If that's the case, you might just pass the trials of this testing ground. Youngster, do you even know what the trial grounds signify? Sun Shan stroked the beard on his chest, adopting an air of profound mystery. The path of the divine? Subai pondered for a moment before replying with solemn earnestness. Exactly. The path of the divine. You're quite perceptive. Successfully passing the trial grounds qualifies you as a candidate for divine messenger. Then you may enter the oldest secret chamber of the Falling Star Empire to undergo the God's trial. Upon passing the trials, you shall become an agent of the divine and in time may even ascend to true divinity. Old Master Sun gazed at the ancient stone stele before him and drew a deep breath. The Falling Star Empire has no divine envoys. This left the entire Falling Star Empire struggling immensely against the Starry Abyss, requiring even more 9 transformation masters to fend off its assaults. If the Falling Star Empire produced a true divine messenger, then a portion of their power in the starry skies could be unleashed, freeing them from having to endure humiliation for so many years. So there was such a hidden history. Alright, I'll head straight in then. Subai stood at the entrance to the secret realm of the trial grounds, choosing to challenge it. Golden light enveloped him, instantly swallowing him whole. Meteor Empire professional announcement: the Meteor Empire has reopened the Trial Grounds challenge. We await your triumphant news. Someone's going to challenge the Trial Grounds? That guy really isn't afraid of death. You can say that again. It's been years since anyone dared to challenge the Trial Grounds. This announcement sent shockwaves through the professional community. Someone actually entered the Trial Grounds before me? Imperial capital of the Meteor Empire. In a quiet courtyard, a man suddenly opened his eyes, his face betraying a look of disbelief. His figure vanished instantly from where he stood, reappearing at the entrance to the trial grounds. Enveloped in golden light, he stepped into the trial grounds. Meteor Empire practitioner announcement: the Meteor Empire has reopened the trial grounds challenge. Current participants, 2. Meteor Empire professional announcement: the Meteor Empire has reopened the trial grounds challenge. Current participants, 3. Holy crap, what's going on? How did all these people suddenly show up at once? Unbelievable. Not a single challenger in 10 years, and now 3 show up in one day? This is gonna be wild. Wonder if anyone can pull it off. In an instant, the crowd began gathering toward the city gates. Chapter 48, The Trial Grounds. You have entered the trial grounds. Your attributes have been detected. The trial grounds are undergoing transformation. The trial ground has been fully updated. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Subai's ears. Is this the trial ground? Subai surveyed the ancient palace before him, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. No monsters were visible anywhere. The palace entrance stood completely empty. Yet the palace radiated an aura of profound solemnity and gravity, weighing heavily on one's heart like a massive stone. It evoked an inexplicable urge to submit. This feeling is truly uncomfortable. Subai stepped forward, positioning himself at the palace entrance. The trial begins. As the words echoed, the palace doors slowly swung open. A humanoid creature emerged, striding toward him. This humanoid creature wore armor, radiating a terrifying aura. The pitch-black spear in its hand emitted wisps of dark smoke. Is that demonic energy? Subai sensed the dark gas, his brow furrowing slightly. How could demonic energy appear in this place? Could it be that the demonic race once descended upon this world, only to retreat back into the starry void for reasons unknown? Divine General. Level, LV 150. HP, 800,000. Attack, 100,000. Skills, Divine Might, Unstoppable Force. Kill. The Divine General roared, raising his spear and thrusting it towards Subai. Beast and Rider as one. Subai's base attributes surged explosively. A terrifying radiance silently emerged, obliterating the Divine General before him into dust. You have completed the first challenge. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Subai's ears as the gate before him swung open once more. This time, 2 Divine Generals emerged from behind the doors, both radiating an equally terrifying aura. The moment these 2 Divine Generals stepped out of the palace, Subai obliterated them. Then 3 more. 4. 5. Subai had no idea how long he'd been fighting. These things before him seemed endless, impossible to wipe out completely. Damn it, you think you can toy with me? You forced my hand. I'll kill every last one of you bastards. Subai cursed furiously, feeling like he'd stumbled into some kind of trap. Who said the challenge between seals had to be completed this way? Blowing the damn temple to smithereens should count as clearing the stage, right? Subai summoned his 5 beasts, stood atop Subai's dragon head, and waved his hand casually. Terrifying black flames instantly engulfed the entire mysterious palace. Golden light descended from the heavens, crashing into the temple walls, causing the entire structure to tremble precariously. A blood-red mist filled the air. Snow began to drift down over the once serene and peaceful trial grounds, completely freezing everything in sight. This palace actually has health points. Subai watched the palace not far away rapidly losing health, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It seemed he had stumbled upon the truth by accident. Could it be that those previous individuals were worn down and killed by the Divine Generals of this trial ground? Thinking about it, that seemed entirely possible. After all, the Divine Generals within this temple should stack without limit. Once their numbers reached an overwhelmingly massive scale, even the most formidable practitioners would inevitably meet their end here. Only by attacking the temple's core could one succeed in breaking through. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed through the air. The palace before them collapsed in a thunderous crash, reduced to ruins. Is it over? Subai surveyed the palace before him, murmuring to himself. At that very moment, a terrifying aura descended. A shadow appeared in the sky, radiating multicolored halos that gave it an exceptionally sacred aura. Divine Messenger. Level 120. HP 5 million. Attack power 300,000. Skills Divine Might, Divine Word, Divine Descent. With stats like these, if this really is the final boss guarding the gate, no one could possibly defeat it. Subai narrowed his eyes as he studied the divine messenger before him. As the words fell, a terrifying blast of icy dragon breath erupted from Xiaobai's mouth. 521-9439. Xiaobai's dragon breath dealt maximum damage. Before the divine envoy could react, it vanished entirely. A crisp clink echoed as a bronze-colored token dropped to the ground, emitting a clear ring. Name, Passage to the Ancestral Grounds. Type, Token. Function, possession of this token grants you access to the land of inheritance, where you may choose to become a divine messenger and face the ultimate trial. Reading the description on the token, Subai's face broke into a satisfied smile. Finally found it, this is the thing. He stowed the item in his backpack and immediately dashed into the ruins. Wonder if there are any other treasures in this palace. If there are, I'd be missing out big time. Subai summoned the Gangjin Mystic Turtle and had it plow through the entire temple. Put. Damn, this place is broke. I thought there might be some decent treasures hidden here, but there's not a damn thing. Subai surveyed the ruins before him, brushing dust from his clothes with a hint of contempt in his eyes. This temple was truly impoverished. He walked straight to the entrance and exited the sealed land instance. Congratulations, player Subai, for successfully clearing the trial grounds. Reward 10,000 national reputation points. Congratulations to player Subai for successfully activating the land of inheritance. The difficulty of the sealed land has begun to decrease. Congratulations to player Subai for becoming the first to conquer the sealed realm. Reward, your name shall be immortalized, engraved upon a monument for all eternity. Congratulations to player Subai for clearing the trial grounds and becoming a candidate for Divine Messenger. The incessant beeps of notifications rang in everyone's ears, leaving them utterly stunned. Someone actually passed? This is absurd. What's the deal with this Subai guy? I doubt even the Meteor Emperor's own son could pull this off. Damn it, these young people nowadays, each one is more outrageous than the last. You can say that again. The crowd gathered at the entrance to the trial ground instance exchanged stunned glances. Did that kid really clear it? This is absolutely fantastic. This meant that Meteorite would soon have a divine messenger or even several divine representatives. From now on, Meteorite would have its own divine emissaries. At that moment, old Master Sun Shan, standing at the dungeon entrance, had his aged face flushed crimson, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A divine messenger. An emissary of the gods. Ever since the gods vanished, no trace of them had been found beneath this starry sky. They seemed to have disappeared without a trace, leaving no clues behind. Now, the falling star would give birth to its own divine messenger, truly a day worthy of nationwide celebration. Chapter 49, Xiaohei's Evolution. Pa. What nonsense is this? Who do you think will live forever? May your entire family live forever. Subai emerged from the dungeon, cursing under his breath. He'd heard the system's announcement loud and clear. The damn system actually called him immortal. I'm not dead yet, damn it. His name was carved atop the stone monument in this trial ground, reigning supreme at the very top. Is that Subai? Looks like it must be him. He's really handsome. How did he pull this off? This is the trial ground that countless predecessors failed to conquer. I'm baffled too. Did this kid cheat or something? Subai, you rock. Subai, you're the man. A chorus of murmurs erupted. As Subai turned his head, he was met with a roar of voices. A sea of eyes stared at him, sending a chill down his spine. Holy crap! This many people? What the hell is going on? Subai's face flushed crimson. They must have heard him cursing earlier. With that thought, he immediately piloted the 9 Nether Cloud Sparrow and sped off toward Qinglong Academy. Why did he leave? He got embarrassed. Youngsters are so thin-skinned. If it were me, I'd definitely savor those admiring glances. Subai truly is a blessing to our Qinglong city. The crowd watched the direction Subai had departed, their eyes betraying a hint of envy and admiration. Young man, why run away from such an honorable moment? You're now the undisputed top talent among the young generation of the entire Meteor Empire. You've truly brought honor to Qinglong Academy. Sun Shan landed on Zhouyo Yinxiao's back, teasing him with a smile. I'm a low-key sort of person. I prefer to quietly make my fortune. Old man, since you're here, I've got a question for you. Are there any other places within our empire where one might find higher-grade beast tamers? Subai turned to face the elderly son before him and asked urgently. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th transformation, yet he still lacked contracts for 2 more beasts. Those of too low a grade were beneath Subai's current standards, while those of too high a grade were difficult to find. This was indeed a troublesome matter. Well, you've come to the right person. Our Meteor Empire does indeed have a place that can meet your requirements. It also happens to be related to your destination this time. The imperial capital of the Meteor Empire, the Beastmaster's secret realm. But I must warn you, most of the beasts there are dominator tier or higher. Successfully binding one won't be easy. Old Master Sun cautioned upon hearing this. The more powerful the beast, the harder it is to contract with it, and the greater the chance of failure. Then what are we waiting for? I'm heading to the Falling Star Imperial capital right now. Hearing this, Subai's eyes flashed with excitement as he eagerly declared. I know you're eager, but hold your horses for now. Wait at the academy for 2 days. A special secret realm is about to open here at Qinglong Academy. You need divine stones and divine crystals, right? You can find them in that realm. But I must warn you, this secret realm carries a high danger rating. Once you enter, you may face grave peril. Old Master Sun's expression grew solemn as he offered a quiet warning. What secret realm? Hearing this, Subai's eyes lit up slightly. He wasn't just short on divine stones and crystals, he lacked everything. His inability to advance his beast taming meant his strength couldn't grow, and he was utterly anxious. Advancing his mythical beast to the mythical stage was proving exceedingly difficult. The Starry Sky Secret Realm, Inferior Demon Abyss. This is a unique secret realm, functioning as a spatial node. Through its entrance, you can enter a mysterious dimension. Within this realm, you will encounter the legendary demonic tribes. Old Master Sun gazed at the sky above, drawing in a deep breath. Far above the starry expanse lay the abyss. No problem. Leave it to me. Subai didn't hesitate for a moment, accepting the task immediately. Good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you, kid. If you can wipe out every demon in this secret realm, I'll get you something special. Old Master Sun Shan must harbor deep hatred for the demonic race. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he spoke their name. This young man will be watching to see what you can do. Subai parked the 9 Nether Cloud Sparrow above the Qinglong Trading House, went inside to purchase a batch of advancement materials, and then returned to Qinglong Academy with Old Master Sun. Young man, after clearing this secret realm, don't forget the Academy's grand competition when you reach the Imperial capital. You promised me back then. The old man waved at Subai and turned to walk toward his small courtyard. With his current strength, enter the Academy tournament? Subai's lips twitched slightly. That old codger Sun Shan was really being a jerk. Making him enter the Academy tournament? Wasn't that just blatantly picking on the honest folk? But what choice did they have? They simply weren't strong enough. Merit treasury. Exchange sacred flame fire essence. Subai spent 1 million merit points to exchange for the sacred flame fire essence. Thankfully, that 8th rank assassin had sent him a wave of benefits. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have known where to scrape together that many merit points. He vanished from his spot and reappeared within the beast taming realm. Xiaohei, that impatient little fellow, flew straight to Subai's side, rubbing his head back and forth against Subai's pant leg. Thankfully, the little guy could shrink his body, otherwise, that headbutt would have likely sent Subai flying. Subai retrieved the evolution materials from his backpack and pushed them toward Xiaohei. 10,000 fire attribute spirit crystals, 100 vials of fire spirit elixir, 1 fire god crystal, and 1 bottle of sacred flame fire sap. These items had cost him no small effort. Upon seeing this, Xiaohei's form suddenly grew larger. Opening its gaping maw, it swallowed every item on the ground whole. A supremely overbearing energy radiated from its body. Xiaobai let out a dragon's roar, a hint of delight flashing in its eyes. It seemed he was overjoyed to witness his companion's advancement. Xiaohei also transformed into a golden dragon egg. Through the shell, Subai could see Xiaohei's body undergoing profound, earth-shaking changes. As time passed, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire beast taming space. Dense cracks appeared on the eggshell as Xiaohei burst forth from within, instantly swallowing the shards whole. A scorching heat washed over them, as if a blazing sun had risen within the beast taming space, radiating an indescribable intensity. The 3 unambitious little creatures buried their heads in the corner once more, not daring to glance at Xiaohei. You 3 good-for-nothings. A black line appeared on Subai's forehead as he turned his gaze toward Xiaohei, who circled endlessly in the sky. Chapter 50, Ultimate Fusion State. Subai waved toward Xiaohei, who was nearby. The little beast let out a roar and swiftly flew to Subai's side. Beast Summoning, Sun Sacred Dragon. Rank, Pseudo-God. Level, LV 120. Constitution, 2,500,000. Strength, 2,500,000. Mental Power, 2,500,000. Agility, 2,500,000. Total Combat Power, 3 million. Skills, Dragon Might, Supreme Yang Domain, Supreme Yang Dragon Breath, Emulate Heaven and Earth, Command Wind and Rain, Ultimate Fusion. Hidden Evolution Path, Sun Sacred Dragon Pseudo-God Supreme Yang Dragon Unknown Tier. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 100 Supreme Yang Divine Crystals, 100 bottles of Supreme Yang Divine Elixir, 100 bottles of Aurora Divine Elixir, 100 Aurora Divine Crystals, 10 bottles of Sacred Yang Spring Water, 1 Divine Beast Fragment. Current status, cannot advance, base attributes not yet qualified. The base stats of these 2 young dragons are remarkably similar, and their combat power is nearly identical. Ultimate Fusion. Subai took a deep breath and activated the fusion technique for both dragons. Beast Taming, Yin Yang Sacred Dragon. Grade, Mythical. Constitution, 5 million. Strength, 5 million. Speed, 5 million. Spirit, 5 million. Total combat power, 8 million. Skill, Dragon Might. Time limit, 29 minutes 58 seconds. Whoosh! Upon witnessing the ultimate fusion state of these two dragons, Subai couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. By Subai's estimation, even a standard 270 level 9 transformations practitioner couldn't match the combat prowess of the Yin Yang Sacred Dragon. Only those powerful 9 turns breakers who had surpassed the limits could possibly challenge the Yin Yang Sacred Dragon. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Subai commanded the two dragons to exit their fusion state. This skill had a cooldown of 1 day and lasted for 30 minutes. If paired with the Endless Ring, Subai couldn't even begin to imagine the heights his combat power could reach. This time, entering that low-tier demonic abyss should be a breeze. After exiting the beast taming space, Subai brewed himself a cup of coffee and sat lazily on the villa's balcony, basking in the sun. "Old Su, why are you so free today?" Sun Kai walked in from outside, a hint of surprise on his face. "After working non-stop for days, I deserve a break." Subai rolled his eyes and shot him a disapproving glance. "Of course you can. Since I've got time today, wanna go out for a stroll? You haven't explored Qinglong City yet, have you? Not to mention, the girls in Qinglong City are absolutely gorgeous, and there are tons of places to hang out." Sun Kai rubbed his hands together and murmured softly. "Did you finish your job change quest?" Subai shot him a glance and rolled her eyes. "I'd love to finish it, but the quest's in a secret realm. That realm doesn't open until the 1st of next month, so I've got to wait a few more days." Sun Kai felt a bit frustrated too. He could have transferred jobs immediately, but this time restriction left him feeling rather annoyed. "Well, in that case, let's go out and explore. If you want to bring Yilinger along, you can take her too." Subai set down his coffee, glanced at Sun Kai, and said softly, "Are you serious? You're actually suggesting I bring that woman along with us?" Sun Kai asked incredulously upon hearing this. "Cut the crap. Bring her or don't. I'm leaving." Bring her, of course we bring her." Subai headed downstairs, with Sun Kai trotting along behind him. As Subai walked along the path of Qinglong Academy, eyes would occasionally land on him. The girls had completely shed their reserve. Once they recognized Subai, they would stop in their tracks and scream. "You're now a household name throughout the entire Meteor Empire. Top scorer in the college entrance exams, champion of the Tower of Heavenly Talents, the first to conquer the trial grounds, you've become the goal of every young person in the Meteor Empire." Sun Kai watched Subai walking ahead of him, a hint of envy in his eyes. What defines a good brother? It's when you fear your brother's hardship, yet dread him driving a Range Rover. But Subai? He wasn't just driving a Range Rover, he was commanding an aircraft carrier. "Where do you guys usually hang out?" Subai ignored Sun Kai's remark and countered with a question. "We can go see movies, stroll through parks, or watch acrobatic shows. There's also one particularly unique activity you've probably never heard of." Sun Kai's eyes lit up as he eagerly continued. "What kind of interesting activity?" Subai frowned upon hearing this. "This project is a Qinglong City specialty. It's called the Blind Box Beast Egg. It involves placing beast eggs inside blind boxes, using a special formation to block professional players' perception, then selecting the beast eggs from within the blind boxes. I've heard rumors of people even pulling king-tier beasts from these blind boxes before." Standing nearby, Yilinger saw her chance and quickly chimed in. "Is that for real? A royal-tier beast?" Hearing this, a clear look of surprise flashed across Subai's face. For a beast tamer, possessing a king-tier beast meant holding the key to becoming a top-tier powerhouse. If you could cultivate this beast to the overlord stage, becoming a 9-transformation powerhouse in the future would be no problem at all. But over the years, only one person has ever hatched a king-tier beast. Most others get nothing but dead eggs, not even a single hair inside, let alone a beast. This method is fraught with uncertainty. Yilinger spoke up again to remind him. After striving so long, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. Now that she could engage Subai in conversation, perhaps she could seek his guidance on beast taming in the future. Though her path had been somewhat unconventional, at least she'd successfully opened the door to Subai. "Then let's go take a look." Subai's interest was piqued, gesturing for Yilinger to lead the way. Yilinger naturally took the lead, guiding the two toward a bustling shop in the city center. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of the beast taming pavilion. The doorway was crowded with a bustling throng of people, all seemingly gathered for the spectacle. "Have you heard? The pavilion master is auctioning off a batch of precious beast eggs this time. Wonder if anything good will hatch from them. Then you'll have to ask the sect master. Even he doesn't know for sure. This stuff is all about luck. Who knows where that guy got so many beast taming eggs from? I heard it was from some special secret realm. He got lucky back then. He used these beast eggs to go from a nobody to the wealthiest tycoon in all of Qinglong City." The people gathered at the doorway murmured among themselves, their eyes occasionally flashing with a hint of envy. Chapter 51, The Experiment. Speaking of the pavilion master of the beast taming pavilion, he truly is a legendary figure. He started out as just another ordinary adventurer. Then, apparently, he stumbled into some special secret realm and ended up with all these beast eggs. He originally intended to sell them himself, but someone must have advised him to launch a blind box egg opening event. From that point on, this guy skyrocketed to fame and fortune, becoming unstoppable. In this world, there are plenty of people looking to get ahead. Yi Linger was quick to read the room. Noticing Subai's confusion, she immediately jumped in to explain. That was some serious luck. Let's go inside. Who knows, maybe we'll find a hidden gem. Subai surveyed the beast taming pavilion before him and murmured softly. With his innate ability, the piercing illusion divine eyes, he could see through anything at a glance, perfect for snagging bargains. Could you two help us find a quieter private room? Yi Linger produced a membership card and handed it to the guard at the entrance. Please take a seat. Upon seeing the membership card, a female attendant emerged from the gallery and respectfully accepted it. The trio soon entered a private room. Though the auction hadn't started yet, the decor was quite nice, and the room was filled with all kinds of snacks to keep guests entertained. By the way, I recall you're also a beastmaster, right? Subai sat in the main seat and glanced at Yi Linger. That's correct. I am a beast tamer, though my rank in taming isn't very high. I'm already a senior in college, and I've only managed to cultivate 2 king-tier beasts. Hearing this, Yi Linger, standing beside Sun Kai, nodded eagerly, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Summon your beast now. Subai glanced at her and said softly. Hearing this, Yi Linger immediately summoned her beasts. 1 king-tier ice fox, 1 king-tier Mount Tai ape, plus 3 commander-tier and 2 supernatural-tier beasts. A total of 7 beasts. The moment they spotted Subai, they instantly pressed themselves against his pant legs, beginning to act cute and clingy. This scene left Yi Linger momentarily stunned. Setting aside the others, that snow fox was notoriously aloof and cold, never showing her master any warmth, let alone anyone else. Yet now, that adorable little fox was nestled in Subai's embrace, occasionally making comical expressions while fawning over him. This was utterly unheard of and unprecedented. Could it be that Subai truly possessed some kind of magical charm? Your tamed beasts are also mediocre. This little one is passable. Subai took a deep breath and lifted up the extraordinary great rooster. He couldn't fathom what this woman was thinking, actually contracting an extraordinary great rooster. Is this the only one? Hearing this, Yi Linger felt a bit dazed. She'd passed over both king-tier and commander-tier beasts, yet she was interested in this rooster? Was she serious? Subai picked up the paper and pen from the table, jotted down the required advancement materials, and handed the papers to Yi Linger before him. Go purchase these materials. After completing everything, Subai turned his gaze toward the spectator seats below. I have all these items here. Yi Linger took the paper and produced every single item listed. Feed it to your big rooster, then store it in the beast taming space. Subai glanced at Yi Linger before speaking. Upon hearing this, Yi Linger began feeding the rooster as instructed before sealing it away in the beast taming space. It advanced? Seeing the scene unfold within the beast taming space before her, Yi Linger's face flashed with disbelief. She had nurtured her beast for so long, yet had never witnessed such a method of cultivation. This was simply absurd. Just wait and see. Subai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It seemed his hunch was correct. As long as he could see the evolution path, he could cultivate any beast, regardless of ownership. But he wasn't helping Yi Linger cultivate her beast for free, he was using her beast as an experiment. Among the materials he had provided to Yi Ling, one crucial ingredient was missing. He wanted to see if the beast would advance even with insufficient materials. Success! A dominator-tier beast. Just as the auction was about to begin, Yi Linger suddenly stood up, her eyes gleaming with excitement, her body trembling uncontrollably. This was the sovereign-tier beast she'd longed for, and in the blink of an eye, it had been cultivated. Summon your beast for me to see. Subai's eyes lit up at the words. This method seemed promising. Although the rank had dropped by 1 tier, it was still an improvement. He recalled using complete evolution materials back then, which should have cultivated a totem-tier beast. By omitting just 1 ingredient, the rank dropped by a tier. What if he omitted 2 ingredients? He'd have to continue experimenting. Upon hearing this, Yi Linger summoned her own beast. A miniature version of the 3-legged golden crow paced restlessly within the room, radiating scorching flames. Upon spotting Subai, the 3-legged golden crow landed on his shoulder. Beast, golden crow. Grade, overlord. Level, LV20. Strength. Not bad at all. This little guy has some real talent. Subai nodded and ruffled the little one's hair. Thank you. Truly, thank you so much. I truly have no way to repay you. Yi Linger's heart surged with emotion, her delicate frame trembling. Their family's circumstances were only average. Raising 2 king-tier beasts was already a tremendous blessing. She never imagined she'd possess a sovereign-tier beast. No need to repay me. Just follow my brother faithfully. And of course, you'd best keep this matter to yourself. Don't mention it to anyone. You understand what I mean, right?
Subai narrowed his eyes, a fierce killing intent flashing in his gaze. He was no saint when it came to crushing flowers, he wouldn't hesitate.
Rest assured, I won't.
I swear to heaven if I dare breathe a word of this, may my entire family meet a terrible end.
Yeelinger was ruthless indeed, swearing on her entire family's lives. That's hardly necessary. The auction is about to begin. Let's see what the auction is like first.
Subai turned his gaze toward the center of the auction hall. A woman carrying a box was walking toward the main auction podium.
Chapter 52, The Mysterious Beast Tamer.
With a crisp gong strike, the auction commenced. A female auctioneer placed the beast egg in her hands onto the table, her face adorned with a standardized smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this auction. We have prepared a selection of beast eggs for you today, and we hope they meet your expectations. With that, the woman began describing the first beast egg.
Subai merely glanced at it before withdrawing his gaze. He couldn't be bothered with a beast of transcendent rank.
1, 2, 3.
A full 8 Beastmaster eggs were successfully auctioned off, including one of the commander tier variety. It must be said, the owner of this Beast Tamer pavilion truly had some serious skills. The fact that he could procure such a large quantity of these beast eggs at once showed he had considerable influence.
Subai narrowed his eyes, gazing thoughtfully toward the upper floor. Next, let us present the final beast egg.
Our owner personally guarantees this beast egg is at least commander tier or higher.
There will be absolutely no deception. Should this prove untrue, we will issue an unconditional refund and even give the bidder a commander tier beast free of charge.
The moment these words were spoken, they instantly captured everyone's attention.
I bid 30 million. I bid 35 million. 50 million. 50 million and 1 million.
The bidding began to skyrocket wildly. Subai stared at the egg before him, momentarily stunned. His divine eye of truth could not discern the egg's true depth, only its grade and name. A genuine king-grade beast companion, its quality was beyond question. Anything of inferior quality wouldn't have caught Subai's attention. Upstairs, the Beast Tamer shop owner stood before a young man.
Are you certain this egg is of exceptionally high quality?
The young man glanced at the shopkeeper beside him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Based on my tests, it should surpass the commander tier. I'm not entirely sure how high exactly, but this egg holds immense potential, far exceeding young city lords' expectations. The elderly man hastily nodded, his face radiating reverence. The young man before him was the young city lord of Qinglong City, currently studying at the imperial capital Spirit Energy University.
I'll offer 200 million.
The youth suddenly spoke, his voice echoing throughout the entire hall.
Who is this, offering such a high price? No idea. Looks like he's someone important. Isn't that obvious? Exactly.
He's sitting in the premier suite right now.
The guests in that suite are always distinguished. Do you really need to ask about his status? 200 million?
That completely surpasses the market price for any commander tier beastmaster.
I reckon he's not just rich, he thinks he's a sucker. Shut up already. I don't want to get dragged down with you.
The crowd murmured softly, gazing toward the rooftop.
200 million, going once. 200 million, going once. 200 million.
Before the words had fully faded, a gentle voice cut through the air.
500 million.
The moment those words were spoken, the crowd below was instantly stunned.
Are you kidding me? 500 million? Holy cow, that's 500 million.
They're throwing money around like it's nothing.
Who's the big shot this time? Hearing that gentle voice, everyone turned their gaze toward private room 2. Someone's trying to outbid me?
Check who's in that private room. The young man frowned, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. He had received advance intelligence from the Beastmaster Hall's owner, which was why he'd bid so high. But what was the situation on the other side? Regardless of who it was, he wouldn't back down.
510 million. 600 million. 600 million, 10 million. 700 million. 1 billion. When the final bid rang out, the entire hall erupted in a roar. Holy cow, that's 100 million. You could buy 100 commander tier beasts with that. I've never seen that much money in my entire life. There really are a lot of rich people in this world. They don't even treat money like money. That's 10 billion yuan.
The crowd gasped, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment.
Have you identified who the other party is? The door creaked open, revealing the young lord of Qinglong City with a grim expression.
Though his family was wealthy, 10 billion was no small sum. The greater the power of these major clans, the larger the financial gaps they needed to fill. Young master, we've identified the person across from us. The person across the way is Yeelinger, a third-year student at Qinglong Academy. 2 other men entered with her, but their identities remain unclear. I had people ask around, but no one recognized them. The old servant took a deep breath and hurriedly reported.
Go notify them immediately.
Hand over this beast to me, and I shall reward you handsomely. The young lord took a deep breath and spoke softly. That likely violates the auction house's rules. The auction house follows the principle of highest bidder wins.
Doing this would upset some people. The auctioneer frowned.
Rest assured.
If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, who else could possibly say anything? 10,100,000,000.
The young master of Qinglong City bid again.
What? Isn't it the highest bidder who wins? So what if he's the young master of the Qinglong City Lord's Mansion? This is about money, not status. Besides, this item isn't up for negotiation. Keep bidding.
Subai paid it no mind, turning to Yi Linger beside him. Forget that he was the young master of Qinglong City. Even if the king of heaven himself showed up today, he'd have to make way for Subai.
This was the first unique beast he'd ever discovered. Quite fascinating. Beast egg. Species, blood sea spirit. Grade, sovereign.
As for the information below, it's all question marks now. No concrete details can be discerned.
What did you say? They said no? This Yi Linger, she's got some nerve, refusing to give me face like this.
The young lord of Qinglong City clenched his fists, his face clearly flushed with embarrassment. Given his status, even in the imperial capital, the princes would show him respect. Yet here, on his own turf, he was being humiliated.
How could he possibly justify this?
Young master, I still feel it necessary to remind you that person named Yi Linger isn't the protagonist. The young man who acted before her, he is. He said that since it's an auction, the highest bidder wins regardless of status or position, everyone is equal. Upon hearing this, the woman who had gone to gather information took a deep breath and hurriedly said,
Fine. If it's the highest bidder who wins, then I'll make him admit defeat.
With that, the young master of Qinglong City gritted his teeth and declared.
Chapter 53, by my name alone.
A new round of bidding commenced.
11 billion. 15 billion. 16 billion. 2 billion.
The bidding began to skyrocket, sending shivers down the spines of the spectators in the audience.
What the hell kind of god-tier battle is this? 20 billion just to buy an uncertain beast egg? They didn't even know what might hatch from this egg. It was pure gambling. If only those 2 billion were mine. You're telling me. Now I just want to know who the big shots in those 2 boxes really are. Things are getting serious. Will they actually come to blows? It could very well happen. The bidding's gotten too heated. No one wants to lose face. I'm getting out of here. If they do start fighting, don't let it drag me into it. Some people hurriedly left the audience seats, not daring to linger.
But others stayed behind to watch the spectacle unfold, eager to see how things would play out. The bidding war raged on fiercely, and the young master of Qinglong City was starting to feel the pressure. His father had other sons besides him, and the family's resources were limited. They couldn't possibly support just him alone.
Mr. Zhao, putting other matters aside, shouldn't you at least confirm whether the other side can actually come up with that much money?
If it ends up unsold, it won't reflect well on your entire auction house. You really should confirm whether the other side can actually come up with the money before I continue bidding. The young master of Qinglong City was so infuriated his teeth itched. The other side was truly showing him no respect, throwing out bids of 100 million after another as if money were worthless. Little did he know that Subai wasn't short on cash at all. He was practically rolling in it.
His money couldn't even buy beast taming materials. Keeping it was utterly useless.
That does need confirmation.
Shall I go check now?
At these words, Mr. Zhao instantly grasped the young master's meaning.
Go confirm it quickly. We can't afford a failed auction. That would be a real headache.
With that, the young master of Qinglong City exhaled in relief and gave a slight nod. This was a staggering 20 billion star coins. Even he'd struggled to come up with that much, and his family wouldn't let him squander resources like that.
Please hold on a moment, everyone. The auction is temporarily suspended.
The woman on stage smiled faintly upon hearing the voice in her earpiece and announced softly.
What a pain. If you don't have the money, don't come to the auction. What are you trying to pull?
A cold voice suddenly crackled through the microphone, sending a chill through the crowd.
This wasn't just a slap in the face, it was a brutal, face-slapping humiliation, showing zero regard for anyone's dignity. Is he courting death?
The young master of Qinglong City gripped the teacup before him tightly, then slammed it onto the floor, his expression darkening. Young master, there will always be those who think they know it all just because they have a few stinking coins.
You shouldn't bother with such people.
The old servant chuckled at this remark, hastily trying to calm his young master's temper. Mr. Zhao, naturally hearing the voice through the microphone, hurried into the room ahead, a hint of nervousness flickering in his eyes.
Come in? What's the commotion now? Subai frowned, glancing toward the doorway. Young man, let me give you some advice. The person across the way is the young master of Qinglong City. We common folk can't afford to cross him. It's best to just let it go. If you really have the money, I'll personally pick out 2 beast eggs that'll make you very happy. What do you say?
Mr. Zhao stepped in front of Subai, speaking earnestly.
Oh, and then what?
I thought the entire meteor empire belonged to them.
Just tell me what you came here for.
No need to beat around the bush. Subai shot him a dismissive glance, paying him no mind. Well, you've already bid 20 billion star coins. According to our auction house's standard procedure, we need to verify your assets to ensure you can cover such a substantial sum. Mr. Zhao had figured it out by now. Neither of these big shots was someone to mess with. Best to stay out of their business. No problem at all. My name is Subai. Bai is in white. Bai is in white. Surely my name alone is worth 20 billion star coins, right? Subai sneered coldly before immediately declaring. Subai. The moment those words left his mouth, a bead of cold sweat formed on Boss Zhao's forehead. Who in the Meteor Empire didn't know Subai's name by now? Unless they were a complete fool. Enough, absolutely enough. Mr. Zhao nodded hastily, his voice barely above a whisper. Subai lacking money? What kind of joke was that? He was the Empire's foremost prodigy, the rising star of the entire realm. Remember, don't reveal my identity to that young master. You should know exactly how to handle this. Subai detested people who wielded power to intimidate others. And as for this beast, he was determined to possess it. Understood. Upon hearing this, Boss Zhao turned and left the room immediately. Old Su, you're such a show-off. That was so badass. We've been together this long, and I've never seen you show such a fierce side before? Sun Kai, standing nearby, gave Subai a thumbs up, his eyes flashing with genuine admiration. That's right. Subai chuckled, paying no mind to the young master of Qinglong City. So what if he was the city lord of Qinglong City? Could he withstand the activation of the 9 Extremes Aurora? What? Then keep bidding. I refuse to believe I can't outbid him. The young master of Qinglong City continued bidding, driving the price past 50 billion. Old Gao, let's go. Defeated by sheer wealth, the young master of Qinglong City stormed out of the private room, his face dark with fury. Mr. Zhao took a deep breath and could only escort him out of the beast hall. He won. The big shot in the earth-numbered private room won. Damn, that was thrilling. 50 billion star coins. I've never even seen that much money before. Unbelievable. When did Qinglong City get such a filthy rich tycoon? Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. The crowd in the spectator seats murmured with lingering excitement. After Subai settled the payment, the beast egg was finally in his possession. Mr. Su, I must remind you this young master of Qinglong City has a rather petty disposition. I suggest you tread carefully, or else I'll have to escort you out. Mr. Zhao looked at Subai before him, his eyes brimming with respect. No need. I'll walk out myself. I want to see what this young master has up his sleeve. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, does he really think he can rob me? Subai paid no heed to the warning, striding toward the exit of the beast taming hall with the pet egg in hand, a blatant act of provocation. Chapter 54, The Unfortunate Wang Ning. Stepping outside the Beastmaster Hall, the young master was indeed waiting at the entrance for Subai and his companions. As soon as Subai and his companions emerged, the men behind him immediately blocked their path. What's this all about? Can't win fair and square, so you resort to grabbing? Are you sure you want to fight me? Subai held the beast egg in his hand, waving it before him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Fight? I won't fight. But I'd like to see who you are, daring to snatch things from my hands. The young master narrowed his eyes, sizing up Subai before him. My name is Subai. You can have that 8th-tier assassin by your side make his move. I guarantee I'll send him to the afterlife and you can come along for the ride. At these words, the young master fell instantly silent. Let's go. We shouldn't disturb the young city lord's enjoyment. Subai waved his hand dismissively and strode away, riding the 9 nether cloud sparrow. Holy crap, is that Subai? Holy crap, I just saw my idol. Subai? He's actually Subai. I never imagined I'd get to see a legendary figure like him. The onlookers erupted into excitement. Looks like I guessed right, it really is him. The young master had originally intended to deal with Subai, but upon reflection, he realized that even after announcing his name, the other party hadn't batted an eye. That meant something was off. He wasn't stupid. The fact that the other party ignored his father meant this guy wasn't afraid at all. In all of Qinglong City, only a handful dared defy his father, and one of them was the newly appointed divine messenger, Subai. After a moment's analysis, he instantly realized something was amiss and became certain this man was Subai. Not bad. He didn't attack. I thought he'd come for me. Subai sighed, a clear flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He first escorted Sun Kai and the other back to Qinglong Academy, then turned and headed back to the Qinglong Trading House. In the contract room of the Qinglong Trading House, Subai gazed at the pet egg before him, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. A faint white light appeared in his hand, completely enveloping the entire beast egg. Initiating contract. Contract successful. Beast egg incubating. A flash of crimson light flickered and vanished. The eggshell shattered before his eyes, and crimson liquid slowly flowed out, gathering before Subai. What is this thing? Subai examined the tiny creature, a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. This little thing was too unique. The thumb-sized spirit circled around his finger, radiating a dazzling crimson glow. Its large eyes stared wide, curiously observing Subai. Beast taming, blood spirit. Grade, sovereign.
Level, LV1. Constitution, 250. Strength, 250. Mental power, 250. Agility, 250. Combat rating, 300. Skills, Blood Sea Clone, Immortal and Indestructible, Lifebound Seal, Regeneration, Blood Clone. Hidden Evolution Path, Blood Elf King Tier, Blood Lake Unknown Tier. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 1 Blood God Crystal, 100 bottles of Beastmaster's Blood, 100 Life Essence Elixir, 100 Regeneration Elixir. Current status, ready for advancement, base attributes met. This is ridiculously weak. Subai never imagined the beast he contracted would be this weak, utterly pathetic. Little guy, what's your deal? Subai paused, stroking the thumb-sized creature with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The little creature didn't speak, but instead spat out a drop of bright red blood. The drop landed on Subai's finger, and he felt an inexplicable connection forming between himself and this tiny creature. Skill, Immortal and Indestructible. Description, as long as the blood sea remains unfathomable, I shall never perish. The blood spirit is inextricably bound to the blood sea. Unless the blood sea dries up, the blood spirit shall endure eternally. Skill, Lifebound Seal. Description, the blood elf can contract a special seal. The bearer of this seal fully inherits the blood elf's ability of immortality. Goodness, I seem to have underestimated this fellow. Upon witnessing this little creature's abilities, Subai was utterly stunned. This little thing was practically a game breaker, it was practically a god, an immortal being. Could this thing evolve into the river Styx someday? Subai pondered this seriously in his mind, finding the possibility highly likely. He recalled the ancient words of the river of the dead, as long as the sea of blood endures, the river of the dead shall never run dry. But now, here he was not only possessing absolute defense, but beginning to transcend humanity altogether. Immortality, how many practitioners yearn for such power? Little one, you've truly given me a tremendous surprise. Rest assured, I won't let this power go to waste. Subai felt invigorated, a smile spreading across his face that refused to fade. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion. The lord of Qinglong City sat upon his throne, his gaze fixed toward the entrance, his expression solemn. Father, you summoned me? The eldest son of Qinglong City strode into the room with a carefree air, plopping down onto a chair. His father had always adopted a hands-off approach toward him, letting him run wild and rarely inquiring about his professional affairs. I ask you, did you clash with Subai today? The city lord stood before his son, his expression unusually cold and stern. It wasn't exactly a conflict. We were just competing over a beast egg. Is there a problem? Hearing this, Wang Ning's brow furrowed slightly. How could such a minor incident have alarmed his father? Could someone be deliberately targeting me? The image of his younger brother suddenly flashed through his mind. So it was a conflict after all? Did you make any threats or intimidate anyone? Did Subai take a liking to you? The Dragon City Lord unconsciously clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and suppressed the urge to beat him senseless. I just exchanged a few harsh words. Nothing else happened. I already suspected that guy was Subai. Is there a problem with that? Young City Lord Wang Ning pondered for a moment before hastily explaining. The words had barely left his mouth. His father's palm struck his face, leaving Wang Ning stunned. You hit me? What gives you the right to hit me? Wang Ning clutched his face, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. You nearly brought disaster upon the entire family, and you ask why I hit you? Now come with me immediately. The Lord of Qinglong City seized his son, hoisting him up as he flew toward the city lord's residence. Chapter 55, A Gift from the Lord of Qinglong City. At that moment, Subai had arrived at Sun Shan's small courtyard. He still had many questions about the blood elves, so he had no choice but to come and pick the old man's brain. Old man, have you ever seen this type of beastmaster before? Subai placed the little blood elf before the old man and asked curiously. Never seen one, but I've heard of them. I recall reading in an ancient text that the elven race are followers of the gods. They worship the eternal god and are incredibly powerful warriors, possessing many extraordinary abilities. This seed is exceedingly rare. You're a lucky little fellow to have contracted an elf tribe member as your beast companion. Sun Shan took a deep breath, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. He felt Subai had been incredibly fortunate. How could he casually attend an auction and encounter such a unique mount as an elf? He could say with absolute certainty that this was undoubtedly the very first spirit beast in the entire Meteor Empire. How did this kid manage to snag every bargain under the heavens? As Jiang Lin's designated guardian, Sun Shan kept a constant watch on Subai. If anything happened to that kid on his turf, it would spell trouble. I just got lucky. Subai spread his hands, his face wearing a look of innocence. Right now, he was cultivating blood elves. Divine crystals were easy to find, but he'd never even heard of the other materials required. He felt it was time to expand his knowledge base. Once he reached the imperial capital, he must visit its library to supplement his knowledge. The Meteor Empire's library housed countless books from across the world, even recording many hidden secrets. Besides, he couldn't keep milking old man Sun Shan for information forever. Even the thickest wool would eventually be sheared bare.
Just as Subai prepared to leave, two figures suddenly plummeted from the sky. The young city lord was bound tightly, tossed onto the ground like discarded trash.
Subai, is it? Pleased to meet you. I've heard much about you.
The lord of Qinglong City approached Subai with a faint smile.
You are the lord of Qinglong City? It's a pleasure to meet you.
Subai held great respect for this legendary figure.
I failed in raising my son.
This little brat has caused you no end of trouble.
Please don't take it personally. I've brought him here to beg your forgiveness.
Do with him as you see fit, beat him, scold him, I won't object in the slightest. The lord of Qinglong City remained courteous throughout, his expression consistently warm and welcoming.
That's not necessary.
It's only natural for young people to have disagreements.
I'm not that petty.
Your Excellency, there's no need for such formalities. Subai hurriedly helped the young lord to his feet, untied the ropes binding him, and then patted him on the shoulder.
Hurry up and thank Subai.
The lord of Qinglong City snorted coldly, his voice sharp with rebuke. His son was truly adorably foolish.
A man like Subai had clearly caught the Emperor Lord's attention.
To dare confront this fellow was nothing short of courting death.
Thank you.
The young lord had shed all traces of his former arrogance and tyranny, now presenting himself as nothing but docile.
You're welcome. Subai walked back to the old man, having no intention of continuing the altercation.
Subai, I have one more favor to ask.
Would you be willing to help me? My little brat's job change quest is in the lower demon abyss.
I hope that when he finds himself in trouble, you'll be able to lend him a hand.
Whatever you need, just say the word. If it's within my power to find it, I'll find it for you.
The lord of Qinglong City had truly gone to great lengths for his son. This kid had returned to Qinglong City specifically for his fourth-class job change quest.
So that's what it was. Subai suddenly understood.
The lord of Qinglong City feared settling accounts with this youngster in the abyss of demons, worried he might kill him there.
Am I really that terrifying? No problem. I need some materials myself. If you can find them, I'll help him complete his job change quest. It was like someone delivering a pillow just when you needed one.
He'd been fretting over where to gather these materials when the city lord conveniently offered his assistance.
Just name it. Anything you can find, I'll find it for you. With those words, the lord of Qinglong City visibly relaxed.
Subai accepted the commission, and his son's life was saved. 100 bottles of commander-grade beast blood, 100 bottles of life essence, and 100 bottles of regeneration essence.
That's all. Get as much as you can.
After a moment's thought, Subai immediately replied. Blood god crystals he could exchange himself, but these elixirs were entirely unfamiliar to him. He could only leave that to the city lord before him.
No problem. I'll prepare them immediately.
Upon hearing this, the city lord nodded promptly, then led his son out of the courtyard.
This Qinglong City lord seems quite sensible. He appears to be a decent fellow. Subai nodded, watching the two depart. That old man knows many imperial secrets. He likely knows everything about you. Apologizing is only natural.
Sun Shan chuckled, showing no surprise. If he hadn't come to apologize, that would have been the real surprise.
Father, I don't understand.
You're a city lord, after all. How could you possibly be afraid of that brat?
On the way back, young Master Wang Ning couldn't wrap his head around it. Even if Subai had wiped out the young family, so what?
They had the entire imperial family backing them, there was no need to give Subai a second thought.
You don't know. Do you even know who Subai is?
He's the future divine messenger, destined to lead the entire meteor empire to its zenith.
You didn't know, did you? That kid once took down 2 god-tier bosses single-handedly.
Even your old man hasn't achieved that level, yet this youngster did it.
His future far exceeds your imagination. I have no ulterior motives this time. You'd better build a good relationship with him in that low-level demonic abyss. How you do it is your business, but you must complete the task I've given you. Go back and think it over carefully. I'm off to gather materials.
The Dragon City Lord soared toward the Azure Dragon Trading House, his figure swiftly vanishing from Wang Ning's sight.
A god-tier boss? How is that possible? How did he achieve that? Hearing this, Wang Ning couldn't help but shiver.
A hint of fear flickered in his eyes.
Chapter 56, Entering the Abyss. 3 days later. The entrance to the Abyss of Demons.
Here, atop a sea of molten lava, the scorching heat assaulted them, an indescribable burning sensation searing their skin. Before them stretched an endless expanse of molten lava. The terrifying magma surged beneath their feet, an utterly terrifying sight.
Is this the entrance to the abyss? Subai surveyed the scene ahead, murmuring softly. That's right.
I wouldn't normally recommend going to a place like this, but you've got me cornered, kid. You're trying to milk this old man for all he's worth, and I've got no choice. Besides, with your strength, I don't see it as a problem. Sun Shan nodded in agreement.
Divine crystals were exceedingly rare to obtain them, one had to venture into the demon abyss. Old man, what exactly is the demon abyss?
Subai had studied its history before, but only superficially.
You should know about the gods. Their natural enemies are the demonic tribes.
They are a horde of terrifying monsters seeking to conquer our world. The old man, having descended from the stars himself, naturally knew many secrets.
So that's how it is. If the demon abyss has appeared, where are the gods? Why haven't we seen any gods appear? Subai frowned upon hearing this.
Deities do exist in this world, but at some point, they vanished without a trace.
That, I cannot say. However, rumors suggest that a terrifying demonic overlord emerged from the demonic race.
To prevent demons from the 80th layer of the abyss and beyond from descending, the gods exhausted their divine power and sealed them all away.
Whether this news is true or false, we cannot say for certain.
Sun Shan withdrew his gaze and murmured softly.
All right. So I don't have any specific tasks inside?
Subai studied the old man, his voice heavy with inquiry.
None. Just eliminate as many creatures within the abyss as possible. Besides you, several other 4th transformation practitioners will be joining. Most of them are peak 4th transformation professionals. You can go solo or team up with them. Old Master Sun shook his head, not assigning Subai any specific tasks. All right, understood. Upon hearing this, Subai nodded lightly.
As time passed, more and more people arrived, most of them powerful professionals.
Subai scanned the crowd front and back and estimated there were at least several thousand people. This many professionals?
A hint of surprise flashed in Subai's eyes. Yeah, this is the quest for advancing from 4th to 5th job class. I only let you into this instance because I saw how strong you are, kid.
Otherwise, do you think just anyone could qualify to enter?
Old man Sun Shan rolled his eyes, speaking with a hint of irritation. This was the abyss of chaos, where high-tier monsters were even more terrifying than world bosses.
The capabilities of these abyss creatures far exceed your imagination. Old man, Subai, it's good to see you again.
The Lord of Qinglong City led Wang Ning to Subai's side and greeted him with a smile.
Greetings, Senior Su. Subai, we meet again.
Upon seeing Subai at this moment, Wang Ning's eyes betrayed a hint of quiet respect. Ever since hearing that Subai had slain a world boss, Wang Ning had become thoroughly subdued. In this world, those capable of single-handedly defeating a world boss could be counted on one hand, each standing at the pinnacle of existence.
The Qinglong City Lord did not lower his voice, and their conversation reached the ears of other adventurers. Is that Subai? He looks clean-cut and unremarkable. Don't speak recklessly.
Regardless, he successfully passed the trials of the trial grounds, something neither you nor I could achieve.
You're telling me? I was stunned back then.
I once considered going to the trial grounds myself, but I never had the guts.
To achieve this much at such a young age is truly admirable.
All eyes were fixed on Subai, making him the center of attention at the entrance. Subai, I've prepared the items you requested earlier.
These are the materials you requested. Is the quantity sufficient?
Please look after my son inside the secret realm.
Just get the kid out alive.
The city lord of Qinglong City brought over all the materials, piling them thickly on the ground.
More than enough. Absolutely more than enough. I won't stand on ceremony, I'll take them.
Subai stowed the items into his backpack. He took the money and did the job, nothing to be embarrassed about.
Is Subai going into the abyss of demons too? They must be out of their minds. Sending such a prodigious talent into the abyss? Aren't they afraid he'll be lost forever? Could it be that Subai isn't afraid at all?
If that's the case, maybe we could ask Subai for help too.
Stop dreaming. He might not even survive himself, how could he possibly help you?
Just then, a man abruptly stood up and spoke in a cold tone. Unlike the others, this man merely glanced at Subai, his eyes devoid of any particular respect.
You can't say that for sure. What if he really could help us? Old Gu, don't talk nonsense. Don't drag us down with you later. Exactly. Apologize quickly. The others chimed in. I didn't say anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Besides, I'm an upright person. I never kowtow to the powerful.
The man snorted coldly, utterly unconcerned.
Enough, all of you. This racket is a disgrace.
You entered the lower demon abyss with one mission, to purge the demonic forces within at any cost. As for everything else, there's no need for you to argue. The Lord of Qinglong City glanced at the crowd behind him and spoke softly. Subai narrowed his eyes slightly at these words. It seemed this world held far more secrets than he had imagined. The demon abyss, he was eager to see just how formidable these creatures truly were, and how many 9 extreme aurora blasts they could withstand. Oh, and one more thing, if I eliminate someone else's class change quest target, won't that affect their own class change? Subai heard this and asked softly. No, within the demon abyss, everyone belongs to the same faction. By helping them eliminate those terrifying fiends, they won't blame you, they'll be grateful. This is also the only job change quest in your entire career where you can ask others for help. Sun Shan chuckled upon hearing this and replied.
That makes things much easier to handle.
Subai looked at the group before him, narrowing his eyes slightly.
Chapter 57, Subai's Terrifying Power.
As time slowly passed, the sky was dyed a vivid crimson.
Waves of black gas appeared in the sky, slowly gathering before the crowd.
The dark gas made Subai feel extremely uncomfortable, even evoking a soul-deep revulsion.
Finally, it's here. Let's hope we make it through this unscathed. I heard the worst batch ever lost every single practitioner in the abyss. Let's hope we don't face that fate. We shouldn't be that unlucky. Definitely not. My mom said I'm lucky I'll never run into that kind of bad luck.
The group stared at the vortex gradually forming before them, their eyes reflecting a deep sense of gravity. The next instant, the vortex abruptly materialized, releasing a terrifying aura from its depths.
Go. A man stepped directly into it, followed immediately by the other adventurers. Let's go. Stay right behind me. Subai glanced back at Wang Ning before stepping into the vortex. Upon entering the vortex, they found themselves in a world of murky black and gray. Thousands of people stood atop a city wall. Is this the world of the abyss? What do we need to do? Subai glanced back at Wang Ning and hurriedly asked. Beyond these city walls lies the realm of the abyss creatures. Those terrifying monsters have been infected by demonic energy. Our mission is to eliminate the demonic race lurking behind these creatures. Wang Ning heard this and his mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't decide whether to call Subai boldly skilled or downright reckless. He dared to stride in so casually without even knowing what lay within the abyss of demons truly fearless. So that's how it is. Follow me down. Hearing this, Subai nodded and prepared to descend in the direction indicated. What are you doing? We don't need to deal with these mutated creatures. Our target is the true demon race. Leave these monsters to the soldiers. No need to waste our energy. Wang Ning hurriedly grabbed Subai's arm and spoke up. This kid's got some real guts, just charging in like that. He'll probably work himself to death without even knowing how it happened. In that case, leave it to me. Subai summoned his beasts at once. All but the blood elf soared into the sky, unleashing terrifying auras. Shadows as vast as the sky itself radiated an utterly terrifying aura. Dragons? How could there possibly be dragons here? What on earth is happening? The crowd stared at the 5 colossal figures obscuring the sky, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Especially the 2 little ones, Shohei and Xiaobai. Their forms were already nearly a kilometer tall, and the oppressive pressure they exerted on humans was terrifying. Before anyone could react, a crimson blood mist engulfed the battlefield as the monstrous, demon-corrupted creatures began exploding one after another. Black flames rained down from the heavens, spreading across the battlefield in all directions and instantly engulfing the entire area in flames. Golden energy cascaded down like a waterfall, burying countless demonic monsters beneath its torrent. The most terrifying sight was the 2 dragons in the sky. Every breath they exhaled radiated terrifying power. Are these creatures Subai's tamed beasts? I remember now Subai is a beastmaster. But how could he possibly possess such terrifying beasts? Retrograde stage, even the weakest beast would be at that level. No wonder Subai could dominate the competition. So that's how it is. The crowd gazed at the beasts floating in the sky, their eyes filled with awe. Throughout the entire meteorite empire, powerful beasts were not uncommon, but those cultivated by humans could only reach the totem stage. Those formidable beasts possess their own sentience and would never enter into contracts with humans. What's there to gloat about? He's just relying on his beast's power. A man gazed at the figures in the sky, his voice tinged with envy. The moment the words left his mouth, the others looked at him as if he were an idiot. Are you kidding me? What else would a beastmaster rely on if not their beasts? Exactly. What a brainless thing to say. Your brain must be rusty. How did I end up with such a dim-witted friend? Idiot. Everyone rolled their eyes at the figure before them, snapping back with irritation. At those words, the man's face flushed crimson and he instantly fell silent. Something's up. At that very moment, a towering black mist appeared in the distance. The black mist had nearly solidified into a tangible form, looking utterly terrifying. Subai stood atop the city wall, sensing the aura of the black mist, his brow furrowed. The sensation made him deeply uneasy, as if some peculiar force were relentlessly affecting his body. This must be the true horror of demonic energy capable of corroding any living thing. It's our turn now. This time, we will complete the mission. The group clenched their fists, their eyes flashing with resolve. But before the black mist could descend, a terrifying aurora silently emerged from the sky. The terrifying aurora sliced through the gray sky, landing upon the mist. Congratulations! You have successfully slain a low-tier demonic creature. Earned 0 EXP. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a high-tier demon. Earned 0 EXP. The kill panel began to refresh continuously. You have successfully picked up an unattributed divine crystal. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have successfully picked up an unattributed divine stone. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. Warning! 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 Due to your excessive slaughter, you have successfully drawn the attention of the High Demon Lord. The High Demon Lord is about to descend. Please leave immediately. At that moment, the mist in the sky suddenly began churning violently, slowly converging toward the very center.
A terrifying demonic aura emanated an astonishing presence. Subai? That bastard killed too ruthlessly. He slaughtered them all. We're screwed now. Subai ruined us all. Damn bastard, he's a real killer. Let's get out of here fast. I'd rather not even bother with the class change. You're dreaming. This is the lower demon abyss. You can't leave even if you wanted to. It's over. We're doomed now. The group stared at the surging black mist in the distance, their eyes reflecting utter despair. The complete annihilation of the adventurers they'd spoken of earlier had been caused by the appearance of a high commander demon that was the tragedy that had unfolded. Subai looked at the group and couldn't help but shake his head. He'd thought these guys had some backbone, but now it seemed they were nowhere near it. Chapter 58, Subai's about to stir things up. Xiaohei, Xiaobai, take out that guy. Subai's figure suddenly materialized above Xiaohei and Xiaobai, pointing toward the gathering black mist in the distance. He couldn't care less whether it was a high-ranking demonic overlord or not. All he saw was a vast amount of evolution materials. Moreover, most of these divine crystals and stones were attribute-less, which would be immensely beneficial to Subai. The next instant, snowflakes drifted down from the sky, slowly settling across the entire battlefield. A bone-chilling cold swept over them as the snow spread in all directions, its terrifying frost completely encasing the battlefield in ice. 1,000 miles of ice and snow. The world before them transformed into a frozen fairy tale realm. Every living thing beneath the city walls became ice sculptures sealed in place. Immediately after, towering flames erupted from Xiaohei's mouth, spreading outward along the ice in all directions. Those terrifying flames clung to the ice sculptures, incinerating the dreadful demons until nothing remained. Congratulations on defeating a high-rank demon. You have gained 0 EXP. Congratulations on defeating a low-level demon. You have gained 0 EXP. Congratulations on successfully defeating the high-rank demon lord. You have gained 0 EXP. Congratulations on instantly annihilating the demonic hordes. You have earned the title Demon Slayer, obtained the legendary Knight's Armor, acquired 100 attribute less divine stones, and gained 10 attribute less divine crystals. You have successfully cleared the lower demon abyss instance. You may now exit at any time. The incessant notification sounds rang in Subai's ears, sending shivers down his spine. This wasn't some abyss, it was his personal treasure trove. If he could, Subai would have gladly stayed here forever. We won? My class change quest is complete? That high-ranking demonic overlord is dead. This is absolutely fantastic. Subai is unstoppable. I feel like I'm just here for the ride. And you're still not satisfied? A free clear, this is a huge blessing. A hint of excitement flickered across the faces of these adventurers. They'd come in and done absolutely nothing, their class change quest cleared without lifting a finger. This feeling was pure bliss. By now, Subai had already recalled his beast and returned to the city walls. Brother Subai, we owe you one for today. If you ever need anything from me, just ask. That's right, we owe you one. Just let us know if you ever need anything. Thank you very much, Brother Subai. Thank you. The group bowed deeply to Subai, their demeanor exceptionally respectful. Even that defiant fellow who'd stood at the door earlier was now utterly awed, nearly prostrating himself before Subai. As fellow humans, helping each other is only right. This isn't just to help you, it's to help myself too. Subai waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he spoke. Sir, you are truly noble. The group bowed to Subai and immediately departed the secret realm. You're leaving already? Subai watched as Wang Ning prepared to leave and immediately grabbed his arm. Everything's settled. Why stay any longer? Hearing this, Wang Ning paused abruptly before hastily replying. Of course I'm going in to take a look. I want to see what exactly is inside here. Hearing this, Subai narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon. Bro, don't joke around. No one has ever explored inside here. Others have tried before, but none ever came back out. I advise you not to risk it. Wang Ning's heart nearly leapt out of his chest at the warning. Subai was truly bold as the devil, daring to explore this space. It was practically an international joke. Then you can leave. Without a second thought, Subai tossed the guy into the vortex at the secret realm's exit. Then, riding the 9 nether cloud sparrow, he sped off toward the distant horizon. This is going to cause a major incident. Hearing this, Wang Ning's expression shifted slightly. But no matter how loudly he shouted, Subai refused to turn back. Left with no choice, he departed the secret realm first. I was a bit too rash. After all, this kid isn't like me, he doesn't have any life-saving skills. But Wang Ning does have a point. This is the abyss of demons, caution is warranted. With that thought, Subai turned and headed back toward the vortex entrance. He drew a drop of blood from his left finger, concealed it within the vortex's entrance, and once more raced toward the depths of the demon abyss. What did you say? That kid went deep into the abyss? Why didn't you stop him? Sun Shan's face turned green upon hearing the news. That kid was incredibly bold, sneaking into the depths of the demon abyss? Wasn't he courting death? I tried to stop him, but I couldn't hold him back.
He was too fast. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Wang Ning felt utterly wronged and hurriedly explained. Enough with the excuses, Elder Sunday. What should we do now? The Lord of Qinglong City shot his son a look that could have split him in two. That little brat had truly disappointed him. He'd given Su Bai a chance, and the boy hadn't seized it. What was that brain of his even for? Honestly, I'm at a loss. That kid is nothing short of a jerk. All we can do now is pray he's okay. Otherwise, we're in deep trouble. Sun Shan took a deep breath, yanking a large clump of stubble from his chin. How could he have failed to anticipate this brat's actions? He should never have brought him into the abyss of demons in the first place. At that moment, Su Bai soared unrestrainedly over the wilderness, his feet towering above a dense swarm of demon-corrupted creatures. Su Bai held no interest in these demon-corrupted creatures. They only dropped common equipment, utterly failing to pique his curiosity. His true interest lay with the demonic tribes. Their drops were either divine stones or divine crystals, both rare treasures. The 9 nether cloud sparrows swiftly reached the end of this secret realm. Standing atop it, Su Bai surveyed the world before him. At the farthest point of the secret realm stood a colossal city. Dense black gas billowed from its walls, giving it an eerily terrifying aura. Behind the city stood a pillar that pierced the heavens. The black pillar was engraved with blood-red patterns, appearing exceptionally eerie and radiating a powerful sense of resentment. This must be where the demonic tribes gather, right? Looks like we'll have to venture deeper into the wilderness to find anything worthwhile. Su Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of excitement flickering in his gaze. Chapter 59, Gone Too Far. Su Bai rode the 9 nether cloud sparrow, slowly ascending to hover above the city. Beneath him, countless demonic tribesmen appeared. Their eyes locked onto Su Bai with an intensity that felt like they were staring at their own sworn enemy. It must be that title causing all this trouble, right? Gazing down at the figures below, Su Bai stroked his chin, musing silently. High-ranking demon. Level, LV 140. HP, 800,000. Attack, 98,000. Skills, Demonization, Berserk, Soul Dread. High-ranking demon. Level, LV 140. HP, 800,000. Attack, 98,000. Skills, Demonization, Berserk, Soul Dread. These stats are seriously impressive. No wonder people look so troubled when they see these high-ranked demons. Su Bai narrowed his eyes as he observed the high-level demons. But unfortunately for them, they'd met their match in him. These stats were utterly insignificant. Attack! With a sweeping gesture, he summoned the remaining 4 beasts. 5 figures in the sky completely obscured the entire city. Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from their bodies, smashing through the city walls before them. Overwhelming energy engulfed everything in sight, and the domineering force saturated every corner of the city, filling the air with cries of agony. The demonic tribes before Su Bai's beasts possessed no capacity for resistance, reduced to fish on a cutting board, helplessly subjected to slaughter. Congratulations on defeating a high-ranked demon. You have gained 0 EXP. Congratulations on defeating a high-ranked demon. You have gained 0 EXP. Kill notifications began refreshing incessantly. Warning! 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 Due to your excessive slaughter, you have successfully summoned the High Demon Lord. The High Demon Lord is about to emerge. Please evacuate immediately. Congratulations on successfully defeating the High Demon Lord. You have gained 0 EXP. You have picked up 1 unattributed divine stone. It has been automatically stored in your inventory. You have picked up 1 attribute less divine stone. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. The continuous stream of notifications filled Su Bai with an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. The number of divine stones and crystals in his backpack was growing at an astonishing rate. Human! How dare you trespass into our demon city? At that moment, a colossal figure suddenly materialized before Su Bai. Species, Demon King. Level, LV 150. HP, 1.8 million. Skills, Demon's Descent, Demon's Might, Demon's Dominion, Storm Rising, Absolute Domination. Su Bai cast a detection skill on this guy and was immediately blinded by its dazzlingly luxurious stats panel. Holy crap! No wonder those people back then couldn't possibly survive leaving this area. The reason absolutely lies with this demonic ruler. Its stats were utterly insane, massive health pool and a plethora of skills, completely outclassing players at the same level. Die! Su Bai didn't hesitate for a second, ordering Xiao Bai and Xiao He to strike immediately. 2 terrifying numbers silently appeared, and the Demon King before them turned to ashes. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the Demon King, earning 0 EXP. You have picked up the legendary great equipment, Demon King's Ring. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up 20 divine crystals. They have been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up 200 divine stones. They have been automatically stored in your backpack. Su Bai counted his loot, feeling overjoyed. The rewards from this demonic ruler were truly exceptional. By the time the flames finally dissipated, the entire city lay reduced to ruins.
Subai's figure descended upon the ruins, surveying the surroundings. After a long while, Subai exhaled a heavy breath. The city was utterly ruined, every clue burned to ashes by Xiao He. Withdrawing his gaze, Subai turned his attention to the terrifying pillar. It stood tall behind the city walls, unguarded by anyone. Subai landed at its base and looked up. It pierced straight through the clouds, its crimson patterns appearing eerily unsettling. The black aura emanating from it filled one with an unsettling dread. Could this pillar be the true source of the demonic energy? Gazing at the pillar before him, Subai couldn't help but feel a surge of doubt. If that's the case, then let's do this. Subai took a deep breath and activated his beast-human union state. A dazzling beam of light shot across the sky, streaking like a meteor and crashing violently toward the pillar. Boom! A dull thud echoed. The pillar remained utterly unmoved, completely unaffected. It didn't break through the defense? Subai froze, a hint of shock flickering in his eyes. Xiao Kei's 9 Extremes Aurora possessed terrifying power, undoubtedly the strongest single-target skill among all of Subai's beast-taming abilities. Yet even such a devastating skill couldn't budge this pillar. I refuse to believe it. With that thought, Subai activated his skill. Xiao He and Xiao Bai intertwined, and the silhouette of a colossal creature silently materialized. Get to work. Dragon breath erupted continuously, crashing against the pillar. The pillar remained utterly unmoved. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't take you down today. If I can't take you down, how am I supposed to make a name for myself out there? Subai took a deep breath and activated the skill of the Endless Ring. A terrifying burst of black and white light erupted from the dragon's maw, crashing against the pillar before him. A crisp cracking sound echoed. A crack appeared on the pillar reaching to the heavens, spreading outward in all directions. Cracks echoed relentlessly as the entire pillar crashed down. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted, and the heavens trembled. Did I just cause trouble? Subai froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. Damned ants! How dare you destroy the pillar that holds up the heavens? A terrifying giant hand reached down from the sky, radiating an overwhelmingly violent aura. The terrifying black mist emanating from that colossal palm crashed toward Subai like a waterfall. 9 Extremes Aurora, shatter. Subai recalled his beast, and a powerful laser beam erupted from above his head, striking the palm that blocked out the sky. His overbearing aurora proved utterly insignificant against the palm that blocked out the sky, instantly extinguished. The colossal palm struck Subai's position, unleashing apocalyptic force that engulfed his entire body. At this critical moment, Subai stripped away all defenses from his body, only to be crushed into pulp. What terrifying power! That was his final thought before being crushed into pulp. Chapter 60, The Hot-Blooded Subai, online and ready to clash. When he regained consciousness, he found himself at the vortex's entrance, having successfully resurrected using that drop of blood. Thankfully, he was cunning and had prepared in advance. Otherwise, this time would have been truly troublesome. What the hell is this thing? The legendary demon god? Gazing at the colossal figure that blocked out the sky, Subai took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with solemnity. You're still alive? A cold voice echoed across the heavens and earth. Without a second thought, Subai plunged into the vortex. The next instant, a jet-black finger jabbed into his body, violently sending him tumbling backward. At that very moment, Subai vanished from this realm. Sun Shan, guarding the entrance, suddenly saw the vortex before him shimmer violently. A golden figure shot out from the vortex, embedding itself into the distant stone wall. Smoke billowed as rocks began tumbling from the sheer cliff face. Damn it! Damn it, that bastard was ruthless, almost sent me packing. Subai sucked in a sharp breath, cursing under his breath. Are you okay? How did you get out? The old man looked at Subai, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Some bastard attacked me without warning, almost finished me off. Subai hurriedly explained upon hearing the question. Just then, the swirling winds dispersed, and the sky began to tremble. The once blazing sun vanished silently, replaced by a black shadow looming overhead. A terrifying presence stood within the endless void, its blood-red eyes glaring at Subai not far away. You little bastard, I will kill you. Those icy pupils fixed on Subai, their gaze revealing a hint of savage fury. What are you barking about over there? I asked you what you're barking about? If you've got the guts, kill me now instead of barking like a dog. I'll be waiting right here for you. Look at you, half human, half ghost, yet you still dare to bark at me. You truly don't know when to quit. Come before me this instant, and I'll scatter your ashes for you. Subai pointed toward the sky and cursed furiously. After all this time on the streets, this was the first time Subai had tasted death. But he wasn't the least bit afraid after all, he had the ability to resurrect. Fine, fine, you little brat. I'll remember you. You just wait. Someday, I'll settle this score with you. The booming voice echoed across the entire planet as the figure silently retreated into the void. Wait, don't go. If you've got the guts, come kill me. I'll be right here waiting for you. You cowardly rat. Subai's tirade echoed relentlessly in everyone's ears. You little brat, what the hell did you do in there? That was a demon god, a real, genuine demon god. Witnessing the scene moments ago, Old Man Sunshine felt his heart nearly stop. What had he just witnessed? A kid not even at the 4th transformation level, pointing at a demon god and cursing it out? Had the world gone mad? Who cares what kind of demon god it is? That bastard nearly killed me in the secret realm. So what if I destroyed a black pillar? Is it really worth holding such a grudge? But thank goodness you didn't come with me. That bastard is way too fierce. One slap nearly shattered the entire secret realm. Subai took a deep breath, glancing at Wang Ning nearby and teasing him. Wang Ning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing this. No way. We were only gone for a moment and this much happened? You better keep quiet. Thank God we left. Otherwise, we'd probably be dead in there. This is beyond absurd. It's absurdity opening the door to more absurdity. Absurdity taken to the extreme. Stop whining and help me up. That demon god scared the hell out of me. My legs are shaking like crazy. Damn it. That's a demon god being comparable to a deity. And Subai was cursing right to its face? That's insane. The others watched Subai in the distance, gasping in awe. This guy's got some serious guts. You say you destroyed a black pillar? Was it covered in blood-red symbols, and did it pierce straight through the clouds? Old Master Sun Shan spoke excitedly. Before his words had fully faded, a cold, metallic voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to player Subai for successfully destroying the demon god pillar, lifting the demonic crisis from level 98. For the human faction, increased drop rate from wild bosses. For the Meteor Empire faction, increased drop rate from wild bosses, reduced difficulty for class change quests, and a universal 10 level boost for 9 transformation experts. The official launch of the 10 transformation level 1000 class change quest has begun. A barrage of notifications echoed in Subai's ears. Holy, is this real? A 10th transformation? Could it be that after the 10th transformation, one becomes a god? Hearing this, the hearts of the many big shots immediately surged with excitement. No way. What did this kid do? What's this demon god pillar? No clue, but it looks like something pretty powerful. Of course it is. Haven't you seen how stunned the Lord of Qinglong City and the Dean of Qinglong Academy are? This kid has earned immense merit for the entire Meteor Empire. Lowered job advancement difficulty, increased boss drop rates, and even unlocked the 10th job advancement quest. The crowd gazed at Subai in the distance, their eyes betraying a hint of envy. From this battle onward, practically the entire Meteor Empire, no, the entire world owed Subai a debt of gratitude. Far away in the White Eagle Empire, a man stood atop a mountain peak. Subai, huh? You must thoroughly investigate Subai's identity and retrieve him back to the country at any cost. A cold voice echoed across the land as dozens of powerful figures raced toward the teleportation array. Subai, he must be quite an interesting individual, right? I truly hope to meet you. A tall figure stood atop an ice peak, gazing toward the direction of the Meteor Empire, murmuring to themselves. Damn it, this Subai guy must be one of our Cosmic Empire's people. Hurry up and find out about Subai, you bastard. A heavily armored warrior addressed the others beside him. Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of my attention. Transmit my command, effective immediately. Subai shall be the Marquis of the Meteor Empire, bearing the title Champion Marquis. The Meteor Emperor's mouth nearly split from ear to ear upon receiving the system notification, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That the Falling Star Empire had gained such a man was undoubtedly a blessing for the entire empire. Chapter 61, Journey to the Imperial Capital. By this time, Subai and Sun Shan had already returned to Qinglong Academy. News of the imperial decree had spread throughout the streets and alleys. Someone's been made a marquis. Good heavens, who could it be? Could it be another demigod slain? Impossible. A demigod's demise would warrant a worldwide proclamation. Subai Champion Marquis. The crowd erupted the moment the news spread. At just 18 years old, he had already been infected as a marquis and appointed as a chancellor, achieving the dream countless others longed for. Holy crap, is that an imperial edict? Damn impressive. From now on, I'm the marquis's brother, the champion marquis's brother, no less. Gazing at the gleaming golden imperial edict in his hands, Sun Kai's eyes brimmed with excitement. His brother had become a marquis. Only now did Sun Kai realize how wise his investment had been. He could strut around the entire empire without a care. I'll be heading to the capital for a while. Can't help you level up now. Figure something out on your own. Subai still wanted to complete his mission as soon as possible. He had now offended a demon god and needed to level up as quickly as possible. For now, it seemed that demon god couldn't set foot in this world yet. But if that creature suddenly paid a visit one day, he needed to be capable of fighting back. Don't worry. I've been leveling up with Yi Linger and the others lately. It won't take long before I'm ready. Sun Kai hurriedly replied upon hearing this. He knew his limits well enough. He couldn't just sit around waiting for opportunities to fall into his lap. Alright then. If you need anything, just let me know. Subai patted Sun Kai on the shoulder before turning and heading back to his own room. The next priority was upgrading the Blood Elf's grade. That was the real crux of the matter. This little thing had extraordinary effects and could truly save lives in critical moments. He'd even hidden the blood droplets throughout the villa, even 500 meters underground, where he'd carved out a small chamber dedicated solely to storing them.
Little guy, you better surprise me.
Subai entered the beast taming space, playing with the little creature in his hand, a faint smile playing on his face.
Beast taming, blood spirit. Rank, sovereign. Level, LV 120. Constitution, 850. Strength, 850. Mental power, 860. Agility, 850. Overall combat power, 850.
Skills, Blood Sea Clone, Immortal and Indestructible, Lifebound Seal, Regeneration, Blood Clone. Hidden Evolution Path, Blood Elf King Tier, Blood Lake Unknown Tier. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 1 Blood God Crystal, 100 bottles of Beastmaster's Blood, 100 Life Essence Elixirs, 100 Regeneration Elixirs.
Current status, ready for advancement. You're such a weakling, aren't you? Subai stared at the Blood Elf's level 120 stats and couldn't help but gasp.
The attribute gains per level for this little thing were barely any different from his own.
A mighty king tier beast tamer, yet each level only granted a measly 5 attribute points. It was downright pitiful. As soon as Subai finished speaking, the little creature nodded immediately, its eyes gleaming with a hint of hope.
Quickly devour all these materials.
Let's see what level you can ascend to.
Subai piled all the materials before the blood elf and spoke softly. The little creature nodded, and a vast sea of blood appeared beneath its feet, swallowing all the materials whole. The little creature let out a pained wail before sinking into the blood sea. The sea of blood began churning violently, attempting to surge into towering waves. Unfortunately, the beast taming space restrained the sea's power, preventing it from spreading outward. As time passed, the little creature gradually surfaced from the blood sea. Its body had grown significantly stronger, now as large as Subai's arm.
Without hesitation, Subai opened the blood spirit's attribute panel. Beast, blood spirit. Grade, demigod. Level, LV 120. Constitution, 6000. Strength, 6000. Mental power, 6000. Agility, 6000. Combat power, 6500.
Skills, Endless Blood Sea, Immortal and Indestructible, Lifebound Seal, Regeneration, Blood Clone, Blood Sea Defense, Soul Link. Hidden Evolution Path, Blood Lake Spirit Demigod Blood God Unknown Tier. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 100 Blood God Crystals, 1 bottle of Divine Beast Blood, 100 bottles of Endless Seawater, 1 bottle of Eternal Water.
Current status, ready for advancement. So it had to be you after all.
Having reached the demigod tier, these stats are pitifully weak.
You'll just have to settle for being a good little pet.
Subai ruffled the little creature's head, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes.
With a total combat power of 6,500, even wielding his staff alone could deal higher damage than a blood elf. Skill, Blood Sea Defense. Description, Blood Sea Defense. As long as the Blood Sea endures, your defenses remain unbroken. Your innate defensive attributes are now bound to the Blood Sea.
Unless the Blood Sea is instantly vaporized, you shall remain in a state of eternal immortality.
Skill, Soul Link.
Description, you can establish a soul resonance with the Blood Sea, merging a portion of your consciousness into it to create countless copies of yourself.
These two skills seem pretty interesting.
Subai stroked his chin, deep in thought. But it seemed this little fellow could still advance further. The only question was when he'd gather the required materials. After leaving the beast taming space, Subai sought out Old Master Sun and proposed the idea of traveling to the imperial capital. Of course, he also provided the old man with a vial of fresh blood for safekeeping. After all, the old man was a 9-transformation powerhouse, safeguarding his own blood should pose no problem. The teleportation array is ready whenever you wish to depart. You are now a marquis, exalted above all in the empire.
Even this old man must bow before you now.
Old Master Sun teased, fanning himself with a paper fan.
How could that be? Having you bow to me would be an insult to your seniority, wouldn't it? Though if you insist on bowing, I'd be more than happy to accept.
Subai smiled faintly and spoke softly.
Now get out of my sight. Don't let me see you again. You're downright toxic, you little rascal. Go complete your class change.
Old Master Sunshawn waved his hand, unleashing a gale that swept Subai skyward, hurling him toward the city lord's residence. Before Subai could react, he plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground, landing flat on his face. Old man, just wait. The day I beat you, I'll beat you senseless every single day. Subai scrambled to his feet, brushed the dust off his clothes, and strode purposefully into the city lord's mansion.
Chapter 62, Listening to Music at the Brothel. Upon entering the city lord's residence, Subai headed straight for the location of the Qinglong city lord. With the title of champion marquis hanging over his head, entering the city lord's residence felt like stepping into his own backyard garden. No one dared to approach him. Brother Subai, you finally arrived. The teleportation array has been ready for ages. After Subai was granted the title of champion marquis, the city lord of Qinglong City began addressing him as Brother Subai. The two were now peers, though the champion marquis' status surpassed even his own. Brother Qinglong, you're too kind. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Hearing this, Subai smiled faintly and murmured softly.
Actually, there is one small matter. My good-for-nothing son is also heading to the imperial capital. Since it's your first time there, why not let him serve as your guide? What do you think?
Setting aside his role as city lord, the ruler of Qinglong City was every inch a shrewd merchant, cunning as they come. He was stubbornly insisting on sending his son to accompany Subai, and Subai couldn't really refuse. After all, this lord had procured quite a few materials for him.
He couldn't very well refuse him outright.
Of course, that would be perfect.
Upon hearing this, Subai nodded eagerly. Wang Ning, get out here this instant.
You're going back to the imperial capital with your uncle Subai. Remember what I told you before, don't you dare forget it. The lord of Qinglong City bellowed toward the inner chambers.
Uncle Subai, hello. Wang Ning scampered over, his eyes gleaming with respect. He now held Subai in utter awe.
A young man who earned a marquis title, defied the demon god with scorn, and reached the pinnacle of arrogance. A man who achieved this much had certainly earned it.
Stop calling me uncle. Just call me Subai. Let's go. Subai stepped into the teleportation array.
Golden light began to flicker as the two entered a long wait. 10 minutes later, a white light erupted from the teleportation array, and both figures vanished abruptly. When Subai opened his eyes again, he found himself in the bustling imperial capital. This was Subai's first time in this place, the very heart of the Meteor Empire. Built atop a cliff, the teleportation array placed those who emerged directly on the sheer precipice, offering a breathtaking view of the entire city below. The ancient, imposing city walls came alive under the sunlight. The city stretched endlessly into the distance, presenting an exceptionally grand and magnificent sight.
They sure know how to advertise.
Subai couldn't help but chuckle at the sight before him. The person who designed this teleportation array must be a genius. Their mind is full of clever ideas.
Uncle Subai, where would you like to go now? Wang Ning's tone was exceptionally respectful, his face adorned with a humble smile. What's the most famous restaurant in the imperial capital? I'd like to sample the local cuisine first.
Subai glanced at the distant sun, which was already nearing the horizon.
They plan to disturb the emperor tomorrow and enter that ultimate secret realm. Of course, it's the Green Immortal Pavilion. That's the most bustling restaurant in the entire imperial capital.
This place offers a wide array of entertainment. It's undoubtedly the most exciting spot in the entire capital. But given your status, you should be cautious if you go.
Word getting out wouldn't reflect well.
Wang Ning hesitated for a moment before offering this reminder. His father had emphasized throughout their journey that no matter what Subai wanted to do or say, he must stand firmly by his side.
As long as he could latch onto Subai's coattails, any sacrifice would be worth it. Then let's disguise ourselves and go take a look at that Suaitian pavilion.
Subai nodded and murmured softly. The two turned and headed toward a tailor shop. Before long, two well-dressed young men emerged from the shop, looking exceptionally presentable.
Oh, right, Lord Subai. My father asked me to remind you of something. The young family's guardian is likely to return any day now. Remember to be cautious, don't let your guard down. Wang Ning followed behind Subai, speaking cautiously. Don't worry. He's just a level 9 transferee.
If he dares show his face, I'll slaughter him. Subai chuckled, completely unfazed.
You're absolutely right. Upon hearing this, Wang Ning nodded hastily. How could he have forgotten?
The man before him was someone who had single-handedly taken down a world boss. A mere 9th-tier transferer was nothing to him.
The two soon arrived at Suaitian Pavilion.
Subai sat in a secluded private room, savoring the dishes before him. One by one, slender figures appeared before him, each dancing freely with graceful movements, a sight truly breathtaking.
Elegant. Truly elegant. Subai hummed a tune, a look of pure satisfaction spreading across his face.
Especially in this world, where many young women were professionals, their figures were exceptionally well maintained and their beauty striking.
Idle hours spent listening to music in the entertainment quarter. Living this kind of life occasionally was actually quite comfortable. Who the hell doesn't have eyes to see and took my private room? Don't you know whose turf this is?
At that moment, a voice boomed out with extreme arrogance, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. A man strode in from outside, followed by several burly thugs.
Young Master Hao, we truly have distinguished guests here today.
Please don't make things difficult for us. The madam stepped forward to block young Master Hao, her eyes filled with anxiety.
Let them come over.
Subai waved at the young master standing nearby and said with a smile.
Sorry about that. I must have gotten the wrong room. My sincerest apologies. Did I interrupt anything? Please forgive us, sir. Don't hold it against us.
The man had been acting rather arrogant, but the moment he saw Subai seated in the position of honor, his face instantly drained of color, turning pale and weak, his body trembling uncontrollably.
Nothing? If it's nothing, then get out.
Subai didn't bother confronting the man, he simply kicked him out of the private room.
That was terrifying. How did that guy end up dining there?
Young Master Hao, having narrowly escaped disaster, patted his chest, his eyes still betraying a hint of panic. Their elders had long distributed portraits of Subai to every member of the household, insisting they commit his face to memory.
Anyone who dared to disobey risked a severe beating. Boss, are we not going to take revenge? One of the henchmen quickly piped up. Revenge my ass. Get moving.
Hao Dashang rolled his eyes at the remark. His servant was pathetically weak, utterly frail and feeble.
The two walked out of Suetian Pavilion, one ahead and one behind. Chapter 63, Entering the Secret Realm. After listening to the song, Subai retired for the night at Suetian Pavilion.
Wang Ning, that straightforward fellow, had reserved the entire third floor, forbidding anyone from disturbing Subai. Early the next morning, Subai awoke from his slumber and stretched lazily. Ah, that feels good. This place really is the best for sleeping. After climbing out of bed, he found breakfast already laid out on the table. He bathed, changed clothes, and enjoyed his breakfast, all while being attended to by beautiful women throughout.
Subai was living it up in luxury. Uncle Subai, did you sleep well last night?
Wang Ning approached Subai, his face plastered with a fawning smile.
It was fine. I'm quite satisfied. Did you complete the trial ground mission? Subai looked at the fellow before him and spoke. Passed. After you cleared the trial grounds, the mission difficulty dropped significantly and then I passed. Upon hearing this, Wang Ning nodded immediately. Since you're here, come with me to that mysterious realm. I'm going to tackle the third tier quest. See if you can snag some resources while you're at it. Subai gave a few instructions before glancing at his quest panel.
You have successfully claimed the third transformation quest.
Current quest, third transformation. Mission description, this continent conceals boundless secrets. Enter the oldest secret realm within the Meteor Empire and achieve an SSS grade evaluation. Upon clearing this realm, you will receive generous rewards. Time limit, 10 days. Note, this class advancement quest is a special mission. Please complete it promptly. Got it.
Upon hearing this, Wang Ning nodded, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes.
Let's go.
The carriage carrying Subai and his companion headed toward the Imperial Palace.
What extravagance!
Surveying the pavilions and towers, the golden and brilliant palaces before him, Subai couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
The Meteor Empire provided decent welfare for orphans like them.
At the very least, Subai had been raised by the Empire. He still felt a sense of belonging to this nation.
Well, if it isn't old Master Jiang. Long time no see. Did you miss me?
No sooner had he parked his carriage at the palace gates than Subai spotted an elderly man standing outside, radiating an aura of command without needing to raise his voice.
You little brat, I haven't even had the heart to scold you.
When I sent you to Qinglong City, I told you to keep a low profile.
But you went and 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 went.
First you wiped out the Yang family, then you stormed the Tower of Heavenly Pride, followed by conquering the trial grounds.
You even shattered the demon god's pillar. The demon god is furious enough to slaughter you. What exactly are you trying to accomplish?
Jiang Lin sighed, his eyes filled with emotion.
He finally understood.
Sending him to Qinglong Academy back then had been utterly pointless. No matter where this kid ended up, he'd find a way to stir up trouble. Old man, if you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have realized I'd accomplished so many earth-shattering feats.
Subai heard this and didn't seem to mind. Let's go. His Majesty is still waiting for you. Jiang Lin led the two men into the Imperial Palace.
The trio wound their way through narrow, twisting corridors, finally arriving at the grand entrance of the Imperial Study.
Subai, it's a pleasure to meet you. This must be our first encounter, right?
Just then, the voice of the Meteor Emperor echoed in Subai's ear. Your Majesty, I am profoundly grateful for your gracious favor in bestowing upon me the title of Champion Marquis. Subai bowed his hands in respect toward the falling star emperor, his tone tinged with reverence.
I am aware of the purpose of your visit. The entrance to the secret realm lies within the Imperial Garden. Someone is already waiting for you there. Once you enter the secret realm, I ask that you look after my daughter. That foolish girl insisted on joining the commotion. I couldn't dissuade her.
The ruler of the Meteor Empire sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. Girls really do grow up and leave home. His once close little cotton-padded jacket now wouldn't even listen to him. Rest assured, I'll take care of her. Guided by a professional adventurer, Subai and Wang Ning soon arrived at the Imperial Garden. A crowd had already gathered here, most of them clustered at the entrance, exchanging puzzled glances.
Who is he? Are you kidding? Didn't you see the portrait the family gave us? That's clearly Subai. So that's Subai.
He looks so quiet and harmless, not dangerous in the slightest. I don't know about dangerous, but he's definitely powerful.
A man who can be called the Champion Marquis, how could he not be strong?
All eyes were on Subai as they whispered among themselves.
Subai scanned the crowd, finally spotting a slender figure amidst the throng.
At that very moment, the vortex suddenly opened, radiating terrifying energy.
Without a moment's hesitation, Subai turned and stepped into the vortex. You have successfully entered the secret realm. The trial has commenced.
A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Subai's ears.
He glanced around but saw no one else.
It was clear now that each person had entered a separate mysterious space.
What's the first trial?
Subai surveyed the palace before him, its walls adorned with strange, floating symbols that gave off an eerie vibe.
He circled the entire palace once, yet couldn't find anything unusual about it. What's going on here? No hints at all? Playing word games with me? I'm not in the mood for your games.
Subai took a deep breath and summoned his beast companion. As always, when all else fails, resort to brute force. A terrifying dragon's breath struck the palace, instantly corroding its walls into pitted, scarred surfaces. The Gangjin mystic turtle let out a piercing roar to the heavens, its body trembling violently.
In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled.
The palace before him crumbled into a heap of rubble, leaving not a single trace of childhood memories.
Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the first stage. Proceed to the second stage.
A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Subai's ears.
Guess brute force demolition really does work. Who the hell wants to play hide and seek with you anyway? Subai pondered inwardly, wondering what the criteria for a 3-second evaluation could possibly be.
At that moment, a staircase materialized before him.
Without hesitation, Subai stepped onto the stairs. At the end of the steps lay an underground realm.
A colossal creature lay sprawled on the ground, its eyes gleaming with a hint of coldness.
Mutant poison frog. Level, LV 130. Grade, totem. HP, 900,000. Attack, 18,888.
Impressive stats, but too bad you crossed paths with me. Subai swept his hand, and a terrifying aurora silently materialized, tearing the monster before him to shreds.
Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the second stage. Keep up the good work.
A cold, mechanical voice echoed slowly as the staircase materialized once more, stretching into the depths of the mist.
Chapter 64, Divine Messenger? Third stage. Fourth stage. Fifth stage. Finally, the 9th level.
The monsters in the first 8 layers grew progressively stronger, with their attributes doubling with each level.
For the average person, clearing this secret realm would be no simple feat.
No wonder no one had ever succeeded in all these years. Players of the same class held no advantage whatsoever against these beasts.
I wonder how powerful the monsters in the 9th level are.
Subai stroked his chin, gazing with interest at the distant palace.
Just then, a faint glow suddenly appeared overhead.
A human-like silhouette slowly materialized, finally settling before Subai.
Name, Province. Level, LV 200. HP, 3 million.
Skills, Divine Judgment of Light, Prayer of Light, Divine Descent, Hymn of Life.
Is this thing a wild monster?
Subai stared at the creature before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This was the first time he'd ever seen a named monster.
Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you.
The man, bathed in a holy glow, nodded toward Subai with a faint smile on his face.
You can understand me?
Subai froze for a moment, a flicker of shock crossing his face.
Of course I can. I am human to a true human being. It's just that my era is long gone.
You may call me Province, or the first divine messenger.
Province nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. Oh, so you're the first generation divine messenger. Then your current state must be the same as when you first became a divine messenger, right?
Subai's eyes lit up slightly as he murmured softly.
Correct. You've guessed right.
Beyond my current state, other aspects of my abilities have been graced by the divine favor of the great deities, growing even more powerful. The man clasped his hands together in prayer.
So what exactly does your appearance here mean?
Subai stroked his chin, speaking with solemn earnestness.
I represent the great deities.
I formally accept you as a believer, making you a divine messenger of the God of Light. The man spread his arms wide, and pure white energy blossomed from his limbs, radiating a warm and serene aura.
Divine messenger? Not interested.
Subai shook his head and murmured softly. Beyond his own innate talents, he trusted no one.
Even the lofty gods, so what? What did you say?
How dare you blaspheme the beautiful, mighty, and sacred God of Light?
You will be despised by all mankind. You will be damned to hell. Province's face suddenly flushed with fury as he shouted. Then I ask you, have you worshipped the great God of Light, and has he granted you eternal life? Have you become a lofty deity yourself? You still died. If death is the only path in the end, then why worship this god at all?
Subai chuckled and suddenly spoke.
You, I, this.
Hearing this, the lofty divine messenger froze momentarily, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes.
Do you understand what I mean now? Truthfully, the God of Light you worship is utterly useless. He can only offer you petty favors.
Subai's expression turned stern as he spoke with utmost seriousness.
No, you're talking nonsense.
The man clenched his fists and roared hysterically.
How could that be?
He had devoted his entire life to worshipping the great God of Light. Now someone dared to tell him that the deity he worshipped was merely a sham, utterly useless.
How could he possibly accept that? You can't reason with a damned fool. If you refuse to see the truth, then go to hell and think it over. Subai shook his head and summoned Xiaobai. A terrifying surge of energy roared from Xiaobai's mouth, completely encasing the man before him in ice. Snap! The sound of ice shattering echoed. 684-5438. This guy's health bar instantly hit zero, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Congratulations on successfully defeating Divine Messenger Province. You have gained 0 EXP. You have successfully picked up 100 attribute-less divine stones, automatically stored in your backpack. You have successfully picked up 10 attribute-less divine crystals. They have been automatically stored in your backpack. You have obtained 1 special scroll, automatically stored in your system backpack. A divine messenger, my foot. With that brain of his, he almost got duped. Subai shook his head, glancing at the scattered gear on the ground. Congratulations on successfully completing the 3rd job advancement quest. Current quest, 3rd job advancement. Quest description: this continent holds endless secrets. Enter the oldest secret realm of the Meteor Empire, achieve an SSS rank evaluation, and clear the realm to receive generous rewards. Quest progress: SSS rated evaluation achieved. Time limit: none. Note: this class advancement quest is a special mission. Please complete it promptly. It's done already? Hearing this, a flicker of excitement crossed Subai's face. Your system panel has been updated. Check it immediately. The notification sounded in Subai's ear, prompting him to immediately open his attribute panel. Name: Subai. Class: God Master of All Spirits. Level: 124th Transformation. Strength: 98,700. Stamina: 98,800. Agility: 93,800. Spirit: 123,800. Free attribute points: 0. Equipment: Holy Light Set, Ring of Infinity, Ring of Desire. Total combat power: 150,000. Skills: Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Concealment, Absolute Berserk, Invincible Golden Body, Absolute Dominion, Etherealization, Aligning Heaven and Earth, Absolute Defense, Divine Edict, Sovereign of All Spirits, Divine Might, Control, Heaven's Grace, Divine Word. Beasts: 9 Nether Cloud Lark, Gangjin Mystic Tortoise. Talent: Godlike. Beast Host Union: host may select any contracted beast to share innate attributes. Host fully inherits the beast's innate abilities and base stats at double the value, with no cooldown. Piercing Illusion Divine Gaze can probe all hidden evolution paths, enabling significant upgrades to Beast Tamer rank. Divine Contract: issuing a contract command guarantees 100% success in forming a contract with any designated target. It's changed. It feels like my class has changed. What exactly is this Master of All Spirits? Subai stroked his chin, contemplating seriously. He hadn't used his system panel in ages. Aside from the Divine Eye of Truth, he only occasionally relied on survival skills. The rest were practically useless in combat. Still, his primary class remained Beastmaster. He'd see what skills the system had gifted him. Chapter 65, The God of Light. Skill: Control. Description: through your will, you can control any creature with mental power inferior to yours, commanding it to perform any action. It will never defy your will. Holy, that's so overpowered? Hearing this, Subai froze momentarily, a hint of shock flickering in his eyes. This skill was something else entirely. What if he encountered a beautiful woman? Blah blah blah, what if he faced a powerful enemy? He could probably use this skill to pull off a clever switcheroo. With the Beast Mastery skill, his base attributes had skyrocketed to terrifying levels. Thinking about it this way, could he contract a beast with exceptionally powerful psychic attributes? Skill: Divine Grace. Skill description: Thunder and Dew, all are Heaven's grace. You shall become Heaven's representative, bringing blessings to the world. What the hell is this? Subai stared at the skill before him, momentarily stunned. He couldn't quite discern what this skill did, but since he didn't need a bunch of skills anyway, he'd keep it for now and see. Skill: Divine Speech. Skill description: an active skill. Every smile and word becomes divine utterance, embodying the will of the gods. Mortals cannot defy it. Its effect is based on mental strength. The stronger one's spirit, the lesser the influence. Conversely, the weaker one's spirit. What a great skill! Subai stroked his chin, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. He was steadily evolving toward divinity. One day, he would ascend as a lofty deity. Before Subai could fully process this realization, a radiant white energy illuminated the entire space, casting an aura of profound sanctity. A figure materialized once more, leaving Subai frozen in place. What a stunning woman! She was breathtakingly beautiful, golden hair cascading over her shoulders, lively eyes fixed on Subai, fiery red lips hinting at a touch of allure, and a flawless face that made one want to bite into it. Subai examined the goddess's profile. Goddess of Light aspect. Level: none. HP: 15 million. Divine abilities: Supreme Sovereignty, Source of Light, Divine Power, Transformative Mastery, Dominion. Over 300 skills listed in total, leaving Subai dizzy with disorientation.
Fortunately, he didn't have to list them all, otherwise, he'd be parched from talking. This god's skills were just too damn numerous, there was no end in sight.
Are you truly the god of light? Why are you female? And why are you so beautiful?
Subai narrowed his eyes as he studied the woman before him, curiosity flickering in his gaze.
Gods have no fixed form.
I am the exalted god of light, capable of manifesting in myriad ways. The form you now perceive is the one most beloved by your heart.
Thus, I manifest in this way. Ask only your true self.
Her gentle voice rang out, so melodious and enchanting. Yet these few simple words sent a chill down Subai's spine.
No wonder he felt a faint sense of familiarity toward this woman.
She was the golden-haired beauty he cherished most in his memories, the girl called the Angel. This deity was truly terrifying, capable of probing one's innermost thoughts. At that very moment, the beautiful goddess of light underwent a bizarre transformation.
Her entire form suddenly twisted into grotesque ugliness, like a demon crawling out of the abyss. What's going on? Witnessing this scene, Subai couldn't help but freeze in shock.
I sense the shift in your heart. You've already cast me as a demon from hell, preparing to destroy me.
A hoarse voice slowly echoed, sending cold sweat trickling down Subai's forehead. This is just too twisted. Spatial lockdown.
Without a second thought, Subai flung a legendary scroll, instantly sealing off the entire space.
Die. Subai took a deep breath and activated the endless ring. Beast in Master is 1. 9 Pole Aurora.
Blinding light erupted in dazzling hues, unleashing terrifying energy that crashed down upon the avatar of the god of light.
Crack.
A crisp sound rang out as the avatar of the god of light shattered instantly.
Youngster, I'll remember you. Your name is Subai, right? We'll meet again someday. The god of light chuckled, waving towards Subai as the avatar shattered with a thunderous crash. Another deity taking an interest in him? No big deal. The more fleas, the less you worry about feeding them. Congratulations.
You have successfully defeated the avatar of the god of light and gained 0 EXP. You have collected 200 divine stones, automatically stored in your system inventory.
You have.
Subai's lips twitched slightly.
Not even a single point of experience.
He then shifted his gaze to the scattered loot covering the ground. The haul seemed quite decent.
Name, Ring of Light. Level requirement, none. Grade, demigod tier. Equipment attributes, overall attributes plus 10,000.
Special effect, the bearer of the Ring of Light shall dispel all darkness, and light shall forever accompany you.
Come to think of it, are all the special attributes of these demigod artifacts this abstract?
Subai stared at the ring, a peculiar expression flickering across his face. Last time he got some so-called Ring of Desire, and he still hadn't figured out how to use it. Now here comes this Ring of Light.
He couldn't shake the feeling that these demigod artifacts were seriously flawed. First, they don't provide usage instructions. Second, they don't teach you how to use them. Just a bunch of useless descriptions. Whatever. I'll stash it away for now. Still, this haul was surprisingly good.
Never imagined I'd get so many divine stones and crystals.
Subai stowed everything away, tucking it all into his backpack. Meanwhile, in the boundless void,
a man radiating a holy glow was enveloped in white light, his features utterly indistinguishable to mortal eyes.
Province, I've seen that youngster just now. He's a most intriguing little fellow. Do you still stand by your earlier suggestion?
Gazing at the statue before him, the god of light drew a deep breath and spoke softly. Honored god of light, I believe I have come to a decision.
This life is not what I desire. Let me fade away into this boundless universe. Province's voice echoed throughout the void. Very well. I shall send you on your way.
A faint smile remained on the god of light's face as he waved his hand lightly. A pure white energy quietly dissipated, racing toward all corners of the universe.
That boy is truly poisonous. He's managed to deceive even my most loyal divine messenger. Next time, I must keep my chosen one far from him.
They must never fall into his trap. The god of light murmured to himself as he watched Province's figure grow increasingly distant.
Chapter 66, What do you mean?
Subai waited for what felt like an eternity. The entire palace plunged into a deafening silence. The brilliant light gradually dimmed, revealing a white vortex before him.
Subai stepped into the vortex, his figure reappearing in the Imperial Garden. He had successfully exited the instance. So that's it? Feels a bit anticlimactic, doesn't it?
Subai stroked his chin, speaking with feigned seriousness.
So, what do you think? Did you become a divine messenger?
Jianglin immediately leaned in and asked.
Seems like I haven't. Guess I'm not meant for the divine.
Subai flushed with embarrassment at the remark and hastily explained.
What? You didn't become a divine messenger? How could that be? At this revelation, Jiang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief.
In his mind, Subai becoming a divine messenger was a foregone conclusion.
With his strength, navigating these secret realms should have been a piece of cake. It's true. Upon hearing this, Subai nodded urgently. You didn't make it to the 7th stage?
No, with your abilities, you should have absolutely cleared the 7th stage. What happened? Even Jiang Lin, with his extensive experience, found Subai's actions somewhat perplexing. I made it to the 9th level. There seemed to be an avatar of a deity, and I sent it packing. On the 8th level, there was another guy claiming to be the first-generation divine envoy. I wiped him out too. Subai pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. He wasn't trying to show off, it was mainly because if he didn't mention this, old man Jiang Ning would undoubtedly keep pestering him. What did you say? Are you kidding me? My dear father, my living ancestor, you actually cut down a divine being's avatar. Jiang Lin's eyes widened, his face betraying a look of utter disbelief. What's the problem? This guy has a health bar. If he has a health bar, he must be cutable. I should be fine cutting him, right? Subai nodded solemnly. Jiang Lin was speechless. This kid was incredibly bold. Deities were always known for their benevolence toward humans like them. The two had never been enemies. Yet Subai was openly attacking a deity? Unbelievable. Unbelievable opened the door for unbelievable. Unbelievably unbelievable. Congratulations to Jiang Xingyue for successfully becoming the divine messenger of the God of Light. The Meteor Empire has now aligned with the God of Light's faction. Just then, a cold, mechanical notification suddenly sounded. Jiang Xingyue? That girl became the Light God's divine messenger? Jiang Ling froze in surprise. A figure emerged from the vortex, radiating an exceptionally brilliant white light. The young woman wore a pale crimson robe, radiating an exceptionally gentle aura. Standing tall and majestic, she seemed like a deity descended from the heavens. What a beautiful girl. Subai gazed at the girl before him, his eyes brightening slightly. This woman must be Jiang Xingyue. Greetings, Your Highness. Congratulations, Your Highness, on becoming a divine messenger. Jiang Lin bowed his hands toward Jiang Xingyue before him and spoke softly. Uncle, what are you doing? We're family. There's no need for such formality. The eldest princess immediately helped Jiang Lin to his feet, her eyes brimming with respect. Your Highness? I see. This woman is the princess of the Meteor Empire. Old Jiang seems no ordinary man either, likely a royal relative himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold such an exalted status. Your Highness, allow me to introduce you to Subai, the foremost prodigy of our falling star empire. Jiang Lin pointed to Subai beside him and spoke softly. Gaig. Ugh. The words had barely left his mouth when the princess began retching, her eyes flashing with disgust. Ha? No way? What's this all about? Throwing up the moment she saw me? What's going on here? Subai considered himself quite handsome. While he might not be the most beautiful man alive, calling him dashing and graceful wouldn't be an exaggeration. I'm really sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me, but seeing you just makes me feel inexplicably disgusted. Ugh. Well, I'll be going then. Her Highness the princess uttered only 2 sentences before turning on her heel and walking away. What's going on here? Does Her Highness have misandry? Subai's mouth twitched slightly. As far as I know, she shouldn't be. Think carefully about what you've done. Hearing this, Jiang Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Got it. It must be the Light God's doing. That old bastard has no shame. I only crippled his own top disciple and took out his avatar. Does he really need to hold such a grudge against me? Hearing this, Subai immediately pictured the God of Light in his mind. What a scheming old. Count yourself lucky. If you were the God of Light, I'd have my divine envoys scatter your ashes to the winds. You destroyed my avatar, deceived my divine messenger, and you expect to live? Not a chance. Jiang Lin snorted coldly, his voice low. Let's put the God of Light aside for now. I have something to ask you. Do you know what a demi-divine artifact is? Subai awkwardly scratched his head, quickly changing the subject. Do I look like an idiot? How could I not know what a demi-divine artifact is? What's this about? Jiang Lin shot him a disapproving glance. It's just, I keep feeling like the semi-divine artifacts I have are a bit off. You should take a look. Subai pulled out the ring of light and placed it in old man Jiang Lin's hand. Holy crap, it really is a demi-divine artifact. How did you get it? Didn't you fail to gain the favor of the God of Light? Jiang Lin's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the ring of light. This was a semi-divine artifact. He himself only possessed 2 such treasures, and those had been acquired through the combined efforts of the entire nation. You're making it sound like it's a big deal. For someone with my stature and achievements, owning 2 semi-divine artifacts is perfectly normal, isn't it? Look at the skill description on this thing. I can't make heads or tails of it. Are your semi-divine artifacts this absurd? Subai hurriedly asked. I can't explain it to you either. Semi-divine artifacts possess conceptual abilities. You must uncover their true nature yourself. Each one's unique concept varies. You need to deeply comprehend every word of its special attributes. Then you'll gradually uncover its true power. Jiang Lin shook his head gently and returned the ring. That's as good as saying nothing. Fine, if you don't understand it either, then forget it. Where's the Emperor Lord? I still have business with him. Subai hadn't forgotten his beast taming business. That was the absolute priority. Beast taming was his foundation, everything else was but fleeting clouds and passing travelers.
Chapter 67, Those Damn Suns. Follow me.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin immediately led Su Bai toward the imperial study. The moment they stepped inside, they saw the falling star emperor seated there, with Jiang Xinyue standing beside him. The two appeared to be deep in conversation. The moment Jiang Xinyue spotted Su Bai, she gagged again, her expression darkening considerably.
Yeah, are you alright? Should we get a doctor to check on you?
Jiang Cheng witnessed this scene, a distinct flicker of panic crossing his face. His daughter had now become a divine messenger, a tremendous honor that would surely see her inherit his legacy.
Father, I'm fine. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave.
Before her father could respond, Jiang Xinyue vanished into the palace halls.
That girl. How rude, just up and leaving like that.
The falling star emperor Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. It likely isn't Her Highness's fault, but rather because of someone else.
Your Majesty, Su Bai seeks an audience with you.
Jiang Lin shot a withering glare at Su Bai beside him.
It was all this kid's fault. He suspected that from now on, whenever envoys from the Light faction saw Su Bai, they'd react just like this. Champion Marquis, whatever you need to discuss, speak freely. I hear you did not become a divine messenger.
That is truly a regrettable matter. Upon hearing this, the falling star emperor finally withdrew his gaze.
Not a regret. Not a single one.
Your Majesty, I wish to enter our empire's beast taming realm. I've heard there are many tamed beasts there, and I seek to form a contract with one. Su Bai looked at the falling star emperor before him and quickly spoke up.
That's not impossible, but are you certain you can handle it?
Truthfully, that mysterious space holds many beasts, but none have ever been contracted. Their ranks start at the king tier, and some even reach the totem tier.
Contracting them is no simple feat.
As everyone knows, the higher a beastmaster's rank, the harder it is to successfully contract them. By the king rank, they've already developed their own sentience.
Jiang Cheng couldn't guarantee Su Bai's success either. In that space, even he held no sway. Of course it's no problem.
Rest assured, I'm confident.
Upon hearing this, Su Bai quickly replied.
In that case, I'll trouble Dean Zheng to take him there.
Here is my personal order. Jiang Cheng certainly wouldn't be stingy with Su Bai's cultivation. He even hoped to arrange a marriage between his niece and Su Bai. Such prodigies must be firmly anchored to the ancient empire's worship, ensuring the empire's enduring glory. Thank you, Your Majesty.
After leaving the Grand Hall, the two headed toward the imperial treasury. Before long, Su Bai arrived at the entrance to the beast-taming realm. It was a massive stone gate. The imperial edict transformed into a golden light, settling upon the stone door and bursting forth with dazzling brilliance.
You have only 2 hours. Find a beast that meets your requirements as quickly as possible. If you fail to form a contract, leave immediately. The beasts within are notoriously volatile.
Jiang Lin pointed at the glowing gate before them and warned.
Don't worry.
Su Bai mounted Xiao Bai and charged through the light gate before them.
Xiao Bai, there aren't any divine beasts in here, right?
Upon entering this mysterious space, Su Bai sensed numerous powerful auras. He patted Xiao Bai's head and asked softly.
Xiao Bai immediately shook his head.
Good. Little Bai, lead your daddy to find the strongest beast here. Hearing this, Su Bai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he murmured softly. As the words fell, a streak of white light shot across the sky, racing deep into the heart of this beast-taming realm. Upon reaching the very edge of this world, Su Bai froze in place.
Xiao Bai, you're such a damn pain in the ass.
Before him stood a colossal tree that blocked out the sky.
Countless roots danced through the air, emanating a terrifying aura. Beast Taming, World Tree. Grade, Divine. Level, LV 1000. Constitution, 999999999. Strength, 999999999. Mental Power, 999999999. Agility, 999999999. Combat Power, 999999999. Skills, Immortality, Indestructibility, Soul Flogging, Death Entanglement, Drain. This isn't some divine beast, it's a freaking divine tree.
How come all my beast-taming sons are such deadbeats? They'd kill their own father and not feel a thing.
Great divine tree, we mean no offense. We've come here to contract a beast.
Su Bai bowed his hands respectfully toward the divine beast before him and hurriedly explained.
This line is so damn familiar. Human, I sense a mysterious aura within you. You are quite remarkable. What kind of beast are you seeking?
The gentle voice sounded beside Su Bai's ear, causing his eyes to light up.
Could it be that this big shot was going to introduce his son to me too? That would be absolutely fantastic. No wonder the tree grandfathers in novels are always portrayed as gentle beings. It seems these authors do have a point after all. One that excels in life and eternity, with formidable psychic power. Su Bai quickly interjected. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, it's not. This moment will decide our fate. Well, your standards are quite high.
In this space, we only have spiritually powerful beast tamers.
It resides in the farthest eastern direction. Go there and seek it out.
The roots of the world tree pointed toward the distant horizon, murmuring softly.
Thank you, Lord.
Subai felt a pang of disappointment at not receiving the tree seedling. He then mounted Little White and rode straight to the easternmost point. The moment he landed, countless beasts swarmed toward him, surrounding Subai completely. These beasts were all of considerable rank. They stared at Subai with curious eyes, their gazes filled with warmth and familiarity. It seemed his status as the Lord of all spirits did hold some weight at the very least. It caused these beasts' favor toward him to skyrocket. At that very moment, a colossal creature appeared before Subai, instantly darkening the sky.
This beast measured nearly 100 meters in length, emanating a terrifying aura. Its entire form was a mass of black gas, its shape utterly indistinguishable. Beast, Nightmare Beast. Rank, Overlord.
Abilities, Endless Nightmares, Mental Control, Dream Entry, Dream Realm, Absolute Descent.
This must be the one, right?
Subai studied its abilities, stroking his chin in deep thought. With that thought, he flew directly above the Nightmare Beast. A white glow quietly shimmered, enveloping the nightmare before him.
Initiating contract. Contract successful. Congratulations, host, on successfully contracting the Nightmare Beast. Chapter 68, Nightmare. Beast, Nightmare Beast. Level, LV1. Tier, Overlord. Constitution, 30,000. Strength, 15,000. Mental power, 150,000. Agility, 20,000. Abilities, Endless Nightmare, Mind Control, Dream Entry, Dream Realm, Absolute Descent. Hidden Evolution Path, Nightmare Beast Overlord-tier Endless Nightmare Unknown tier. Hidden Path Requirements, 100 Mental Spirit Fruits, 1 Nightmare Divine Crystal, 300 Blood Bodhi Seeds, 1 Nightmare Essence. Nothing too precious, really. This little one is about to advance. Subai gazed at the little creature before him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke softly. But his choice was indeed correct. This little one's spiritual power was simply too formidable, far surpassing other tamed beasts. It belonged to that type that specialized in single-track development. Let's go! Subai perched atop Xiaobai's head and sped toward the secret realm's perimeter. The contract succeeded? So fast? Staring at Subai before him, Zhang Lin's eyes widened in surprise as he asked. Of course it is. Subai smiled faintly and replied softly. Remember to come find me at Diwu tonight. I've got some business to attend to. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? I'll have someone take you there. Zhang Lin waved his hand casually, closing the gate before him. That won't be necessary. I'll just wander around the imperial capital on my own. Upon hearing this, Subai quickly interjected. Fine by me. Zhang Lin made no attempt to stop him. Given Subai's current status and formidable strength, there were only a handful of people in the entire imperial capital who could possibly harm him. After leaving the imperial palace, Subai headed straight for the imperial capital trading house. This place was royal territory, where troublemakers were rare. Most who came here were either wealthy or noble. With the resources I currently possess, I can advance all my totem and primordial stage beasts. However, cultivating any additional beasts would prove rather troublesome. Subai calculated his recent gains, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. Given the current situation, advancing a beast to the divine beast tier wouldn't be straightforward. He estimated that by raising his own level, the attributes of these beasts should meet the requirements. Thinking it through, it seems there's still a lot to handle. In that case, I'll start by evolving the Nightmare Beast. Subai stepped into the Imperial Capital Trading House. Good day, sir. It's a pleasure to serve you. A female attendant approached him immediately, her tone respectful. 100 Spiritual Essence Fruits, 300 Blood Bodhi Seeds, 1 Nightmare Essence. Do you have all these materials here? Subai took out his bank card and placed it in the girl's hand. Yes, we have them all. Please wait a moment, we'll process your order immediately. Hearing this, the woman's eyes lit up slightly. These items commanded a hefty price. She was about to make a tidy profit. Alright, book me a premium contract room. Led by the woman, Subai entered the premium contract room. Before long, the attendant delivered all the materials. Subai fed all the materials to the nightmare. The little creature immediately fell into a deep slumber. As time slowly passed, a layer of pitch-black mist began to spread throughout the entire space. This mist enveloped the entire chamber, emanating an utterly terrifying aura. The beasts within the beast taming space began to grow drowsy, soon drifting into a dreamlike state. Impressive. This little thing can even affect Xiaobai and Xiaohei. Seems I've truly acquired an extraordinary beast. Subai narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise in his gaze. The dark waves of energy surged continuously, plunging Xiaohei and Xiaobai into deep slumber. A hint of delight flickered at the corner of Subai's mouth as he gazed at the central mass of black mist. Beast, Endless Nightmare. Level, LV1. Grade, Demigod. Constitution, 30,000. Strength, 150,000. Mental power, 1,500,000. Agility, 110,000.
Abilities: Endless Nightmare, Mind Control, Dream Entry, Dream Realm, Absolute Descent. Hidden Evolution Path: Endless Nightmare, Demigod Tier, Divine Nightmare, Unknown Tier. Hidden Path Requirements: 1000 Neutral Divine Stones, 100 Nightmare Divine Crystals, 300 Divine Blood Bodhi Seeds, 1 Divine Spirit Fragment.
Damn impressive. Truly worthy of its reputation as a legendary mind-controlled beast. Its stats are already rivaling Shohei and Xiaobai. Once the Nightmare's level rises, its spiritual attributes will completely outclass Little Black and Little White. No wonder it could influence other beasts immediately after evolving. Little one, I'll take you to level up now. Subai ruffled the little creature's head before exiting the beast taming chamber. Just as Subai was about to leave, the door to the contract room was kicked open. Who the hell are you? Subai frowned at the young man before him, his expression darkening. You're the one who bought the nightmare essence earlier? Hand it over. The man surveyed the room with an arrogant, domineering air. Sir, I'm terribly sorry. He insisted on barging in. There was nothing I could do. The female attendant looked at Subai before her, a hint of apology in her eyes, and quickly interjected. It's not your fault. You may go now. Who are you? I've already used that nightmare spirit. My apologies. If you wish to purchase such items, I suggest you come earlier next time. Subai glanced at the man, took a deep breath, and spoke softly. Who the hell do you think you are? I don't believe you used it so quickly. Hand it over, or don't blame me for being rude. The man adopted an indifferent posture. Very well. Very good. Divine word, you should strip naked and dance a sizzling hot dance on the street. Subai stared at the guy and said with a smile. Hearing this, the guy just laughed. Are you an idiot? Do you really think I'd listen to you? Before the man could finish speaking, his body began moving involuntarily. He slowly stripped off his clothes and walked toward the exit. Divine command, dance wildly on the street for half an hour. Subai watched the man's retreating figure and chuckled. Sir, are you sure this won't cause trouble? The female attendant chuckled, her face etched with astonishment. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. It's none of your concern. I'm leaving. Subai chuckled and headed toward the door. Chapter 69, First Clear of the Catastrophe Level Dungeon. After leaving the trading house, Subai casually bought a map from a street vendor. Being new here, there were indeed many unfamiliar places. Now that he thought about it, it had been ages since he'd run a dungeon. Scanning the marked locations on the map, Subai selected a dungeon of comparable difficulty. He tucked the map away, summoned the 9 Nether Cloud Sparrow, and sped off toward the dungeon. It wasn't that he didn't want to summon Xiaobai and Xiaohei, it was mainly because those two were far too conspicuous. These were dragons, after all. If anyone else spotted them, it would stir up quite a commotion. You damn thing, just you wait. Someday I'll kill you. Mark my words, don't ever let me catch you again. A naked man stood in the middle of the street, dancing wildly. He felt his face flush crimson under the stares of the crowd, wishing he could sink through the ground. Subai had already arrived at the dungeon entrance, where a crowd had gathered, creating quite a lively scene. Did you hear? The Ba Tian group is about to break a record. What record? The dungeon record, of course. No one has conquered the cataclysm difficulty of Endless Ice Domain yet. I know. It's not that easy. I heard several 150 level powerhouses tried clearing this dungeon last time, but they couldn't do it. You can say that again. Honestly, they're in for a rough time. Clearing a raid for the first time is no walk in the park. The group stared at the dungeon before them, their murmurs filling the air. The first clear for this scourge raid is still up for grabs? Subai's eyes lit up at the mention. The first clear rewards were incredibly generous, instantly piquing Subai's interest. Big Pot, are you planning to run the dungeon? We're one person short in our party. Would you like to join us? Just then, a gentle voice rang out, causing Subai to pause in surprise. He looked down to find an adorable little girl standing before him, speaking softly. You want to team up with me? It's not that I can't, but why should I agree to you? Subai looked at the little girl and said with a smile. Teaming up to enter a dungeon grants slightly higher experience points. Of course, the monsters would be a bit tougher too. Because I think you seem like a nice person, big brother. The little girl hurriedly replied upon hearing this. Alright then, since that's the case, I'll join your party. Subai no longer needed to conceal his strength, there was no point in being overly cautious. Besides, gaining extra experience points was a win-win situation. Big Pot, if you join our team, resource distribution is up to us. Is that okay with you? The little girl blinked and quickly added. The little girl was adorably clumsy, instantly evoking warmth in one's heart. No way, I'll pass. I'm going to challenge a cataclysm-level dungeon. Subai looked at the little girl and nearly burst out laughing. We're all foxes with 1,000 years of cunning. What kind of ghost story are you trying to pull? This little girl looked petite and delicate, but her actual age was definitely older than Subai's. He'd never seen a 4th transformation powerhouse around 10 years old. Are you kidding me? Soloing a cataclysm? If you can solo a cataclysm, I'll let you sleep with me for free from now on.
The little loli heard this and immediately shrieked, then spoke up. Sleep with me for free? You really do live in a fantasy world. Even if you wanted me to sleep with you, I wouldn't dare. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Subai watched as the little girl's true colors showed, unable to suppress a laugh. His eyes were filled with mockery. Try saying that again? You better believe I'll kill you. The little girl stood with her hands on her hips, her voice brimming with menace. 3 men stood beside her, their faces twisted with menace. Subai had no desire to engage with her. He selected catastrophe difficulty and entered the instance. No way, he actually picked Cataclysm? Are you kidding me? He's insane. Soloing Cataclysm? I've never heard of anyone pulling that off. Holy moly, this can't be real. Are we about to witness a miracle? Everyone was taken aback by the difficulty level Subai had chosen. At that moment, Subai was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He cast a detection spell and turned his gaze toward the monster before him. Ultimate Ice Bear. Level, LV 150. HP, 500,000. Attack, 3,000. Skills, Berserk, Extreme Frost Freeze, Bear Roar, Frenzy. Arctic Serpent. Level, LV 150. HP, 300,000. Attack, 5,000. Skills, Death Coil, Extreme Frost Freeze, Frost Breath, Berserk. Not even close. Subai flicked his wrist, summoning Xiaobai from his beast taming space. Xiaobai let out a piercing howl, unleashing terrifying icy energy that spread in all directions, instantly freezing the entire dungeon solid. The entire world began to freeze over, the bone-chilling cold sending shivers down everyone's spine. Congratulations on defeating the extreme ice-cold python. You have gained 150,000 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the elite ice bear. You have gained 150,000 EXP. Kill notifications began to refresh incessantly. Warning! 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 Due to your excessive slaughter, you have successfully drawn the attention of the Lord of the Frozen Wastes. The Lord of the Frozen Wastes is about to emerge. Please leave immediately. 10 seconds later. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the Lord of the Frozen Wastes. You have gained 5 million experience points. You have picked up 1 ice attribute Spirit Stone. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up the epic equipment item, Frozen Shield. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. Your level has broken through to 121, rewarding you with 50 free attribute points. Your level has broken through to 122, rewarding 50 free attribute points. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Cataclysm tier instance Endless Ice Realm. Rewarded with 1 epic treasure chest, automatically stored in your backpack. Levels began climbing rapidly, finally halting only at level 150. Feels amazing. Subai watched his level soar rapidly, a look of pure contentment spreading across his face. You have triggered a dungeon announcement. Would you like to make it public? Public. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai selected public. Congratulations to player Subai for successfully completing the first clear of Cataclysmic tier Endless Ice Domain. Reward, 1 legendary tier treasure chest. Congratulations to player Subai for successfully completing the first clear of the Cataclysmic tier Endless Ice Domain. Reward, 1 legendary tier treasure chest. Congratulations to player Subai for successfully completing the first clear of the Cataclysmic tier Endless Ice Domain. Reward, 1 legendary tier treasure chest. The incessant announcements echoed in the ears of countless adventurers, instantly causing an uproar. Chapter 70, Little Black Donkey Muyen. How is this possible? He actually soloed it. Holy crap, he's a god tier player. Holy crap, didn't you notice his name just now? It's Subai. He's Subai? Holy crap, I just saw Subai. The crowd at the entrance instantly erupted with excitement, their faces betraying a look of utter disbelief. He's actually Subai? The little girl was completely dumbfounded, frozen in place. Across the entire empire, few had not heard Subai's name. She wanted to slap herself twice. What foolish thing had she done to drive Subai away? Just then, the entrance to the secret realm burst into dazzling light as Subai's figure emerged from within. We greet the champion Marquis. The group bowed their hands toward Subai, their eyes brimming with reverence. No need for formalities. You all go about your business. I'm just here to level up. Subai heard this and smiled faintly before speaking. Champion Marquis, you are truly approachable. Your lordship, I wish to bear your child. When did you arrive in the capital? Champion Marquis, my noodles are absolutely delicious. Why don't you come over to my place? I'll cook some for you. Champion Marquis, you're my idol. I admire you so much. The voices rose and fell in waves, their eyes gleaming with fervor. We'll talk about that another time. I've got some business to attend to. I'll be heading out now. Subai summoned his 9 nether cloud sparrow and sped off into the distance. These guys were way too enthusiastic, making him feel a bit awkward. Mounting the 9 nether cloud sparrow, he arrived at the Imperial Martial Arts University. He stowed the 9 nether cloud sparrow away in an unoccupied corner before stepping into the academy grounds. To be fair, Daewoo University truly lived up to its reputation as the nation's finest institution. The teaching environment here was nothing short of impressive. Oh, wait, there's someone here. Subai suddenly remembered something and headed straight for the nearby academic building. Hello, classmate. Do you happen to know where Mu Yen is? Subai looked at the student before him and asked softly. You're looking for Mu Yen? Bro, I'd advise you to give up on that idea. Sure, you're kinda cute, but that girl is way out of your league. She's the most beautiful campus queen in our school, and she's also rumored to be a chosen one. With your background, you're probably out of your league. The man heard this, sized Subai up, then shook his head. Damn it, who do you think you're looking down on? Bro, I just want to know where she is. It's not as serious as you think. Subai took a deep breath and hurriedly explained. And I'm supposed to believe that bull? 9 out of 10 people asking about Mu Yen want to be her friend, and the other one wants to be her boyfriend. You think I'd believe you? The man rolled his eyes and teased. Bro, you wanna bet I can snap my fingers and she'll show up right here? Subai hesitated for a moment before replying with deadpan seriousness. Bull. Don't you dare insult my goddess. The young man immediately rolled up his sleeves, adopting a stance as if ready to fight Subai to the death. Why won't you just believe me? Why don't you take me to her classroom so I can prove it to you? Subai, hearing this, immediately resorted to reverse psychology. Sure thing, come with me. Hearing this, the young man stormed toward a low-rise classroom building. Sure enough, reverse psychology worked like a charm. Youngsters fall for that every time. See? My goddess is right there. If you're really that impressive, just snap your fingers and make her come over. Let's see how you manage that. The man crossed his arms over his chest, a hint of arrogance flickering in his eyes. Seated by the window in the classroom, a girl sat engrossed in a book, reading with evident delight. Sunlight spilled over her, elevating her already stunning features to another level of beauty. Her silvery white hair cascaded over her shoulders, lending her an air of melancholic beauty. Black donkey. At that moment, Subai suddenly shouted into the classroom. Little black donkey? The man froze upon hearing the words. The sudden outburst instantly drew everyone's attention. Every student in the classroom turned their gaze toward Subai, who stood not far away. The girl who heard the call abruptly dropped the book in her hands, a look of disbelief flickering in her eyes. She slowly turned her head, gazing at the figure not far away. As she took in that familiar, handsome figure, her petite frame began to tremble. Hey, little black donkey, come here. Subai waved at Mu Yen and called out softly. I'll fight you to the death. How dare you call my goddess little black donkey? I'll take you on. The man standing beside him instantly grew wild-eyed, rolling up his sleeves and drawing his shield. Bro, don't be impulsive. Wait and see if she comes over. If she does, you can't beat me up. Subai smiled faintly and waved his hands hurriedly. The figure slowly rose to her feet and walked straight out of the classroom. Subai, it really is you. What brings you to the capital? I thought I heard wrong. It really is you. The woman grabbed Subai's arm, her eyes filled with disbelief. It was at that very moment that Subai heard the sound of something shattering. Probably the sound of hearts shattering among the male students inside and outside the room. I'm here on business, and I thought I'd drop by to see you. Looks like you're quite the celebrity around here. Bro, I told you I knew her, but you wouldn't believe me. See, I called her name and she came out. Subai turned to the guy beside him and said with a smile. From now on, don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. I need some peace and quiet. The man clutched his chest, turned, and walked away into the distance, his figure radiating such profound sorrow. This isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere else. Let's go to my room. Saying this, the girl took Subai's hand and led him toward the exit of the classroom building. Who the hell is that bastard? I want his details within the hour. My goddess. She just walked off like that? So fresh-faced, just walked off with someone? Me? Impossible. I must have seen things. Who is that boy? He can't be from our school, I've never seen him before. Watching their goddess slip away so effortlessly with another, the boys in the class let out howls of despair, their eyes filled with utter hopelessness. Chapter 71, The Genius Girl, Mu Yen. The two walked slowly through the campus, like a couple deeply in love. Everyone on the path fixed their gaze on Subai, seemingly curious about his identity. Little black donkey, who knew you were so famous around this school? It's been 3 years since we last met, hasn't it? How did you end up looking like this? Subai looked at the young girl, his eyes betraying a hint of disbelief. Mu Yen's nickname, Little Black Donkey, was coined by Subai and Sun Kai. The three of them had grown up together since childhood and were very close friends. Subai and Little Black Donkey were especially close, both having come from the orphanage. Back then, Mu Yen was dark-skinned, plain-looking, and short. She was often bullied by others. As the eldest, Subai naturally took on the responsibility of looking after Little Black Donkey. By the time they were around 15, this girl naturally awakened. You heard right, it was a natural awakening. Those chosen by heaven and earth to become class shifters automatically awoke to their professions. Such an occurrence was rarer than a Mars-Earth collision, yet this little black donkey somehow stumbled upon it. Later, the little girl went to the imperial capital. Before they knew it, 3 years had passed since they last met. I never imagined it would be 3 years already. I was planning to come find you after graduation, but the dean wouldn't let me leave. Mu Yan sighed upon hearing this. Her profession was highly unusual, a chosen one, bearing the mandate of heaven. It was an extremely rare vocation. But we're together now. Once I get Sun Kai over, the three of us can have a proper reunion. Subai smiled faintly and said softly. Of course, no problem. Which academy are you attending now? Or have you already become a professional and entered society? Mu Yan looked at Subai before her and asked softly. I'm currently at Qinglong Academy, but I'll be staying in the imperial capital for the time being. You can come find me anytime. I don't have a place to stay yet. Subai thought for a moment. It seemed he really couldn't leave the imperial capital anytime soon. He had promised old Master Sun Shan that he would bring him honor in the upcoming academy tournament. The competition was fast approaching, and it seemed unlikely he could leave this month. Qinglong Academy? Not bad. Let me ask you, there's a prodigy from Tang City named Subai, the same name as yours. I thought that person was you? Mu Yan pondered for a moment before softly replying. That's me. You guessed right. I'm quite powerful now. I can still protect you. Subai clenched his fists, flexing his muscles for the little girl before him. It really is you? Then why did you go to Qinglong Academy? At this question, Mu Yan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. With Subai's college entrance exam scores, he could apply to any academy in the country. Even the top ones would fight to recruit him. There's a lot more to this story than meets the eye. I can't explain everything now. When do you graduate? Subai studied the girl, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He refrained from using his innate abilities to probe her background that would be disrespectful to his friend. I could have graduated ages ago, but the dean won't let me go. I've already reached the 6th transformation and am about to become a 7th transformation practitioner. But he insists I stay in school until the 9th transformation. What can I do? Mu Yan sighed softly. Well, what can you do? Your abilities are so unique and peculiar. Subai couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Mu Yan's profession was Destiny Master, and her first basic skill was predicting the future. She could foresee what lay ahead. If she could reach the 9th transformation, she might even gain the ability to peer into the future, predicting any person or event. Such power was utterly monstrous. It was only natural that old man Jianglin refused to let her go. With a genius like that out in the world, given Jianglin's stubborn old man personality, he'd never feel at ease. I'd rather not have this gift. Just think how happy I'd be spending every day with you all. Mu Yan sat on the swing in front of the villa, a faint trace of sorrow visible in her eyes. For 3 whole years, she had been confined here. Except for running dungeons, she was forbidden from leaving Imperial Capital City. If you want to go out and have some fun, I can take you out. As soon as the words left his mouth, Subai grabbed his hand and whispered softly. Really? The dean would never agree. I know that old man's temperament. He'd never let me leave. Mu Yan's eyes lit up briefly before dimming again. Unless she broke through to the 9th transformation, she couldn't leave the imperial capital. A mere old man? Why should I fear him? If Jianglin tries to stop me from taking you out to play, I'll scatter his ashes to the winds. Subai clenched his fists, his expression turning unusually fierce. Whose ashes are you going to scatter? Just then, old man Jianglin suddenly materialized beside them, grinning at Subai. Yours, of course. How could you lock her up here? Can you even call yourself human? Subai glared at the old man before him, his expression darkening. It wasn't intentional. You know how extraordinary this girl's talent is. Back then, there were spies everywhere in the country. I couldn't possibly let her go out. Once exposed, she'd face endless assassination attempts. Foreign operatives would stop at nothing to kill Mu Yan. Our nation has the heavenly mandate bearers, and theirs has diviners. Jianglin noticed Subai's darkening expression and hurried to explain. Even with his constant protection, he couldn't guarantee Mu Yan's safety. Only within the Meteor Emperor city would she be truly safe, for this was the domain of the Meteor Emperor. Unless a deity descended, no one could lay a finger on Mu Yan. So that's how it is. Well, I suppose I'll grudgingly forgive you, old man. Subai said, patting Mu Yan's shoulder. I truly never imagined the two of you knew each other. Well, that saves me the trouble of introducing you. I asked you to come tonight precisely because of this girl. I need your help with her. Old man Jianglin gazed at the golden boy and jade girl before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. These two youngsters seemed to have an exceptionally close bond, even giving him the impression they were lovers. What kind of favor? At this question, Subai froze for a moment. Help her complete the 7 transformations task. No one else but you can accomplish this mission. Old man Jianglin stroked the beard on his chest, a mysterious smile playing on his lips.
Chapter 72, Another Assassination Attempt. Of course, no problem. Leave this matter to me. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai agreed immediately upon hearing this. His bond with Little Black Donkey needed no explanation. They were brothers who shared everything. Of course he'd help him complete his job change quest. This is the first time I've seen you act so decisively, kid. Rare indeed. Hearing this, Zhang Lin couldn't help but pause. That old codger Sunshan had warned him more than once that Subai was a master at fleecing people. He felt like Subai had nearly stripped him bare. It's different when I'm doing something for you. I couldn't possibly refuse Mu Yan's request. We both came from the orphanage, relying on each other since childhood. Her matters are naturally my matters. Subai smiled faintly and murmured softly. You're shameless, kid. Have you got your eye on her? If you're into her, just tell me. I can set you up. At this remark, old man Zhang Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Old man, if you don't know how to speak properly, just keep quiet. If you have nothing else to say, please go back first. Don't interrupt us reminiscing here. With you here acting like a third wheel, we can't even chat comfortably. Subai issued a direct dismissal. Old man Lin, ever the tactful one, turned and left immediately. How did you manage that? Getting the old man to listen to you. Mu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't that just a matter of having the right connections? Forget about that old man. Let's talk about something else. Subai sat on the swing and began telling Mu Yan about the events that had unfolded recently. They talked for a long time, until late into the night, before finally parting ways. Subai mounted the 9 Nether Cloud Sparrow and departed from the Imperial Capital Academy. Upon arriving at the inn where they were staying, he turned and headed back to his room. Has he returned yet? From the adjacent room, a man glanced at the woman beside him and asked softly. He's back, my lord. Shall we go find him now? Hearing this, the woman nodded. I shall go myself. After all, this is my family matter. It would be inappropriate to involve you. The old man waved his sleeve, rose to his feet, and prepared to walk toward the door. At that very moment, a faint energy rippled with a black wave, vanishing into the night in an instant. Something's up. Subai, who had just lain down on the bed, narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness flickering in his gaze. Though the energy fluctuation had been fleeting, he had distinctly sensed something amiss. Seems the imperial capital isn't as peaceful as it seems. He had barely made his presence known here before someone had already taken notice. As he stepped out of the hotel, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Where the hell is this? Subai surveyed the hotel before him, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. At that moment, the hotel was shrouded in endless darkness, with only faint glimmers of light visible in the distant sky. This wasn't wilderness, something was off about this space. Subai narrowed his eyes, sizing out the situation before him, a hint of wariness in his gaze. The fact that the other party could transport him here without a sound proved their strength was beyond imagination. After a moment's hesitation, Subai walked straight back into the hotel. Inside, the guests remained oblivious to the shifting environment, some already deep in slumber. Since you're here, there's no point in hiding. Let me see who you really are, who went to such lengths to scheme against me. Subai scanned the surrounding space, narrowing his eyes slightly as he murmured softly. Subai, is it? Finally, we meet. At that moment, 5 figures descended the stairs. Their gazes fixed on Subai, their eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. Among them were 3 men with blonde hair and blue eyes, while the 4th bore a standard Asian appearance, much like Subai's. Name, Lewis. Occupation, sorcerer. Level, 268th transformation. Combat power, 5,247,613. Affiliation, White Eagle Empire. Name, Marshall. Class, elemental mage. Level, 268th transformation. Combat power, 6,817,613. Affiliation, White Eagle Empire. You really think highly of me, bringing in a full 5 top-tier 8th transformation powerhouses. Subai narrowed his eyes, a hint of indescribable astonishment flickering across his face. When dealing with a genius like you, we naturally have to be cautious. Who in the entire Meteor Empire doesn't know of your power? Hearing this, the leader, Lewis, smiled faintly, his expression calm as he spoke. I appreciate your flattery. Yes, I am indeed a formidable individual. But I am quite curious, how did you find the audacity to come all the way to the Meteor Empire to make your move? At this remark, Subai promptly nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. These foreign fellows were indeed quite resourceful. No sooner had he revealed his identity than they had rushed straight to his doorstep. Their positioning was remarkably precise, leading them straight to the hotel where he was staying. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't dare. But this time, to deal with you, we brought a genuine semi-divine artifact. Lewis, the leader, spoke up upon hearing this. What kind of artifact? Let me see it. Subai rubbed his hands together, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. Who would have thought these good folks would even bring him gear? That's pretty generous of them. Too bad you won't get the chance to see it. This time next year will be your death anniversary.
Marshal, standing behind him, snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent.
The Emperor had specifically ordered that, no matter what, Subai must be eliminated.
They were to bring back his head to report to the White Eagle Empire.
Your Mandarin is quite standard, but it's a pity. You're destined for disappointment. Killing me won't be so easy.
Subai smiled faintly at the words, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes. In this space, you won't be able to summon your beast companion.
Without your beast, you're as good as dead.
The remaining men fixed Subai with piercing stares, ready to strike at any moment.
Is that so?
At this remark, Subai paused in surprise.
He hadn't sensed any suppressing force at all.
It felt just like walking down a busy street, absolutely no difference whatsoever.
Well, I never imagined I'd witness such a spectacle. How fortuitous.
At that moment, an elderly man slowly stepped into the crowd, a peculiar smile playing on his face.
Chapter 73, The 9-Turn Overlord Youngling. There's more to come? At this remark, Subai froze momentarily, fixing his gaze on the elderly man.
The old man had a kind and gentle expression, radiating a soft aura that made him seem exceptionally benevolent.
Name, Youngling. Occupation, Shield Warrior. Level, 500th tier of the 9 transformations. Combat power, 19,681,567. Affiliation, Meteor Empire. Holy, a 9th transformation big shot?
Subai hadn't expected to encounter a 9 transformations master in this godforsaken hotel. He froze in shock for a moment.
Wait a minute. Something seemed off about this situation.
This 9 transformation grandmaster seemed to have the surname Yang. The Yang family of Qinglong City suddenly flashed through Subai's mind.
Could this old man possibly be from the Yang family of Qinglong City?
Noticing a faint resemblance between the old man's brow and the features of the Yang family members, Subai instantly felt a wave of unease wash over him.
It seems you've guessed my identity.
Indeed, I am the Yang family's patriarch, the guardian of the Yang lineage. Upon hearing this, the old man gently stroked the beard on his chest and declared solemnly.
Well, that's quite a coincidence.
Subai couldn't help but roll his eyes. All his enemies had gathered in one place today, what a coincidence.
Mr. Yang, weren't you supposed to be in the starry skies? How did you return? Could it be you've come back for revenge? Mr. Yang, this is the man who wiped out the entire Yang family. You must avenge us all.
Hearing this, the foreigners standing nearby flashed a hint of excitement across their faces. Mr. Yang, if you can slay this beast and bring Subai's head back to our White Eagle Empire, I guarantee our empire will welcome you as an honored guest. Marshal, standing among the crowd, his eyes brightening slightly, spoke up immediately. Having stayed in the imperial capital for so long, they had already gathered every detail about Subai. The two were sworn enemies. Subai had wiped out the entire family of Old Master Yang.
You've guessed correctly.
This old man has indeed come to settle accounts with that young upstart today.
But what are you lot? Do you think you have the right to interfere in my affairs? Take a good look in the mirror, you bunch of sharp-beaked, monkey-faced bastards. Old Master Yang sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with contempt. As a prestigious 9th-rank professional, wherever he went, he was treated as an honored guest. Then what exactly do you mean?
Hearing this, the 4 men froze in surprise.
Right. Old man, weren't you here to seek revenge on me?
At these words, a flicker of surprise crossed Subai's eyes.
Revenge is indeed what I seek. But you foreign spies to dare cause trouble within our empire? That demands your immediate elimination. I've always acted with integrity and never associated with the likes of you.
Moreover, national grievances are national grievances, and personal vendettas are personal vendettas.
How can the two be conflated?
The old man swept his sleeves aside, gazing at the 4 before him with a hint of contempt in his eyes. As a 9 transformation powerhouse, Old Master Yang Ling stood at the pinnacle of this world. Even in the presence of the White Eagle Empire's leader, he felt no fear.
Attack!
The 4 powerful men heard the command, their expressions shifting slightly.
Blinding flashes of light erupted from their bodies as they immediately launched their attack.
At that very moment, Old Master Yang Ling moved. A terrifying aura radiated from his body as he took a step forward. A terrifying gravitational pull caused the ground to sink beneath his feet, pinning the 4 men solidly in place, utterly immobilized.
How is this possible?
A hint of panic flashed across their faces.
Did you really think the 9 transformations were just for show?
Let me tell you straight, below the 9 transformations, you're all mere ants. The old man slammed his shield into the ground, sending the figures flying backward as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. What a pity. I thought you might hold out for a while longer, but this is all you've got. Old Master Yang Ling regarded the figures before him with a look of contempt.
Damn it, you'll die here today.
At these words, a dazzling light flashed in the eyes of the leader, Lewis. He pulled out a scroll, tore it apart, and apocalyptic flames descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Old Master Yang Ling.
You're a lucky bastard, kid. You almost became a divine envoy. Too bad.
Not only are you just a lowly divine messenger, but even if a god himself arrived, he wouldn't make this old man retreat a single step. A crimson glow surged, slowly coalescing into a colossal dragon that obscured the sky. The dragon roared to the heavens, charging headlong into the towering flames. The very void trembled, its terrifying, awe-inspiring might sending shivers down the spine. The old man stood utterly unmoved beneath the terrifying flames, each gesture radiating terrifying power. Old Master Yang, don't forget this man slaughtered your entire clan.
Are you still going to shield him?
Lewis, who had been knocked flying, looked increasingly grim as he roared hysterically.
They never imagined encountering a 9th transformation powerhouse in this place. Their luck was utterly unbelievable. I've said it before, family vengeance is family vengeance, and national grievances are national grievances. How can the two be conflated?
Old Master, I'll send you all on your way right now. A crimson glow flared once more as the old man drew a blood-red longsword, slashing toward the group of 8th-rank powerhouses before him.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Terrifying sonic booms echoed continuously, anger flickering across the faces of the group. A massive shield rose before them, the sword's light striking its surface. The shield shattered with a thunderous crash. One man's body was instantly cleaved into pieces by the sword's energy, thick blood mist drifting through the hotel.
I truly am getting old. That strike failed to take the lives of even 4 of you.
Old Master Yang Ling sighed, gazing at the long sword in his hand, a hint of resignation in his eyes.
Die! The remaining 3 men drew in sharp breaths as a blinding black light suddenly erupted, spreading directly toward Old Master Yang.
That terrifying black light seemed poised to devour everything in its path.
A semi-divine artifact? I have one too.
The old man stepped forward, his boots bursting with dazzling radiance, firmly blocking the advancing black mist. The crimson light coalesced into the shape of a shield.
The black mist couldn't advance even an inch. Put! Bright red blood spurted forth.
As if drained of every drop, the bodies of these 3 powerful professionals turned into horrifying desiccated corpses, lying motionless on the ground.
Ants shaking a tree utterly pointless.
The old man snorted coldly, sheathing the crimson blade before him.
Chapter 74, National Enmity and Family Grudge. The room before them lay utterly devastated.
Subai and Old Master Yang Ling stood amidst the ruins, facing each other.
Youngster, you're not afraid of me?
Old Master Yang Ling looked at Subai before him, a hint of surprise in his eyes.
Because I have no fear, I am unafraid. Old man, you're right.
It was indeed me who slaughtered your entire family. It's only natural you seek revenge on me. Subai heard these words, brushed the dust off his clothes, and sat down on the only remaining piece of the sofa.
Truly, heroes emerge in youth.
When I was your age, I trembled at the sight of even the 9 transformations Grandmaster.
I've never seen anyone as audacious as you before.
The old man chuckled softly, sizing up Subai before him. No wonder he passed the trial grounds. This kid really is audacious.
Well, old man, you're definitely overthinking it.
You couldn't have been as handsome as me back in your youth. I'm the most handsome man in the entire Meteor Empire.
Subai couldn't help but tease him upon hearing this.
Ha! Old Master Yang froze upon hearing this. He truly hadn't expected Subai to be so shameless, bragging about being the Empire's most handsome man.
Youngster, how do you propose to address the matter of annihilating my clan?
Every last member of the Yang family, over 10,000 souls, perished by your hand. This is a blood feud, a grudge as deep as the sea. The old man narrowed his eyes, sizing up Subai before him. His gaze held a palpable, intense killing intent.
Whatever you say, will do. But I have no regrets.
The Yang family truly sought to kill me, and I truly annihilated them.
There is indeed enmity between us.
If blame must be placed, it lies with your failure to raise your grandson properly. That boy of yours did nothing decent. He never learned any virtues, yet he mastered every trick of deceit and plunder.
Subai crossed his arms over his chest, a calm expression on his face.
Even if it came to blows, he wasn't necessarily afraid of the old man before him. But for now, it seemed this old man was surprisingly fair.
I owe you a favor.
You passed the trials of the testing grounds, lowering the difficulty for 9 transformation powerhouses to advance.
I owe you that debt. Even if you truly asked me to kill you, I still feel it would be somewhat inappropriate. You are the hope for the Empire's future. Both publicly and privately, I cannot do such a thing.
The old man drew a deep breath, his eyes clouding over with solemnity. This was the hope for the Empire's future. He dared not truly kill Subai. Moreover, he knew all too well the nature of his own clan members. These people had been bullying others under his name for years. This wasn't the first time. But no one had ever dared to resist, fearing him, the Guardian.
Then what do you intend to do, old master? Hearing this, Subai narrowed his eyes.
It seemed the old man didn't want to fight him.
That was best, no need for mutual destruction.
A 9th transformation expert was practically the cornerstone of the Empire.
Alright then, I'll give you 2 choices. The first is to endure my sword strike. If you survive, all grievances between us are forgiven.
From then on, you walk your sunny path, and I cross my narrow bridge.
The second option, after reaching the 8th transformation, enter the abyss of demons and slay 10,000 demonic beings.
The old man narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Subai before him as he spoke each word deliberately.
Is there even a choice?
Of course, I'll take your sword. Subai stood up, hands clasped behind his back, radiating an air of confidence.
You didn't choose the abyss?
The words left a trace of doubt in the old man's eyes.
Why isn't this kid playing by the rules? Old master, you're joking.
My journey to the abyss of darkness is not only for you, but also for others, for our entire meteor empire.
It is simply my duty. Taking your sword strike allowed you to vent your anger. Just hearing you say family vengeance is family vengeance, national grievance is national grievance was enough to satisfy me.
Subai smiled calmly as he spoke.
It seems you truly have no fear of death.
The long sword in the old man's hand burst into dazzling light, hovering before Subai.
It's not that I'm not afraid of death, I'm terrified of it. But your sword may not truly be able to kill me. Try it.
Subai stepped right up to the sword's tip, smiled faintly, and murmured softly.
Die, old man.
The sword erupted in a blinding crimson light, crashing into Subai's body.
Immunity.
A large immunity icon appeared above Subai's head. Seeing the old man before him staring blankly.
Well, young man, you've got something on you. My sword strike was completely nullified. At these words, old Master Yang couldn't help but pause.
Of course. I could stand here and let you slash at me for 10 minutes straight, and you still wouldn't be able to kill me. Subai smiled faintly, speaking with solemn earnestness.
Very well. It seems even the heavens won't let me kill you. Our grudge is settled. The old man nodded and turned to head upstairs.
Subai glanced outside and saw that things had returned to normal.
He then headed upstairs as well. You okay?
No sooner had he returned to his room than a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside his ear.
Please, old man, scaring someone like that could kill them.
Subai stared at the old man before him, momentarily stunned, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead.
Old man Jianglin was truly swift, he'd arrived in the blink of an eye.
I thought you might die here, so I came a bit sooner than planned.
But it seems your luck held out.
Jianglin stroked the beard on his chest and said with solemn seriousness.
Cut the crap. Didn't you say this imperial capital was supposed to be extremely safe?
I'd barely returned to my hotel when 4 foreign spies surrounded me, nearly sending me to the other side.
Don't you owe me some compensation for emotional distress?
I'm not asking for much, just 1,000 or 2 spirit crystals will do. Subai rubbed his hands together, speaking without the slightest hint of politeness.
How about I slap you across the face? Take that? Don't think I don't know your little tricks, kid. I'm a broke old man, got nothing to spare.
This time it was my oversight, but it won't happen again. Besides, this incident conveniently resolved the conflict between you and that Yangling fellow.
That old codger's stubborn as hell. You've actually gained something from this misfortune. With that, old man Jianglin vanished from the spot in an instant.
Here one moment, gone the next, treating this place like his own warehouse.
Subai rolled his eyes at the spot where the old man had been standing. Chapter 75, The Task of Advancing to the 5th Transformation.
The night passed without incident.
Early the next morning, Subai headed back to Diwu, straight for Muyan's villa. Isn't that the kid who's been pestering Muyan? Yep, it's him. That kid's back again.
That shameless jerk is harassing Muyan again.
No way, I'm taking him on one-on-one. How dare he try to monopolize our goddess? Damn it, this is pissing me off. I'm going to take that bastard on one-on-one. Who's with me? Count me in. Count me in too. Me too.
A group of young men watched Subai walk into Muyan's villa, their faces betraying a hint of anger. They began signaling each other, rallying the crowd to confront Subai.
Why are you here so early today?
Seeing Subai arrive so early today, Muyan felt overjoyed.
At this school, she barely spoke to anyone else.
Boys admired her, liked her, and wanted her to be their girlfriend. The girls were jealous of her, keeping their distance, afraid to associate with her at all. You mentioned yesterday that your job change quest was at the ancient elf ruins.
Is that true?
Subai looked at the young girl before him and asked softly.
That's right, it's true. Why? Upon hearing this, Muyan nodded eagerly. So when do you plan to go for the job change?
This job change was bound to be dangerous, otherwise Jianglin wouldn't have insisted Subai accompany him.
At least next month.
My level is caught up now, but this secret realm doesn't open until the 1st of next month.
What's up? Why ask about this all of a sudden? Muyan murmured softly upon hearing this. My job change quest is also there. Upon hearing this, Subai immediately spoke up. Last night, he had checked his job change quest and discovered that the locations for both their quests overlapped. Current job change quest, advance from 4th job to 5th job. Level, 4th job advancement. Mission description, this land holds countless secrets. You must journey to the ruins of the Elven clan, uncover their mysteries, and discover the truth behind their disappearance. Task duration, 1 month. Note, this is a special class change quest. Complete it as soon as possible. Subai listened to this quest in utter bewilderment.
It turned out that what had been holding him back all along wasn't his level or equipment, but the instant's cooldown. He only hoped the next class change quest wouldn't be so special, no more waiting nearly half a month.
Really? But why?
That secret realm is incredibly complex, filled with extremely powerful monsters mostly level 200 or above. Why would your job change quest be there? A hint of surprise flashed in Muyan's eyes. She had once ventured there herself, obtaining a unique treasure during her visit. Her job change quest might be connected to that very treasure.
I don't know about that.
Maybe because my class is unique, my job change quest is several times harder than those for other classes. Subai hurriedly explained upon hearing this.
Alright, then it seems you'll have to stay here a while longer.
At those words, Muyan's eyes lit up slightly.
How wonderful.
Subai could still be with her often, meaning she wouldn't have to be all alone.
That's definitely a plus. The Academy tournament is about to begin soon. I can take you to watch the opening matches. You can be my audience.
Subai calculated the timing. The preliminary rounds of the Academy tournament would commence in no more than 3 days. Apart from the 4 great academies and the 5 top-tier schools, other academies had to compete fiercely for their spots. The qualifying rounds. Over 100 academies would vie for just 11 spots to advance to the finals.
Really? You're not lying to me, are you?
Muyan immediately grabbed Subai's small hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Of course not. Subai nodded quickly.
Just then, the doorbell rang abruptly, interrupting their private moment.
Who is it? Muyan opened the villa door and peered outside. A dense crowd stood at the villa's entrance.
Their faces flushed crimson as they clenched their fists, glaring at Subai with righteous indignation.
What do you want?
Muyan frowned at the crowd before her.
We want to challenge that kid inside to a one-on-one fight.
Tell him to get his ass out here.
Exactly. What kind of jerk is he? How dare he monopolize my goddess?
Sis Muyan, you can find your own boyfriend someday, but it absolutely can't be that jerk inside. He's got a pointy nose and monkey cheeks, obviously no good. A group stood at the doorway, anger flickering in their eyes as they shouted in unison. Subai, hearing this, felt his lips twitch slightly.
Damn bastards, where the hell do I have a sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked face?
I'm clearly the most handsome man in the world, and they dare to slander me.
Let me explain to them.
Muyan's face flushed red, her eyes betraying a hint of shy embarrassment.
No need. Leave it to me. With that, Subai immediately stepped to the villa entrance, blocking Muyan's path.
Watching this scene unfold, Muyan felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart. Back when she'd been bullied by others, it was the same solid, dependable shoulder that had stood before her, shielding her from every punch.
You little brat, you finally showed up. Tell me, which academy are you from?
You have the nerve to come here and try to charm our goddess.
I want a one-on-one duel with you. Come with me to the training grounds right now.
These guys rolled up their sleeves, their faces flushed bright red.
Don't blame me.
You lot are such useless losers. You couldn't even handle Muyan all this time, letting me grab her hand so easily. With that, Subai raised an eyebrow slightly and reached out to take Muyan's small hand.
You bastard, let go of me right now. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Not even the heavens themselves could stop me. Let go of me this instant.
The crowd gathered before the villa was nearly beside themselves with rage, itching to tear Subai limb from limb. She was their goddess, their untouchable goddess. How could a mere mortal like Subai dare to defile her?
Forgive my bluntness, but every one of you here is trash. I'm taking your goddess. My name is Subai. I'm from Qinglong Academy.
The world calls me the champion marquis.
Who among you wants to challenge me one-on-one?
Subai stepped out of the villa, advancing a single stride forward as he spoke coldly. The words fell, and the crowd before the villa instantly fell silent. They exchanged glances, fear flickering in their eyes.
Chapter 76, Take Me On Altogether. A man's shadow, a tree's name.
The name Subai had already sent shockwaves throughout the entire meteorite empire.
The name alone was enough to overshadow all others. What's so special about Subai? Even if you are Subai, I won't be convinced.
Prove yourself by facing me in a duel at the martial arts arena.
If you beat me, I'll admit defeat. I'll never bother you again.
At that moment, a man stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony is to be a ghost of romance. Besides, I won't actually die. Battles in the martial arts arena are impossible to lose.
Fine. Looks like you really want to fight me. No problem. I accept. Besides him, is there anyone else? I don't mind the numbers. Bring it on.
Subai glanced at the group before him, smiled faintly, and spoke softly.
Count me in. Our goddess of Diwu must never be taken by anyone else. Count me in too. I won't let this humiliation go unpunished. And me too. No matter what, she's our goddess. If you want to take her away, you'll have to prove you're strong enough. One after another, voices rose up. Over 100 trainees, front and back, all joined together to challenge Subai. Who would have thought you'd have such charisma at the Imperial Martial Academy? You're no longer that unloved little black egg from before. Subai glanced at the young girl beside him and couldn't help but smile softly as he spoke. Back then, Mu Yan had endured plenty of bullying. Aside from him, no one else would ever stand up for her. Look at you talking. When was I ever unloved? And could you please stop calling me little black egg? I'm an adult now.
Glaring at Subai before her, Mu Yan rolled her eyes and shot him a fierce look. If anyone else had said that to her, she would have been furious. Subai and Sun Kai were the only exceptions.
Shouldn't I teach them a lesson? Show them there's always someone better out there.
Subai narrowed his eyes, sizing out the group before him, a hint of coldness flickering in his gaze. Though they claimed to be fighting for Mu Yan, most were here to defeat him.
Defeating the champion, what an honor that would be. Among them lurked numerous fourth transformation prodigies, all targeting Subai. Go ahead, if you dare.
Most of these people are my classmates, and some are already seniors.
Do you really think you can take them all on?
Mu Yan gazed at Subai before her, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes.
Just the relentless barrage of attacks alone was enough to overwhelm Subai. Can I? Drop that if right now. I'm the esteemed champion Marquis.
Not only could I take down this group, but even if a world boss stood before me, I'd scatter its ashes. Subai chuckled softly upon hearing this.
I'll be watching you, then.
Mu Yan clenched her fists, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes.
Let's go. You lot want to challenge me? Head to the martial arts arena.
I'm afraid the moment I move, you'll all be dead. Subai surveyed the group before him, his words tinged with amusement.
Arrogant to the extreme, utterly arrogant. He thinks climbing the Tower of Heavenly Pride makes him the brightest star in the entire Federation? He's dreaming. You guys, let me take him on one-on-one. I want to fight him one-on-one too. Damn it, this is infuriating. We must fight him one-on-one. I've never been so humiliated in my life. The group rolled up their sleeves, their voices brimming with fury.
Both groups quickly headed toward the martial arts arena.
Did you hear? Subai seems to be picking a fight with our academy's seniors. Seems like it. Heard he's already headed to the training grounds. Let's hurry over and see. This kind of spectacle doesn't come around often. Wonder who'll come out on top? That's a no-brainer. Those seniors are all incredibly strong. Some have even completed their fifth transformation.
No matter how powerful Subai is, he's no match for them. The crowd murmured in agreement, all heading toward the martial arts arena. By their senior year, they had more free time. They spent longer hours running dungeons, and their levels shot up rapidly. Dean, I heard our academy students got into an argument with Subai. Why don't you go take a look? Several vice deans glanced at Zhang Lin beside them, their eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. What's there to see? It's nothing but a farce. Hearing this, Zhang Lin shook his head. These people still harbored illusions, unaware of who Subai truly was. Once they truly grasped his so-called strength, forget about confronting Subai, they wouldn't even have the courage to stand before him. You think Subai will lose? Vice Dean Gao paused briefly before asking softly. He had never actually seen Subai, only heard rumors about him, and knew only that Subai was a professional with extraordinary talent. Impossible. If Subai loses, I'll write my name backwards. At this remark, Zhang Lin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you serious? You're that confident in Subai? Is this young man truly worthy of your high regard? Vice Dean Gao couldn't help but frown. Indeed, Dean. Our academy has no shortage of fifth transformation practitioners. His level is at most third transformation. Challenging opponents several tiers above isn't something easily accomplished. A third tier against a fifth tier? Under normal circumstances, it's a dead end. The other two vice deans frowned and quickly chimed in. What you're describing is under normal circumstances. Subai is anything but normal. If you don't believe me, go take a look at the arena yourselves. Zhang Lin brushed his robe, leaned back in his chair, and hummed a tune. The two of them looked exceptionally content. I'll go take a look. It's been ages since our Imperial Capital Academy was this lively. I'll go take a look too. What charm does this champion candidate possess, after all? The deans all headed toward the martial arts arena. The martial arts arena was a rather unique platform, functioning as a sort of secret realm. However, this secret realm had one advantage: death within it did not mean true death. Instead, one would simply be expelled from the realm. It was precisely this feature that emboldened these individuals to challenge Subai, eager to gauge his true strength. Despite his status as the top prodigy in the entire Meteor Empire, many still harbored doubts about him. Chapter 77, Subai's True Strength. Outside the training grounds, a large crowd had gathered, most of them there just for the spectacle. Look, even Vice Dean Gao is here. You bet. Looks like Subai's reputation is no joke, he's even caught the dean's attention. Besides Vice Dean Gao, Dean Wang, Dean Li, and even some senior faculty members are here. This scene is truly grand, it's every bit as impressive as the school's campus championship tournament. Come on, this is the champion Marquis. He's made a name for himself across the entire country. Isn't it only natural that the deans are paying attention to him? The crowd gazed at Dean Gao and the others, their eyes tinged with a hint of admiration. Deans of this caliber rarely make public appearances. Except for major events, they were practically invisible during ordinary times. Honestly, one thing puzzles me.
With Subai's extraordinary talent and terrifying strength, why didn't he come to our Imperial Capital Academy? Instead, he went to some godforsaken place like Qinglong Academy? You're absolutely right. Subai's talent easily qualifies him for Qinglong Academy. Did the dean not recruit him? He topped the college entrance exams. How could the headmaster not recruit him? Then what's the real reason? The group felt perplexed. With Subai's strength, he could have easily entered Imperial Capital Academy, yet he joined another academy instead. Little did they know that their esteemed dean had sent Subai elsewhere to protect him. Yet the youngster proved utterly restless, forging a reputation as the champion marquis. If they'd known things would turn out like this, they might as well have recruited him to the Imperial Capital back then. Instead, that old codger's son Sean ended up getting the upper hand. Those who challenged me earlier come. Follow me inside. Subai strode directly into the martial arts arena's mystical space, his figure floating within the training grounds. Come on, come on. Let's see just how strong this Subai really is. Don't be afraid, everyone. He's alone. I refuse to believe he can take all of us down. Exactly. We can't let the capital lose face today, no matter what. Take down Subai. Defeat the champion marquis. Clenching their fists, their eyes gleaming with excitement, they plunged into the vortex. Subai, let me, Fastblade Lunan, see just how formidable you are. A man stepped forward, a long blade in hand, his eyes flashing with a sharp intensity. Fifth transformation? No offense, but you're no match for me. Don't waste time. Come at me together. Subai brushed his robe with a dismissive flick, his eyes flashing with contempt. You're truly arrogant. Hearing this, Lunan's eyes flashed with anger. He gripped his long sword and charged toward Subai. Since none of you lot wish to fight, I'll handle this myself. Come out, little darling. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Subai vanished from his spot. The sky above the crowd darkened instantly. Looking up, they saw a colossal creature hovering overhead, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. That's Subai's beast. A dragon? A dragon? How is that even possible? A dragon is a divine being by nature, how could it possibly be tamed? This is beyond absurd, it's absurdity itself, taken to the extreme. This is the first time I've ever seen a dragon, let alone as a beastmaster's mount. I've never heard of such a thing before. Terrifying. The onlookers outside the arena stared at the colossal dragon stretching hundreds of meters long, instinctively swallowing hard. How could it be a dragon? Impossible. No. Inside the training ground, weapons dropped from everyone's hands as disbelief flashed in their eyes. Such creatures were utterly terrifying, far beyond what human strength could ever hope to match. Exterminate them. Subai looked at these men, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai erupted in a dazzling radiance that instantly enveloped the entire space. Before the group could react, they were instantly frozen solid into ice sculptures. A crisp cracking sound echoed as the frozen bodies exploded into shards, slowly vanishing from sight. Instantly wiped out? Is this the power of the Meteor Empire's top prodigy? That's terrifying. Those guys didn't even have a chance to fight back before getting wiped out. How could his beast control be this powerful? At the very least, it's a throwback. These beasts are definitely at the throwback stage. Exactly, absolutely. Good heavens, is this the true terror of a beast tamer? The crowd watched the scene unfold within the martial arts arena, their faces betraying a look of utter disbelief. No wonder the dean called this a farce. He was absolutely right. These people had no chance against Subai, like children. Dean Gao sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes wide with shock. Subai truly lived up to his reputation as the foremost genius of the entire Meteorite Empire, honored by His Majesty with the title of champion candidate. Don't even mention them. Once Subai advances his cultivation, even I wouldn't have confidence in defeating that beast. The other two deans exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of indescribable dread. To reach such heights at such a young age, truly remarkable. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Subai emerged from the spatial realm, mounted upon a colossal white dragon. Besides them, is there anyone else here who wishes to challenge me? Whoever it may be, I'm ready to accept the challenge anytime. Subai brushed his robes and spoke with a smile. The crowd fell into complete silence. They didn't know how to face this peer before them. How could it be that among all of them, fellow practitioners, his talent and strength were so terrifyingly superior? Who would dare now? Anyone challenging Subai is courting death. I doubt even a 7th transformation class could stand against him. Exactly. Anyone below 7th transformation shouldn't even think about going toe-to-toe with Subai. Do you think Mu Yan could beat Subai? At that moment, all eyes turned to Mu Yan, standing not far away. As the top prodigy of Imperial Capital Academy, Mu Yan's rank and power were so overwhelmingly formidable that ordinary people stood no chance against him. Don't look at me. I'm no match for Subai either. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. You guys can stay here and be amazed. Mu Yan's figure leapt, landing on Xiaobai's back. Xiaobai showed no sign of displeasure, spiraling upward before racing toward the academy's rear mountain. Chapter 78, Mu Yan's shock. How did you cultivate it? How did your beast become so powerful? And where did you even contract a dragon?
Perched atop Xiaobai, Mu Yan asked with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She knew better than anyone else about Su Bai's family situation. Both of them were orphans, and Su Bai absolutely didn't have the money to cultivate these creatures.
Well, that's a long story.
Truthfully, raising beasts isn't that difficult.
I just happened to be lucky enough to awaken a special talent.
Su Bai didn't hide anything from Mu Yan, commanding Xiaobai to land on the summit of the rear mountain.
What brings you two here?
Seeing the two before him, Old Master Jianlin sat up from his recliner and asked softly. Old man, do me a favor, help me gather some materials.
Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. How about I trade you some attribute-less divine crystals?
Su Bai had a decent supply of attribute-less divine crystals, so parting with a portion posed no issue.
What materials?
Upon hearing this, the old man immediately asked.
2 bottles of dark holy water, 1 bottle of river of oblivion water.
Su Bai directly opened the panels for both beasts, narrowing his eyes.
Beast, blood-eyed wolf demon. Grade, atavistic stage. Level, LV 150. Constitution, 1,580,000. Strength, 15 million.
Mental power, 1,580,000. Agility, 1,560,000. Total combat power, 1,700,000.
Skills, Blood Sea Overwhelming, Royal Might, Bloodthirsty Demon Eyes, Wolf King's Clone, Netherworld Ghost Flame. Hidden Evolution Path, Blood-Eyed Wolfine 9 Demon Wolf.
Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 100 Dark God Stones, 100 Netherworld God Stones, 1 bottle of Dark Holy Water, 1 bottle of River of Oblivion Water, 1 Dark Elemental Divine Crystal.
Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes not yet qualified. Beast, 9 Nether Cloud Lark. Grade, atavistic stage. Level, LV 150.
Constitution, 1,150,000. Strength, 1,160,000. Mental power, 1,325,000. Agility, 1,125,000. Total combat power, 1,802,000. Skills, Endless Void Flame, Royal Might, Sea of Black Flames, 9 Extremes Aurora. Hidden Evolution Path, 9 Nether Cloudlark Netherworld Mystic Bird. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 100 Dark God Stones, 100 Netherworld God Stones, 1 bottle of Dark Holy Water, 1 Netherworld God Crystal, 1 Dark Element God Crystal.
Current status, ready for advancement, base attributes met.
These two little ones haven't advanced in ages. It's about time they got to enjoy some peace and quiet.
Such rare materials?
Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but frown, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes.
Materials of this caliber were typically only required when crafting equipment for 9 transformation experts.
Even within the entire empire, they were extremely rare and hard to come by.
Of course. Just tell me if you can find it. Su Bai immediately asked upon hearing the question. I'll go find it for you right now. It shouldn't be a problem. As the head of the academy, he had access to the empire's entire treasury. Since it was an equal exchange, he naturally couldn't refuse. Then I'll leave it to you. Hearing this, Su Bai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now, advancing the ranks of his tamed beasts was no easy task. It wouldn't be long before he had to make another trip to the abyss. Since the old man had agreed, it meant these items should be problem-free and obtainable soon. After the old man departed, the two sat on the cliff, gazing at the distant sunset as they chatted. Here. What you asked for. If you ever need these precious materials again, you won't find them in the Imperial Treasury. You'll have to venture into those terrifying dungeons. Or you'll have to descend into the abyss of demons to find them. Old Master Jianlin worked with remarkable efficiency. By late afternoon, he had gathered all the materials Su Bai required. How much divine crystal would you say these two materials are worth? Su Bai didn't hesitate, promptly stowing the items away. No charge.
The Emperor said you're a distinguished contributor to the entire Meteor Empire. These materials are yours free of cost this time. The old man pursed his lips, a hint of displeasure visible in his eyes. After all, he was royal blood, the same lineage as the Emperor. The Emperor hadn't exactly told him to raid the treasury at will. Why do I get the feeling you're not too pleased? Su Bai regarded the old man before him, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. Get out of here. Don't let me see you again. Get out, get out, get out. The old man rolled his eyes at the remark and immediately snapped back. That doesn't make sense. He's old enough that menopause should be long over. Why is this old man so irritable? Su Bai took Mu Yan's small hand and started walking down the mountain, glancing back suspiciously. The dean can be like that sometimes. Shall we go grab something to eat? I'm sick of the food on campus. How about you take me out to eat? Mu Yan blinked and spoke softly. Of course, no problem. But you'll have to wait a moment while I feed these beast taming materials to them first. Su Bai replied immediately upon hearing this. This gives me a chance to see your other beasts. If they're lacking cultivation resources, I can help out too.
Mu Yan hurriedly added upon hearing this.
From the very beginning, she had assumed Subai only possessed this one exceptionally powerful beast. After all, no beast tamer would cultivate every single beast they had.
First, there wasn't enough energy to spare. Second, there weren't sufficient resources. Cultivating even one beast consumed terrifying amounts of resources.
All right. Subai responded with a wave of his hand. 6 beasts materialized before Mu Yan, their colossal forms obscuring the entire mountain peak.
These are your beasts?
Mu Yan stared at the scene before her, utterly speechless, her eyes reflecting utter disbelief. She had never seen such terrifying beasts before.
Of course. Not bad, huh?
Subai smiled faintly, his expression calm. No wonder the dean had you accompany me to the secret realm.
You're preparing to steamroll the entire place. This is terrifying. They're all at least at the ancestral stage, right? Mu Yan stared at the colossal figures, swallowing nervously. You guessed right. Every single one is at the ancestral stage.
Subai nodded, tossing the evolution materials directly to the 9 nether cloud sparrow and the blood-eyed demon wolf. The 2 beasts opened their gaping maws and swallowed every last piece of material whole.
Let's go eat.
Subai figured these 2 little guys still needed some time to evolve, then led Mu Yan away from the academy.
Chapter 79, Beast Tamer Advancement.
The 2 arrived at a Western-style restaurant next to the school. The ambience looked quite nice, especially suited for young couples on dates. Subai rarely dined at such places, but he'd deliberately chosen this prestigious restaurant to treat Mu Yan.
Do you like steak? No, we've never had this kind of food before. I just saw it on TV and thought I'd bring you to try it. Actually, I don't like it either. Then why did you bring me to a place like this? A hint of resentment flickered in Mu Yan's eyes. I just couldn't find any other restaurants. This one seemed decent enough. Besides, we never really had the chance to eat anything fancy back then.
Subai couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Back when they were fresh out of kindergarten, they'd even rummaged through trash cans.
Yeah, we really didn't eat much good stuff. I remember you made me cola chicken wings once. That was the best food I've ever tasted.
Memories of their home cooking days flashed through Mu Yan's mind, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes.
Don't bring that up. That was my first time cooking anything. Subai chuckled and waved his hands dismissively. He felt more connected with Mu Yan. They truly shared both the good times and the bad. By the way, why didn't you reply when I tried to contact you after I started college? If I could have gotten back to you, I would have given you a piece of my mind. Mu Yan shot Subai a fierce glare and snapped back. Ever since starting college, this guy had gone completely off the grid. No matter how many times she tried to reach him, he never responded. It was as if he'd vanished from the face of the planet. I was swamped back then, working multiple jobs a day. I had to make money. Besides, I sold my phone back then. How could I have time to contact you? Subai hurriedly explained upon hearing her words. Even back then, Subai had already sensed the gap between them, which was why he hadn't reached out to this girl. Sir, your steaks and some other appetizers. Just then, the waitstaff approached carrying the dishes, placing 2 plates before them. As they ate and chatted, within Subai's beast taming space, the 2 little creatures underwent a cataclysmic transformation. A terrifying crimson mist filled the space, emitting an intensely corrosive aura. Xiaobai and Xiaohei hovered within, their eyes reflecting a faint calm. Terrifying flames roared across the sky, nearly scorching the entire expanse black. The blood elf, as if startled by something, immediately dashed to the side of the Gangjin Shen turtle and burrowed into its shell. Creak! Creak! A crisp sound echoed as black flames scorched the sky. The blood-red mist began to gather relentlessly, gradually coalescing into a vast sea of blood. Within this sea of blood, streaks of yellow liquid appeared. These liquids possessed an extremely potent corrosive quality, floating independently above the blood sea. As time passed, the flames gradually dissipated, revealing a giant egg with golden patterns in the sky. The egg emitted a sharp bird-like chirp, and its shell shattered with a thunderous crash. The flames across the sky converged upon the form at the egg's center, radiating an intense, terrifying heat. Simultaneously, the blood sea began to shrink. The terrifying crimson tide slowly seeped into the colossal creature's body before vanishing without a trace. Arg! A terrifying giant wolf, its body covered in demonic patterns, let out a piercing howl to the heavens. The terrifying sound waves spread throughout the entire beast taming space. The colossal bird in the sky began to flap its wings and soar, its form continuously expanding until it had completely surpassed 1,000 meters in size. Wait a moment. Those 2 seemed to have successfully advanced. I'll go take a look. Subai glanced at Mu Yan before him and spoke softly. All right. At his words, Mu Yan nodded promptly. The next second, Subai vanished from his spot and materialized within the beast taming realm. Beast summoning, 9 demon wolf. Grade, demigod tier. Level, LV 150. Constitution, 2,700,000. Strength, 26,800,000. Mental power, 2,880,000. Agility, 2,940,000. Combat power, 3 million.
Skills, Nether Blood Sea, Divine Might, Bloodthirsty Demon Eyes, Wolf King Clone.
Hidden Evolution Path, 9 Demon Wolf Demigod Stage Primordial Divine Wolf Unknown Tier.
Hidden Path Evolution Requirements, 100 Divine Spirit Fragments, 1 Divine Beast Fragment, 100 Divine Crystals, 10,000 Divine Stones.
Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes not yet qualified. Beast Mount, Netherworld Mystic Bird. Grade, Demigod Tier. Level, LV 150.
Constitution, 2,700,000. Strength, 2,500,000.
Mental Power, 3,275,000. Agility, 3,005,000. Total Combat Power, 3,032,000. Skills, Xianming Flame, Royal Might, Xianming Aurora, Taishan Shield, Xianming Wingbeat.
Hidden Evolution Path, Netherworld Bird Demigod Tier 3-Legged Golden Crow Position Evaluation. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 10,000 Neutral Essences, 2,000 Neutral Divine Crystals, 10 Divine Beast Fragments, 100 Divine Spirit Fragments.
Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes not yet qualified. These two little ones have finally advanced. Their levels and attributes have completely caught up.
Especially the 9 Nether Cloud Sparrow, which should now be called the Netherworld Mystic Bird. When this little one first followed Subai, its abilities and talents lagged behind other beasts of the same rank.
Now that its overall strength has finally caught up, Subai feels deeply gratified. All his hard work over this period hadn't been in vain after all. Upon seeing Subai, the little bird descended from the sky, landing at his feet. It began rubbing its head vigorously against his sleeve. Alright, I know you're the most obedient one. Don't worry, next time I'll definitely let you evolve first. Subai was quite skilled at making empty promises, and Little Sparrow's abilities were indeed quite useful. Unless Little White and Little Black merged, their explosive power couldn't truly surpass that of the Xianming Aurora. The only pity was that this skill dealt single target damage and couldn't inflict large-scale area of effect harm. You two stay here and play. I'll head out first. Subai patted both little creatures on the head before stepping out of the beast taming space. How'd it go? Did you break through? Muyan watched Subai return to his seat, took a deep breath, and hurriedly asked. Beastmaster advancement carried a high risk of failure. Should it go awry, the repercussions for the Beastmaster would be immense. It succeeded. How could I possibly fail? Just look at all those materials, not a single cheap thing among them. Failure was never an option. Subai smiled faintly upon hearing this and hastened to explain. That's good. Muyan nodded lightly, letting out a sigh of relief. Chapter 80, Support Type Beast Taming. By the way, what level are you now? Muyan set down her knife and fork, asking with curiosity. I'm currently at level 150, but I haven't completed the job change quest yet. Subai replied hastily. That fast? Level 150 for the 4th job change quest? Didn't you just finish your college entrance exams not too long ago? How did you level up so fast? Muyan's eyes widened in surprise. She had assumed Subai was only on his 3rd job change quest. It is a bit fast. If it weren't for this job change quest suppressing my level, I could have leveled up even higher. Subai pursed his lips, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. Sometimes being too powerful wasn't a blessing. Class change quests became incredibly difficult, and the requirements were exceptionally harsh. How can you be like this? It sounds like you're still not satisfied. Then you could always contract a beast companion? Upon hearing this, Muyan spoke up. True, that's still an option. But I'm not quite sure what kind of beast to contract now. I look down on those of too low a rank, and those of too high a rank are hard to come by. It really is quite a hassle. Subai nodded slightly upon hearing this and quickly suggested. You could contract a support-type beast. Not only would it enhance your own combat prowess, but it could also deliver unexpected advantages in critical moments. Muyan replied promptly. Support-type tamers are the choice for most people. After all, no one has the energy to train every single tamer. You only have 1 or 2 main fighters. Now that you mention it, it actually sounds pretty decent. I've never considered that angle before. Subai heard this, rubbed his chin, and pondered seriously. Maybe it's because your beast is so powerful that you've never faced any setbacks, leading you to think that way. I've never heard of anyone cultivating so many formidable beasts either. Muyan gazed at Subai before her, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes. Though they'd only been apart for 3 short years, both had undergone earth-shattering changes. I'll look into it properly later. Subai popped the last piece of steak into his mouth and murmured softly. Beautiful lady, would you like a beast tamer? I can give you one. What do you think? Just then, a fair-skinned individual with blonde hair and blue eyes approached. Several young boys followed behind him, each face radiating a faint confidence. Particularly the white-haired youth, his gaze toward Muyan carried a hint of arrogance, his eyes even tinged with a trace of greed. He'd heard from elders that girls from the Meteor Empire were exceptionally friendly toward those from the White Eagle Empire. They'd practically throw themselves into your arms at the slightest gesture. He'd been observing the girl before him for quite some time.
She was exceptionally beautiful, and the aura she carried wasn't weak either, truly an excellent choice. As exchange students from the White Eagle Empire, they had come to participate in the exchange tournament. Following the exchange, the grand competition between the Meteor Empire and other empires would commence, determining which empire would claim the title of First Empire. This title was no trivial matter, as it determined the allocation of resources across the starry skies, making it exceptionally crucial. Among the 5 top empires, the Meteor Empire ranked lower in strength, typically securing only 4th or 3rd place in previous years, with the White Eagle Empire consistently claiming the top spot.
Sorry, I'm not interested in you.
Upon hearing this, Mu Yan decisively rejected the guy's request. How dare you speak to our Lord James like that? You should know he is the heir to our family legacy, the supreme genius of White Eagle First Academy.
You insolent woman. Don't push your luck. If you anger Lord James, you'll regret it.
Before James, who stood at the front, could utter a word, his 2 henchmen trailing behind him eagerly chimed in.
What a bunch of annoying flies. Can't even enjoy a meal in peace.
Subai's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the group before him, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes.
You little brat, how dare you speak to us that way?
James fixed his gaze on Subai, his eyes cold as he spoke each word deliberately.
I said you're a bunch of annoying flies. What's that? Can't hear me? Can't even understand plain speech? If you can't understand Mandarin, then get out of here. Stop embarrassing yourselves. Subai glanced at the group, let out a cold laugh, and leaned back against the sofa. Are you looking for trouble? I challenge you to a duel.
James, the leader, drew the holy sword from his back, radiating a dazzling light.
Shut your mouth already. Don't interrupt our meal. If you want to die, just say so. Mu Yan rose to her feet, radiating an utterly terrifying aura. 7th transformation?
The crowd stared at the young, beautiful girl, momentarily stunned.
Subai, let's go. Don't stoop to their level.
Hearing this, Mu Yan pulled Subai up, and the two headed toward the exit of the distant restaurant. James, that woman must be the chosen one the Lord spoke of. If we could bring her back to the Empire, we'd surely earn the Lord's full support. A man watched Mu Yan's retreating figure, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Rest assured, I'll handle this matter personally. James sheathed his holy sword, a faint smile playing on his lips. After leaving the restaurant, Mu Yan unconsciously took Subai's small hand. Does Imperial Capital University accept exchange students every year? These people are such a nuisance. Subai murmured softly, gazing at Mu Yan before him. They come every year. Their primary goal is to observe the domestic university competitions and gauge our capabilities. The secondary purpose is to scout talent, seeing if they can recruit them to the Meteor Empire. Over the years, they've poached quite a few talents from our country. They have absolutely no shame. Third, they're preparing for the international university competition. That's the real priority, concerning national dignity and resource quotas. Mu Yan nodded, her eyes flashing with undisguised disgust. These people remain as shameless as ever. Subai's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness at her words. Enough about them. Remember how you said before that once we had money, you'd take me to an amusement park? There's one not far from our academy. Mu Yan pointed in the direction of the nearby park, her smile brightening. Sure thing. Let's go. Subai clasped her warm little hand and walked toward the amusement park in the distance. Chapter 81, Gathering of All Academies. After 3 full days of build-up, the Vocational College League officially kicked off. However, compared to the Grand College Showdown, the preliminary and mid-stage warm-up events inevitably lacked some of the excitement. Oh dear, I wonder how old Su is doing in the capital. Is anyone picking on him? Sun Kai sighed as he sat in the car, glancing at Yi Linger beside him. No way. With Subai's strength, he's the one doing the bullying. How could anyone bully him? At this remark, Yi Linger couldn't help but roll her eyes. Thanks to Subai's help, she was now the star player of the entire school team, and her tamed beast was virtually unrivaled on campus. You're absolutely right. That guy Subai is practically a freak. Oh, and we've got another friend back in the capital. Hope that guy hasn't forgotten his old buddies for some new girl. Sun Kai stared off into the distance, suddenly slapping his thigh and cursing under his breath. Who knows? Yi Linger covered her mouth and giggled at the remark. The preliminary rounds have already begun. Who do you think will make it to the finals this time? That's a no-brainer. It'll definitely be those academies again. For anyone else to think they can get into the competition is just wishful thinking. You can't say that for sure. What if someone does pull it off? Give me a break. They won't succeed. Do you really think those academies are just for show? I heard Kanglin Academy recently produced a prodigy who defeated 4 mid-tier academies in a row. Yeah, I heard about that. That combat specialist, Yi Luyun, with his flying cloud scattering fist. His combat skills are so seamless, it's insane. No one stands a chance against him in a normal tournament. Not even with a level advantage? Not sure about that. But unless the gap is huge, taking him down seems pretty unlikely. Looks like Kanglin Academy came prepared. I hear other academies have plenty of skilled fighters too. Thanks to the champion marquee, our empire's overall strength has surged significantly this time, truly a period of flourishing talent. The people of the imperial capital murmured among themselves, their eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Beyond the bustling competition grounds, the capital's teleportation array was equally abuzz. Today marked the arrival of the 4 great academies and 5 great institutions in the capital, along with the elite academies that had risen above the rest. Numerous imperial guards stood guard here, escorting students from the various academies. At the entrance to the teleportation array, a large crowd of commoners had gathered. Suddenly, the teleportation array flashed and a group of people emerged directly from it. They wore white robes embroidered with golden threads depicting the head of a white tiger. The entire group radiated an intimidating aura. If I'm not mistaken, they must be the White Tiger Academy's combat team. That's obvious. Who else would dare embroider a white tiger on their robes? The White Tiger Academy's reputation is known to all. A man rolled his eyes at his companion beside him. White Tiger Academy sure is formidable. I hear they have a shot at cracking the top 5 academies. Wonder if they'll make it this year. Come on, if those top 5 universities were that easy to get into, they'd have secured that ranking ages ago. That's not far from the truth. The onlookers murmured among themselves. The man from Linka glanced at him, instinctively clenching his fist, then followed the guard as they walked off into the distance. Look, look! People from Qinglong Academy are here. Wow, no wonder they're the top among the 4 academies, they sure know how to make an entrance. You can say that again. Look at the girl leading the way, she's got real presence. And that man over there, he carries himself with such confidence. He must be quite skilled. I heard Subai, this year's top college entrance exam scorer, is here too as the Qinglong Academy team leader. Wonder if that's true. What's true won't be false, and what's false won't be true. As the nation's first prodigy to attain the rank of marquis, he certainly has the strength to participate. This must be true. But he's only a freshman. Do you think his cultivation level is up to par? That's not your concern. Anyway, there's plenty of drama unfolding this year. People from Red Leaf Academy are here too. These people were like tabloid reporters, crouched by the entrance. Every time a student arrived, they eagerly gathered information and analyzed it meticulously. After all, these academies held the fortunes and lives of many in their hands. Numerous gambling dens across the imperial capital had already opened betting pools. Brother Yi Luyun, I just heard your name on the street. You're famous now. A young girl blinked her eyes as she looked at Yi Luyun before her and spoke. A mere trifling fame, hardly worth mentioning. My goal is to challenge Subai and become the foremost prodigy in the entire meteorite empire. The man walking at the front heard this and replied coldly, his expression unreadable. Brother Luyun, you'll definitely succeed. You're the top fighter in our academy, a peak 4th-tier martial artist. The girl's eyes sparkled, filled with unabashed admiration. Let's hope so. Yi Luyun took a deep breath and stepped into the crowd. I hear that Subai has been making quite a name for himself lately. I wonder if it's as loud as mine, Yi Qihong's. In this academy championship, I will defeat him. A man dressed in red, clutching a crimson scroll, declared with unabashed swagger. Brother, you're only somewhat famous in our Red Leaf City. How could you possibly compare to Subai? The woman in red robes following behind him smiled faintly and spoke softly. Sis, stop boosting others and undermining our own spirit. Today, I'll see just how formidable this Subai fellow really is. The man in red laughed coldly, a hint of arrogance flickering in his eyes. Finally here. Never again will I use a teleportation array, it nearly killed me. Let's hurry to the assembly point. A man in luxurious attire led his entourage toward the guards ahead. Their embroidered robes bore the characters magic and martial arts. Of course, Subai wasn't the only one being challenged. The top prodigies from other academies also sought to test their mettle against him. Most of these were 4th-year students who hadn't entered the Genius Tower alongside Subai, nor had they ever faced him in direct combat. Naturally, the title of a number 1 genius piqued their interest. Maple Leaf Academy, Royal Academy, Imperial Martial Arts University, Nine Heavens Academy, and Magic Capital Academy. These 5 institutions were collectively known as the 5 Great Kings among domestic universities. Their faculty strength and teaching resources were unmatched nationwide. Beyond these 5 institutions, only the 4 major academies Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise remained. Chapter 82, Showing Their Teeth. Why aren't you awake yet? Everyone from Qinglong Academy is here. Aren't you going to greet them? Mu Yan looked at Subai lying before her and shook him awake. Isn't the match tomorrow? I'm completely wiped out from these past 2 days. I need to rest up properly. Only now did Subai realize that leveling up wasn't the most exhausting thing, nor was slaying monsters accompanying a woman on shopping trips was the most terrifying ordeal of all. For 4 solid days, Subai hadn't caught a single breath, spending every moment accompanying this woman on shopping trips. The worst part was that she never bought anything. She just tried on clothes endlessly in the mall, leaving Subai utterly speechless. He seriously considered renting out the entire mall just so she could shop until the end of time. Oh dear, why are you like this?
Don't forget, you promised to take me to meet Sun Kai today.
Mu Yan snorted coldly, suddenly switching to a pouty tone.
Fine. I'll go find Sun Kai right now. No, wait, I'll freshen up first, then we'll head out immediately.
Subai couldn't resist this little girl. He slipped into the bathroom for a quick shower, then took her out the door.
Leaving Diwu behind, the two arrived at Qinglong Academy's rest area. Junior Brother Subai. Greetings, Junior Brother Subai. Good morning, Junior Subai.
Junior Brother Subai, you're finally here.
The vice captain and the others have been waiting for you.
Everyone gazed at Subai before them, their eyes betraying a hint of reverence. In recent times, Qinglong Academy had gained immense fame, and it was all because of Subai. This had led most of the academy to treat Subai with great respect. After all, Subai's glory was the academy's glory, and the academy's glory was everyone's glory. See? I knew you'd be too busy having fun to come back. Spending every day with Mu Yan, huh? The moment Subai stepped through the gate, Sun Kai immediately sidled up, a teasing expression on his face.
Kai, are you looking for trouble? Little black donkey, how did you end up looking like this after all these years? If I hadn't roughly recognized your outline, I wouldn't have dared to acknowledge you. Of course. This goddess is naturally unbeatable. Mu Yan overheard this and felt thoroughly flattered. No way.
If I'd known you were like this, I would have made my move long ago. Sun Kai saw the faint smile playing at Mu Yan's lips, radiating an aura that could charm the world, and he froze in place. When they parted ways, he hadn't sensed any extraordinary potential in this girl.
How had she blossomed into this? What did you just say?
Sun Kai suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ear as Yi Linger yanked him by the ear.
I'm sorry. I was just joking. Besides, she doesn't like me anyway. She likes Subai. They're childhood sweethearts, inseparable since they were little. Hearing this, Sun Kai immediately begged Yi Linger for mercy. Enough, stop messing around. What did the dean say?
Subai handled things quite professionally, always keeping the dean's words in mind. The dean said you're to lead this team and devise the battle strategy, but those seniors don't seem too pleased with you.
Shouldn't you try to resolve this issue? Yi Linger muttered, gesturing toward the direction behind them. As a freshman, Subai wasn't originally qualified to participate in this competition.
Dean Sun had intervened, and the seniors who spent years training abroad were undoubtedly displeased.
They knew Subai's reputation, but regardless, he was still just a freshman. Some objections were inevitable.
If that's how you see it, then practice first.
Subai nodded and walked into the conference room ahead. Well, if it isn't Su Tianjiao? Coming in so late? I thought you weren't handling this matter anymore.
The moment he stepped inside, a sarcastic voice rang out beside him, making him feel distinctly uncomfortable.
Got a problem with me? Speak your mind then. If you're itching for a fight, I won't stop you.
Subai strode to the main seat, crossed his legs, and gave the guy in front of him a dismissive glance.
You? Looking for trouble?
The man clenched his fists, a flicker of anger visible on his face.
What's your name?
Subai narrowed his eyes and asked softly.
Zhang Han. What do you want?
The man snorted coldly, his face betraying a hint of arrogance.
No further instructions.
Your eligibility for this competition has been revoked.
You may now use the teleportation array to return home.
Subai propped his legs on the round table, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes.
What gives you the right?
Zhang Han clenched his fists instinctively at the words. Because I'm the team leader here. Dean Sun Shan said I have full authority over this competition.
If I say you're ineligible, you're ineligible.
Subai sneered coldly, his face etched with contempt. This infuriated Zhang Han, who clenched his fists, ready to teach Subai a lesson.
Shut up. Junior Subai, this fellow doesn't know the rules. Don't stoop to his level.
As the team leader, your decisions are final. Zhang Han's skills are quite decent.
In my opinion, let him compete.
A tall man stepped forward, took a deep breath, and offered a warm, spring-like smile as he spoke.
What's your name? Subai scrutinized the man, narrowing his eyes. These two were quite the pair, putting on a show right in front of him. My name is Lu Mingqiu, a 5th transformation spatial element mage and a 4th-year student. My teacher is Dean Gu.
Lu Mingqiu invoked his teacher as a powerful connection, a hint of arrogance flickering in his eyes.
Same as him, you don't need to take the stage either.
Subai scoffed coldly, his lips curling in disdain.
What do you mean?
At these words, the expressions of the 5 people in the conference room shifted slightly. Most of them belonged to the same squad, sharing a close bond that made them resent Subai, the outsider who'd suddenly hijacked their spot. According to the tournament rules, each academy would send 5 participants for both the team battle and the round-robin matches. Team battles involved all 5 members fighting simultaneously against opponents from other colleges. The victors advanced, while the defeated were eliminated. The round-robin format was simpler, opponents were defeated in succession, with some prodigious students even achieving the feat of defeating 5 opponents consecutively. Whether it's team battles or individual matches, we don't need you at all. Your presence here is nothing more than window dressing. Just stick to being mascots. Don't concern yourselves with matters that aren't your business. Subai slowly rose to his feet, fixing his gaze on Lu Mingjiwankia before him. His eyes held a trace of profound disdain. Since the other had come looking for trouble, there was no need to spare him any courtesy. Chapter 83, Gathering of the Elite. The room instantly grew tense upon hearing those words. They had expected Subai to be forceful, but never imagined he would be this forceful. On what grounds? This concerns our school's honor. What if you mess it up? Are you going to explain this to the academy then? Even if you want to explain, we don't want to share this embarrassment with you. Zhang Han retorted, clearly unwilling to concede. That's not your problem. Since I started out, I've never even seen the word failure written down. Subai's words were utterly arrogant, yet no one could refute them. Because the youth before them had indeed remained undefeated since his debut, never once tasting the bitterness of failure. I will report this matter truthfully to Dean Gu. Lu Mingqiu, unwilling to clash with Subai, could only invoke Director Gu as leverage. Don't even mention Dean Gu. Even if you brought that old man Sun Shan himself, I wouldn't be afraid. If I say I'm responsible for this matter, then I am responsible. To think these two could intimidate him? Utterly delusional. Let's settle this with a fight. If you win, we'll willingly admit defeat and follow your orders. If we lose, I'll take charge of this expedition and you'll follow my commands. Lu Mingqiu knew full well that if this stalemate continued, Subai would seize the initiative. Fine. Right here? As soon as the words left his mouth, Subai spoke up. You think I'm afraid? Or are you the one backing down? Zhang Han clenched his fists at the words. Of course I'm scared. I'm scared I might accidentally kill you. Subai chuckled, his eyes brimming with contempt. There's a training ground in the backyard. Let's go there. The imperial capital had equipped every academy with a training ground for this very purpose to allow students to spar with one another. That's unnecessary. If you can defeat my beast, I'll voluntarily withdraw from this match. Subai swept his hand, and a flash of white light erupted. Xiao Bai's form materialized above the living room, its terrifying divine might spreading out and enveloping everyone present. A dragon? Zhang Han witnessed the scene, instinctively swallowing hard as a flicker of terror crossed his eyes. Roar! Xiao Bai's icy eyes scanned the crowd before him, revealing a hint of cold indifference. He let out a long, piercing roar to the heavens. Zhang Han's legs buckled, and he collapsed instantly. Useless trash. Lu Mingqiu glanced at Zhang Han, his eyes flashing with cold disdain. Want to keep fighting? If it's not enough, I can always raise the stakes. Subai waved his hand, and the two beasts, Xiao He and Xiao Ke, flew out of the beast space once more, radiating an extremely violent aura. How is this possible? Lu Mingqiu felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes widening in disbelief. Subai actually possessed 3 beasts above the ancestral stage, utterly unbelievable. Do you admit defeat? Subai stepped before Lu Mingqiu and spoke coldly. I admit it. I'm convinced. With those words, Lu Mingqiu relaxed his clenched fists, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. Good. You two can still fight, but he's out. He's too weak. Sending him out would just be throwing him to the wolves. Subai gestured toward Zhang Han, who stood nearby, his voice soft. Zhang Han's face flushed crimson at the remark, yet he had no rebuttal. A crisp sound rang out, causing everyone to turn their gaze toward the window. Captain, this is the assembly call. We're heading to the training ground now. Will you be joining us? Lu Mingqiu's attitude softened considerably. Let's go take a look. Subai nodded and led the group toward the training grounds. By the time they arrived at the training ground, numerous teams had already gathered. Except for a few squads that hadn't arrived yet, most of the teams were already assembled. Is that the Azure Dragon Academy? Looks like it. That guy is Subai. He looks so young. Of course he's only a freshman. Naturally he's young. Who would have thought Qinglong Academy would promote him so much, making him the team leader for this school tournament? So what? Being the team leader doesn't mean he'll compete. The crowd stared at Subai before them, murmuring their opinions. Just then, a series of heavy footsteps echoed, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The Imperial Capital University delegation approached from afar. The man leading them radiated an otherworldly aura, his entire presence as sharp and gleaming as a drawn sword. The Imperial Martial Arts University has arrived. Truly befitting the academy that consistently dominates the rankings, their presence is undeniably formidable. That guy leading them must be Morong Yun, the genius student from Imperial Martial Arts this time. His aura is truly formidable. Rumor has it he's already reached the 5th transformation, just a step away from the 6th. The crowd watched the man at the front, murmuring among themselves. The shadow of man, the name of the tree to stand out among the countless prodigies in the imperial capital, speaks volumes about this fellow's formidable prowess. For practitioners, leveling up becomes far more challenging after reaching level 7. It often takes years to achieve a single advancement. Each level beyond the 7th requires vast amounts of experience points. Unless you stumble upon exceptionally powerful dungeons or secret realms, grinding up experience becomes a grueling task. Here they come again, the Magic Capital contingent has arrived. Leading the pack are the Magic Capital's twin stars of this generation, Zhao Feilong and Zhao Feihu. Word has it one is a hidden Dragonblood warrior class, while the other is a hidden divine mage class. Both are rare powerhouses indeed.
Red Leaf Academy's Red 7 Leaf is here.
That guy really is a show-off, always dressed head to toe in red.
He looks like a complete fool. Keep your voice down.
Watch out, or he'll come looking for trouble.
Like I'd be scared of him? Besides, with the Academy tournament coming up, why would he pick a fight with me? The Royal Academy's team has arrived too. Luo Tian, their leader this time, is rumored to be at odds with Moromyun. They can't stand the sight of each other. Sounds like it'll be quite the spectacle. Who do you think will take first place this time? That's anyone's guess. In past competitions, reaching peak 4th transformation was the absolute limit. But this year, for some reason, geniuses have erupted like a geyser. Even 5th tier professions seem unimpressive now. Who knows who'll take the championship? You're absolutely right. These days, it's getting harder and harder to predict anything. The elders standing atop the high platform observed the crowd below, nodding slightly as they murmured to themselves. Chapter 84, 9 Heavens Academy. Most of the figures on the platform were vice deans from various academies, with a few deans among them. Their gazes upon the students below held a hint of admiration. These young people would become the pillars of the entire Meteorite dynasty. The future prosperity or decline, the rise or fall of the Meteorite dynasty rested entirely upon these young shoulders. Frankly, I don't think you old farts need to concern yourselves with this. The champion is already decided in advance. At that moment, a figure descended onto the elevated platform. Surveying the crowd before him, he spoke softly. Greetings, Prince John Lin. The crowd bowed in unison toward the figure before them, their eyes betraying a hint of reverence. No need for formalities. John Lin waved his hand dismissively and took his seat at the head of the table. Dean Zhang, you mentioned the first place winner of this grand competition is already decided. Is that true or false? Could there be some underhanded dealings involved? You wouldn't be thinking of rigging the results, would you? That's not like you. Could it be you've taken a liking to one of the students? The assembled deans stared at Zhang Lin before him, their questions pouring forth. I wouldn't stoop to such things. It's just that one individual's strength far exceeds what anyone could imagine. His power is truly terrifying. The disciples you've trained likely wouldn't stand a chance against him. Hearing this, Zhang Lin waved his hand and chuckled lightly. What a joke, does he really think I'm that kind of person? Who are you referring to? Is it that youngster named Subai? I observed that youth earlier. He's shrouded in an invisible barrier, his true depth is impossible to gauge. But judging by the time since his college entrance exams, even if he broke records and rushed through a cataclysm-level dungeon, his level couldn't possibly exceed the 3rd transformation. Why are you so confident in him? The crowd stared at Zhang Lin before them, unable to suppress their doubts. You'll see soon enough. What's going on with the 9 Heavens Academy? Why haven't they arrived yet? Zhang Lin glanced at the assembled crowd, waving his hand dismissively as his brow furrowed slightly. Ranked 2nd in the entire Meteorite Empire, the 9 Heavens Academy possessed formidable strength. Located near the starry skies, its students had forged their way out of the abyss of chaos. Precisely because of this, the Academy consistently produced the highest-ranked prodigies among all major institutions, their aura thick with the most intense killing intent. They must have been delayed by something. Old 9 is always dawdling. The Royal Academy's Vice Dean murmured softly. Who's talking behind my back, you old codger? Fellow colleagues, it's been a long time. Gazing at the crowd before him, an elderly man clad in a black robe descended onto the stage and bowed his hands in greeting. Joga, you're awfully late. Exactly. You're late today. You'll have to punish yourself with 3 cups later. That's only fair. We old codgers haven't met in ages, and you didn't even bother to take the initiative. The deans glared at the vice dean of Jotian Academy, their voices sharp with reproach. I was just delayed by something, but you're about to witness a miracle. Hearing this, the vice dean of Jotian Academy chuckled softly, shifting his gaze toward the entrance. A palpable aura of murderous intent swept over them, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The killers from the 9 Heavens Academy are here. Looks like they're coming in force. Wonder how those killers have developed this year. Are they truly formidable? Many Academy students fell silent, averting their eyes from the doorway. 7 figures emerged from the entrance, their killing intent solidifying into tangible form. A crimson mist shrouded their heads as they moved slowly toward the crowd. Are these people from the 9 Heavens Academy? Subai had some knowledge of the 5 major academies and was well aware of the 9 Heavens Academy's formidable reputation. That's right. Don't underestimate them, their strength is formidable. They've been battling in the demon abyss year-round. Their strength is undeniably formidable. Hearing this, Muyen stood beside Subai and nodded slightly. But something feels off about them. There's something peculiar about these fellows. They carry an aura that fills me with profound aversion. Subai narrowed his eyes and cast a searchlight spell at the man leading the group. Name, Breaker. Class, 6th Transformation God of Slaughter. Level, 182. Combat power, 3.79 million. Affiliation, Falling Star Empire. He actually reached the 6th transformation?
Subai stared at the man leading the group, momentarily stunned.
For this kid to reach the 6th transformation, his strength rivaling Muyan's, his talent must be terrifyingly strong. But why did he sense an unsettling aura emanating from them? Could his perception be wrong? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Subai's divine eyes of truth could pierce through all illusions in the world. There was no reason he couldn't discern the true identities of this group. That aura was definitely real, merely concealed by them. Could it be that years of dwelling in the demon abyss had imbued them with its aura? As expected, these killers remain as formidable as ever. I wonder if they can ever claim first place. They always get crushed by the Imperial Academy. Judging by their fierce approach, they're clearly here with ill intent. I wonder if the Imperial University of Transcendence can withstand the pressure from this group this time. Students from numerous academies instinctively swallowed hard at the sight of these killers. The Nine Heavens Academy had always been independent. Only the rarest of prodigies could gain admission to their institution. They only admitted a handful of students each year, just 200, and each one possessed exceptional talent. Due to their constant travels through the demon abyss, they rarely interacted with other academies, making them the most reclusive among the many institutions. Good lad, I never imagined that Brute Pajun had actually achieved the 6th transformation. No wonder you're so confident. Jiang Lin watched the scene unfold, narrowing his eyes slightly as a hint of surprise flickered in his gaze. It's all down to him. I had nothing to do with it. The Nine Heavens Academy's headmaster smiled faintly, instinctively stroking the beard on his chest as a hint of smugness flickered in his eyes. Since everyone is present, let us formally begin the banquet. Jiang Lin glanced at the guards beside him and murmured softly. As the chimes gradually rang out, tables materialized before the guests. Slender palace maids carried dishes directly to the gathering area. This is an annual tradition. We always start by letting the top talents from each college get acquainted with one another. Muyan glanced at Subai beside her and hastily explained. Subai finally understood upon hearing this. They were worried these trainees might get too heated and actually start offline duels. Losing even one prodigy would be a significant loss for the entire Meteor Empire. Chapter 85. Do you like playing soccer? As the banquet commenced, the gathering area instantly erupted with lively energy. Subai hadn't expected to be so popular. He had practically become the center of the entire venue. One by one, these prodigies approached him to converse. However, they weren't here to congratulate him. Instead, they all came to issue challenges. Subai, right? I, Hong Chiyue, intend to test your skills thoroughly tomorrow. Let's see just how formidable you truly are. Hong Chiyue, clad in a crimson robe, fixed his gaze on Subai, his eyes brimming with intense fighting spirit. Fine, no problem at all. Subai nodded and drained the wine in his cup. He wasn't the only one making threats. After all, these men would have to battle each other first. Only the victor would earn the right to see him. What a lively scene. No wonder your Meteor Empire's strength keeps declining year after year. Feasting on meat and wine the day before the tournament? What a joke. I reckon it won't be long before your Meteor Empire is erased from the ranks of the 5 great empires. A voice dripping with contempt cut through the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Several figures entered through the doorway. The youth's eyes held a hint of reckless abandon, showing no regard for those gathered. This was none other than James, the prodigy from the White Eagle Empire whom Subai and the others had encountered at the tavern that day. This guy really has no brain. To dare come here and provoke a fight at a time like this, whether he was overconfident in his own strength or thought no one would dare challenge him, who knew? Sure enough, someone stepped forward the very next second. You blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pointy-nosed bastard. Who the hell do you think you are? What business is it of yours what we're doing? You think you have the right to boss us around here? Exactly. Take a good look in the mirror and see what you look like. Don't go around scaring people in broad daylight. Even if you can't scare people, scaring the flowers and plants is still your fault. Looking like a coal brickhead dragged out of a cesspool, and you have the nerve to rant here? Get the hell out of here. We don't want your kind around. The group hurled insults without a shred of courtesy toward the creature. When it came to verbal assaults, the Meteor Empire had never feared anyone. Their venom radiates 10 generations up and down, encompassing 9 clans. You're utterly vulgar. I'm merely stating the truth. It won't be long before your Meteor Empire is expelled from the 5 great empires. Not even the heavens themselves could change that. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man's nose nearly twisted with rage as he pointed at the crowd before him and hurled insults. Then we won't trouble you with our affairs. But as for you, why aren't you minding your own business in the White Eagle Empire? What brings you here to our Falling Star Empire? Did you come to kowtow to your father? Hong Chiyue stepped forward, his eyes flashing with coldness as he sneered. Bull. Of course I'm here for the exchange tournament. I just wanted to see if your Meteor Empire had any standout opponents this year.
But from what I see now, there's not a single one worth fighting. James feigned a sigh, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Your Highness, I wish to challenge this fellow to a duel. Would you grant me this favor? Hong Chiyue wasted no time, bowing his hand toward the distant direction and murmuring softly. Only then did Subai notice Jiang Lin seated upon the high platform, clad in a dragon-embroidered robe, radiating an aura of formidable authority. Not bad, not bad. Now he finally looked somewhat noble. The exchange meeting follows the grand competition. The schedule cannot be altered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin waved his hand, decisively refusing. Your Excellency. Hearing this, Hong Chiyue's expression shifted slightly. They're practically bullying us at our doorstep, yet His Royal Highness won't issue an order. Enough. Let this matter rest. Continue with the meal. Fearing these men might stir up further trouble, Jiang Lin spoke up. The moment his words fell, everyone immediately fell silent. By the way, do you guys like playing soccer? Just then, Zhao Feihu suddenly stood up, a hint of amusement playing across his face. What do you mean? The others looked at Zhao Feihu in front of them, somewhat bewildered. Of course we play soccer. A dazzling light flashed, enveloping the entire space before them. A strange purple energy suddenly appeared in his hand, enveloping James and the others. Their bodies began to undergo strange transformations, morphing into giant soccer balls. You cowardly bastard! You ambushed us! What do you think you're doing? James shouted angrily before transforming into a brown leather ball. I absolutely love kicking balls around. Wonder if you guys enjoy it too. Zhao Feihu grinned at the soccer balls before him and kicked one of them. Perfect. I'm a fan of kicking balls too, count me in. Hong Chiyue's face lit up with excitement as he quickly chimed in. Count me in too. Count me in too. Who doesn't love kicking a ball around? It was my favorite game as a kid. And just like that, the group started kicking the ball around, completely captivating James and his friends. Watching the lively scene below, the elders on the stage remained silent. They silently ate their meals, adopting an attitude of indifference and detachment. The situation dragged on until the banquet ended, when the 7 scapegoats were finally dumped onto the street. You despicable meteorites! How dare they treat this young master like this? I'll make sure they have no place to be buried. After reverting to his true form, James clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. Lord James, please don't be so angry. When the exchange tournament comes, we'll slaughter every prodigy of the Meteor Empire to avenge today's humiliation. A man before him hurriedly interjected. Good. Let them see the true might of the White Eagle Empire. Did they really think I was made of clay? James clenched his fists, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You might not get the chance. Bing Bing's voice suddenly rang out. James turned his head just as a figure clad in a blood-red robe silently swept past him. His consciousness began to blur as 7 indistinct figures materialized in the distance. The heads of these 7 figures had vanished, and the clothing of the leading figure felt eerily familiar. Killing you lot is just dirtying my hands. Pujuan clapped his hands, and the figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 86, The Academy Championship Tournament begins. Early the next morning, Subai arrived at the Qinglong Academy's rest hotel with Mu Yen. The group had risen early indeed. By the time Subai arrived, they had already assembled. Captain, what's the plan for today? Lu Mingqiu looked at Subai before him and spoke softly. You guys take the field. I won't be playing today. Subai heard this and smiled faintly before replying softly. Should we go in? What if we fail? Hearing this, Lu Mingqiu couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He had assumed Subai was vying for control of the team just to show off, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. You can't win without me? We're the 6th Academy of the Meteor Empire, after all. Don't we deserve a little face? Subai's lips twitched slightly at the words, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. This guy was being way too cowardly. No problem. Leave it to me. Lu Mingqiu seemed to realize something and immediately spoke up. Unless they directly faced one of the 5 great academies, Qinglong Academy was virtually guaranteed to advance. But the probability of encountering any other academy was practically zero. Led by Subai, the group arrived at the competition venue. The arena was located in the great arena of the Meteor Empire. Rumor had it that tickets were being scalped for 50,000 star coins, and even then, they were in short supply. What a racket! By the time Subai and his group arrived, a large crowd had already gathered outside, while the interior was packed to the rafters. Even standing 3 kilometers away from the arena, the roar of the crowd could be heard. Following the pre-arranged entrance route, the group walked directly into the venue. It's finally about to begin. I practically killed myself camping at home to snag these tickets. Finally got them. You bet. These tickets sold out instantly. I had to buy mine from scalpers. This is the nation's annual collegiate championship. No wonder everyone's scrambling like mad after all. These students are the future of our Meteor Empire. Wonder who'll take the top prize this time. The crowd gazed at the distant stage, their eyes sparkling with excitement. All contestants are present. Show yourselves, little darlings. A host holding a microphone stood suspended in the sky, his booming voice echoing throughout the venue. Emperor Marshal, we reign supreme. Royal Academy, you're the best. Magic City, unrivaled across the land. The moment the crowd appeared on the viewing platform, a deafening roar erupted, echoing throughout the entire venue.
These rousing shouts were genuinely thrilling. No wonder these folks are eager to compete in the Imperial Capital Academy tournament. This spectacle is truly exhilarating. As professionals, who wouldn't want to make a name for themselves? Who wouldn't want to rise to fame and carve out their own legacy in this vast empire? You're absolutely right. If it were me, I'd be thrilled too. This is a true battle of the elite. Standing out in this competition would mean achieving real fame and glory. Hearing the murmurs around him, Subai felt his own excitement rise. Young people, how could they not be fired up? Now, please have the leader of each team step forward to draw their opponents. The referee standing in the sky surveyed the trainees before him and called out. As soon as the words fell, the captains of each team stepped forward in unison, gazing at the bamboo tubes before them. They reached out, each drawing their designated number card. Qinglong Academy's opponent was Stormwind Academy, a top-tier third-rate academy domestically. For Qinglong Academy, this posed little challenge. Not bad luck. This team is yours. Subai glanced at Lu Mingqiu beside him and murmured softly. Rest assured, Captain. We'll give it our all and secure the first victory for the entire team. Hearing this, Lu Mingqiu nodded promptly, his eyes flashing with determination. The captain had finally given him a chance. No matter what, he couldn't let the captain down. It was clear that the top 10 teams wouldn't face each other in the early rounds. After all, the strength of these academies was undeniable. Eliminating them prematurely would hardly be fair. Of course, this was also a long-standing convention. If you truly possess the ability to defeat those academies, you could easily secure a higher ranking. If you lack that ability, you'd just have to stay outside the top 10. You're being rather low-key. Logically speaking, as the team leader, shouldn't you make an appearance in the first match? Mu Yan looked at Subai before her, smiling faintly as she spoke softly. That wouldn't do at all. The main character always saves their entrance for last. I'd hate to be the first one up. With that, Subai leaned back in his chair, a look of contentment spreading across his face. This tournament prohibited the use of any sealed skills or scroll-bound forbidden spells. Participants relied solely on their equipment strength and class abilities. You're so full of yourself. Mu Yan rolled her eyes at the remark. You've got that wrong. This isn't narcissism, it's called being supremely confident. Let's see how they perform. Subai murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the light screen nearby. The 5 major academies were a different story altogether, crushing their opponents with overwhelming force. The remaining 4 academies also had relatively smooth battles. After all, their cultivation bases were undeniably superior. An upset would only be possible if someone as monstrously strong as Subai appeared. However, the final match proved particularly compelling. Yi Luyun from Kanglin Academy faced off against a student from Tianqi Academy. The 2 academies were sworn rivals, constantly at odds. Perhaps it was because neither had any hidden cards up their sleeves. Sometimes Kanglin Academy ranked 10th, other times Tianqi Academy claimed that spot. Regardless, these 2 institutions stood as the strongest academies outside the 5 mansions in 4 academies. Who do you think will win? Mu Yan glanced at Yi Luyun on the screen, then shifted her gaze to the female opponent before murmuring the question. Probably Yi Luyun. That kid's combat class is incredibly unique, I've never seen anything like it before. Subai murmured, studying Yi Luyun's attribute panel. This kid has the hidden class Blood Battle Emperor, an extremely rare class, one of the few top-tier hidden combat classes. Then I'll bet on that girl. I think she's pretty good too. Mu Yan heard this, winked mischievously, and murmured softly. At her words, a hint of surprise flashed in Subai's eyes. Mu Yan was a fate master. If she was betting on that girl, it meant she was confident in her choice. Could it be that I misjudged her? Chapter 87, Lansong vs Tianqi. Both teams entered the martial arts arena, finding themselves in a tranquil, endless canyon. The 2 teams positioned themselves at opposite ends of the gorge, facing each other. The duel between the 2 academies tested not only the true strength of the class changers but also their ability to react on the spot. The 5 palaces and 4 academies remain overwhelmingly dominant. The other academies stand no chance against them. Yeah, just as dull and tedious as every year. When will we get some exciting battles? Right now, the clash between Yi Luyun and Lang Hansuang is the biggest highlight of the day. Wonder who'll come out on top? No need to ask Yi Luyun, of course. That guy's been famous for ages. As for this girl Lang Hansuang? Never even heard of her. The crowd stared at the screen nearby, murmuring their opinions. Don't underestimate that girl. I sense an unusually powerful energy within her. The people behind her aren't particularly strong, but I sense something unusual about her. Mu Yan sat beside Subai, gazing at the light screen nearby as she spoke softly. Since you say so, let's watch closely.
Subai leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the two figures within the light screen. Yi Luyun led his team, gazing at the valley in the distance with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Xingtai, go gather intelligence first. Glancing at the man behind him, Yi Luyun spoke softly. Aye. The man activated stealth mode and made his way deeper into the valley. Yi Luyun's side has already made a move. Why hasn't Lang Hanchuan's side shown any signs of action yet? Who knows? Maybe they're preparing to concede defeat. She can't be thinking of going head-to-head. That might not guarantee victory. She's a mage, how could she possibly go toe-to-toe with Yi Luyun? The crowd murmured as they watched the delicate-looking girl clutching her staff. By now, Xingtai had already reached the inner part of the valley. Seeing the Tianqi Academy students still standing dumbly in place, a flicker of contempt crossed his eyes. Just as he prepared to return and report the news, he spotted 4 figures charging toward him from the distance. They spotted me? Impossible. How could they have spotted my stealth? Moss furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a look of bewilderment. He was a top-tier assassin, mastering stealth to perfection. It was utterly impossible for anyone to detect his movements so easily. Just as hesitation clouded his mind, the area erupted in a torrent of lightning. This thunderous zone completely bound him within, rendering him utterly immobile. Did they really spot me? Witnessing this, the assassin named Moss panicked instantly, preparing to force his way through the lightning's confinement. Thunderfall! At that very moment, Lang Hansuan teleported instantly, standing before Moss. Her staff blazed with dazzling light as she swung it down toward Moss's head. Terrifying bolts of lightning erupted within the cage, stunning the assassin known as Moss. Before he could even react, he was already eliminated. Xingtai, student of Kanglin Academy, has been eliminated. The cold, mechanical announcement echoed through the arena, leaving the spectators momentarily stunned. This guy must be a joke. He barely showed his face before getting eliminated. What was that assassin doing standing there spacing out? Total moron. You're right. I've never seen an assassin like that before. If I were him, I'd have run off ages ago. Why's he still standing there? The spectators showed no mercy, hurling insults at Moss on the stage. The truth was, Moss's performance as an assassin was seriously subpar. He hadn't fulfilled his role at all. Even if you can't escape, in a last-ditch battle, you could at least switch targets. Instead, you just got eliminated like a fool. Xingtai dared not open his eyes, lying motionless on the stage. He heard every word the crowd was saying. Opening his eyes now would be social death. Better to keep them shut and wait for the medical team to carry him off. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the medical team arrived, hoisting him onto a stretcher and carrying him straight off the stage. Xingtai, what the hell is this kid playing at? The woman following Yi Luyun frowned slightly and couldn't help but scold. Before either side had even engaged, they'd already lost a crucial assassin. How were they supposed to fight now? It's fine. Follow me and charge straight in. Wang Yi, you hold the front line and absorb the initial wave of damage. Ran and I will look for an opening to ambush them. Our priority is to take out their personnel first. With that, Yi Luyun charged into the valley, the others following close behind. At the valley's center, the two forces finally clashed. The man named Wang Yi thrust his massive shield forward, charging headlong into the fray. Terrifying thunderbolts struck his shield, and Wang Yi's health began to steadily drain. Yet he continued to advance, bearing the lightning strikes, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Ran, come with me. Wang Dong, hold the rear. With that, Yi Luyun led the group into the fray. It's over. He fell for it. This Yi Luyun doesn't seem very smart. He didn't even get detailed intel, yet he just charged in like a fool? He really is a bit dim-witted. All talk and no substance. Witnessing this scene, the others instinctively covered their eyes. Sure enough, at that very moment, towering thunderbolts suddenly crashed down from the sky, smashing toward Yi Luyun's team. Terrifying lightning flashed relentlessly, instantly engulfing the entire squad in its glow. Pangs of agony echoed through the air. Except for Yi Luyun, the others couldn't withstand this terrifying barrage of lightning and were instantly eliminated. You despicable scum. Yi Luyun clenched his fists, seething with rage. You're nothing but a brute who relies on fists. Charging in recklessly without intelligence? You deserve to fail. A faint smile flickered across Lang Hanchuang's face as she materialized before Yi Luyun, her voice dripping with mockery. If you've got the guts, let's settle this with real fists. Cut the underhanded tricks. As a true martial artist and fighter, Yi Luyun had always despised such underhanded tactics. You really think I'm an idiot? Hearing this, Lang Hansuan laughed as rolling thunder crashed down, once again smashing toward Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun's figure was completely engulfed by the thunder, appearing to be in grave danger. Chapter 88, Yi Luyun vs. Lang Hansuan. At that moment, the deans standing atop the high platform witnessed the scene before them and couldn't help but shake their heads. Old Wu, I'm truly sorry. My student went a bit too far. I offer my apologies. The dean of Tianqi Academy offered a faint smile, bowing his hands toward Vice Dean Sun Gong nearby as he spoke teasingly. Yi Luyun may be a bit naive, but don't underestimate him. He may be a reckless fool without much brains, but with his formidable strength to rely on, Yi Luyun can still charge ahead recklessly all the way. Watching his student engulfed by thunder and lightning, Dean Wu remained utterly unflustered, his eyes reflecting a trace of calm composure. That brute is truly a fool. Lanchang Academy truly is declining with each generation. They're nowhere near as capable as the seniors from last year. Who can argue with that? I really did overestimate them. Enough. Lanchang Academy's entire force is wiped out. I thought that Yi Luyun might pull off a miracle. What a waste of hope. Witnessing the scene before them, the crowd shook their heads, their eyes betraying a faint trace of melancholy. Just then, Yi Luyun suddenly emerged from the thunder and lightning. His body stood exceptionally straight, muscles bulging like grooves, his entire form resembling a human cannonball. In the next instant, he shattered the confines of the lightning cage. Gripping one of the women with a single hand, his ferocious fist instantly crushed her skull. The scene unfolded so abruptly that everyone froze in shock. The tables have turned? I knew Yi Luyun wasn't that simple. Damn, this kid's got some skills. Finally, the counterattack begins. This brute actually has some real skill. The spectators in the stands watched the unfolding scene, their eyes flashing with excitement. Yi Luyun's speed surged dramatically as he swiftly disposed of the remaining members of Tianqi Academy, leaving only Lang Hansuang standing in the entire space. I've never cared about schemes and tricks. Because in the face of absolute strength, such tricks are nothing but paper tigers. Even if you've eliminated my other teammates, I still couldn't care less because you'll never defeat me. Yi Luyun clenched his fists, his eyes turning crimson as he plunged into a frenzied state. Dean Tianqi, our boy hasn't disappointed you, has he? The lad has good fortune, he obtained an extremely rare hidden profession. The heavier his injuries, the more formidable his combat power becomes. Dean Wu leaned back in his chair, a hint of profound pride flickering in his eyes. Old Wu, you don't think this seals your victory, do you? You're underestimating how prepared Tianqi Academy is. We're aiming for the top 5 this time. Hearing this, the Tianqi Academy dean chuckled, his eyes showing not a trace of worry. Could this little girl possibly have some trick up her sleeve to turn the tables? She's a mage. Once a fighter closes in, even with extraordinary abilities, she stands no chance against Yi Luyun. At these words, a hint of surprise flashed across old Wu's face as he murmured softly. You needn't concern yourself with that. Just watch carefully. The dean of Tianqi Academy heard these words, his gaze fixed on the distant light. As expected, Yi Luyun's skill is truly superior. A mage caught in close combat with a warrior has no chance of survival. Looks like this match is over. The spectators below the stage watched the scene unfold on the light screen and couldn't help but shake their heads. Something's off about that girl. Subai observed the girl's expressionless face, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Yi Luyun had already closed in on Lang Hansuang, raising her leg to deliver a devastating roundhouse kick. A terrifying sonic boom erupted as crimson energy surged along his thigh, propelling the kick toward Lang Hansuang. Cold Hansuang remained unflustered, her figure retreating backward. The terrifying crimson energy grazed her body before slowly settling onto the ground. In an instant, the earth shook violently, the ground cracking open in countless fissures. Now that I've closed the distance, you still think you can escape? Prepare to meet your end. A crimson glow flared beneath Yi Luyun's feet as his speed surged. Clenching his right fist, he slammed it viciously toward the figure before him. Who said I was planning to run? Cold Frost heard the words and smiled faintly. Terrifying thunderous power erupted from her hands. She clenched her fist and collided violently with Yi Luyun before her. Terrifying thunder energy blossomed from her fist, forcing Yi Luyun back. How is this possible? Has her class changed? Subai witnessed the scene unfold before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. It was the first time he'd encountered such a unique class 1 capable of switching forms. It was truly astonishing. Originally, Lang Hansuang's class was Thunder Mage, but now she had transformed into a Thunder Fighter. Holy crap, what's going on here? A mage actually forced back a melee class? That's utterly unbelievable. The aura emanating from this girl is incredibly fierce. She doesn't feel like a mage at all, she feels more like a warrior than even Yi Luyun. The spectators below the stage were stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Die. Thunder slash. Lang Hansuang growled, her form transforming into a bolt of lightning that appeared before Yi Luyun. The terrifying arc of lightning slammed into Yi Luyun's chest, sending him flying backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body slammed into the stone wall beside him. Seeing this, Lang Hansuang showed no sign of stopping. A terrifying arc of lightning gathered in her hands, erupting into a blinding wave of light that slammed into Yi Luyun's body. How is this possible? Yi Luyun, renowned for his close-quarters combat skills, is being beaten without any chance to fight back. This is beyond absurd, it's like absurdity itself opening the door for absurdity. It is indeed astonishing. We all underestimated Tianqi Academy. Yi Luyun probably won't hold out much longer. The crowd watched the scene unfold, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Good, good, good. You truly are formidable.
I have one more kick left.
If you can withstand it, I'll concede defeat immediately. Yi Liuyun's voice echoed through the white lightning, hoarse and strained, as a terrifying crimson glow erupted from his body. A blood-red shadow flickered, landing squarely on Lung Hanchuang's head. A terrifying sonic boom reverberated, causing the entire space to tremble. Thunder shield. Lang Hansuang roared, gathering rolling thunder in her hands to form a massive protective shield that enveloped her figure. Boom! Terrifying lightning intertwined with the blood shadow engulfed the entire space, and the figures of the two vanished without a trace.
Chapter 89, Undercurrents Stirring. The entire martial arts arena fell silent, leaving only the blinding white light. Who won? I didn't see clearly. Could they have fought to a draw? Unlikely. That girl Lang Hansuang is truly formidable. She left Yi Luyun with no chance to fight back. If you ask me, Yi Luyun just had some bad luck running into such a freakishly talented girl. Yeah, he really is unlucky.
The crowd stared at the screen before them, murmuring their opinions. As the light gradually faded, Yi Liuyun's figure vanished. Only Lang Hansuang remained standing in the martial arts arena. Though half her body had been crushed, Lang Hansuang stood resolutely in the center.
Lang Hansuang. Tianqi. Tianqi. It's utterly unbelievable this woman actually pulled off a comeback from the brink of defeat. A deafening chorus of shouts erupted. The crowd watched the scene on the screen, their eyes reflecting an indescribable shock. This is simply unbelievable. Lang Hansuang's strength is so formidable. This year's championship tournament is truly fascinating. This woman seems pretty good. She can switch between two classes. It will becoming both a lightning mage and a lightning warrior. That's pretty cool. I've never seen anything like this before either. She's definitely impressive. In past tournaments, this girl would have easily made the top 5. Unfortunately, this year's Genius tournament is unlike any before. Geniuses are everywhere. Both the deans on stage and the numerous contestants below were filled with admiration for this student from Tianqi Academy. The white light faded silently and Lang Hansuang stood before Yi Luyun, her condition not particularly good. I, Yi Luyun, concede defeat.
I truly never imagined your close combat skills could be so terrifying. Yi Luyun struggled to his feet, bowing slightly toward Lang Hansuang with a hint of admiration in his eyes.
Blame your own bad luck. You've been generous. Lang Hansuang offered a faint smile before turning and walking down from the stage.
Beyond the arena matches, only the individual duels between the various academies remained. After briefly regaining their composure, they shifted into individual battle mode. The individual matches yielded no surprises. Victory remained firmly in the hands of the academies that had triumphed in the team battles. However, the top 9 elite academies all achieved the feat of defeating 5 opponents in a row, clearly demonstrating the gap between the elite and second-tier academies.
What did you say? James is dead? How did he die?
Jiang Lin's expression shifted slightly as he stared at the man before him.
A single fatal blow. As for who did it, that remains unknown.
The guard captain bowed slightly toward Jiang Lin before him and spoke softly.
Never mind. Dead is dead. They'll send someone else anyway. Inform the White Eagle Empire about James' death in the instance. Next time, don't send such useless people. They can't even clear a single instance. Incidentally, burn their corpses to ashes. You understand what I mean, right?
Prince Jiang Lin looked at the commander before him and spoke softly.
Your Highness, rest assured. I will see this matter through for you.
Upon hearing this, the man gave a slight nod and turned to walk directly down from the elevated platform.
Night gradually fell, marking the end of today's competition.
Members of each academy returned to their respective lodgings, while eliminated trainees packed their belongings, preparing to depart.
This is awesome. I just got word that arrogant James is dead. This is truly a blessing from above.
Heaven and earth, I wonder which noble soul took care of that for me.
So satisfying. I couldn't stand that guy. Serves him right. News of James' death spread instantly across all the academies.
The students were wildly excited, wearing their joy on their sleeves.
This situation is complicated. The White Eagle Empire has always been aggressive.
With their student dying here under mysterious circumstances, they won't let this go easily. Lu Mingqiu gazed at Su Bai before him and spoke softly.
So what? I'm a mighty meteorite. Am I to fear some puny bald eagle? Exactly. If they send one, I'll slay one. If they send 2, I'll slay 2.
I'll slaughter them until they dare not come again.
The Qinglong Academy crowd rolled up their sleeves, eager for battle. What are you thinking? Mu Yan looked at Su Bai before her and asked softly. I'm wondering who did this.
They acted with such ruthless decisiveness, showing no mercy whatsoever.
Ordinary people wouldn't commit such an act.
Su Bai stroked his chin thoughtfully, deep in contemplation. The fourth-year prodigies were no slouches. They'd all seen bloodshed before. But only a handful possessed such ruthless decisiveness. As for high-level class changers, it was unlikely they'd kill James. Who cares?
That annoying guy's dead anyway. Mu Yan, thinking Su Bai intended to pursue the killer, hurriedly interjected. True. Why get involved?
My only goal is to propel Qinglong Academy to the top spot. After a moment's thought, Subai abandoned the brain-draining pursuit and accompanied Mu Yen out shopping. Meanwhile, within the temple of the White Eagle Empire, a man smashed the jade cup in his hand, his expression darkening.
You dare say another word?
The old man gritted his teeth, his voice thick with rage. James was his only son, the embodiment of all his hopes. Now dead in a foreign land, how could he possibly swallow this bitter pill? Young Master James met an untimely end while participating in a dungeon mission within the Meteor Empire. Your Excellency, please compose yourself. The man knelt on the ground, a hint of fear in his eyes, and hurriedly spoke. Bull. That's just the Meteor Empire's excuse. My son wouldn't have died so easily even if he entered the dungeon. He had countless security devices on him.
The Meteor Empire murdered my son.
I will make them pay with their blood. The old man's face contorted into a hideous grimace, resembling a demon crawling from the abyss, instilling endless terror in those around him. Sir, what should we do next? The man knelt halfway on the ground, his tone respectful.
Hasn't the Zeus squad returned? Send them to Meteor.
Tell that boy Zeus to slaughter every prodigy of the Meteor Empire. Make them pay for my son's blood debt. And that top genius called Subai, send him to hell too. The White Eagle Empire's high-ranking official spoke each word deliberately, his eyes burning with murderous intent.
Understood. The man nodded and immediately strode out of the Grand Hall. Chapter 90, the new tournament format. Early the next morning, the crowd gathered once more at the tournament grounds. The atmosphere was even more vibrant than the previous day. After all, today marked the top 10 showdown, where the true champion would be crowned. However, today was different from previous days. Only one large stage was set up in the entire venue. Dear spectators, we have exciting news to share. This competition will adopt a new format, moving away from the traditional tournament style. Just as the crowd waited with bated breath, Prince Jianglin suddenly appeared atop the elevated platform, his resonant voice echoing across the entire venue. What does that mean? Are they changing the format this year? Why didn't we hear about this earlier? No idea. What will it be like? This is utter nonsense. This season has been held for over a century. How can he just change it on a whim? But he's a prince. If he says he's changing the format, who can stop him? Hearing this, everyone frowned.
This format change was initiated by the Nine Heavens Academy. They've decided to abandon the old system and adopt a true championship tournament model. Seems the Nine Heavens Academy must be pretty confident, otherwise they wouldn't be launching a championship mode. John Lin's voice rang out again, stunning the crowd in the stands.
A championship format? Holy moly, did I hear that right? A true championship format? This is going to be interesting. It'll be even more exciting than the ring matches. You bet. Truly a sight to behold. It's been a full 70 years since Conquest Mode last appeared. Who'd have thought someone would dare activate this mode for a tournament? Everyone instinctively clenched their fists, eyes flashing with astonishment. The last person to activate Conquest Mode was an unparalleled prodigy from Imperial Capital Academy.
70 years ago, this peerless prodigy crushed an entire generation of geniuses, standing as an unrivaled force across the entire Meteor Empire. Now, that prodigy had ascended to become a 9-transformation powerhouse, suppressing the Starfall Abyss. They truly never imagined that the Nine Heavens Academy would possess such audacity to single-handedly challenge all 9 teams. The victory condition for Conquest Mode was straightforward: all teams were sealed within a single space, forced to slaughter one another in a battle for supremacy. During this process, 2 teams could form an alliance, or even multiple teams could unite to fight against common enemies. However, throughout the entire tournament, only one team could emerge victorious, stepping over the bodies of other schools to claim the championship title.
This is the first I've heard of this Conquest Mode. To think it was initiated by the Nine Heavens Academy. Those Nine Heavens Academy people are really coming on strong, aren't they? Subai narrowed his eyes, sizing up Ajun from a short distance away. Every time he encountered this fellow, Subai felt that peculiar, repulsive aura emanating from him. Yeah, it's been ages since we heard about a championship tournament like this. The Nine Heavens Academy really has some nerve this time. Aren't they afraid other academies will band together and eliminate them?
Lu Mingqiu gazed at the Nine Heavens Academy contingent, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes.
Since it's a championship tournament, I won't be participating. With my current strength, I'd just be a dead weight.
Zhang Han, that guy, knew his limits and decisively requested to withdraw.
I now declare the championship tournament officially open.
Zhang Lin's figure floated before all the teams. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a golden vortex silently materialized before everyone.
Let's hurry in and secure a favorable position first. At the very least, it'll put our entire team in an unbeatable position.
Students from other academies' eyes lit up as they immediately plunged into the martial arts space. The Nine Heavens Academy remained at the rear. Their leader, Breaker of Armies, kept his gaze fixed on Subai, waiting for that guy to enter.
Let's go in too.
Subai caught the subtle gaze from Pajun, gave a cold laugh, and then stepped into the martial arts dungeon. Pajun exhaled a deep breath of stale air before leading his team into the secret realm. The instant Pajun entered the space, a faint black light silently appeared, clinging to the golden vortex imperceptible to ordinary eyes.
The hunt has begun.
Standing atop a mountain peak within the martial arts space, Pajun surveyed the boundless jungle before him, his eyes brimming with intense killing intent.
Something's wrong. Something's terribly wrong. Old scoundrel Jogwa, what have you done? Jiang Lin's expression darkened abruptly.
He sprang to his feet and roared in fury.
Your Excellency, what do you mean?
Heaven and earth bear witness to my heart, Your Excellency.
I have never harbored any thoughts of betraying the Empire.
Upon hearing this, Dean Jogwa froze in surprise.
The martial arts space is malfunctioning. I can't control it at all now.
Some mysterious force is interfering with me, completely sealing off the entire space.
This is a huge problem.
Spotting the entrance to the martial arts space nearby, Dean Jianlin's expression shifted slightly. He charged directly toward the vortex, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy from his palm that slammed into the spatial vortex. Unrivaled, overbearing power erupted upon it, yet it failed to budge the spatial entrance.
A black light enveloped the entire area, radiating a profoundly demonic aura. Demons?
Jianlin panicked, beads of sweat the size of beans dripping from his forehead.
How could it be the demon clan? How could demons possibly appear here?
This was serious trouble.
What's going on? Something must have happened. Look at Prince Jianglin's expression, it's probably something big. Why do I get this eerie feeling? Something's not right.
The crowd gazed at Jianlin in the distance, a flicker of surprise crossing their eyes. Jianlin remained silent, gazing up at the distant sky. The silhouettes of each squad appeared on the screen, while the martial arts arena remained unchanged.
I'm asking you, when did your academy's trainees return from the abyss?
Jianlin returned to the stage and turned to Jogwa beside him, demanding an answer. Just before the tournament began, Your Highness.
What exactly happened? Jogwa frowned and hurriedly asked. I suspect your trainees have been infected by demonic energy.
Jianlin clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Pajun and the others.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
They've never ventured into high-level demonic abysses.
How could they possibly be infected by demonic energy?
Upon hearing this, Jogwa immediately interjected.
Look over there.
At that moment, a startled cry rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention.
Chapter 91, The Whole Story. They've collided.
Finally, they've collided. At last, we'll witness the clash between the two top-tier teams. The Nine Heavens Academy and the White Tiger Academy have successfully clashed.
I wonder which one will emerge victorious.
I'd say the Nine Heavens Academy has the edge.
They're notoriously mysterious, and their combat prowess is definitely formidable. But the White Tiger Academy isn't pushovers either.
I hear their students cultivate with Gengjin Shi year-round, focusing on slaughter and combat.
Their strength is no less formidable.
Gengjin Shi can rival the demon abyss, their prodigies who emerged from that very abyss.
Their prowess is undeniably formidable.
The crowd watched the light screen above the martial arts arena, their voices rising in heated discussion.
What exactly is the Nine Heavens Academy trying to pull? Especially that guy, Pajun, has demonic energy possessed him? Why can't I sense any demonic energy emanating from him now?
Jianlin narrowed his eyes as he observed the leader, Pajun, a hint of gravity flickering in his gaze.
Stop. Pajun, it's been a while.
The leader of the White Tiger Academy smiled faintly as he looked at Pajun before him, speaking softly.
It's been a year since we last parted.
How come you're still such a loser? Pajun stared at the youth before him, a hint of contempt flickering in his eyes.
You dare insult me?
Hearing this, the man clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with intense murderous intent.
I'm not insulting you. I'm merely stating the truth. Still stuck at the fifth transformation? If you're not a loser, then who is?
Pajun sneered coldly, his face twisted with utter contempt.
You're asking for death.
The leader of the White Tiger Academy, upon hearing this, radiated a terrifying aura of murderous intent. His body speed surged as he lunged toward Pajun. Seeing this, a cold gleam flashed in Pajun's eyes. A spear erupted with dazzling brilliance, tearing through the air from afar.
No!
The young member of the White Tiger team sensed the frenzied aura emanating from the spear and began to retreat rapidly. His speed was swift, but the spear's velocity was even faster.
Boom!
A terrifying sonic boom echoed as the spear pierced the chest of the White Tiger Academy leader, tearing a gaping hole through his torso. Bright red blood gushed out, and a trace of bewilderment flickered in his eyes.
How could the gap between them be so vast? This couldn't be possible. Die!
A murderous intent flashed in Pajun's eyes as he leapt forward, landing directly before the White Tiger team leader.
Crack!
A crisp sound rang out as the White Tiger Academy leader's head was crushed underfoot, leaving him utterly dead.
How weak is that? Something's wrong. How did he get killed so easily? Yeah, logically speaking, if he's dead, shouldn't he be teleported out? Why hasn't he been teleported yet? Something's wrong. That White Tiger Academy leader, he's really dead. How is that possible?
The onlookers witnessed the scene before them, their eyes betraying a hint of horror. This has happened before. When corpses aren't teleported out of the training space, it means the person is truly dead. The training space malfunctioned. A middle-aged man stood up, his eyes flashing with alarm. This was no laughing matter. Shut down all live streams immediately. Clear all spectators from the venue. At that moment, Jian Lin's voice echoed throughout the entire venue. The guards began clearing the audience from the venue, and all live streams were shut down. Jogwa, you owe me an explanation for this. My disciple is dead. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? The headmaster of White Tiger Academy was nearly beside himself with rage, roaring hysterically. This team leader was his last disciple. Ever since the disciple joined the academy, he had cared for him like his own son, tending to him with meticulous attention. Now his son had died right before his eyes. How could he possibly swallow this bitter pill? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Pajun may have a heavy aura of killing intent, but he shouldn't have done something like this. Jogwa looked utterly wronged, a look of confusion on his face as he struggled to make sense of the situation. After the championship tournament commenced, the space on the field transformed. I understand now. I know what happened. Pajun must have been possessed by demonic energy. And it wasn't just him, everyone else in the squad was affected too. Jian Lin suddenly grasped something, his expression shifting slightly as a hint of gravity flashed in his eyes. Your Highness, please don't keep us in suspense. What exactly is happening? Hearing this, the others' expressions shifted slightly as they hurriedly asked. Did Pajun request the Nine Heavens Academy to launch the Conquest Tournament? Jian Lin asked softly, his gaze fixed on Jogwa before him. That's correct. It was Pajun who proposed it to me last night. I had no objections. Jogwa nodded, a flicker of panic clearly visible on his face. Don't forget, the members of the Nine Heavens Squadron have been constantly traversing the demon abyss. Aside from the top-tier powerhouses beyond the starry skies, they are the ones closest to the demonic race. I suspect they're acting on orders from some demon god sent to eliminate the fighting force of our meteor empire. Of course, their ultimate target is undoubtedly Subai. Don't forget that Subai successfully sealed off a layer of the demon abyss and destroyed the demon god pillar within that layer. Jian Lin's words sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd. With this, all the pieces finally fell into place. Prince Jiang Lin, what should we do now? They're all inside the martial arts realm now. There's nothing we can do to intervene. Indeed. The sacrifice of any single team would be a loss for our entire empire. The expressions on everyone's faces shifted slightly as they hurriedly spoke. Hold on a moment. I'll think of a way. Jian Lin took a deep breath, gazing at the screen nearby as he unconsciously clenched his fists. Those despicable scoundrels deliberately left the transmission unblocked. Their sole purpose was to make them watch their own prodigies die one by one before their very eyes. I heard something major happened inside. Is it true? Seems legit. The White Tiger Academy leader's dead. Someone stomped his skull to bits. Impossible. Who could possibly have the power to seal off the martial arts realm? Even a 9 transformation expert probably couldn't manage it. Looks like something big is about to happen. Those standing outside the grand arena lingered, unwilling to leave. Their gazes remained fixed on the center of the arena, their eyes tinged with a faint sorrow. I have an idea. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Upon hearing this, Jian Lin's figure vanished abruptly, leaving the assembled deans behind on the elevated platform. Chapter 92, Crisis. You killed the captain? No. What exactly are you trying to do, Pajun? Even if you had a grudge against our captain, there was no need to kill him. What exactly are you trying to do? Pajun, harming a transferee in private is a serious offense. Come with us peacefully to face the consequences. Witnessing this scene, the trainees from other White Tiger Academy teams froze in place before bursting into shouts of condemnation. Blame him for being too weak. But don't worry, you'll be joining him down there soon enough. Since you're all part of the same squad, you'll be leaving together. A cruel smile flickered across Pajun's lips, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented coldness. Move it. The remaining 4 members instantly grasped the implication. Without a hint of resistance, they turned and sprinted toward the distant jungle. You really think you can escape? Die, all of you. A blood-red glow suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire area. Spears materialized from the sky, hurtling toward every direction. Within mere moments, the 4 prodigies of White Tiger Academy were impaled on the spears, their blood trickling slowly from their wounds as they hung lifeless on the withered trees. Damn it all. Joga, look at the mess your academy team has made. You insisted on building the academy near the demon abyss. Now look what's happened. Are you satisfied? The White Tiger Academy's headmaster was nearly driven mad with rage, roaring hysterically, his eyes revealing an unprecedented madness. 5 gifted students dead. How could she possibly explain this to the school? I truly have no idea what happened. Those kids had just returned from the demon abyss. I didn't even get a chance to question them. Hearing this, the Nine Heavens Academy headmaster's face turned deathly pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. This time, the Nine Heavens Academy had truly stirred up a major disaster.
Captain, are we just going to stay here and wait for them to come looking for us?
Lu Mingqiu looked at Subai before her and spoke softly.
What else? Looking for people is such a hassle.
Since the higher-ups have made it clear that only the team standing at the end of this competition will claim first place, sooner or later, someone will come looking for us. Subai glanced at the group before him, flipping the grilled meat on his fork with his fingers as he spoke calmly.
Aren't you being a bit too relaxed about this? Watching Subai grill meat, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. This guy wasn't here to compete in the tournament, he looked like he'd come on vacation. When it's time to relax, just relax.
Upon hearing this, Subai promptly distributed the grilled meat he held, his demeanor remaining remarkably composed. It was at this very moment that Dean Jianglin reappeared on the high platform, holding a shattered ox horn in his hand.
Fellow countrymen, lend me your strength.
The horn shot straight into the sky, bursting with dazzling radiance. The crowd channeled their energy into the horn, causing a colossal, ethereal image of a blue ox to materialize. It charged headlong toward the golden vortex. Terrifying, towering black mist billowed from the vortex, coalescing into a colossal hand that grappled with the horn in the sky.
As time wore on, the horn seemed to be struggling to hold its ground. Cracks began appearing along its surface, threatening to shatter at any moment. No!
I still can't break through this space.
Help me with your last ounce of strength.
Jianglin watched the horn teetering on the brink of shattering, his expression darkening as he roared hoarsely. Terrifying power erupted once more, and a blinding light flared from the tip of the horn.
All trainees, heed my command.
Immediately converged toward Subai's position. This is not a drill.
If you perish here, it will be permanent death.
Members of the Nine Heavens Academy's Breaking Army and other teams, it appears you've been corrupted by demonic energy.
Keep your distance from the Academy's trainees. We'll find a way to rescue you.
Jianglin's voice echoed throughout the entire space, causing a flicker of horror to pass across everyone's faces.
What's going on? The Nine Heavens Academy people got infected by demonic energy? How could that be? The last time I saw that guy Pajun, he was perfectly fine. Ask me? I'll ask some higher up.
Start searching for Subai and the others immediately.
Stay away from Pajun and his crew. Damn it, what kind of mess is this? The group's expressions darkened slightly as they cursed under their breath. Are we exposed already? Since we're exposed, there's no point in hiding our identities anymore.
Upon hearing this, Pajun's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt before a torrent of demonic energy erupted from his body.
The men following him also emitted terrifying demonic energy.
Purple demonic patterns appeared on their faces, making them look exceptionally ferocious.
Something's wrong?
Subai heard Old Master Zhang's voice and immediately looked toward the distant horizon.
No wonder he sensed an unsettling aura emanating from Pajun.
It seemed his hunch was correct that aura was indeed demonic energy, though these fellows had concealed it exceptionally well.
Dean, is there nothing we can do to help?
Mu Yan stood on the stage outside the screen, a flicker of panic clearly visible in her eyes.
Don't worry.
With that kid around, Pajun alone won't pose a threat to them.
Jianglin overheard this and quickly interjected. If I'd known this would happen, I would have joined them back then.
Mu Yan clenched her fists, a flicker of anger visible in her eyes. These damn demons are truly everywhere, they've even infiltrated the college entrance exam tournament.
Captain Subai, what should we do now?
Lu Mingqiu stared at his captain, his face deathly pale, eyes filled with terror. As a disciple of a major clan, no one understood the terror of the demon abyss better than him.
Those dreadful demons were like bloodthirsty monsters who killed without mercy.
Not only were they incredibly powerful in battle, but their methods were endlessly cruel and cunning.
Don't worry. I've got this. Subai smiled, offering everyone a reassuring glance before summoning Shao Ke.
The immense form of the netherworld bird soared freely through the sky, instantly capturing everyone's attention.
How could such a terrifying monster appear? Isn't this just adding insult to injury? Boss. I remember the thing is Subai's beast. He must be over there. Really? We should hurry over and check it out.
Hearing this, the group hurriedly dashed toward the direction of the netherworld bird.
Chapter 93, Subai vs Pajun. Dean Jiang, can Subai really pull this off? Subai, does he truly have the confidence to defeat Pajun?
While his talent is undeniable, his class advancement level isn't very high.
Exactly.
Break Army is already a 6th tier powerhouse.
With the enhancement of demonic energy, even most 7th tier experts can't match him.
The crowd watched the scene unfold before them, drawing in sharp breaths as a hint of gravity flickered in their eyes.
It's a matter of luck. I don't know if he can pull it off either.
Dean Jiang could only silently pray in his heart. He knew Subai's strength well, but he also understood the terror of demon-corrupted class changers of force beyond the reach of ordinary opponents.
Subai, we're here.
The first to arrive here was the Emperor Martial Squad.
After arriving, they behaved exceptionally well, standing obediently behind Subai.
The memory of Subai single-handedly taking on their entire academy back at school was still fresh in their minds. These guys had learned their lesson long ago and dared not challenge Subai.
Go grab some barbecue. Leave the rest to me.
Subai murmured softly, gazing toward the distance.
Thanks.
Hearing this, the others immediately sat down to eat the grilled meat.
Teams from other academies gradually arrived at the scene.
Seeing the Daewoo Academy members all gathered around eating barbecue, they couldn't help but pause in surprise.
What's going on with you guys? Aren't you supposed to be running for your lives? Why are you eating? Aren't you afraid Pajun will attack at any moment? The onlookers turned their gaze toward the nearby crowd.
One man stepped forward, a peculiar look in his eyes.
Why run? With Subai here, we're absolutely safe. Besides, if Subai can't handle it, even if they tied us all together, we still wouldn't stand a chance against that guy. Exactly.
Trusting Subai is better than trusting ourselves.
I think he'll handle that guy just fine.
The Daewoo squad had completely given up, paying no attention whatsoever to Pajun and his crew.
Well, in that case, I'll try some of this grilled meat too. Count me in. I'll give it a try too.
The others exchanged glances before the magic martial squad spoke up. Seeing this, the others sat down by the campfire and began grilling meat as well.
These little brats have no conscience.
We're out here worrying ourselves to death, and they're inside grilling meat.
It's enough to make an old man furious. Just wait until they come out.
I'll show them what's what. The deans, witnessing the scene on the light screen, were nearly beside themselves with fury.
They're almost here. Dean Jianlin kept his eyes fixed on Pajun's position, unconsciously clenching his fists. Here he comes.
Pajun's figure emerged slowly from the jungle, radiating a surging aura of demonic energy.
Why did you choose to become a demonic creature instead of staying human? What were you thinking?
Subai shook his head as he looked at Pajun before him.
Cut the crap. Die.
Pajun hurled his spear towards Subai.
Beast and Rider is one.
Subai activated his skill, and in that instant, his attributes surged to staggering heights. The spear, radiating terrifying might, was seized in his hand and snapped clean in two with a light twist.
Truly worthy of being the one the demon lord personally ordered hunted down. Your strength is indeed formidable. But I'll see just how many spears you can withstand.
A crimson glow appeared in the sky, interwoven with streaks of black energy. One after another, crimson-black spears materialized in the sky, radiating an utterly terrifying aura.
You dare show off your petty tricks in front of the master? Come forth, my little treasures.
With a sweeping gesture, Subai summoned several colossal beasts that filled the sky, completely shrouding the heavens.
Is this the beast mastery Subai wields? These beasts must be beyond the primordial stage, right? How did this young man manage it?
That Sun Shan from Qinglong Academy is incredibly lucky to have stumbled upon such a treasure.
Damn it, with students like this, how could the academy not thrive? Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd's expressions shifted slightly, their eyes betraying a hint of awe. You bet. That bastard really hit the jackpot, snagging such a huge bargain. After witnessing Subai's tamed beasts, Zhang Lin couldn't help but sigh. This kid's power keeps growing stronger. Move out. Subai waved his hand decisively. Terrifying flames engulfed the entire area before them, while frigid ice encased the space. Crimson mist coalesced into colossal beasts, rampaging across the domain. Terrifying energy raged relentlessly, engulfing the Nine Heavens squad entirely within its grasp. Holy crap, am I seeing things?
That old bastard Dean must be out of his mind, making me fight someone like this one-on-one.
I doubt I'll even get a chance to resist when I face Subai. You think we do? Those old fools are completely insane, expecting us to suppress Subai.
They must be drinking horse piss.
You're telling me? Subai alone could crush us all.
The students feasting on grilled meat froze in place upon witnessing this scene, their faces frozen in disbelief. Recalling their earlier boastful words, they felt their faces flush crimson, wishing they could sink into the ground.
Did they even deserve to be called Subai's opponents? The overwhelming force continued to rage, obscuring the scene within. Though no one could see clearly, it was clear none of them would survive. Faced with such terrifying and despair-inducing power, anyone below the 8th transformation realm likely had no chance of resistance. As time slowly passed, the energy gradually dissipated, and the scene before them gradually became clear. The members of the Nine Heavens squad had vanished long ago, likely obliterated into nothingness by that terrifying force. It's over already? That was way too fast. No wonder you said the championship was predetermined. Subai's abilities are truly terrifying. I've never seen such a powerful beastmaster before.
The deans stood upon the platform, their gazes fixed upon the scene before them, their eyes reflecting a hint of awe. I must admit you are indeed formidable, but killing me won't be so easy. Just then, that bastard Pajun crawled out from somewhere. His body was now completely shrouded in demonic energy, transforming him into a demon crawling out of the abyss, a sight that was utterly terrifying.
What a nuisance. But it's just a trifling matter. Let's see if you can survive this time. Xiaohei and Xiaobai.
Subai called out, and Xiaohei and Xiaobai instantly merged into one. Terrifying energy once again erupted upon Pajun, completely engulfing his body.
Chapter 94, Annihilating the Demon God's Avatar. Holy crap, they can fuse together? What else is this guy capable of that we don't know? This is terrifying. Is this the new generation's prodigy? I'm officially impressed. He needs your approval, you know. The crowd stared at Subai before them, then glanced up at the terrifying dragon circling overhead, unable to suppress a collective gasp. Should be fine now, right? Subai looked at the crowd before him, smiled faintly, and spoke softly. This must be your final trump card, right? Youngster, no wonder you could destroy the demon god's pillar. You've got some real talent. But those 2 tricks alone won't save you. At that moment, a cold, icy voice cut through the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Terrifying black energy blossomed in the sky, engulfing the entire space in an instant. A colossal figure stood before them, radiating an indescribable aura of terror. A demon god? How is this possible? Damn it, even a demon god's avatar has appeared. It's over. Everything is over. The deans who witnessed this scene all showed a glimmer of despair in their eyes. The demon god had appeared in this world. Didn't that mean the seal had been broken? Don't worry too much. This demon god is likely just a clone, otherwise it wouldn't resort to such despicable tactics. His objective is straightforward, he's after Subai. Jiang Lin took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a hint of gravity. That Subai had crossed paths with the demon god before and nearly got slaughtered by it. So that's why this aura felt so familiar. It's you old bastard. Why aren't you staying in your own demonic abyss? What the hell are you doing here? I get it now. You're here to die, aren't you? Staring at the demon god before him, Subai spat out the words. This creature was none other than the demon god he'd encountered when he first entered the lower demonic abyss. What a small world. Damn, I'll only ever call Subai the strongest. He's a demon god, after all. How could he just insult him like that? Bro, he's the real deal. Every word shows he respects this demon god. Witnessing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in awe, giving Subai a thumbs up. You little brat, let's see who can save you this time. This space belongs to me alone. With a casual gesture, the demon god unleashed a terrifying surge of demonic energy. It coalesced into a colossal hand, vast enough to blot out the sky, crashing down toward Subai. Flaming Heaven Demon God Avatar. Class, Demon God. Level, 500th tier, 9th transformation. HP, 120 million. Skills, Demon Might, Demonization. You really talk big. If your true form showed up, I might actually fear you a little. You're just a mere clone, yet you actually think you're something special. Subai sneered coldly, instantly activating the Endless Ring to unleash the Heaven and Earth Dharma form and a 100-fold power boost. He pushed his combat power to its absolute limit and instantly unleashed the 9 Extremes Aurora. A blinding light descended from the heavens, slicing through the endless, terrifying black mist to appear before the demon god. The terrifying aurora tore through the boundless demonic energy with overwhelming force, crashing down upon the demon god. 134-542-8460. A terrifying damage number appeared above the demon god's head. Before the dreadful demon god could react, it was completely consumed by the terrifying aurora. Killed that easily? That was way too easy. Wasn't that a demon lord I just saw? What just happened? Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt as though their very souls had been shattered. Suddenly, they felt like they could have done it too. Seriously, that was it? Damn, what kind of freak is this? Damn it, I've never seen anyone this terrifying. Even a 9 transformation expert would have to admit defeat. The deans clenched their fists, their faces betraying a look of utter disbelief. Ha ha ha. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Lin couldn't help but exhale in relief, a flicker of ease passing through his eyes. Subai hadn't disappointed him. Now you understand the true weight of the champion marquee title, don't you? Did you really think His Majesty bestowed this honor upon a whim? That aurora just now, even you lot couldn't have pulled that off. Jiang Lin exhaled deeply, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Had Subai not been present today, these prodigies under their command would likely have perished here. At that moment, the black seal quietly dissipated. The figures of the participants left the martial arts space and returned to the arena. Are you okay? That nearly scared the life out of me. Mu Yan hurried over and wrapped her arms around Subai, her eyes filled with concern. Relax, how could anything happen to me? A mere avatar of a demon god? I don't even give it a second thought. Subai smiled faintly upon hearing this and quickly replied. What a beast. That must be your imperial martial arts top goddess, right? You just stood there watching your goddess crawl into someone else's arms without saying a word? Not only is he handsome, but he's also incredibly powerful. And not only is he powerful, but he also has such a beautiful goddess adoring him. It's infuriating. Who can argue with that? Why does Subai get all the good fortune in the world? Witnessing this scene, the crowd gritted their teeth in fury. We've got no complaints, but if you do, why don't you step up and test your strength against Subai? See who comes out on top? The captain of the Imperial Martial Arts Academy glanced at his companions and teased. Bunch of cowards. A man muttered under his breath upon hearing the remark. Of course, he didn't have the guts to challenge Subai himself. The man casually slaughtered demon gods. His own pitiful existence wouldn't even make a ripple in Subai's presence. Subai, interested in joining our academy? I guarantee you'll receive the highest honors. Your status will be second only to the headmaster. Come to our academy. I'll fight that old man Sunshine for you. I guarantee every resource in the school will be poured into you. They're all useless. You should come to our Royal Academy instead. Just come to our academy. I promise to cultivate you with all my might. Our academy has the most abundant cultivation resources. The old men's gazes fixed on Subai, brimming with earnestness. They even began openly competing for him right on the podium, completely lacking the dignity expected of deans. Chapter 95, Annihilation of Team Zeus. Subai couldn't care less about these old men. His sole focus now was the academy rankings. I hereby announce the top-ranked academy of this tournament, Xinglong Academy. Principal Jiang Lin, seemingly sensing Subai's intent, immediately declared. Hearing this, Subai wore a look of satisfaction before preparing to leave. You are not permitted to enter. This is a provocation against our meteor empire. At that moment, a furious roar erupted, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Immediately afterward, everyone witnessed a 7-member team striding in from outside. They were cloaked in black robes, emanating an utterly terrifying aura. The Zeus squad of the White Eagle Empire, here to participate in the exchange tournament. Do you have the courage to accept my challenge? The leader removed his black hood, revealing cold, pale green eyes as he spoke softly. At these words, the crowd, which had been arguing moments before, fell completely silent. Strange expressions flickered across their faces as they turned to regard the Zeus squad. Are these people out of their minds? Are they that desperate? Ask me? Who should I ask? But it does seem like they're courting death. The deans thought to themselves. With Subai's current strength, even the 9 transformations elders couldn't touch him, let alone this bunch of kids. Do you have the guts to accept our challenge? The blonde-haired, green-eyed man smiled faintly, convinced the group before him had been intimidated by his presence. A hint of pride flickered in his eyes. Are you sure? At this, all eyes turned to Subai, standing not far away. Absolutely certain. I come under the orders of the High Priest of the White Eagle Empire. Which team dares to accept the challenge? Zeus took a deep breath and leaped onto the stage, looking down at the crowd before him. Sorry, folks, there's been an issue with our combat simulation space. We can't proceed with the matches right now. You'll have to wait a bit longer. Upon hearing this, Dean Jiang Lin immediately refused. Are you afraid? Looks like the Lord was right, the Meteor Empire's people are all useless trash. As transmuters, are you really going to back down just because there's no training space? We class changers fear no death. Let's have a real fight right here on this stage, regardless of life or death. The man stood before the crowd, a hint of arrogance in his eyes, speaking each word deliberately. As he finished speaking, the expressions on the others' faces grew increasingly peculiar. Is this guy really here to throw himself to the wolves? Are you certain you wish to fight here? Should someone die, don't blame us. Subai looked at this reckless fool and couldn't help but chuckle softly. I'm willing to sign a life and death contract. Once we're on the stage, it's a battle between equals, no holds barred. The Zeus squad members were exceptionally arrogant, showing them no respect whatsoever. Well then, let's fight it out. Old man, go prepare the life and death contract. Subai glanced at the group not far away before speaking up. He'd already alienated the White Eagle Empire beyond repair, and relations between the two nations were already strained. This was the perfect opportunity for him to play the villain. Besides, slaying these foreign powerhouses would earn him merit points, free rewards he wouldn't pass up. Jiang Lin promptly produced the life and death contract, and both parties signed their names on it. Just you alone? You're looking down on our Zeus squad. The leader's body glowed with an eerie purple light as he roared hysterically. Since their debut, they had never encountered such an arrogant fool. I don't need them. I'm sufficient on my own. Subai waved his hand, summoning the 2 dragons, Xiaohei and Xiaobai, into the sky. Their terrifying dragon breath roared toward the group. No, this can't be. Run. Oh my god, there really are dragons? Let's get out of here, we're no match for these dragons. A flash of terror crossed their faces as they prepared to tear open a spatial rift and flee. Think you can just leave that easily? Do you really think this place is your home, where you can come and go as you please? Subai swept his hand, and a scroll burst into dazzling light, completely sealing off the space before them. No, you can't do this. We're Zeus squad. If you kill us, the Imperial priests won't let you off the hook. The captain named Zeus shouted, his eyes filled with terror at the prospect of death. I don't care about any priests. Just die quietly. A terrifying dragon's breath descended, reducing the entire arena to dust. The members of Zeus' squad had vanished without a trace. With such pitiful strength, they dared to challenge us? Utterly clueless about their own mortality. Who gave them the courage? No idea. What a bunch of fools. Students from numerous academies watched the scene unfold, shaking their heads with a hint of pity in their eyes. Barely a few minutes after stepping onto the stage, these guys were already sent packing. Lord Jiang Lin, remember to pack up the ashes for the journey home.
And while you're at it, send that life and death contract over too. Subai flashed a smile toward Lord Jianlin nearby before turning and leaving the area.
At the same time,
in the distant starry sky, at the very pinnacle of the abyss of chaos, endless demonic energy swirled within, while countless creatures crawled on the ground, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed toward the palace in the distance. Within a resplendent golden hall, a man seated upon a throne abruptly opened his eyes.
Damn it, absolutely damn it. This is infuriating.
The man roared, his fury causing the entire palace to tremble.
The demonic creatures knelt frozen in place, not daring to move. My lord, what has come over you?
A woman approached, bowing her hands before the figure before her and asking softly.
A mere human insect dares to provoke me? He truly doesn't know when to quit.
I shall tear him limb from limb.
The terrifying demon god rose to his feet, roaring hysterically.
My lord, breaking the starlight seal is the most urgent matter at hand.
Let that little brat live a little longer.
Once the seal is completely shattered, you can settle the score with him then.
The woman hurriedly soothed the demon god's fury. That brat possesses extraordinary talent.
Go to the abyss and summon a pseudo-god. Spare no expense to send him to the deepest depths to eliminate that Subai fellow. The demon god glanced at the woman before him and coldly commanded. Your servant obeys. Hearing this, the woman swayed her hips as she turned and walked toward the palace exit.
Subai, this time I will ensure you have no place to be buried.
The terrifying demon sovereign clenched his fists, his icy voice reverberating across the land.
Chapter 96, Undercurrents.
After leaving the palace, the tall woman entered a mysterious space. Terrifying demonic energy nearly solidified within this space, where stone statues stood, emanating an astonishing aura. Upon closer inspection, the sculptures appeared lifelike, indistinguishable from real people.
Awaken. The hunt begins.
The woman murmured softly, her cold voice echoing across the entire sky.
A desiccated corpse began to stir, its body radiating an utterly terrifying aura. Greetings, my master.
The desiccated corpse knelt directly on the ground, its eyes revealing a hint of reverence. An utterly terrifying aura emanated from the desiccated form, its dreadful energy threatening to shatter the heavens.
Remember this man's face. Remember his aura. The demon god commands you to eliminate him at any cost. His name is Subai.
Gazing at the desiccated corpse before her, the tall woman conjured a light screen in her hand. It clearly displayed Subai's features, and the aura emanating from Subai permeated the screen. These were memory fragments bestowed upon her by the demon god, containing recollections of Subai.
As you command. Leave this matter to me.
The desiccated corpse rose to its feet, a long sword materializing in its hand.
Engraved upon it were the two characters, Zhang Yuan. The corpse vanished from the space, leaving behind layers of pitch-black footprints on the ground. My lord, something has happened.
Across the vast ocean in the White Eagle Empire, a woman strode directly into the palace, her expression grave as she spoke.
What has happened?
Hearing this, the priest of the White Eagle Empire furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. It had been far too long since he'd received good news. That bastard Subai had disrupted his plans more than once, even going so far as to kill his son. It has now been confirmed that several elite assassins from the assassination chamber have perished, though their deaths have been concealed.
The mysterious female fortune teller took a deep breath, speaking each word deliberately. What did you say? Impossible.
They were all masters above the 7th transformation, each wielding a unique spatial artifact.
How could they possibly fail? Who gave the order? Who authorized them to assassinate Subai?
At these words, the old man's expression shifted slightly, his face turning distinctly grim. These assassins were painstakingly trained, and now they're all dead.
Your Excellency, the assassination attempt on Subai was ordered by His Divine Majesty. I was unaware of this matter at the outset. The female fortune teller hurriedly interjected upon hearing this. It's over. The priest's expression shifted slightly as he suddenly grasped something. He extended his staff and began a silent prayer. A purple gold light flickered repeatedly before erupting violently. A mouthful of bright red blood gushed forth, causing his complexion to grow considerably paler. High Priest, are you all right?
The diviner hurriedly supported the high priest's arm, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes.
Damn it. Absolutely damn it. The entire Zeus squad has been wiped out. How dare they?
Subai, the greatest prodigy of the Meteor Empire, I remember you.
The old man clenched his fists, roaring hysterically. Sir, what should we do now? This prodigy from the Meteor Empire will undoubtedly participate in the national war. Once the war begins, if this prodigy enters the fray, we may gain no advantage whatsoever.
A trace of gravity flickered in the fortune teller's eyes.
I know. Issue the order, activate the Divine Messenger's secret realm and invite all empires except Meteorite Empire to enter.
The old man exhaled a deep, heavy breath and spoke coldly.
The Divine Messenger's secret realm? Isn't that giving those bastards too much of an advantage?
At these words, the fortune teller's expression shifted slightly.
This matter is my decision. Your role is to carry it out.
I refuse to believe that the combined forces of dozens of nations' prodigies cannot bring down a mere prodigy from the meteor empire. The old man gazed up at the starry sky above, his eyes flickering with an endless, murderous intent. At that moment, Subai remained utterly unaware that he had already become the target of deep-seated resentment. The Academy Championship concluded in an eerily abrupt manner. Though no one understood what had transpired, all knew that the Azure Dragon Academy had claimed first place. This event once again spread Subai's fame throughout the entire Meteorite Empire. Every prodigy who had survived the secret realm gave Subai a thumbs up, further boosting his prestige. As for Subai, he spent 3 full days shopping with Mu Yen, finally waiting for the first day to arrive. Jiang Lin led the two of them to a desolate wasteland. Many familiar faces gathered here, most of whom had participated in the Genius Tournament. This time, entering the ruins of the Elven race's secret realm, you must be extremely cautious. This place is far more complex than you imagine. Jiang Lin cautioned Subai and Mu Yen as he addressed them. Don't worry, with me here, there won't be any surprises. Subai heard this, patted his chest, and declared with solemn conviction. I'm talking to you, kid. The Elven clan has followed the gods since ancient times. They possess many unique secret arts. In short, you need to be careful. Jiang Lin rolled his eyes as he offered a final warning. Alright, I got it, old man. Subai nodded and murmured softly. If he couldn't beat them, couldn't he just run? If he couldn't outrun them, couldn't he self-destruct? Anyway, he couldn't die. Worst case, he'd just wait another month and try the job change quest again. It was precisely at this moment that a violent wind suddenly swept through this void. The winds began to converge relentlessly, while streaks of azure energy gathered within the eye of the storm, radiating a terrifying aura. The moment the eye forms, you too must enter the secret realm. This is your only chance. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another month. Jiang Lin, standing ahead, spoke up with a warning. So unique? Subai had never encountered such a peculiar secret realm before, and surprise flickered in his eyes. The gale howled once more, the azure light intensifying until it coalesced into a perfect vortex. Now! Jiang Lin shouted. Beams of light shot skyward, plunging into the azure vortex before them. Once their figures vanished, the green vortex quietly dissipated, disappearing without a trace. Dean Jiang Lin, it seems they won't be emerging anytime soon. Care for a drink? An elderly man clad in a blue robe spoke softly to Jiang Lin before him. Very well, let's have a few drinks. It'll likely take them at least a few days. Waiting here would be tedious for an old man like me. Jiang Lin nodded lightly and sat down beside the elder. Chapter 97, The Lost Continent. Subai and the others had already entered the secret realm. Besides them, other awakened individuals had also entered this mysterious space. Is this the ruins of the Elven race? Seems like it covers quite a large area, huh? Subai surveyed the space before him and couldn't help but pause in surprise. He had assumed this secret realm wouldn't be too large, but the actual situation seemed to exceed his expectations. This secret realm is entirely different from the ones we've encountered before. It's an entire continent, which we refer to as the Lost Continent. Legend says this land once belonged to the Elven race. Those elves who followed the ancient deities lived in this region. However, the elves later vanished. To this day, no one knows exactly how they disappeared. Upon hearing this, Mu Yen explained softly. This big? Mu Yan's words instantly dashed Subai's ambition to plow through the entire hidden realm. Are you kidding me? By the time he plowed through this entire continent, the chrysanthemum flowers would have gone cold. What's your job change quest? Subai turned to Mu Yen and asked. Completing his own job change quest wouldn't be easy. By helping Mu Yen finish hers first and then sending her out, he could roam freely afterward. My job change quest requires me to go to the Elven tribe's homeland and comprehend the whisper of the wind. Mu Yen hurriedly replied upon hearing the question. The whisper of the wind? What the heck is that? Subai had never encountered such high-level terminology before, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. It refers to the wind spirit, but this particular wind spirit isn't like ordinary ones. It must be the sovereign of the wind spirit clan. This quest lies within the forbidden lands of the spirit tribe. The monsters there are incredibly powerful. Ordinary teams simply can't clear it. Upon hearing this, Mu Yen quickly interjected with an explanation. Let's go. Point me in the right direction, and I'll take you there. Subai nodded at her words and summoned the netherworld bird. It should be northwest. Mu Yen pointed toward the northwest and whispered softly. Subai took Mu Yan's hand and sat atop the head of the netherworld bird. With a flap of its wings, it sped off toward the northwest. Even with the netherworld bird's speed, it took them a full half-day of flight. As they neared the very edge of this world, their destination finally came into view. A towering monument pierced the clouds, surrounded by a dense cluster of floating structures radiating gentle beams of energy. That place is the entrance. Mu Yen pointed at a gate over 100 zhang wide, a hint of solemnity in her eyes. There! Truly a marvel of divine craftsmanship. Could the Elven race truly possess such magnificent architecture? Gazing at the towering structure before him, Subai's face was filled with awe. This structure doesn't seem related to the elves. I've heard these buildings were crafted with the help of the dwarves, a race that, like the elves, has always followed in the footsteps of the gods. Dwarven craftsmen are renowned as the most dexterous among all divine-affiliated races. They can even forge legendary artifacts. Mere architecture is but a trifling task for them. Mu Yan smiled upon hearing Su Bai's words. Have the dwarves vanished too? Su Bai narrowed his eyes at the question. Indeed. After the deities vanished, their affiliated races disappeared entirely. Some say they were destroyed by the demonic tribes, while others claim they went into seclusion, waiting for the gods to return before reappearing. Mu Yan gazed at the magnificent structure before her, took a deep breath, and nodded softly. What a pity. If I had a dwarf artisan working for me, I'd never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of my life. Su Bai heard this and sighed with a touch of melancholy. You might as well stop dreaming. The dwarves only worship the gods. Besides the gods, only the elves can earn their aid. As for other races hoping to command the dwarves, that's pure fantasy. They consider themselves demigods and look down on every other race. At this remark, Mu Yan burst out laughing and teased. Quite the character. Come on, let's go complete your class change quest. The two stepped through the gate before them, their figures vanishing instantly from this realm. The scenery changed? Su Bai surveyed his surroundings, instinctively furrowing his brow. This is an independent space. Passing through that gate takes you into an independent space. Mu Yan possessed detailed knowledge of this world and felt nothing amiss. Is this the elven tribe's settlement? Su Bai stared at the scene before him, frozen in place. The settlement that had appeared perfectly intact from the outside had long since become a ruin. The structures had long since collapsed, leaving only ruins behind, while chaotic and violent energies permeated the air. The land was scarred and ravaged, strewn with broken walls and shattered ruins. The few remaining structures were dilapidated and gloomy, their dim aura never seeing the light of day. Everything felt eerily lifeless. Some of the smaller structures had been reduced to ashes. Scattered among the ruins were weathered stone sculptures, seemingly whispering tales of days gone by. How did it come to this? Su Bai gazed at the broken walls and rubble before him, his brow furrowing slightly. He detected no trace of demonic energy in this space. If the demons were truly responsible, they would have left behind that nauseating stench. What was the secret of the lost continent? Su Bai sensed this matter was far more complex than he'd imagined. This was going to be trouble. His class change quest required uncovering the continent's ancient secrets. Failure meant he'd be in serious trouble. What's wrong? Are you scared? Just looking at these structures, you can tell how prosperous this place once was. It's a shame that glory has long since vanished into thin air. Mu Yan gazed at the ruins before them, a flicker of sorrow passing through her eyes. I believe we can uncover this history. Let's enter the Forbidden Zone and take a look. That place holds secrets you don't know about. Su Bai gazed into the depths of the ruins and murmured softly. Alright, then it's all up to you from here on out. Mu Yan patted Su Bai's shoulder, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Leave it to me. Su Bai walked deeper into the ruins. One by one, spirits emerged from the wreckage, radiating an utterly terrifying aura. Chapter 98, The Forbidden Ground. Before him stood a dense crowd of elven tribesmen. Yet these beings had lost their original minds, leaving only hollow shells behind. Fiery spirit. Race, demigod. Level, 250. HP, 8 million. Attack power, 170,000. Skills, Endless Fire Domain, Spirit Bind, Whisper of the Gods, Blazing Tyrant Dragon. Holy Shepherd Spirit. Race, demigod. Level, 250. HP, 8 million. Attack power, 160,000. Skills, Holy Light Healing, Spirit Bind, Whisper of the Gods, Resurrection, Guardian. Holy, are you kidding me? These stats are no joke. Su Bai stared at the dozens of spirits before him, momentarily stunned. Each spirit's stats were remarkably similar and all were astonishingly high. Not only were their levels and HP absurdly high, but the most terrifying aspect was that they formed a massive, cohesive army, each complementing and reinforcing the others. The most crucial point was that they possessed insane skills like Guardian and Resurrection. Who could possibly defeat them? If it weren't for the emergence of a freak like Su Bai, this secret realm would likely remain conquered by no one for eternity. No wonder you couldn't break through this space. Ordinary awakened ones probably truly lack the capability. Gazing at the spirits before him, a hint of awe flickered in Su Bai's eyes. He found it hard to fathom how such a powerful race of elves could vanish without a trace, without a single whisper of their existence reaching the outside world. Who could have done this? What do you think? Do you really think I'm just for show? I'm one of the most exceptional geniuses in the entire Imperial Capital Academy. If it were just some ordinary little monsters, would I really need Dean Jianglin to call in reinforcements for me? Mu Yan rolled her eyes and shot him a disdainful glance. He really thought she was just for show. Don't worry, I'm here. Leave these monsters to me. Su Bai summoned his beast and unleashed a devastating assault. A terrifying crimson mist engulfed the entire space. Xianming flames burned relentlessly within the blood mist, and wave after wave of dragon breath engulfed the monsters.
The entire secret realm shook violently in that instant. Now I finally understand why your leveling is so fast.
With the way you farm monsters like this, it'd be a miracle if you didn't level up fast. Mu Yan rolled her eyes at Su Bai before her, yet her heart was filled with utter awe.
Good heavens! How could such a terrifying freak exist in this world? Who farms monsters like this? These monsters didn't even get a chance to fight back before being sent straight to the underworld. Congratulations on successfully defeating the Holy Shepherd Spirit. Reward, 0 EXP. Congratulations on successfully defeating the Flame Spirit. Reward, 0 EXP. You have successfully picked up the Platinum Equipment, Spirit Scepter. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have successfully picked up the Platinum Equipment, Spirit Dagger. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. What a bunch of junk gear. Are the elves really this broke? All this ruin has to offer is the bare minimum platinum gear? That's just pathetic.
He scoured the entire ruin thoroughly, yet all he found were these platinum tier items, nothing higher quality.
It left him feeling utterly disappointed. Let's go.
Hurry inside, who knows how long it'll take for these monsters to respawn. Su Bai abandoned any thoughts of looting, retracted his divine ability, and immediately pulled Mu Yan toward the depths of the ruined palace.
Along their path, they passed through several consecutive checkpoints. The elven guards offered no resistance whatsoever, all wiped out by Su Bai.
Half an hour later, the pair successfully traversed the ruins and emerged onto a vast open plaza.
A stone stele stood there, emanating a faint, chilling aura. Forbidden ground.
For characters carved in vivid red blood on the stele looked particularly unsettling.
We've arrived. Wonder if this forbidden zone of the elven race holds any treasures. This place is full of junk, not a single piece of gear here catches my eye. Su Bai took Mu Yan's hand, and the two stepped directly into the forbidden zone. Depart immediately. This is the forbidden territory of the elven clan.
Non-clan members are strictly prohibited from entering.
Disobedience will be punished by death.
Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path.
Where did this old man come from?
Su Bai looked at the elderly elf before him, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes.
Esteemed elder, here is the token I received.
I was once granted a favor by a noble figure who instructed me to seek my destiny within this forbidden land.
I humbly request your indulgence.
Mu Yan rummaged through her pocket for a long while before finally producing the token, waving it before the gatekeeper.
The token is genuine. You may enter.
The old man lifted his head to glance at the two before him, his icy voice sounding once more.
Is this even a living being?
Su Bai watched in stunned silence as the creature conversed effortlessly. He thrust his hand before the old man's eyes and shook it vigorously.
Alas, the old man remained utterly unmoved, completely ignoring Su Bai's actions. Let's go inside.
Mu Yan took a deep breath, grabbed Su Bai's hand, and led him inside. The moment they stepped into the forbidden area, the old man materialized before Su Bai, blocking his path with a long sword raised in his hand.
You lack the token of passage. Entry into the forbidden grounds is forbidden.
The icy voice rang out once more, instantly darkening Su Bai's expression.
Who does he think he is? So I can't enter without a token?
What kind of nonsense is this? Say another word to me, and I'll make sure you don't live to see next year's sunrise.
Su Bai rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. No, please don't.
Since he agreed to let me in, I'll go in myself.
Mu Yan heard this and quickly interjected. What's there to fear? He's just some old gatekeeper.
I couldn't care less about him.
Su Bai heard this and rolled up his sleeves, ready to act.
Seeing this, Mu Yan felt a bit embarrassed and gave up on trying to dissuade Su Bai further. She feared that if she persisted, Su Bai might get the wrong idea.
Forget it, forget it. I'll do you a favor. This is your job change quest. It must be very important to you. I won't bother with this old man for now.
Su Bai glanced at Mu Yan beside him, suddenly realizing this was her quest. He halted his attempt to summon his beast. He feared that if he damaged the old man and prevented Mu Yan from successfully changing her job, he would truly become the villain.
Thanks.
Mu Yan's eyes lit up slightly as she hurriedly responded.
Chapter 99, The Pseudo-God's Arrival.
Under Su Bai's watchful gaze, Mu Yan walked directly into the restricted zone.
Are you even alive or dead? Can you even speak? Can you give me some kind of response? Looks like you're dead, but you're loyal to the end. Even after all these years, you're still guarding this forbidden zone. Su Bai extended his hand, waving it in front of the figure, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. No matter how loudly he shouted, the old man before him stood frozen in place like he was in deep meditation, showing not the slightest hint of response. Forget it. No point arguing with a dead man. Su Bai shook his head gently at the sight of the old man before him, then turned his gaze toward a stone stele nearby. The words carved into the stone were written in blood, an eerie sight. Didn't the world say that elves were beautiful, tall, and loved perfect things? What on earth was this supposed to mean? This boundary marker for the forbidden zone seemed utterly out of place with the elven style. How did it end up here?
Subai stroked his chin, deep in serious thought. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky and a torrent of demonic energy roared forth.
What's happening? The demonic race is back again? They just won't leave us alone.
Gazing at the demonic forces far above in the sky, Subai couldn't help but frown, his expression turning grim.
A figure emerged from the void, wielding a massive sword and radiating a terrifying aura.
Gazing at the overwhelming demonic energy in the distance, Subai casually cast a detection skill.
Name, Jiang Yuan. Class, Heavens Will Warrior Corrupted. Level, 700th tier of the 9 transformations. Total combat power, 18.92 million. Affiliation, Falling Star Empire Defector. What incredible combat power! Subai stared at the gaunt figure before him, his eyes clouding over with a hint of gravity. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent, boasting a combat power of 18 million. Kill Subai.
A blank stare filled his eyes as he murmured the words. As the words fell, the massive sword in his hand erupted with a blinding black light, slashing towards Subai. Before Subai could react, the old man standing within the forbidden zone suddenly moved. The long sword in his hand erupted with a dazzling blue light, striking the black beam. The collision unleashed terrifying energy fluctuations, obliterating the ruins before them.
Demon race, die. The elf elder wielding the blue blade roared lowly, charging toward the sky. Damn, these two are cut from the same cloth. But this saves me a lot of trouble. It's rare to witness such top-tier professionals sparring. Subai retreated to the boundary marker, watching the scene unfold above with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Blue light flickered in the sky, black demonic energy coiling around the azure glow. The two clashed relentlessly, showing no signs of fatigue. As time passed, the infected professional's massive sword erupted with blinding black radiance, threatening to devour everything in sight. Simultaneously, beneath the blue-clad figure wielding the long sword, a colossal blue lotus blossomed. Two terrifying energies converged in the sky, radiating an endless, dreadful light. The next instant, the energies erupted toward each other, unleashing terrifying explosions that reverberated across the sky. The afterglow faded, and the dark figure vanished without a trace, likely reduced to dust by that azure energy. The old man wasn't in great shape either. His body was on the verge of shattering, one arm had vanished without a trace, and the long sword in his hand had snapped clean in two. Subai, what just happened? Mu Yan emerged from the forbidden zone and asked. Nothing major. Just a battle between this elder of the forbidden zone and a demon-corrupted practitioner. These demonic tribes are truly persistent. Wherever I go, they follow. Subai frowned and murmured softly. Don't worry too much. That's just how the demonic tribes are petty and vindictive. You blew up their demonic pillar, so of course they'll come looking for payback. Upon hearing this, Mu Yan hurriedly began to reassure Subai. I'm fine, but this old gentleman's condition doesn't look good. By the way, how's your class change quest going? Subai glanced at the old man before him and suddenly remembered Mu Yan's job change quest, prompting him to ask urgently. I passed it. I'm now an 8th tier powerhouse. Hearing this, Mu Yan couldn't help but clench her fists. That's good. There's one more thing I need to ask you. Did you see any inscriptions or similar things within the secret realm? Did you find anything about why the elven race vanished? Subai hadn't entered the forbidden zone himself and didn't know if any inscriptions existed there. Yes, it seems to be related to the demonic race's invasion. After the demonic invasion, the entire elven race suffered an unprecedented devastating blow. Later, the chieftains of the 4 great elven clans united and used the collective divine power of the entire elven race to seal away the terrifying demonic being. Mu Yan took a deep breath before finally revealing this hidden truth. Damn it, it really is inside. Then I absolutely have to go in and take a look. Subai noticed the system hadn't prompted him about completing the job change quest, and his expression shifted slightly. It seemed he had to physically interact with the stone tablet himself to complete the task. Hearing about it from others was completely useless. Lend me that token of yours. I'm heading into the restricted zone to investigate. Subai took a deep breath and spoke softly. Here you go. Mu Yan didn't refuse, handing the token in her hand to Subai. Old man, I have the token now. Can I go in? Subai held the token in his hand, waving it before the old man as he spoke softly. The token is invalid. You may not enter. The old man merely glanced at Subai before his icy voice rang out again. Damn it, you're just messing with my head. Damn it, you think I won't send you straight to hell right now? Staring at the old man before him, Subai felt his nostrils flare with fury. Why did this secret realm seem to harbor such intense hostility toward him? I'll get you out first. Then lend me this token. I have to complete this mission. Subai turned around and addressed Mu Yan behind him. All right. Hearing this, Mu Yan nodded gently. She understood Subai had his own class change quest. Since he wouldn't let her accompany him, he must have his own concerns. With that, Subai piloted the netherworld bird, racing toward the entrance. After seeing Mu Yan off, he returned once more to the entrance of the forbidden zone. Chapter 100, Job Change Success? Old Master, please make way for me. I'm just here to complete a job change quest.
I swear I won't harm a single blade of grass or tree within the forbidden grounds. Subai looked at the old man before him, took a deep breath, and spoke softly.
Unfortunately, the old man paid Subai no mind whatsoever, holding his broken sword as he guarded the entrance to the forbidden zone.
Xiaobai, find a way to distract the old man. I'll go in and take a look.
Subai tossed Xiaobai over and prepared to enter the forbidden area.
A flash of blue light streaked towards Subai's head once more.
Is he really going to be this ruthless?
Seeing this, Subai's figure retreated rapidly, narrowly evading the old man's sword beam. At that very moment, the old man's body shattered explosively, dissolving into wisps of blue gas that drifted upward toward the sky.
Did you just kill yourself with that sword strike?
Subai's lips twitched slightly, a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. But this presented a golden opportunity. Without a second thought, he charged into the forbidden zone, racing toward the stone stele at its very center. It contained the origins of the Lost Continent's formation, including the reason for the elves' disappearance.
Congratulations on completing the class change quest.
Level, advanced from 4th job to 5th job.
Quest description, this land holds countless secrets.
You must journey to the ruins of the elven race, uncover their mysteries, and discover the truth behind their disappearance.
Quest duration, completed. Note, this is a special class change quest. Please complete it promptly.
A crisp notification tone sounded beside Subai's ear, causing him to pause in surprise.
Finished the quest so quickly? So sudden? It felt like a piece of cake.
Subai stroked his chin, speaking with feigned seriousness. He opened his data panel and began studying it intently.
Name, Subai.
Class, God Ruler of all things.
Level, 155th transformation. Strength, 158,700. Stamina, 158,800. Agility, 153,800. Spirit, 203,800. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Holy Light Set, Ring of Infinity, Ring of Desire. Total combat power, 250,000.
Skills, Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Concealment, Absolute Berserk, Invincible Golden Body, Absolute Dominion, Etherealization, Aligning Heaven and Earth, Absolute Defense, Divine Edict, Sovereign of all Spirits, Divine Might, Control, Heaven's Grace, Divine Word, Enlightenment, Divine Realm, Incubation. Beasts, 9 Nether Cloud Lark, Gangjin Mystic Tortoise.
Talents God tier. Beast Host Union, host may select any contracted beast to share innate attributes. Host fully inherits the beast's innate abilities and base stats at double the value, with no cooldown. Divine Insight, can probe all hidden evolution paths, enabling significant upgrades to Beast Tamer rank. Divine Contract, issuing a contract command guarantees 100% success in binding any designated target. No problem.
It has indeed reached the 5th transformation and gained 3 additional skills.
Could it be a skill issue? Skill, Enlightenment.
Skill description, can civilize all creatures in the world, with a chance to contract any non-tamed wild monsters and bosses.
Whoa! This skill is absolutely insane.
Subai narrowed his eyes, a hint of astonishment flickering across his face. With this skill, he could completely bypass the limitations of the Beastmaster class, allowing him to contract any wild monster, even wild bosses.
This greatly expanded his options for tameable beasts. Skill, Divine Realm.
Description, you may create your own personal space, where you can cultivate lifeforms unique to you.
This marks your first step toward deityhood.
Upon reading the description of Divine Realm, Subai sucked in a sharp breath, his jaw nearly dropping in shock.
What did this even mean?
This treated Subai as a creator god, a truly supreme being capable of forging his own world. Subai believed that as his level increased, this space would expand infinitely, eventually becoming a divine realm under his control.
Skill, Incubation.
Skill description, after your tamed beast dies, it can be reborn within the divine realm. Your tamed beast will suffer no loss, and you may also cultivate other lifeforms within the divine realm.
This skill seemed quite useful, like a protective charm for his tamed beasts. Even if his tamed beast perished, it could be resurrected within the divine realm. Wait, something feels off.
All 3 skills acquired, the job change quest completed, yet something feels off. This transition from 4th to 5th class felt far too easy, utterly unlike previous experiences.
After pondering for a moment, Subai still couldn't pinpoint the crux of the quest.
Resigning himself, he piloted the netherworld bird toward the entrance at full speed. Upon reaching the vortex entrance, just as he prepared to exit, he found himself bound within this space. Warning, this space has undergone unstable changes.
Exit from the vortex is now closed. The cold, metallic alert rang in Subai's ears. Damn it, I knew you were up to something shady.
Subai hadn't sensed any changes in this space. He took a deep breath and scanned his surroundings. Nothing had changed.
The entire space remained as desolate and cold as ever, silent as the starry sky. What the hell is going on?
Subai tried to retrieve the scroll that had torn open the void, but it refused to work, as if sealed by some mysterious force. At the same time, the ground began to tremble incessantly. The already crumbling ground suddenly split open with terrifying fissures, spewing forth a torrent of demonic energy.
I knew it. Nothing ever goes that smoothly. Subai curled his lip, looking as though he understood everything perfectly. Do you really think the three of you can still hold me back? A cold, icy voice echoed across the entire land. Subai piloted the netherworld bird, racing toward the epicenter of the earthquake. At the very heart of the continent, thick demonic energy surged forth as a terrifying figure emerged from beneath the earth. Chains bound his body, holding him fast to this place. The terrifying demonic energy emanating from this creature far surpassed that of the one he had just encountered. I get it now. No wonder they insisted I go to the forbidden zone. They were forcing me to release this demonic fiend, weren't they? Subai stared at the towering, demonic figure before him and instantly grasped the entire situation. Chapter 101, Slaughtering Gods with Mortal Flesh. That dreadful demon god struggled relentlessly, the chains binding him creaking and groaning with each violent jerk. Terrifying demonic energy spread along the chains, steadily corroding them, causing the runes etched upon them to gradually fade and lose their luster. Overlord Demon God in complete form. Rank, Deity. HP, 999,999,999. Attack power, 999,999,999. Mental power, 999999999. Law of Force. Skills, Demon God's Body, Demon Might, Law of Power, Realm of Despair. Holy crap, this is a genuine demon god. Subai stared at the terrifying presence in the sky, his breath catching in his throat. With that thought, Subai hesitated not a moment longer, activating his skills. Beast Mastery Union. Infinite Ring. 9 Extremes Aurora. Die. Subai knew that once this demon god broke free from its seal, it would likely unleash catastrophic destruction. He immediately activated his skills, charging headlong at the demon god before him. A dazzling aurora erupted across the land, piercing through the demon god's body. No! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as the demon god, confronting the sudden surge of terrifying energy in the sky, roared hysterically. Unfortunately, Subai gave it no chance. The terrifying energy surged into its body, completely consuming it. It didn't kill the demon god? Subai took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the very center of the chains. A pitch-black heart pulsed relentlessly in midair, radiating an utterly terrifying aura. I refuse to believe I can't finish you off. Seeing this, Subai soared into the sky and summoned all his beasts. Terrifying energy swirled through the air, brilliant bursts of power relentlessly striking the black heart. The heart seemed unaffected, continuing to beat relentlessly. Its vitality is truly tenacious. Subai glanced at the endless ring in his hand, narrowing his eyes. Boom! A day passed in the blink of an eye. He immediately activated the endless ring. A terrifying dragon's breath descended upon the black heart, beginning to corrode it relentlessly. The creaking sound sent shivers down one's spine. The heartbeat slowed considerably, yet it still refused to be utterly destroyed. Is this the true demon god? It's surprisingly hard to kill. Subai stared at the still beating heart, took a deep breath, and suddenly felt at a loss. Got it. The place you dwell is filled with light. Subai retrieved the semi-divine artifact ring from his backpack and slipped it onto his finger. Pure white energy blossomed forth, settling upon the heart. The heart seemed to be scorched with gaping holes, and a piercing scream echoed. If you dare kill me, the demon race will pursue you to the bitter end. A bone-chilling voice echoed across the land, its tone as if from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. I was already at war with the demon race. Go to hell. Subai's eyes flashed with a hint of icy resolve as he spoke softly. A pure white light reappeared, completely enveloping the heart before him. Wispy black smoke billowed from the white light, accompanied by piercing screams. The dark heart eventually vanished without a trace. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the ancient demon god and gained 1 billion EXP. You have successfully picked up 100,000 attribute less divine stones. They have been automatically stored in your backpack. You have successfully picked up 10,000 attribute less divine crystals. They have been automatically stored in your backpack. You have successfully picked up the divine weapon, Overlord's Wand. It has been automatically stored in your system backpack. Your level has increased to 151. You have gained 80 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 152. You have gained 80 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 180. The job change quest has been unlocked. Please check it yourself. Holy crap, is this for real? The rewards are this generous? Subai swallowed hard, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. This is insane. Professional announcement, human professional Subai has successfully slain the Overlord Demon God, earning 50 million reputation points. This marks the first ever defeat of a demon god, ushering in a new chapter in the conflict between the human and demon races. Universal reward for all transferees, humanity's fortune value increased, equipment drop rate enhanced, hidden class transfer rate boosted. All professional players of the Meteor Empire receive a buffering effect, granting a high drop rate for 1 consecutive year, dealing 100% damage to abyssal demons, and reducing required experience points for leveling by 20%. Quest reward, 1 piece of immortal equipment. Quest bonus, damage bonus against demonic forces. Inflicts 200% increased damage when confronting demonic foes.
A series of beeps sounded in Subai's ears.
Holy crap, did I just make history?
Subai couldn't help but gasp, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Especially these rewards, they were so lavish that Subai could barely take them all in.
Am I going deaf? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Subai possibly have slain a demon god? My ears must be playing tricks on me. Did you all hear that announcement just now?
Zhang crushed the chess piece in his hand and turned to the old man before him, his eyes filled with astonishment.
No, you heard correctly. I heard the system announcement too. That kid really did slay a god. Terrifying. How did he manage it? He actually killed a god? A mere mortal slaughtering a god? It's utterly unbelievable. The old man seated beside Jiang Lin drew a deep breath, his eyes reflecting utter disbelief.
Whether in the demon abyss Starfield or anywhere else, gods were supreme beings. They had never heard of anyone slaughtering a god with a mortal body.
It was simply inconceivable.
It was common knowledge that gods and other races belonged to entirely different categories.
When confronting lower-tier beings, they possess terrifyingly overwhelming power and instinctive suppression that could never be defied. Wait, why is a demon god present in this space? Is that demon god causing trouble for Subai again? Jiang Lin took a deep breath and spoke. Impossible. Demigods cannot breach the limitations of the starry sky. There must be something we don't know about this.
The old man stared at the azure vortex in the distance, crushing the cup in his hand, a gesture that spoke volumes of his shock.
Chapter 102, The Kindness of the Elven Clan.
Standing outside the secret realm, Jiang Lin was plunged into deep self-doubt.
He knew Subai hadn't become a divine messenger.
Without that status, Subai couldn't draw upon the power of the gods.
Without the divine laws, how had he managed to slay the demon god?
Such an existence, save for a deity of equal standing, was virtually immortal and indestructible to all other beings. Of course, there was another method. A divine envoy could harness the divine laws to suppress the opponent's own divine power, thereby securing victory.
Did I hear that correctly? Subai killed a god? This is beyond absurd. It's absurdity opening the door to absurdity, absurdity taken to the extreme. I've never heard of anyone slaying a god before.
Luo Tian sucked in a sharp breath, his gaze fixed on the secret realm in the distance. He knew Subai was powerful, but he never imagined he could be this outrageously strong.
Has this world gone mad, or have I? To think I'd ever compete with someone like that, utterly suicidal. Compared to this champion Marquis, we're nothing but a joke. Damn it, why was he born when he was born? Why was he born when he was born? Why were we born when he was born? I'm genuinely curious, how did he even manage that?
The prodigies standing outside the secret realm froze in place, their eyes betraying a hint of utter disbelief.
Ha 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 ha. He's slain a demon god.
What other empires failed to achieve, our Meteor Empire has accomplished.
Truly worthy of the champion Marquis.
Transmit my command, effective immediately. Subai is elevated to the rank of Duke of the Realm, his status equal to mine.
Any who dare show disrespect to Subai shall be executed.
The Meteor Emperor gazed up at the sky above, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. His booming voice echoed throughout the entire empire. As the greatest beneficiary of this event, he could feel the fortune of the Meteor Empire surging at an earth-shaking pace, reaching an unparalleled height.
Holy crap, what's going on with this kid? Less than a year apart, and now he can even slay a demon god?
Tuoba Liehua heard the professional's announcement, instinctively tugging at his beard as he muttered to himself. If I'd known he was this formidable, I would have cultivated a relationship with him sooner.
Terrifying.
The bigwigs of Tangcheng harbored silent regret, their eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. Subai's growth far exceeded their expectations, leaving them completely in the dust.
Holy crap, what's going on with this kid? How did one trip to the capital stir up such a huge mess?
Sun Shan, who had been reclining in his rocking chair, abruptly sat down on the floor, his eyes revealing an unprecedented level of shock.
A demon god that wasn't just any ordinary being. Even after guarding the starry skies for most of his life, he'd never imagined slaying a demon god. This kid is defying the heavens. That damn Subai. Time and again he ruins my plans. How could he possibly slaughter a demon god? Impossible.
The high priest of the White Eagle Empire, gazing at the dim, lifeless stars overhead, his eyes filled with a hint of despair. At that moment, in the eastern sky, a brilliant star was slowly rising, radiating an unprecedented brilliance.
Damn it!
That Subai must be one of our great Cosmos Empire's people.
He must have been tricked by the Meteor Empire. Damn it, the Meteor Empire are nothing but scoundrels.
The Cosmic Empire glared toward the falling star empire, muttering curses under its breath. Dispatch an envoy immediately to pay respects to the royal family of the Eternal Meteor Star Kingdom. Our White Bear Empire wishes to forge an eternal friendship with the Meteor Star Empire. An elderly man spoke softly to the guard beside him.
The international landscape underwent a seismic shift.
Numerous nations began dispatching envoys, preparing to journey to the Meteor Empire to witness this legendary prodigy. At this moment, Subai had yet to sort through his newly acquired treasures. The three elders of the elven race suddenly appeared before him, staring intently. "May I ask if you three are able to speak?" Subai looked at the three before him and asked softly. "How dare you speak to us that way, youngster? Why couldn't we speak? I'm a proper demigod, for heaven's sake. Do you really think I've got senile dementia?" At that moment, the robust elven chieftain, radiating a fiery glow, spoke up. "Oomph." Subai exhaled a breath of stale air upon hearing this. Communication was possible that meant there was room for negotiation. "Honored elders, thank you for your efforts. Had you not sealed this creature, I doubt I could have slain it." Subai bowed his hands toward the three elders before him and spoke softly. "If anyone should be thanking anyone, it's us thanking you. Had it not been for you, this demon god emerging from nowhere would have turned the entire lost continent into a demonic abyss. You saved the territory of our elven race. You will forever be a cherished friend to our people." A diminutive elven elder nodded to Subai, his eyes gleaming with respect. Goodwill from the elven race increased by 100%. Holy crap, an unexpected bonus. Subai heard the notification sound and his eyes lit up slightly. "Old man, when the demon god invaded, you fought desperately. Didn't the deities you worship come to your aid?" Looking at the group of elven elders before him, Bai asked with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "The gods vanished from this continent long ago. We've been searching for their traces, but alas, we found nothing. If we had divine protection, how could these creatures dare to act so brazenly? Back then, our elven clan faced extinction. The Holy Lord exhausted his strength to send part of our people to safety, then activated the divine artifact with his own blood. Then the four of us elders combined our divine powers to seal that demonic being here. With our strength, we could only seal it, we were never able to destroy it completely. This seal should have lasted for over 1,000 years, but for some reason, it suddenly cracked open. Something must have gone wrong with the Wind Spirit tribe." Gazing at Subai before him, the elder drew a deep breath, his eyes betraying a hint of resignation. Good heavens, even a demigod couldn't stand up to the gods. These gods are truly terrifyingly powerful. But the trouble with the wind elves seems to be connected to me. Subai instinctively touched his nose, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his eyes. Had that elder's body not been shattered, they might still have been able to suppress this demonic clan. Chapter 103, The Impoverished Spirit Clan. Still, at least the outcome was favorable for now. He had successfully slain this demon god and freed the three elders of the Spirit Clan. "Old man, I've done you all a huge favor. Any special rewards?" "I'm not demanding. Any reward will do, as long as it's something I can use." Subai rubbed his hands together, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. "None." The three elders exchanged glances and shook their heads gently. "What about divine artifacts? Any divine artifacts? Just give me 100 or 80 pieces, I'm not picky." Upon hearing this, Subai spoke up. "None either. Divine artifacts have been tainted by demon blood. Even if we gave them to you, you couldn't wield them." Hearing this, the diminutive elven elder hurriedly replied. He wanted to give them, but where could he find that many divine artifacts? What about cultivation resources? Subai's face flashed with a hint of awkwardness upon hearing this. "Nothing else. What else do you see here?" A cold wind swept through, leaving the entire lost continent shrouded in silence, radiating endless desolation and loneliness. "Then surely you three must have some skill manuals or protective artifacts on you?" Subai's lips twitched slightly, yet he persisted with a lingering hope. "Nothing. Absolutely nothing remains. Everything was taken by the last remaining elves. We don't even know where they are now. If we could find them, we might be able to give you some treasures." At this, the three elders shook their heads again. "Very well, since that's the case, I shan't press the matter." Hearing this, Subai sighed helplessly. The elven clan was fine in every other way, just a bit poor. "If we're not mistaken, you're a beast master, right? We can gift you a beast. However, this beast is somewhat unique. It's not a combat type beast, but rather a support type beast. Moreover, this beast will occupy 3 beast slots. Think it over." Just then, the elder at the head of the group suddenly spoke up. "Occupy 3 pet slots?" Hearing this, Subai froze for a moment before glancing at his interface. Name, Subai. Class, God Master of all things. Level, 185th Transformation. Strength, 167,700. Constitution, 167,800. Agility, 159,800. Spirit, 209,800. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Holy Light Set, Ring of Infinity, Ring of Desire. Total combat power, 258,000. Contractable beasts, 3. Skills, Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Concealment, Absolute Berserk, Invincible Golden Body, Absolute Dominion, Etherealization, Emulate Heaven and Earth, Absolute Defense, Divine Edict, Sovereign of all Spirits, Divine Might, Control, Heaven's Grace, Divine Word, Enlightenment, Divine Realm, Incubation. Beasts, 9 Nether Cloud Lark, Ganjin Mystic Tortoise.
Talent godlike. Beast Host Union. Host may select any contracted beast to share innate attributes.
Host fully inherits the beast's innate abilities and base stats at double the value, with no cooldown.
Divine Insight can probe all hidden evolution paths, enabling significant upgrades to Beast Tamer rank.
Divine Contract. Issuing a contract command guarantees 100% success in binding any designated target.
This is just too perfect. I happen to have 3 Beast Slayer slots left. Is this coincidence even necessary? Can I find out what kind of beast it is?
Upon hearing this, Subai asked curiously. It was the first time he'd heard of such a beast. He never expected the Elven clan to bring him such an unexpected delight. It would normally occupy all 4 of your spirit slots, but the elder of the Wind Spirit tribe has vanished.
We cannot help you contract his Wind Spirit.
Now, only the 3 of our personal elementals remain. If that elder were still alive, he would have occupied all 4 of your beast slots. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning 4 life-bound spirits could form an immensely powerful grand formation. It's only through this formation that the 4 of us can suppress this demon god.
This formation is exceptionally unique. We cannot fully explain its intricacies to you. You must master this beast and gradually comprehend it yourself.
The old man gazed at Subai before him and spoke softly.
Wouldn't the power decrease significantly with one missing? Hearing this, Subai couldn't help but frown, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes. He understood the array's capabilities well. It could seal a legendary demon god, so it couldn't be weak.
The only regret was that the formation was incomplete, leaving it somewhat imperfect.
Its power will definitely decrease by about 20%, I'd say.
If you can contract another Wind Spirit beast in the future, this formation will regain its full glory. Even if you only activate a single formation, it will significantly amplify your beast's power.
As long as their attributes complement each other, they can unleash unexpected effects. This is the only thing we 3 old men can offer you.
The 3 exchanged glances, looking at Subai before them, and couldn't help but sigh. By all rights, as the benefactor of the entire spirit clan, they could have gifted him their divine artifact. But alas, the Elven clan was utterly destitute, now so poor they could practically piss blood.
Very satisfied. Of course I'm satisfied. Honored elders, I am profoundly grateful for your gift.
Subai addressed the 3 tribal elders before him, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. He had been fretting over what kind of beast to contract, and now, just as he needed it most, it had arrived absolutely perfect.
As long as you don't mind it.
The 3 exchanged glances before silently chanting their incantations.
Rays of light flared behind them.
1 red, 1 purple, 1 white, 3 beams shot skyward, bursting into dazzling radiance. A white energy formed in Subai's hand, moving toward the very center of the 3 beams.
Congratulations!
You have successfully contracted the fire spirit.
Congratulations on successfully contracting the lightning spirit. Congratulations on successfully contracting the lightning spirit. Beast taming fusion successful. 3 consecutive notification tones sounded in Subai's ears.
Immediately afterward, the 3 little creatures floated over to Subai's side, looking utterly adorable. Our mission is complete, young man. The world now belongs to your generation.
We shall meet again when fate permits.
The figures of the 3 elders began to fade, vanishing from this realm. This junior, Subai, bids farewell to the seniors. Subai bowed his hands toward the 3 elders, his eyes betraying a hint of respect.
Chapter 104, The Overbearing Support Formation. Fire Thunder Lightning Spirit. Grade, Overlord. Level, LV1. Strength, 5000. Constitution, 3000. Mental Power, 100,000. Agility, 8000.
Skills, Domain of Fire, Domain of Lightning, Domain of Thunder, Fire Thunder Lightning Grand Formation, High Intensity Amplification. Hidden Evolution Path, Fire Thunder Lightning Spirit Overlord-tier Elemental Spirit Position Tier. Hidden Evolution Path Materials, 1 Fire God Crystal, 100 Fire God Stones, 1 Thunder God Crystal, 100 Thunder God Stones, 1 Lightning God Crystal, 100 Lightning God Stones, Fire Elemental Essence, Lightning Elemental Essence, Thunder Elemental Essence.
This mental power is simply astonishing.
Subai examined the attributes of this little creature before him, his eyes lighting up slightly.
Perfect timing to level you up. Subai summoned his beast and began clearing the monsters. Congratulations on successfully defeating the Flame Spirit. Reward, 0 EXP. Congratulations on successfully defeating the Spirit Guardian. Reward, 0 EXP. You have successfully picked up the Platinum Grade Equipment, Flame Staff. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have successfully picked up the Platinum Equipment Swift Wind Boots. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. After a full half-day of relentless combat, the Fire Lightning Elementals level finally reached 180. Subai opened the little creature's interface once more and glanced at it. Fire Thunder Lightning Spirit. Grade, Overlord. Level, LV 180. Strength, 905,000. Constitution, 903,000. Mental Power, 1,200,000. Agility, 910,000.
Skills: Domain of Fire, Domain of Lightning, Domain of Thunder, Fire Thunder Lightning Grand Formation, High Intensity Amplification. Hidden Evolution Path, Fire Thunder Lightning Spirit Overlord-tier Elemental Spirit Unknown tier. Hidden Evolution Path Materials: 1 Fire God Crystal, 100 Fire God Stones, 1 Thunder God Crystal, 100 Thunder God Stones, 1 Lightning God Crystal, 100 Lightning God Stones, Fire Elemental Primordial Power, Lightning Elemental Primordial Power, Thunder Elemental Primordial Power.
Not bad. Its mental power stands alone among Dominator tier beasts.
With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Subai summoned a vast formation before him. Lightning flashed across the sky, unleashing terrifying bursts of light, while fearsome flames scorched the ground.
Subai hurled all his beasts into the formation, each receiving varying degrees of enhancement.
The creatures that benefited the most were undoubtedly the Netherworld Mystic Bird and Xiao Hei. Perhaps because these two little creatures were particularly attuned to the fire array, their overall attributes surged by around 50%.
Insane. Absolutely insane.
Subai was secretly astonished. A 50% overall attribute boost, this alone demonstrated just how terrifying this super amplification was.
Once these spirits ascended to elemental spirits, they would likely experience even greater enhancements.
Having withdrawn his divine power, Subai approached the entrance to the secret realm and departed. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in his hand, bursting forth with brilliant, multicolored radiance.
What is this thing?
Subai immediately grasped the object, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes.
Lost Continent Secret Realm Key. Owner, Subai.
Key function: unlocks any secret realm at will, granting control over access to the Lost Continent.
Level: LV 120-180. Holy crap, this is a huge gift.
Subai's eyes lit up as he examined the key in his hand. While this secret realm held little personal value for him, it would prove immensely useful to the Meteor Empire. After all, it was an excellent leveling spot, capable of supporting a large group of people entering to train. Although the realm's level had decreased, it also meant the difficulty had dropped. And just because Subai wasn't interested in the gear inside didn't mean others wouldn't be. This was a massive resource. Subai tucked the key into his backpack and turned to leave the secret realm.
He's out. He's finally out.
It was worth waiting here for a whole day and night just to catch up with Subai.
Holy moly, what a journey that was. Who wouldn't agree?
Seeing the vortex finally stir, the people gathered at the entrance flashed a hint of excitement in their eyes. By now, over 1,000 people had gathered here, every pair of eyes fixed intently on the entrance to the secret realm.
A young man clad in white robes appeared at the entrance, radiating an aura of quiet nobility. What's going on here?
Subai looked at the crowd before him, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. Truth be told, anyone would feel their scalp tingle under the gaze of thousands of eyes like this.
Greetings, Duke of the Nation. Greetings, Duke of the Nation. Greetings, Duke of the Nation.
The overwhelming chorus of voices rose, each face bearing a look of reverence.
The Duke of the State? Has my title been elevated again?
This falling star emperor certainly knows how to make a grand gesture, bestowing upon me the title of Duke of the Nation. Subai heard the words and his eyes lit up slightly.
Well done, lad.
You've truly lived up to my expectations.
How did you manage this? How did you subdue that demon god?
Zhonglin slapped Subai on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with a hint of admiration. He rarely felt pride in anyone, but the Subai before him had this old man grinning from ear to ear.
Are you okay?
You nearly scared me to death. Muyan approached Subai, her eyes filled with concern.
I'm fine. No real danger. As for slaying that demon god, it was pure coincidence. Without that stroke of luck, I doubt I'd have had the ability.
Subai heard this and hastily waved his hands, replying with great humility.
That wasn't something simple luck could achieve. Some people wouldn't have been able to see such an opportunity even if it were given to them.
You've really made me proud, kid. Zhonglin slung his arm around Subai's shoulder and let out a loud laugh.
Young man, would you care to visit our academy? This old man would be delighted to have you.
Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before Subai, his face beaming with a broad smile.
Who might you be?
Subai looked at the old man before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had met most of the deans from the various academies, but this man before him was unfamiliar, a face he had never seen before.
Don't mind this old codger. He's just a senile fool. Let's go. His Majesty is waiting to see you. Hearing this, Zhonglin immediately grew impatient. He grabbed Subai's arm and dashed toward the distant sky. Ha ha ha, old Zhonglin, look at you being so stingy. But rest assured, this little fellow and I share a deep bond, he'll come find me eventually. The old man gazed toward the distance, shook his head gently, then stepped onto the chessboard and vanished without a trace. Chapter 105, The Mighty Elemental Academy. Old man, could you please stop staring at me like that? It's giving me the creeps. Can we just act normal, like we used to? Subai walked alongside Zhonglin on the road, the two of them one in front, one behind. But Zhonglin's gaze never left Subai, and that intense stare made Subai feel a bit uncomfortable. I just want to see how amazing you really are, kid.
You have no idea what an earth-shattering thing you've done.
Damn impressive.
You slew a demon god. You've shattered every record in the history of practitioners. According to historical records,
No human has ever slain a demon god before. You've pioneered a new era for humanity.
Jianlin chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with inexpressible admiration.
Old man, this is what I should do. By the way, who was that old man talking to me earlier? I've never seen him before. Subai overheard and quietly asked. That old man is a scoundrel. You'd be wise to steer clear of him. Otherwise, he'd probably swindle you out of your underwear. He's no good. Just forget about who he is.
Jianlin was highly wary of the old man, his words dripping with contempt. Subai had never seen Jianlin like this before, and suddenly found himself intrigued. The fact that he could get Jianlin this worked up proved just how formidable that old man must be. With that thought, a key appeared in Subai's hand. He placed it before Jianlin. Originally, he'd intended to give this key to Sun Shan, but upon reflection, Qinglong Academy was rather far from here. Placing the secret realm entrance in the imperial capital meant entrusting it to Jianlin right before him would yield the greatest benefit.
The secret realm key.
You've done yourself another great favor, kid. Seeing the key in his hand, a hint of excitement flashed across Jianlin's face.
It's nothing special. This key isn't worth much anyway. It's useless to me anyway. You keep it.
The two entered the imperial palace, where Subai once again encountered the falling star emperor. Subai, my young friend, you've truly made me look at you with new respect. The emperor, usually composed, now seemed genuinely moved. He actually stepped forward to Subai, grasped his hand, and erupted with unprecedented warmth.
Your imperial majesty, you flatter me.
After all, I am one of our meteor empire's own.
Fighting for the empire's honor is simply my duty.
Hearing this, Subai smiled faintly and quickly replied.
Ah, very well, very well.
Rest assured, we won't betray your trust. From this day forward, you shall be known as the Duke of Zheng of our meteorite empire, destined to forever safeguard our lands.
I hope you won't betray my trust. He patted Subai on the shoulder, speaking with heartfelt sincerity.
To express the empire's esteem for Subai, a grand banquet was specially held in his honor. This occasion allowed Subai to meet numerous dignitaries, essentially greeting all the other ministers as well. Now, Subai was practically the empire's new rising star. Some powerful ministers were eager to marry their daughters to him.
Why are you out here?
Jianlin asked softly, glancing at Subai beside him.
I just couldn't stand those old farts anymore. Why did you come out too?
Subai murmured in response. These people were far too enthusiastic, leaving him feeling overwhelmed.
I've never liked these kinds of gatherings.
Jianlin smiled faintly and spoke softly.
Old man, I actually have something I'd like to ask you. Do you know anything about the origins of lightning, fire, or any other elemental forces?
Subai inquired softly. He had searched the imperial library for these things but found no useful information.
Elemental powers? What do you need that for?
Old Master Jianlin frowned upon hearing this.
I recently contracted a beast.
For it to advance, it requires primordial power.
I've checked the records, but there seems to be very little documentation on this subject. Upon hearing this, Subai immediately interjected. That's because all records concerning primordial power have been destroyed.
Our nation originally possessed some primordial power, as did other nations, but these sources were stolen.
Jianlin clenched his fists instinctively upon hearing this. Who stole it? Hearing this, Subai's eyes widened in shock. Damn, that's impressive. To dare steal the Empire's primordial power, this guy's no ordinary talent.
It was that old man you encountered at the entrance to the Lost Land.
That old codger is the headmaster of the Elemental Academy. The primordial energies of all the elements are hidden within their academy's secret realm.
Jianlin clenched his jaw in fists, his voice thick with venom. Subai could tell this old man must have crossed Jianlin, otherwise he wouldn't be so fixated on him.
The Elemental Academy? I've never heard of this academy before. Why isn't it recorded in the Meteor Empire's archives?
This was the first time Subai had ever heard of this academy. Logically speaking, that old man's strength was on par with Jianglin's, so he couldn't possibly be an unknown figure. That's because the Elemental Academy isn't located within the Meteorite Empire at all, or rather, it's never been within the borders of any empire.
It exists in the boundless wilderness.
Jianlin gazed toward the distant starry sky, murmuring to himself.
In the wilderness?
Then this academy must be quite powerful.
Subai was taken aback by this revelation. The fact that the Elemental Academy could be established in the wilderness was proof enough of its extraordinary nature. But that's not all. That old man is undoubtedly the strongest being below God tier.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the foremost figure at the demigod realm. He built this academy atop the shell of a world boss, a terrifying spirit turtle stretching tens of thousands of meters long, perpetually drifting across the ocean. I have no idea how that old codger negotiated with that world boss, but he managed to build the academy right on its back.
Though Jianlin harbored deep resentment toward the old man, he couldn't deny the old codger's extraordinary prowess. Even the high priest of the White Eagle Empire couldn't match that old codger. Built on top of a world boss? Holy crap, is there such a terrifying existence in this world? At those words, Subai's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of utter shock washing over his face. World bosses were no joke more terrifying than even god-tier bosses, they were practically divine beings. Such terrifying creatures were notoriously elusive. How on earth had this nobleman managed to establish contact with a world boss? Chapter 106, 6th Transformation Quest. His previous understanding of this world had been far too shallow. This world held countless secrets he had yet to uncover. That old man is truly formidable. Let me put it this way, if there were a ranking list for class changers, that old man would be number 1. No one else would dare claim second place. Jianlin nodded lightly, his expression growing solemn. Old man, it seems you and him get along quite well. I even saw you two sipping tea and playing chess together? Subai rubbed his hands together and asked softly. That's right, we were having tea and playing chess together. That old man brought the students from the Elemental Academy for training. But if you're asking about our personal relationship, well, it's never been particularly good. We once fought fiercely over a secret realm. In my eyes, he's the selfish type. Even though he's from the Meteor Empire, he refuses to shoulder any responsibility. Instead, he's all about himself, only caring about his own survival. That's why I look down on him. Old Master Jianlin snorted coldly, a hint of indifference flickering in his eyes. This fellow grew up under the Meteor Empire's protection, yet once he spread his wings, he didn't think to repay the Empire. Instead, he started his own academy. It was precisely this that drove the two former friends apart, severing all ties until death. Very well. The words left Subai's face tinged with awkwardness. With the old man having spoken, there was little he could do. He couldn't very well ask the old man to beg someone else for help. Subai pondered carefully. This matter of the primordial force was best handled by himself. But that old codger seems quite interested in you. If you want the elemental source power, you could pay their academy a visit. It'd be perfect for me to save face and give those academy students a proper lesson. Their students have always been arrogant and conceited, never giving the slightest regard to students from other academies. If you go this time, make sure you teach those academy students a proper lesson. It'll stop his students from acting like they're the center of the universe every single day. The old man looked at Subai before him, patted his shoulder, and wore a faint smile. Is that really appropriate? Subai heard the words and a strange expression flashed across his face. He was already indebted to them, and now he was supposed to humiliate them in front of them? Wasn't that a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? If anything happens, I'll cover for you. You're after the primordial force, right? Only their academy possesses it. You won't find it anywhere else. Jianlin sighed upon hearing this. Then how do I get into their academy? Subai perked up at once and asked eagerly. He now needed to elevate his beast taming rank, and that could only be achieved through the old man's assistance. There's a teleportation array, but it requires advanced preparation. I need to make arrangements with their people. I'll have it ready for you by tomorrow night at the latest. The old man patted his chest, assuring him the matter was in good hands. All right then. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Please bid farewell to His Majesty for me. I'd rather not have to seek out those dignitaries again. Hearing this, Subai turned and headed toward the palace gates. Once outside the palace walls, Subai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling instantly lighter. Each of these bigwigs was exceptionally talented, with smooth talk to boot, and they were all determined to marry their daughters off to him. As a future deity, how could he possibly let romantic entanglements hold him back? Besides, Mu Yan was waiting for him. Even if it were a matter of turn, it wouldn't be anyone else's turn. Back at the inn, Mu Yan was chatting with Sun Kai and his wife. Well, if it isn't the Duke of the Nation. What brings you back? Sun Kai looked at Subai before him, smiling faintly as he teased softly. You know I'm the Duke of the Nation, yet you don't kneel to pay respects? You really want a beating? Subai looked at the two people before him, letting out a cold snort as he put on an air of Duke-like authority. You've got the look down pat. At this remark, Sun Kai couldn't help but chuckle. What business does His Majesty have with you? Mu Yan sat beside Subai and asked softly. Just some praise and such. Nothing important. When do you plan to go level up? Subai certainly wouldn't mention how he'd nearly been caught in the palace's matchmaking scheme, so he changed the subject. Not sure yet. Want to come with me? Hearing this, Mu Yan blinked and fixed her gaze on him. I don't mind, but I'm a bit busy these next couple days. I need to visit the Elemental Academy and complete the 6th transformation quest. His 6th transformation was imminent, and truth be told, he hadn't even had time to look into the quest yet. If Subai remembered correctly, the 6th transformation quest should involve going to the Abyss of Chaos. Current job change quest, 5th tier to 6th tier advancement. Quest description, enter the lower demon abyss. Destroy the pillars of the demon gods within to deliver a fatal blow to the demonic forces. The more pillars destroyed, the greater the rewards. Quest duration, 2 months. Note, this is a special quest. Completing it will grant unique rewards. It really is the abyss.
Wait, did you level up that fast? Hearing this, the trio froze momentarily before hurriedly responding.
Did your brains turn to mush? Did you forget I killed a demon god?
That demon god rewarded me with a massive amount of experience.
Leveling up a class? That's a piece of cake.
At this remark, Subai rolled his eyes and murmured softly.
Right. We almost forgot about that.
You've got some serious skills, kid. Honestly, I still can't wrap my head around how you managed to take down a demon god. Sun Kai gazed at the young man before him, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes.
Isn't that just a matter of having the right tools?
Subai shrugged, his voice soft.
Oh, playing it cool now, huh? Can't you show a little modesty?
Sun Kai rolled his eyes at the remark, shooting Subai a sharp glare.
By the way, where's your gear? I killed a demon god.
What kind of gear would I have?
Mu Yen suddenly asked.
That was the reward for slaying a demon god, something they'd never seen before.
I'd forgotten all about it until you mentioned it.
Subai heard this and pulled all the rewards out of his backpack. Blinding flashes of light filled the entire room, dazzling the eyes.
Chapter 107, Counting the Loot. Damn, this much? That's insane. Slurp. Rich folks, huh?
The crowd stared at the gear scattered across the floor, swallowing hard as shock flickered in their eyes.
Valor's Blade. Grade, Semi-Divine Artifact.
Equipment attributes, Strength plus 800,000, Constitution plus 800,000, Mental Power plus 800,000.
Required level, 270 plus. Equipment skill, you shall charge forward fearlessly, capable of slaying gods.
When facing any adversary, your heart shall brim with the courage to draw your blade. Equipment special skill, increases critical hit damage.
Suitable classes, Warrior, Knight, Shield Master. Holy crap, it starts off as a semi-divine artifact? Seeing these stats, everyone sucked in a breath of air, their faces etched with disbelief. It's a great item, but unfortunately, I can't use it. Want it?
Subai handed the Sword of Valor to Sun Kai in front of him and stopped to speak.
No way. This thing is far too precious. I really can't accept it. Let's just forget it. Sun Kai knew his limits.
Such an item was too precious even for the top-tier powerhouses, it was a rare treasure.
There's no need to be so formal between us. Just take it, I can't use it anyway. If you don't want it, I'll have to sell it anyway. Might as well give it to you.
Money comes easily, but treasures are hard to find. Subai rolled his eyes upon hearing this and spoke up.
Really? Then I won't hesitate to take it.
Sun Kai chuckled and quickly took the sword. His current level wasn't high enough to wield this sword yet, but that didn't mean he never would be. Once he reached level 270, possessing this sword would allow him to ascend as a true dragon-slaying youth. Standing nearby, Yi Linger watched the scene unfold, her eyes brimming with envy.
Why hadn't she met someone like Subai back then?
She knew of the bond between Subai and Sun Kai and understood the depth of their friendship.
Dragon King Armor. Grade, Legendary.
Attribute effects, Strength plus 500,000, Constitution plus 500,000.
Required level, 270. Equipment skill, summons an immensely terrifying dragon spirit to fight alongside you.
The spirit's power is determined by the host's mental strength. Special effect, equipping this armor grants a significant boost to your constitution.
Suitable classes, Warrior, Tank, Knight.
Subai stared at the equipment before him and couldn't help but shake his head.
It was utterly useless. After level 270, while its overall stats weren't bad, Subai couldn't be bothered with it. I'll just send this to the auction house later. Subai tossed the item into his backpack, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Talk about being reckless, you just casually toss legendary gear into your backpack like that? You're such a big shot. Watching Subai before them, the crowd couldn't help but roll their eyes, though a hint of envy flickered in their expressions. Don't talk like that. Isn't mine yours anyway? Who knows what might happen later? I'm not interested in gear like this anyway. Subai rolled his eyes and murmured softly. King's full set. Grade, Legendary. Attribute effects, Strength plus 500,000, Constitution plus 500,000. Required level, 270. Equipment skill, this full set enhances your overall attributes and unleashes formidable combat power.
It imbues you with a regal aura, granting immunity to restrictions, control effects, and intimidation. Special effect, wearing this set progressively enhances your regal presence, granting partial immunity to control effects. Suitable classes, Fighter, Warrior, Shield Warrior. Whoa, this gear is pretty interesting. For melee fighters, it's practically a treasure chosen by the heavens. Subai examined the gear's attributes, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Dragon Scale Dagger. Grade, Legendary. Attribute effects, Strength plus 500,000, Agility plus 500,000. Required level, 270. Equipment skill, Dragon Scale Strike. Your speed and vitality will receive a massive boost, triggering a critical strike that deals lethal damage to enemies. Special effect, equipping this item grants a substantial boost to your speed and grants piercing effect.
Suitable classes, Assassin. Sovereign's heavy armor. Grade, Legendary.
Attribute effect, Constitution plus 1 million.
Nothing but junk.
Subai stowed away all the items, keeping only a few scrolls and 2 hollow wands.
Doom Staff. Grade, Legendary.
Attribute effect, Mental power plus 300,000.
Required level, 270. Equip skill, summon a Doomsday Storm to manifest the Doomsday Spirit Sunday.
All undead creatures within its domain shall obey your commands at will. Special effect, gains spell penetration, greatly enhancing your own mental power. Suitable classes, Mage, Sorcerer, Prophet, Chosen One, Beastmaster.
Staring at this equipment, Yi Linger's eyes grew wide.
This was truly a rare and exceptional piece of gear. This is yours. As Yi Ling stood in a daze, Subai handed her the item and spoke softly.
For me? Are you serious? Am I worthy of it?
Yi Linger never imagined such an outrageously powerful piece of gear would end up in her hands, her eyes betraying a hint of shock. For any practitioner to possess a legendary tier item was akin to holding the key to becoming a top-tier professional. After all, the gear's attributes spoke for themselves. Even the most inept user couldn't be completely useless. What? You don't want it? Hearing this, Subai couldn't help but roll his eyes, chuckling as he replied. I want it. I want it. I want it. Of course I want it. But I feel it might not be quite right for me. Looking at Subai before her, a trace of solemnity flashed across Yi Linger's face. This was legendary tier equipment, just one step away from being a demi-divine artifact. Even if sold on the market, it would be priceless. She never imagined Subai would be so generous, handing over such a precious treasure to her. As long as you can live happily with Sunkai from now on, I won't ask for anything else. My brother isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Bear with him, and if anything comes up, just let me know. Subai naturally wished for the two to live happily ever after. Regardless of their motives for being together, once they were truly married, the equipment and such wouldn't matter. Go yourself. Sunkai spat in Subai's direction upon hearing this. Chapter 108, I'll just use it briefly. After tossing the staff to Yi Linger before him, Subai turned his gaze to the final staff remaining in front of him. Whisper of the Wind Staff. Grade, Semi-Divine Artifact. Attribute effects, Strength plus 500,000, Constitution plus 500,000, Mental power plus 500,000. Required level, 270. Equip skill, Summons Wind Spirits, commands the elemental power of wind across the heavens and earth. Can cast any 10 Super God tier wind elemental forbidden spells with a 1-hour cooldown. Can cast any wind elemental skill without cooldown. Special effect, upon equipping, you become the legendary child of the wind, mastering the power of the elements. Suitable for classes, Mage, Sorcerer, Prophet, Chosen One, Beastmaster. Damn, this is the real deal. Sunkai stared at the equipment before him, swallowing hard as a look of disbelief spread across his face. Unlimited casting of God tier forbidden spells? Are you kidding me? Even with cooldowns, having 10 God tier wind forbidden spells at his disposal meant even a God tier boss would be reduced to ashes. It's yours. Subai handed the jade green staff to Mu Yen before him and whispered softly. No, this is the most precious item here. I can't accept it. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Mu Yen's face before she quickly spoke up. Though she and Subai were very close, this kind of gear wasn't something that could be secured simply through friendship. In the world of professionals, even blood brothers could come to blows over a single piece of gear. You really underestimate me. Do you think I can't get my hands on gear like this? Just take it when I tell you to. What kind of relationship do we have that you need to be so polite? Subai rolled his eyes at Mu Yen before speaking softly. But this gear is truly too precious. Mu Yen took a deep breath, a hint of gravity in her eyes. It's supposed to be precious. If it weren't, I wouldn't give it to you. Subai shoved the staff into Mu Yen's hands with a smile. If I give this to you, what will you use? I see you don't have a dedicated staff of your own yet? Mu Yen cradled the staff in her hands, noticing Subai's empty grasp, and couldn't help but take another deep breath. Oh, you mean me? Whatever works. Subai chuckled, waving dismissively at the others before pulling out a simple, ancient-looking staff. Staff of Origin. Grade, Divine Artifact. Attributes, Spirit plus 1 million, Health plus 5 million. Level requirement, LV 180+. Equipment skill, Primordial Power, one of the most profound forces in existence. Upon equipping this staff, you shall become immune to all elemental attacks. You may summon an avatar of the elemental gods, whose power is rooted in your own spiritual strength. The greater your spiritual power, the mightier the avatar summoned. Cooldown, 1 day. Special attribute, you shall become the favored child of primordial power, drawing the instinctive affinity of all primordial energies. Suitable classes, Mage, Wizard, Elementalist. Damn, this skill is insane. What kind of god tier stats are these? It's practically blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes. Everyone stared at the equipment's attributes before them, gasping in astonishment, their faces frozen in disbelief. The stats were just too insane. Was this a divine artifact?
Speaking of which, do we even have divine artifacts in our country?
Hearing this, Sun Kai suddenly realized something and turned his gaze toward Subai. Divine artifacts probably exist, but I'm not sure how many.
The quantity definitely isn't huge. Equipment like this definitely won't be commonplace. Hearing this, Subai smiled faintly and quickly interjected. But calling this just for casual use, old man, isn't that a bit arrogant? Why is it that you get to use your gear right away, while we have to wait? Wang Fatty stared at Subai before him, a hint of resentment flickering across his face. Well, that's just because I'm lucky, I suppose. After all, gear drops are partly a matter of luck. With my dashing good looks and charming personality, I'm clearly far superior to you.
Subai smiled faintly, a hint of smugness in his eyes.
Pfft, shameless.
The three of them rolled their eyes at Subai, their gazes brimming with contempt.
Don't get ahead of yourselves. The real surprises are yet to come. You don't think these are the only two pieces of gear, do you?
A mysterious smile flashed across Subai's face. Before him lay a dense array of scrolls, over a dozen in total. Among them were scrolls to seal off space, scrolls for resurrection, scrolls to force exit from secret realms, and scrolls to break through spatial seals.
These 4 scrolls are for you.
Subai tossed over 2 resurrection scrolls, followed by 2 spatial teleportation scrolls.
But these are resurrection scrolls. You don't even want these?
Sun Kai was stunned, his eyes betraying a hint of disbelief. I do want them, but I already have my own stockpile. Besides, you don't need to worry about me. My ability to survive far exceeds your imagination.
Regardless, I don't want to see anything happen to you. Hearing this, Subai hastily waved his hands and explained. Then I won't hold back.
At this point, Sun Kai realized there was no point in being polite with Subai. The kid was practically a walking world boss.
Quickly put it away. Subai nodded, then turned his gaze toward one of the scrolls. Divine Grade Scroll.
Scroll Grade, Divine Artifact. Description: upon use, this scroll enhances the quality of equipment, limited to items below Divine Artifact tier. Subai stared at the scroll before him, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. This was a real treasure. With that thought, he immediately retrieved his infinity ring and placed it on the table.
Infinite Ring. Grade, Legendary. Equipment Attributes.
Subai crushed the scroll, and a surge of energy instantly enveloped the endless ring. The ring emitted a dazzling radiance, its divine aura radiating an overwhelming presence.
Infinite Ring. Grade, Divine Artifact. Equipment Attributes, Overall Attributes plus 200,000. Level Restriction, None.
Equipment Skill: upon activation, you may amplify any single skill's power by 1,000-fold. Usage: 2 times, cooldown, 12 hours. Special Effect: while equipped, your other skills have a chance to gain critical strike effects.
Class Restriction, None. Holy crap, this is insane. This is absolutely incredible.
Subai could barely resist kissing this ring. He wanted to sleep with it on. Even though the average stat boost from this ring wasn't that high, its skills were downright insane. It was precisely thanks to this ring that Subai could go toe-to-toe with the true elite powerhouses.
Chapter 109, A Gathering Before Parting. Alright, let's grab a bite to eat later. I'll go pack my things. I might be leaving tomorrow.
Subai spoke softly, looking at the 3 people before him.
Reunions were always fleeting.
Everyone was busy on their own paths of growth. There was never enough time for endless feasting and revelry.
Sounds good. I'll book a restaurant. Upon hearing this, Sun Kai nodded and replied.
He was now a bona fide tycoon, money was no object.
Then let's go freshen up.
Mu Yan and Yi Linger exchanged a glance before turning toward their rooms. After returning to his room, Subai packed all his belongings into his backpack, then pulled something else out of it.
Robes of the Lost. Grade, Immortal. Truly immortal.
Subai gazed at the robe in his hands, a hint of longing flickering in his eyes. Such a divine artifact could not be found anywhere in the entire Meteor Empire. Though he trusted Sun Kai and the others implicitly, this was his trump card, something he couldn't afford to reveal lightly.
Equipment Attributes, Law Power plus 2,000. Equipment Skill, Passive Skill: you are a forgotten one. Upon donning the Robe of Oblivion, most will forget you unless they meet you face to face.
The robe contains the powerful Law of Oblivion. Active Skill: all your skill effects will be imbued with the properties of the Law of Oblivion, stealing the opponent's memories and causing them to forget past events.
Level Restriction, None.
Special Attribute: memories of you begin to fade from others' minds. Even deities fall under the influence of the Law of Oblivion.
Recommended Classes, Mage, Beast Master, Curse Master.
What a treasure! Subai gazed at the robe before him, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. As the saying goes, fame brings fear, and his reputation throughout the entire Meteor Empire had now reached unprecedented heights. Even Subai felt immense pressure from constantly carrying this reputation. In his view, the most important thing was to quietly amass great wealth, no matter what he did.
Everything else was secondary. With this forgotten robe, he could maintain an even lower profile. But what exactly is this primordial force? Could this very thing be the exclusive domain of the gods? Subai opened his system interface. Name, Subai.
Class, God ruler of all things. Level, LV 185th transformation. Strength, 667,700. Constitution, 1,067,800. Agility, 359,800. Spirit, 1,629,800. Law power, 2,000. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Robe of Oblivion, Ring of Infinity, Ring of Desire, Ring of Light, Staff of Origin. Total combat power, 20 million. Skills, Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Concealment, Absolute Berserk, Invincible Golden Body, Absolute Dominion, Etherealization, Aligning Heaven and Earth, Absolute Defense, Divine Edict, Sovereign of all Spirits, Divine Might, Control, Heaven's Grace, Divine Word, Enlightenment, Divine Realm, Incubation. Beasts, 9 Nether Cloud Lark, Gangjin Mystic Tortoise. Talents God tier. Beast Mastery Fusion, host may select any contracted beast to share innate attributes. Host fully inherits the beast's innate abilities and base stats at double the value, with no cooldown. Divine Insight, can probe all hidden evolution paths, enabling significant upgrades to Beast Tamer rank. Divine Contract, issue contract commands to guarantee 100% successful binding with any designated target. Now this is what a system panel should be, damn luxurious. The only regret was that he didn't possess a complete set of gear exclusively his own. If he possessed a legendary full set, his combat power could easily multiply several times over. Within the Meteor Empire, the most renowned equipment was undoubtedly the Meteorite set. According to Subai's knowledge, under normal circumstances, this set could boost a 9th transformation expert's combat power by at least 8 million. Combined with other miscellaneous gear, breaking through to 10 million combat power would be no problem at all. It was precisely because of this mysterious and unique secret realm that the entire Meteor Empire, even without divine envoys, had risen to become one of the 5 top empires. Unfortunately, only 9th transformation experts could wear the set, and even then, they had to grind non-stop day and night just to have a chance at collecting the entire set. Subai, how's it going? Are we ready to go? Just then, a knock on the door interrupted Subai's thoughts. Don't worry, I'm coming. Hearing this, Subai hurriedly replied. He threw his robe over his shoulders and opened the door. Ha? I don't know why, but you seem kind of off? Sun Kai looked at Subai before him and spoke in a low voice. I am a bit. Are you okay? Upon hearing this, Muyen nodded, her eyes filled with surprise as she looked at Subai. I'm fine. Let's go. Subai was surprised that the equipment had taken effect so quickly. Changing the subject, he led the 3 people before him directly toward the entrance downstairs. The group soon arrived at an upscale, luxurious restaurant and ascended to a private room on the top floor. This was the most opulent hotel in the entire Meteorite Empire, rumored to be backed by royal power. Subai, when will you return to the academy? The dean asked me to inquire. Sun Kai sat beside Subai, glancing at Muyen nearby. That's still uncertain. I've got a lot on my plate lately. Once I wrap up things here, I should have time to return to the academy. Whether Subai returned to the academy or not was now meaningless. His sole objective now was to level up as quickly as possible and strive to break through to godhood sooner rather than later. Only by reaching the immortal realm of the gods could he feel a shred of security. He hadn't forgotten that both demon gods and divine beings had set their sights on him. That's truly unfortunate. The dean was just telling me about you. If you don't return, the dean will surely be heartbroken. Sun Kai chuckled upon hearing this. He, Sun Kai, was now a top prospect, a key talent being groomed within the academy. Partly because of Subai, and partly because Sun Kai himself worked tirelessly, his hidden profession was no slouch. However, due to Subai, Sun Kai's reputation remained obscure. It's fine. He'll forget about me soon enough. Subai heard this and couldn't help but chuckle, quickly responding. What did you say? Sun Kai froze, his eyes filled with confusion as he asked. Nothing. Let's eat quickly, the food is getting cold. Subai picked up his chopsticks and began eating heartily. Though the others felt a twinge of curiosity, they didn't press the matter. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Chapter 110, Who are you? Cousin, come with me. I've reserved the most luxurious private room for you. It's been ages since we last met. I've been wondering how you've been doing out there. You have no idea how much you've become the pride of our entire clan. Now, the whole family takes pride in you. Once you become a 9 transformation powerhouse, you'll be the pillar of our family. The future prosperity of our clan rests on your shoulders. A voice brimming with earnestness echoed in their ears. Just then, a waiter entered the room carrying dishes. 2 men passed by the doorway. One of them glanced at the other, his face betraying a hint of earnestness. Through the crack in the door, the young man, his face plastered with flattery, caught sight of Subai seated at the head of the table. He visibly froze. Immediately after, the door closed. How have you been at the Royal Academy lately? Have you been diligently leveling up? Let me tell you, this world is about to undergo earth-shattering changes. If you don't raise your rank, you'll end up as fish on a chopping block. That's all I can warn you about. Whether you rise to greatness or not depends entirely on you. The young man in the ornate robes glanced at his younger brother beside him, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. Of course I have. I've been working tirelessly to level up these past few days, striving to catch up to you, cousin. The man plastered a fawning smile across his face as he chattered on. I heard from third uncle that you've been bringing shame upon our family lately? The haughty man shot a cold glance at the fellow beside him and asked sharply. It's all because some bastard screwed me over. That son of a, if I ever catch him, I'll tear him limb from limb. The words came out through gritted teeth. His hatred for that man ran deep, so deep he could recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. Cousin, let's not talk about that annoying guy anymore. Let's go eat. The cuisine here is unmatched throughout the capital, it'll definitely satisfy you. The man tugged his cousin along and stepped into the private room next door. By the way, what exactly is the Elemental Academy? I've never heard of it before. Is it a dungeon? Sun Kai hurriedly asked Subai, who stood before him. Are you out of your mind? They told you it's an academy, yet you still think it's a dungeon? Of course it's an academy. But I've never heard of this academy either. Yilinger heard this and jabbed Sun Kai hard on the head, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Sun Kai was a born knight through and through. Knights are all about charging headlong into battle, not exactly the sharpest tools in the shed, but embodying that fearless, heroic spirit. It is an academy, but a very unique one. They only recruit disciples they personally select and never reveal their reputation to the outside world. Add to that how various nations intentionally or unintentionally conceal matters concerning the Elemental Academy, and it's no wonder people aren't particularly clear about this academy. Subai spoke up upon hearing this. At that thought, he abruptly pulled off his robes. If old Master Jiang Lin had forgotten about the teleportation array, that would spell trouble. The mysterious aura enveloping Subai gradually dissipated, and the crowd seemed to sense another peculiar transformation occurring within his body. Damn it, I remember now. Isn't that the bastard? The man seated in the adjacent private room abruptly stood up, a menacing glint flashing in his eyes as he crushed the glass cup in his hand. Earlier, he'd racked his brain, turning it over and over, yet couldn't figure out who that familiar figure was. Now it hit him, it was that bastard who'd made him dance in the street. What's wrong? The man standing beside him heard the remark and couldn't help but frown, asking softly. I found that bastard. Come with me, cousin. With that, the two headed straight for the adjacent room. The four people eating were startled by a loud crash as the front door was kicked off its hinges. A man stormed in, his eyes gleaming with a hint of madness. Who the hell are you? Who gave you permission to come in? Get the hell out of here. Sun Kai's expression darkened instantly upon seeing the man before him, and he immediately snapped back. He hadn't expected that in the short time it took them to eat a meal, they'd run into such a situation. Shut the hell up, you. You, get up right now. The man strode toward Subai, who was seated at the head of the table. Meanwhile, the cousin trailing behind the man fixed his gaze squarely on Mu Yen. Was this the first time he'd seen such a beautiful girl? Even within their academy, he'd never encountered such a stunning young woman. Miss, might we have the honor of making your acquaintance? I'm from the Elemental Academy, a third-year student. You might not have heard of us, but among all academies, ours ranks number 1, both domestically and internationally. The young man gave his robes a slight shake, a hint of pride on his face as he spoke softly. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew awkward. The guy who'd come to settle the score glared at his cousin, looking like he could eat him alive. Cousin, what on earth are you doing? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a confrontation? Pulling this stunt out of nowhere puts me in a tough spot as your brother. Get lost. Mu Yen curled her lips, a hint of coldness flickering in her eyes. Not only would she not give the students of Element Academy a second glance, but even if a teacher from Element Academy were here, Mu Yen wouldn't spare them a single look. At those words, her cousin's expression instantly turned icy. He nodded toward the young man. You bastard, speak up. Are you scared? You piece of, do you have any idea how much embarrassment you've brought me? You nearly made me unable to hold my head up in the entire imperial capital. Prompted by his cousin, the young man immediately sprang into action, striding up to Subai with eyes blazing with aggressive intent. And who might you be? Do I know you? Subai stared at the man before him, momentarily stunned. He genuinely couldn't place this man. Put. The moment those words left his mouth, the man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Good grief, what a temper. I've seen people hurt themselves, but never someone who could get so angry they vomited blood. Now that's talent. Chapter 111, Arena Gambling Duel. The man was so enraged he coughed up blood. He reached out, trembling as he pointed at Subai, his eyes betraying a hint of utter despair. You don't even recognize who I am? You're nothing but a bastard. The man glared at Subai before him, seething with rage so intense he wished to tear Subai limb from limb. He had been humiliated so thoroughly, yet now Subai remembered nothing. This incident was an excruciatingly painful memory for the young man. I'm terribly sorry, but I truly can't recall. Who might you be? Subai froze upon hearing this and asked. Brother, that's not quite right, is it? You've humiliated my cousin like this, that's hardly proper. The man looked at Subai before him, a hint of coldness in his eyes, and immediately retorted.
Not proper? Is there such a thing as proper etiquette? I honestly can't recall who this guy is.
Hearing this, Subai scrutinized the man before him, deep in thought. Indeed, he couldn't recall. He'd been through a lot lately, so forgetting someone was perfectly normal. Not long ago, you made my brother lose face big time in the capital. You relied on your powerful psychic abilities to mentally control him into dancing in the middle of the street.
Have you forgotten?
The man stared intently at Subai, enunciating each word deliberately. So this is the guy who was dancing on the street last time.
No wonder he looked familiar. I remember now, it was this guy. You know what?
This guy's become a celebrity all over the imperial capital. The staff standing by the entrance couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle as they watched the young man nearby.
Hearing this, Subai immediately recognized him. Oh, it's you.
Sorry about that, I almost didn't recognize you with your clothes on.
Hearing this, Subai nodded solemnly and replied. So many bamboo shoots. You've dug up every last one on the ground.
Especially when Subai said this, Sun Kai and Mu Yan standing nearby nearly laughed until tears streamed down their faces. That Subai was still the same as ever, his sharp tongue was like poison, each word stabbing straight to the heart.
You're driving me absolutely mad.
Hearing this, the man's face flushed crimson with fury, wishing he could sink into the ground.
That bastard dared to humiliate me like that. You wouldn't happen to want to dance again, would you?
Subai surveyed the two people before him and asked softly.
Dance? Who wants to dance? I can liven things up for him.
Sun Kai, standing nearby, immediately stood up and declared with utmost seriousness.
You two are asking for trouble.
Hearing this, the young man flipped the table before him, seething with rage as if he wanted to tear those two bastards limb from limb.
If you've got the guts, stop yelling here.
Let's head to the martial arts arena and see who's really the tough guy. The man in the ornate robe narrowed his eyes at Subai before him, his voice cold. As a student of the Elemental Academy, he held the people of the Meteor Empire in utter contempt. In his eyes, they were mere pawns to be manipulated at will. I truly admire your courage. Sun Kai gave the young man before him a thumbs up, his eyes flashing with a hint of approval.
No problem.
But let me make one thing clear, I hate trouble. If you two lose, you'll have to apologize and admit your mistake to me.
Got it? Subai's gaze was fixed primarily on the student from the Elemental Academy. He mainly wanted to see what this Elemental Academy student was really capable of. Fine. If you lose, you have to agree to any condition I demand.
At these words, a hint of fervor flickered in the eyes of the Elemental Academy students as they appraised Mu Yan.
You're courting death.
Subai narrowed his eyes, a hint of murderous intent flickering within.
The group left the hotel and arrived at the gambling arena. Cousin, I'll take the first match. I'll personally teach this guy a lesson.
The young man rolled up his sleeves, leaped onto the stage, and fixed Subai with a piercing stare. Today, he would wash away the shame of the past.
This should be entertaining.
Young blood is so impetuous.
You can say that again, he just jumped right into it. But that guy looks strangely familiar to me.
You're right, he does look familiar, but I just can't place where I've seen him before. The crowd stared at Subai on the stage, their eyes betraying a hint of surprise.
If you ask me, you two shouldn't challenge him one by one. Just go up together.
Subai looked at the two men before him and beckoned to the man below the stage.
Arrogant.
At this remark, the man clad in an ornate robe snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a faint chill.
Who was he? He was the renowned prodigy of the entire Elemental Academy.
For this man before him to look down on him was nothing short of courting death. In that case, you'd better go down there and dance.
Listen to me, admit defeat and go dance downstairs.
Subai gazed at the man before him, a bright smile spreading across his face as he spoke. The words had barely left his mouth when the young man froze in place.
Fine, I concede. I'll go dance down below.
Before anyone could react, the guy walked straight off the stage. He turned to face the audience before him, his face contorting almost beyond recognition.
No. Don't do this. Why can't I control myself? This guy desperately tried to regain control of his body.
But no matter how hard he tried, his clothes kept falling off one by one, leaving him in just his underwear. How shameless this guy is.
In broad daylight, under the clear sky, it's utterly disgraceful. Isn't that the young master of that prominent family? How could he do something so indecent?
The crowd below the stage covered their eyes at the sight, murmuring in disbelief.
He's already gone down. Now it's your turn.
I do want to see what makes your Elemental Academy so exceptional. I hope you'll put on a good show and not disgrace your Elemental Academy after all, there's quite an audience here. Subai narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the figure not far away before stepping into the vortex of the martial arts space.
Fine.
Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Today, I'll show you all just how formidable our Elemental Academy truly is. With that, the man snorted coldly and leapt into the vortex.
Chapter 112, You're too shallow. I remember now, isn't that the Duke of the Nation?
That's right, it's the Duke of the Nation.
I've seen him before.
Yes.
It's him, our hero. They actually dared to attack His Excellency the Duke of the Nation? Where did these bastards crawl out from? They've got some nerve, challenging the Duke of the Nation. You can say that again. Utterly audacious, they don't know when to quit. Witnessing the scene before them, the crowd nodded in agreement, murmuring among themselves. Meanwhile, the man who had been dancing overheard their conversation. His face instantly drained of color. The Duke of the Nation? That guy is the champion Marquis and Duke of the Nation? Holy crap! The man's heart nearly shattered. Ever since the last dance incident, he hadn't dared to attend the championship tournament. He'd mostly stayed holed up at home or sneaked into dungeons. He planned to wait until the dust settled before venturing out again. It was precisely this series of unfortunate events that meant he had never met Tsubai, nor did he know Tsubai was the Marquis champion from back then. Why didn't you mention this identity sooner? This is over. I've embarrassed myself beyond repair, and I'll probably face family discipline too. The man standing below the stage looked ashen, his eyes betraying a hint of despair. His father had made it clear, no one in the family was to offend the Duke of the State. Violators would face the family's disciplinary measures. Not only had he offended the Duke, but he'd overturned the very table where the Duke dined. This was nothing short of courting death. At this moment, he desperately wished Tsubai would treat him like a fart, let him off lightly. Within the martial arts space, the youth clad in an ornate robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of arrogance flickering in his eyes. Young man, I must say you possess considerable audacity. To dare challenge me. Do you even know who I am? This fellow was exceptionally arrogant, his eyes betraying a hint of haughtiness. Enough talk. Show me what you're really made of. Tsubai rolled his eyes at the remark. Are all these Elemental Academy folks this delusional? Fine. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. My name is Nangong Haoran. To fall at my hands would be an honor for you. Thunderfall. The man extended his hand and pointed toward the sky. The crackling roar of thunder instantly captured everyone's attention. Before anyone could react, thunder dragons began to form in the sky. A terrifying cage of lightning burst forth with an overwhelming aura, trapping Tsubai within its confines. The next instant, terrifying thunder dragons, each swaying their massive bodies, charged toward Tsubai. Tsubai's figure was completely engulfed in the thunderous chaos. Ignorance truly knows no fear. Under my thunder, even a 6th-tier powerhouse wouldn't dare feign such composure. Nangong Haoran watched the scene unfold before him, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes as he shook his head. In his eyes, Tsubai was already a dead man. To think he could resist my thunderous might with mere physical strength alone, this fool doesn't even know how he'll die. Is that all? Anything else worth mentioning? Tsubai waved his hand, and the terrifying thunder instantly dissipated. A hint of confusion flickered across his face, tinged with disappointment. He had expected this thunderous power to be utterly terrifying, yet upon striking him, it felt like nothing more than a tickle. It hadn't even triggered Tsubai's defensive mechanisms. How could this be? The young man froze at the sight before him, his face frozen in disbelief. His thunder power wasn't the strongest in the academy, but it easily ranked among the top 5. Yet this guy had completely ignored his thunder attack. Hey, could you put a little more effort into this? If this is all you've got, don't blame me for getting rough. Tsubai smiled faintly, gazing at the man before him as he spoke with a hint of provocation. Well then, taste this. A finger suddenly materialized in the sky, radiating an overwhelmingly violent, destructive aura. Terrifying thunder energy spread across its surface. Now this was interesting. Tsubai narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at the finger that had suddenly materialized in the sky. He actually sensed the aura of the law of destruction emanating from this finger. It seemed precisely because of this thunderous power that the aura of the law of destruction had been drawn forth. Hear me, dispersed. Tsubai gazed toward the heavens, his cold voice echoing throughout the entire space. What a delusional fantasy. You think you can make this thunder disperse? If you can make this thunder disperse, I'll call you Dad from now on. Before the words had fully faded, a grim expression crossed the man's face. His eyes fixed on the sky above, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. The skill he prided himself on had, at this very moment, truly dissipated. Not a trace of thunder remained in the sky. The terrifying thunderous power vanished completely in that instant. What kind of demonic magic did you use? Gulping nervously as he stared at Tsubai before him, the man's eyes betrayed a hint of terror. This man was terrifying, nothing short of a freak. My dear son, bring whatever else you've got. I'll take it all. Tsubai didn't answer him, his gaze fixed intently on the man as he asked softly. Looking for death? Thunder, come. Thunder strikes. Thunder strikes again. A full 10 minutes later, the man sat panting on the ground, feeling utterly drained. Are you messing with me? You did this on purpose, didn't you? Glaring at Tsubai before him, the man clenched his fists, a hint of despair flickering in his eyes. No, I just wanted to gauge your depth. Too bad you're so shallow. In that case, I'll give you a send-off. Tsubai vanished from his spot, reappearing instantly before the man. He extended his right hand and lifted the man off the ground. You won't dare kill me, and you can't kill me. I'm a student of the Elemental Academy.
If you kill me, our academy's teachers won't let you off the hook. The man struggled desperately, a glimmer of despair in his eyes.
I'm not really killing you. Just giving you a taste of what death feels like. Who gave you the right to ogle around like that? My woman, do you think you can just stare whenever you want?
Subai tightened his grip slightly, hoisting the man higher, his eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness.
Chapter 113, The Shadow of Man, The Name of Tree. Subai's right hand tightened relentlessly, snapping the man's neck cleanly.
His movements were deliberate and slow, ensuring the man savored every moment of his impending demise. The next instant, both figures materialized on the stage. The man sat on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with utter despair.
That sensation of death was truly terrifying. He truly believed he was about to die.
Fortunately, this was within the martial arts realm. Otherwise, he would have perished for certain.
You're courting death. I'm from the Nangong clan. How dare you treat me like this? Don't you fear our clan coming after you?
Nangong Haoran glared at Subai, his teeth clenched in fury.
You're nothing but a family name.
Subai heard this and shook his head lightly.
Say another word to me, and see what happens? You think I won't kill you right now? Which family do you belong to? The Nangong clan? Does the Nangong clan dare speak such words? This is treason. Are you plotting rebellion? Before Subai could respond, the crowd below the stage erupted in shouts.
The torrent of abuse left Nangong Haoran stunned.
What the hell is wrong with these people? He'd merely made a bold statement. Was this level of abuse really necessary? At that very moment, figures began descending from the sky. They were all prominent figures from the Nangong clan, led by the clan's patriarch. Our deepest apologies, Your Excellency the Duke of the State. These foolish children of ours have caused you trouble. Please don't take it personally. They're just a bunch of brats. Here's our apology to you. The Nangong patriarch was straightforward. He bowed his hands toward Subai, and a large amount of resources appeared at his feet. Take the items back. Keep your disciples in line. If this happens again, don't blame me for being unkind. Subai heard these words, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He turned and strode directly toward the base of the arena. We bid farewell to the Duke of the State. The head of the Nangong family and the other powerful members of his clan bowed their hands in Subai's direction, their eyes revealing a hint of respect. Farewell, Duke of the Nation. Farewell, Duke of the Nation. Farewell. The onlookers lining both sides immediately parted to form a path, bowing their hands toward Subai with eyes brimming with reverence. Witnessing this scene, Subai summoned the netherworld mystic bird. The group mounted the bird and vanished into the sky. He's the Duke of the Nation? Who is the Duke of the Nation? No, how could he possess the abilities of a beast master? Nangong Haoran watched the scene unfolding in the sky, a hint of astonishment visible on his face. What an idiot. Doesn't even know the Duke of the Nation is a beast master. Exactly. That kid must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Maybe the Duke of the Nation beat him senseless. How else could he be so clueless? He's not even as smart as my son. My son is only 3 years old, and he already knows the Duke of the State is a beastmaster. The crowd below the stage watched Nangong Haoran standing atop it, shaking their heads in disbelief, their eyes flashing with disdain. A beastmaster? He's actually a beastmaster? He didn't even release a beast. He clearly looks down on me. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Haoran spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Take these two useless fools back to the clan and deal with them according to clan regulations. The Nangong family head surveyed the two men before him, his eyes betraying a hint of cold indifference. He had repeatedly warned them not to provoke Subai, yet these two fools still dared to step onto the stage with him. They truly didn't know when to quit. The second young master is from the Elemental Academy. Should he also be punished? An elderly man heard the words, his eyes narrowing with gravity. Who cares if he's from the Elemental Academy? When did our Nangong family ever need to bow to others when disciplining our own disciples? Joining the Elemental Academy taught him nothing else, but it certainly filled him with arrogance. Give him a thorough beating to strip that pride from him. This is for the Emperor's sake. Remember this, it's not the Elemental Academy that rules here, it's the Meteor Emperor. Laying a hand on Subai is tantamount to treason. The Nangong family head gave a cold snort and led his entourage away. At that moment, Subai and his three companions stood atop the highest point of the imperial city, gazing at the distant sunset clouds. What a beautiful sight! Muyan murmured to herself, gazing toward the distant horizon. It is rather beautiful. Subai nodded in agreement, his voice soft. The setting sun bathed the entire imperial city in its glow, creating a breathtaking scene that drew one in, leaving them utterly captivated. Subai, you were so awesome just now. When will I ever get to be like you? Sun Kai stroked his chin, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Seeing how those people treated Subai with such respect filled him with a surge of pride. When you're able to slay a demon god like I did, I reckon everyone will treat you the same way. Subai pondered seriously before replying softly. Forget it. I'd rather live a few more years. Hearing this, Sun Kai hastily waved his hands.
The four waited until the sun set. Subai rode the netherworld bird to the gate of Dean Jianlin's small courtyard.
Kid, you're something else. I just told you to teach those Elemental Academy students a lesson, and you went and beat up the young master of the Nangong family? I'm quite pleased. He looked at Subai before him, chuckled softly, and spoke in a low voice. I don't think the elemental powers of those Elemental Academy students are all that formidable. Subai offered no explanation, instead sitting down on the chair beside old Master Jiang and asking with a hint of surprise. That depends on the person.
That kid Nangong Haoran is indeed stronger than most, but not by much.
He's just a somewhat outstanding genius. His strength would probably rank him in the top 30 at the Elemental Academy. But if you were facing the top 20 prodigies from the Elemental Academy, it would be a different story.
Their affinity for various elements is absurdly high, and their absorption of primordial power is terrifying. If you face that group, they might cause you some trouble, maybe just enough to barely summon your beast. Jiang Lin, having seen much of the world, believed Subai's current strength already surpassed his peers by countless tiers. Especially after slaying that demon god, his power would become even more unfathomable. No one knew what gear the demon god might drop upon death, only Subai himself held that knowledge. And certainly no one would dare challenge him unless some old geezer decided to hang himself, tired of living too long.
After all, this was someone who could slay a demon god who would dare provoke Subai. Chapter 114, Departure for the Elemental Academy.
Subai stroked his chin, deep in thought.
Old man, I have a question for you. Could you help clear up my confusion? Regarding the matter of law power, Subai was still utterly baffled. This old man before him had seen and experienced so much, perhaps he held some understanding. No problem. I've seen it all. When it comes to erudition, I'm far beyond most.
Jiang Lin stroked the beard on his chest, a hint of confidence flickering in his eyes.
What exactly is the power of laws?
Subai took a deep breath and asked softly.
The power of the laws?
It is the exclusive domain of the gods, of force of law that transcends all other energies.
Demon gods wield the law of destruction.
As for the divine faction, they command a multitude of law powers: light, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and all sorts of other chaotic elements.
Truthfully, I was puzzled too.
Logically speaking, your ability to slay a demon god must have involved harnessing the power of the laws.
But you're not a divine envoy, so you're inherently without the power of the laws. How did you manage it?
Old Master Jiang Lin scratched his head, a look of puzzlement in his eyes.
According to conventional theory, only other laws can suppress a law. Even energies capable of dispersing a law's power cannot utterly destroy it.
I suspect it might be connected to the semi-divine artifact in my possession.
It likely contains traces of law's power.
It was precisely by relying on this law energy that I suppressed those destructive laws and successfully annihilated the demon god. Subai stroked his chin, speaking with solemn earnestness. That ring of light must contain the power of the light law, which significantly suppressed the weakened demon god.
So that's how it was. Seems this demi-artifact still holds some secrets. I'll study it thoroughly later. We've never approached a demi-divine artifact from the perspective of law power before. You've certainly given me a new angle to consider. Hearing this, Jiang Lin nodded thoughtfully. One more thing, how many divine artifacts and immortal grade equipment do we have in our country? Subai hesitated for a moment before asking again.
There are many semi-divine artifacts, but only 8 true divine artifacts. The most renowned among them is the Eternal Mountain River Sword. That artifact was the first divine weapon obtained by our founding emperor. As for the others, they pale in comparison to that blade. As you know, some equipment may share the same quality tier, but their functions can be entirely different.
As for immortal grade equipment, we truly have none.
The Meteor Empire has none, the White Eagle Empire possesses only one, and none exist in the other established great powers either. The Elemental Academy does possess one. That old man acquired it through sheer luck after narrowly escaping death. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin pondered for a moment before hurriedly asking.
Not a single one? Subai's eyes widened in disbelief. Come on, that's immortal grade gear. You think it's just junk lying around on the street? The most common items at auctions are semi-divine artifacts. Divine artifacts themselves are never put up for auction. Do you even know what immortal means?
It means that even if you die, the equipment remains, passed down through generations.
Every immortal grade item is one of a kind. If you could possess a full set, you'd rival the gods themselves.
Old man Jiang Lin rolled his eyes and shot him a disapproving glance.
Wait, you didn't just pull out an immortal grade piece of gear, did you?
Hearing this, Jiang Lin snapped to attention and blurted out.
No, absolutely not. How could that be possible?
After I killed that demon god, it rewarded me with a divine artifact. I was actually wondering why it didn't give me an immortal grade piece of gear.
Subai hastily waved his hands, launching straight into his tall tale mode.
After all, none of these people had ever slain a demon god, so they wouldn't know if they could drop immortal grade gear.
Alright.
Upon hearing this, old Master Lin nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on Subai with a hint of skepticism.
How's the teleportation array coming along?
Seeing this, Subai immediately changed the subject and asked urgently.
It's ready. We can teleport immediately.
I'll teleport you over tomorrow afternoon sharp.
John Lin heard this and quickly replied. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out now. After bidding farewell to John Lin, Subai turned and slipped into Muyen's villa. Youth is truly wonderful, full of boundless energy. John Lin watched Subai's retreating figure and couldn't help but shake his head, teasing him. Leaving tomorrow already? When will you be back? I'm not sure when I'll be back yet. Wish you a safe journey. Be careful on the road. If anything happens, remember to think of me. Don't go and lose your life.
Muyen gazed at Subai before her and murmured softly.
Alright, then. Until we meet again. You must train hard and level up. I'll come find you when the time comes. Subai nodded and offered his own parting words. Safe travels.
As Subai prepared to leave, Muyen rushed forward, planted a kiss on his cheek, then blushed and scampered away.
The next day. Subai arrived punctually at the teleportation array entrance in the afternoon. Are you coming with me?
Subai glanced at John Lin beside him and asked softly.
Of course I am. That old codger isn't someone to mess with. I have to go with you. I'm worried that guy might brainwash you. That academy specializes in brainwashing. John Lin nodded solemnly.
He hadn't wanted to go at first, but since Subai seemed to possess an immortal great artifact, he had no choice but to join.
Fine.
Hearing this, the two stepped into the teleportation array. Blinding white light enveloped them as terrifying energy fluctuations filled the skies above the imperial city.
Girl, why on earth can't you stand Subai? You two are truly meant to be apart.
Every time you see Subai, you end up vomiting. From the towering heights, the falling star emperor gazed at his beloved daughter, sighing with a hint of resignation on his face.
I don't want to either, but what can I do?
The girl propped her chin up with both hands, a look of resignation flickering across her face.
The dean actually came to the teleportation array himself? What's going on? No idea. It's rare to see the chancellor act this way. Could it be a head of state from another nation? Impossible. Even if the high priest of the White Eagle Empire arrived, the dean would never stoop to such a lowly posture, let alone come all the way to the teleportation array to greet them. Gazing at the dean standing at the portal entrance, the gathered crowd murmured in speculation. Chapter 115, Elemental Academy.
A brilliant white light shot skyward as the distant teleportation array erupted with powerful fluctuations, radiating an overwhelming aura.
They've arrived.
The dean's eyes brightened slightly as he murmured softly.
Finally, we'll see the true face of the inner realm. This is so nerve-wracking, I almost thought a deity had arrived. You're not the only one. I'm nervous too. Just who is this important figure that the dean himself came to greet? Don't worry, we'll see their true face soon enough.
Everyone gazed toward the teleportation array, unconsciously craning their necks. Just then, the white light suddenly dimmed.
Two figures emerged from the teleportation array.
Subai surveyed the surroundings, his eyes brimming with curiosity.
John Lin followed behind Subai.
Spotting the figure of the academy's dean, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Young friend Subai, I told you we were destined to cross paths.
See? Here we meet again.
Old man's words still hold some truth.
The dean of the Elemental Academy looked at Subai before him, chuckled softly, and said, Greetings, elder.
Subai bowed his hands toward the elder before him, activating his piercing illusion divine eyes.
Name, Luo Jojo. Occupation, Elemental Origin Master. Level, 9 Transformations 999. Skills, Elemental Cage, Elemental Domination, Elemental War. Combat Power, 99.99 million. Affiliation, Human Race Elemental Academy Meteor Empire. Holy, is this even possible?
Subai glanced at the venerable Luo Jojo before him and froze, a look of indescribable shock flashing across his face. A combat power of 99.99 million, he was about to break the 100 million mark. No wonder Jiang Lin, despite his constant verbal contempt for this old man, had to acknowledge his power. This combat strength was absolutely the highest Subai had ever seen. Apart from that Azure Dragon divine beast and seemingly a few demonic gods from the demon clan, this old man before him was undoubtedly the strongest.
Last time at the Secret Realm's entrance, he hadn't paid much attention to this old gentleman. Just call me Dean Luo. Luo Jojo waved his hand at Subai with a smile. How could he be a young man? Am I seeing things? No, how could he be a young man? Just a youngster like this, what gives him the right to be treated with such solemn respect by the dean? You ask me, and I ask who? I'm just as baffled as you are. Why isn't the dean following the usual script?
The onlookers immediately fixed their gaze on Subai, their minds churning with a whirlwind of speculation.
Dean Luo, you must have sensed the elemental power within me last time, which is why you were so certain we'd met before, right? Subai heard the question and asked with a smile. Quite perceptive. I did indeed sense the elemental spirit within you.
In all these years, you're the first person I've seen capable of contracting an elemental spirit. You must understand that these darlings of nature, born of heaven and earth, will only enter into contracts with the spirit race. They never bind themselves to anyone else.
I must know what exactly you did in that secret realm?
Luo Shanhe looked at Subai before him, nodding slightly with a faint smile on his lips.
And what about you, Dean? Didn't the elemental spirits acknowledge you? Subai blinked at the question, replying with unflappable composure.
No wonder this old man had been stealing elemental source power everywhere back then. Turns out his profession demanded it, he had no choice but to steal.
Ahem, ahem.
Upon hearing this, Luo Jojo immediately cleared his throat twice, his eyes flashing with a hint of alarm.
This kid actually saw through his profession? Interesting. This matter was becoming more and more intriguing.
The world believed him, Luo Jojo, to be an elemental mage, never suspecting he was the elemental lord himself.
Ah, old man, you've finally been bested?
You've been putting on airs all this time, now you've got nowhere to hide. Zhang Lin burst into laughter upon hearing this, a hint of smugness flickering across his face.
Let's go inside to talk. We don't want others laughing at us. With a sweeping gesture from the elemental lord, the two vanished from their spot and reappeared inside a pavilion.
In the distance stretched the boundless expanse of the boundless sea, its waves surging with countless creatures leaping and cheering amidst the tumult, radiating an utterly terrifying aura.
Is that the world boss?
Subai fixed his gaze upon the creature below and activated his divine eye of truth.
World boss. Name, Taurolus. Species, 10,000-year mystic turtle. Level, LV 1500. Divine rank, lower god. HP, 8,500,000,000. Strength, 458,137,843. Mental power, 864,381,398. Agility, 294,664,845. Combat power, 109,658,1598. Is this a true deity?
Subai sucked in a sharp breath, his face flashing with disbelief.
This old man's level of awesomeness is off the charts. He actually commanded a genuine divine being. You guessed right.
This is a genuine deity tier boss, having ascended to the level of a lesser god. Back then, I happened to cross paths with this massive creature by sheer coincidence.
Luo Jojo nodded, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. Finally, this little guy felt a hint of awe, and that feeling was pretty satisfying. Subai, of course, didn't buy the old man's tall tales. A mere encounter? How could that possibly make this 10,000-year-old mystic turtle willingly submit? Enough with the bragging. Subai isn't like you, heartless and ungrateful. Besides living on this island, what else do you pursue in life?
Hearing this, Zhang Lin snorted coldly, a hint of indifference flickering in his eyes.
You can't explain ice to a summer insect. How could you possibly comprehend what this old man intends to do? Luo Jojo glanced at Zhang Lin before him and couldn't help but snort coldly. Then tell me what you're doing. We've been through a lot together, haven't we?
We were teammates during the same period.
You just abandoned the squad like that without even telling me why? You still owe everyone an explanation.
At these words, Zhang Lin immediately stood up and retorted.
Subai felt like he'd just stumbled upon a bombshell. These two were actually teammates? Subai, I ask you, do you believe in the gods?
Luo Jojo remained silent, turning his gaze toward Subai with a hint of profound depth in his eyes.
Me? I don't believe in gods. I only believe in myself.
Only the power I hold in my own hands is my true reliance. Hearing this, Subai shook his head decisively and voiced his own perspective.
Chapter 116, The Deal with the Big Shot. Gods?
What are gods? As long as I can see a health bar, forget gods, even the ruler of the universe would have his ashes scattered.
See? That's the biggest difference between you and us.
You spend your days fantasizing that gods will save the Meteor Empire, that they'll save humanity.
But where are these gods?
Let me tell you the truth, the gods abandoned this world long ago.
Luo Jojo snorted coldly at these words, a trace of contempt flickering in his eyes. You're talking nonsense. You're spouting utter rubbish. If the gods truly abandoned the entire world, then why would divine messengers still appear? Hearing this, Zhang Lin pointed at Luo Jojo before him and declared fiercely. Divine messengers? Have you ever seen a god truly intervene?
They're merely a group of emissaries. If he so desired, he could conjure 1,000 or 10,000 such emissaries at will. The moment the demon god chose to appear, the gods vanished. Luo Jojo laughed, his words dripping with contempt for the gods. At these words, Subai remained remarkably composed. He wouldn't choose to believe in any gods. He trusted only his beast taming and his own strength.
Gentlemen, let's change the subject. There's no point in continuing this argument.
Dean Luo, my purpose in coming here is to seek primordial power.
Could you assist me by providing a strand of it?
Subai looked at the elder before him and spoke softly.
No problem. But you must agree to 2 conditions. Luo Jojo nodded slightly upon hearing this and promptly replied. Name your conditions. I'll agree to anything you ask. Upon hearing this, Subai immediately nodded. First, the national war is about to begin. I want you to go to the battlefield and retrieve something for me. Luo Jojo said softly. What do you need it for? I warn you, don't waste Subai's time. Hearing this, Zhang Lin, who was standing nearby, immediately grew anxious. What is it? Subai knew boss Zhang Lin wouldn't deceive him. The fact that it could make him lose his composure like this proved that this thing was no ordinary object. A battle spear. Its quality is practically that of a divine artifact. But the quest to obtain this spear is rather demanding. The objectives change with each update. You'll have to check the specific requirements yourself during the nation war. At these words, doubts began to stir within Subai. National war? War spear? Divine artifact? The way these three things were linked together felt off to Subai. Was this old man up to something? Luo Jojo, what exactly are you thinking? At these words, Zhang Lin furrowed his brow, his eyes flashing with urgency as he pressed. That's none of your concern. Just tell me, do you agree or not? Luo Jojo stared intently at Subai before him. I can agree to it. But I can't guarantee I'll definitely get it. Subai took a deep breath before replying softly. Rest assured, it's not just me. The Emperor of the Meteor Empire will likely assign you this task as well. As for whether you can obtain it if you fail this time, simply wait until next year's national war begins. You still have time. Luo Jojo spoke with remarkable composure. The second matter is simpler. I want you to help me explore a secret realm, a very special one. Of course, you won't be going alone. You'll need to bring along some of our academy students. As he spoke, a secret realm credential suddenly appeared in the elder's hand. Secret realm pass, Abyss of Heaven's Fall. Level restriction, below 8th transformation. Secret realm description, none. Requirements, none. Is this a legitimate secret realm? A faint black line appeared on Subai's forehead, his eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity. Mission briefing? None. Mission requirements? None. No mission deadline. This was clearly a no-name product. I have no idea about that. It's up to you. But I should warn you, no one who's entered this secret realm has ever come out alive. Whether you go in or not is entirely up to you. Luo Jojo spoke softly to Subai before him. Well, since you've laid out your conditions, might I propose one of my own? Subai stroked his chin, deep in thought. Go ahead. Luo Jojo didn't refuse, watching Subai with keen interest. This was the first time he'd ever seen someone dare to negotiate business with him. The young man before him was truly audacious. I have 4 demands. First, you must provide me with primordial power. Should I request it again in the future, you cannot refuse. Second, I require other elemental spirits. Their grade must not be too low at minimum, they must be sovereign level or higher. Third, should I encounter trouble in the future, you must assist in resolving it. Fourth, I demand access to your treasury to exchange items. It will be an equal exchange, you won't lose a penny. The figure before him was a colossus whose fame reverberated across the entire world. His favor is something not to be passed up. No problem. The elemental clan isn't easy to contract with. Are you truly confident you can handle it? That's none of your concern. Your most important task now is to grant me the primordial power. Subai extended his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips, offering his right palm directly. The primordial power of which element? Hearing this, the elder extended his hand, and dazzling beams of light blossomed in his palm. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Subai hesitated for a moment before replying softly. All right, no problem. The figure reached out into the void, and the 4 primordial forces of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning burst forth with dazzling brilliance, materializing directly before Subai. Just stow these in your backpack. Luo Jojo fiddled with the primal energies dancing and leaping in his hands as he murmured. Congratulations on obtaining the origin of thunder. It has been automatically stored in your system backpack. Congratulations. You have obtained the wind primordial force. It has been automatically stored in your system backpack. Congratulations on obtaining the fire primordial energy. For notification tone sounded, and a hint of excitement flashed across Subai's face. Here, take this token. With it, you may freely enter and exit my academy. Simply infuse it with a strand of your energy. Luo Jojo tossed a token into Subai's hand. I have one small request, would it be possible to spar with some of your academy students? Subai blinked and asked in a low voice. Of course. It'll be perfect for showing those guys what you're capable of. Might just knock some of that arrogance right out of them. With that, both men found themselves in agreement. Chapter 117, Sparring. Who do you think that young man is? No clue. I've been analyzing him for ages, but I still can't figure out what level he's at. No one of his caliber deserves to be personally received by the dean. Today's events are downright bizarre. Exactly. Even if a deity showed up, the dean wouldn't treat them this well. Xingwei, what do you think? Who do you reckon that guy is? The 5 stood on the playground, quietly asking the girl not far from them. If you're so curious, why not just ask the dean directly? Why agonize over it here?
The girl rolled her eyes at the 5 of them.
But that's exactly what we're wondering.
When the 5 of us first entered the academy, the dean only showed his face once.
Could this young man possibly have even better aptitude than us?
A youth with fiery red hair spoke softly.
Fiery flames, right.
This youngster's probably here to steal our jobs. The youth draped in a yellow robe nodded solemnly.
Bull.
Our 5 talents are absolutely the strongest the academy has ever seen.
No matter how strong that youngster is, how much stronger could he possibly be? A man with pale blue hair spoke with a hint of resentment.
The discussion continued. This group was intensely curious about Subai's identity, with some already inquiring with academy instructors.
Attention all academy students. Attention all academy students. Attention all academy students. Proceed immediately to the martial arts platform for assembly. Proceed immediately to the martial arts platform. The headmaster has an important task to assign to you. All students within the academy must arrive at the martial arts arena within 15 minutes.
The cold, metallic voice boomed from the distant loudspeaker. The moment the announcement ended, the crowd wasted no time, racing toward the martial arts arena. Once gathered, all eyes fixed upon a youth standing atop the elevated platform.
Isn't that just that guy? It must be him. What does the headmaster mean by this? You know what? That kid's pretty handsome. He's got a bit of my charm about him. Handsome or not aside, the dean summoned all of us just for him? What kind of honor is this? Could this kid be the dean's chosen successor?
The crowd murmured quietly as they gazed at Subai standing atop the elevated platform.
Subai, act cocky. Teach them a lesson. No need to spare this old geezer any face. Jian Lin stood nearby, frantically winking at Subai. Don't worry.
Subai nodded and murmured softly. The group stared at Subai before them, rubbing their hands together, eager to get started.
Everyone's here now.
Allow me to formally introduce you to this young man, the champion marquis of the Meteor Empire, who should now be addressed as the Duke of the State. His purpose is simple, he wants to test his skills against you all.
Is there anyone here willing to face him?
Looking at the crowd before him, Luo Jojo spoke softly.
So this is Subai?
I hear this kid's quite famous.
Famous? He's already one of the top names in the country. Defeating him would make you famous far and wide. Should I give it a shot? I want to try too. Count me in too.
The crowd below the stage was itching to challenge Subai.
Honestly, fighting any of you would be pointless.
Because in my eyes, you're all useless.
Instead of coming one by one, why don't you all come at me together? Every last one of you get into the martial arts space.
Gazing at the crowd before him, Subai brushed his long robe and spoke softly. The moment those words left his mouth, both inside and outside the arena erupted into chaos.
Wow, you've really managed to piss everyone off.
Jian Lin stared at Subai before him and couldn't help but gasp.
No big deal. Subai surreptitiously flashed him an OK sign. That's just too arrogant. I've never seen anyone this arrogant. We have to take him out. He's utterly arrogant.
The bickering continued to echo, while the crowd below the stage glared at Subai, practically itching to tear him limb from limb. I'll be waiting for you in the martial arts realm. Subai plunged directly into the vortex above his head, his figure appearing on the distant light screen.
Has this kid always been this arrogant?
I like his arrogant, unapologetic attitude, but he really does look down on people too much.
Who can argue with that?
After all, the talents we've cultivated are all top-tier prodigies.
This guy doesn't give them the time of day.
The instructors watched Subai's figure, their eyes betraying a hint of emotion. They'd seen arrogant individuals before, but never anyone this audacious.
Even the former dean, hailed as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, hadn't been this arrogant. Let's go. Deal with this brat.
One man charged straight into the vortex, followed closely by the others. A dense swarm of figures filled the martial arts training space. The entire training ground was deserted. Regardless of whether they were freshmen, sophomores, juniors, or seniors, this entire group had gone up, determined to teach Subai a lesson.
Shall I let you strike first? I'm afraid if I do, you lot won't be able to handle it.
Subai stood facing the crowd, surveying the thousands of trainees before him. A hint of reckless confidence flickered in his eyes once more.
Brothers, take him down. One of the men growled, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy that roared toward Subai. A dense swarm of skills appeared overhead, completely engulfing Subai. He's done for now, right? The crowd stared at Subai's position, their voices cold and ruthless. After the terrifying energy ripples subsided, Subai still stood there. You guys aren't any better. Leave it to me. Subai swept his arm wide, activating his skill. Beast-Human Union.
Xiaobai's attributes began stacking wildly onto Subai's body, with his single mental attribute value already breaking through 5 million.
Listen to me, you all deserve to be destroyed.
Subai surveyed the crowd before him, radiating an utterly terrifying aura as he spoke coldly. The moment his words fell, the figures of over 1,000 people began shattering one after another, tumbling directly out of the martial arts space. The once vast crowd now numbered only 5. The top 5 prodigies revealed a hint of terror in their eyes, their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
Listen to me, the 5 of you should also be eliminated.
Subai smiled faintly and continued.
Divine words activated.
The bodies of these 5 shattered instantly, vanishing into the void.
Chapter 118, Job Change Quest. That's it? It's over? No way. How could he? He only said one sentence. I don't understand. I really can't wrap my head around it. I didn't even get to use any of my skills. How did I just die? How did he do it?
The crowd stood on the playground, gazing up at Subai floating high in the sky, their eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment.
They'd seen twisted skills before, but never anything as absurd as Subai's. Instant kill with just one sentence. Alright, looks like you're not convinced? Very well. But don't show your dissatisfaction in front of me.
Subai looked at the crowd before him and said with a smile.
You know what? This feeling of showing off in public is genuinely exhilarating.
Divine speech is nothing short of a god-tier skill. Let me enlighten you, Subai possesses a skill called divine speech, which can unconditionally suppress anyone with lower mental attributes than him. In other words, even though you don't know what happened, in that instant, your minds were all controlled by him, leading to your self-destruction in the blink of an eye. Just then, Luo Jojo stepped forward, casting a slightly peculiar glance at Subai.
This guy never became a divine messenger, yet he somehow mastered a god-defying skill like divine speech? This kid is definitely not right. How could such a monstrous skill even exist? I'm speechless. Damn it, just how much mental power does this kid have? Can't see it at all, he's hiding his attribute panel. What a beast!
Hearing this, the crowd cursed under their breath.
No way, he just wasted his survival item like that? We didn't even get a chance to fight back before we were defeated.
The red-haired flame clenched his fists, a look of disbelief flickering in his eyes.
Well, we deserve it. We chose to use that thing ourselves. Zhao Tu sighed at the remark. Qingwei, what do you think?
One of the men turned to Qingwei beside him, his expression grave as he asked.
I don't know. This guy is strange. Could he be the legendary divine messenger?
Upon hearing this, Qingwei shook her head, a trace of confusion flickering in her eyes. But according to the records in the library, even a divine messenger wouldn't possess strength this terrifying.
If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Maybe we can spar another time.
Subai waved to the group before him and followed Zhang Lin out of the martial arts arena.
Doesn't it feel unbelievable?
It was my idea to have him show his hand to teach you a lesson. Remember this, there are always those more skilled than you, and the sky has no limits. Oh, and one more thing, Subai isn't a divine messenger or an oracle.
He's a beast master. Luo Jojo finished speaking and vanished in an instant. Holy, I got one shot by a beast tamer? I didn't even see a beast? This is absurd. Absurdity itself opening the door for more absurdity, it's beyond belief. This is insane. How could this happen? I'm a fire element chosen one, and I got one shot by a beast tamer. Hearing the dean's words, the crowd's morale instantly shattered, plunging them into a moment of utter despair. That kid is definitely strange. No way, I need to dig into the records. Where did this freak even come from? Luo Jojo stared in the direction Subai and the others had departed, his eyes betraying a hint of disbelief. Why the rush? Zhang Lin watched Subai hurry toward the teleportation array, his eyes filled with surprise as he asked. Something's up. We'll talk about it once we're out of here. Subai led the old man into the teleportation array. When they reappeared, they had already returned to the capital of the Meteorite Empire. Old man, I must now complete my class change quest. I'm heading into the lower demon abyss to destroy the demon god's pillar. Do you have a way to get me into multiple secret realms so I can destroy multiple pillars of demonic gods? Subai summoned the netherworld bird, and the two soared into the sky, heading toward the academy. Are you kidding me? Wait, you're changing jobs again? And the job change quest is to destroy the demon god pillars? The old man was utterly bewildered upon hearing this. Exactly. The reward for this quest has no upper limit. I want to see just how many I can destroy. Subai nodded slightly upon hearing this. There's a way. But are you really up for it? Hearing this, a hint of hesitation flickered in the old man's eyes. Then hurry up and tell me. Subai rolled his eyes at the old man's feigned solemnity. The demon abyss is divided into 99 layers, further categorized into 3 tiers, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The advanced demon abyss is where the 9-turn guardians reside. If you wish to destroy as many demon pillars as possible, you need only target those in the first layer of the abyss. The first layer, the 33rd layer, and the 66th layer each serves as a cornerstone. Once the pillar of the first layer is destroyed, the entire abyss from the first to the 33rd layer will collapse. If you could truly accomplish that, you'd be undertaking a project for all of humanity. The old man took a deep breath and hurriedly spoke up. Is the guardian of the first layer of the abyss incredibly powerful? Subai asked curiously. It's not that he's exceptionally strong, but there's a specific condition. That is, there's a level restriction for entering the lower demon abyss. You must be below the 6th transformation.
Compared to practitioners at the 6th transformation, this guardian is a true demon god. I didn't tell you before because you were being targeted by the burning heaven demon god. I figured you wouldn't venture into the abyss lightly. To Jianlin, Subai's importance was self-evident. There was no need to force Subai into tackling the first layer of the abyss. Doing so would not only draw the attention of the heavenly demon gods but make him their primary target, prompting them to attack him within the abyss at any cost. I see. Understood. Take me to the first layer of the abyss. Upon hearing this, Subai immediately nodded and murmured softly. Are you absolutely certain? There's no turning back once you've made this choice. Those demon gods will go berserk. They'll hunt you down without regard for anything else. Even Jianlin felt a chill run down his spine at Subai's impulsive decision. Let them come kill me here. I'll be waiting right here for them. Subai curled his lips and murmured softly. Turn around. Head to the waterfall in the west of the city. The old man patted the head of the netherworld bird upon hearing this. Upon hearing the command, the little bird immediately soared toward the western part of the city. Chapter 119, A Grand Gift for You. The two arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Jianlin produced a token. With this token, you can enter the first layer of the demon abyss. Be sure to stay safe and return unharmed. If it becomes too difficult, give up. There's no need to push yourself so hard. Jianling handed the token to Subai before him and urged. Don't worry. Subai accepted the token, then produced the one Luo Jojo had given him. Old man, I'm at the entrance to the first layer of the demon abyss now. Drop by sometime and help me out with a small favor. Subai spoke to the token, which flashed with a dazzling golden glow before vanishing instantly. You little rascal, you're quite the schemer, using him as your pawn. But you know what? That old codger's got some skills. Jianlin's eyes narrowed slightly, a peculiar expression flickering across his face. Immediately after, Subai plunged directly into the vortex. Where's that kid? Didn't he say he needed my help? Why isn't he showing up himself? The moment Subai entered, Luo Jojo's figure appeared at the entrance of the demon abyss. You're too late. That brat's already gone in. If you want to see him, you'll have to wait. Hearing this, Jianlin suddenly spoke up. What the hell are you two up to? At these words, a flicker of surprise crossed Luo Jojo's eyes. Nothing much. Subai said he has a gift for you. Jianlin shook his head and said in a low voice. Alright then. I'll see what kind of gift it is. At his words, Luo Jojo waved his hand casually. 2 chairs, a chessboard, and a tea set materialized before them. At that moment, Subai had already arrived at the demon abyss. The demon abyss before him was swept by biting winds, bone-chilling cold seeping into his body, sending waves of icy shivers through him. This abyss of demons had been utterly overrun, its landscape now a sea of death, shrouded in a cold, eerie silence. Let's go, little Bai. Subai left a drop of his essence blood at the entrance to the secret realm, then summoned Xiao Bai. Man and dragon arrived at the edge of the world. Upon the sea's surface floated a colossal city. Rolling waves of demonic energy surged skyward, turning the entire sky pitch black. Subai donned the robe of oblivion, activated Beast Rider fusion mode, and unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the entire city. In mere moments, the city before them lay in ruins. Congratulations on defeating a low-level demonic creature. You have gained 0 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a high-tier demonic creature. You have gained 0 EXP. You have picked up the dazzling equipment, Void Staff. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have picked up the platinum equipment Gale Greatsword. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. After the entire city lay in ruins, Subai ventured deep into its heart. Above him, a pillar of demonic energy, a pillar of demonic power rose, emanating a rolling tide of malevolent magic. This pillar pierced the heavens, radiating an indescribable aura of terror. Who dares trespass upon the forbidden domain of my demonic race? At that moment, a colossal figure materialized within Subai's field of vision. This demonic being stood over dozens of zhang tall, radiating an overwhelmingly frenzied aura. Son of the demon god. Name, Karazaro. Rank, 8th transformation, level 245. Rank, King Tier Demon. HP, 90 million. As Subai examined the attribute panel of the creature before him, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. These stats were genuinely impressive. Well, that's convenient. Let me give you a ride. Subai took a deep breath and activated the endless ring. In an instant, an utterly terrifying chill swept over them, instantly freezing everything in all directions solid. Everything before him fell into utter silence. Even the terrifying demonic energies were completely frozen by the dreadful icy breath. Explode! Subai snapped his fingers lightly. Snap! A crisp sound rang out as the demonic abyss before them instantly exploded. Countless terrifying icy currents shot out in all directions. The demonic pillar that had stood tall there now bore terrifying cracks. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom echoed as the pillar crashed to the ground. Simultaneously, the sky began to tremble incessantly, the ground shook violently, and the crackling sound reverberated throughout the entire abyss.
Congratulations on successfully slaying the demon god's son. Congratulations on successfully destroying the first layer of the demon god's pillar. You have become a true demon hunter. Congratulations on successfully destroying the second layer of the demon god's pillar. Reward, semi-divine artifact dream butterfly robe. Congratulations on successfully destroying the third layer of the demon god's pillar. Reward, semi-divine artifact. The incessant notification tones rang in Subai's ears, sending a chill down his spine.
It felt exhilarating, but Subai sensed trouble brewing.
Sure enough, the next second, a torrent of demonic energy surged through the space.
One terrifying figure after another materialized in the sky, each radiating an utterly dreadful aura, every one of them beings that seemed to look down upon the heavens and earth. Nearly 3,000 demon gods fixed their gaze on Subai in unison.
Human insect.
How dare you destroy the foundation of our demonic race? Today, you shall die without a doubt.
The sky began to tremble incessantly.
Giant hands materialized above Subai's head, hurtling toward him with a deafening roar. Each pitch-black arm shimmered with golden patterns, their terrifying aura threatening to tear the very fabric of reality apart.
Holy, this time I've really screwed up big time. Subai swallowed hard, shock evident on his face.
Fortunately, he had already retracted Xiaobai into his spatial pocket.
As the colossal hands descended, they instantly tore him apart. The next second, his body vanished completely.
3 seconds later, Subai's figure materialized at the entrance of the secret realm. Without a second thought, he plunged straight into the vortex.
You insolent brat, you dare play tricks on us?
A cold, icy voice echoed once more, instantly freezing the surrounding space with terrifyingly potent law energy. Unfortunately for them, their reaction was a split second too late. Subai, clad in his forgotten robe, had already departed the secret realm.
Damn it, that scared the hell out of me. Those old bastards with no sense of martial ethics nearly left me trapped in there.
Seeing Jianglin and Luo Zhozhou before him, Subai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a look of ease spreading across his face.
How did you get out so fast?
Jianglin asked softly, his gaze fixed on Subai.
That was fast? If I'd been any slower, I might have actually died in there.
Subai smiled faintly upon hearing this and murmured softly.
What exactly are you two playing at? Just say what you need to say. Luo Zhozhou's eyes flashed with surprise at the remark. We're not playing games. We just brought you a big gift.
Subai rubbed his hands together, gazing toward the sky with a faint smile in his eyes.
What kind of gift? At this question, Luo Zhozhou looked momentarily bewildered. Don't rush. Let the bullets fly a little longer.
Subai smiled faintly, lifting his gaze to the sky above.
Chapter 120, 3,000 Demon Gods. The demon abyss trembled as countless terrifying creatures lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to stir.
In the upper layers of the abyss, guardians gazed upward at the sky, their eyes betraying an indescribable shock. They sensed the abyss trembling, the ground beginning to sink in waves, the entire realm undergoing earth-shattering changes.
What on earth is happening? How could this happen?
A top-tier powerhouse frowned as he turned to his companion beside him, his voice laced with confusion.
You ask me? I'm asking you. What the hell is going on? I've never seen the abyss change like this before. I feel like we're sinking downward. Is this just my imagination?
Another warrior shook his head at the words, a look of bewilderment flickering in his eyes.
Sinking? What do you mean?
At this remark, the warrior paused in surprise.
Probably not. I feel it too. Holy, is the abyss collapsing?
A standard Eastern face gazed up at the sky above, a hint of bewilderment in its eyes.
I can feel my body falling too. The abyss of demons might actually be collapsing.
Another powerful figure from the Meteor Empire nodded, murmuring softly.
Could something extraordinary be happening below? Could the abyss of demons be destroyed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is the abyss of demons. How could it be destroyed? Have you forgotten how that demon god pillar was destroyed back then? You mean, the Duke of Jingwa did it? No.
Even if the Duke of the nation possessed power that pierced heaven and earth, destroying the abyss of demons in an instant would still be impossible.
The crowd shook their heads in unison, their eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment.
They found it hard to accept this reality.
Boom! At that very moment, towering figures materialized above the demon abyss.
Their bodies obscured the sky and blocked out the sun, their icy eyes fixed intently upon the entire abyss of demons.
The terrifying aura emanating from these demon gods was utterly unbearable to behold.
They stood like supreme rulers, their icy pupils revealing boundless indifference.
Gulp! What's going on? How did so many demon gods appear? You're asking me?
I'll go ask some random old guy. The guardians stationed across the starry sky instinctively swallowed hard, their eyes flickering with despair.
Were these demon gods about to strike? Just what kind of wretch could possibly draw the attention of 3,000 demon gods? They're coming.
Subai watched as the stars above began to fade, murmuring softly.
Luo Jojo looked up at the sky above. Terrifying figures loomed in the boundless void. Their icy gazes pierced through infinite space, fixing upon Subai. What are those things? Is it a demon god invasion? How terrifying. How could this happen? Damn it, what the hell is going on? The people of the Meteor Empire, the Whitehead Empire, and all other empires indeed, every living creature across the endless sea gazed upward toward the sky. There, ancient beings stood, their icy gazes fixed upon this planet, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. What earth-shattering deed have you done, you brat? How did you manage to stir up so many demon gods? Even Luo Jojo, sensing those terrifying gazes, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This little bastard didn't just deliver a gift, he practically shoved me into a pit of fire. He could distinctly sense each demon god had fixed their attention on him. That overwhelming hatred was no illusion. This horde of demon gods seemed ready to devour him alive. Nothing much, just destroyed the demon god's pillar. Subai said calmly. Behind the multitude of demon gods, a single eye suddenly opened. This eye was utterly terrifying, its crimson glow enveloping the entire planet. Within the blood-red orb, countless universes exploded, and myriad stars fell, as a terrifying aura of destruction spread in all directions. You're the man. From now on, you're my big brother. I'll do whatever you ask, even if it means crawling on my hands and knees. You can't even manage to rouse the demon god sovereign, you're something else. Luo Jojo swallowed hard, giving Subai a thumbs up with an expression that defied description. This was the demon god sovereign, a being even the gods feared. Once the demon abyss invasion succeeds, I will kill you. The icy voice echoed in everyone's ears, sending shivers down their spines as fear magnified within their hearts. Huddled in corners, they trembled uncontrollably, their eyes reflecting utter despair. What are you barking about over there? If you've got the guts, kill me now. If you can't, then shut your mouth. I've already destroyed your demon god pillar, what can you possibly do about it? Since both sides had already sworn mortal enmity, Subai saw no need for politeness. He pointed at the figure in the sky and cursed viciously, showing the demon god no mercy whatsoever. Luo Jojo watched Subai's audacious rant with a hint of astonishment in his eyes, silently giving him a mental thumbs up. A terrifying crimson light erupted across the starry sky, hurtling towards Subai's position. Holy, you're really going to attack? Subai instinctively dodged the pillar of light radiating deathly aura, rolling across the ground. Just as the beam was about to strike the planet where Subai stood, it was suddenly intercepted by a mysterious force. Oh, I thought you were something special. Turns out that's all you've got? You might as well go home, wash up, and go to bed. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Subai scrambled to his feet, brushing dust from his clothes as a trace of contempt flickered in his eyes. That bastard gave me quite the scare. 3,000 demon gods opened their eyes in unison, sending countless living beings trembling once more. The world bosses cowered in corners, trembling, unable to meet the gaze of this spectacle unfolding across the starry sky. Who are they trying to kill? No idea, but it's definitely not me. That's obvious, man. Take a good look in the mirror and think hard, do you even have the qualifications? Guys, a face just flashed through my mind, but I can't for the life of me remember his name. Actually, I've been thinking the same thing. Who could it be? They exchanged glances, each feeling that such a figure existed in their memories, yet the name of this person remained stubbornly beyond recall. Don't glare at me. Even if you do, I'm not scared. I'm just waiting for you to grind my bones to dust. Subai stood with his hands on his hips, cursing at the sky with utter arrogance. Chapter 121, The Shocking Announcement. Subai pointed at the group in the sky, his attitude brimming with arrogance. Even the usually unflappable demon gods were slightly unsettled by Subai's tirade. This little brat truly had no respect for his elders, hurling insults at them as if they were trash. They'd never encountered such a situation before. Angry as they were, with that barrier in place, they couldn't do a thing to this little brat. How about it? Is my voice loud enough? Join me in cursing them back. Subai glanced at Luo Jojo beside him and asked with a smile. I don't know if your voice is loud, but my blood pressure sure is right now. Luo Jojo's forehead creased with exasperation. Subai was nothing short of a trouble magnet. He didn't just disregard the demon god, he seemed to have no concept of deities whatsoever. Aren't you fearless? If you're not afraid, then go ahead and yell your insults at the top of your lungs. Subai smiled faintly, his expression calm as he spoke. Kid, I'll remember you. The demon god drew a deep breath, and that enormous eyeball closed abruptly. The other 3,000 demon gods vanished before Subai's eyes in an instant, leaving only the boundless starry sky behind. Did he just curse them away? Seeing this, Luo Jojo couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation wash over him. Holy crap, is this youngster this bold nowadays? He wasn't afraid of the demon god, but the other's power was undeniable, at least show some respect. Luo Jojo had never encountered anyone like Subai before. Let's go. To your elemental academy. Subai looked at Luo Jojo before him and said softly. What do you want? The moment the words left his lips, a hint of wariness flashed in Luo Jojo's eyes. Did you forget what you promised me? A wind elemental spirit of overlord level? What, have you developed senile dementia, old man?
Subai raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of hostility.
No, I remember perfectly well. I'm quite curious what exactly you've done to attract the attention of so many demon lords. Gazing at Subai before him, Luo Jojo's eyes flickered with surprise. Being targeted by demon gods was no trivial matter. Has the official notice not arrived yet? It should be coming soon. Subai thought carefully, but he hadn't seen any announcement. He froze for a moment. Player Subai of the Meteor Empire has successfully destroyed the demon god pillar of the first layer of the Abyss of Demons. Reward: Meteor Empire's fortune increases by 10%. Player Subai of the Meteor Empire has successfully destroyed the demon god pillar on the second layer of the Abyss of Demons. Reward: Meteor Empire's fortune increases by 10%. Player Subai of the Falling Star Empire has successfully destroyed the demon god pillar on the 33rd layer of the Abyss of Demons. Reward: the Falling Star Empire's national fortune surges to overwhelming heights. The cold, metallic notification chime rang in the ears of every adventurer. Holy? Did I just go deaf? Did I hear that right? You just destroyed a lower layer of the abyss. Even Luo Jojo, hearing this notification out of nowhere, couldn't help but curse. He'd seen brutes before, but never one this monstrous. Luo Jojo, who prided himself as the top prodigy of the Meteor Empire and had once been the object of admiration for countless youths, had never been as twisted as Subai. Now it all made sense. It was like he'd taken a hoe and uprooted the entire foundation of the demon race. The demon gods hadn't fought Subai to the death, that alone was showing him mercy. Wait, this reward is way too stingy, right? How could it be just this little? Couldn't they give some real treasure? Subai stared up at the sky, a hint of resentment flickering in his eyes. He'd gone through all that trouble fighting monsters, only to get nothing in return. Be grateful. Do you even know what overwhelming good fortune means? Double loot drops, double experience, double serendipity. It's practically a blessing for the entire Meteor Empire. Luo Jojo's eyes stung with envy. Staring at Subai before him, he sank into deep self-doubt. In his eyes, he was already one of the world's rarest prodigies. Why did a beast like Subai even exist? That seems pretty decent too. Subai hadn't expected to benefit so many people, and he was quite satisfied with himself. Holy crap, someone save me. I just cleared a jungle camp and dropped a ton of gear all over the place. It's making my eyes hurt. Don't even get me started. I used to get 5,000 XP for killing one jungle monster, but now it's 10,000? This is beyond ridiculous. It's like absurdity opening the door for more absurdity, taking it to a whole new level. You can say that again. Brother Subai, Father Subai, you're my new dad now. You're more important to me than my own father. You're forever my god. Ancestor Subai, please bless me. The professional players of the Meteor Empire, currently battling monsters, saw their gains and their eyes betrayed an indescribable shock. Overwhelming fortune. Ha 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 ha. What overwhelming fortune? What a Subai. From this day forward, Subai shall be our Meteor Empire's imperial advisor, granted the title of Prince of the First Rank. Issue the decree. Hurry, issue the decree. Upon hearing the notification sound, the Emperor of the Meteor Empire's face nearly split from ear to ear. As the greatest beneficiary of this event, His Majesty could keenly feel the immense fortune pouring in. At this rate, within a year, the entire Meteor Empire would sweep across the continent, becoming the supreme First Empire. Why is he so powerful? Even as the divine emissary, the high and mighty messenger of the gods, why can I not keep pace with him? In the attic, a woman gazed at the distant starry sky, a faint shadow flickering in her eyes. That brat has truly accomplished something earth-shattering. Who would have thought this old man, at my age, would still owe him a favor? How amusing. Old man Sunshine flicked away a strand of beard as he rose from the floor, muttering to himself. Damn it! That Subai must be one of our Cosmic Empire's people. Why would he go to the Meteor Empire? Damn it, stealing our man. Subai is too troublesome. We must eliminate him during this national war. Otherwise, once the divine war begins, that brat will undoubtedly become the greatest menace. The White Eagle Empire's priest took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with grave determination. We're accelerating our training. Once the national war begins, we will annihilate the Meteorite Empire. Upon hearing this, the diviner immediately spoke up. Raise their ranks at any cost, no matter the resources required. The priest nodded, his eyes flashing with a cold, relentless intent. Chapter 122, The Unbreakable Record. After leaving this place, Jiang Lin returned to the Empire, while Subai followed Luo Jojo to the academy. That kid's back. As soon as Subai stepped out of the teleportation array, he heard a teenager shout. So enthusiastic? Just as Subai prepared to greet him, he suddenly froze in place. Before Subai could react, a dense crowd surged right up to them. You're back again, kid? What do you mean? You came here yesterday, and now you're back to provoke us again? We may have lost, but we're not afraid of you. If you want to fight, bring it on. Exactly. Don't think we're scared just because you shattered the demon god's pillar. We can hold our own.
The crowd stared at Subai before them, muttering nervously.
I'm here as a guest this time.
For what happened last time, take it up with the dean.
He insisted I teach you a lesson. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to fight you. It's all the dean's fault.
Subai looked at the people before him, smiled faintly, and spoke softly. At his words, a distinct look of awkwardness flashed across their faces.
Go to the dean? That'd be asking for a scolding. Everyone get back to work. Stop bothering me here.
As he surveyed the crowd before him, Luo Jojo's voice suddenly rang out. The moment he finished speaking, the group vanished without a trace.
Dean, I never imagined you held such high standing in the eyes of these students.
Subai chuckled softly.
Cut the sarcasm. Luo Jojo rolled his eyes at the remark. That old man, could you take me to a secret realm? I need to level up first.
Subai looked at the people before him and spoke softly.
Secret realm? Level up? Fine. Come here.
Take him to the Tianyuan instance. Just then, Luo Jojo waved to a student in the distance and murmured softly.
The Tianyuan dungeon? Alright, follow me.
Hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up slightly. Subai followed behind the youth as the two walked steadily forward.
The task was complete. I wonder what reward they'll give me. Subai immediately checked his class advancement quest.
Current job change quest, advance from 5th job to 6th job.
Quest description, enter the inferior abyss, destroy the pillars of the demon gods within, and deal a fatal blow to the demonic race. The more pillars of the demon gods destroyed, the richer the rewards. Task deadline, completed. Note, this is a special quest. Completing it will grant unique rewards. Without hesitation, Subai submitted his job advancement quest. Just after submitting his job advancement quest, Subai hadn't even had time to check his attribute panel when a startled cry made him jump. Everyone, come see. Subai is heading to the Tianyuan dungeon. Everyone gather round. Subai is heading to the Tianyuan dungeon. Anyone coming to see? Subai is heading to the Tianyuan dungeon. The incessant shouts emanating from the youth before him left Subai momentarily stunned. Bro, what's with all this?
Subai studied the youth before him, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes.
It's just a dungeon run, right? Why all the fuss? Nothing, I'm just shouting for fun.
The youth smiled faintly, his expression calm.
Subai's expression flickered with a strange look upon hearing this. Just for fun? You must think I'm an idiot. Subai is going to attempt the Tianyuan instance? Is that kid trying to break the dean's record? Are you kidding? The dean's record isn't something anyone can just break.
He forced his way through the Tianyuan dungeon in 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's become a legend among all practitioners.
Exactly. You all know how hard the Tianyuan instance is. It's 3 tiers above normal instances. It's not something humans can clear.
The crowd heard the shouts and began murmuring among themselves. This kid's going to attempt the Tianyuan dungeon.
Qingwei, what do you think?
4 men turned their gaze toward Qingwei, their eyes glinting with faint amusement.
Is he out of his mind? What else can I do? I just see it with these 2 eyes. What else is there to see?
Qingwei glanced at her 4 companions beside her, a faint line of exasperation appearing on her forehead. She couldn't fathom what the dean was thinking, pairing her with these 4 idiots. They were all complete morons.
I was just asking a question. Why get so worked up?
Hearing this, the others smiled faintly and spoke softly.
Come on, you 4 wanted to see it, right? Then go take a look.
Qingwei led the group directly toward the entrance of the Tianyuan dungeon.
The Tianyuan dungeon is one of the most renowned dungeons in the Elemental Academy. Due to its unique nature, the monsters within this dungeon far exceed the levels found in ordinary dungeons. Of course, if you could clear it, you'd also earn many valuable rewards.
The most distinctive aspect of the Tianyuan dungeon lies in its level requirements. Beyond the legendary cataclysmic dungeon, it was rumored that an ultimate dungeon existed. However, the conditions for unlocking this ultimate dungeon are extremely demanding. You must complete the cataclysm level dungeon within 1 minute to successfully activate it. Even the dean has never unlocked this ultimate dungeon.
What secrets lie within?
Not even His Excellency the dean knows.
You mean the dean did this to get him to unlock the ultimate dungeon? Does he have that much faith in this kid?
The blue-haired man clenched his fist, speaking with a hint of resentment.
I don't know if he can do it, but you definitely can't. He took you out in 1 move. You didn't even get to see his beast.
Qingwei's words cut like a knife, piercing straight into the man's heart. The 3 standing nearby felt their mouths twitch slightly. This was essentially a rebuke to them as well. Youngster, show me your true potential. Old man Luo Jojo had sneaked into his tea pavilion, casually conjuring a light screen that revealed the scene within the Tianyuan instance. At that moment, Subai had arrived at the entrance of the Tianyuan instance. It was a gate shrouded in white mist.
Dungeon name, Tianyuan Dungeon. Dungeon description, a dungeon shrouded in secrets.
Upon unlocking the ultimate dungeon, you shall uncover the secrets of the entire world.
Level restriction, LV 180 LV 210. Dungeon difficulty selection, normal. Dungeon record holder, Luo Jojo, time, 1 minute 30 seconds. Come to think of it, it's been ages since I last ran a dungeon. This dungeon seems kinda interesting. Is this old man trying to show off? Well, I'll just break his record then. Without a second thought, Subai selected cataclysmic difficulty and plunged straight into the dungeon. Chapter 123, The Ultimate Secret Realm. He just waltzed right in like that? No preparations beforehand? This kid is incredibly bold. Has he always been this reckless? I'll be damned if I don't see if this kid can survive a cataclysmic difficulty dungeon. The crowd stared at the vortex before them, momentarily stunned. Subai now found himself immersed in a vast expanse. Not far ahead stood warriors clad in armor, spears gripped firmly in their hands. They radiated a terrifying aura, their eyes fixed intently on Subai. Behind them stretched an endless expanse of palaces. The scale of the palaces was immense, stretching beyond sight. Xiaohei, come out. Subai summoned Xiaohei and activated his skill. Beast Mastery Union. Infinite Ring. Subai's figure appeared in the sky, with boundless, terrifying flames surging beneath his feet. The scorching solar flames engulfed the entire palace, slaughtering every monster within. You have successfully defeated the Sacred Palace Guard, gaining 500,000 EXP. You have successfully defeated the Sacred Temple Sorcerer, gaining 800,000 EXP. You have successfully picked up Platinum Quality Blazing Boots. They have been automatically stored in your backpack. You have successfully picked up Brilliant Quality Spiked Armor. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. Your level has increased to 181. Reward, 200 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 182, rewarding 200 free attribute points. Due to your excessive slaughter, you have awakened the God of Death guarding this town. The God of Death is descending. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. You have successfully slain the God of Slaughter guarding the Sacred Palace. Reward, 10 million EXP. Your level has surpassed 200. Reward, 200 free attribute points. Subai's level climbed steadily until it finally halted at 200. Holy, they actually gave me this many attribute points? This is insane. Subai heard the system notification and couldn't help but flash a look of shock in his eyes. Up until now, he hadn't had time to check his class change panel. However, he had noticed that as his level increased, the amount of experience required for each level up grew exponentially. A Cataclysm level dungeon was no longer sufficient to satisfy Subai's leveling needs. At this rate, he'd need at least 2 or 3 such instances. The palace lay in ruins, every monster eradicated. You have successfully unlocked the ultimate dungeon. Proceed now? A cold, mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. Enter. Subai murmured softly. His figure vanished instantly from where he stood. When he reappeared, he found himself in a hazy, gray space once more. Holy crap, what's up with this kid? How the hell did he manage to hit such a high number? I don't get it, how is he achieving such high numbers? Luo Jojo, hiding inside the small pavilion, yanked at his beard in disbelief. If he hadn't misread it, that kid's damage had reached double digits, occasionally even hitting triple digits. This utterly shattered his understanding. The world had gone mad. Were 6th transformation professionals this powerful now? He knew that with his current strength, he couldn't even deal 10-digit damage unless he unleashed his most powerful skill. This kid's damage output had completely surpassed his own. How the hell did he manage that? Luo Jojo felt his world crumbling. He couldn't comprehend it at all. Changed. Holy, it really changed. The gatekeeper record holder has changed. He actually surpassed the dean? This is insane. Wait, did you see the time? He did it in just 10 seconds. What does 10 seconds even mean? 10 seconds? I can't even take down a single monster in that time. He speed cleared an entire Cataclysm tier dungeon? The crowd gathered before the stone tablet stared in disbelief. Damn it, this kid is pure freakery. He's not even human anymore. The 4 youths stared at the completion time etched on the stone tablet, taking deep breaths. He's entered the ultimate dungeon. The girl named Qingwei narrowed her eyes, instinctively clenching her fists. What is this place? Is this what the ultimate dungeon looks like? Looks pretty empty, not much different from before. Subai surveyed the gray, hazy space before him, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. A sudden flash of light swept through, and everything before his eyes transformed. This was a vast and boundless expanse, where a colossal palace stood towering, radiating dazzling golden light. This palace seems even more magnificent than those of the Meteor Empire. Subai gazed at the palace before him, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. The Meteor Empire's palace was already sufficiently grand and magnificent, yet this one surpassed it in sheer grandeur. As Subai stood in stunned silence, the palace suddenly began to tremble. An immense figure emerged from behind the palace. Clad in imperial dragon robes, this being radiated an overwhelming aura of power. An overwhelming imperial majesty permeated the figure, a crushing pressure bearing down on Subai, forcing his knees to buckle. You see this emperor, why do you not kneel?
The man thrust his long sword into the ground, unleashing a torrent of domineering golden energy that spread in all directions. Subai felt an overwhelmingly terrifying energy coiling around him, compelling him to kneel. I kneel neither to heaven above nor earth below. What are you, that I should bow before you? Subai's aura surged violently as his eyes blazed fiercely at the figure before him. I am Emperor Tian Yuan. Today, I shall take your worthless life. The golden holy sword flashed with a brilliant light, its terrifying blade streaking towards Subai. Get the hell out of my way. 9 Extremes Aurora. A terrifying light shot skyward, colliding violently with the sword beam. In an instant, the entire space trembled violently. The majestic palace shattered instantly, reduced to ruins. The terrifying aurora pierced through the figure's body, spewing forth crimson blood. Blood fell like withered petals. 10,000 souls wept in sorrow. A supreme being, once exalted above all, was now falling. In a daze, Subai found himself back in that gray, hazy space. Is this the same place as before? What on earth just happened? A trace of astonishment flickered in Subai's eyes as he surveyed the hazy, gray surroundings. Just then, the mist parted, revealing a shattered palace before Subai. A sword stood upright above the ruins. This place was identical to the one he had seen in the illusion, with the sole difference being that the palace had collapsed, reduced to ruins long ago. This must have been the civilization of an empire. Subai narrowed his eyes and walked toward the ruins. Chapter 124, Divine Realm? Divine Race? Demon Race? I am Emperor Tian Yuan, sovereign of the Divine Dragon Empire. Rising from humble beginnings, I conquered the 8 desolate lands and 4 seas, annihilating countless nations to successfully establish the Divine Dragon Empire, which has endured for over 2,000 years. At that moment, a line of text appeared before Subai. The ruler of the Divine Dragon Empire? Subai froze upon seeing the 4 characters Divine Dragon Empire. The Divine Dragon Empire was the most powerful nation in this world. Little was recorded about this nation, but Subai had once read a book detailing the empire's unparalleled splendor. This empire ruled the entire world, its imperial fortune overwhelmingly formidable. Its first emperor had lived for over 2,000 years, reigning from the very beginning until the end. That emperor, known to the world as the first emperor, possessed formidable power. Yet this empire, with its seemingly eternal reign, vanished suddenly and inexplicably. Despite being unrivaled across the world, its imperial fortune seemingly endless, it vanished into thin air. This emperor, in mortal form, shall open the divine realm and lead the human race to transcendence and ascension. Yet the divine realm remains beyond the reach of our mortal race. Above the divine realm, gods and demons coexist, ruling over all races. This emperor sought to carve a path of survival for humanity, refusing to submit to the gods. Alas, I underestimated the power of the gods, ultimately bringing calamity upon the Tianyuan continent. The gods descended, the demonic race emerged, and in their clash, half of humanity perished. To atone for my error, I obtained a technique from the high priest called Deceive Heaven. Sacrificing 2 millennia of my divine dragon empire's fortune, aided by the dragon veins, I established the Deceive Heaven formation to expel both divine and demonic races. May future generations remember, neither gods nor demons are benevolent. Their desire to destroy humanity remains undying. We humans must stand firm between heaven and earth. Reading these words before him, Subai couldn't help but pause in astonishment. This first emperor was simply too formidable. By sheer force of his own will, he had forced his way into the divine realm, seeking to elevate the entire world. Alas, the power of the divine and demonic clans proved too terrifying. The first emperor and all of humanity were driven back, leaving the entire continent as a battlefield for gods and demons. Both races sought to enslave humanity and control its destiny. In the end, the first emperor deployed the heaven-deceiving formation, banishing all the gods beyond the endless starry void. So all that bull about gods saving humanity? It's all lies. Their true goal is to enslave us, turning us into their vassals. Subai pondered deeply, concluding that this was likely the truth. Still, Subai couldn't be certain whether the first emperor's words were true or false. But one thing he had said was undeniably true, something was indeed protecting the entire world. The timing of the gods' disappearance likely coincided with the first emperor's expulsion of them through his special array. These so-called gods were skilled at brainwashing, convincing the masses that they alone were the light of salvation while denigrating the demonic tribes as utterly worthless. Seen this way, the two races seemed no different, both were foreign invaders. This is getting complicated. Subai stroked his chin, deep in thought. In his understanding, both the demonic and divine races were merely powerful NPCs. As long as they could be defeated, it wouldn't be a problem. But now it seemed humanity was teetering on the brink of peril, and no one knew how long this heaven-deceiving method could hold. Time flows relentlessly. 10,000 years hence, gods and demons shall descend. May our human race strive with all our might. When the gateway to the divine realm opens, lead us back to claim our place among the gods and carve an eternal legacy. The final line of small text drifted by once more, causing Subai to furrow his brow. 10,000 years? It seemed that 9,999 years had already passed since the complete demise of the Divine Dragon Empire.
That meant there was only 1 year left before the gods and demons descended once more? How urgent was this situation outside?
At this thought, a grave expression flickered in Subai's eyes. He had offended a multitude of demonic deities. If he didn't boost his strength, he would likely meet his end at their hands sooner or later. You have successfully slain the phantom form of Tianyuan, Emperor of the Sacred Empire.
Reward, 200 million experience points.
You have successfully obtained the Deceive Heaven technique.
It has been automatically stored in your inventory.
You have successfully picked up the Sacred Dragon King sword.
It has been automatically stored in your backpack. Your level has increased to 201. Reward, 200 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 202. Reward, 200 free attribute points. Your level has reached 210. The 7th transformation quest has been unlocked. Please review it promptly. A series of alerts rang in Subai's ears. By the time he regained his senses, everything before him had vanished into nothingness. His figure reappeared at the vortex entrance. His gaze fell upon the stone tablet before him, and he couldn't help but pause in surprise. Out already?
Subai took a deep breath, glancing at the people beside him before turning his gaze toward the endless void. Before Subai could process it, his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already inside the small pavilion. How was it? Would you mind telling me what happened inside? Luo Jiuzhou asked eagerly, staring at Subai before him. Old man, you sent me to participate in the national war to find a weapon.
Was that weapon passed down from the Divine Dragon Empire?
Subai stared at the old man before him, suddenly realizing something as he asked softly. You're correct. It was indeed passed down from the Divine Dragon Empire.
How did you know? Upon hearing this, Luo Jiuzhou nodded, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Because I've seen it. The Tianyuan dungeon must have been passed down from that era too. Subai had seen that spear in the illusion earlier. It was thrust into the palace roof, radiating an intense aura of grim killing intent. You're right again. What exactly did you see in there? Luo Jiuzhou felt a tingle of curiosity, unable to contain his eagerness as he pressed. I saw the secrets of this world, and even witnessed the legendary emperor of heavenly origin. This world isn't as simple as we imagined. Your ideas are even more audacious. You must be planning to reopen the passage to the divine realm. Subai took a deep breath and asked, enunciating each word carefully. How did you figure all this out? That's right. I've been stuck at the 1000-level threshold for far too long. I believe only by opening the passage to the divine realm can I finally break through to the divine realm. Otherwise, I'll never become a god in this lifetime. This was the answer he'd finally discovered after exploring countless secret realms and pursuing innumerable truths. For humans to become gods, they must open the passage to the divine realm. Only then can they ascend to divinity, becoming immortal and indestructible deities. Chapter 125, Subai's Conjecture. Becoming a god, the dream of countless practitioners. Alas, countless souls have fallen on this path to divinity. You're right. Back then, Tianyuan, the ruler of the Divine Dragon Empire, did indeed succeed in opening the divine realm. However, he didn't lead all of humanity into the divine realm. Instead, he brought disaster upon us. Both the divine and demonic races coveted humanity's rule, only to be expelled from this world by Emperor Tianyuan's secret arts. He then successfully sealed off our realm. Unless we break the seal, our chances of becoming gods are extremely slim. But opening the passage would invite invasion from both gods and demons, an impossible dilemma. Subai gazed at Luo Jiuzhou before him, drew a deep breath, and spoke softly. Does that mean I'm destined to never become a god? Luo Jiuzhou trembled slightly at these words, a glimmer of despair flickering in his eyes. Not necessarily. Just then, Subai suddenly spoke up. Why? You have a way? Hearing this, Luo Jiuzhou clung to the words like a lifeline, his eyes flashing with excitement. Yes. Since the Tianyuan emperor could protect himself from enslavement and survive in such chaotic times, it proves he possessed power rivaling that of a god. Then how did he become a god? Subai recalled the scene he had witnessed moments ago with the Tianyuan emperor, his voice growing solemn. He could distinctly sense that the ruler of the Divine Dragon Empire now carried the aura of a deity. What should we do? As soon as the words left his lips, Luo Jiuzhou spoke softly. A national war. Destroy the prodigies of other worlds in the national war, and while we're at it, find a way to unify the entire continent. We'll push the ancient empire's destiny to its absolute limit. By then, we might just break through the restrictions and achieve true godhood. All of this was merely Subai's conjecture, but he believed it was highly probable. Beyond national fortune, Subai couldn't fathom any other method that could help humanity attain godhood. The divine race controlled the nations of the present through brainwashing. The Meteor Empire was the one the gods favored least, having produced only a divine envoy thus far. This region had once been the heartland of the Dragon Empire, and connections between the two were inevitable. The demonic race invaded the real world through the abyss of chaos, using demonic energy to infect and corrupt practitioners, turning them into their vassals. Both races relentlessly strive to invade the continent. Is that so? I see.
Hearing this, Luo Jojo's eyes lit up slightly, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. Please wait here for a moment while I go get something. Subai glanced at his backpack, then shifted his gaze to his attribute panel. He wanted to see what skills he had awakened and whether they would be useful. Name, Subai. Class, God Ruler. Level, 210 6th Transformation. Strength, 757,700. Stamina, 1,157,800. Agility, 449,800. Spirit, 1,719,800. Law power, 2,000. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Robe of Oblivion, Ring of Infinity, Ring of Desire, Ring of Light, Staff of Origin. Total combat power, 2,100,000. Skills, Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Concealment, Absolute Berserk, Invincible Golden Body, Absolute Dominion, Etherealization, Emulate Heaven and Earth, Absolute Defense, Divine Edict, Sovereign of All Spirits, Divine Might, Control, Heaven's Grace, Dominion, Deification. Beasts, Netherworld Mystic Bird, Gangjin Mystic Tortoise, 9 Netherworld Demon Wolf. Talents God Tier. Beast Host Union, host may select any contracted beast to share innate attributes. Host fully inherits the beast's innate abilities and base stats at double the rate, with no cooldown. Piercing Illusion Divine Gaze, can probe all hidden evolution paths, enabling significant upgrades to Beast Tamer rank. Divine Contract, issuing a contract command guarantees 100% success in binding any designated target. Only 2 skills this time? Subai narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Skill, Deification. Divine Transformation description, upon using this skill, you shall transform into a legendary deity, becoming a lofty divine being. Note, can mimic the aura of deities from other races. What's the point of this skill? Disguise magic? Subai scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. As far as he could tell, this skill seemed to serve no purpose beyond making a grand entrance before others. Skill, Dominion. Description, upon activation, you become the supreme ruler. All living beings within a 500-meter radius will be under your command, obeying your every order. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. What the hell kind of twisted skill is this? Forcibly controlling every living being within 500 meters, making them do absolutely anything for you? That's just too insane. Can it control deities? If it could control deities, this skill would be absolutely unbeatable. Right now, I feel like a true ruler. All that's missing is commanding everything in the world. Luo, I'm ready to contract the beast you gave me. Subai tucked away his system interface and spoke softly. Follow me. Luo Jojo waved his hand, and a hazy white mist appeared before them. Within the mist, staircases materialized, appearing and disappearing amidst the haze. The two stepped onto the stairs, one after the other, and vanished from the pavilion. After traversing the white mist, Subai followed Luo Jojo into a vast, open space. Within this realm, raging fires spread, thunder roared, floods raged, and fierce winds howled intermittently. The world before them was composed entirely of elements. Apart from elemental spirits, no other living beings seemed to inhabit this place. All the primordial energies I've ever seized are stored here. With these energies, the elemental spirits can thrive better. Luo Jojo led Subai deeper into the void, speaking as they walked. So what happens to these elemental spirits if they lose their elemental primal power? Subai heard this and asked curiously. Without the protection of the primordial force, these elements would gradually fade away. Of course, it's not death as we understand it. They would gradually merge into the mountains and rivers, becoming part of them. The wind element spirit you seek is over there. Go bind the contract yourself. If you fail, don't blame me. Luo Jojo gestured toward a nearby patch of space where terrifying gale winds howled, sweeping countless flames skyward. Alright, thank you for your help. Subai nodded and walked toward that patch of space. Chapter 126, Contracting the Wind Spirit. The howling gale lashed at his face, the savage wind stinging Subai's cheeks. As Subai took his first step forward, the raging winds surged, and a terrifying storm pushed him back. Such a stubborn little temper, huh? Subai glanced at the wind spirit in the distance, narrowing his eyes as he took several more steps forward. The howling gale persisted, resisting Subai and forcing his body to retreat relentlessly. The terrifying gale intensified, growing increasingly savage. You think you're something special? Master. Subai narrowed his eyes, gazing toward the distant horizon. A terrifying aura radiated from Subai's body. All living beings within a 500-meter radius were utterly dominated by Subai, slowly gathering around him. The wind spirits danced gracefully before him, as if Subai were their master. How is this possible? Luo Jojo, standing at the entrance, froze in shock, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He had intended to use this incident to get back at Subai and make him owe him a favor. But the situation seemed to have exceeded his expectations. Subai had actually succeeded in taming those wind spirits. Even more astonishing, the spirits now gazed at Subai with a hint of flattery in their eyes. Beast Taming, Wind Spirits. Grade, Supernatural. Hidden Evolution Path, None. Beast Master, Wind Spirit.
Rank, Commander.
Hidden Evolution Path, Wind Spirit Commander Grade Mystic Wind Spirit Unknown Grade. Hidden Path Requirements, 100 Wind God Stones, 1 Wind God Crystal, Wind Essence.
Beast, Wind Spirit. Rank, Overlord.
Hidden Evolution Path, Wind Spirit Overlord Grade Mystic Wind Spirit Unknown Grade. Hidden Path Requirements, 100 Wind God Stones, 1 Wind God Crystal, Wind Essence.
You're the one.
Subai extended his right hand, enveloping the little creature in a white light that burst into dazzling radiance.
Congratulations. You have successfully contracted the Wind Spirit. Contract established. Wind Spirit. Rank, Overlord. Level, LV1. Strength, 5,000. Constitution, 3,000. Mental power, 100,000. Agility, 8,000. Skills, Wind Domain, Dance with the Wind, Explosive Wind Blast. Hidden Evolution Path, Wind Spirit Overlord-tier Mystic Wind Spirit Taste tier. Detected other spirit beasts within your body. Merging process initiated. Merge complete. Please inspect the results. Wind Fire Thunder Spirit. Rank, Overlord. Level, LV210. Strength, 1,035,000. Constitution, 1,033,000. Mental power, 13,900,000. Agility, 1,080,000. Skills, Domain of Fire, Domain of Lightning, Domain of Thunder, Fire Thunder Lightning Grand Formation, High Intensity Amplification. Hidden Evolution Path, Fire Thunder Lightning Spirit Overlord Tier Elemental Spirit Unknown Tier. Hidden Evolution Path Materials, 1 Fire God Crystal, 100 Fire God Stones, 1 Thunder God Crystal, 100 Thunder God Stones, 1 Lightning God Crystal, 100 Lightning God Stones, Fire Elemental Essence, Lightning Elemental Essence, Thunder Elemental Essence, 1 Wind God Crystal, 100 Wind God Stones, Wind Elemental Essence. Current status, ready for advancement, base attributes met. Perfect. Finally done. Advance now.
Subai vanished directly into the elemental space, arriving within his own beast-taming realm. The dazzlingly luminous spirit danced gracefully beside him, radiating pure delight. Subai pulled out all the evolution materials and laid them before the spirit. The spirit instantly opened its mouth and swallowed all the materials whole. After completing this, Subai departed the beast-taming realm. How did you pull that off, kid? It's truly unbelievable. Why do these spirits obey you? Luo Jojo realized Subai held far too many secrets for him to fully comprehend. This young man was like an inexhaustible treasure trove, endlessly revealing new layers.
You want to know? I can tell you, but how about we make a trade?
Subai smiled faintly upon hearing this and spoke.
What do you want in exchange? Luo Jojo perked up at the suggestion. Simple.
Hand over this 10,000-year-old mystic turtle to me, and I'll tell you anything you want to know. I'll make it my own beast companion.
What do you say? Hearing this, Subai pointed toward the direction beneath his feet, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. You've got some nerve. This is the Elemental Academy's sacred guardian beast, and you actually want to contract it away. If you bind it, where am I supposed to put such a massive academy?
Hearing this, the old man rolled his eyes and retorted irritably.
Now that's what I call a grand statement. With your towering abilities, old man, you could put it anywhere.
Subai chuckled softly.
Forget about this divine beast of mine. Don't even dream about it.
With that, the old man curled his lip and flatly refused Subai.
Fine then.
Since that's the case, the deal is off. Subai crossed his legs, settled into his chair, and looked thoroughly at ease.
His current task was complete. Next up, the 7 Transformations Quest. You have successfully claimed the 7th Transformation Quest. Job Change Quest, 7th Transformation. Job Change Quest Description: the nation war is about to commence. Lead the elite warriors of the Meteor Empire to secure first place in this nation war and complete the Job Change Quest. Transition period, 1 month. This is a special quest. The more elite warriors from other nations you defeat, the richer your rewards will be. Subai stared at the 7th Transformation Quest on his system panel and took a deep breath. Folks, I'm sorry about this. This job change quest made me do it. If you end up in hell, curse my job change quest. Before the national war, shouldn't you head to that dungeon first? Luo Jojo asked softly. No rush. I need to pick someone up first before heading into that mysterious dungeon. Subai replied promptly upon hearing this. How could he forget Mu Yen when running dungeons? Their relationship was now confirmed as boyfriend and girlfriend. I don't care how many people you bring in there, but you better come out safe and sound. I don't want to get into a fight with that Jian Lin guy. Hearing this, Luo Jojo rolled his eyes and murmured softly. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I'm heading back to Meteor Fall Imperial Capital now. We'll meet again later. With that, Subai turned and left. Chapter 127, An Unexpected Delight. Subai stepped out of the teleportation array. Before he could take a few steps, figures appeared before him one after another. Greetings, one-word shoulder-to-shoulder king. The lead guard knelt on the ground, his eyes betraying a hint of reverence. I've been promoted again?
Subai rolled his eyes at the man before him and asked softly. Indeed, Your Excellency. After your decisive victory over the 33rd layer of the demon abyss, you have been bestowed the title of one-word shoulder-to-shoulder king. Upon hearing this, the guard nodded and hurriedly added. All right then. You've worked hard. No need for such formality. I'll be heading back to the academy now. Subai summoned the netherworld mystic bird, mounted its back, and sped off toward the academy. That figure looks so familiar. It really does feel familiar, but why can't I quite place it? That name feels like it's right here in my mind, but I just can't recall it. He seems like someone important. The group gazed upward, murmuring among themselves. Subai's figure landed in Zhang Lin's courtyard. The old man was practicing Tai Chi there, looking quite content. Old man, you're in high spirits today. Subai teased. Not bad. How come you're back? I was wondering why I suddenly forgot something about you, kid. Zhang Lin remarked, looking at Subai before him. Subai understood this was the forgetting law at work. It seemed this thing was actually quite useful. As long as he didn't appear before them, they would surely forget him completely. You're now a co-regent of the entire Meteor Empire. Seeing you is like seeing His Majesty. From now on, you can walk all over this Meteor Empire. Gazing at Subai before him, the old man remarked with a hint of envy. I understand this matter. Is there anything else? Subai asked softly upon hearing this. One more thing. According to intelligence from our inside source, the White Eagle Empire has activated their Divine Messenger project, aggressively cultivating prodigies both domestically and abroad. Their objective is clear: they aim to take you down. This time, the White Eagle Empire has essentially put everything they have on the line, all for the purpose of taking you down. Zhang Lin looked at Subai before him, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Oh? Such a trivial matter? They'd better have the capability to pull it off. Subai curled his lips, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He couldn't care less about a bunch of low-level job changers. Even a 9th-ranked transferee would have to kneel before him. Here's what we're thinking. Now that we've finally produced our own Divine Messenger, shouldn't we open the Divine Messenger's secret realm? I'd like you to lead the charge. Do you think you can handle it? He looked at Subai before him, blinking softly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I'm afraid I can't help with this matter. You know full well the nature of my relationship with the deities. Do you really think he would permit me to enter the Divine Messenger's secret realm? Subai rolled his eyes and hurriedly explained. That so-called deity had already marked him as one of the most unwelcome individuals. He'd rather keep his distance from those divine seeds. There was no way he'd let him into the secret realm. Right, how could I have forgotten that? Then forget it. I should be done here anyway. Hearing this, the old man nodded. Here, take some gear. Subai emptied his backpack, filling the entire courtyard with gear including divine artifacts and semi-divine artifacts. Holy crap, did you raid the Elemental Academy's treasury? Where did you even get all this gear? Zhang Lin's eyes widened, his face flashing with disbelief. That's none of your concern. Just sell this stuff for me. You can buy the divine and semi-divine items at your discretion. For the rest of the gear I don't need, just give me market price. Fair deal, right? Most of these high-level items were obtained by Subai during his time in the Abyss. He'd meticulously checked their attributes, not a single one matched his stats. 30 pieces of gear, and not a single one was compatible. Subai's nose nearly twisted with frustration. He felt like he was being targeted by some mysterious force. No problem, leave it to me. You've done us a tremendous favor, kid. Even a 9th transformation expert could make use of this gear. A faint smile flickered across the old man's face as he spoke with evident excitement. The scarcity of divine and semi-divine artifacts within their nation inherently limited the peak combat strength of the entire Meteor Empire, which wasn't as formidable as one might imagine. Beyond the absolute elite, most other powerful warriors were somewhat weaker. With this supply of gear, the ancient empire's elite combat strength would rise several tiers. If there's nothing else, I'll go find Muyen. Upon hearing this, Subai turned to leave. Wait a moment. I just remembered these materials were the ones you asked me to find for you, right? We mobilized the entire nation's resources and only managed to gather this small amount. The materials you requested are incredibly rare and difficult to obtain. Just as Subai was about to depart, the old man suddenly stopped him, pulling several items from his backpack. 100 bottles of Supreme Yang Divine Elixir? 100 bottles of Aurora Divine Elixir? 10 bottles of Sacred Yang Spring Water? 100 bottles of Ultimate In Divine Elixir? 100 bottles of Ultimate Cold Divine Elixir? 10 bottles of 9 Nether Springs Water? And 2 Divine Beast Fragments? Old man, you're my absolute savior. When did you get these? Looking at the old man before him, Subai's face betrayed a hint of excitement. Subai hadn't even had a clue about these materials. He'd merely mentioned them to the old man, never expecting him to gather them all. Some were traded for other items, others were materials we fought for ourselves. Anyway, let's just say gathering this batch wasn't easy. It practically emptied half the coffers of the entire Meteor Empire. Old man Jiang Lin's heart ached as he spoke these words.
Thank you so much.
Hearing this, a flicker of emotion passed through Su Bai's eyes. I must warn you, these materials are virtually impossible to find again.
We've scoured the entire world, acquiring every last piece we could possibly exchange for.
If you ever need these materials again, you'll have to find them yourself.
And you'll need to venture into the abyss of chaos at level 90 or above to obtain them.
The old man took a deep breath, his expression unusually grave. Su Bai had been battling demonic abysses for quite some time now. For him, abysses above level 90 were extremely dangerous.
Chapter 128, Frenzied Advancement. Demon Abyss. Upon hearing this, Su Bai narrowed his eyes.
Abysses above the 90th layer were dangerously close to those terrifying demon lords.
But the old man's concern was somewhat unnecessary.
With the robe of oblivion on him, even if he entered the 90th level abyss, the demon gods might not even remember him. This time, Little White and Little Black could advance again. After their advancement, he had no idea what level these two little guys could reach. But they should solidly ascend to the Divine Spirit stage. By then, he would have 2 Divine Spirit level beasts under his command. After leaving this place, Su Bai headed to Mu Yan's courtyard.
Mu Yan was not inside the villa at that moment.
Su Bai leaned against the courtyard gate, gazing into his beast space. The 4 elemental spirits had devoured the evolution materials, yet remained completely still. This was undoubtedly the longest wait Su Bai had ever endured. Just then, a violent storm erupted within the beast taming space. Dense, crackling lightning filled the sky above it. An endless layer of flames ignited on the ground, their intensity matching Xiao Hei's solar flames without the slightest difference.
Finally, the evolution has begun. Watching the commotion unfolding within his space, a hint of relief flashed across Su Bai's face. If this failed, it would spell trouble. Terrifying flames spread in all directions, instantly transforming the entire beast taming space into a sea of fire. The nightmare drifted mid-air, the blood elf burrowed into the shell of the Gangjin mystic turtle, and the nether mystic bird danced gracefully through the sky. Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei lay prostrate, utterly indifferent to the commotion unfolding before them. Only the nether demon wolf cowered in a corner, trembling violently. You're such a coward. Su Bai rolled his eyes at the nether demon wolf. Boom! Boom! The thunderous roar echoed once more, as gale force winds swept up flames and hurled them skyward. The entire space was filled with flying sand and stones, thunder, flames, gales, and lightning intertwining, roaring in waves. As time slowly passed, the flames gradually dissipated, the thunder quietly vanished, and the gale subsided. The entire space returned to its former tranquility. In the open clearing at the center of the space, a colossal elemental king emerged. Standing over 100 meters tall, it radiated an overwhelmingly violent aura, making it impossible to look directly at. Super Elemental Spirit. Rank, Demigod. Level, LV 210. Strength, 3,868,000. Constitution, 429,000. Mental Power, 5,900,000. Agility, 3,280,000. Overall Combat Power Rating, 6 million. Skills, Fire Secret Art, Lightning Secret Art, Thunder Secret Art, Wind Secret Art, Wind Fire Thunder Lightning Grand Formation, Rampage Amplification, Apocalyptic Strike. Hidden Evolution Path, Super Elemental Spirit Demigod Tier Divine Spirit Unknown Tier. Hidden Evolution Path Materials, 100 Fire God Crystals, 10,000 Fire God Stones, 100 Thunder God Crystals, 10,000 Thunder God Stones, 100 Lightning God Crystals, 10,000 Lightning God Stones, Fire Elemental Essence, Lightning Elemental Essence, Thunder Elemental Essence, 100 Wind God Crystals, 10,000 Wind God Stones, Wind Elemental Essence, Dharma Elemental Core. Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes not yet qualified. Holy crap, it's combat power rivals Little White and Little Black. Su Bai's eyes widened in astonishment at the staggering stats. But upon reflection, it didn't seem particularly unusual. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai, his 2 tamed beasts, already averaged 4.7 million attributes with combat power soaring to 6 million, and they were just single tamed beasts. In comparison, this elemental spirit king occupied a full 4 of his pet slots. If it couldn't even muster this level of combat power, it might as well bang its head against a wall. Next up is Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei's advancement. Su Bai narrowed his eyes, gazing at Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei nearby, then waved his hand toward them. The 2 colossal creatures, sensing Su Bai's summons, immediately flew to his side. Beast, Sun Sacred Dragon. Rank, Pseudo-God. Level, LV 150. Constitution, 4,600,000. Strength, 4,600,000. Mental Power, 4,600,000. Agility, 4,600,000. Total Combat Power, 6 million. Skills, Dragon Might, Supreme Yang Domain, Supreme Yang Dragon Breath, Emulate Heaven and Earth, Command Wind and Rain, Ultimate Fusion. Hidden Evolution Path, Sun Sacred Dragon Pseudo-God Supreme Yang Dragon Unknown Tier.
Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 100 Supreme Young Divine Crystals, 100 bottles of Supreme Young Divine Elixir, 100 bottles of Aurora Divine Elixir, 100 Aurora Divine Crystals, 10 bottles of Sacred Young Spring Water, 1 Divine Beast Fragment.
Current status, ready for advancement, base attributes met. Beast, Mystic Een Sacred Dragon. Rank, Pseudo-God. Level, LV 210. Constitution, 4,600,000. Strength, 4,600,000. Mental power, 4,600,000. Agility, 4,600,000. Total combat power, 6 million. Skills, Dragon's Might, Eternal Freeze, Icy Dragon Breath, Emulate Heaven and Earth, Command Wind and Rain, Ultimate Fusion. Hidden Evolution Path, Mystic Een Sacred Dragon Pseudo-God Ultimate Een Candle Dragon Unknown Tier. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 100 Extreme Een Divine Crystals, 100 bottles of Extreme Een Divine Elixir, 100 bottles of Extreme Cold Divine Elixir, 100 Extreme Cold Divine Crystals, 10 bottles of 9 Nether Springs, 1 Divine Beast Fragment. Current status, ready for advancement, base attributes met.
Subai immediately produced the precious materials, with 2 piles of divine crystals stacked beside him. He divided the resources into 2 piles and placed them both before his 2 tamed beasts. Feeling the surging energy, the 2 mounts' eyes lit up slightly. They opened their gaping maws and swallowed all the materials whole.
The next instant, dazzling light radiated from both beasts.
Their figures abruptly vanished from the beast taming space, transforming into an enormous dragon egg. After waiting so long, his mounts had been stuck at the pseudo-divine stage, but now they could finally advance. Subai mused that the time required for these 2 beasts to advance would surely be considerable, then exited the beast taming space.
Back in the villa courtyard, that girl Mu Yan still hadn't returned. That little girl never goes out normally. What's going on today? Where could she have gone? Subai scratched his head, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. Have you heard? Someone's confessing their feelings in the square. To whom? Seems like it was to Mu Yan. But doesn't Mu Yan have a boyfriend? What's his name again?
I can't remember either, but I do recall she has a boyfriend.
Let's go check it out.
Just then, several figures passed by the doorway, and the students all spoke up.
Damn it, did I just dig my own grave?
Subai stared at the robe draped over his shoulders, a black line appearing on his forehead.
Chapter 129, Betrayal from the Equipment. On the playground.
2 women stood in the center of the field, both strikingly beautiful, the kind that could captivate anyone at first glance. The girl in the lead stood at the front, gazing at the boy holding flowers before her, her brows furrowing involuntarily.
Mu Yan, please say yes. I like you. I swear I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. I'll never let you down.
The boy knelt on the ground, his face radiating deep affection.
I'm sorry, I can't accept. I already have a boyfriend. Mu Yan shook her head immediately upon hearing this. Who's your boyfriend? When did you even get a boyfriend? Where is he? What's his name?
At these words, the man's eyes widened, his gaze betraying a hint of disbelief.
My boyfriend's name is Subai. You don't know him?
Mu Yan looked at the man before her, a strange expression flickering in her eyes.
Who is Subai? Never heard that name before.
I really haven't heard that name before, but it feels familiar somehow.
It sounds familiar. Who exactly is Subai?
The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, murmuring among themselves.
Can none of you remember who Subai is?
Mu Yan heard the murmurs and felt a pang of dread in her heart, a flicker of panic clearly visible in her eyes.
Mu Yan, I've never heard of this Subai before. Are you trying to avoid agreeing to him? Even if you don't want to agree, you don't have to brush him off like this, do you? We're best friends. I wouldn't lie to you. My brother has always liked you. He's quite talented too. He'll be advancing to the 6th transformation soon. It won't be long before he catches up to you. The girl standing beside Mu Yan immediately chimed in. Yeah, I swear I'll always treat you well.
The man nodded at her words.
If there's nothing else, I'll be going. There's no way I'm agreeing to this.
Mu Yan sensed something was off about this matter and knew she had to seek clarification from Old Master Zhang Lin.
Why did so many people not remember Subai? Why had they even forgotten him?
Subai had just been granted the title of Prince of the First Rank, a news that had spread throughout the entire nation. Just then, a colossal figure suddenly appeared in the sky, descending directly before the crowd. Mu Yan's eyes lit up at the sight of this colossal being before her. Without hesitation, she leaped onto its back.
My friend, we'll be taking our leave now. By the way, I'm Mu Yan's boyfriend.
Subai took Mu Yan's hand and addressed the man below them.
The pair's figures quickly vanished into the horizon. Subai, what's going on here? I just asked several people about you, and it seems like they've all forgotten you? Did something go wrong?
A hint of worry flickered in Mu Yan's eyes.
Sometimes death isn't truly terrifying, it's being forgotten.
You're the only one left in this world, feeling like a stranger everywhere you go. No one knows who you are, or even what you do.
Nothing happened. I did this myself. Subai hastily waved his hands. You did it yourself? How could that be possible? How did you manage it?
At this, Mu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, her face etched with utter astonishment. Through a special method as long as you still remember me. Subai smiled faintly, took Mu Yan's hand, and pulled a ring from his backpack, placing it in her palm.
Equipment, Destiny Ring. Grade, Semi-Divine Artifact. Level requirement, LV 180+. Base attributes, all attributes plus 200,000. Equipment skill, when a Destiny Master wears this ring, they can dispel all negative status effects and gain a 200% enhancement to their skills. Special attribute, wearing this ring marks the Destiny Master as the chosen one, granting 1 free lethal defense. Cooldown, 1 day. Class restriction, Destiny Master, Sorcerer, Mage. This artifact? No, this artifact is far too precious. I can't accept it, you already gifted me one last time. Mu Yan stared at the artifact's attributes before her, her body trembling involuntarily. This gear was absolutely perfect for a Destiny Master, it was just too awesome. I saved this piece of gear specifically for you. Do I even need to explain what our relationship is? If I don't give this to you, then who else would I give it to? Subai took Mu Yan's small hand and slipped the ring onto her finger. Alright, fine. Mu Yan nodded, a hint of bashfulness flickering in her eyes. By the way, who was that guy confessing to you earlier? And that girl standing beside you? Subai asked curiously. They're my teammates. The guy is Fong Shiming and the girl is Fong Wanyu. They're siblings. They're the only ones at school who hang out with me. I don't really interact with anyone else. Mu Yan glanced at Subai guiltily and explained softly. Good thing I got here on time today. If I'd been even a little late, someone else might have snatched you away. Subai chuckled. Who would have thought this gear could stab you in the back like this? This law of oblivion was truly formidable, it could wipe away memories in such a short time. Even a 9th transformation level powerhouse couldn't withstand its invasion. No way. I'd never agree to that. Even if they've all forgotten you, I'll never forget you. I thought something felt off about them today. Turns out they can't remember you at all. I was even going to ask the dean what was going on. Mu Yan lowered her head shyly and spoke softly. Get ready today. Tomorrow, I'll take you to level up and tackle a 3-no dungeon. Subai recalled that instance in his mind and spoke softly. Abyss of Heavens Fall, the 3-no dungeon. No introduction, no quests, no instructions. This dungeon must hold something extraordinary, otherwise, Luo Jojo wouldn't have sent him there. Alright. Mu Yan nodded and leaned against Subai's shoulder. The setting sun cast its last rays upon them, bathing everything in a breathtaking glow. Dawn! 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 Just then, 3 tolls of a bell rang out, instantly capturing their attention. Something's wrong? Subai narrowed his eyes, gazing downward with a look of solemnity. Then, the netherworld bird landed at the palace gates. Countless guards stood before the bird, their eyes flashing with alert vigilance. Chapter 130, The Beast Tide approaches. It's me. Everyone step aside. Subai gazed at the ancient bell in the distance, glanced at the people before him, and spoke softly. Greetings, one word, shoulder to shoulder king. Recognizing the vaguely familiar face before them, they immediately knelt before Subai. No need for formalities. What exactly is happening? Whenever Subai appeared before this group, the properties of the forgetfulness law would be temporarily suppressed, which saved him a great deal of trouble. As for the bell's toll, that was an early warning system. Unless a major national catastrophe occurred, one would never casually recall it throughout their lifetime. Dawn! 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 Another 6 consecutive chimes rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. 9 tolls. This signaled grave trouble, even a crisis threatening the nation's survival. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai charged into the Grand Hall. Your Majesty, according to confirmed intelligence, the 4 major cities Qinglong, Baitu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu are under attack by a massive wave of ferocious beasts. We urgently request you dispatch reinforcements immediately. Your Majesty, the gravity of this situation may far exceed our imagination. There's likely someone pulling strings behind the scenes. Your Majesty, please make a decision swiftly. The assembled officials urgently pleaded with the Emperor seated before them. Seated upon his high throne, the Emperor of the Meteor Empire's gaze darkened with gravity. The assault on 4 secondary main cities was no trivial matter. These 4 cities were second only to the imperial capital in scale. Should anything go wrong, it would spell trouble. At best, the 4 cities would fall outright. At worst, the nation would be thrown into turmoil, even facing the peril of annihilation. Immediately mobilize all high-tier powerhouses. At any cost, reinforce the 4 major cities. Currently, high-tier powerhouses still guard the 4 major cities, so they shouldn't fall immediately. We must act swiftly. Inform them to expedite the process. Send as many reinforcements as possible, immediately. The Emperor took a deep breath and spoke urgently. I'll go. Leave the Azure Dragon Academy and White Tiger Academy to me. At that moment, Subai stepped forward and declared. Prince of the Shoulder? Seeing Subai before them, the crowd's eyes lit up slightly.
Subai's strength was formidable. He had once successfully slain a god-tier boss. With him taking charge, this matter should pose no problem.
Correct.
Qinglong City and Baihat City are relatively close to each other.
I'll handle these two cities.
You take Zhuke and Xuanwu and rush to provide support as quickly as possible. Subai stepped to the front of the court officials, gazing at the emperor before him as he spoke softly.
Very well, no problem. How do you plan to proceed?
The emperor couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but upon seeing Subai, he suddenly felt a great weight lifted. If Subai could safeguard those two cities, it would undoubtedly ease their burden considerably.
I'll explain later. I'm leaving now.
Without another word, Subai turned and left the palace. As a veteran who had weathered the beast tide, Subai knew time was of the essence. He strode directly out of the grand hall, drew a long spear, and thrust it into his own heart. Bright red blood gushed forth,
instantly staining the ground crimson.
In that instant, Subai felt an unprecedented agony, his body convulsing uncontrollably.
This feeling of death is truly unbearable.
Subai gazed toward the distant horizon and murmured softly.
Oh no! Prince Subai has killed himself. Quick, someone! Is there anyone who can save the prince? This is a major incident.
The guards who witnessed the scene spoke urgently, their eyes betraying a hint of panic. Subai, of course, knew nothing of the uproar his death had caused. He had already arrived in Qinglong City, resurrecting once more within its walls.
Hurry to the north gate. The defenses there are weak. Those damned beasts, they deserve to die. You head to the north gate. I'll reinforce the south gate.
If the protective barrier shatters, the entire Qinglong City is finished.
Panic flickered across everyone's faces as hordes of ferocious beasts swarmed the protective barrier, ramming it frantically.
Without hesitation, Subai spurred his beast toward the east.
He sensed Elder Sun Shan's aura emanating from the eastern part of the city.
By the time he arrived, the Qinglong Academy students had already broken through the shield and were locked in a bloody battle with the beasts.
Open the shield and let me out. I need to go eliminate those beasts.
Subai glanced at the man guarding the city, then looked toward the distant horizon. Young man, it's best to stay on the city walls for now.
If the headmaster and the others can't hold them off, then we'll go in.
Hearing this, the man hurriedly replied.
Let me out.
Subai produced his exclusive token and waved it before the man. Seeing the token, the man immediately bowed his hands in respect toward Subai and opened a section of the defensive barrier.
Subai gripped his staff, unleashing a terrifying burst of light that roared out in all directions.
In an instant, all the ferocious beasts within a 5-mile radius were cleared away.
Old man, what's going on here? How could Qinglong City be attacked by a beast tide?
Subai flashed forward, appearing before the old man.
Good. You're finally back. I see I haven't misjudged you, young one. I don't know why these beasts suddenly attacked the city either.
If it were just these low-grade beasts, it wouldn't be much trouble.
Look over there.
Sun Shan pointed in the direction not far away, his expression unusually grave. There, one after another, stood terrifying god-tier bosses.
Their combined numbers easily exceeded 10. So many god-tier bosses? How is that even possible?
Subai's eyes widened at the horrifying sight, his face etched with utter disbelief. Normally, these god-tier bosses never interacted with one another. The idea of them joining forces to attack a city was unheard of. I suspect this is orchestrated by someone with a single goal, to destroy the very foundations of our meteor empire. They employed a special method to unite all these god-tier bosses.
These people have grand ambitions.
Sun Shan took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a solemn resolve. Leave those god-tier bosses to me.
You hold the city first.
Once all these god-tier bosses are dead, the beasts will scatter on their own. Subai narrowed his eyes, summoning the netherworld bird, which soared toward the direction of the god-tier bosses.
Be careful. Stay safe. Don't try to be a hero. Did you hear me?
Before Sun Shan could respond, Subai had already soared away. Sun Shan hurriedly shouted after him, his eyes clouded with concern.
Chapter 131, The Crisis Averted. 11 divine tier bosses stood towering there, radiating an utterly terrifying aura.
Their forms rivaled mountains, their frenzied aura piercing the heavens. Retreat swiftly, and I'll spare your lives. Subai surveyed the dozen-plus god-tier bosses before him, his icy voice reverberating across the heavens and earth. As the words fell, terrifying flashes of brilliant light streaked across the sky, crashing down upon Subai. Explosions erupted one after another, reducing Subai's position to a massive crater as countless ferocious beasts met their end.
Subai.
Witnessing this scene, an urgent flicker crossed Old Master Sun Shan's eyes as he shouted the name.
As the afterglow faded, Subai's figure reappeared before everyone.
Golden light radiated from his body as his attribute values began to skyrocket.
If you insist on dying, then don't blame me for sending you on your way.
Subai narrowed his eyes as the elemental spirit materialized. In that instant, the very landscape shifted and transformed.
Howling winds roared, and terrifying flames erupted beneath Subai's feet.
A furious hurricane, carrying the flames, began to spread in all directions.
Dark clouds gathered thickly, thunder roared, and dazzling flashes of lightning illuminated the distant horizon. A terrifying thunder dragon thrust its head from the sky, its colossal form obscuring the sun and casting an aura of dread. The terrifying thunder dragon twisted its massive body, unleashing a deluge of lightning that spread in all directions, resembling the apocalypse. One by one, the ferocious beasts were utterly annihilated beneath this terrifying thunder. The world boss stood rooted in place, letting out a piercing howl to the heavens, its gaze fixed intently upon the thunder dragon before it. The colossal thunder dragon, its eyes filled with deathly stillness and destruction, roared at the divine tier bosses before it. Seeing this, the god tier bosses let out a piercing howl of their own, terrifying energy fluctuations instantly filling the sky. Icicles, flames, and blood mist raced toward the thunder dragon, as if intent on devouring it. The thunder dragon roared in fury. A terrifying hurricane, intertwined with flames, bolts of lightning, and blinding light, coalesced around its body and surged toward the divine tier bosses before it. Boom! Terrifying energy ripples erupted in all directions, engulfing countless ferocious beasts. Their forms were obliterated into nothingness within the explosive, terrifying energy. Is this the end of the world? This is utterly terrifying. What on earth is happening? Did a supreme being intervene? We're saved. The crowd gazed at the distant sky, their eyes filled with a trace of bewilderment. The energy's aftereffects quietly dissipated. One by one, the terrifying god tier bosses fled into the distance, leaving behind 3 severed heads of god tier bosses at the scene. Congratulations on successfully defeating the god tier bossing long. You have gained 0 experience points. You have successfully picked up the legendary great equipment Thunder Boots. They have been automatically stored in your system inventory. You have successfully picked up the legendary tier equipment Thunderclap Robe. It has been automatically stored in your system backpack. Congratulations on successfully defeating the god tier boss Blood Demon. You have gained 0 experience points. You have successfully picked up the legendary tier equipment Blood Sea Staff. It has been automatically stored in your system backpack. You have successfully picked up the legendary material Blood Demon's Heartblood. It has been automatically stored in your system backpack. A series of beeps sounded one after another. Subai had no time to pay attention to these things now. He shifted his gaze downward. Those terrifying beasts were retreating relentlessly, fleeing for their lives, not daring to linger here. They're running away? Those god tier bosses have fled? How is that possible? The man vanished into the distance, his eyes betraying a hint of disbelief. They're all scared off? That's fantastic. We held them off. We really held them off? Good heavens, we actually held the line. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in overwhelming emotion. They embraced each other, their eyes brimming with excitement. Some even shed tears of joy. They had survived. Joyful smiles spread across every face as they gazed at the figure in the distance. I have fulfilled my duty. Subai bowed his hands toward Old Master Sun Shan and murmured softly. I knew you could do it, boy. You've done me proud. Sun Shan heard these words, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. The youngster he once had to protect had now grown into a towering tree. I must hurry to White Tiger City. Please activate the teleportation array for me. All 4 secondary main cities have been hit by the beast tide. This incident is likely a conspiracy targeting our Meteor Empire, most probably orchestrated by the White Eagle Empire. Subai took a deep breath, his eyes clouding over with gravity. Understood. Upon hearing this, the two immediately approached the teleportation array. Subai forced out another drop of his vital blood and handed it to the old man before him. Hide this. If anything happens, notify me immediately. And to repay you in the Qinglong Academy, I have a batch of equipment, weapons, and materials here. All of it is yours. With a sweeping gesture, Subai conjured a mountain of items before the teleportation array, completely blocking the passageway. A semi-divine artifact? Take these back with you. They're far too precious, this old man couldn't possibly afford them. Besides, this is an equal exchange. You've elevated Qinglong Academy to the top rank. I'm already deeply grateful. I truly don't need these things. Old Master Sun Shan looked at Subai before him, hastily waving his hands as he spoke. No need for formalities with me. Take these items. They serve no purpose to me now. I likely won't have much time to return to Qinglong City in the future. When you have the chance, you can come find me in the Imperial capital. I'll be going now. A dazzling white light suddenly flared, and Subai's figure vanished directly into the teleportation array. All right. I won't let you down. Gazing toward the teleportation array, Old Man Sun Shan's face betrayed a hint of excitement. How could that be possible? Why did the beast tide vanish? Why did all those god tier bosses retreat? What the hell is going on? Not far from the city's edge, a man watched the fading beast tide in the distance and couldn't help but curse. Qinglong City was on the brink of falling, yet suddenly everything had changed. For this operation, they had poured every last resource into it. Report this immediately. We don't understand this situation. It's best to let the High Priest decide.
Hearing this, another man standing beside him immediately began contacting the high priest of the White Eagle Empire.
Chapter 132, Heavy Losses. Why did it fail again? Why did our plan against the Meteor Empire fail again? Those damned bastards, those despicable scum. Why do our plans keep failing time and again? Who can tell me why?
Hysterical curses erupted from the crowd. The high priest kicked the conference table before him, flying, roaring in fury. He had paid a heavy price to orchestrate today's plan, only to see it fail again. According to his plan, Qinglong City should have been reduced to ashes. Instead, only a fraction of the population perished, an outcome he could not accept. White Tiger City has also failed. And Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise all failures. The crowd stared at the high priest before them, their eyes betraying deep fear, unable to meet his bloodshot gaze. What the hell are these god-tier bosses good for? They can't even destroy a level 2 main city? Could it really be that the heavens favor meteorite? Why? You tell me why. The high priest slammed his fist on the table, roaring with fury, his eyes gleaming with madness. High priest, the Falling Star Empire's national fortune has reached an unprecedented peak in a century. Confronting them now will be no easy task. The woman known as the First Diviner stepped forward, fingering the tarot cards in her hand as a profound sense of helplessness seeped into her voice. They have repeatedly plotted to drain the cosmic fortune of the Meteor Empire, yet in recent times it has been as if they've hit a brick wall, each attempt ending in heavy losses and failure. Even their attempts to eliminate the Empire's prodigies have failed. High Priest, if we continue to wage such large-scale warfare, we risk provoking the Meteor Empire's displeasure. Do not forget, their emperor is also a 9-transformation powerhouse. A noble woman rose slowly, her gaze fixed intently on the high priest as she spoke coldly. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Do you believe everything I do is wrong? Do you think I have made no contributions to the White Eagle Empire? So what if he's a 9-transformation powerhouse? Does he intend to invade the White Eagle Empire? The high priest seemed to have found an outlet for his frustration, turning his gaze toward the woman and firing off a barrage of questions. He never feared any challenge, not even from a sovereign ruler. I never said you haven't contributed to the White Eagle Empire. I just think you should pause for a moment now. With the national war imminent, our focus should be entirely on that, not on constant disruption. The noblewoman snorted coldly and turned to walk out of the meeting room. After the noblewoman departed, the room fell instantly silent. Very well. Let us discuss all matters after the war. Hearing this, the high priest leaned back in his chair, overcome by a profound sense of helplessness. Among those gathered in the conference room, none understood better than he the formidable strength of the Falling Star Empire's national fortune. If they failed to stop it now, once its fortune surged like a dragon, nothing would be able to halt the rise of this colossal empire. Subai gazed at the crumbling White Tiger City, drawing a deep breath as he clenched his fists. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Had he been even a moment later, White Tiger would have ceased to exist. The energy shield teetered on the brink of collapse. The White Tiger Academy's headmaster had fallen in battle, along with 2 of its vice principals. 2 deputy city lords had perished, and countless practitioners lay dead, so many that their names could not be counted. Now, every household in White Tiger City hung white silk banners, exuding a profound sense of sorrow. Thank you, Your Highness. Without your intervention, White Tiger City would have faced certain peril this time. The city lord of White Tiger City extended an arm and bowed slightly towards Subai before him, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. You're welcome. It was my duty. But I still arrived too late. Had I come sooner, the damage might not have been so severe. By the time Subai arrived, the god-tier boss had already launched its attack. The deans and the city lord had fought desperately to hold off these world bosses, with the city lord even losing an arm in the process. Surviving this was already a miracle. Then please rest first. I'll head back to handle some matters. After bidding farewell to Subai, the White Tiger City lord turned and headed straight for the city lord's residence. Leaving the city walls behind, Subai arrived at the White Tiger Academy. White silk mourning ribbons hung at the entrance, casting a somber, desolate air over the academy. Both teachers and students wore white mourning ribbons, their faces etched with inexpressible sorrow. Subai walked step by step deeper into the courtyard until he finally reached the memorial altar for the late headmaster. The headmaster of the White Tiger Academy had left behind only one piece of equipment. He had fought the god-tier boss with his very life on the line. His body had exploded into clouds of blood mist, leaving nothing behind except this single piece of equipment. Who are you? How did you get in? Just as Subai was about to enter the memorial hall, a youth appeared before him, blocking his path. I'm here to pay my respects to the old master. My name is Subai. Upon hearing this, Subai spoke up. You're the prince of Bingshan? Did you slay the god-tier boss? Just then, another man walked in. He looked at Subai before him, his face betraying a hint of excitement. I'm still too late. Subai waved his hand, changing the subject. I saw you at the school championship tournament. The young man nodded, motioning for his companion to step back. Subai picked up the incense from the altar, lit it, and respectfully offered a stick to the old man. Thank you. Without you, White Tiger City would have faced imminent peril this time. The youth bowed his hands towards Subai, his eyes betraying a hint of reverence. You're welcome. I'll be going now. Dragging his weary body, Subai turned and walked toward the academy gates. He walked all the way to the teleportation array, where desolation stretched before him. Every household was shrouded in sorrow. Listening to the heart-wrenching wails, Subai instinctively clenched his fists. This humiliation absolutely cannot be swallowed whole. His eyes flashed with an unprecedented murderous intent, his aura growing exceptionally sharp. No matter what, he would make the people of the White Eagle Empire pay. With that resolve, Subai stepped into the teleportation array. The elders standing beside the array began channeling energy into it. A white light flickered and vanished, and Subai's figure disappeared from White Tiger City. Chapter 133, Imperial Wrath. The teleportation array in the imperial capital of Falling Star. Blasts of brilliant light flashed as the high-tier professionals who had gone out to rescue others returned to the imperial capital. Each bore some degree of injury. A thread of anger hung on each face, their eyes burning crimson. The soldiers stationed here could clearly sense the deep dissatisfaction festering within these powerful figures. At that very moment, another figure emerged from the teleportation array, radiating a terrifying aura of murderous intent. Greetings, Your Highness. The reinforcements bowed their hands towards Subai upon seeing him, speaking softly. What's the situation? Have the other two cities been secured? Subai took a deep breath and asked softly. The cities of Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise were indeed held, but the losses were devastating. Nearly all the high-tier transferred professionals perished, and close to 1/10 of the mid-tier professionals were killed. It's too tragic, absolutely tragic. Every household in both cities is playing mourning music, every door hung with white silk. I can't bear to describe it. Those bastards. How could they do such a thing? Those were human lives, one by one. The crowd stared at Subai before them, drawing deep breaths as their voices trembled with emotion. Countless transferees had perished beneath the city walls, their eyes filled with profound resentment. The scene was truly unforgettable. Jovi, follow me to the palace to see His Majesty. Subai's figure soared into the sky, racing toward the imperial palace. We'll accompany His Royal Highness. The others followed closely behind, the entire group racing toward the imperial palace. What's the situation? Has everything been settled? The Falling Star Emperor inquired softly. Your Majesty, it has been successfully resolved, though the losses were rather severe. Your Majesty, how should we handle this matter? Jiang Lin looked at the Falling Star Emperor before him and spoke softly. Let me think about it. Perhaps we should simply leave this matter at that. Hearing this, the Meteor Emperor frowned, rubbing the bridge of his nose. All these years of restraint had finally brought about the current peace. If he were to sever ties with the White Eagle Empire now, he feared he would never know peace again. He was torn inside, but this time their losses were too great. Even if he could swallow this bitter pill, could those who lost loved ones possibly do the same? Your Majesty, something has happened. At that moment, a man rushed in, panic evident in his eyes. What is it? With me here, the heavens won't fall. Hearing this, the Emperor of the Meteor Empire furrowed his brow and asked. Prince Bingshan. Prince Bingshan has stormed into the palace. He's followed by a large group of men. It appears they're reinforcements sent to support him. What shall we do? Hearing this, the servant's eyes betrayed a hint of panic as he asked, trembling with fear. You foolish servant. Do you wish to die? Seeing the prince of shoulder to shoulder is like seeing me. He wouldn't dare rebel. What are you afraid of? Glaring at the man before him, the Emperor of the Meteor Empire kicked him hard in the chest. Had anyone else heard these words, they might have thought the Emperor harbored dissatisfaction toward the Prince of Bingshan. Open the palace gates and welcome the Prince of the Shoulder. The Emperor's voice echoed throughout the palace as he turned and strode toward the dragon throne. Before long, Subai and his companions entered from outside. Subai radiated a murderous aura, his entire being emanating an overwhelmingly violent energy. Prince Bingjian, why have you entered the palace? Gazing at Subai before him, the Falling Star Emperor inquired. Your Majesty, you have been kind to me. I come this time for the sake of the 4 secondary main cities. The White Eagle Empire deliberately orchestrated this scheme to weaken the fortune of our Meteor Empire, aiming to destroy the 4 major cities. Though the beast tide has now receded, the 4 secondary main cities Qinglong, Baitu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu are draped in white mourning cloth. Even the deputy city lords have fallen in battle, and the entire cities have suffered immense losses. As the Emperor of the Meteor Empire, should you not provide an explanation to your subjects? I implore your Majesty to provide an explanation to the Empire's subjects. To be fair, Subai's actions had already crossed the line. But he couldn't afford to think about that now. The thought of all those lives lost filled him with overwhelming fury. Your Majesty, this man is a spy I captured. This man is a spy from the White Eagle Empire, tasked with secretly monitoring the situation in Vermilion Bird City. This beast tide was orchestrated by the White Eagle Empire. A man stepped out from behind Subai, casually tossing a prisoner to the ground as he spoke softly.
I ask you, is this account true?
The meteor emperor clenched his fists, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The anger he had suppressed surged back to the surface.
Yes, yes, yes. The high priest ordered us to watch and see if the 4 main cities would collapse. We've been keeping watch.
Our Vermilion Bird city is about to collapse, so we plan to flee only to be captured and brought here.
This has nothing to do with me. I was just a lookout. The plan was devised by the high priest. Its purpose was to weaken the falling star empire's national fortune. It has absolutely nothing to do with me.
The man knelt on the ground, desperately speaking, his eyes betraying a hint of terror.
Very well, very well. What a high priest. What a White Eagle empire.
The emperor roared with maniacal laughter, rising slowly to his feet as an overwhelming aura of terror radiated from his body.
Transmit my command, all clan chieftains are to enter the palace to see the emperor. Transmit my command, all guardians of the starry skies, return immediately. Since the White Eagle Empire seeks to sever our nation's destiny, this emperor shall make them pay in blood for their crimes today. The meteor emperor swept his dragon-embroidered robe, his cold voice echoing throughout the grand hall. At these words, the high-ranking professionals knelt upon the ground, their eyes flickering with a hint of excitement. Subai, my lords, you may withdraw for now. I shall settle this matter for you, and for all the subjects of this empire.
The meteor empire had endured in silence for so many years. It was time to bare its fangs and show those creatures the true terror of the meteor empire.
Thank you, your majesty.
The assembly bowed toward the figures seated upon the imperial throne before turning and departing. Meanwhile, far away in the White Eagle Empire, the diviner stared at the prophecy symbolizing death in his hands, a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes.
Impossible. How could it possibly symbolize death? Something must be wrong. She set down the star-shaped divination tablet and began the ritual anew. After a full 3 attempts, her expression shifted slightly. She immediately set off at full speed toward the high priest's residence. Chapter 134, The Emperor's Wrath, A Million Corpses. As Subai and the others departed, the imperial palace did not grow quiet. The ruler's fury continued to mount, especially upon receiving reports from cities like Qinglong and Baitu, where his rage reached its peak. The emperor summons me to the palace?
The head of the Nangon clan regarded the elderly servant before him, a peculiar expression flickering across his face.
Indeed. Word is His Majesty is furious.
The servant nodded and hurriedly replied.
Very well, very well.
I shall prepare immediately. Upon hearing this, the head of the Nangon family nodded in agreement. He donned his court robes and set off directly toward the imperial palace. The Zhang family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, all the renowned great clans of the imperial city had entered the palace at this very moment. Today, we shall crush the White Eagle Empire. The falling star emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. Meanwhile, in the distant White Eagle Empire, the high priest leaned back in his chair, carefully plotting his next move.
Bad news, high priest. Something terrible has happened.
The diviner entered, panic evident on his face, and blurted out urgently.
What has happened? Why the panic? The high priest frowned, demanding an explanation. High priest, it's a major crisis. This is the result of my recent divination regarding the empire's fortune.
The woman produced a star-shaped tablet and placed it before the high priest.
What does this mean? Death? You must have misread it.
At these words, a flicker of astonishment crossed the high priest's eyes.
High priest, the fortune of our White Eagle Empire is gone.
I see our nation fading away. A terrifying eastern dragon hovers overhead, ruthlessly destroying our land. The woman's eyes were filled with terror, her body trembling uncontrollably.
That's impossible.
Upon hearing this, the high priest immediately raised his hands to the heavens in prayer. Yet no matter how fervently he prayed, there was no response, as if their very world had been forsaken. Activate the Imperial Defense Array immediately.
Something has happened.
The high priest's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly issued the command.
A dazzling light shot skyward, enveloping the entire White Eagle Empire. The Imperial Protection Array? What's going on? Why would they activate the Imperial Defense Array? No idea.
The situation must be dire, otherwise they wouldn't have activated it.
Holy cow, this is my first time seeing the Imperial Defense Array. Those outside witnessed the formation appearing overhead, their expressions shifting dramatically. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials of the White Eagle Empire rushed to the temple. High priest, you must give us an explanation. Why was the Imperial Defense Array suddenly activated? High priest, speak. What are you still calculating? What's there to calculate now?
The crowd stared at the high priest before them, their brows furrowing as they demanded answers.
Silence, all of you. Impossible. What's going on? None of the scrolls are working? Messages can't reach the stars either. What on earth is happening? A distinct flicker of panic crossed the priest's face as his body trembled uncontrollably. They couldn't even use teleportation scrolls.
Every forbidden spell had become utterly useless at this moment. It felt as though this very space had been sealed off by some immense, invisible force.
Something's wrong. Investigate immediately. Investigate now. The high priest suddenly panicked.
Even if the Meteor Empire had attacked them, it was utterly impossible for them to achieve this level of disruption. At that very moment, a dazzling light erupted in the sky, shattering the protective barrier that had enveloped the entire White Eagle Empire. A dazzling golden light, like a shooting star, streaked into the temple and came to a halt before everyone.
The Meteor Empire's eternal mountain river sword?
At the sight of this sword, the expressions of those present shifted slightly, their eyes betraying a hint of disbelief.
Has he lost his mind?
To dare use the very foundation of the nation. It was this very sword that suppressed the falling star empire's destiny.
High priest, you have done well.
You have succeeded in provoking this emperor. The emperor of the falling star empire appeared in the sky above, his icy voice echoing throughout the holy city.
Hundreds followed behind him, each radiating an utterly terrifying aura.
Above the emperor's head, a golden radiance spread outward in all directions, enveloping the entire White Eagle Empire. I told you pushing them too hard would backfire.
They've truly come seeking vengeance? High priest, what should we do now?
The expressions of those present shifted slightly as they gazed upward toward the sky. The high priest's figure vanished silently, reappearing high above in the heavens.
Emperor Jiang, are you declaring war on our White Eagle Empire?
Do not forget our guardians still watch over us from the stars. The high priest gazed coldly at the meteor emperor above.
War? No, certainly not. Have you heard the saying, when the son of heaven is enraged, 100,000 corpses lie strewn across the land?
One sword subdues the mountains and rivers. Hearing this, Emperor Jiang's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he murmured softly. One sword cleaves the mountains and rivers. The crowd behind the falling star emperor shouted in unison, their bodies radiating golden light. In an instant, the eternal mountain sword blazed with a dazzling radiance. A golden sword beam shot skyward, cleaving the entire realm in two.
Countless cities collapsed, while dense crowds fled in panic.
Most within the cities perished beneath this savage sword energy, utterly unable to resist.
Countless practitioners stared in terror, their cries of anguish echoing throughout the city.
Their eyes were filled with terror as they stared at the golden sword suspended overhead, their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, the high priest's eyes betrayed utter disbelief. Do you truly believe the eternal mountain sword is as simple as you imagine?
Let me tell you plainly, today, you shall perish. Two swords shatter the stars. The falling star lord sneered coldly, his icy voice echoing across the entire realm once more.
The golden sword light intensified, slashing down upon the city once more.
The golden radiance was unmatched, sweeping through the land with devastating force, obliterating the entire realm. The ground cracked and split, while countless ferocious beasts fled in all directions. Their eyes betrayed a hint of terror, as if witnessing the apocalypse itself.
Secret realms and dungeons began collapsing one after another. Volcanoes erupted and tsunamis surged, rivers overflowed, and floodwaters poured forth in every direction.
Both humans and beasts were utterly annihilated in this moment. The citizens of the White Eagle Empire wailed and wept, their eyes filled with despair, yet utterly unable to escape.
Chapter 135, An Empire's Demise.
Only now did the high priest of the White Eagle Empire realize he had vastly underestimated the Meteor Empire's true strength. This empire was truly terrifying. How could it wield such dreadful power?
I'll fight you to the death. Die. Emperor Jiang, I will have your blood.
The guardians of the White Eagle Empire blazed with dazzling light as they charged toward the Meteor Emperor and his entourage.
Ants shaking a tree, utterly futile. Today, I come only for vengeance.
You shall all perish alongside the people of my Meteor Empire.
Three swords sever sun and moon.
In an instant, the world fell silent. Every living soul vanished without a trace.
It's over.
Witnessing the scene before him, the Emperor of the Meteor Empire exhaled in relief, a hint of ease flickering across his face. A strand of white hair had appeared at his temple, and his complexion looked unusually pale.
Your Imperial Majesty, are you all right? The crowd addressed Emperor Jiang before them. I'm fine. Not quite ready to kick the bucket yet. Let's go.
With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the falling star emperor grasped the eternal mountain river sword and the imperial seal.
The group boarded a massive warship behind them and sped off into the boundless void. What? The divine messenger's token is shattered? Investigate immediately. What exactly has happened?
The high priest of the sacred empire addressed his subordinate beside him. I'll look into it immediately. The man, upon hearing this, hurriedly made his way out of the room.
Your Majesty, the White Eagle Empire has been annihilated.
Within the palace, a man knelt before his sovereign and spoke softly.
When did this news arrive?
The red-haired man looked at the minister beside him and asked softly. My spy within the White Eagle Empire uncovered it. He sent me a message before his death.
It must have been the Meteor Empire that acted.
The minister took a deep breath and hurriedly explained.
When he first heard the news, his initial reaction was disbelief.
But that spy was his trusted confidant, there was no way he would lie.
That fool of a high priest, did he really think the Meteor Empire was someone to mess with? Occasional friction between nations is one thing, but you deliberately set them up this time. You nearly destroyed 4 of their secondary main cities and killed a large number of high-level professionals. Of course they'll come after you with everything they've got. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man spoke up. Your Majesty, the Meteor Empire possesses the capability to destroy the White Eagle Empire. Shouldn't we be wary as well? The minister swallowed hard upon hearing this. An entire empire and one as formidable as the White Eagle Empire, at the height of its power, vanished like that. No need to worry. The White Eagle Empire is nothing but a mere puppet. Do you truly believe the Falling Star Empire rose to become one of the 5 great empires by mere coincidence? The Meteor Empire was once immensely powerful. It was merely stripped of its divine favor. Do you know why the Falling Star Empire had no divine emissaries? Because the gods had abandoned them. It was the gods who divided up the Falling Star Empire's destiny. The White Eagle Empire? From its founding to now, it's barely 300 years old. What do they know of heritage? What do they know of destiny? They're nothing but a bunch of lucky bastards chosen by the gods. The red-haired man snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a hint of disdain. Some nations near the Meteor Empire, upon hearing this news, revealed a hint of dread in their eyes. If even the mighty White Eagle Empire had been annihilated, how could these tiny nations hope to escape unscathed? In the blink of an eye, envoys from these small nations near the Meteor Empire rushed to pay homage to the Meteor Emperor. Destroyed? Simply annihilated like that? Subai glanced at Jiang Lin beside him, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He had assumed the Meteor Empire feared the White Eagle Empire because it couldn't defeat it, but apparently that wasn't the case. That's right. Just wiped out like that. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin nodded, showing no surprise. They had even deployed the Imperial Seal and the Eternal Mountain Sword. If they hadn't annihilated the White Eagle Empire, it would have been a wasted trip. Wait, I'm not following. Wasn't the White Eagle Empire the foremost among the 5 great empires? Their strength shouldn't be this weak. And there were plenty of 9 transformation experts in the White Eagle Empire. How could they have been wiped out? Subai considered the possibility of a full-scale war erupting between the 2 nations. After all, no matter how you looked at it, the 2 nations' territories weren't that far apart. Apart from the White Bear Empire, the White Eagle Empire was likely the top-tier empire closest to the Meteorite Empire. You're right. On paper, that's certainly the case. However, their 9 transformation masters all reside in the starry heavens. Once the Imperial Seal is activated, the entire space becomes sealed off. Even scrolls are useless. To break this seal, a deity must personally intervene. Jiang Lin stroked the beard on his chest and explained softly. But that shouldn't be possible. Even if the 9 transformation masters slaughtered relentlessly, it would take at least 10 days to half a month, right? Subai was bewildered, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. The Eternal Mountain and River Sword. A single strike can sever mountains and rivers, a single strike can shatter stars, a single strike can cleave the sun and moon. That is the sword of national destiny, forged specifically to sever the very lifeblood of a nation. Jiang Lin gazed up at the sky above, murmuring to himself. Ha! Subai heard this, his eyes revealing a trace of bewilderment. He didn't quite get that. Once national fortune is shattered, the nation must perish. National fortune is an intangible concept, yet it is a tangible reality. Using the sword of national fortune to sever its very foundation, the White Eagle Empire's downfall is only natural. You'll understand soon enough. However, wielding the Eternal Mountain River Sword exacts a heavy price, one I cannot elaborate upon in detail. Speaking of which, you deserve credit for this. Had you not broken through all 33 layers of the demon sealing abyss, activating the Eternal Mountain River Sword would have been impossible. Gazing at Subai before him, old man Jiang Lin drew a deep breath, his expression growing solemn. What should I do now? Should I go to the Imperial Palace and see His Majesty? At these words, Subai's expression tightened with anxiety. Damn it, he wouldn't actually execute me, would he? That won't be necessary. Your primary task now is to strengthen your abilities, prepare for the national war, and strive to secure first place. Unlike the other 3 great empires, the White Eagle Empire has been passed down for millennia. Its foundations rival those of our Falling Star Empire, and in some aspects, it surpasses us. Jiang Lin heard this and hastily waved his hands. Upon hearing this, Subai seemed to grasp the meaning. Heritage is an incredibly important thing. You might not need it in your daily life, but you absolutely cannot be without it. Chapter 136, News Spreads. As time passed, the news gradually spread. Have you heard? It seems His Majesty sent troops and wiped out the White Eagle Empire outright. You've got to be kidding. What kind of power is the White Eagle Empire? How could it possibly be destroyed? Exactly. An empire that massive just wiped out? Your joke isn't funny at all. Forget everything else. On paper alone, the White Eagle Empire is easily the strongest among all empires. Wiping out such a formidable empire is pure fantasy. I agree with this brother's assessment.
The White Eagle Empire boasts a staggering 49 transformation experts, a number utterly unmatched by any other empire.
Upon hearing this rumor, the crowd's first reaction was disbelief.
How could such a vast empire, especially one with such formidable strength, be destroyed just like that? Over the past 2 years, the White Eagle Empire had been highly active among the nations, even forging alliances with several smaller states to counter the Meteor Empire. Given the two nations' proximity and their long-standing rivalry, everyone knew quite a bit about the White Eagle Empire.
This is true. I can no longer contact my friends there. Something must have happened. Something happening doesn't necessarily mean they'd been destroyed. It could be for other reasons. Exactly.
We shouldn't jump to conclusions so hastily.
Though the government hasn't released any official information, I've managed to gather some details from my contacts.
Hearing this, the man looked at his friend beside him, took a deep breath, and spoke softly.
What kind of information?
The moment he spoke, everyone perked up with interest.
After all, gossip is human nature, no one can escape it. You guys didn't know?
I heard someone stormed the palace with a bunch of ministers over the 4 secondary main cities. Those 4 secondary main cities were nearly destroyed, enraging numerous ministers who personally went to the palace to see the emperor. Word is the mastermind behind it all is someone from the White Eagle Empire. His Majesty had no choice but to take action. He looked at the people before him and explained softly. At these words, brows furrowed among the group, their eyes flashing with gravity. If this were indeed the case, a full-scale war between the two nations could very well erupt.
What's the situation? Any unusual activity in the starry sky?
The Meteor Emperor gazed at the strand of white hair at his temple, then glanced up at the endless starry sky above him before asking softly. Your Majesty, there has been no word from the starry sky.
It seems those influential figures have yet to receive the news. What should we do next?
The servant before him shook his head hastily.
Proceed as planned. Our Meteor Empire's legacy spans millennia. How could we fear a few mere 9 transformation masters?
If they wish to come, let them come. I shall see if they truly possess the power to sever the legacy of our Meteor Empire. Besides, I refuse to believe these old fools would abandon their 10,000-year lifespans to risk everything in a desperate gamble against us. The falling star emperor gazed at the sky, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes.
The White Eagle Empire was utterly different from the falling star empire.
They cared not for family heritage, nor for so-called blood ties and kinship. Their sole concerns were their own strength and the possibility of ascending to become gods above all. In the Meteor Empire, the situation was entirely reversed. If you dare destroy one city, I dare slaughter your entire nation. Meanwhile, above the starry expanse,
Lord Lawrence, the White Eagle Empire has been annihilated.
Over a dozen formidable figures stood amidst the starry expanse. A man surveyed the assembly before him and spoke coldly.
What did you say? Who did this? What the hell was that high priest doing? Our empire's been wiped out. That can't be right. Who possesses such power to annihilate our White Eagle Empire?
The others frowned as they looked at the middle-aged man before them.
It must be the Meteor Empire's doing.
That high priest is a complete fool, a total idiot. All he does is run around like a headless chicken. He truly has no idea what the 4 ancient kingdoms are worth.
Does he really think those ancient empires are so easy to bully?
The old man stroked his beard and sighed deeply.
You're right, it's the Meteor Empire.
Upon hearing this, the man nodded slightly, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes.
I understand. You may leave now.
The old man nodded and waved his hand toward the middle-aged man. Sir, we cannot let this matter rest. They destroyed our empire, we must teach them a lesson.
Exactly, sir. We're rootless drifters now. Are we supposed to just stand by and watch the murderers walk free? If it comes down to it, we'll go down fighting. I'll die with them if I must. The crowd seethed with fury, clenching their fists and roaring hysterically. It's useless. You don't understand the true power of the 4 ancient nations. Their foundations are beyond our wildest imagination. Even if all 20 plus of our 9 transformation experts joined forces, we couldn't shake the foundations of the Meteor Empire. Hearing this, Lawrence sighed, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. If he'd known things would turn out like this, he never would have brought that fool of a high priest back to the empire to wield such power. If he hadn't insisted on meddling everywhere, how could the Meteor Empire have been provoked into such a violent response? Are they really that powerful? The question stirred murmurs of doubt among the gathered crowd. If the ancient empire was truly that formidable, why had they consistently feigned weakness? They're not just strong, they're terrifyingly powerful. You all remember what happened back then. It took over 1,000 nations joining forces to finally stand against the Meteor Empire and bring it to its knees. How could a mere handful of us possibly shake this colossal beast? The elder gazed toward the direction beneath the starry sky and drew a deep breath. The best course now was to rejoin another empire and find a way to restore the White Eagle Empire's former glory. Lord Lawrence, are we simply to swallow our pride and endure this? A man clenched his fists, anger flickering in his eyes. Of course not. We must teach the Meteor Empire a lesson. Follow me.
A colossal starship materialized before them, blazing with dazzling light before vanishing into the boundless expanse of the cosmos.
Chapter 137, Beastmaster Advancement. A heavy atmosphere hung over the entire Meteor Empire. Citizens across the realm seemed to sense an unusual tension in the air. Do you think this group will let it go? Subai looked at Jianlin before him and asked softly. I couldn't say for certain. But if it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't let it go either. They might not resort to open conflict, but they'll certainly seek to restore their honor. Jianlin heard this and shook his head gently. No one could swallow such humiliation. This had sealed a mortal enmity with them. Should the Meteor Empire ever fall on hard times, they wouldn't hesitate to kick it while it was down. Old Master, His Imperial Majesty requests your presence at the palace. Just then, a man entered and spoke softly. All right, I understand. I'll go immediately. With that, Jianlin nodded, exchanged a few words with Subai, and turned to follow the man toward the palace. What's wrong? Why are you looking so gloomy? Seeing Subai before her, Mu Yan moved closer and immediately wrapped her arm around his. Nothing. Just thinking about some things. Some things. I just don't know if I did them wrong? Or if I did them right? Subai stroked his chin, deep in thought. Why overthink it? In this life, just follow your heart. Don't worry about the rest, just live well. Hearing this, Mu Yan chuckled softly and replied. You're right. In this life, just follow your heart. As long as you're true to yourself, that's all that matters. Subai stretched lazily and couldn't help but yawn. By the way, Sun Kai and the others have already returned to Qinglong Academy. Did you run into them during your visit? Mu Yan asked, looking at Subai before her. Now that you mention it, I seem to have forgotten. But you're a lucky bastard, nothing bad should happen to you. Hearing this, Subai smiled faintly and quickly replied. You two are exactly alike, both of you are such carefree souls. I'll try to get in touch with them later. Mu Yan rolled her eyes at his words, shooting him a disapproving glance. Fine. But Old Master's son probably won't let him take such a risk. Subai smiled softly as he spoke. A full day and night had passed, yet there was still no movement in the beast taming space. After entering the beast taming space, Subai looked at the two little creatures before him and couldn't help but frown. Breaking through to the divine spirit tier clearly wasn't going to be easy. Just as Subai was about to leave, he suddenly noticed movement from the two giant black and white eggs before him. Terrifying energy surged from the two massive orbs, radiating an overwhelmingly formidable pressure. Are they about to emerge? Subai's eyes lit up, a hint of excitement flickering in his gaze. Divine-grade beasts. He could finally possess a divine-grade beast. He stared intently at the two little creatures, his eyes brimming with excitement. A terrifying, blinding light engulfed the entire beast riding space, instantly blinding everyone present. The scorching heat seemed poised to incinerate everything in the heavens and earth. The surrounding space began to melt, golden flames bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. This commotion is absolutely terrifying. A flicker of shock crossed Subai's eyes. An icy chill swept over them as Xiaobai poked its head out of the eggshell. The surrounding space began to stir, and Subai's tamed beasts were completely frozen within the icy bonds. Fortunately, the terrifyingly scorching flames melted the ice layers, and the two dreadful forces clashed against each other. The scene before them defied description as mere apocalypse had threatened to shatter everything in sight. Two monstrous dragons, each over a kilometer long, their scales gleaming with a dazzling cold light. They circled the sky, roaring at each other. Terrifying energy tore through the entire beast-taming realm, causing its world to collapse relentlessly. You two little bastards want to bring about the end of the world? Subai cursed at the colossal beasts overhead. The moment his words fell, the two colossal beasts instantly fell silent. They descended from the sky, swallowed the eggshells whole, and then settled obediently into a hovering position mid-air. Beast, Sunlight Dragon. Grade, Divine Spirit. Level, LV210. Constitution, 9,600,000. Strength, 9,600,000. Mental Power, 9,600,000. Agility, 9,600,000. Combat Power, 15 million. Skills, Dragon Might, Supreme Yang Domain, 10,000 Suns Dragon Breath, Emulate Heaven and Earth, Ultimate Yang Flame, Limit Fusion. Hidden Evolution Path, Sunlight Dragon Divine Rank, Burning Sun Ancestral Dragon Unknown Rank. Hidden Path Evolution Requirements, 100 Solar God Crystals, 100 bottles of Solar God Elixir, 100 bottles of Solar God Elixir, 100 Solar God Crystals, Divine Soul Essence. Current status, cannot advance, base attributes not met. Beast Mount, Ultimate Incandle Dragon. Grade, Divine Spirit. Level, LV210. Constitution, 9,600,000. Strength, 9,600,000. Mental Power, 9,600,000. Agility, 9,600,000. Total Combat Power, 15 million. Skills, Dragon Might, Ultimate In Domain, Ultimate In Dragon Breath, Emulate Heaven and Earth, Command Wind and Rain, World Destroying In Candle, Ultimate Fusion. Hidden Evolution Path, Ultimate In Candle Dragon Divine Spirit Tier Primordial In Ancestral Dragon Unknown Tier.
Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 100 Supreme Divine Crystals, 100 bottles of Supreme Divine Elixir, 100 bottles of Supreme Cold Divine Elixir, 100 Supreme Cold Divine Crystals, Divine Soul Essence.
Current status, cannot advance, base attributes not met. 15 million combat power. I've finally reached the threshold of a 9 transformation powerhouse.
Normally, aside from the absolute elite among 9 transformation masters, no one else could possibly reach combat power exceeding 10 million.
This was considered an unwritten rule among 9 transformation masters.
Only by surpassing 10 million combat power can one truly be called a 9 transformation expert.
As for an anomaly like Luo Jiuzhou, he stands atop this world's pinnacle. Without revealing his true identity, his power remains utterly unmatched. You two little rascals have really made me proud. Subai gazed at the two youngsters, a faint smile playing on his lips. Remember, their levels haven't even reached their peak yet. Who knows how terrifying their combat power would become if they reached level 1000. Divine tier Beast Tamers truly were terrifying indeed. Hearing this, the two little ones immediately flopped down beside Subai and began rolling around. Alright. You're divine tier beasts after all, no need to act so cute and clingy. You two stay here and digest properly. I'll be leaving now. With that, Subai exited the beast taming realm. Chapter 138, The Overlordly Falling Star Emperor. Wait, something fell off. Subai summoned Xiaobai and ordered it to shrink its form.
The main reason was that Xiaobai was simply too large. Appearing at Qinglong Academy would inevitably draw unnecessary attention.
And a hidden evolution path? Does that mean my beast taming skills can still be upgraded? No way, wasn't divine spirit rank the ultimate limit? Subai had never heard of any quality beyond divine.
Seeing the scene before him, Subai's brows furrowed slightly.
But upon reflection, it seemed plausible.
After all, Xiaobai and Xiaohei possessed exceptionally high innate racial talents. Once they reached maturity, they were bound to become divine beings.
But can other tamed beasts continue advancing beyond the divine rank?
Subai stroked his chin, deep in thought. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to abandon further thought. He couldn't see the hidden evolutionary paths ahead, so he'd just have to take things one step at a time. But with these two little ones by his side, conquering the Three-Nose secret realm felt much more within reach.
Let's go. It's time for us to leave. I'll take you to level up. Before long, we'll be ready for the national war.
Subai recalled Xiaobai into his beast taming space, took Muyan's hand, and prepared to walk toward the teleportation array. Just as Subai was about to depart, a colossal warship suddenly materialized in the sky. This warship, at least several kilometers long, radiated an utterly terrifying aura as it hovered in the sky, casting its shadow over the entire imperial capital.
Emperor Jiang, come out.
At the forefront stood Lawrence, accompanied by the 9 transformations experts behind him, demanding an explanation.
I thought you wouldn't come after all? Lawrence, what brings you to our meteor empire?
The figure of the meteor emperor materialized above the grand hall. Gazing at the silhouette in the sky, his eyes held a hint of coldness as he asked softly.
Meteor Emperor, are you unaware of your own deeds?
You slaughtered the citizens of our White Eagle Empire, leading to its utter destruction.
And now you dare to put on airs? Hearing this, Lawrence couldn't help but snort coldly, a flash of indifference crossing his eyes. So it's true after all? Holy crap, the Emperor and his forces really wiped out the White Eagle Empire. Damn, that's awesome. Absolutely awesome. This is nothing short of earth-shattering news. When he speaks, it's like thunder. That's just how our Emperor rolls. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but flash a look of excitement across their faces as they all spoke up. Blame it on your priest, he was the one who didn't know when to quit. He actually schemed to bring dozens of god-tier bosses to invade our meteor empire. He was practically asking for death. I can overlook petty skirmishes, but anyone who dares to undermine the empire's foundations will find only death. If you have the guts, make us pay in blood. If not, then get the hell out of here. The meteor emperor snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with faint disdain. Is this your explanation? Meteor Emperor, isn't this a bit much? Lawrence clenched his fists, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. What explanation do you want? Go ahead, tell me. Hearing this, the falling star emperor chuckled, a trace of contempt flickering in his eyes. Compensate us for our losses, transfer the resources from the treasury to us, issue a public apology, and collaborate with us to rebuild the White Eagle Empire. Lawrence snorted coldly, a flash of indifference crossing his eyes. Are you joking with me, or are you dreaming? Not one of your demands will I agree to. I have never known fear, how could I possibly apologize to you? If you wish to fight, then fight. Do you truly believe this emperor fears you? As the words left his lips, the dragon-embroidered robe of the falling star emperor creaked and groaned. His figure shot directly into the sky, confronting this group head-on. Over a dozen ninth transformation experts soared into the sky together, each radiating an utterly terrifying aura. Very well, very well. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. A dazzling golden light appeared above Lawrence's head, a terrifying divine artifact radiating blinding brilliance.
It's a fine artifact, but alas, your White Eagle Empire is too young. The fortune-bound power within this object remains far too shallow. The Meteor Emperor shook his head upon seeing the mysterious artifact.
It's sufficient.
The blinding light coalesced into a terrifying scepter, crashing toward the direction of the falling star imperial capital.
Sword, come forth. Hear the dragon's roar.
A dragon's roar echoed as a colossal, terrifying creature emerged from behind the clouds. It roared at the golden scepter, unleashing unparalleled energy that collided directly with the golden staff. In that instant, the golden scepter shattered into countless fragments, vanishing into the wind.
How is this possible? Lawrence froze for a moment, a look of utter disbelief flashing across his face. Get lost. The golden dragon's deep roar echoed throughout the entire city. In an instant, a violent storm erupted, transforming the very landscape. Let's go.
Witnessing this scene, Lawrence's face betrayed a flicker of panic as he hastily piloted his vessel away. After everyone departed, the golden dragon vanished silently. Emperor Meteorite led his court officials back into the grand hall.
Is that the divine artifact of destiny?
Subai narrowed his eyes as he stared at the golden dragon. He recognized its true form, a long sword. It was most likely the eternal mountain river sword he'd heard of before. This artifact far surpassed ordinary divine treasures in power. Indeed, an object capable of inheriting a nation's destiny was truly beyond measure. They just retreated like that?
When did our nation become so powerful? I don't get it. I really don't get it.
They were so timid before, and now they're striking hard.
How could they change so much? This is rather peculiar.
Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into murmurs of discussion.
World announcement: following the collapse of the White Eagle Empire, the national war will commence in 2 weeks. Friendly reminder: this national war involves all practitioners across the nation.
It will no longer be conducted as individual arena battles but as a full-scale war between nations. Mission analysis: this war involves all collective practitioners of each nation.
Defeat means national annihilation, victory brings national prosperity.
Note: this war may escalate into the final conflict, potentially becoming a race-wide war. The cold, metallic alert suddenly rang in everyone's ears, causing a thin sheen of cold sweat to form on their foreheads.
Chapter 139, Tianyuan's Hidden Hand. The nation war has started early? What does this mean? Is this the start of a true war of annihilation to determine the victor of this continent? Why such a drastic change? Could it be related to His Imperial Majesty's annihilation of the White Eagle Empire?
This spells big trouble.
I sense the aftermath of this war will be immense. Our Meteor Empire is likely in trouble. Upon hearing this extraordinary proclamation, a flicker of panic crossed every face.
This was no laughing matter.
The slightest misstep could reduce the entire empire to ashes. To actually initiate such a national war. How interesting. How very interesting.
Within the White Bear Empire's palace, a man chuckled, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
The true national war has begun. Now comes the hunt.
An elderly man clad in crimson robes gazed up at the sky above, murmuring to himself.
Your Majesty, this proclamation?
A minister within the palace hall spoke softly, his expression shifting slightly.
I have no idea.
However, this matter likely has nothing to do with the Meteor Empire. It is the work of others scheming in the shadows. Upon hearing this, the Meteor Emperor waved his hand lightly, his expression calm as he spoke. In that case, the trouble is likely to be significant. The other great empires have long been eyeing us greedily, eager to tear off a piece of our flesh. This time, they'll truly ignite a war among nations.
Those scoundrels will surely unite and devour us piece by piece.
Jiang Lin bowed his hands and stepped forward from the crowd, a grave expression in his eyes. As a member of the imperial family, he naturally knew more than others.
Could it be that heaven truly intends to destroy our falling star empire?
An elderly man's body trembled uncontrollably as he cried out to the heavens, his eyes filled with despair.
What is there to fear? What is there to fear?
The valiant sons of our Meteor Empire would rather die standing than surrender.
Issue the order: instruct all major cities to open every secret realm instance free of charge. Cultivate as many professionals as possible, rapidly boosting their strength. Time is running out for us.
At this critical juncture, there is no need to hoard resources.
Should we lose this war, the entire nation will be destroyed. No amount of resources will matter then.
The Meteor Emperor swept his dragon robe, his eyes revealing a hint of calm resolve. Though this crisis appeared to threaten the entire Meteor Empire, if handled correctly, it could also become their opportunity. By annexing other empires and seizing their national fortunes, the Falling Star Empire could restore its former glory and become the sole empire ruling the entire world.
Understood.
The assembled officials bowed respectfully before the Falling Star Emperor and turned to depart the palace.
This must be the solution left behind by certain individuals.
Subai stood before the Academy's teleportation array, gazing up at the sky above. His eyes held a trace of solemnity. It seemed that what he had considered, others had already contemplated before him. When the War of Gods and Demons arrived next year, if the human race wished to secure a foothold in this battle, they would need a god-level powerhouse to command their forces. Subai surmised it was most likely that mysterious figure, Tian Yuan, who had left a contingency plan creating an immensely terrifying empire when the final national war commenced. Only then could this empire's destiny rival that of the ancient divine dragon empire, offering a glimmer of hope. One must admit, this Emperor Tian Yuan truly possesses great wisdom. Subai drew a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a hint of solemnity. Truly, a cunning old fox who had lived for over 10,000 years. What are you saying? Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Mu Yan's eyes. Nothing. Let's go. It's time to persuade that old gentleman. Subai smiled faintly and stepped into the teleportation array before him. Blinding flashes of light began to flicker as their figures vanished within the array. When they reappeared, they had arrived at the Elemental Academy. Where is this place? Mu Yan looked around, a hint of confusion in her eyes. This is Element Academy, the foremost powerhouse academy on the continent. Here, you may encounter prodigies whose talents rival your own. Subai wasn't lying about that. The peerless geniuses he had encountered had already reached the 7th transformation, their strength matching Mu Yan's in every way. Subai's here again. Just then, a student eyed Subai up and down, carefully confirming his identity before shouting out loud. At those words, Mu Yan shot Subai a peculiar look. It's all these guys being too enthusiastic. Yeah, they're way too enthusiastic. I can barely handle it. Subai scratched his nose, trying to hide his awkwardness. Give me a break. I know your character. These people must have gotten the short end of the stick from you. Hearing this, the others rolled their eyes in exasperation. At this remark, a hint of resignation flashed across Subai's face. Here we go again? Is this never going to end? You're not welcome here. Get out. Subai, I advise you to be careful. The crowd chimed in one after another. Everyone, I'm here to see the headmaster. There's no need for such hostility toward me. I'm just an ordinary beast master, nothing special about me. Subai gazed at the dense crowd and couldn't help but sigh. That won't do. We don't welcome you here. What are you showing off for? Do you think we're trash just because we didn't even see your beast during the last competition? You little thief, you're a total jerk. Everyone stared at Subai before them, chattering away in unison. I didn't mean it that way. Subai hurriedly waved his hands. Damn it, this misunderstanding just keeps getting worse. Well, if that's the case, then show us your beast. We want to see just how formidable this beast of yours really is. Exactly. Skip the divine speech, bring out your strongest beast and let's see what it's got. Whoever backs down is a coward. The crowd rolled up their sleeves, their faces flushing with excitement. Is that what you said? You really want me to summon my strongest beast? Subai looked at the group before him, a peculiar expression flickering across his face. We said it. Whoever backs down is a coward. We'll see just how powerful your beast is. The group nodded solemnly. Come to think of it, why do I get the feeling these guys are about to get their asses kicked again? Me too. Xingwei, what do you think? The 4 men standing at the rear of the group glanced at their companions and murmured softly. Chapter 140, Persuading Luo Jojo. The 4 men gazed at Xingwei before them, their expressions turning solemn. Look my ass. Are you 4 never going to stop? All day long, it's just look at this and look at that, got no other lines? Xingwei glared at her 4 teammates beside her and cursed them out. These 4 idiots were as dumb as rocks, utterly brainless. The moment they got their paws off something, they forgot everything I told them. Since you insist on this kind of request, I'll grant your wish. But you'd better be careful, don't blame me if you get scared. Xiaobai, Xiaohei, come out. Subai waved his hand, and the figures of Little White and Little Black appeared before the crowd of trainees. They radiated a terrifying aura, their bodies stretching over thousands of meters as they floated in the sky, emanating a divine pressure. The 2 colossal dragons let out a deafening roar that reverberated across the land. The shockwaves sent the trainees staggering backward several paces, their eyes filled with terror. Those are his beasts? This is terrifying. Damn it, what kind of freak is this kid? No way we stand a chance. Who fights him? I'm out. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces clearly flushing with embarrassment. In their eyes, the 2 colossal figures before them were utterly terrifying, capable of crushing them effortlessly. Grandpa, we're backing down. We can't fight him. We just can't. This guy is a beast. I've never seen such a powerful beast tamer in my life, except for Grandpa Turtle. This kid is freaking insane. The crowd sucked in a collective breath, their eyes betraying a hint of dread. As expected, this kid's trump cards are beyond our imagination. No wonder the dean holds him in such high regard. The 4 stared at the 2 colossal dragons, drawing in sharp breaths as their eyes filled with profound apprehension. Just then, a flash of white light erupted. The white light enveloped Subai and his companion, as well as Xiaohei and Xiaobai floating in the sky. The next second, their figures vanished from everyone's sight. I thought someone was coming to cause trouble here. Turns out it's you, you rascal. Impressive. These two little ones have reached adulthood.
You've raised them well.
Seeing the two beasts before Subai, a hint of surprise flashed across Luo Jojo's face.
Just a bit of casual training didn't take much effort at all.
Subai chuckled at the remark, dismissively waving his hand. If other beast tamers heard you say that, they'd probably tear you limb from limb.
Luo Jojo rolled his eyes and shot Subai a disapproving look. No big deal.
They'd need the skills to pull that off first.
Xiao Bai, you two come back.
Subai heard the call and waved his hand urgently.
The two beasts vanished instantly from the pavilion's airspace. So, what do you say? Are you ready to join that secret realm this time?
Luo Jojo asked softly, looking at Subai before him.
That's right.
I came here for two reasons, to enter the secret realm and to discuss something with you.
Hearing this, Subai nodded and replied softly. What is it? At this, Luo Jojo furrowed his brow.
Sir, don't play dumb with me.
What exactly are you thinking?
Seeing the old man still feigning ignorance, Subai couldn't help but roll his eyes.
What do you mean? What exactly are you implying? I'm afraid I don't quite follow. A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Jojo's face at the question.
This is getting ridiculous, old man.
Could it be you have absolutely no thoughts on the national war?
I refuse to believe you're still trying to drive a hard bargain.
Are you planning to play the snow in the midwinter card?
Subai rolled his eyes at the remark.
You mentioned the national war, what exactly do you mean?
Luo Jojo caught the words and immediately understood, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
My meaning is simple, Your Excellency should return and fight alongside us. With your strength, you'd be an unmatched force in the national war.
With you joining us, plus the entire Element Academy, the Meteor Empire's chances of victory would skyrocket.
Others might not know the true capabilities of the Elemental Academy, but did Subai not know? The Academy's vast array formations, woven from every element, alone would give these mercenaries a run for their money. Join the Meteor Empire? How confident are you in victory?
Upon hearing this, Old Master Luo Jojo immediately inquired. If you ask how certain I am, I cannot say for sure. But I believe that if you offer aid in times of need, the fortune you gain will be insufficient to support your ascension to godhood. You must make your own choice. Otherwise, you may never attain divinity in this lifetime. Subai tapped the table, speaking with solemn earnestness. How can you be so sure I'm destined to remain mortal? Old Master Luo Jojo's mind began to churn. He did indeed intend to wait for the best offer, maximizing his gains while securing his own ascension to divinity free from the Empire's control.
I suspect this final national war is the final move left by Tian Yuan.
Its purpose is to forge a vast, unified nation across the entire continent, a nation that would monopolize the continent's destiny. It is through this destiny that a deity would be cultivated. If you keep holding out for a better offer, you'll likely regret it when it's too late.
Subai voiced his conjecture.
He sensed this man still held some faith in the Meteor Empire, otherwise, his factional alignments wouldn't be so convoluted.
If he could bring this man into his own camp, the Falling Star Empire's strength would undoubtedly multiply. Let me have some time to think this through.
This matter is of great importance, and I don't wish to make a decision lightly.
Upon hearing this, Luo Jojo spoke up. A national war, one misstep, and the entire nation could be destroyed.
Even he, the foremost powerhouse among the 9 transformations, would perish along with it. The Meteor Empire, the weakest among the 4 great empires, had its overt strength laid bare for all to see. Though it succeeded in overthrowing the White Eagle Empire, this did not mean it possessed the capital to challenge the other empires. All were empires with millennia of heritage, their fortunes and foundations. Comparable defeat was not inevitable. Then please consider it carefully.
Wait until I emerge before giving me your answer.
Still, I suspect your allegiance lies with the Falling Star Empire.
After all, it nurtured you.
A bond of loyalty remains between you and your empire.
Subai smiled faintly and produced the dungeon pass for the Abyss of Heaven's Fall. Chapter 141, Entering the Heaven's Fall Abyss. Take a look. Which trainees do you plan to lead inside? I'm preparing to enter this instance now. Subai addressed Luo Jojo before him.
He himself was quite intrigued by this 3-no instance, wondering what secrets it might hold.
I'll gather the team.
Luo Jojo waved his hand, and 5 figures materialized before Subai.
Greetings, Dean.
The 5 bowed their hands toward the dean before them, their eyes revealing a hint of reverence.
Just these 5.
You'll all go in together to investigate.
Throughout the journey, you must obey Subai's every command. The entrance to the secret realm lies to the north. You may enter at any time.
The old man pointed northward, his expression calm as he spoke. In that case, we shall depart. Subai nodded, waved to the others, and immediately dashed off toward the north.
North? Are there several secret realms over there? Where exactly does the dean intend to lead us?
Quanfeng furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes.
Why bother asking? We'll find out when we get there.
The group followed Subai all the way to the northern direction.
This must be the place, right?
Subai gazed at a stone stele in the distance and walked straight toward it.
Secret realm name, Abyss of Heaven's Fall. Secret realm description, none. Secret realm. The abyss of heaven's fall? Bro, have you lost your mind? You're drunk. How did you end up here? You're not seriously trying to break through this secret realm, are you? The others stared at the man before them, swallowing hard as a look of grave concern flashed in their eyes. That's right. Didn't you know? This time, it's not just me going in. All 5 of you will be coming with me. Subai nodded calmly. Brother, take it easy. First, listen to what I have to say. This secret realm has a 0% survival rate. Not a single soul who's ever entered it has come out alive. Whether they're highly gifted practitioners or those with overwhelming combat prowess, none have ever returned alive after entering. You must think this through carefully. A hint of anxiety flashed across Quangfeng's face as he hurriedly grabbed Subai's arm and pleaded. He didn't want Subai to die, and he certainly didn't want to go down with him. Yeah, big bro, don't be impulsive. This secret realm isn't for ordinary people. You absolutely mustn't act rashly. Brother, I'm calling you brother, you must stay calm and think this through. Don't make such a rash decision. Flame swallowed hard, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes. Are you all that afraid? Subai looked at the group before him, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. Weren't these guys overreacting? How could we not be scared? No one has ever come out of this secret realm alive. We still want to live a few more years. We really don't want to die. Hearing this, the others nodded frantically, their eyes betraying a hint of terror. Shadows of people, names of trees, they naturally kept their distance from this secret realm. In that case, you lot shouldn't go in. My girlfriend and I will handle it. Subai crushed the token, and a vortex appeared before them. He took Muyan's hand and, without hesitation, stepped into the secret realm. Count me in. Qingwei hesitated for a moment before following the two. I'm coming too. The man clad in a golden coat stepped into the light circle. They're mad, absolutely mad. But I can't just leave you guys behind. Fine, let's go in. At worst, it's just one lousy life. Watching the others step into the secret realm, he gritted his teeth and followed directly behind. Their figures vanished at the entrance to the secret realm. After all these years, someone has finally come to challenge the heaven-shattering abyss. Just as the group entered the secret realm, a deep, muffled sound suddenly echoed, reverberating across the entire starry sky. Yet the sound seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. The group didn't hear it at all. Upon entering the secret realm, a bone-chilling coldness surged through them. A piercing, bone-freezing wind swirled around them, causing involuntary shivers to run down their spines. It's freezing. Colder than the frozen wastes. Gazing at the world before them, they took deep breaths, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. You're mistaken. It's not the cold. A shadowy wind shrouds this place, making you feel the chill. Subai silently sensed the energies within this realm, then shook his head and murmured softly. There was a difference between Yin energy and ordinary cold. One causes physical discomfort, while the other seeps deep into your bones. How do you know this so clearly? Hearing this, surprise flickered in the others' eyes as they murmured softly. Just a feeling. Subai attempted to soar into the sky, only to discover he couldn't lift off at all. No flight permitted. A cold, metallic voice echoed throughout the area. Damn it, no flying? He can't seriously expect us to walk in there. The group took a deep breath, surveying the boundless expanse of sky and earth, their brows furrowing involuntarily. Looks like it. Let's go check what's inside. Subai scanned the surroundings but found no clues. Before them lay a world shrouded in chilling winds, devoid of any structures. And so, the group slowly made their way forward. The biting wind howled, its chill piercing their bones. As they traversed this desolate land, numbness crept into their expressions. Creak! The sharp sound immediately caught everyone's attention. Quangfeng glanced down at the source of the sound, a chill creeping over him. Holy! When did this appear? Quangfeng stared at the crushed skull beneath his feet, swallowing hard as a flicker of terror crossed his eyes. No idea. I didn't feel anything underfoot just now. This bone appeared far too abruptly. Everyone narrowed their eyes, their expressions turning solemn. Look around you, the surroundings are beginning to change. At that moment, Qingwei pointed in all directions, a look of solemnity in her eyes. The once barren ground suddenly transformed into a sea of white bones. Dense layers of skeletal remains covered the earth, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. Gazing at the sea of bones stretching to the horizon, the group couldn't help but gasp in horror, a chill creeping over their bodies. Gulp! Gulp! They swallowed hard, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. How many people must have perished here? Chapter 142, The Giant Spirit Demigod. Honored elders, please do not blame us, please do not blame us. We stumbled upon this place by accident. We never meant to offend you elders. Please forgive us. We humbly ask for your magnanimity, to spare us. Please do not hold this against us juniors. The fellow bowed toward the bones at his feet, a hint of terror flickering in his eyes. This is terrifying. How many people must have died here? Do you think it's possible these people were our predecessors? They entered this secret realm only to perish within it.
Flame hesitated for a moment before suddenly speaking up.
But surely not all of them died here? Hearing this, Gale rolled his eyes and quickly retorted. That would be an incredible coincidence, all of them dying right at the entrance to this secret realm.
But there is another possibility: they entered this secret realm only to be instantly torn apart by some terrifying, mysterious force, leaving their bodies here.
Regardless, this secret realm is indeed dangerous.
Everyone must be cautious and stay alert at all times. Golden Armor gazed at the skeletal remains, a solemn expression flickering in his eyes.
Follow me. Remember to follow my footsteps. If anything happens to you, don't blame me for not warning you. Subai took his girlfriend's hand and began walking forward once more. Endless rows of skull mountains stretched on, seemingly without end.
The dense clusters of skulls piled here seemed to stare back with hollow eyes, an utterly terrifying sight.
Something's not right. Is this a problem?
We must have walked at least 10 miles by now.
With so many skulls piled here, yet the surroundings haven't changed at all, something's definitely wrong.
Just then, Jin Jia abruptly halted his steps and spoke up.
You're right.
Honestly, even if we slaughtered every soul in the entire Meteor Empire, we still wouldn't gather this many skulls.
Gazing into the distance, Flames nodded urgently and whispered.
The sheer number of heads stretched beyond sight.
This wasn't the work of slaughtering just 1 or 2 people. Could it be that an entire empire had fallen here? You're right. This place is definitely strange. Just follow me.
Subai narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the world before him, a faint golden glow flickering in his gaze.
All right.
Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Subai stepped forward, and a blinding black mist suddenly appeared, enveloping all of them. When they emerged from the black mist, they found themselves in a world of unimaginable vastness.
Is this the true face of this secret realm?
They surveyed the gray, hazy world before them, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment.
That's right. We were inside it just now. Subai nodded, pointing behind them.
Behind them, a colossal head materialized. The skull was as large as a small mountain, radiating an incredibly cold aura.
So you're saying we've been circling around inside this head the whole time? What creature's head is this, and why is it so enormous?
Everyone swallowed hard, their faces etched with shock. They had entered many secret realms before, but never one as eerie as this.
Exactly. This skull is an array. If we can't find the exit, we'll likely be trapped here for the rest of our lives. As for what species this deer belongs to, I have no idea.
Subai nodded, a fleeting golden light flashing in his eyes. Thanks to his divine eye of truth, he might have been trapped here forever otherwise. After they entered, the entrance vanished, meaning escape was only possible by successfully completing the trials.
Otherwise, they might be trapped here for the rest of their lives. So according to you, did all those people get trapped and die in here?
The question sent a chill through the group, fear flickering in their eyes. Most were trapped to death inside. The marks they left were meant to warn those who followed.
Unfortunately, those markers are obscured by the array's mist, making them impossible to discern. Subai nodded, offering no rebuttal.
In other words, this group had been starved to death.
Damn it, this is the first time I've ever seen such a freaky place. It's terrifying. No wonder none of the many who entered this secret realm ever made it out alive. A solemn look flashed in Jin Jia's eyes. Let's go. See just how many secrets this hidden realm holds.
Subai led the group toward the distant horizon. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled. A warrior clad in armor rose to his feet, spear in hand, blocking the group's path.
Death to intruders. The icy voice reverberated, leaving everyone dizzy and disoriented. Is that even human?
Gazing up at the colossus towering over 100 meters tall, they instinctively swallowed hard, their eyes reflecting a hint of solemnity.
Giant Spirit Clan Guard. Species, Giant Spirit Clan. Rank, Demigod. Level, 8th Transformation, Level 240. HP, 12 million. Skills, Gigantification, Battle Cry, Blood Battle, Giant Spirit Hammer Technique. Affiliation, Giant Spirit Clan. This is way too big. I'm not even as tall as his toe. Could he be a god? No, he's not a deity. I don't sense any divine aura emanating from him. Xingwei shook her head and quickly added.
Though her strength wasn't the greatest among them, her perception and knowledge were the richest of the group. Despite being only 20 years old, she had read extensively, having studied every secret text in the entire Elemental Academy.
Then what on earth is this thing?
Feeling the aura emanating from this colossal being, everyone frowned slightly. If I'm not mistaken, this creature is likely one of the legendary giant spirit clan, known as demigods. They are the mightiest race beneath the gods, though records of them are scarce.
I recall they once served the god of war.
Xingwei took a deep breath, her eyes reflecting a hint of solemnity. She couldn't discern the giant's attribute panel. It was shrouded in a thick mist that rendered normal detection spells useless. If this creature truly was a demigod-level being, then this dungeon undoubtedly held a terrifying secret.
You guessed right. He's one of the giant spirits, and he's a guardian of the giant spirit clan.
Subai nodded and spoke softly.
Chapter 143, Center of the Battlefield. This spot is the safe zone.
If you take one more step forward, this giant spirit guard will attack. Subai looked at the people before him and spoke softly.
Let's take him down. How much health does it have?
Upon hearing this, Flames immediately rolled up his sleeves, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes.
For these professionals, powerful monsters weren't the issue. As long as a health bar appeared, they'd charge forward without hesitation.
What they feared were those utterly bizarre situations like that recent gear swap, where raw strength remained trapped inside, useless. Anyone would feel despair in such a predicament.
Chosen one, I command you to perish.
At that moment, Muyin stepped forward, her cold voice echoing across the land. A crimson energy instantly enveloped the colossal creature before them, corroding it cleanly in an instant.
Instant kill? Staring at the girl before them, shock flashed across everyone's faces. That hulking beast seemed formidable. How could it be taken down so swiftly?
When they first encountered this girl, they had assumed she was merely a pretty face, someone tagging along with Subai to gain experience. But seeing the outcome now, it seemed like they were the ones who were the legendary ornament.
Let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, a 7th transformation destiny bound.
Subai, noticing the astonished looks on their faces, quickly spoke up.
A destiny bound? That class is incredibly rare. You're telling me. But even as a heaven's will, her strength shouldn't be this overwhelming, right? It's just incomprehensible.
The crowd stared at the girl before them, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Qingwei, standing among the crowd, stared wide-eyed. Being women themselves, they naturally compared her to themselves.
She realized this chosen one's strength was in no way inferior to hers. It might be because of my gear, the quality of what I'm using is pretty good. Mu Yan nodded shyly and quickly added.
Upon hearing this, murmurs of doubt rippled through the crowd.
What exactly did slightly better gear mean? Could slightly better gear really deal such high damage? It must be exceptionally good gear.
Who knew this girl wasn't just beautiful but also a hidden little rich girl? Too bad she's already taken. They wouldn't dare compete with Subai for a woman. At this remark, everyone took a deep breath and murmured softly.
Let's keep moving.
Subai didn't dwell on the matter, leading the group deeper into the secret realm. As they ventured deeper, an overwhelmingly potent aura of malevolence washed over them, thick enough to be almost tangible.
This is terrifying. I feel myself trembling uncontrollably all over. The aura of death here is incredibly dense, comparable to the ancient battlefield instance. Flame whispered to Qingwei beside him. No, the killing intent here is even more terrifying than the ancient battlefield. It's already beginning to solidify. We're still at the very edge. Look over there if you don't believe me.
Qingwei gazed into the distance, her expression growing exceptionally grave. In the distant direction, the group saw terrifying figures kneeling there, radiating an utterly dreadful aura. Almost entirely encircled by blood mist that had solidified into a tangible form. Above this blood mist, patches of malevolent energy coalesced, churning and swirling. The malevolent energy surged skyward, gathering in the heavens and radiating an astonishingly formidable presence.
Could this be a battlefield of the gods?
Jean Jia paused for a moment before suddenly speaking up.
A divine battlefield?
Such an obscure term, yet it sent shockwaves through everyone's minds.
If this truly was the legendary battlefield of the gods, could a mere handful of them like these youngsters possibly survive? Maybe we should find a way out first. This place feels too eerie. I have a bad feeling about staying here.
Flame wasn't afraid, but he felt an overwhelming irritation surge within him.
An invisible force seemed to be manipulating his mind. It was seeping through his pores, slowly infiltrating his body. We're already here.
Of course we should investigate. Subai heard this and strode forward with purpose. Gritting their teeth and stamping their feet, the others followed Subai's lead. Only upon entering this battlefield did they truly grasp the meaning of being enveloped by malevolent energy.
Terrifying aura swirled around them, sending a bone-chilling cold through their bodies.
One by one, monstrous beasts glared at them with blood-red eyes, their gazes fixed and unyielding.
Attack! Subai summoned the netherworld demon wolf.
A terrifying crimson mist spread in all directions, simultaneously repelling some of the malevolent aura. Seeing this, the other 5 also radiated overwhelming light. Instantly coalescing into a vast formation, it enveloped the small battlefield before them.
Crackling sounds erupted.
The horde of demons began to gradually dissipate, leaving only a scattering of equipment behind.
See if there's anything suitable.
Subai paid no attention to the gear. His gaze fixed on the distance, a slight twitch playing at the corner of his eye.
For some reason, he suddenly sensed an utterly terrifying aura brewing in the distant direction. This terrifying aura was utterly dreadful, possessing the power to overturn heaven and earth. The quality of this gear is incredible. Legendary tier items just lying around were going to strike it rich. No wonder they say the higher the waves, the higher the price. That saying really holds true. This haul is incredibly rich, equivalent to clearing over a dozen secret realms. When they first entered, the group had been trembling with fear. But now, as they actually began collecting gear, their hearts were filled with excitement. Even as students of the Elemental Academy, they couldn't possibly each possess a legendary piece of gear. We still need to push toward the center.
To uncover the secrets of this world, we must reach the heart of this battlefield and understand what's truly happening here. Subai watched as the group stowed their gear into their backpacks and offered a reminder. The central battlefield? Bro, you're really pushing it. Just the guards outside are already at the 8th transformation level. The big shots inside must be even higher. Maybe we should reconsider? The 5 of them had already pushed their abilities to the limit earlier. Continuing forward, even with Subai protecting them, left them feeling uneasy. You have no choice but to go. The exit of this secret realm is at the center of the battlefield. If you want to leave, you must reach that location. Subai withdrew his gaze and looked at the others beside him. Damn it, this is a total setup. This secret realm is bull. Let's go. We don't have a choice now. The group followed the path, grumbling all the way toward the center of the battlefield. Chapter 144, The Mysterious Village. Blasts of brilliant light flashed as the 7 of them grew increasingly coordinated in their teamwork. Primarily, the 6 of them took action while Subai held the rear guard, occasionally summoning the netherworld demon wolf for assistance. One by one, the terrifying monsters let out agonized howls as they collapsed to the ground, leaving behind a trail of equipment. Since arriving in this world, the netherworld demon wolf felt as though it had returned home. The energy within its body surged relentlessly. Subai even began to suspect that if this little creature stayed here long enough, it might break through to the next stage without needing any advancement materials at all. As the last monster fell, the group couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Patches of white mist appeared before them, enveloping the entire area. This area must be the central zone, with intensely thick white mist permeating its surroundings. This mist was exceptionally peculiar, effectively sealing off these 2 worlds from one another. Damn it, we're finally nearing the core area. Seeing the core zone now within reach, the group couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Along the way, they had encountered a bewildering array of monsters. Besides the giant kin, there were dwarves, elves, centaurs, all sorts of bizarre races, too numerous to count. Yet one thing remained consistent: every single one of these races was at least demigod tier, and all were vassals of the gods. Do you think this battlefield might be the divine demon warfield? Where the divine and demonic races once fought a great war? Gazing at the devastated central area before them, Flames couldn't help but wonder. They couldn't fathom the scale of such a battle. Every corner of this battlefield radiated terror, with terrifying killing intent piercing the heavens. Countless beings had perished here. And this was merely one section of the battlefield. The fighting elsewhere was no less intense. Impossible. If it were a war between the divine and demonic races, there would be lingering demonic energy here, wouldn't there? Within this space, we haven't sensed even a trace of demonic energy. That means the gods' adversaries weren't demons, they might have been other, even more formidable beings. Qingwei shook her head immediately upon hearing this. She had entered the demon abyss before and was intimately familiar with the aura of the demonic race. Why bother with all that? Let's just go in and see for ourselves. With that, Subai led the group straight into the mist before them. Beyond the mist lay a place of birdsong and blossoms. Am I seeing things? What kind of place is this? How did they even manage to conjure up birdsong and flowers? I just don't get it. I really don't get it. The group stared at the scene before them, momentarily stunned. Before them lay a quiet, peaceful little mountain village. From the lush forests in the distance came the melodious chirping of birds. The setting sun cast its glow over this tranquil mountain village. The gentle flow of water cascading down the terraced fields evoked a sense of profound tranquility. Is the path ahead gone? Jean Jia suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, the group immediately glanced behind them, their expressions shifting slightly. The white mist they had passed through had vanished, leaving only endless terraced fields stretching into the distance. It was as if the white mist they had just traversed had been an illusion, a mere phantom. This place is too eerie. I fear danger lurks here. Mu Yan narrowed her eyes, tugged at Subai's sleeve, and whispered softly. As a destiny master, Mu Yan understood everything with absolute clarity. Yet upon entering this area, she discovered all her abilities had ceased to function. The space before them existed entirely apart from the natural world. Don't worry, I've got this. Just then, Subai took Mu Yan's hand and whispered softly. At that very moment, a white figure appeared within everyone's sight, instantly capturing their attention. Someone's there? Am I seeing things? How could anyone be here? This is beyond absurd, utterly ridiculous. How could anyone possibly be here? The crowd stared at the figure clad in a white robe, their faces betraying disbelief as they murmured among themselves. Could be something else. Come on, let's go see what this one's up to. Subai led the others toward the distant figure. When they finally reached the small mountain village, they discovered it had only one entrance, beyond which lay a continuous row of houses. These houses were interconnected by a network of cobblestone paths. How rare! To encounter humans here? Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you. A figure clad in a white robe suddenly appeared at the village entrance, smiling at the group as he spoke softly. The elderly man before them possessed snow-white hair and a youthful complexion, radiating an ethereal, otherworldly aura. The energy emanating from him felt profoundly mysterious, subtly harmonizing with the very essence of this land. Young ones, if you continue watching like this, it might be considered a bit impolite. Your eyes are truly unique. Just then, the old man suddenly spoke. At these words, Subai's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected this old man to see through the essence of the illusion-piercing divine eyes. He was indeed quite skilled.
Old man, why are you here all alone? Is this place deserted? Subai looked at the old man before him, chuckled, and asked. Of course not. Haven't you seen all these people keeping me company? They've been with me the entire time.
A faint smile touched the old man's lips as he spoke, gesturing toward the direction behind him. At those words, a chill crept over the crowd.
There was no one here. As the saying goes, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? I've prepared some tea here. Please come over and have a taste.
Looking at Subai and the others before him, a calm smile flitted across the old man's face as he spoke with composed ease.
We'd be rude to refuse.
Subai nodded and followed behind the old man.
Xingwei, this old man clearly isn't trustworthy. Are you sure you want to follow him into danger?
A hint of worry flickered in Quangfeng's eyes. The very existence of such a small village in this place was already strange enough.
Now they were entering it? Wasn't that courting death? It's too late to turn back now.
Besides, I suspect the exit to that secret realm lies within this village.
If we want to leave, we must pass through it.
Xingwei surveyed the scattered houses, narrowing her eyes as she murmured to herself.
Chapter 145, Tomb of the Gods. The group followed the old man into the village. The old man led them into a grand mansion. The structure gleamed with golden splendor, radiating an aura of divine grace that gave it a uniquely exquisite feel. Subai activated his divine eye of truth to scrutinize the mansion before him, detecting no anomalies whatsoever. The same held true for the identity of the old man they had just encountered. Subai's divine eye of truth could not penetrate it. This indicated the old man's situation was highly unusual, shrouded in profound mystery. Sit down and eat. This is a meal I've carefully prepared for you.
The old man gestured toward the table laden with dishes, speaking softly. And sure enough, the old man had indeed prepared a feast that filled the entire table. But as Subai and the others stared at the feast before them, not a single one dared to pick up their chopsticks. They all looked at each other in silence.
Old man, how did you know we were coming? And why did you go to the trouble of preparing all this food? Subai didn't pick up his chopsticks but asked instead. I don't know either.
I just sensed someone entering here, so I went to prepare the food.
Everyone, try some. This is wild game from the mountains, it's absolutely delicious.
The old man picked up a piece of chicken and popped it into his mouth. He showed no surprise at Subai and the others arriving here, having instead prepared the meal in advance.
Old man, we're not really hungry. Actually, we're quite curious about this place. How did you end up here? Subai steered the conversation away again, asking with genuine curiosity. I've always lived here. Ever since I can remember, I've never left this place. I've stayed here all along.
Hearing this, the old man set down his chopsticks and began calculating the years earnestly.
Old man, you say you've always lived here, how long has that been?
Xingwei narrowed her eyes, studying the old man before her. I don't remember exactly, but it's been a very, very long time. Every day, I watched the sunrise and the sunset. When I had nothing to do, I'd go fishing by the lake or till the fields and plant crops. Occasionally I'd head into the mountains to hunt for game. Life was carefree and unrestrained. The old man shook his head gently, his mind likely already clouded by age.
You certainly have a lively spirit, but do you truly know nothing of the situation outside?
After hesitating for a moment, Subai tentatively broached the subject of the outside world.
I've never been there.
I don't know it, nor do I wish to know. At this, the old man shook his head gently, his expression suddenly darkening considerably.
May we tour the premises?
Subai gazed at the winding path appearing within the room and pointed toward the mountain. You may look around, but under no circumstances are you to touch anything inside this room.
Tampering with those objects could have dire consequences.
The old man did not refuse Subai and his companions, speaking calmly.
Understood.
Subai nodded and led the group toward the small room at the back. The moment they stepped inside, a chill swept over them. On a raised platform in the distance stood an altar, densely adorned with burning incense sticks.
This was no ordinary room, it was clearly a memorial hall.
In memory of the tomb of the giant spirit clan chieftain.
Reading the inscription on the tablet, the group couldn't help but gasp in shock. The chieftain of the giant spirit clan, wasn't he the legendary foremost demigod? That such an existence had perished here was utterly inconceivable. Let's go. We're moving to the next room.
Subai suddenly seemed to recall something, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes as he immediately headed toward the next chamber. As they stepped through the doorway, a golden light quietly emerged.
The light enveloped everyone, bathing them in a warm glow. Right, Tomb of the Sun Goddess. Seeing the wooden plaque before them, the group couldn't help but gasp, their eyes revealing an indescribable shock. 1, 2, 3. Goddess of the weak waters. Flame true god. True god of gold. Tombstones of deities appeared within these small houses, an eerie sight indeed. Am I seeing this correctly? These are all tombstones of deities. How could this be? So many deities died here? There are far too many to count. The crowd felt their hearts tremble with dread. Each time they passed a room, their souls suffered a crushing blow. These were deities. The exalted deities of legend, beings of immortal and indestructible existence. Now they lay in this dilapidated room, with nothing but a few long incense sticks left to honor them. How could deities possibly die? Let's go. Keep climbing. As Subai ascended higher, the names of these deities grew increasingly formidable. Gods of darkness, life, and desire, all these mighty deities had perished here. What on earth had happened to this world? Why were so many gods buried in this place? Subai gazed at the scene, his eyes betraying a deep sense of bewilderment. I'm a bit hesitant to go any higher. Who do you think is buried in that highest chamber up there? Flame gazed at the summit just a stone's throw away, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes as he asked softly. Let's go. We'll take a look. The group made their way directly to the chamber atop the mountain. Sacrifice, Tomb of the Time God. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? This is the god of time? The god of time died here too? What kind of place is this? The group sucked in a sharp breath, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. The Lord of Time, a deity hailed as the foremost among gods, master of the terrifying laws of time. How could such a deity possibly perish? A tombstone has been erected, it can't be wrong. It seems the old man down the mountain must be the guardian, tasked with protecting this divine being. Xingwei frowned as she looked at the people before her. Yet she sensed this place held a profound secret. A graveyard keeper? Not necessarily. Their identities remain questionable. Let's go down and have a chat with that old gentleman. The Tomb of the Gods. This matter was growing increasingly intriguing. Subai narrowed his eyes, a hint of caution flickering in his gaze. No need. I'm already here. Before the others could react, the figure materialized directly before them. Old Master, is this truly the burial ground of the gods? Why are so many deities buried here? Subai looked at the old man before him and asked softly. The place where gods fell, the abyss where heaven plummeted, here lie the bones of the gods, buried in this land. The old man gazed toward the distant horizon, murmuring to himself. Chapter 146, What is the Heavenly Fall? The old man's words were profound and mysterious, but none of them understood. It seemed as though they couldn't grasp the meaning. Old Master, could you explain it more clearly? Why is this place the burial ground of the gods? Aren't gods supposed to be immortal? How could they have died here? That doesn't make sense. Flame gazed at the old man before him, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. As the sole survivor in this realm, this old man must know far more than they did. At the very least, he held secrets beyond their grasp. Want to know? Since you're so eager to learn what happened in the past, follow me. With a sweeping gesture of his large hand, the old man conjured a massive portal in the sky. The portal shimmered with streaks of white light, radiating an air of profound mystery. Gazing at the portal before them, the old man's figure stepped directly through it, vanishing from everyone's sight. What do you say? Should we go or not? Subai, we'll follow your lead. The group looked to Subai before them, having already accepted him as their anchor. Since the old man has extended such a warm invitation, let's go take a look. But once we enter this space, try not to touch anything. Be extremely careful about your safety, and be especially wary of that old man. Subai gave the group a few final instructions before following the old man through the massive gateway. After passing through the gate, the group found themselves floating in the sky. It was a quiet and serene valley, everything appearing exceptionally peaceful. They now found themselves high above, gazing down upon the world below. It was at this very moment that figures began appearing in the distance, approaching the edge of the valley. Those terrifying figures radiated an aura of utter dread, their bodies aglow with streaks of rosy light, as if they were deities. No, they were gods. One terrifying deity after another appeared at the entrance to the valley. Their presence stirred the winds and clouds, dimming the sun and moon. Behind them marched dense ranks of demigod races, vassals of the divine beings. These demigod races bore a heavy burden, a colossal coffin carved with 9 snarling dragons. Is this the great battle? Witnessing the scene before them, the crowd murmured in awe. Humans, retreat at once. This place is not for you to tread upon. A cold, merciless voice echoed across the land, reaching every corner. A colossal face appeared in the sky, looming over the entire valley. This icy visage stared unblinkingly at the crowd, radiating an utterly terrifying aura. Heaven and earth show no mercy, treating all creatures as slaves. Today, I shall tell you. The heavens have perished, the yellow heaven shall rise. Follow me into battle. The leading Time Lord bore the time disk upon his back, radiating countless beams of light that spread out in all directions. Kill. The god of life radiated a blinding crimson glow, enveloping the entire army. The god of darkness floated within the crimson glow, its terrifying darkness threatening to devour all. Following the trio, the elemental gods slowly rose into the air. Countless terrifying elemental forces erupted from its body, coalescing into a monstrous Tautai beast. It let out a piercing howl and charged toward the valley. What the hell are they doing? Have these guys lost their minds? Holy moly, I swear I must be seeing things. This is beyond absurd. Absurdity itself has opened the door to absurdity. Absurdity incarnate. The five from the Elemental Academy witnessed this scene, their hearts skipping a beat as an indescribable shock flashed in their eyes. They're slaughtering the heavens? Good heavens, am I seeing this correctly? These gods are slaughtering the heavens. Quanfeng witnessed the scene, his face betraying a hint of horror. Slaughtering the heavens. This was utterly terrifying. Countless flashes of light danced across the sky, while a terrifying aura permeated the entire battlefield. The supremely domineering heavenly Tao manifested as a colossal giant, unleashing beams of light tens of thousands of feet long with a single wave of its hand. Gods fell, their blood splattering across the sky. Yet under the radiance of the god of time, those fallen deities began to resurrect without cease. The demigods could not enter the main battlefield, they could only guard the outer perimeter. Yet even there, they could not withstand the terrifying energy ripples. Blood spurted from their mouths as their bodies slowly withered away. As time slowly passed, the power of the god of time grew weaker, and gradually, gods began to fall. It was precisely at this moment that a rain of blood fell from the sky, the blood of the gods staining half the heavens crimson. Wails of agony echoed ceaselessly. The blood rain continued to fall, drowning the world before them. The time god's divine power was exhausted. Standing within the blood rain, he gazed at the face before him, his cold eyes utterly unruffled. Chunyen, Lord of Time. Do you truly believe you can break free from the control of the Tao? Defy heaven? A cold voice echoed as the way of heaven opened its maw, swallowing the deity whole. Is that so? Do you think I cannot succeed? All of you, lend me your divine power. At that very moment, the icy voice suddenly echoed across the heavens and earth. Brilliant radiance burst forth, casting a dazzling glow that enveloped the entire sky, slowly gathering beneath that icy visage. By my command, I borrow the power of my fellow cultivators to join me in slaughtering the heavens. Shatter my divine essence, exhaust my body, sever my soul, forge a new heaven for my human race. The icy voice echoed as dazzling golden light appeared within the body of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, time shifted. A golden shadow silently materialized, its terrifying radiance illuminating the entire world, pulling countless entities into the vortex of space-time turbulence. The chaotic currents erupted with an unimaginably terrifying aura. Rays of light materialized from the void, slashing toward the golden shadow. The golden Tao shadow rose against the heavens, shattering the white beams with a single wave of its hand. It ascended along the river of time, freezing all existence in the world at the moment of primordial chaos. With my blood, I shall seal you all here for all eternity. The icy voice rang out once more, sending chills down the spine. No, Chunyen, you cannot do this. A piercing scream echoed once more as a figure materialized at the center of the great formation. He struggled desperately, a hint of madness flickering in his otherwise unruffled eyes. Am I seeing this correctly? Are they actually succeeding? Slaughtering the heavens, sealing the skies, is this truly something humans can accomplish? Why would they do such a thing? Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt utterly stunned. The leading time god, who appeared to be humanity's ultimate powerhouse, why would a human powerhouse do such a thing? I'm not sure, but this noble one must have his reasons. Subai shook his head gently and spoke. Chapter 147, The Origin of the Heavenfall Abyss. Drops of blood began to gather continuously, forming a full 10 coffin nails. Thud. A dull thud echoed as the coffin nail drove deep into the phantom's arm. White energy burst forth from his arm, shooting skyward at breakneck speed. Chunyen, you cannot do this. You are defying the will of heaven. Let go of me. Let go of me immediately. A hoarse voice cried out as it struggled desperately, yet it could not break free from the divine power's grip. Strike! Chunyen's voice echoed slowly as another blood-stained coffin nail fell, striking the figure's other arm. Please, let me go. Please, let me go? The agonized wails grew louder and louder, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard them. Drop! Drop! Luo! A dull thud echoed as 8 solid coffin nails drove deep into the shadow's form. Chunyen, you cannot do this. You must not. You're defying the heavens. If you dare seal me away, the entire universe will shatter. I beg you, please release me. I promise I won't hold it against you. I swear I'll never do anything reckless again. Give me one more chance. The heavenly Tao roared hysterically, driven to desperation. Once this final nail fell into place, it would lose its consciousness entirely, sealed here forever. Rest assured. The Great Way has 50 principles, heaven manifests 49. Remove one, and a new heavenly Tao shall replace you, taking complete control of the world's cycles. All of you, join me in bidding farewell to the heavens. The Lord of Time drove the final nail into the coffin, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his body trembled uncontrollably. As the way of heaven was sealed away completely, his form began to dissolve, gradually merging into nothingness. The abyss of heaven's fall. The abyss of heaven's fall. No wonder this instance bears this name.
They truly did bury a heaven here. This heaven was genuinely interred in this place. If we told anyone about this, no one would ever believe it. The crowd gasped in unison, clenching their fists as their emotions surged with sudden intensity. To overcome heaven by human strength utterly unimaginable. The scenes continued to unfold. As time gradually passed, a new heavenly way emerged, and the world once again returned to its former tranquility. It's truly unimaginable that anyone could destroy the heavenly way. A hint of sorrow flickered across Subai's face, his eyes brimming with emotion. The vision began to shatter, revealing the old man's figure within everyone's sight. This is the secret you sought to understand.
Do you see it now?
The old man stroked his beard and swept his sleeves. Instantly, everyone found themselves back in the familiar little village.
Sir, are you staying here as the tomb guardian?
Flame looked at the figure before him and asked softly. Indeed, I am the guardian who remains here, protecting this place from outsiders.
You youngsters are fortunate indeed.
The illusionary array I set at the entrance to the secret realm has claimed the lives of countless prodigies. Hearing this, the old man nodded gently and smiled.
Old man, do you know where the exit to that secret realm is?
Just then, Jinja suddenly asked.
It's at the mountaintop. Follow me.
With that, he led the group toward the summit. At the summit stood a gate radiating a faint black glow, its surface shimmering with dazzling light.
Is this the exit to the secret realm?
Jinja tentatively reached out to touch it, only to be stopped by Subai.
Sir, are you truly the guardian of this place? Truly the tomb guardian we speak of?
Gazing at the figure before him, Subai narrowed his eyes and spoke softly.
Of course. I have no reason to deceive you.
I have guarded this place for countless years, so many that I've lost count of the days and months. Hearing this, the old man nodded, his expression calm as he replied.
Then why did you set up such a powerful illusion array at the entrance? If you wish to keep this place hidden from outsiders, why show us that vision just now? You've destroyed so many practitioners without sparing a single one. Why should I believe you'll let us go?
Subai fixed the old man with a piercing stare, shielding everyone behind him.
I wanted those worthy enough to tell the world this secret. Those people couldn't even pass the trials I set. What right do they have to know about this? Moreover, this secret realm isn't withholding everything from you.
This is a gift, the divine essence of a supreme deity, an immortal staff, and several divine souls. The old man produced 3 objects and placed them before the assembled crowd. Hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their faces flashing with disbelief.
Divine souls? Divine essence? And an immortal grade staff? May I see these items?
Subai heard the question and extended his hand. Of course. Without a moment's hesitation, the tomb guardian tossed the 3 items over.
What a pity. Subai shook his head gently and couldn't help but sigh. What do you mean? What's a pity? Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the old man's face. It's a pity you're so stupid.
Subai swiftly stuffed the 3 items into his backpack and glared at him coldly.
You're playing me?
The moment the words left his mouth, the old man's expression twisted into a savage grimace, his eyes flashing with a terrifying glint of murderous intent. As the guardian of this place, you should not treat either the deities or their souls this way. You still haven't overcome your flaws, because you can't forget these beings. It was precisely this group of deities who sealed you away completely.
Am I not right?
Subai sneered coldly as he spoke.
Damn you all. You all deserve to die. All of you.
The old man, glaring at the group before him, shed all pretense.
A terrifying aura erupted from his body.
A terrifying energy silently materialized, surging toward the group.
Fragment of the Heavenly Tao. Grade, none. Grade, Heavenly Tao. HP, 18,888,888. Attack, 18,888,888.
Mental power, 18,888,888.
Agility, 18,888,888. Skills, the way of heaven is boundless. Holy, is this thing really a fragment of the way of heaven? Wasn't this thing sealed away? How did it escape? How should I know? This is seriously messed up.
Everyone swallowed hard, tension clearly visible in their eyes.
This is the way of heaven. Chapter 148, I'm finally out.
The crowd watched the aura emanating from the fragments of the way of heaven, their eyes clouded with solemnity. Since you refuse to leave, then all of you shall stay here and be buried with me. A hoarse voice echoed as terrifying forces of the way of heaven roared toward the crowd. Xiao Bai, Xiao He, destroy him for me. Subai swept his arm, summoning Xiao He and Xiao Bai. The 2 colossal dragons coiled in the sky, radiating an overwhelmingly violent aura. 2 terrifying dragon breaths surged toward the old man's figure. Freeze! The old man uttered a single word, and the entire world froze solid. Within this frozen realm, only the old man could move freely. Everyone else was utterly immobilized. Boy, you're a real pain. I'll deal with you first. Go to hell. The old man's figure approached Subai, his palm unleashing a devastating wave of destructive energy. Boom! The terrifying energy surged into Subai's body, instantly engulfing his entire form. Subai. Break through. Witnessing this, Muyan's eyes bled red, a hint of sorrow flickering within them as her entire body trembled. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from her body, shattering the heavenly path's shackles. How could that be possible? How could you possibly break through the shackles of the heavenly way? Witnessing this scene, the old man's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of panic clearly visible in his eyes. No, you're the chosen one? An agent of the new generation of Heaven's Way? The old man suddenly grasped something, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before his words had fully faded, 2 dragon breaths slammed into the old man, instantly obliterating his body. No, I refuse to accept this. A hysterical roar echoed as the old man's form gradually dissolved into nothingness, fading from everyone's sight. Subai, are you okay? After the overwhelming energy ripples dissipated, Muyan rushed over upon seeing Subai still standing in place, a hint of concern in her eyes. I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm alive and well. Rest assured, I wouldn't just die like that. Hearing this, Subai smiled faintly and quickly replied. With his absolute defense, immovable golden body, and even immortality, how could he possibly die so easily? Still, he had been careless. He would never again bring Muyan and the others into such uncertain secret realms. Just because he possessed immortality didn't mean others did. Wait, is the heavenly Tao really this weak? It got blown to bits by those 2 dragons that easily? I thought I'd get a chance to show off. This guy was way too weak. Flame gazed at the equipment scattered on the ground, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. It must be a weakened version. The true heavenly Tao could stand against hundreds of gods, how could it be this weak? Subai shook his head and murmured softly. The memory of that great battle remained vivid. The full-powered heavenly Tao had been virtually invincible. This is the real portal. That old man was playing us all alone. This portal must lead to a sealed realm, right? Golden Armor observed the white portal left behind after the old man's figure vanished, murmuring softly. Exactly. This portal, radiating an aura of evil, must lead to the sealing site. That old fox is truly cunning. He nearly had us fooled. And he erected all those tombstones to commemorate his enemies? Truly a wicked heart. Xingwei frowned as she stared at the portal radiating malevolence, murmuring softly. In that case, let's destroy this portal. Quangfeng stepped before the crowd, his body radiating surges of energy. In an instant, a surge of azure energy erupted, crashing against the portal. Don't move! By the time Subai's words fell, it was already too late. The portal, radiating an aura of evil, shattered suddenly. A blood-red coffin nail flew out from within, floating silently before the crowd. What's going on? Quangfeng's expression shifted slightly as he murmured. You idiot, I really want to kill you. Subai had never encountered such a useless teammate. He turned and gazed up at the sky above. At that very moment, the mountain village beneath their feet vanished without a trace, the once serene and peaceful scene completely dissipating. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura began to gather relentlessly. An icy, piercing eye appeared in the sky, staring intently at everyone below. Everything returned to its former state. Endless abyssal chasms appeared before them, while the terrifying aura coalesced into colossal dragons, coiling and twisting in the sky. Countless corpses piled here, their bodies still radiating the aura of deities, though they had long since turned to dry bones. The world before them had long since fallen into deathly silence. I've finally emerged. Tricking you little ones was no easy feat. The portal was merely the seal. This is my true form. Those icy eyes fixed upon Subai and the others, a cold, arrogant voice echoing across the land. Quangfeng's face turned deathly pale as he realized the colossal disaster he had unleashed. Emerging from the seal doesn't mean you've gained complete freedom. If the principal gods could seal you away, we can certainly send you back. Subai stared at the enormous eyeball, a hint of coldness flickering in his gaze. With you? At these words, the laughter of the heavenly Tao echoed across the entire sky. Name, evil heavenly Tao sealed. Rank, none. Level, none. HP, 10 billion. Attack power, 100 million. Mental attribute, 100 million. The crowd detected the terrifying familiarity of the heavenly Tao, causing them to suck in a sharp breath. Their eyes betrayed a hint of solemnity. 100 billion HP? How the hell are we supposed to fight this? You go ahead. I'll cover your retreat. This mess is my own doing. I'll stay behind alone. Fist clenched tightly, a glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. Cut the ing nonsense. We 5 brothers have always shared both fortune and hardship. We'll take the blame for the mess you've made. So what if it's the heavenly Tao? I'll scatter its ashes to the winds. Golden Armor sneered, a golden glow emanating from his body. Exactly. We're not leaving. Subai, you go first. We'll cover your retreat. If it weren't for us useless teammates, you probably would have caught on to the clues. The others looked at Subai before them, their eyes betraying a hint of guilt. Had they not meddled unnecessarily, none of them would have found themselves in such dire straits. Chapter 149, Malicious Intent from the Tao.
Cut the nonsense. This portal is fake too. No one's getting out. Leave this to me.
Xiaobai, Xiaohei, merge. Subai murmured to the spirit beasts beside him. The two terrifying beasts instantly merged, their physical attributes surging explosively. An utterly dreadful figure coiled in the sky above, radiating boundless divine might.
Beast fusion activated. The endless ring activated. Die for me.
A terrifying light shot skyward as the monstrous colossus opened its gaping maw, unleashing two blinding beams of light.
One black, one white.
The beams converged in the sky, morphing into a terrifying dragon that roared toward the heavens.
Freeze. A cold, icy voice echoed in everyone's ears.
The world before their eyes seemed frozen in time, the scene abruptly halted.
In the name of heaven's way, shatter this. Mu Yan's cold, detached voice echoed softly.
A mysterious force emanated from her body, shattering the frozen scene like glass.
A white dragon and a black dragon roared toward the heavens, colliding with the way of heaven. Boom!
A terrifying aura of destruction spread in all directions, the horrific energy sending the five in golden armor flying backward.
Subai stood before Mu Yan, once more channeling the power within him. An utterly terrifying aura quietly emerged, sending shivers down the spine.
A black and white dragon surged skyward once more, colliding with the shadowy figure.
1326-885-6869. 1648-139-9355.
Subai spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. The terrifying incarnation of heavens will had its health instantly reduced to zero, vanishing without a trace.
Holy, over 10 billion damage? Am I seeing things? I think I saw something. Could that damage really be dealt by a human?
Witnessing this scene, Jin Jia knelt directly on the ground, his face betraying a look of utter disbelief. The others stared at Subai in stunned silence, their eyes filled with a mix of emotions.
They were roughly the same age. Why was the gap between them so vast? Stop spacing out. Hurry up and nail this coffin back to where it was.
Subai coldly addressed the men before him. At his command, Guangfeng swiftly hammered the coffin nail back into place.
The ink-black portal reappeared. Phew! That was terrifying. Thank goodness you were here. Subai, you're my big brother now. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. You're the only one I trust. Guangfeng was genuinely on his knees.
His own pig-headedness had caused this mess, yet Subai had somehow pulled off an incredible comeback against all odds.
It was utterly absurd. Over 10 billion damage? Even that old geezer, the dean, probably couldn't pull that off. How did you even guess that? We didn't even have time to react, and you already knew the outcome.
Xingwei stared at Subai before her, her voice tinged with astonishment.
Psychological suggestion.
That guy planted psychological cues in us while we were eating earlier.
He deliberately told us not to touch anything that was intentional psychological suggestion.
Once that portal appeared, radiating an evil aura, it would make people unconsciously want to destroy it.
Of course, this is just my conjecture. Perhaps, in some mysterious way, this guy is manipulating our actions. After all, this is the way of heaven. Subai looked at the group before him and began to explain. Ever since he heard that warning, something had felt off. Logically speaking, entering a divine sanctuary should at least allow for lighting incense or something similar, right?
Yet he had warned them not to touch anything a form of psychological suggestion. The group visibly relaxed at that moment, a flicker of relief crossing their faces.
Warning, warning, warning.
You have incurred the curse of the heavenly Tao, plunging yourself into a state of weakness.
All physical attributes, including those enhanced by equipment, are reduced by 90%.
Due to the Heavenly Ways curse, the difficulty of your class change quest will double.
Please be aware. Due to the Heavenly Ways curse, your luck value has dropped to its lowest. Please be aware. Due to the Heavenly Ways curse, your body has become exceptionally fragile. Exercise extreme caution. Due to the Heavenly Ways curse, you. Damn it, are you ever going to shut up?
Subai heard the system's alert tone and his expression shifted slightly.
This ING thing is shameless. All his attributes had dropped, including the stats provided by his equipment being restricted. Even his luck had plummeted.
This curse from the Tao was utterly insane.
What's wrong?
The others asked softly, looking at Subai before them.
Didn't you guys get cursed by the Heavenly Tao?
At this question, Subai froze, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes.
No, we haven't.
I didn't receive the Heavenly Tao's curse. Instead, I gained a substantial amount of experience points, and it seems I was even given a divine artifact.
Same here. I was just about to tell you guys. Same here.
The five looked at Subai before them, shook their heads slightly, and spoke.
What about you? Hearing this, Subai turned to face Mu Yan before him. I'm doing a bit better than them.
I gained a substantial amount of experience points and have already triggered the 8th transformation quest. Plus, I got 2 exclusive divine chosen gear pieces, 2 divine artifacts, actually.
They're pretty much the same as the set you gave me last time.
Just 3 more pieces, and I'll have the entire set complete. Staring at Subai before her, Mu Yan paused for a moment before whispering softly. The moment those words left her mouth, Subai nearly choked on his own blood.
Damn it all to hell. This damn heavenly Tao is targeting me, isn't it?
Why the hell do those bastards get to snag top tier gear while I'm stuck cursed?
This damn heavenly Tao is clearly ing with me. Are you okay? Muyen grabbed Subai's hand and hurriedly asked. I'm fine. Just feels like my heart's aching a bit. My whole body feels awful.
Subai waved his hand dismissively, a hint of frustration on his face.
Why don't we take a break? Upon hearing this, Muyen quickly offered. No rest. Let's get out of here first. This place is too eerie.
If we stay here any longer, who knows what trouble might come our way? Subai shook his head decisively and said urgently.
Then where's the exit? Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in everyone's eyes. Follow me.
Subai led the group before him toward the very heart of the battlefield.
Chapter 150, The Curse of Heaven's Will.
At the center of the battlefield sat a crystal skull. With a wave of his hand, Subai unleashed a surge of power that washed over the crystal skull. The crystal skull erupted in a blinding light, instantly forming a massive white vortex.
Damn, this bastard is too cunning. Who would have thought he'd choose this spot for the secret realm's exit? What a sneaky old bastard. No wonder he's lived this long. Damn bastard, may he rot in hell.
The group stared at the vortex before them, cursing under their breath. Subai remained silent, leading the group directly out of the vortex. After leaving the secret realm, Subai and the others reappeared before the stone stele. At that moment, the stone tablet shattered with a thunderous crash, vanishing without a trace. Subai felt utterly drained, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It was at this very moment that Luo Jojo's figure materialized before Subai and the others. Why are you so drained? Are you injured? Looking at Subai before him, a hint of concern flashed across Luo Jojo's face. Not injured, but cursed by the way of heaven. Old man, you've really screwed me over this time. Yeah, screwed me over big time. Subai sighed softly. Cursed by the way of heaven? What did you do? At this, Luo Jojo looked visibly confused. The way of heaven was an elusive concept, even he lacked the standing to engage with it. How could Subai and his companions possibly have encountered such a thing? Ask them. I feel a bit tired. I'll rest for a while. With that, Subai fainted. Are you okay? Subai, wake up. Don't scare me like that. You old fossil. Everyone looked at Subai before them and hurriedly helped him to his feet. Before long, they arrived at Luo Jojo's room. Subai lay on the bed, looking exceptionally weak and pale. After a long while, Luo Jojo looked at the young ones before him, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Are you sure you're not just making this up? This sounds more and more fantastical the more I hear it. The gods rebelled against the Tao of Heaven and slaughtered the heavens. You encountered the Tao of Heaven in the secret realm and then resealed it? This sounds completely implausible. Luo Jojo felt his scalp tingle with disbelief. He suspected the people before him were spinning a tale, a wildly fantastical, wildly twisted one at that utterly beyond comprehension. Master, Dean, how could we possibly deceive you? If you don't believe us, ask Xingwei. You trust her, right? And look at all this, these are the rewards we obtained in the secret realm. A divine artifact plus massive amounts of experience points. My level and gear don't lie, do they? The group produced the weapons they carried and displayed their system panels. They're telling the truth. Seeing the Dean staring at her target, Xingwei nodded and spoke up. Holy crap, this is amazing. I've never experienced anything this incredible in my entire life. And you guys actually stumbled upon it? Your luck is just too damn good. The Dean slapped his thigh, even slipping into his dialect. He had always been filled with curiosity about the secret realm known as the heaven-shattering abyss, yet he never imagined it held such astonishing secrets within. He had believed he understood this world well enough, but now it seemed his knowledge was woefully inadequate. Those exalted divine and demonic races, they must know the hidden truths within. Dean, shouldn't we be concerned about Subai right now? The crowd looked at the Dean before them, a faint line of exasperation appearing on their foreheads. This esteemed Dean was utterly unreliable. How could he focus on such trivial matters? Wait, why did you gain such valuable experience while he incurred the curse of the Tao? The Dean looked at the group, a peculiar expression flickering across his face. We have no idea about that. Just hurry up and save him. Look at Subai, he's already in this state. Please help him. Go activate your connections. Gather your friends and see if anyone can help Subai. Facing the Dean, the crowd pleaded in unison. I've already started making calls. They'll be here shortly. Upon hearing this, Luo Jojo waved his hand dismissively. After a long while, Subai awoke from his slumber. A terrifying wave of weakness washed over him, as if his entire body had been bound in chains. Subai, how are you feeling? Feeling any better? Would you like some water? Something to eat? Everyone immediately gathered around him, their eyes filled with concern. No, thank you. Subai waved his hand dismissively and glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Subai. Class, God Ruler. Level, 210 6th Transformation.
Strength, 66,770. Stamina, 106,780. Agility, 35,980. Spirit, 162,980. Law power, 200. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Robe of Oblivion, Ring of Infinity, Ring of Desire, Ring of Light, Staff of Origin. Combat power, 200,000. Physical condition, severely exhausted. Skills, Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Concealment, Absolute Berserk, Invincible Golden Body, Absolute Dominion, Etherealization, Emulate Heaven and Earth, Absolute Defense, Divine Edict, Sovereign of All Spirits, Divine Might, Control, Heaven's Grace, Divine Word, Enlightenment, Divine Realm, Incubation. Beast Summons, 9 Nether Cloud Lark, Dingjin Mystic Tortoise. Talents God Tier. Beast Host Union, host may select any contracted beast to share innate attributes. Host fully inherits the beast's innate abilities and base stats at double the rate, with no cooldown. Divine Insight can probe all hidden evolution paths, enabling significant upgrades to Beast Tamer rank. Divine Contract issue contract commands to guarantee 100% successful binding with any designated target. Holy, it just shattered. Seeing his total combat power at a mere 200,000 and his agility attribute at a paltry 35,980 points, Subai felt his vision darken, nearly fainting once more. This damn thing is truly inhuman. In his current state, Subai couldn't even hope to kill those divine bosses. Just staying alive would be a miracle. Teacher, why hasn't the person you requested arrived yet? Why is it taking so long? Hurry up, I can see Subai is barely holding on. The crowd watched Subai before them, their eyes betraying a hint of worry as they spoke in unison. They're coming, they're coming. They're on their way. Don't worry. Subai, don't worry. I'll definitely cure you. Luo Jojo quickly grabbed Subai's hand and spoke reassuringly. Chapter 151, The Terrifying Curse. Old man, stop fussing around. Let me catch my breath first. I'll see if I can figure something out myself. Subai looked at the old man before him and couldn't help but sigh softly. Subai, how are you feeling? Hearing this, everyone hurried over, asking with deep concern. Subai forced a drop of blood from his mouth. The crimson liquid floated into Mu Yan's palm. Keep this drop of blood safe, then kill me. Subai gazed at Mu Yan beside him and whispered. What? Brother, have you lost your mind? What kind of international joke are you pulling? You don't have to be so direct about wanting to die. Everyone stared at Subai before them, their eyes clearly flashing with panic as they hurriedly spoke up. It's okay. I'll come back. Hearing this, Subai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hurriedly replied. This? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances before turning their gaze toward Luo Jojo. Then you managed to hold back. Luo Jojo didn't hesitate for a moment. A dazzling bolt of lightning erupted from his hand and struck Subai. Dean, what are you doing? Subai has lost his mind, have you too? Have you lost your mind? The crowd watched their dean before them, their eyes filled with urgency as they spoke. What the hell do you kids know? Hearing this, the dean couldn't help but roll his eyes. As the words fell, terrifying thunderous energy completely engulfed Subai's body. His form began to gradually dissipate, finally vanishing before everyone's eyes. Moments later, his figure reappeared. Mu Yan hurriedly supported Subai beside her, a hint of concern visible in her eyes. Subai, how are you feeling? Are you feeling any better? Mu Yan asked softly as she looked at Subai before her. I'm fine. I'm certainly not dead, but every single one of my attributes has been weakened. This damn heavenly Tao is truly despicable and shameless, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Subai spat on the ground, cursing under his breath. He glanced at his attribute panel once more. Name, Subai. Class, God Ruler. Level, 210 6th Transformation. Strength, 66,770. Stamina, 106,780. Agility, 35,980. Spirit, 162,980. Law power, 200. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Robe of Oblivion, Ring of Infinity, Ring of Desire, Ring of Light, Staff of Origin. Combat power, 200,000. Physical condition, severely exhausted. Skills, Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Concealment, Absolute Berserk, Invincible Golden Body, Absolute Dominion, Etherealization, Emulate Heaven and Earth, Absolute Defense, Divine Edict, Sovereign of All Spirits, Divine Might, Control, Heaven's Grace, Divine Word, Enlightenment, Divine Realm, Incubation. Beast Summons, 9 Nether Cloud Lark, Dingjin Mystic Tortoise. Talents God Tier. Beast Mastery Fusion, host may select any contracted beast to share innate attributes. Host fully inherits the beast's innate abilities and base stats at double the rate, with no cooldown. Divine Insight can probe all hidden evolution paths, enabling significant upgrades to Beast Tamer rank. Divine Contract issuing a contract command guarantees 100% success in binding any designated target. Still no use. The heavenly curse really isn't so easy to clear. Fortunately, his innate skills weren't weakened, otherwise he'd be in serious trouble.
But in his current state, Subai could be considered the weakest sixth transformation. Luo Jojo, what brings you here? Just then, a white-haired elder entered the room, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Quickly, examine this young man. His body is extremely weakened. See if you can resolve the issues plaguing him. Luo Jojo recognized his old friend and immediately spoke up. This was the most powerful spellcaster he could summon, a 5th rank, level 500 master whose prowess ranked among the nation's elite. How rare something that stumps even you. How interesting. Truly fascinating. Hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and chuckled. Don't joke about this. The curse on this boy is extremely severe. See if you can help him out. At these words, a faint line of exasperation appeared on Luo Jojo's forehead. If the people of the Meteor Empire found out he'd reduced Subai to this state, it would be the end of him. That group would surely come looking for him to settle the score. With the national war about to begin, Subai getting into trouble at this critical moment, there was no way they'd let him off the hook. Don't worry. It's just a minor curse. As he spoke, the old man snapped his fingers. A dazzling golden light shot skyward, then enveloped Subai's body. A terrifying aura emanated from the old man as the golden light began merging into Subai's body. But at that very moment, a surge of white energy shot skyward, shattering the golden light. How is this possible? I cast a forbidden spell. How could it be shattered? Witnessing this scene, the old man's expression shifted slightly, his eyes revealing an indescribable shock. No way. I refuse to believe it. I'm the foremost spellcaster, how could I be powerless against your petty curse? The old man bit through his own finger. Drops of blood floated in midair, slowly gathering before Subai. The crimson blood blossomed with dazzling, multicolored radiance, emanating a terrifying aura. The old man began chanting incantations. The crimson blood intertwined in the sky, gradually forming an eerie pattern. The pattern pulsed with crimson light, enveloping Subai in its blood-red glow. Creak! Creak! A piercing sound echoed as the crimson light began to fade. A blinding white light erupted from Subai's body, transforming into a terrifying palm that slammed into the spellcaster. The sequence unfolded too abruptly for anyone to react. Before they could comprehend what happened, the cursed sorcerer was struck by the palm and sent flying out of the room in an instant. Put! The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? My blood curse spell is ineffective? This is absurd. What kind of curse is this kid under? Gazing at Luo Jojo before him, the cursed arts practitioner suddenly felt his world crumbling. His blood curse could break any spell under heaven, always triumphant, never had he encountered a situation like this before. It must be a curse from the heavenly Tao. Luo Jojo scratched his head awkwardly and murmured softly. Me, you're bloody cursed. Hearing this, the old man flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Chapter 152, Bestowing Divine Status. Brother, you really think highly of me. Look at me, what am I? What am I worth? How could I possibly be worthy of touching the way of heaven? You want me to lift the heavenly Tao's curse? Don't even mention me. Even if you summoned the god of curses, he couldn't handle it. I truly cannot help you with this. I am not qualified. The old man pointed at himself, gazing at Luo Jojo before him. A long sigh escaped his lips, his face fleetingly betraying a look of helplessness. He knew his own limitations well. Truth be told, he truly lacked the qualifications. A 9-transformation cursed sorcerer might sound formidable, but before the gods, he was but an ant. Then is there truly no other way? This youngster has done me a great favor. Think of a way, see if you can find a method to counter the heavenly path's curse? If you can accomplish this for me, I'll give you anything you desire. Luo Jojo drew a deep breath, his eyes clouding over with solemnity. I'll need to go back and give this some serious thought. You take care of this young man for now. I've never heard of anyone being cursed by the heavenly way before. With that, Zhou Quan turned and walked straight out of the room. He needed to return and meticulously research the matter, to see if he could find a way to counter the heavenly Tao's curse. Dean, your friend is pretty unreliable, huh? Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with resignation. Don't worry, there are still others. I refuse to believe this heavenly Tao curse is so formidable that no one can overcome it. Luo Jojo smoothed his clothes, cleared his throat twice, and turned to walk back into the room. If you can't find it, don't bother. I'll figure something out myself. With that thought, Subai summoned Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei and glanced at their attribute panels. Beast Master, Radiant Sun Dragon. Grade, Divine Spirit. Level, LV 210. Constitution, 9,600,000. Strength, 9,600,000. Mental Power, 9,600,000. Agility, 9,600,000. Combat Power, 15 million. Skills, Dragon Might, Supreme Yang Domain, 10,000 Suns, Dragon Breath, Emulate Heaven and Earth, Ultimate Yang Flame, Limit Fusion. Beast Mastery, Ultimate Candle Dragon. Grade, Divine Spirit. Level, LV 210. Constitution, 9,600,000. Strength, 9,600,000. Mental Power, 9,600,000.
Agility, 9,600,000.
Total combat power, 15 million. Skills, Dragon Might, Ultimate in Domain, Ultimate in Dragon Breath, Emulate Heaven and Earth, Command Wind and Rain, World Destroying in Candle, Limit Fusion.
Thank goodness, thank goodness. Though my attributes have been weakened, my beast companion seems unharmed.
If my beast had been cursed too, that would have been a huge problem.
Subai couldn't help but exhale in relief, a visible flicker of ease crossing his eyes. That's out of the question. I absolutely must cure you. Without me, you wouldn't have dared enter this secret realm. Upon hearing this, Luo Jojo hurriedly replied. Before long, an elderly woman entered the room, radiating dazzling, sacred energy.
Her profession was that of a divine healer, possessing exceptionally potent healing abilities. I'm afraid I can't help you. As the old woman departed, a trickle of blood hung from the corner of her mouth.
2, 3, 4. One figure after another entered the room, only to emerge defeated.
Witnessing this scene repeatedly, everyone had long since grown numb. Given the current situation, curing Subai would likely prove no easy task.
Is there anyone else? Subai looked at Luo Jojo before him, a faint line of exasperation appearing on his forehead. Why hadn't he noticed before just how stubborn this old man was? He'd been told time and again it was hopeless, yet wave after wave of people kept being summoned. No one. This time, there truly is no one left. Seems I underestimated the situation. Subai, rest assured whatever you ask, I'll grant it. Hearing this, Luo Jojo sighed, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. If it weren't for his own words, how could Subai have ended up in this predicament? It's nothing. I think I have something to give you. At that moment, Subai suddenly pulled a dazzling object from his backpack. It radiated an aura of profound sanctity, evoking an overwhelming urge to prostrate oneself in reverence. What on earth is this? Staring at the object before him, Luo Jojo froze in place. He felt the elemental power within his body tremble, as if encountering its master. Divine Essence. The divine essence of the elemental god. This is what we found in the secret realm. Subai tossed the divine essence toward Luo Jojo and murmured softly. No, absolutely not. This is far too precious. How could I possibly accept it? Hearing this, Luo Jojo's expression shifted slightly as he hastily waved his hands. Are you kidding? This isn't just some ordinary thing. This was a genuine divine essence, representing the very essence of a deity. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't know what to do with it. I'm a beastmaster. What use would the divine essence of the elemental lord be to me? This artifact can only reach its full potential in your hands, honored elder. If you become a deity, the entire Meteor Empire will stand invincible in this war. Please, don't be so polite. Subai heard this and hastily waved his hands. Divine essence held no meaning for him. While it could grant him the divine seat of the elemental god, the fusion process required an incredibly long time Subai simply didn't have. Moreover, in his view, this divine essence felt like a shackle. After merging with it, his path in this lifetime would be forever confined to the realm of the elemental god. In the abyss of heaven's fall, he had witnessed the Lord of Time leading countless deities in their assault upon the Tao of Heaven. If even the Tao of Heaven could be slaughtered and sealed away, then a mere elemental god would certainly not escape such a fate. The world-claimed gods were immortal and indestructible, but to Subai, only true transcendence escaping the constraints of this realm could be called genuine immortality. Alright, then. Luo Jojo's aged face flushed crimson, his eyes betraying a hint of guilt. He never imagined he'd face such a day. He hadn't been able to help at all, and now he owed the other party an enormous favor. Then rest here and recover fully during this time. Rest assured, I'll handle the national war. The Falling Star Empire's victory is certain. Hearing this, Luo Jojo patted his chest emphatically, his words ringing with conviction. With your word, I can rest easy. I'll rest a little longer then. Subai nodded, then slipped into a deep slumber. Chapter 153, The Method to Break the Heavenly Curse. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Subai had now grown accustomed to his new body, at least no longer falling into unconsciousness at random intervals. With the national war set to begin in 5 days, they still hadn't found a way to break the curse binding Subai. Mu Yan had also departed, reportedly to undertake her own class change quest. Subai had intended to accompany the girl, but Mu Yan had stopped him. Her reasoning was that his body was too weak. He shouldn't venture into dungeons or secret realms just yet. His primary task now was to focus on recuperating and restoring his health. Xiaobai, are you bored staying here? Watching Xiaobai's silhouette appear in the sky, Subai spoke softly. Confined to this courtyard day after day, Subai seldom ventured out to seek others, nor did he particularly enjoy socializing. Master, let me take you to meet a new friend. At that moment, Xiaobai lifted Subai up and twisted his massive body, racing swiftly toward the distant horizon. Before long, they soared over the boundless ocean. The 10,000-year mystic turtle extended its massive head, gazing at Subai before it. Young one, your situation seems rather dire. The ancient tortoise spoke slowly. It's manageable. Things are indeed a bit dire, but at least these beast riding abilities still work. We won't face any immediate danger.
Subai leaned against Xiaobai's shoulder and murmured softly upon hearing the words. No, you're underestimating the curse of heaven's will. In your current state, if you don't resolve the curse soon, you'll be in mortal danger. Just then, the 10,000-year mystic tortoise suddenly spoke up.
Old man, you're not joking with me, are you?
At these words, a flicker of panic clearly crossed Subai's face.
Of course not. This is a curse from the way of heaven. I've seen someone like this before.
He was a deity of the highest order. After being cursed by the way of heaven, his body began to disintegrate moment by moment. Fortunately, he mastered the power of time, allowing his body to regenerate. But eventually, the curse of the Tao will accumulate to a point where it can no longer be added to. At that time, clearing this curse will be exceedingly difficult. The old turtle nodded solemnly.
Is there any way to remove this curse?
Subai's composure shattered upon hearing this. He had planned to relax for a few days, but now it seemed that opportunity was slipping away.
I cannot say, old man.
In my humble opinion, there should be records concerning this matter within the 4 ancient civilizations.
Go and investigate thoroughly.
The old turtle shook his head gently before retracting his head back into his shell.
Xiaobai, let's head back.
Subai's expression grew solemn as he patted Xiaobai's head. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately dashed toward the room.
You must not tell anyone about this matter, do you understand?
Subai looked at Xiaobai before him, his expression serious as he issued the warning.
Don't worry, I absolutely won't.
After ascending to the divine stage, Xiaobai and Xiaohei could now speak human language. Possessing intelligence rivaling that of humans, it naturally understood its master's methods. After Subai returned Xiaobai to the beast taming space, he headed straight for the library. This library was truly vast, spanning a full 8 stories tall, containing the secrets of the entire continent. Subai wasn't exaggerating in the slightest. The Elemental Academy library truly held the majority of books on the continent.
What brings you here?
Just as Subai was about to pick up a book, he saw Qingwei standing before him. I came to browse some books and see if I can find a way to lift the curse on me. Upon hearing this, Subai quickly interjected. You don't need to look on the 4th floor downstairs. I've already gone through every single book there, and none of them mention a way to lift a curse from the body. Qingwei paused before suddenly speaking up.
You didn't read every single book here, did you? At those words, Subai couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
We were the ones who caused that calamity back then. If it weren't for saving us, you wouldn't have been cursed by the heavenly Tao.
Both in reason and in emotion, I should help you.
Reading a few books is nothing compared to the suffering you endure now. Qingwei smiled faintly as she spoke.
Well, it's not that bad.
I'm tough as nails. These little scrapes don't faze me in the slightest.
You shouldn't feel too guilty about this either.
I don't blame you at all, so why are you worrying so much? Subai flushed slightly and hurriedly replied. After all, he possessed the robe of oblivion. That this woman could still remember him meant she was no ordinary person. Unlike those other guys, they'd probably forgotten it all by now. At least they hadn't bothered him these past couple days, giving him some peace.
Wait, are you flipping through books one by one? Isn't that a huge waste of time? You could use your mental energy to load these books into your mind and skim through them quickly. Watching Qingwei's actions, Subai froze for a moment. It's possible, but that way you can't read carefully. Sometimes it's easy to overlook things. Plus, some mystical texts completely block mental probing. I'm doing this to be safe.
With that, Qingwei closed the book in her hand and reached for another volume. You really don't need to go to such lengths. With the national war imminent, breaking through your own limits is what truly matters.
Subai waved his hands hastily at her words. The national war is important, but so is your health. I hate owing people favors. Go ahead and continue reading.
Qingwei examined the book in her hands and said earnestly. Seeing this, Subai felt awkward continuing his persuasion and could only pick up the book, beginning to browse through it carefully. As time slowly passed, when Subai finally looked up, night had fallen. Outside, darkness had settled in completely. Qingwei, that girl, sat there motionless, flipping through her book. She had sat there the entire day, only occasionally rising to stretch her limbs. Hey, why don't you take a break? Go grab something to eat or something. Subai approached Qingwei and tentatively asked. No need. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. Don't worry about me. Qingwei waved her hand dismissively at Subai before heading upstairs with her books. Chapter 154, Crossing the Tribulation. After leaving the library, Subai went to prepare some food. He packed one portion for Xiaobai to deliver to the woman, then leaned against a stone bench. Gazing up at the night sky, he savored the meal in his hands. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't rested properly in ages. It was a rare treat to enjoy such a leisurely moment. I never imagined you had such culinary skills, young man. The food tastes quite good, very palatable indeed. An elderly man walked in, observing Subai before him, and spoke softly. Old Master Zhou, what brings you here? Would you like to join us for a bite? Subai stared at the elderly Mr. Zhou before him, momentarily taken aback. No, thank you.
I've already eaten.
I came to see you and check on your health. Don't worry, give me 2 more days, and we might have results. Zhou Quan sighed softly as he gazed at Subai before him. Besides searching for a solution to the curse, he had also deliberately looked up information about Subai during this time.
Holy moly! He hadn't known until he looked, but the results were shocking.
No wonder that old codger Luo Jojo placed such importance on Subai. His resume was nothing short of dazzling. He burst onto the scene starting with the college entrance exam, securing first place and shattering the exam record. From that point onward, he embarked on a life of extraordinary achievements. Within the Tower of Heavenly Prodigies, he subdued countless prodigies, slayed a demon god, and destroyed dozens of layers of the demon abyss. Calling this young man a divine prodigy would be no exaggeration. No wonder someone like him would incur the curse of the heavenly Tao. His talent was simply too overwhelming.
With such talent, he could utterly crush that old codger Luo Jojo, a prodigy of millennial rarity. Boom!
At that moment, dazzling beams of light erupted across the sky as countless elemental spirits began gathering densely in the heavens.
What's happening? Why are the elemental spirits suddenly going berserk?
Witnessing the terrifying elemental power manifesting in the sky, Zhou Quan's expression shifted slightly. He immediately shielded Subai behind him. As an old acquaintance of Luo Jojo, he knew this place harbored terrifying elemental power. These forces had always been remarkably docile. A situation like this was unprecedented.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Old Master Luo is about to ascend to godhood. Subai gazed toward the sky, a faint smile touching his lips as he spoke softly.
Is that true? He's becoming a god? Impossible. How could that be? How could a new god possibly emerge in this world? Zhou Quan heard this and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Back in that secret realm, I obtained a divine essence and handed it over to the old master. As it happens, that divine essence happens to be the very essence of the elemental god. Subai chuckled upon hearing this and promptly explained. 10 transformations to divinity.
Though Subai had paved the way for everyone to reach the 10th transformation, taking that final step was no easy feat. Luo Jojo floated in the sky, gazing at Subai not far away. His mind drifted back to the first time he had encountered this youngster. It was precisely when the announcement of the breakthrough from the 9th transformation to the 10th appeared that Luo Jojo had noticed Subai, believing the opportunity for deification lay within him.
Damn it, how does this kid get so lucky?
It's enough to drive a person mad. Zhou Quan, hearing this, was so furious his nose nearly twisted sideways. Luo Jojo was from the same era as him, yet their fortunes diverged wildly. That bastard's level had shot up like a rocket, skyrocketing upward. Though they'd taken the college entrance exam together, Zhou Quan's power was only at the 500th level of the 9 transformations, a whole tier below Luo Jojo. Even though his cursed technique power was formidable, it still couldn't compare to Luo Jojo, who had already touched the threshold of divinity. It was at this very moment that a cold, icy face appeared in the sky, its gaze fixed coldly upon Luo Jojo. The expression was utterly devoid of emotion, the icy pupils holding no trace of feeling. Subai knew deep down that this was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao.
Something's wrong. Something's very wrong.
Suddenly, Subai stood up, a strange expression flickering across his face.
What's wrong?
Hearing this, Zhou Quan hurriedly asked.
My heavenly Tao curse has vanished?
Subai glanced at his attribute panel, his eyes widening with an indescribable shock.
Gone? That can't be possible. How could the heavenly Tao's curse just vanish? Zhou Quan froze for a moment, a look of confusion crossing his face. I'm not entirely sure either, but I seem to have some insight. Subai took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a hint of gravity. He felt he'd grasped a glimmer of opportunity, yet he must wait for the final outcome. After this heavenly tribulation passed, he would see if things unfolded as he had anticipated. Is that the Dean? The Dean is undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Looks like it. Holy crap, is the Dean about to become a god? Exactly. He's definitely ascending to godhood. The Dean is the strongest under the stars, how could he not become a god?
Countless students within the academy gazed at the distant sky, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they murmured among themselves.
At that very moment, the terrifying giant hand appeared in the sky, reaching out toward Luo Jojo.
Luo Jojo thrust out his right hand. Elemental spirits gathered in his palm, coalescing into a colossal fist that collided violently with the giant hand.
Boom!
Towering waves erupted across the sea, while a thick layer of mystical ice formed over the 10,000-year mystic turtle, enveloping the entire academy. The terrifying shockwaves rampaged in all directions, utterly shattering countless sea monsters beneath the waves.
Terrifying. Is this the power of the heavenly way?
Zhou Quan stared at the sky before him, his eyes betraying a hint of disbelief. He could distinctly sense the fluctuations of that energy. Even if he unleashed his most powerful forbidden technique, it would be utterly impossible to stop the two of them.
Terrifying elemental energy began to converge before Luo Jojo, coalescing into a multicolored dragon.
It let out a piercing roar to the heavens before streaking skyward. The colossal human face in the sky transformed into a terrifying eye. From that dreadful orb, a blinding aurora shot forth, colliding violently with the elemental dragon. A series of deafening explosions echoed, causing the sky itself to tremble. Endless waves, tens of thousands of feet high, surged across the boundless ocean. Fortunately, this occurred at sea. Had it struck land, such a casual blow could have obliterated an entire city.
Chapter 155, Demigod Luo Jojo.
This is the power of the gods. A hint of envy flickered in Zhou Quan's eyes. After becoming a professional, everyone yearned to ascend to godhood through 10 transformations. Unfortunately, only a select few could walk this path.
The Dean is simply incredible. He's my absolute idol.
Dean, keep pushing forward, you'll definitely ascend to godhood.
Absolutely possible.
The crowd gazed upward, their eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve as they shouted in unison. The elemental dragon roared toward the heavens, tore through the aurora, and charged toward the eyeball, smashing into it with tremendous force.
Boom!
A series of explosions erupted. Blinding light seemed poised to devour all existence.
Countless cracks appeared across the white eyeball, shattering it into pieces. Did we win?
Witnessing this scene, everyone instinctively clenched their fists. At that very moment, the white energy began to coalesce, forming an utterly terrifying giant. With a single raised hand, the Colossus unleashed energy capable of overturning mountains and seas, unleashing it toward Luo Jojo's position.
Break it!
Countless primal energies coalesced before Luo Jojo, forming a colossal 9-colored sword that sliced toward the heavens. The giant's arm was severed cleanly, disintegrating into countless fragments of energy that vanished before the crowd's eyes.
Shatter! Shatter! Shatter!
Luo Jojo gripped the 9-colored blade as its domineering sword light roared toward the heavens, instantly slicing the Colossus into nothingness. As time passed, the energy in the sky gradually dissipated, and Luo Jojo's figure reappeared before everyone.
The Dean has won. Has the Dean ascended to godhood? We don't know.
We'll have to wait for the Dean himself to tell us. It seems he's not far from becoming a god. A hint of excitement flickered across the faces of the many students. If the Dean became a god, they would be overjoyed. It would be an honor for every member of their academy. A streak of light flashed, and Luo Jojo's figure appeared in the courtyard, landing before the two.
Why are you here?
Luo Jojo looked at Zhou Quan before him, his brows slightly furrowed as he spoke softly.
If I hadn't come, how could I witness this awe-inspiring scene before me?
You old codger, you've really done it, outpacing everyone else to tread the path to godhood.
Zhou Quan slapped Luo Jojo on the shoulder, studying him with a look that held an indescribable yearning. Becoming a god? That's still a long way off.
For now, I can only call myself a demigod.
Hearing this, a flicker of delight crossed Luo Jojo's face. Even as a demigod, he felt a surge of joy.
He had been stuck at that level for a full decade. For a full decade, despite trying countless methods, his strength had refused to advance. Now, at last, there was progress, proof that hope for advancement still existed.
Name, Luo Jojo. Rank, demigod. Level, 10th transformation, first tribulation. Strength, 114,540,149. Constitution, 138,461,586. Mental power, 154,857,843.
Agility, 124,941,698.
Status, deity fusion in progress. Combat power, 164,681,381. Affiliation, Falling Star Empire. Truly becoming a demigod. But it seems he must still endure 9 heavenly tribulations to become a true deity.
Congratulations, Dean.
You've successfully broken through to the demigod realm.
Subai nodded to Luo Jojo before him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips.
Don't thank me. If anyone should be thanking, it's me.
Without you, I'd never have achieved the demigod realm in this lifetime.
You are my benefactor.
Luo Jojo bowed his hands toward Subai, his eyes reflecting a hint of respect.
Your Excellency, you are too kind.
I'm counting on you to shine brightly for the Meteor Empire. Subai heard this and hastily waved his hands. Rest assured, this matter is in my hands.
How is your health? Zhou Quan, you're one of the top spellcasters on the entire continent. Is there truly no way to break the heavenly curse?
Luo Jojo looked at his friend beside him and pressed further.
I've been doing everything I can to find a solution. I believe if you give me a little more time, I should be able to complete it.
A bead of cold sweat appeared on Zhou Quan's forehead as he hurriedly explained.
I know where to start now.
Just then, Subai suddenly felt that familiar wave of weakness wash over him again, and a flash of insight struck his mind.
What method?
At these words, both men's eyes lit up.
Through the way of heaven.
That which appeared above your head earlier, it must be the embodiment of the way of heaven. To lift the curse of the way of heaven, we must rely on the way of heaven itself. Subai pointed toward the sky above. When the way of heaven manifested, the curse power within him vanished instantly. But after the heavenly tribulation fully dissipated, that cursed energy sneaked back in proof it feared the power of heaven's way.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow. Zhou Quan scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. I get it now. This heavenly Tao isn't the same as that heavenly Tao. This heavenly Tao can harness the power of the heavenly Tao to lift the curse left by the heavens, is that what you mean? But where do we find the power of the heavenly Tao? Luo Jiuzhou suddenly grasped the meaning and blurted out. Zhou Quan didn't know the details, but he certainly did. The way of heaven sealed by that deity was entirely different from the current way of heaven. Yet regardless, both acted in accordance with the will of heaven and earth. Only they could oppose each other through the power of the way of heaven. Leave this matter to me. Just then, Mu Yan approached from afar, a blood-stained scepter in hand, a faint smile playing on her lips. You're back? Are you all right? Su Bai rushed over upon seeing Mu Yan's state, pulling her into his arms. I'm fine. The 8th transformation quest is complete. I've found a way to break the curse on you. Mu Yan shook her head, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. So the antidote was right beside me all along. How could I have almost forgotten you're the chosen one? Luo Jiuzhou suddenly slapped his thigh, his realization hitting him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, why can't I make sense of what you're saying? What's this about one heavenly way not being the same as another? Heavenly way forces clashing? What about the heavens? Old Master Zhou Quan scratched his head, a look of confusion flickering in his eyes. Well, we two old codgers will be on our way. You two catch up. If anything comes up, just contact me directly through the token. With that, Luo Jiuzhou didn't give Zhou Quan a chance to respond, dragging him away toward the distance. Chapter 156, Return to Falling Star. The moon rose silently, leaving only 2 figures in the empty courtyard. The bright moonlight bathed the entire garden in a radiant glow. Occasional bird calls echoed through the night, while nearby, water trickled down, producing a clear, bell-like sound. A thin mist drifted in from all sides, transforming the small courtyard into a scene straight out of a fairy tale, radiating a gentle warmth and tranquility. Why did you drag me here? I still want to ask about the way of heaven. Wait a minute. You old man, are you hiding something from me? Am I not your good brother anymore? Outside the courtyard, Zhou Quan's shouts echoed intermittently. No wonder you're this old and still don't have a wife, makes perfect sense. Can't you see the young couple wants to talk? Stop being a third wheel and come over here right now. Luo Jiuzhou snorted coldly, grabbed Zhou Quan by the arm, and dragged him away. Ha! Hearing the 2 old men's voices, Mu Yan burst into laughter. Did you encounter any danger? Su Bai gazed at Mu Yan before him, taking in her breathtakingly beautiful face and drawing in a deep breath. I'm fine. Nothing too dangerous. Don't worry, I'm the chosen one. Mu Yan blinked her eyes and said playfully. True enough. Su Bai took Mu Yan's hand and sat down on the bench. Together, they gazed up at the moon overhead. I still remember how we used to watch the moon like this when we were kids. That Sun Kai guy was acting all weird and superstitious, circling around us like a total fool. Leaning against Su Bai's shoulder, Mu Yan gazed at the moon overhead, her mind filled with memories of the past. Those days were so happy, innocent and carefree, without a care in the world. You can say that again. That fool? He's a lot happier now. Su Bai smiled faintly, wrapping his arm around Mu Yan's shoulder. Their eyes met, gazing into each other's faces. Their breathing grew increasingly rapid as their heads slowly drew closer. The next morning, Su Bai and Mu Yan stood before the teleportation array, gazing at the group of people before them. Safe travels. We're heading to the Meteorite Empire now. With the Imperial War imminent, we'll fight side by side when the time comes. We'll meet again in the Meteorite Empire. The group bid farewell to Su Bai, faint smiles playing on their faces. If you encounter any problems, contact me immediately. I can be there quickly. Luo Jiuzhou observed Su Bai and his companion, gave a slight nod, and spoke. Don't worry. With that, Su Bai and his companion vanished into the teleportation array. When he opened his eyes again, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, he couldn't help but frown. Where is this place? Terrifying lightning flashed in the distant sky, yellow sand swirled everywhere, and the north wind howled. The entire world resembled an apocalyptic scene. The edge of the world. This is also where I reached my 8th transformation. Let's go. Mu Yan took Su Bai by the hand and walked deeper into the abyss at the edge of the universe. They arrived at a cliff's edge, where an endless abyss stretched out before them, its depths invisible to the naked eye. Fiery red clouds surrounded them, staining the sky above a pale yellow. Heaven's mandate to the land of divine revelation. With my destiny, I offer sacrifice to the heavens, beseeching their mercy. Mu Yan bowed respectfully toward the front, her cold voice echoing across the land. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupted, revealing a face devoid of emotion to all present. Heaven is merciless, all mortals are bound by fate. The icy voice rang out, piercingly sharp. What if the curse within me was bestowed by heaven itself? At that moment, Su Bai suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, the previously motionless sky abruptly extended a giant hand, reaching out to grab Su Bai. You bastard, let go of me. Let go of me, you bastard. A piercing scream echoed as a shadowy figure was snatched away.
Subai felt a wave of relief wash over his body, and a hint of delight flashed across his face. He truly hadn't expected to resolve this matter so easily. He immediately opened his attribute panel. Name, Subai. Class, God Ruler. Level, 210 6th Transformation. Strength, 667,700. Constitution, 1,067,800. Agility, 359,800. Spirit, 1,629,800. Law power, 2,000. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Robe of Oblivion, Ring of Infinity, Ring of Desire, Ring of Light, Staff of Origin. Total combat power, 20 million. Skills, Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Concealment, Absolute Berserk, Invincible Golden Body, Absolute Dominion, Etherealization, Emulate Heaven and Earth, Absolute Defense, Divine Edict, Sovereign of All Spirits, Divine Might, Control, Heaven's Grace, Divine Word, Enlightenment, Divine Realm, Incubation. Beasts, Netherworld Mystic Bird, Gingjin Mystic Tortoise. Talents God Tier. Beast Host Union, the host may select any contracted beast to share innate attributes. The host fully inherits the beast's innate abilities and base stats at double the rate, with no cooldown. Divine Insight can probe all hidden evolution paths, enabling significant upgrades to Beast Tamer rank. Divine Contract, issuing a contract command guarantees 100% success in binding any designated target. Finally free from that constraint. Feels so much lighter. Subai took a deep breath, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. You two, leave immediately. A cold voice rang out again, and a terrifying force propelled the two of them out. Isn't that a bit arrogant? Subai glanced at Mu Yan beside him, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. It's only natural. Heaven is merciless. Didn't you see how it even disdains me, the chosen one? Mu Yan heard this and waved her hand lightly, hastily explaining. So, shall we head back to the Meteor Emperor capital now? Subai took Mu Yan's hand and walked toward the teleportation array. Having left the end of heaven, the two returned to the Meteor Star Imperial capital. The streets bustled with people rushing by, their expressions hurried and tinged with a hint of anxiety. These people seem quite anxious. Subai observed the crowd before him, his brow furrowing as he murmured softly. Looks like they really are in a hurry. Something must have happened. Should we head back to the academy first? Don't forget, you still possess that ability to make people forget. The headmaster and the others probably won't even be able to find you right now. Mu Yan heard this and nodded quickly, a serious look in her eyes. I'd completely forgotten about that. Alright, let's hurry back to the academy. Upon hearing this, Subai immediately summoned Xiaobai and sped off toward the Imperial Palace. Chapter 157, Restless Hearts. Upon returning to the academy, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The teachers stationed here wore solemn expressions, while the students were nowhere to be seen, likely all off tackling dungeons. Subai arrived at Zhang Lin's courtyard to find it covered in dust. It had clearly been unoccupied for quite some time. The dean isn't here. Dust has settled on the table. It seems he hasn't returned for quite some time. Subai spoke softly to Mu Yan standing before him. It seems the dean hasn't returned for 2 days. Otherwise, the dust wouldn't have settled on the courtyard table. Could he be at the palace? Hearing this, Mu Yan frowned and asked softly. The dean was a very meticulous person. His room was always immaculately tidy, and dust accumulation was simply unheard of. Then let's go check the palace. After all, with my status, entering the palace shouldn't be a problem. Subai summoned Xiaobai, mounted the little creature, and sped off toward the Imperial Palace. By the time they arrived, dense ranks of soldiers had already encircled the palace. At the palace's noon gate, figures clad in prison garb stood trembling, terror evident in their eyes. What's going on? They're actually being beheaded at the gate of supreme harmony? What crime did these people commit? Subai glanced at Zhang Lin, the executioner, then at the prisoners, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He ordered Xiaobai to land. Old Master Zhang Lin's face was grim, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. His face bore the weight of years, his beard unkempt for days, his overall appearance looking extremely poor. Subai, you're finally back. Why did you vanish again for so long? I almost forgot about you. Gazing at Subai before him, a flicker of excitement crossed Zhang Lin's eyes as he hurriedly spoke. Old man, what's going on here? Have all these people gotten into trouble? Surveying the group before him, a hint of surprise flickered in Subai's eyes as he asked softly. Spreading rumors, undermining military morale, inciting others to defect to enemy nations, attempting to split the entire empire. Don't you think such scum deserve to die? Gazing at the group before him, Zhang Lin swept his sleeve aside, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as their heads rolled onto the ground, crimson blood spurting forth and instantly staining the floor red. There are people like this? I was gone for just a short while, and so much has happened? The words left Subai's lips, surprise flashing across his face as he hurriedly asked. It's not just that kind of person. You have no idea how dire the situation is now. If you don't come back soon, I'll find a way to summon you back. Zhang Lin took a deep breath, his expression growing grave as he spoke. When the national war was announced, people hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, not taking it seriously. But suddenly, a rumor spread, shaking the previously calm public sentiment. According to this unsubstantiated rumor, the other 4 great empires had prepared to unite. They would first divide up the fallen fortune of the Meteor Empire, then the remaining 4 empires would compete against each other to determine the ultimate victor. Such news caused the common folk to grow anxious. Some had even begun fleeing, and the most alarming departures were those of prominent families, which instantly destabilized public sentiment. The Zhao family, a second-rate clan in Meteorfall Imperial City, secretly fled via teleportation array to defect to the White Bear Empire. Others followed suit, fleeing at breakneck speed, leaving behind nothing but a mess. Now, the country was in an uproar. Some were preparing to leave, while others were filled with despair.
This is truly cowardice before battle. Are these people so spineless?
Subai frowned, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes.
Whether they have any backbone or not, I don't know. But some people really have gone too far.
His Majesty is furious and intends to execute this group first to make an example of them. Hearing this, Zhang Lin sighed helplessly. If the people's hearts were to scatter, leading the troops would become a real challenge. Fortunately, the Meteor Empire had recently crushed the White Eagle Empire outright, bolstering their momentum.
Otherwise, things would likely be even more troublesome.
I suspect this sabotage was orchestrated by those spies, aiming to sow discord among our ranks. But this is for the best. We've weeded out the fence-sitters early.
Good news will follow soon.
Subai looked at Zhang Lin before him and spoke softly. What good news? The moment the words left his lips, Zhang Lin perked up with interest. If they could inject a shot of adrenaline into the Meteor Empire right now, that would be fantastic.
You needn't concern yourself with that. Just wait 2 more days.
Use these 2 days to activate the teleportation array and send all these escapees away.
Even without them, we can still stand against the other empires.
Subai's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he spoke each word deliberately.
Since these people wish to leave, there was no need to keep them around.
Their presence would only bring trouble. Once the Meteor Empire successfully subjugates other nations in the war, they'll regret it then.
Very well. Why don't you come with me to see His Majesty?
Zhang Lin looked at Subai before him and spoke softly.
Why not? I'm already here. Let's meet him then. Subai nodded and followed behind Zhang Lin as they headed toward the Imperial Palace. Upon entering the Imperial Palace, they noticed the defenses were noticeably heavier than usual. Subai entered the Grand Hall and saw a man with snow-white hair seated upon the Imperial throne, draped in a golden robe. Your Majesty, what is this?
Seeing the Meteor Emperor before him, Subai couldn't help but pause in surprise.
Ah, it's the Prince of Bingjian. Quickly, bring him a seat. You speak of my hair, it matters not.
Hearing this, the Falling Star Emperor waved his hand dismissively and murmured softly.
Last time with the White Eagle Empire affair, Your Majesty was enraged.
You wielded the Eternal Mountain River Sword and invoked the Imperial Seal, 2 great objects of destiny. The simultaneous activation of both artifacts consumed a century of Your Majesty's lifespan.
National treasures are not to be wielded lightly.
Gazing at Subai before him, Zhang Lin spoke softly in explanation.
Hearing this, Subai's expression shifted slightly. Your Majesty, had it not been for my words, you would never have taken action. This matter is my fault.
Subai hastily rose to his feet, bowing respectfully toward the Meteor Emperor with a hint of remorse in his eyes.
This is not your fault. Sit down first. Allow me to take a sip of soup.
The Meteor Emperor waved his hand lightly, offering a faint smile as he picked up the ginseng soup before him.
Chapter 158, Halftime Champagne.
Subai sat in his chair, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the Emperor of the Meteor Empire before him. This supreme ruler, high above all others, also radiated a sense of helplessness. Though he concealed it well, Subai saw it immediately. This sovereign was likely exhausted to the point of collapse.
Your Majesty, I don't actually think this matter is unfavorable.
On the contrary, I believe it is quite favorable. Gazing at the Falling Star Emperor before him, Subai suddenly rose to his feet and spoke.
The Empire is losing its people, its strongest leaving. How could that be good news?
The Meteor Emperor paused, taken aback by the words.
Everything has 2 sides. We cannot focus solely on the negative aspects. Consider this, if all these fence-sitters leave, those who remain will undoubtedly pledge their loyalty to the Empire until the very end. A united populace is far better than one filled with opportunists. We won't have to worry about backstabbing.
Subai quickly explained upon hearing this. Your reasoning holds some merit, but the weakened national strength will inevitably have a significant impact on the war. The Falling Star Emperor sighed upon hearing this.
Not necessarily. Who told you our national strength has weakened? I've brought back more than 1 reinforcements for you.
Hearing this, Subai smiled faintly, his expression calm as he replied.
What reinforcements?
At this, the Falling Star Emperor and Zhang Lin exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with a hint of excitement. Dean Luo Jojo of the Elemental Academy has agreed to join our cause.
Wouldn't you say that's excellent news? Subai spoke, producing Luo Jojo's token. Luo Jojo? He is quite a figure, but relying on the strength of a single individual to oppose the three great empires? That won't be easy. Unless one is a beastmaster like Subai, capable of commanding an entire army single-handedly, something utterly impossible for others. Not necessarily. If we count the entire Elemental Academy, plus the powerful individuals who have graduated from it including a demigod, it's a different story. And this noble one said they'd help us recruit other powerful individuals. Subai smiled faintly, a hint of confidence flickering in his eyes. A demigod? Hearing this, the Falling Star Emperor's lips twitched slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. The headmaster of the Elemental Academy has already taken the final step and is now advancing toward godhood. Had this national war not been so sudden, given more time, he would have become a true deity. Subai nodded upon hearing this, explaining calmly. Are you serious? Don't you dare lie to me, kid. The strongest beings now are at the 9 transformations 999 level. We've never heard of god-tier powerhouses. Where did you find this demigod? Hearing this, a hint of astonishment flashed in both their eyes. That's none of your concern, gentlemen. Now you can rest assured, right? Subai looked at the two men before him and said with a smile. Satisfied, satisfied. Reassured, reassured. Subai, it's all thanks to you. From now on, you are the pillar that holds up our meteor empire. The two men gazed at Subai before them, their eyes brimming with emotion. Then proceed as I suggested, open the teleportation array. Since these fellows wish to leave, we needn't hold them back. Let them depart in high spirits, just wait and see how they'll regret it later. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Subai's eyes. If these people wish to be traitors, then he would grant them their wish. Let them play the role of traitors to the letter. Understood. Issue the order, if anyone wishes to leave, let them go. The Meteor Emperor nodded and immediately ordered the activation of all teleportation arrays. In the blink of an eye, 2 days slipped away. The teleportation arrays in every city fell silent. Those who wished to leave had long departed, while those who refused remained entrenched. Those damned bastards. They've lost all humanity. Think of how well the Empire treated them. How could they do such a thing? Exactly. They're a bunch of ungrateful bastards. Without the Empire's protection, these damn scoundrels would have been wiped out by beasts long ago. How could they have grown into such powerful beings? Especially that Zhao family, a second Ray clan in the imperial capital, fleeing en masse. What a waste of the nation's resources. In my opinion, His Majesty should order these bastards be beheaded and displayed as a warning. You're absolutely right. Even if they flee to the ends of the earth, we should hunt them down and bring them back. The crowd spoke up one after another, their eyes flashing with anger. Meanwhile, in the distant north, within an opulent palace, dense ranks of guards encircled the entire structure. The rulers of the three great empires White Bear, Flame, and Sacred had gathered in a conference chamber. White Bear Emperor, your stratagem proved most effective. Our scheme to sow discord has succeeded. Who knows how many people are fleeing the Meteor Empire right now? Our nation alone has taken in nearly 100,000. The ruler of the Flame Empire glanced at the towering figure beside him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke softly. We're no different. We've taken in at least 100,000 people ourselves, every last one a professional, and some even possess powerful hidden professions. The ruler of the Sacred Empire nodded, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Our White Bear Empire has taken in a full 200,000 people, including a number of top-tier high-rank transfigures. You've surely heard of the Zhao family, the prominent clan of the Falling Star Empire. They've all come to pledge allegiance to our White Bear Empire. It seems the Falling Star Empire truly is in its twilight years. The White Bear Empire's sovereign chuckled softly, a hint of smugness flickering in his eyes. Even so, we must not let our guard down. After all, the Meteor Empire was once the mightiest nation. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. This empire might still have some hidden cards up its sleeve. The ruler of the Sacred Empire remained unclouded by victory. Nothing was settled yet, it was far too early to pop the champagne. What's there to fear? With our three empires united, even if they possess overwhelming power, they'll have to bow down to us. Exactly. Have you forgotten the White Eagle Empire watches over us from the heavens? This time, we'll ensure the Meteor Empire suffers a complete and utter defeat. The White Bear Empire sneered coldly, pointing toward the starry sky overhead. A dozen ninth transformation experts could turn the tide of battle in an instant. You remind me, I nearly forgot about those White Eagle Empire powerhouses. Hearing this, the ruler of the Sacred Empire nodded and spoke softly. When the time comes, the three of us will compete fairly. Whoever emerges victorious shall become the sole empire. The three looked at each other, raised their wine cups, and drained them in one gulp. Chapter 159, Exciting News. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Meteor Empire, a 10-mile-long red carpet had been laid out, and fireworks were arranged along the streets. What's going on here? Is there some great celebration happening in the Empire? Brother, with things like this happening, how could there be any great joy? It's already good enough that no one died.
I heard they executed several groups at the Meridian Gate just a couple days ago.
Who knows what's happening now? If it weren't for some grand celebration, why would they go to the trouble of laying out a 10-mile red carpet? Something definitely seems off. Does anyone have inside info? Give us a heads up.
The crowd gazed at the crimson carpet in the distance, their eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Unfortunately, the alliance with other academies was known only to Subai, Jianlin, and the Falling Star Emperor. No one else was privy to the details.
Open the main gate. Open the main gate. Open the main gate.
At that moment, shrill shouts erupted in rapid succession, drawing cheers from the crowd.
The main gate? Holy moly, they're actually opening the main gate. Is some VIP visiting?
I recall the last time the main gate was opened, it was when the ruler of the White Bear Empire came to visit us.
Exactly.
They never open the main gate on ordinary days.
What's so special about today? Must be reinforcements arriving.
Looks like our emperor has a backup plan after all. No need for us to worry.
Who says otherwise? Quick, let's see who it is.
The crowd gazed toward the red carpet, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. For the past 10 long days, they had endured nothing but hardship and suffering.
Suddenly, a dense crowd appeared on the street, instantly capturing everyone's attention.
They wore pure white robes, with the character element prominently embroidered across their chests. Leading them was an elder with snow-white hair and a youthful face. He strode directly onto the red carpet, guiding the group toward the imperial palace.
Following this procession was another group.
They wore crimson robes, radiating festive cheer, with the characters for flame engraved upon them.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A full 10 teams appeared on the red carpet, walking toward the main entrance. Who are these people?
I've never seen them before. I think I remember now.
They're all top-tier academies on the continent, independent of any nation, standing above all nations.
Right, I remember now. Elemental Academy is supposedly the top academy on the continent. We have a relative studying there. But could these academies be as powerful as an empire?
Hard to say, but their elite forces probably aren't weak. At the very least, they could match a small empire.
Then doesn't that mean we truly have backup?
A hint of excitement flickered across their faces as they murmured softly.
The representatives of the 10 great academies had already entered the palace.
They bowed their hands toward the Falling Star Emperor seated at the head of the table.
This emperor has prepared a banquet for you all. Please take your seats.
The Falling Star Emperor, of course, couldn't afford to lose face. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he signaled for everyone to take their seats.
A dazzling light shot skyward, spreading out in all directions. Urgent announcement: the Falling Star Empire and the Elemental Academy have formed an alliance.
They shall advance and retreat together, vowing never to waver. The Elemental Academy joins the Falling Star Empire with 35,000 students and hundreds of high-tier powerhouses.
The Dean of the Elemental Academy is a demigod-level powerhouse. Urgent notice: the Falling Star Empire and the Elemental Academy have formed an alliance.
They shall advance and retreat together, vowing unwavering loyalty. The Elemental Academy joins the Falling Star Empire with 35,000 students and hundreds of high-tier powerhouses.
The Dean of the Elemental Academy is a demigod-level powerhouse. Urgent notice: the Meteor Empire and Elemental Academy have formed an alliance.
They stand united in victory or defeat, vowing unwavering loyalty. Elemental Academy joins the Meteor Empire with its 35,000 students and hundreds of high-tier powerhouses.
The Dean of Elemental Academy is a demigod-level powerhouse.
Every professional within the Meteorite Empire received this notification. At this moment, the Falling Star Empire had completely severed all external communications. Even spies sent by hostile nations could no longer relay news to the outside world. Urgent notice: the Falling Star Empire has formed an alliance with the Flame Academy. The two stand united in advance and retreat, vowing unwavering loyalty. The Flame Academy joins the Falling Star Empire with 15,000 students and nearly 100 high-tier powerhouses.
Urgent notice: the Falling Star Empire has formed an alliance with the Ice Academy.
The two stand united in advance and retreat, vowing unwavering loyalty. The Ice Academy joins the Falling Star Empire with 15,000 students and nearly 100 high-tier powerhouses. The cold, mechanical notification echoed in everyone's ears, leaving every member of the Meteor Empire grinning from ear to ear.
This is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. We finally have backup. You can say that again. We're not fighting alone anymore, we have our own backup. Let those empires see what we're made of.
A hint of excitement flickered across their faces as they spoke.
Can you relax now? Subai looked at old man Jianlin beside him and spoke. Relieved. It's all thanks to you, kid. You really know how to surprise me. If it weren't for you, we'd probably still be agonizing over this for a while.
Hearing this, Jianlin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a look of ease flashing across his face.
Everything had finally settled. And you still cursed me back then?
This time, go to the palace and have a few drinks with me.
Subai couldn't help but roll his eyes at the remark.
Ever since learning this news, the old man had even trimmed his beard neatly, looking much more energetic and spirited.
Fine, fine, fine. Aren't you coming?
Hearing this, Jianglin quickly asked.
I'm not going. I've got things to do. You go ahead and take care of your business. Subai turned and headed toward the small restaurant next door.
At that moment, Mu Yan, Yilinger, and Sun Kai were sitting there, staring longingly toward the entrance.
What took you so long? We've been waiting forever. I'm starving.
Sun Kai rubbed his stomach, a hint of melancholy in his eyes.
Eat less, will you? Look at yourself, you're getting as round as a ball.
Eat less rice, less meat, and more veggies.
Subai rolled his eyes at the guy. What's there to fear? I'm a professional.
I'm not afraid of high cholesterol or high blood pressure. I've got a girlfriend now, and we're getting married soon.
Once this national war is over, we'll tie the knot.
Sun Kai turned to look at Yilinger beside him and spoke softly.
May you two live happily ever after. To your upcoming wedding, let's raise a toast.
Subai raised his wine glass and said with a smile. Cheers.
Chapter 160, The National War Begins. Time slipped away unnoticed. On the very day the national war commenced, 9 tolls of the bell echoed, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Countless people stepped out of their homes, gazing up at the sky above with solemn expressions. National War Countdown, 6 hours, 59 minutes, 25 seconds. It's finally beginning.
Fists clenched, determination flashed in their eyes.
Brothers, are you all ready? The national war is about to begin.
A man gazed at the sky above, his eyes sparkling with excitement.
We've been ready for ages, just waiting for the war to start. This time, I'll wipe out every last one of those traitors. May the Meteor Empire endure for eternity. Forever and ever.
Hearing this, the crowd behind him raised their arms and shouted in unison. In an instant, the entire Meteor Empire erupted in fervor, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the national war.
Kid, you sure know how to slack off. Sneaking around and hiding in this place, lying low must be pretty comfortable, huh?
Looking at Subai before him, Luo Jojo smiled faintly and teased.
Old man, how did you know I was here? Did you come to see me about something?
Hearing this, Subai froze for a moment before hurriedly asking.
If I want to find you, I can find you. Don't forget my token is still on your person. As for why I came to see you, well, I'm here to bring you a treasure. Take a look at this.
The old man produced a token from his hand, radiating a golden glow.
Token name, Cooling Decree. Token grade, Immortal.
Token function, this special token embodies terrifying temporal laws, capable of eliminating all cooldowns from equipment and instances.
Cooldown, none. Note, this is the personal token of the time god. Am I seeing things? Is this token actually immortal tier? And it's the personal token of the time god?
Subai stared at the token's description, his face frozen in disbelief. Suddenly, it dawned on him Harajuku Academy supposedly possessed an immortal grade artifact.
This must be it. Exactly. Why else do you think my level rose so rapidly? It's all thanks to this token. It ignores all cooldowns, any instance or equipment cooldown.
It's precisely because of this token that my level far surpasses my peers, allowing me to become the foremost being beneath the gods. Hearing this, Old Master Luo smiled faintly and hastened to explain.
Then why did you give this equipment to me? Why not keep it for yourself? This gear is undoubtedly your treasured artifact. Isn't it a waste to give it to me? Subai looked at the old man Luo before him and hastily pushed the token back. You gave me your divine essence, why shouldn't I give you this token?
Besides, we've already forged a deep bond between us.
Don't be so polite about this token. Upon hearing this, Luo Jojo quickly interjected. That still won't do. That divine essence is only usable by you. You've already joined the Meteor Empire. Even if you repay this favor to me, you should still take back this token. Even if you become a demigod-level powerhouse, you'll still need this token. Subai waved his hands decisively, flatly refusing Luo Jojo's request. Don't think I don't know. You either have an item or a skill that allows you or your beast to deal double damage. That thing definitely has a cooldown. With this token, you could absolutely shine in this national war.
Looking at Subai before him, Luo Jojo hurriedly explained.
How did you know? At this remark, Subai couldn't help but pause in surprise.
When you were at our academy last time, I observed your combat style.
It was brutal, you just steamrolled everything. Hearing this, Luo Jojo scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. Honestly, spying like that was terribly rude, but his curiosity had gotten the better of him. Alright, but this gear is truly priceless. I feel a bit awkward accepting it. Think about it, this kind of gear is something most people can only dream of. Forget it. Subai considered it for a moment before pushing the gear back. Even Luo Jojo must desperately need this kind of gear. That's different. It'll be most effective in your hands. Stop refusing me. If you absolutely can't take it now, how about returning it to me after the national war? Seeing Subai persistently decline, Luo Jojo's face betrayed a hint of resignation as he shifted his approach.
In that case, I suppose I can accept it.
Subai nodded upon hearing this.
The true nature of this upcoming national war remained unclear to everyone. They only knew it would bring earth-shattering changes, but no one could say exactly what those changes would be. In past national wars, most nations sent their elite competitors to engage in fierce battles, while the true top-tier masters never entered the fray. This national war had been completely revamped, drawing in every single professional across the entire empire.
What kind of changes would unfold? No one knew. That's right. Why be polite with me?
Besides, with your damage output, handing this token to someone else would be a complete waste. He hadn't forgotten how Subai had occasionally unleashed 11-digit damage in that secret realm numbers even he couldn't match.
Old man, just curious, where did you pick up this token? Subai looked at Luo Jojo before him and asked softly. It was quite fortuitous. When I first obtained the Heavens Falling Abyss instance, there was a prerequisite quest. The reward for that prerequisite quest was this token. I was only at my 3rd transformation back then. Looking back, I suppose I was just lucky. I happened to run into an old man on the street, and he casually handed me a quest. A faint smile flickered across Luo Jojo's face as he looked at Subai, quickly offering an explanation. That was some serious luck. At those words, Subai couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy was the true chosen one. Casually stumbling upon a task on the street and obtaining a treasure of this caliber, his fortune was truly overwhelming. No wonder he could establish the Elemental Academy, standing independent among the great empires. Rest up for now. I'm heading to the Imperial Palace.
Luo Jojo nodded to Subai before turning and striding out of the courtyard.
5 hours slipped away unnoticed.
The national war has officially commenced. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed, causing everyone to instinctively clench their fists.
Chapter 161, Phase 1 of the National War, the struggle for supremacy among nations. National War missions officially activated. Phase 1, Heroes Rise, Nations Clash.
Mission overview. Amidst years of chaos as heroes rose and nations vied for supremacy, Meteor Star emerged as the first to seize dominance.
Yet allied nations united to strike down Meteor Star. A single misstep led to its downfall. Now, humanity faces peril. Launch the national war to decide destiny. The ruler who unifies all shall channel humanity's destiny to challenge gods and demons. Note, all are called to die for their nation. Note, heaven and earth sealed for a year, severing the paths of gods and demons. The Nation Conquest quest has been updated. Phase 1 mission, accumulate national fortune.
Mission description, humans will be transported to a mysterious realm where world bosses spawn unpredictably. Defeating these bosses grants powerful national fortune and generous rewards. Note, world bosses do not record final kills. Rewards are based on damage dealt. Nations inflicting the highest damage will claim the boss's fortune. Note, altars will appear within the mysterious space, allowing players infinite revives. Players may kill each other without any equipment drops. The quest officially begins. A cold, mechanical voice echoed as all figures vanished from the city walls, reappearing upon a vast, boundless continent. A dense sea of people stretched endlessly before them. Behind them, a towering banner loomed, its vastness obscuring the sky. Emblazoned upon it were the 2 characters, Meteor Empire. This is ridiculous. A world boss? What the hell are we even doing here? Yeah, feels like we're just tagging along. Totally useless. Damn it, this is suicide. This game must think highly of me. I'm at 6th tier now. Even if I go all out, I doubt I could break that world boss's defenses. The group gazed up at the sky above them and couldn't help but sigh. They were still just a bunch of low-level players, utterly powerless against the world boss. World boss. Looks like this national war is no ordinary affair. At that moment, figures radiating terrifying auras descended before the group, their energies surging with unbridled fury. You're all back? The Meteor Emperor stepped forward, took a deep breath, and spoke softly to those beside him. Over 49 transformation experts, an absolutely overwhelming presence. When it came to 9 transformation experts, the Meteor Empire undoubtedly possessed the greatest number. Unfortunately, their nation lacked divine envoys, forcing them to dispatch even more 9th transformation experts into deep space to suppress the Demon Abyss. The Demon Abyss is sealed. We have returned. Hearing this, the leading powerhouse nodded and spoke softly. Excellent, excellent. This is truly splendid news. With the aid of these dozens of you, our chances of victory have increased significantly. Seeing the figures before him, a faint smile flickered across the Meteor Emperor's face as he spoke softly. A large portion of the powerful figures turned and headed toward their respective clans. Having spent most of their time guarding the Demon Abyss, they had been separated from their families for an extended period. Your Majesty, why haven't I seen anyone from the Zhao family? One of the defenders looked at the Emperor before him, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. The Zhao family, the Zhao family. The Falling Star Emperor's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Your Majesty, has something happened to my Zhao family? The old man's eyes betrayed a hint of gravity as he hurriedly inquired. After all, it was the family he had built with his own hands. Nothing has happened, but the Zhao family has defected from the entire empire. They have joined the White Bear Empire. Hearing this, a flicker of awkwardness crossed the falling star emperor's face, making it difficult for him to speak. After all, the old patriarch Zhao had guarded the starry skies for decades without returning home. If not for his achievements, then certainly for his endurance. Yet his own grandchildren, his flesh and blood, had betrayed him, defecting to the enemy nation.
How could the old man bear such conduct? Is this true?
Your Majesty, such matters are no laughing matter. The Zhao family has always been filled with men of iron will and fiery spirit.
How could they possibly betray us?
A flicker of disbelief crossed Old Master Zhao's eyes at these words.
MHM.
The falling star emperor nodded, a hint of resignation flickering across his face. The old man's nose nearly twisted with rage at the falling star emperor's words, his fury boiling over as he yearned to tear these bastards limb from limb.
Damn bastards. I risked my life fighting on the front lines, and you dare stab me in the back? You're asking for death.
Old Zhao, how could His Majesty deceive you? Your entire family has defected. Zhang Lin stepped forward, nodding as he hurriedly explained.
Desertion. Traitors. Abandoning their own country.
These words echoed relentlessly in old Zhao's mind, enraging him so much he spat out a mouthful of blood. To think he had devoted his entire life to the Meteor Empire, only to be stabbed in the back by his own descendants.
How utterly pathetic. Those bastards utterly shameless. All present, heed my command.
Should any Zhao family member be encountered within this space, kill them on the spot.
Show me no mercy, and offer them no explanation.
The old man's voice thundered like rolling thunder, reverberating throughout the entire hall.
Your Honor, sir.
It's only fitting that it's you, old master. Had you been stationed at the Zhao family estate, they would never have dared to defect? Sir, you are truly noble.
Rest assured, old master. We will show no mercy to traitors.
The crowd bowed their hands in respect toward the old master, their eyes betraying a hint of reverence. All powerhouses above the 8th transformation, step forward. In this world boss hunt, I urge you all to give your utmost effort. The falling star emperor bowed to the assembled high-ranking warriors and spoke softly.
Rest assured, Your Majesty.
The top spot this time will undoubtedly belong to our Meteor Empire. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in unison and spoke in unison.
It has finally begun. Fellow warriors, join me in formation to meet the enemy.
The ruler of the White Bear Empire let out a cold snort, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve.
Over 29 transformation experts stepped forward.
An icy chill radiated from the man at their head, so piercing it was impossible to look directly at him. World Boss spawned. At that moment, a vast map appeared before everyone's eyes, revealing the World Boss's location. They could see their own positions marked on the map.
Advance!
With a sweeping gesture from the Meteor Emperor, a fleet of formidable warships materialized behind the group, radiating an overwhelming aura. The group boarded the warships and sped toward the central region.
Chapter 162, Slaughtering the Boss.
You must stay safe and protect yourself at all costs. Subai urged, his gaze fixed on Mu Yan nearby.
He didn't want Mu Yan to take risks.
After all, she had only recently broken through to the 8th transformation, placing her near the bottom of the group's strength rankings. Even if she went, she wouldn't contribute much damage. It would be better for her to stay safely at base camp.
Don't worry. You two be careful.
Mu Yan nodded and replied softly. The terrifying warship erupted with astonishing speed, racing toward the central area.
Subai curled up in a corner, trying his best to be forgotten by everyone. That way, he could be most effective.
His job was to accomplish great things without anyone noticing. As the ship drew nearer, the group finally caught sight of the world boss. Members from other empires had also arrived, some already preparing to strike. It was a colossal serpent over 10,000 meters long, emanating an utterly terrifying aura from within. Its form coiled in the sky, rolling thunder swirling around its body. Its terrifying bulk obscured the sun and moon, sending a chill through the hearts of all who witnessed it.
Attack! An elder of the White Bear Empire stepped forward.
Countless flames ignited in the sky, coalescing into a fearsome dragon that roared toward the world boss. The world boss instantly locked onto the threat, unleashing a torrent of thunder that roared toward the White Bear Empire's lead warrior.
Teams have already initiated their assaults. They've gained the initiative. We must accelerate our pace.
Witnessing this, the Meteor Emperor murmured softly. By the time they reached the giant serpent, they discovered members of the other 3 empires had already gathered there.
Follow the original plan, block them.
A powerful warrior from the Sacred Empire addressed the Meteor Emperor, his voice firm. As soon as the words left his mouth, the elite warriors selected by the 3 empires charged toward the flying vessel, blocking the path of the others.
Leave them to me. You go kill the world boss. Witnessing this, Luo Jojo stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of elemental energy that obscured the sky. In an instant, it coalesced into a terrifyingly vast formation, enveloping everyone within its grasp. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed. The formation remained utterly unshaken, completely sealing those within.
The remaining individuals piloted their flying warships, arriving directly above the world boss.
Name, 9 Heavens Thunder Serpent. Level, 1500.
Tier, World Boss. HP, 15 billion. Attack power, 389,264,648. Overall combat power, 798,845,642. Affiliation, none. Upon witnessing this scene, Subai concealed himself within the crowd and summoned Xiaohei. Infinite Ring, activate. Spotting Xiaohei nearby, Subai immediately activated his endless ring. A terrifying, blinding light erupted from the sky, hurtling toward the python. The terrifying energy struck the serpent, which let out an agonized howl as its body was cleaved clean in two. Again! A dazzling radiance blossomed from Subai's hand. Xiaohei once again unleashed a terrifying beam of light, engulfing all the imperial forces within its terrifying brilliance. Piercing screams filled the air. The python's form began to fade, while the other empire's men perished within that terrifying light. 3698-424-8168. 3686-183-4916. Who did that just now? Was I seeing things? No idea. I didn't even get a good look before that dragon was instantly killed. This is insane. Holy crap, one-shotting a world boss? Is that even humanly possible? Witnessing this scene, the crowd froze in place, their faces flashing with disbelief. This can't be possible. The ruler of the sacred empire was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes betraying utter disbelief as his body trembled uncontrollably. That number was beyond human capability, it had to be divine. What faction does he belong to? This was terrifying. How could such a person exist? With such a being in existence, how could they possibly win? The Holy Empire's sovereign scanned each face, searching for any sign of abnormality. Yet he noticed not only his own empire's subjects, but even those from the Falling Star Empire and the White Bear Empire, all flashed expressions of utter disbelief. Congratulations to the Meteor Empire. You have successfully defeated the first world boss. Your nation's fortune increases by 10%, unlocking access to a special secret realm. Note, within the secret realm, players may complete class change quests, earn double experience, and rapidly level up. At that moment, a cold voice echoed, causing a flicker of excitement to cross the faces of the Meteor Empire's members. Is that our world boss? This is incredible, absolutely incredible. I knew they could do it. And they've unlocked a special realm, they're clearly trying to accelerate our leveling. Hurry up and open it. I need to train inside. I want to contribute my strength to the entire empire. I've been itching to get started. Soon I'll break through to the 8th transformation and finally contribute my strength. Everyone gazed at the altar beside them, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they eagerly spoke. Before long, a vortex radiating a faint blue glow materialized before them. Did I hear that correctly? We killed this world boss? That can't be right. We haven't even started yet. Who could have killed this world boss so quickly? Bro, you're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? I just don't get it. I really don't get it. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Subai had hidden beneath the ship's deck. He drew a dagger and plunged it into his own heart. A searing, gut-wrenching pain surged through him. Subai's form began to dissolve, and the bloodstain on the ground slowly faded away. Upon hearing the notification sound, Luo Jojo waved his hand, instantly dismantling his elemental formation. Luo Jojo, once we take down the world boss, this matter isn't over between us. Since you've joined the Meteor Empire, you're as good as dead. You and your elemental academy will perish together. We can't do anything to you now, but a nation war isn't decided by one man alone. Glaring at Luo Jojo with seething anger, they charged back toward their own faction's lines. Bunch of fools. Luo Jojo watched them depart, shaking his head. Chapter 163, The Scapegoat Luo Jojo. The elite warriors of the three great empires arrived on the battlefield. Seeing the empty field and the few remaining survivors, confusion flashed across their faces. Where are they? Where did everyone go? Did the world boss escape? Impossible. Where's the world boss? It spawns at fixed intervals, how could it have vanished? Then tell me where both the players and the world boss went? I saw the world boss here just moments ago. How could it vanish so quickly? Could it be that our empire's forces killed it? Probably, maybe, I guess. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes betraying a hint of confusion. It wasn't us. The Meteor Empire took it down alone. At these words, the 8th tier powerhouse standing not far from the world boss shook his head gently, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Bull. How could that be possible? How could anyone from their empire possess such power? Even if they got lucky, it couldn't have been them who took it down. Hearing this, numerous powerhouses retorted in unison. Sir, if you don't believe me, look over there. The man sighed, pointing upward with a hint of resignation in his eyes. At his words, the man looked up and saw a light screen. World boss damage contribution breakdown. First place, Meteor Empire, 90%. Second place, White Bear Empire, 5%. Third place, Holy Empire, 3%. Wait, isn't this a bit ridiculous? How could the damage gap be this huge?
Did someone cheat? Something's off. 9 times out of 10, it's not right.
Everyone stared at the damage numbers before them, their faces betraying a look of utter disbelief.
The gap was simply too vast, utterly irreparable. Let's go.
Compared to the other empires, the people of the Meteor Empire were naturally overjoyed. They boarded their spacecraft and sped off into the distance.
Bastards!
A top-tier powerhouse witnessed the scene, clenching his fists as a flicker of rage flickered in his eyes.
At this point, trying to stop them was utterly pointless. Meteorite, mighty indeed. Meteorite, mighty. Meteorite, mighty.
The crowd gazed up at the sky, watching the warship approach from afar, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they chanted the name aloud.
Something's off. Why do these big shots not seem particularly thrilled? It's not that they're unhappy, but they seem perplexed.
It's like they have giant question marks written all over their foreheads.
Now that you mention it, you're probably right. Why? Aren't they happy after winning the battle? The crowd below couldn't help but exchange puzzled glances as they observed the elite warriors before them. Let's head to the conference room first.
Observing the figures before him, the Meteor Emperor spoke softly. With that, the group turned and headed toward the central tent. Hurry to the secret realm to level up and complete your class change quests.
Remember, don't waste any time.
The Falling Star Emperor addressed the group before him once more. At his words, the group eagerly plunged into the vortex. Subai, however, took Muyan's small hand and the two of them also plunged into the secret realm together.
Your Majesty, what exactly just happened? The assembled powerhouses stared at the Falling Star Emperor before them, bewildered, their eyes reflecting a hint of peculiarity. I'm not entirely sure either.
It must have been Lord Jojo who intervened. Saying this, the Meteor Emperor turned his gaze toward Luo Jojo, who stood not far away. Since damage was calculated on a national scale, the damage panel wouldn't display individual contributions, only the total damage dealt by the entire nation. This arrangement provided Subai with an opportunity to conceal his actions. Hearing this, all eyes instantly turned to Luo Jojo before them. They were quite familiar with this fellow, knowing each other inside out. After all, as fellow 9 transformation powerhouses, they were as familiar with each other as could be.
That's right, I was the one who acted. Luo Jojo nodded solemnly and declared.
He knew Subai was undoubtedly behind this, and he certainly wouldn't betray him.
Who knew if there were spies lurking? Even without Subai involved, caution was paramount. The fewer people who knew about this secret, the better. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if you did it, you couldn't have pulled off something this extreme. Who would believe that? We admit you're stronger, but you couldn't have one-shot a world boss, right? Luo Jojo, you've taken this joke way too far. Hearing this, everyone immediately shook their heads, their faces betraying a look of utter disbelief. Who says it's impossible? At that moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from Luo Jojo, engulfing everyone present. You've taken that step? An elderly man rose to his feet, his face etched with disbelief. This man was an absolute powerhouse of the imperial family, having reached the 9th tier countless years ago. Like Luo Jojo, he stood but a single step away from becoming a demigod. However, Luo Jojo was far younger than him, and their innate talents were incomparable. He distinctly sensed an aura belonging to a deity, an aura that belonged to Luo Jojo. The aura of a god? How is that possible? You've truly attained demigodhood? I don't believe it. This is absurd. When did you become a demigod? The crowd stared at Luo Jojo before them, their eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment.
In this world, anything connected to the gods was bound to be formidable.
Even a demigod, he was still a god. Well, I suppose I just had a bit more luck than the rest of you.
I obtained a special treasure, and that successfully set me on the path to godhood.
But don't be too impatient, everyone. Once this national war concludes, we can truly embark on the path from the 9th transformation to the 10th transformation of deityhood. At that time, anyone can become a god.
Luo Jojo spoke softly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Everyone can become a god.
At these words, every fist clenched, faces lighting up with excitement. I hope everyone keeps this matter confidential.
Remember, secrecy is paramount.
Whether we can stand out in this national war depends entirely on Dean Luo. Gazing at the crowd before him, the Falling Star Emperor took a deep breath, his expression grave as he spoke. This matter was no trivial affair, it absolutely must not be divulged.
Chapter 164, All are drunk. Rest assured, we won't breathe a word of this.
With a demigod on our side, victory in this national war is assured. This feeling of being protected is a bit strange at first, but it's incredibly satisfying.
Who can argue with that?
The assembled powerhouses smiled faintly as they made their way out of the tent. Once everyone had departed, the Falling Star Emperor turned to look at Luo Jojo before him, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes.
Your Majesty, why are you staring at me like that? Could you perhaps tone down your gaze a bit? I'm not quite used to it.
Luo Jojo felt a chill run down his spine as he met the Falling Star Emperor's gaze.
For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that this gaze was oddly unsettling. Did you truly do this? I find it hard to believe.
Vaguely, I feel like I remember someone, but I just can't place it. The name is on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't bring myself to say it. The falling star emperor stared with wide eyes, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. He believed this wasn't Luo Jojo's doing, someone else was behind it. Have you lost your mind? Of course it wasn't me. Didn't you see I was busy tangling with those people? Wait, are you sure you don't remember? Don't you recall losing to Bai? Hearing this, Luo Jojo's eyes widened in disbelief. The Prince of Bingjian? I didn't see him. Was he the one who did this? Ever since entering this secret realm, I haven't seen the shoulder-to-shoulder king, let alone him boarding the warship. Hold on, my memory's getting all jumbled up. Hearing this, the falling star emperor froze momentarily, rubbing his head frantically. Forget I said anything. Just consider this my doing. It's best for you, for me, and for him. At these words, a flicker of awkwardness crossed Luo Jojo's face. This Subai fellow, he's got something special about him. The way the falling star emperor was acting now didn't seem fake. He genuinely appeared to be seriously contemplating Subai's existence. This was a cognitive dissonance, not that he had forgotten Subai, but rather that the memories of Subai were buried deep within his mind. Then you stay here and ponder it slowly. I'll step outside for now. Luo Jojo turned and left the tent, stepping directly outside. He first sought out Jiang Lin, then dropped hints about Subai in his conversation. The man hadn't caught on, seemingly unable to recall Subai at all. Given how close the two had been, for him to not recall Subai at all, what kind of devilish trick had that kid used? Next, he sought out their academy classmates, those who had shared life and death experiences with Subai. They too showed no reaction, as if they couldn't recall the incident at all, let alone remember Subai. Subai? Dean, are you referring to Subai? Just then, Qingwei suddenly spoke up. Hey, how come you remember him? Hearing this, Luo Jojo couldn't help but pause in surprise. I noticed this situation long ago. There's something wrong with him. He must be carrying some kind of forgetting device that makes others indirectly forget him. But if Subai appears before them, the effect wears off. Qingwei analyzed with a straight face. No wonder I used to forget that little brat. So that's how it is. That little rascal is such a sly fox. Luo Jojo suddenly slapped his thigh, suddenly understanding. Having found his answer, Luo Jojo naturally assumed the role of scapegoat. As the saying goes, one man's joy is another man's sorrow. At the Three Kingdoms Alliance headquarters, everyone exchanged glances, their expressions unusually grave. Today's events had unfolded with such surreal intensity that everyone struggled to process it. Everyone, speak up. What should we do about this situation? The ruler of the Sacred Empire stepped forward, his expression grave as he surveyed the assembled crowd. What can we do? There's simply no solution. We don't know who struck the blow, nor who's stirring up trouble behind the scenes. But we can be certain now that the Meteor Empire holds an exceptionally powerful trump card. We simply cannot stop them at this point. Gazing at the assembled leaders before him, the ruler of the White Bear Empire sighed, a look of utter helplessness spreading across his face. As the ruler of a top-tier empire, he couldn't recall ever feeling this helpless before. Indeed. Our adversary is too cunning. We simply cannot find a way to counter them. The ruler of the Sacred Empire nodded in agreement, his voice low. It seems our previously devised strategies are now utterly useless. That one Luo Jojo alone can control all of us. And that's not even counting the other powerful figures who haven't moved yet. Just one Luo Jojo has us feeling somewhat hamstrung, let alone the ultimate powerhouse lurking in the shadows. The ruler of the Flaming Empire surveyed the assembled figures before him, drawing a deep breath as his expression grew exceptionally grave. Find a way to uncover information about that person. If all else fails, we'll mobilize the entire nation's strength to intercept them at their spawn point. What do you think of this plan? The ruler of the White Bear Empire clenched his jaw, his gaze fixed on the assembled leaders. It is indeed a viable option. While success isn't guaranteed, it would buy us crucial time to inflict greater damage. If we can exceed 50% damage output, we stand a chance to turn the tide. The ruler of the Sacred Empire pondered for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. If this plan fails, we'll have no choice but to deploy the Imperial Guardian artifact. The ruler of the Flame Empire took a deep breath, tapped the table, and looked at the two figures before him. That artifact embodied the very essence of their nation. Deploying it would effectively declare a final, all-out war. Your Excellency! Your Excellency! I have news to report. Just then, a man entered the conference room and hurriedly spoke up. What is it? The ruler of the White Bear Empire frowned, glancing at the man before him and asking coldly. A man has arrived outside. He appears to be our spy embedded within the Meteor Empire. He claims to have urgent matters to report. He said to deliver this insignia to you. The man held a badge in his hands as he approached the White Bear Emperor. Bring him in immediately. Upon seeing the insignia, the ruler's eyes lit up slightly, revealing a hint of excitement. Chapter 165, Advancement. A tall man entered from outside. Greetings, Your Majesty. Polar Bear has fulfilled his mission and obtained crucial intelligence. I have come to report to you. The man knelt before the White Bear Emperor, his eyes brimming with respect.
No need for formalities.
Quickly, what news do you bring? Upon hearing this, the White Bear sovereign eagerly pressed for details. Based on existing intelligence, it appears that the individual known as Luo Jojo has likely broken through to the demigod realm. It was his intervention that led to our empire's crushing defeat this time. The man bowed slightly toward the White Bear sovereign before him and spoke softly. The moment these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell into an instant silence. The crowd was suddenly as quiet as a church mouse. After a long pause, murmurs finally stirred within the chamber.
Are you joking? How could that be possible? A demigod? How could there possibly be a demigod? Stop joking around. Demigods don't exist in this world. I swear to heaven.
Several ninth-rank powerhouses stepped forward, their faces showing urgency as they spoke. They were all divine emissaries of various gods, possessing knowledge far beyond that of ordinary mortals. They refused to believe in the existence of demigods, much less that any human could undergo a class change to become one.
This news is true. An official announcement was made back then, it shouldn't be wrong. The Dean of the Elemental Academy has indeed ascended to demigodhood.
Hearing this, the tall, thin man nodded to the figure before him and spoke softly.
How is that possible? The minds of numerous divine emissaries shattered instantly.
For the deities they worshipped had taught them that to achieve true demigodhood and ascend the path to divinity, one must become their servant. They had all followed this path, waiting for their chance to become gods. But now someone was telling them that a demigod existed in the world who worshipped no deity whatsoever. He had broken through to this realm solely through his own strength.
How could they possibly accept such a reality?
This spells trouble.
Demigods are on an entirely different level from us. If we can't stop Luo Jojo, this national war is as good as lost.
Hearing this, despair flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Luo Jojo loomed before them like an insurmountable mountain they must overcome.
Leave this matter to me.
At that moment, Lawrence stepped forward, a hint of coldness in his eyes.
Do you have a solution?
Hearing this, the ruler of the Holy Empire's eyes lit up slightly.
We possess a unique combined technique capable of confronting a demigod head-on. If he's a 9 transformation cultivator, we can trap him within the formation.
Should he truly be a demigod, our dozen or so men can at least hold him off for half an hour. Surveying the group before him, Lawrence nodded and spoke softly.
Very well. This matter is entrusted to you. As long as you can hold him off, ask for whatever reward you desire.
The ruler of the White Bear Empire heard this, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes.
You don't trust me? It's just clearing monsters in the secret realm. Why are you still following me?
Muyan looked at Subai before her, leaning against his shoulder as she asked with a smile.
Of course I don't trust you, but I've got some business to attend to.
Subai flushed at her words, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his eyes.
What kind of business? Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Muyan's eyes.
Advancing my beast taming skills.
Subai hurriedly replied upon hearing the question. Your beast can advance again?
At this, Muyan's eyes lit up slightly.
Wait here for me a moment.
Subai entered the beast taming space, surveyed the beasts before him, and then activated the National Fortune Treasure Vault. This treasury had been unlocked after Subai defeated that world boss in seconds. It seemed this treasury was available for everyone to redeem, though this time they hadn't contributed anything, leaving their merit points essentially at zero.
Subai scanned the vault's inventory list, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes.
The evolution materials he needed were all here. This vault was practically opening doors for him.
Divine Fragment, 1 National Fortune Merit. Frost Sacred Water, 1 National Fortune Merit. Divine Beast Fragment, 5 National Fortune Merit Points. Divine Elixir of Life, 1 point of National Fortune Merit. Life Regenerating Elixir, 1 National Fortune Merit. Exchange. Exchange like crazy.
Without a moment's hesitation, Subai began exchanging materials for his beast's advancement. He sorted the densely packed materials into several piles, stacking them before the beasts.
After exchanging all the materials, Subai immediately opened the beast panel. Beast, Blood Elf. Grade, Sovereign. Level, LV 210. Constitution, 16,000. Strength, 16,000. Mental Power, 16,000. Agility, 16,000. Combat Power, 16,000. Skills, Blood Sea Clone, Immortal and Indestructible, Lifebound Seal, Regeneration, Blood Clone. Hidden Evolution Path, Blood Elf King Tier, Blood Lake Unknown Tier. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 1 Blood God Crystal, 100 bottles of Beastmaster's Blood, 100 Life Essence Elixirs, 100 Regeneration Elixirs. Beast, 9 Demon Wolf. Tier, Demigod Tier. Level, LV 210. Hidden Evolution Path, 9 Demon Wolf Demigod Stage Primordial Divine Wolf Unknown Tier.
Hidden Path Evolution Requirements, 100 Divine Spirit Fragments, 1 Divine Beast Fragment, 100 Divine Crystals, 10,000 Divine Stones.
Current status, ready for advancement, base attributes met. Beast Mount, Netherworld Mystic Bird. Tier, Demigod. Level, LV 210. Skills, Nether Flame, Royal Might, Nether Aurora, Supreme Shield, Nether Wingbeat.
Hidden Evolution Path, Netherworld Mystic Bird Demigod Tier 3-Legged Golden Crow Unknown Tier. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 10,000 Neutral Essences, 2,000 Neutral Divine Crystals, 10 Divine Beast Fragments, 100 Divine Spirit Fragments.
Current status, ready for advancement, base attributes met. Beast Tamer, Gingjin Mystic Turtle. Little ones, feast to your heart's content. Subai gazed at the group of little creatures before him and pushed all the evolution materials toward them. The Netherworld Bird charged forward first, swallowing everything whole. Next came the 9 Netherworld Demon Wolf, the Gingjin Mystic Turtle, the Nightmare, and the Blood Spirit. Each beast devoured its own evolution materials. Except for the super elemental spirits and the little black and white ones, these tamed beasts hadn't evolved in a very long time. Soon, the little creatures all fell into a deep slumber, and Subai departed the beast taming space. Chapter 166, The Special Secret Realm. All done. Muyan looked at Subai and asked with a smile. All done. Is there anything you need? I see this National Fortune Treasury has plenty of items available for exchange. Subai heard this and immediately replied with a smile. National Fortune Treasury? Why don't I have one? Muyan froze for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. It's probably because you haven't earned any merit yet. The treasury hasn't unlocked for you. Subai explained softly upon hearing this. If things kept going like this, it felt like she was going to end up with all these treasures. Alright. Let's go take a look over there. Muyan pointed toward the distant valley as she spoke softly. Let's go. I'll help you level up. Subai nodded, and the two headed toward a distant valley. At the valley's entrance, 2 ancient trees blocked their path. These ancient trees radiated terrifying energy fluctuations, likely monsters guarding the valley's entrance. The monsters in this secret realm are surprisingly high level. Subai cast a scrying spell and flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Name, Twisted Tree Spirit. Level, 258th Transformation. I'll help you farm it. Subai summoned Xiaobai directly, unleashing a dragon's breath that slammed into the Twisted Tree Spirit. Before the Twisted Tree Spirit could react, it was instantly reduced to ashes. Dumb. Subai shook his head at the Twisted Tree Spirit. Who'd have thought I'd end up just coasting through like this? But this feeling of just lying back and relaxing is really nice. Muyan heard this and smiled faintly, speaking softly. Then let's keep going. The two mounted Xiaobai and rode toward the dim valley ahead. Following the winding valley, they journeyed deeper into its heart. Along the way, dense clusters of twisted tree spirits kept appearing, all transforming into experience points for Muyan. Why do these twisted tree spirits seem so dumb? Could they actually be giving away free experience points? Subai paused, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Don't you think it's because you're moving too fast? These twisted tree spirits just woke up from their slumber and you instantly killed them. Of course they're going to look dumbstruck. Muyan rolled her eyes, speaking with irritation. You're right. But something feels off about this valley. Come on, let's go check it out. Subai led Muyan deeper into the valley. Deep within the valley, a small temple stood tall, perched right in the center. This is interesting. Subai glanced at the 2 massive trees guarding the temple entrance, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. These 2 trees had already reached the 9th transformation level. Ordinary practitioners would likely find it impossible to get past them. You have activated the extreme challenge. Except? At that moment, a cold, metallic prompt sounded beside Subai's ear, instantly capturing both their attention. A challenge-type instance? Ever heard of such a thing before? Subai turned to look at Muyan beside him and froze for a moment. No, never heard of it. Muyan shook her head gently. She was quite knowledgeable, yet she had never heard of challenge-type secret realms. She had read every book in the Imperial Capital University Library, her mind holding half a library's worth of knowledge. Then let's accept it. Subai paused briefly before speaking. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 2 twisted tree spirits extended countless tendrils, creeping toward the pair. Xiaobai, move. Subai glanced at Xiaobai before him and whispered. Xiaobai opened its gaping maw, and a terrifying chill spread from its mouth, instantly freezing the 2 twisted tree spirits before them. Crack! The sound of shattering ice echoed as the 2 twisted tree spirits collapsed to the ground, utterly still. The gates of the distant temple slowly swung open. Subai took Muyan's hand and stepped inside. An endless darkness swallowed them both. When light returned to their vision, they found themselves standing within a grand hall. The hall was brightly lit, with 9 candles burning on a high platform. Trespassers in the temple shall die. A cold voice echoed as a man wielding a spear spun around, facing Subai and Muyan. Dressed like a medieval knight, the man exuded an imposing, domineering aura, radiating a terrifying presence. This is interesting? Subai eyed the imposing figure before him, his brow furrowing slightly as a hint of gravity flashed in his eyes. Shadow Knight. Rank, 300th tier, 9th transformation. Rank, Demigod. HP, 30 million. Attack power, 880,000. Skills, Divine Punishment. Affiliation, God of the Netherworld. A divine race faction boss pretty rare, huh?
Subai narrowed his eyes, deep in thought.
At that moment, the knight stepped forward, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura.
The holy sword slashed through the air, unleashing a dazzling beam of light that descended toward Subai. Xiaobai spat out a stream of ice crystals, forming a massive shield that blocked the attack before him. The holy sword struck the icy shield directly, producing a dull thud.
Boom!
An explosion erupted as Subai instinctively shielded Mu Yan behind him. Xiaobai spread its wings, unleashing a terrifying blast of frigid air that surged forward, instantly encasing the knight before it in solid ice.
Another dragon's breath erupted, shattering the knight's body into countless fragments.
Congratulations to both challengers for passing the first layer. The candlelight on the platform abruptly extinguished, and a figure holding a scepter appeared before the two.
Are there 9 layers in total?
Subai narrowed his eyes and murmured softly.
Looks like it.
Mu Yan nodded and pointed at the candles on the high platform.
You handle this priest. Subai took a few steps back and spoke. No problem at all. Just a lowly priest. Hearing this, Mu Yan stepped forward, radiating a dazzling light.
The milky white light descended upon the priest, forming a series of eerie symbols. These strange symbols completely bound the priest before them, sealing him in place, utterly unable to move.
Immediately after, Mu Yan stepped forward once more.
Streaks of shooting stars plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto the priest's body. The priest let out a wretched howl of agony as his health bar plummeted at a visible rate, finally shattering into fragments scattered across the ground.
Not bad, not bad. Watching Mu Yan's combat prowess, Subai's eyes lit up with admiration.
He hadn't expected this girl's combat prowess to be so formidable. She'd instantly taken down this 9 transformation level 300 priest.
Chapter 167, Targeted Again. Don't mistake me for a mere ornament. I do possess some ability.
While I can't defeat you, I can certainly handle most ordinary class changers.
Mu Yan replied with a smile upon hearing this.
Her true combat prowess was in no way inferior to that of a 9 transformation powerhouse.
Of course, she meant a normal 9th transformation expert.
Someone like Subai, who was an absolute freak, was in a completely different league.
No way.
I wouldn't dream of treating you like a vase.
But leave the rest to me. Let's see what secrets lie beyond this secret realm.
Subai instructed Xiaobai to activate the floor clearing mode, swiftly advancing to the 9th layer.
The final layer is almost here. Subai narrowed his eyes and instinctively stepped in front of Mu Yan. Who dares awaken me?
At that moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the chamber. The grand hall before them began to tremble violently. An aura belonging to a deity spread out, enveloping the entire center of the hall. Then, a deity wielding a scepter slowly emerged from the hall's center. His eyes blazed with ghostly flames, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body.
A deity?
Subai stared at this being, momentarily stunned. God of the underworld aspect.
Rank, lower tier god. HP, 1 billion. Attack, 86,455,685. Mental power, 100 million. So it was the two of you who made it through the secret realm?
The deity spoke softly, gazing at Subai and his companion before him.
That's correct. What guidance does the esteemed lord of the netherworld have for us? Subai nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Then, are you willing to accept my legacy?
The divine being's scepter tapped lightly against the palace walls, causing the structure to tremble incessantly while emanating an utterly terrifying aura.
What benefits come with accepting your legacy? Subai asked calmly.
Of course there are. You may become my divine emissary, possessing my power. Moreover, I shall bestow upon you a special divine artifact to protect you for all eternity.
The war between gods and demons is imminent.
If you receive my legacy, you will surely gain my protection and may even become the supreme ruler. The avatar held the scepter before him and spoke softly.
That might not work, though.
Your divine rank is too low. It seems a bit beneath us too. Subai smiled faintly, his words tinged with teasing.
How dare you? How could mortals like you presume to judge us gods?
The creature roared in fury, its aura spreading outward in all directions.
Imbued with divine majesty, it pressed down upon the two. You really think highly of yourself.
Subai swept his hand, summoning Xiaobai. The endless ring erupted. A terrifying, blinding light shot skyward, completely engulfing the divine being's avatar before them. Moments later, the divine avatar vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a bare, lifeless scepter.
With your pathetic abilities, you expect me to become your divine messenger? Why don't you look in a mirror and see what you really are?
Subai picked up the staff and spat on the ground.
You really caught me off guard.
Muyu's brow furrowed as she stared at Subai before her.
You don't seriously think these gods are anything special, do you? Have you forgotten what we went through in that secret realm last time? Subai looked at Mu Yan and hurriedly explained. Not exactly, but this staff's attributes are quite impressive.
Mu Yan waved her hand dismissively, her gaze shifting to the staff before her.
Netherworld staff. Grade, mythical. Base attributes, mental power plus 1 million. Skill description.
Skill 1, upon successfully binding this staff, you shall gain a netherworld avatar immortal and indestructible, existing for eternity. Skill 2, command the ghostly flames of the netherworld to inflict permanent damage upon foes. Skill 3, the wielder of this staff becomes a divine messenger of the netherworld, capable of using divine descent skills. Usage restriction, level 240+. Special skill, creates an exact duplicate of the caster as a netherworld avatar. This avatar cannot die and can absorb damage for its master. Class restriction, mage, sorcerer, shaman. These items are all fine pieces, but unfortunately useless. Subai toyed with the artifact in his hand, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Only you could say that. Anyone else uttering such words might just get punched. This is a divine artifact, yet you've reduced it to worthless junk. Mu Yan heard this and couldn't help but feel a black line appear on her forehead. She quickly retorted. Come on, I was just saying that offhand. Hearing this, Subai turned and handed the staff over. I don't want it. Give it to someone who needs it later, or sell it to the Empire. I already have a divine artifact level staff. Another one is useless to me. Mu Yan shook her head and pushed the staff back. Secret realm completed. Please exit on your own. A powerful repulsive force hurled them both out, landing them at the temple's entrance. The temple that had stood here vanished silently, transforming into a barren expanse of land. Do you think it's possible this place was the divine inheritance site, meant to cultivate a multitude of divine messengers? Subai looked at Mu Yan before him and asked softly. I wouldn't know about that. Mu Yan shook her head, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Just then, the ground began to tremble incessantly. Terrifying waves of ghostly energy surged upward, spreading toward the two of them. Run! Without a second thought, Subai grabbed Mu Yan and dragged her toward the entrance. They soon reached the vortex. Glancing back, they saw a terrifying deity materialize behind them, reaching out to grab at the pair. Fortunately, at the last possible moment, their figures vanished directly into the vortex. Hey, it seems like we haven't actually left the secret realm yet. Subai surveyed his surroundings and froze in surprise. It seemed this was actually the entrance to the valley. Their previous location must have been a hidden realm within the hidden realm. Looks like you were right. This might be where the deity seeks its successor. Should we report this? Mu Yan glanced back over her shoulder, still feeling the lingering fear. Even if you did report it, it wouldn't make any difference. You can't stop them from coming in to level up. Everyone's already tasted the benefits of this place. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Subai heard this and shook his head gently. True enough. Mu Yan nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 168, Farewell, Time God. At the same time, within a palace shrouded in terrifying, otherworldly mists, the deity seated upon the divine throne slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes seemed to pierce through countless layers of time and space, gazing into swirling masses of pitch black mist. You little brat, you sure can run fast. Don't let me catch you. You wasted one of my divine artifacts and destroyed my avatar. I remember this. One day, I will settle the score with you. The icy voice echoed from the deity's mouth, reverberating throughout the entire palace. Come on, let's keep leveling you up. Subai took Mu Yan's hand and led her toward another direction. After navigating through a series of trials, Subai suddenly realized the peculiar nature of this secret realm. It wasn't the kind of secret realm he had imagined. This realm encompassed everything, like a series of portals transporting them from one secret realm to another. Within these smaller realms, Mu Yan's level rose rapidly, reaching the peak of the 8th transformation in the blink of an eye. This leveling up feeling is truly exhilarating. Too bad I haven't completed my class change quest yet. If I had, I should be catching up to you by now. Subai sighed, a hint of resignation flickering across his face. Not done yet? What exactly is your job change quest? Hearing this, a hint of surprise flickered in Mu Yan's eyes. First place in the national war. That's clearly screwing me over. Once the national war is over, whether this secret realm even exists anymore is another matter entirely. Subai pursed his lips, a hint of discontent in his heart. Just as Subai was grumbling, a dazzling rainbow light flashed. The light enveloped both figures, and they vanished from the secret realm. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves standing before a statue. Doesn't this statue look familiar? Like we've seen it somewhere before? Subai gazed at the sculpture before him, narrowing his eyes as he tried to recall. It does feel familiar, but I honestly can't place where I've seen this design before. Mu Yan heard this and nodded, replying with solemn seriousness. As the two stood lost in thought, cracks began to appear on the sculpture, and pieces of the stone carving started falling to the ground. Moments later, a figure materialized before them. What is this? The god of time? Subai and Mu Yan exchanged glances and spoke in unison. No mistake, it was the god of time. That aura, that form, that visage, no one could possibly imitate it. God of time aspect. Rank, deity. HP, none. Attack, none. Skills, reverse time, control time, hourglass of time. No health bar? How am I supposed to fight this? Subai stared at the time god before him, momentarily stunned.
Young man, you're quite bold, aren't you? Thinking you can take me on?
Just then, the Time Lord suddenly turned to Subai and said with a smile.
No, not at all. How could I possibly have the guts to fight you?
Hearing this, Subai immediately waved his hands, his face breaking into a broad smile.
He might not have given other deities a second thought, but this one before him?
He truly didn't have the guts. This was an existence capable of slaughtering and sealing even the Tao of Heaven itself, absolutely not someone he could afford to provoke at his current level. When it was time to back down, he had to back down. I detected 2 very familiar auras on you.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have summoned you here. You're quite impressive.
The Time God appraised Subai with a smile.
Thank you for your kind words, Your Excellency. The familiar aura you sensed must be from this token.
It was passed down to me by an elder, and I suspect it's connected to you somehow. Also, I once visited the Heavens Fall Abyss.
We entered it together.
My body still carries the curse of the heavens, though it has since been purged. Subai hesitated for a moment before extending the jade token in his hand and murmuring softly.
The heavens?
At these words, a flash of anger suddenly flickered in the deity's eyes, followed by a hysterical roar. Subai could tell the god of time harbored deep resentment toward heaven.
This jade pendant is quite a fine piece.
Your elders were truly generous. This was once my personal possession. The god of time toyed with the jade pendant in his hand, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes.
Sir, are you still alive?
Subai hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking.
For someone like me, what difference is there between living and dying? I possess infinite lifespan and boundless time.
If I so desire, a different version of myself can manifest in every time period. The Lord of Time tossed the token toward him, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle as he murmured to himself.
Do all big shots love to show off like this?
Subai silently complained to himself.
This isn't showing off. It's called contemplating the meaning of life.
In my eyes, both time and life have lost their significance. The Supreme God gazed at Subai before him, his expression serene as he spoke.
You're absolutely right, sir. So what brings me here, sir?
Subai's face flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his features. He hadn't expected this big shot to possess the ability to read minds.
Better keep his complaints to himself. Nothing much, really. I just sensed a familiar aura emanating from you. Curiosity got the better of me, so I summoned you over for a look. You're not half bad, kid.
The Lord of Time shook his head and explained softly.
I thought you were going to make me your divine messenger. What a disappointment.
Subai slapped his thigh, flattering the deity.
You're a crafty one, aren't you? You have your own path to walk and your talents aren't quite suited to mine. I'll give you this as a token of my appreciation.
With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the Lord of Time sent an egg plummeting straight into Subai's palm.
What on earth is this? Staring at the unidentifiable beast egg, Subai froze in surprise. A time beast. Treat this little one well.
It commands a portion of temporal power. If you can nurture it properly, you might just gain control over true time itself. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Time smiled faintly and spoke softly.
Then might you tell me about that secret realm?
The origin of the Heavenfall Abyss. Why did you lead over 100 deities to slaughter the heavens? A flicker of delight crossed Subai's face as he hastily stowed the pet egg into his backpack, his curiosity piqued. This matter had always weighed heavily on Subai's mind. He simply couldn't fathom why the gods would defy the heavens.
Chapter 169, The Carefree Lord of Time. That takes us back to a time long, long ago. Are you sure you want to hear it? If you wish to hear it, it will take some time.
Upon hearing this, the time god spoke softly.
I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
Subai nodded eagerly, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Finally, the mystery weighing on his heart would be unraveled.
It must have been back in ancient times.
The Lord of Time gazed up at the sky above, taking a deep breath. In ancient times, the way of heaven was born, known as the azure sky, governing all things in the world. But the emergence of the professionals shattered the world's original equilibrium. For after undergoing 10 transformations to become gods, they would attain eternal life as immortal deities. After ascending to godhood, they must command the power of the laws. This power of the laws was originally unique to the way of heaven. Yet, with the existence of class changers, the way of heaven had to cede a portion of it to these deified humans, effectively allowing them to take food from its own bowl. Originally, the way of heaven paid little heed to such trivial matters. Yet, as time passed, the situation began to exceed its expectations. The continuous emergence of deities steadily eroded the celestial way's authority, eventually stirring its discontent. Under normal circumstances, even if dissatisfied, the Tao of heaven would remain devoid of emotion. For the Tao was emotionless, untouched by personal sentiment. Yet having wielded this power for far too long, the heavenly Tao's obsession with it gave birth to selfish emotions. From that moment on, the way of heaven changed. It began to intensify its efforts to weaken the gods among humanity, even scheming to obstruct the path of human transformation. Ultimately, heaven used the power of the Tao to divide the world into two realms, the divine realm and the mortal world. Within the divine realm dwelled the gods, and for humans, the dream of ascending to godhood through the 9 transformations became an unattainable fantasy. To reclaim its own laws, the lofty heavenly way created the demonic race to oppose the gods, with the sole purpose of destroying them.
The god of time expressed fierce discontent with the way of heaven's actions.
When persuasion failed, he summoned the gods to begin slaughtering the heavens. If the combined power of all the gods could be harnessed, the heavens themselves could be destroyed. Alas, a faction of deities defected at the last moment, becoming vassals of the heavenly Tao. Thus, the god of time could only seal away the heavenly Tao, failing to erase the divine realm entirely.
Are you saying that all the gods alive today are those who defected back then?
Subai heard these words and felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed these despicable scoundrels remained unchanged, still unwilling to share their power with humanity, determined to make the current human race their vassals. What else could it be? Had they been willing to join me in slaughtering the heavens, the divine realm would have vanished long ago. These people refused to relinquish the power in their hands, much less the strength they control. The Lord of Time sighed deeply, a hint of resignation flickering across his face. Being betrayed by one's own people was undoubtedly an excruciatingly painful experience.
You've truly endured much hardship.
Subai gazed at the formidable figure before him, his heart filled with profound respect. This was a true champion who had done great things for humanity, yet he had been betrayed by a bunch of pathetic rats clinging to their last breaths.
No trouble at all.
Now that you know the secret of the heavenly slaughter, you too may leave. The Lord of Time waved his hand, sending the two away from this mysterious space. This Lord God truly acts on impulse. Subai stood at the vortex's entrance, a slight twitch playing at the corner of his mouth.
Sending them off without so much as a farewell. Indeed.
Muyen nodded, still dazed from the suddenness of it all before being flung out of the space.
Let's go. It's about time.
Subai took Muyen by the hand and turned to leave the secret realm. The two returned to the camp tents. Not all members of the Meteor Empire faction had returned yet, they were likely still immersed in the joy of leveling up.
You finally emerged, you little rascal. I've been wondering how you managed to get your hands on everything. Do you possess an item imbued with the law of oblivion?
The moment they stepped out of the vortex, Luo Jojo appeared before Subai and asked.
You truly have eyes like a hawk, sir. Nothing escapes your notice. Indeed, it is an immortal great piece of equipment.
Subai smiled faintly and explained in a low voice.
Good lad, you've made it worth my trouble taking the fall for you. Put on a good show tomorrow. Let's aim to get them another shutout.
Luo Jojo gave a hearty slap on Subai's shoulder, grinning broadly.
No problem. Subai felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and nodded quickly. Early the next morning, Subai slipped onto the warship ahead of everyone else and blended into the crowd before anyone noticed. World boss spawned.
All hands on deck immediately. The moment the warship started moving, figures raced toward them from the distance, blocking everyone's path.
Lawrence, what's this about? You think you're worthy of blocking our path?
Luo Jojo, the leader, looked at Lawrence before him, a hint of contempt flickering in his eyes. He and Lawrence were old rivals, after all, both standing at the pinnacle of the world. Luo Jojo had dealt with this fellow many times before, though he'd also suffered losses at his hands.
I hear you've broken through to the demigod realm. I'd be honored to learn from you. Lawrence slowly extended his hand, his entire demeanor radiating elegance. Your sources are well informed. Indeed, I am now a demigod. Knowing I'm a demigod, you still dared to come here and block my path? You've got some nerve. Aren't you afraid of dying?
Luo Jojo's figure materialized before the crowd, a dazzling radiance of 10,000 zhang radiating behind him.
Terrifying thunder roared, countless flames burned fiercely, and torrential floods howled across the sky. This old man is so cool.
Subai peered through the crowd, smiling as he watched Luo Jojo standing at the very front.
He murmured softly.
It is precisely because I learned you had broken through to become a demigod that I came to seek your guidance. Lawrence not only refused to retreat but revealed a hint of fervor in his eyes. Behind him, black light began to emanate from the bodies of his followers.
The black light intertwined, forming a massive magical array. Ink-black energy surged into the air, slowly infusing into Lawrence's body, causing the aura within him to steadily intensify. Do you truly believe this combined technique of yours can withstand a demigod?
A single step apart, and the heavens will fall.
You go ahead. I'll handle these ones.
Luo Jojo waved toward the warship behind him, signaling his men to depart. The next instant, a dazzling radiance erupted from his hands.
A colossal dragon, radiating terrifying elemental power, let out a thunderous roar and charged toward Lawrence. A demigod-level powerhouse truly terrifying. Those gathered at the assembly point watched the scene unfold, their breath catching in their throats. Chapter 170, damn it. Sir, will the demigod be alright? Yes, those are all renowned figures from the White Eagle Empire. Can you hold your own against them? Should we go back and help? We can certainly tie up some of them. It would greatly ease the pressure on you, sir.
The men gazed at Zhang Lin before them, their eyes clouded with a hint of worry.
Rest assured. Even if something happens to you, he won't be harmed. He's a demigod, for heaven's sake. If he can't hold his ground, are you sure you lot can? Our primary objective is the world boss. Activate the warship immediately and head to the world boss location.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin immediately spoke up.
The warship began heading toward the world boss.
Upon spotting it in the distance, Subai immediately released the miniaturized version of Xiaohei.
Towering flames erupted in the sky, instantly drawing everyone's attention. That damn thing is back. Block it immediately. That son of a pulling this again? Block him at all costs.
The ruler of the Holy Empire watched the blinding, scorching light, his expression darkening as he cursed furiously. The dazzling, multicolored light streaked toward the heavens, coalescing into a massive shield in an attempt to block the scorching beam.
Boom! A terrifying sonic boom echoed as the shield shattered like an eggshell in an instant. Run! Damn it, there's no way out. Who the hell did this?
If I find out who it was, I'll tear them limb from limb. The terrifying solar flames instantly engulfed everything in sight, sparing not even the world boss. A gentle breeze swept across the scorched ground, leaving only a layer of ash behind. Congratulations to the Meteor Empire for defeating the second world boss.
You have obtained overwhelming fortune and unlocked the second secret realm.
All members of the Meteor Empire may now access the National Fortune Merit Store. For consecutively defeating 2 bosses, each member receives 10 points of National Fortune Merit.
The cold, metallic notification tone rang in everyone's ears, instantly capturing their attention. What's going on? Instantly killed again? Who did this? Some unknown hero? Step up and say something. I didn't do anything. Just a freeloader.
The crowd stared at the dissipating energy in the sky, momentarily stunned.
Let's head back.
Zhang Lin waved his hand decisively, leading the group to race back toward the camp.
Why are they back so soon? No idea. Could it be the world boss wasn't defeated? Or maybe they've given up. They wouldn't give up.
The world boss must have been killed outright.
Could the 3 great empires have acted this swiftly?
The 9 transformation expert from the White Eagle Empire froze momentarily upon seeing the meteor warship return, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes.
What else could it be? Obviously our people succeeded. You really think I can't handle you lot? I'm just teasing you.
Looking at the bunch before him, Luo Zhuozhou couldn't help but let a faint smile flicker across his face as he teased them softly.
No wonder you dared not confront me directly, you were playing dirty tricks all along. Now, die.
Lawrence's face darkened as he extended his right hand. A dark palm, radiating a frigid aura, tore through the sky and lunged directly toward Luo Zhuozhou.
Useless. You still dare challenge me? Luo Zhuozhou sneered coldly.
Terrifying elemental power coalesced into a razor-sharp blade, its intense, piercing aura gathering wildly, radiating an endless, dreadful presence. The blade, radiating terrifying energy, swung forward. A dazzling, multicolored blade aura sliced across the sky, instantly tearing apart the pitch-black palm before crashing down toward the crowd.
Crack! A crisp sound rang out.
The formation shattered, sending the powerful figures flying backward as they spat mouthfuls of blood.
Die!
Luo Zhuozhou's intent flickered, and a terrifying giant palm materialized above the group, slamming down toward them. Their forms shattered instantly, leaving a palm print hundreds of meters wide on the ground, radiating dazzling multicolored light. Mere ants, truly ignorant of their own mortality. Luo Zhuozhou clapped his hands, turned, and flew back to the warship, racing toward the main base. When Lawrence and the others emerged from the resurrection altar, they burst straight into the conference room.
What the hell just happened? We've already engaged Luo Zhuozhou. Still haven't taken down the boss? Lawrence glared at the assembled group, his voice cold. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Everyone's trying to figure this out. What the hell is going on? Why did you block Luo Zhuozhou, yet that damn thing still appeared? To this day, we still haven't figured out what that thing really is. The ruler of the Sacred Empire was nearly driven mad with rage, roaring hysterically. They had just dealt 10% damage to the boss when that blinding light appeared, instantly obliterating them before they could even glimpse their foe's form. Disgrace! An utter disgrace!
They had never endured such humiliation.
If all else fails, we'll deploy the Imperial artifact tomorrow. If we keep waiting like this, those bosses will be there sooner or later.
The ruler of the Sacred Empire clenched his fists, a grave expression in his eyes.
Could it be possible that this wasn't actually Luo Zhuozhou's doing? That it's a diversionary tactic the enemy threw at us? So this was orchestrated by someone else?
The ruler of the Flaming Empire hesitated for a moment before asking softly.
Are you out of your mind? Besides Luo Zhuozhou, who else could inflict such devastating damage?
The ruler of the White Bear Empire rolled his eyes, snapping back irritably.
Exactly. They couldn't possibly deal that much damage with just one piece of gear, could they?
If he truly possesses such gear, I'll eat my own unless it's some artifact as absurdly overpowered as the Imperial Guardian Relic. The ruler of the Sacred Empire snorted coldly, immediately countering.
The Flame Empire's ruler has a point.
I also suspect there might be someone else behind this.
We'll wait one more day tomorrow. We absolutely must identify this person.
If we don't uncover who it is, they will undoubtedly become our greatest obstacle.
Tomorrow, we'll test it with the National Guardian artifact. First, we must block that Luo Jojo fellow and see if it's really him.
The ruler of the Flame Empire drew forth a scepter, his gaze tinged with solemnity.
Then let's test it.
At these words, the others exchanged glances before nodding in agreement.
Chapter 171, Disrespectful Elder.
Compared to other empires, it was no exaggeration to say the Meteor Empire was in a state of nationwide jubilation. They had consecutively defeated 2 world bosses, doubling their fortune points and even securing 2 major secret realms. The nation's joy had reached its peak. Especially for those who had obtained numerous treasures within the secret realms including divine legacies, their anticipation for the second secret realm was boundless.
If the first secret realm offered such bountiful resources, who could imagine what the second held? Thank you, Lord Jojo.
May Lord Jojo protect our falling star.
Our gratitude to Lord Jojo. The crowd bowed their hands toward Luo Jojo before them, their eyes betraying a hint of reverence.
A deafening chorus of voices erupted, echoing across the heavens. Luo Jojo glanced at Subai in the crowd, a clear flicker of awkwardness crossing his eyes. He was essentially an imposter. All this glory rightfully belonged to Subai, yet it had been forcibly bestowed upon him. Subai, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. He slipped back into the crowd, feigning indifference as if none of this mattered to him.
Old Su, where've you been? I've been looking for you forever. Didn't you skip the national competition?
Sun Kai suddenly appeared beside Subai and whispered.
Yeah, I didn't. How come you're out? Weren't you leveling up in the secret realm? Finished already? Subai glanced at Sun Kai and his wife before nodding. I got out ages ago. Needed to find you. Can you do me a favor? Sun Kai promptly pulled Subai aside. What is it?
A hint of surprise flashed in Subai's eyes at the question. After all, Sun Kai rarely asked him for favors.
I'm about to break through to the 7th transformation.
I took on a mission inside this secret realm, but I'm worried I can't handle it alone.
I want to bring you along for company. Sun Kai hurriedly explained. A mission? No problem. What kind of mission? At this, Subai nodded immediately. It's a quest related to the Divine Messenger. I've heard quite a few people have gotten this quest.
Many are scrambling for a spot in the Divine Consciousness. Sun Kai produced a token from his hand and whispered. This. The moment those words left his mouth, Subai felt a chill run down his spine, a sudden wave of coldness washing over him. If things were truly as Sun Kai described, he seemed to have stirred up a major problem.
These deities sought divine messengers to spread their teachings and gain followers. Hold on a moment. This isn't as simple as you think.
While becoming a divine messenger has certain benefits, it will severely limit your future path.
Hand this over to me. I'll discuss it with His Majesty.
Subai had originally wanted to stay out of this. Human nature was greedy. Cutting off someone's livelihood could easily stir up resentment. Even if he avoided provoking them, he couldn't possibly stop so many people from becoming divine messengers.
Yet something felt off.
This artifact seemed like a contingency plan the deities had planted ahead of the national war.
Regardless of who won the war, this nation would see a massive influx of divine messengers, an absolute boon for the deities. I'm not quite following.
Hearing this, Sun Kai froze momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes.
Don't worry about it for now. Just head back and wait for news.
Subai clutched the token and turned to enter the central command tent.
The shoulder-to-shoulder king? How's your leveling progressing?
Upon seeing the Prince of Shoulder to Shoulder, the Falling Star Emperor immediately spoke up.
Your Majesty, there are matters I must discuss with you. I request your attendance be dismissed.
Subai addressed the 9 transformations experts before him in a cold tone.
Who the hell do you think you are, telling me where to go? Exactly.
While I was risking my life for the entire Meteor Empire, you were still hiding somewhere, you bastard.
Who do you think you are, telling me to leave?
Hearing this, the powerful figures frowned and shouted in rebuke.
Who's spouting nonsense over there?
I'll tear his mouth off if he doesn't stop. Luo Jojo stepped forward immediately, a cold glint in his eyes. His aura surged outward, enveloping everyone present. Hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted slightly. They never imagined this young man before them could be connected to Luo Jojo. It was utterly baffling.
Esteemed elders, allow me to introduce him.
This is the one-word peerless king of our Meteor Empire, the foremost prodigy of our realm. Jiang Lin and Sun Shan, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward and hurriedly positioned themselves beside Subai. The powerful figures from the academies also gathered behind Subai. This scene astonished the 9 transformations experts returning from the starry skies. They never imagined that the junior they had casually reprimanded possessed such terrifying backing. Esteemed elders, please do not let this matter sour our relations.
We're all thinking of the Meteor Empire.
My main concern is that this matter might attract unwanted attention, which is why I asked you to leave earlier. If you wish to hear it, I see no need to hold back. But after hearing it, don't blame me for whatever happens. Subai observed the figures before him and spoke softly. He didn't think these deities were anything special. Their involvement in this imperial war meant they weren't just playing their cards close to their chest. He suspected they had more tricks up their sleeves. I traversed the cosmos for thousands of years. What scenes haven't I witnessed? What is there to fear? Exactly. I'm a 9th transformation, 800 rank powerhouse. I'm renowned across countless empires. Why would I be afraid of this? Youngster, get to the point. Stop eating around the bush. The assembled powerhouses snorted coldly, their eyes gleaming with pride. At your age, you still haven't broken through to godhood. How utterly useless are you? And you wandering the cosmos for millennia, spending most your time aimlessly roaming the middle abyss? Think I don't know? And you lot, stop strutting around like you own the place. My little brother only deigns to call you senior because he thinks you're worth his time. If he didn't, you wouldn't even be worth a fart. Glaring at the group before him, Luo Jojo unleashed his scathing rebuke. At his words, their expressions shifted slightly, a flicker of anger visible in their eyes. Unfortunately, they were merely a bunch of loudmouths who dared only to snipe behind his back. They wouldn't dare lay a finger on Luo Jojo. He was a lofty demigod after all. If he were to strike, it would be them who suffered the consequences. Dean Jojo, don't bother with these fools. Since they want to listen, let them stay. But don't blame me when they regret it later. Subai took out the credential and placed it before the Meteor Emperor. Chapter 172, Worldview Shattering. What is this thing? It looks rather exquisite. There seems to be a trace of divine power on it. The Meteor Emperor examined the metal in his hand, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a divine badge, a credential granted by deities to challengers, allowing them to test the secret realm and become exalted divine emissaries. Luo Jojo, standing nearby, gave it a once-over before speaking. Having seen much in his travels, he recognized this small trinket, though he harbored no desire to become a divine envoy himself. At these words, a flicker of excitement passed through the eyes of the assembled crowd. Each of them understood the importance of divine emissaries. Nearly everyone inside the tent had journeyed to the abyss of demons. Within the abyss, divine emissaries could command the divine laws, the ultimate power against the demonic tribes. The divine metal grants the qualification to become a divine messenger? Isn't that a good thing? What's the problem? Hearing this, a hint of surprise flickered in the eyes of the falling star emperor, who promptly inquired. It seems like a good thing, but there's a very serious problem now. That group currently in the secret realm, anyone with sufficient talent has practically been given a medal. Do you still consider this a good thing? Subai took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on the falling star emperor before him as he spoke each word deliberately. At these words, the eyes of the 9 transformations experts present lit up slightly. Doesn't that mean we can also obtain this treasure by entering the secret realm? Isn't that excellent news? With this item, we too can become demigods someday. And once we become divine envoys, we'll never have to fear the demonic tribes of the abyss again. Your Majesty, we also request to join the secret realm and see if we can obtain these medals. These individuals gazed at the medals in Subai's hands, their eyes betraying a hint of excitement. That may be true, but what if everyone gets one? What would the consequences be? Surely you elders aren't so short-sighted? Are you truly captivated by mere immediate gains? Subai slammed the medal onto the table and said coldly. What's wrong with that? The gods dwell far above us. We've been stuck on the 9 transformations path for far too long. Becoming divine emissaries could be a way to break through our limits. The others gazed at Subai before them and murmured softly. 9 transformations masters live no longer than 10,000 years. To attain immortality, one must break free from this shackle. Across the entire continent, the fastest way to break through this shackle was to become a divine messenger. Individuals like Luo Jojo are so rare that one might not appear even in 10,000 years. But after the national war, we can formally begin the path from the 9 transformations to the 10 transformations. There's absolutely no need to use these divine messenger identities. Let me be blunt, those gods aren't benevolent. Their push to recruit divine emissaries now is a ploy to brainwash these individuals and ultimately seize control of the entire nation. The words fell like a thunderclap, plunging the tent into instant silence. Everyone stared at each other, utterly speechless. Absurd! That's utter nonsense. You're rebelling against the gods. Such thoughts are terrifying. Mark my words, the gods are eternal and immortal. Slander them like this, and divine retribution will fall upon you. What utter nonsense are you spouting? The moment the words fell, these 9 transformation masters could no longer sit still. A trace of indescribable terror flickered in their eyes, sending shivers down their spines. Subai observed their reactions without surprise. He had anticipated this very scene. The people of this empire had always held deep reverence for the gods. To fundamentally alter their beliefs was impossible unless they witnessed the truth with their own eyes. Subai, this is no laughing matter. The ruler of Meteorite Kingdom, hearing these words, wore a look of solemn gravity. All major empires worshipped deities. Even though their own nation lacked divine emissaries, they still revered the gods who dwelt on high. Subai's words had shattered everyone's beliefs, like a calm lake suddenly churning with towering waves. Why would I lie to you? Back in the days of the Tianyuan Empire, the Tianyuan Emperor single-handedly fought his way into the divine realm. In the end, he was forced back to the continent by the divine and demonic races. But he proved that the gods are unreliable. I can also tell you that those gods were once ordinary humans like us. They too underwent various transformations before finally mastering the power of the laws, becoming immortal deities, embodiments of the laws themselves. You too can reach that level. But the concept the gods are now instilling in you is to make you their servants, turning the entire human race into their vassal race. Subai tapped the table as he continued speaking. His words struck like a sledgehammer, pounding heavily into the hearts of those present. They had always regarded the demon race as their enemy and the gods as their steadfast, powerful allies. Yet now, looking back, it became clear that both the gods and the demon race saw them merely as prey, eager to devour them whole. I refuse to believe such a thing. It's absolutely impossible. How could it be like this? I refuse to accept it. What you're saying is utter nonsense. This is absolutely impossible. The crowd stared at Subai before them, shaking their heads deeply as their bodies instinctively recoiled. Then what do you suggest? Upon hearing these words, the Meteor Emperor couldn't help but draw a deep breath, instinctively clenching his fists. We can collect all the medals. Once this national war concludes, everything will become crystal clear. This was the most moderate solution Subai could conceive. Beyond this, only one other path remained, sealing off the entire secret realm. Impossible. No one who possesses such a medal would ever surrender it. This is nothing short of wishful thinking. The Falling Star Emperor immediately shook his head at these words, murmuring softly. Then we'll try another approach. Seal off the secret realm. If they refuse to surrender the medals, we won't open it. Subai tapped the table, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Why should we decide for them? Exactly. Numerous elite warriors stared at Subai before them, speaking up in protest. So what? We'll just lose the first phase of the national war. I'm not going to fight over another secret realm anyway. Subai crossed his arms over his chest, leaned back in his chair, and spoke coldly. Chapter 173, Sealing the Secret Realm. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. All eyes turned to Luo Jojo, waiting for him to make a decision. In most people's eyes, these secret realms were all retrieved by Luo Jojo, so naturally, he had the final say. Subai is correct. I've always been an atheist. Beyond the power in my own hands, I've never believed in these gods. As for what he just said about seizing the secret realm, you heard correctly. That realm was indeed seized by Subai. Truthfully, the person standing behind you isn't me. I am Subai. I'm merely the scapegoat. Hearing this, Luo Jojo wore a faint smile as he spoke softly. Impossible. You don't need to cover for him by spouting such absurd nonsense. What exactly is the relationship between the two of you? At his age, forget about attacking a world boss, he couldn't even break through a world boss's defenses. When I was his age, I was only at the 4th transformation. Watching the two of them trade barbs, the gathered powerhouses burst into laughter, their eyes gleaming with an indescribable amusement. Of course we're friends. If you don't believe me, want me to give him a try? If he can't break through your defenses, I'll take your surname from now on. Luo Jojo glanced at Subai before him, surveying the crowd with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Do you really want to test it? Subai narrowed his eyes as Xiao Bai's form materialized behind him, radiating a terrifying aura of power. A spirit? A spirit-grade Beast Tamer? How is this possible? Am I seeing things? No, this absolutely can't be. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Xiao Bai. No wonder the Falling Star Emperor and Luo Jojo held such high regard for this young man. It turned out he had already cultivated a divine-grade beast. Divine-tier Beast Tamers, they had never seen such a thing before. If one isn't enough, there's another. Xiao Hei's form silently materialized. Two massive black dragons coiled behind Subai, radiating an inexplicable aura of authority. In that case, we shall proceed as you suggest. After deep contemplation, the Falling Star Emperor finally acquiesced to Subai's proposal. Your Majesty, this will unsettle the people. Are you certain you wish to heed his words? He is a divine messenger, after all. Numerous 9 transformation experts spoke up urgently upon hearing this. Enough idle chatter. All shall heed the word, uniting prince. His command is as mine. Immediately seal off the secret realm and announce this decree to all. The Falling Star Emperor took a deep breath and spoke each word deliberately. We obey your command. With that, the 9 transformations masters, though clearly reluctant, began moving toward the tent's exit. Your Majesty, one day you will be grateful for today's decision unless you too wish to become slaves to those gods. Subai tucked away the medal and murmured softly. Impossible. Even if they are gods, what of it? How could this emperor fear the gods? With that declaration, the Falling Star Emperor clasped his hands behind his back, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes.
The little ones are about to emerge?
Subai suddenly sensed movement within the beast taming space.
A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes as he immediately dived into the space.
Within the beast taming space, chaos reigned supreme. 9 suns appeared in the sky, each blazing with dazzling radiance.
Their terrifying heat seemed poised to incinerate everything in existence.
Fierce flames roared atop these suns as they circled relentlessly around the colossal legs suspended in the heavens. A layer of pitch-black mist filled the air, so thick that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face.
The nightmare's form flickered in and out of view within the black fog, emanating an utterly terrifying aura. At the very bottom of the beast-taming realm lay an endless abyss.
A bone-chilling cold emanated from its depths, while a surging celestial river swirled within, radiating an overwhelming aura that seemed poised to devour all existence. A blood-red ocean floated before Subai, its waters filled with countless wailing souls. These spirits, resembling countless lost souls from the depths of the underworld, radiated energy as black as ink. This terrifying energy spread in all directions.
Cheep!
A faint chirp echoed, and the figure of the netherworld mystic bird appeared within Subai's vision. No, this little creature could no longer be called the netherworld mystic bird. It should now be known as the 3-legged golden crow.
Subai held great anticipation for this creature.
It was a legendary divine beast, and one he knew best, the 3-legged crow, also known as the crimson crow, a veritable ancient divine bird. A black crow materialized at the center of the dazzling red sun, radiating vivid golden light as if it were the very spirit of the sun itself. Its body radiated overwhelmingly fierce energy, its aura no less potent than that of Xiaohei and Xiaobai, permeating the air with peerless ferocity. Ancient texts recounted east of Panglai, upon Mount Diyu, stands the Fusang tree, towering 10,000 zhan high.
At its summit dwells the celestial rooster, nesting within its branches. Each night at the hour of Z, the celestial rooster crows, and at noon the yang bird responds when the yang bird cries, all chickens under heaven crow in unison. This is a genuine divine beast from the classic of mountains and seas. Beast, 3-legged golden crow. Rank, divine spirit. Level, LV 210. Constitution, 9,500,000. Strength, 9,600,000. Mental power, 14,295,000. Agility, 12,394,000. Total combat power, 26,932,000. Skills, Solar True Flame, Divine Light, Avatar of the Great Sun, Blazing Sun incinerates the heavens, wingspan of 10,000 li. Hidden evolution path, 3-legged golden crow, mythical grade, ancestral phoenix, unknown grade. Hidden path evolution requirements, 10 strands of true solar flame, 100,000 neutral divine crystals, 10 strands of primordial flame law power, 10,000 divine fragments. Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes not yet qualified. Holy crap! Is it that terrifying? Subai stared at the 3-legged golden crows off the chart stats and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Who could have imagined that the little creature who couldn't even stand upright back then had now grown into such a terrifying divine beast? This was the 3-legged golden crow, a mythical creature recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, a beast of supreme calamity. Recalling the scene when he first encountered this little creature, Subai couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. At that moment, a series of roars echoed from the bottomless abyss, piercing the heavens and instantly capturing Subai's attention. He gazed toward the distant abyss, where a colossal creature over 10,000 meters long appeared in his line of sight, radiating an utterly terrifying aura. Xuanwu, the tortoise snake. Residing in the north, hence the name Xian. Its body covered in scales, hence the character Wu. Residing in the northern sea, the tortoise symbolizes longevity. It bears a tortoise shell upon its back, its body serpentine. Chapter 174, Ultimate Enhancement. The figure in the abyss silently materialized, its colossal form stretching tens of thousands of meters. Subai felt his scalp tingle, a chill creeping over him. This black tortoise's body now exceeded 10,000 meters. It should be the largest beast he currently commanded. Beast, Xuanwu. Grade, Divine Spirit grade. Level, LV 210. Constitution, 20,965,120. Strength, 19,751,200. Mental power, 15,630,000. Agility, 18,655,180. Total combat power, 25,900,000. Skills, Divine Might, Water Control, Extreme Ice Mystic Realm, Myriad Dharma Forms, Black Tortoise Shield, Divination. Hidden Evolution Path, Xuanwu Divine Rank, Basha Unknown Rank. Hidden Path Evolution Requirements, 10 strands of Water Elemental Origin Law Power, 100 Divine Beast Fragments, 10,000 Water Elemental Divine Crystals. Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes do not meet requirements. This guy's physique is truly exceptional, completely outclassing Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Once reaching the divine beast tier, the gap in their strength has only widened dramatically. It was utterly unexpected that Xiaohei and Xiaobai, our primary combat forces, would now lag behind other tamed beasts. However, compared to these tamed beasts, Xiaohei and Xiaobai possessed higher evolutionary potential and stronger overall capabilities. Just then, a little fairy appeared in Subai's hand.
This little spirit glowed with dazzling red light, bouncing playfully in Subai's palm. It looked incredibly mischievous. Beneath it lay an endless sea of blood. How could I have nearly forgotten about you, little one? Subai played with the little spirit, chuckling as he spoke. Beast Taming, Blood Lake. Grade, Demigod. Level, LV 210. Constitution, 60,000. Strength, 60,000. Mental power, 60,000. Agility, 60,000. Combat power, 60,000. Skills, Blood Sea Clone, Immortal and Indestructible, Lifebound Seal, Regeneration, Endless Clones, Rebirth from a Drop of Blood. Hidden Evolution Path, Blood Lake Demigod Tier, Blood God Unknown Tier. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 100 Blood God Crystals, 100 bottles of Divine Beast Blood, 1000 bottles of Life Essence Elixir, 1000 bottles of Regeneration Elixir, 10 Bloodline Divine Crystals. Current status, cannot advance, base attributes not met. Well, these stats are as underwhelming as ever. Subai sighed as he examined the little creature's stats. But he didn't hold out hope for a miracle. After all, this little guy's strongest ability was survival skills. As for combat power? Well, it was weak, and that was that. A whoa! A piercing howl echoed as a jet-black wolf king appeared in the sky, raising its head to the heavens and letting out a long, mournful cry. The wolf king radiated boundless ferocity, its aura soaring skyward, in no way inferior to Little White or Little Black. Beast Summoning, Primordial Divine Wolf. Rank, Divine Spirit. Level, LV 210. Constitution, 9,800,000. Strength, 6,800,000. Mental power, 12,880,000. Agility, 9,940,000. Total combat power, 13 million. Skills, Sun Chaser, Star Pursuer, Moonstriders, Divine Might, Celestial Wolf Devouring the Heavens. Hidden Evolution Path, Primordial Divine Wolf Divine Spirit Tier Ancestral Beast Hudju. Hidden Path Evolution Requirements, 1000 Divine Spirit Fragments, 1000 Divine Beast Fragments, 10,000 Divine Crystals, 10 strands of Earth Elemental Primordial Power. Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes not yet qualified. These fellows have all appeared now. At the very least, they're no longer trembling in fear like before, cowering before Xiaohei and Xiaobai. They've finally perked up. Before Subai could react, the nightmare's form drifted before him. Clumps of black mist clung to Subai's hands, enveloping him in an overwhelming sense of comfort, almost as if he were drifting into a dream. Mutant evolution? Who knew you'd bring me such a surprise, little one? Subai stared at the nightmare's attribute panel, momentarily stunned. Beast Master, Godslayer Nightmare. Grade, Divine Grade. Level, LV 210. Constitution, 8,965,120. Strength, 9,751,200. Mental power, 19,630,000. Agility, 12,655,180. Total combat power, 22 million. Skills, Enter Dream, Control Dream, Construct Dream, Eternal Descent, Slay God. Hidden Evolution Path, Godslayer Nightmare Divine Rank Unknown being Unknown Rank. Hidden Path Evolution Requirements, 10 strands of Dream Origin Law Power, 100 Divine Beast Fragments, 100 Deity Fragments, 10 strands of Illusory Origin Law. Current status, cannot advance. Base attributes not yet qualified. This is rather interesting. This nightmare seems quite unique, even bearing the name Godslayer, quite the bold claim. Subai stroked the nightmare's little head, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. Too powerful. He was practically invincible now. Apart from his elemental spirits, all his primary combat beasts had broken through to the divine stage. As long as he leveled up, he could now go toe-to-toe with even a god. Little ones, it's almost time for you to take the stage. Subai stroked the heads of this group of little creatures before exiting the beast-taming realm. Why are you so happy? Made a fortune? Luo Jojo stared at Subai before him, momentarily stunned, then asked softly. Not exactly struck it rich, but I've made a fortune. This National Fortune Merit Treasure Vault is truly a marvelous thing. Subai stared at the remaining 2,000 points of National Fortune merit in his account, his eyes brimming with excitement. It certainly is. Hearing this, Luo Jojo nodded in agreement, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Even he coveted some treasures within this National Fortune treasury. As a demigod, the fact that he desired these treasures spoke volumes about their extraordinary value. Subai, if we keep suppressing this matter like this, it will likely stir widespread discontent soon. Is there any better way to resolve it? Though the falling star emperor cared little for the attention of other deities, he held his subjects in the highest regard. If the empire's subjects were to rise in rebellion, his position as emperor would become untenable. It won't take long. Those gods won't be able to wait. We needn't lift a finger, they'll slip up on their own. Subai heard these words, smiled faintly, and spoke softly. If something attacks, how are we supposed to defend ourselves? At these words, the meteor emperor's brow furrowed slightly. The power of the gods was undeniable. Even with the nation-guarding artifact, the meteor emperor couldn't be entirely certain. True deities cannot descend.
Have you forgotten what was said when the national war began? It completely blocked both deities and demons. Neither race can come down now.
Even if those true deities wish to descend, they must wait a full year.
At the very least, during the national war, they cannot take any action, they can only watch helplessly from afar. As long as no true deity arrives, we can strike them down in battle.
Subai gazed at the sky outside the window and murmured softly.
Chapter 175, The Gods Descend.
A dozen 9 transformation experts stood at the entrance to the secret realm, blocking everyone's path.
Why are you barring us from entering this secret realm? Exactly. I'm about to become a divine envoy.
You're obstructing us from contributing to the Empire.
Clear the way immediately, or don't blame us for getting rough. I still have a hidden quest to complete. Let me through immediately. The crowd shouted at the elderly men blocking the entrance.
Anger flashed across their faces, as if they wanted to tear the old men apart.
This is the Emperor's command. If you have any objections, take them up with His Majesty. If you wish to enter the secret realm, it's not impossible.
Just abandon your divine messenger mission, hand over your medals, and you may enter to level up. Jiangnan, the leader, looked at the crowd and spoke each word deliberately.
Why? Why can't we become divine messengers? We never had this chance before. Now we have the opportunity to receive the divine inheritance. Why are you blocking us? You must give us an explanation.
The crowd, gazing at the powerful figure before them, shouted in unison.
This isn't divine inheritance, it's a divine trap.
If you follow the proper path of advancement, you can successfully ascend from the 9 transformations to the divine realm. There's no need to become vassals of these gods.
At that moment, Luo Jojo's figure suddenly appeared in the sky above.
Gazing down at the crowd below, he spoke coldly.
Lord Jojo, what is truly happening here? We trust your words. Tell us why.
Yes, Lord Jojo. Becoming a divine messenger not only grants us the role of divine spokespeople, but also bestows incredibly powerful skills, even the ability to wield legendary law powers.
It's all benefits.
The crowd held their medals, their eyes flickering with doubt. Because the gods you worship are a bunch of despicable scoundrels. They scheme to control us through this method, turning us into their vassal race. Originally, we could have stood alongside them, exalted, immortal, equals in status. Both the divine and demonic races are invaders. Luo Jojo's words echoed throughout the camp, sending chills down everyone's spines as shock spread across their faces.
My fellow countrymen, it's not that we don't want you to become gods.
It's that we must ascend to divinity through our own strength, not by relying on these so-called deities.
Karma binds the gods.
Should you accept their legacy, your fate will be in their hands? Luo Jojo spoke in terms everyone could understand, keeping the deeper secrets from public knowledge.
How dare you defy the gods?
At that moment, a cold, icy voice suddenly rang out, sending chills down everyone's spines. A fissure abruptly tore open in the sky above, revealing a colossal figure towering hundreds of zhang in height.
It radiated an aura distinctly divine. Luo Jojo, do you realize what you're saying? Do you seek to defy all the gods?
The shadowy figure glared down at Luo Jojo, its terrifying aura engulfing him. The terrifying pressure compelled the people to submit before this divine being, their legs buckling involuntarily.
Divine word, hear me. Do not kneel. What if you are a god? What of it? Does a god deserve my kneel?
Subai instantly synchronized the mental attributes of the Godslayer Nightmare, propelling his mental attribute value directly past 20 million. Subai's words flowed like gentle spring rain into the hearts of the crowd, imbuing them with a mysterious power that completely blocked the deity's divine might.
A mere avatar of a god dares to come to the territory of our eternal prosperity empire and act so brazenly?
Subai regarded the deity before him with a hint of faint disdain in his eyes, speaking softly.
Young man, do not be so overconfident.
Hearing this, the divine avatar drew a deep breath, its eyes flashing with a hint of coldness.
If I weren't arrogant, would I even be called a young man? You know exactly what you are. Must I spell it out for you? Demons cloaked in the garb of deities, yet you truly believe yourselves to be something noble?
Subai's eyes flashed with mockery as he taunted.
How dare you?
The icy voice echoed across the heavens and earth, the divine pressure once again roaring toward Subai and his companions.
In an instant, the entire world plunged into darkness.
Gale force winds howled, thunder roared, and countless terrifying portents appeared behind the deity, as if poised to obliterate everything in sight. Waves of pitch-black mist spread across the sky like a tsunami, obscuring the sun and stars, leaving no trace of light visible. A fiery red light radiated from the deity's form, its scorching heat washing over them like a blazing sun filling the sky. The god's avatar stood suspended in the air, the endless darkness behind him making the dazzling crimson glow that enveloped him appear utterly magnificent. Even if you cloak yourself in infinite splendor, you remain nothing but a demon draped in a gilded facade. Your filthy heart cannot be concealed. Subai stared at the deity before him, his voice cold with scorn. Good heavens! Has His Highness the co-ruler lost his mind? How dare he mock a deity like that? I don't know, I can't say, but today's events have shattered my worldview.
This is utterly terrifying. What are they trying to do? Do they want to drag the entire Meteor Empire into opposition against the gods?
I believe they truly harbor such intentions.
Countless citizens of the Meteor Empire witnessed this scene, their hearts filled with dread. It seems these two are truly audacious, treating the deities as enemies.
Given this, the notion that the gods are our enemies isn't entirely unfounded. Otherwise, why would they rush to confront us so urgently after we just sealed the secret realm?
Hearing you put it that way, it does seem to make some sense.
The elite warriors gazed up at the deities overhead, drew deep breaths, and analyzed the situation with utmost seriousness. Those who show no reverence to the divine shall face divine retribution.
Kneel before them at once.
The vast voice resounded once more, and figures materialized behind the deity. A multitude of deities gathered in the heavens, radiating an indescribable divine might that descended upon the crowd.
Gods are nothing. Hear me now, I shall stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods.
Subai stepped forward, radiating a terrifying aura that defied the divine presence filling the heavens.
Chapter 176, Annihilating the Divine Avatar.
The crowd watched Subai, their eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Regardless of anything else, his sheer courage alone commanded respect. The very fact he could utter the words "I seek to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods" while facing a sea of deities proved his extraordinary nature. Even the lofty 9 transformation masters bowed their heads in shame, feeling utterly inadequate.
Good. Then go die.
Terrifying energy surged skyward, radiating an overwhelmingly dreadful pressure. Those terrifying forces merged together, forming an exalted, peerless God King, bathed in a dazzling radiance. This grafted together God King appeared somewhat disjointed, giving off an extremely unsettling feeling.
You think I'd be afraid of this monstrous hybrid?
Subai swept his arm, and the superfused form of Xiao He and Xiao Bai materialized behind him. The monstrous form stretched thousands of meters, letting out a piercing howl to the heavens. It showed no fear toward the deity before it, its eyes blazing with an unprecedented battle intent.
Just a mongrel dragon. Has it truly become your reliance?
The God King swung his arms, gathering 10,000 zhang rays of light onto his body, radiating an utterly terrifying aura.
Xiao Bai, Xiao He, take him down.
Subai growled lowly, a hint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes.
The colossal dragon roared, lunging toward the divine king before it. Dragon and god clashed fiercely in the heavens. Boom! 2 blinding beams collided head-on. Xiao Hei's figure rapidly retreated backward, while the divine king's advance faltered momentarily. Die! At that very moment, the terrifying god king extended his hand, a scepter within his grasp. This dreadful scepter unleashed an apocalyptic might, roaring toward Subai. Xiao Bai, destroy him. Subai activated his endless ring and turned to look at Xiao Bai before him. Boom! A blinding light burst forth from the terrifying clouds, striking the scepter with overwhelming force. The scepter shattered instantly, crushed as though it were nothing. Before the God King could react, an overwhelming force slammed into him, instantly shattering his body into countless fragments. Subai, is it? I remember you. The shadowy figure glanced at Subai one last time before its colossal form vanished into the rift. A mere godly avatar, thinking you're someone special? Coming and going as you please? Seal it. Subai snatched a scroll from his storage ring. Blinding light erupted from it, sealing off the entire space before him. What do you think you're doing? If you dare kill my avatar, I will pursue you to the bitter end. The divine clone panicked, a hint of terror flickering in its eyes. What the hell does this bastard want? He wouldn't actually want to fight me, would he? Die. 6 terrifying beasts erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations, blinding beams of light crashing down upon the divine being. In an instant, the terrifying energy completely engulfed the divine avatar before them. When the light finally faded, only a jade pendant remained where it had stood. Did he really kill a god? This guy is incredibly audacious. That was a divine being's avatar. I don't even know how to describe the Prince of Bingjin anymore. Witnessing this scene, the crowd instinctively swallowed hard, their eyes betraying a hint of dread. This man knew no bounds, defying all reason. If he dared slaughter a deity, what else would he stop at? Everyone, what are you staring at? Subai extended his hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke softly. And nothing at all. The crowd hastily shook their heads, lowering their eyes in fear. So it really was him all along. Only now do I realize what a fool I've been. A 9-turn expert stared at Subai before him, swallowing hard. Aren't all young people this twisted nowadays? Is this how things have evolved? This world is beyond comprehension. A divine king avatar forged by over 100 deities was shattered to pieces. That young man is too formidable. As an elder of the imperial clan of the Meteor Empire, Jiang Nan sucked in a sharp breath, glancing at his great-grandson. When did the empire produce such an unparalleled prodigy? The most crucial part was that he hadn't even known about it. The kid kept his mouth shut tight. He'd have to give him a stern talking to later. At that very moment, the 2 spatial vortexes began to tremble violently. One after another, jade pendants radiating dazzling light shot off in all directions. Hundreds of them glanced at Subai in the sky before vanishing from sight in an instant. These must be the contingency plans left behind by the gods. There shouldn't be any issues now. If any of you can still receive divine missions, you can proceed directly now.
Subai turned to face the assembled crowd and spoke softly. The deities remaining within this secret realm were likely those who had perished during the slaughter of heaven. The divine laws that once flowed through them had now returned to the heavens and earth. By becoming their divine messengers, one might even inherit their divine seats, no need to fear fate being controlled. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation wash over them.
This kid must be out of his mind.
Just moments ago, he told them they couldn't accept the god's inheritance, and now he's saying it's possible.
It felt like he was toying with them.
I can't go into specifics with you all, but that's the situation. If any of you wish to become divine emissaries, I won't stand in your way. Subai turned and vanished before their eyes. Hurry up and check if our metals still work.
Yeah, let's hurry and check. I worked so hard to obtain the divine messenger's inheritance, let's go check it out.
The group immediately headed toward the vortex, their figures quickly vanishing from sight.
Seal off the entire area completely. No one except those above the 9th transformation realm is permitted to leave this zone.
Subai approached the Meteor Emperor and spoke softly.
Why? The Meteor Emperor froze upon hearing this.
I suspect there may still be spies from other empires among us.
Block my communications for one day, we can resume normal operations tomorrow.
Subai explained softly.
Understood.
The Falling Star Emperor nodded, casting a glance at Luo Jojo with a hint of unease in his eyes.
He sensed something was amiss, yet couldn't refute it. Everything unfolding before him seemed perfectly logical. Chapter 177, Journey to the Night Sanctuary. Old Su, you're awesome. How the hell did you get so gutsy?
Staring at Subai before him, Sun Kai gave him a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with admiration.
Taking on the entire pantheon of gods single-handedly, that wasn't something mere courage could accomplish. Is that metal of yours still usable?
Subai deflected the topic, asking softly.
He wasn't sure if Sun Kai's metal could still be used.
Back at the Heavenfall Abyss, the sheer number of gods had been overwhelming. Plus, Subai wasn't particularly interested in the deities. He only remembered a few of the more powerful ones, while the rest had been largely forgotten. For instance, the Elemental Lord, the God of Time, and the Goddess of Life, these prominent deities were etched in his memory. But deities like the Fire God who controlled the laws of flame, or other random deities, Subai hadn't committed to memory.
Seems like it might still work.
Hearing this, Sun Kai clenched the jade pendant in his hand, sensing the faint energy within, and nodded.
In that case, I'll accompany you on this journey.
But before we proceed, I must make this clear, even if you renounce the title of Divine Messenger, you can still ascend to godhood through the 9 transformations.
Are you certain you still wish to inherit his divine seat?
Subai hesitated for a moment before asking softly.
Once you inherit a divine position, it completely locks your potential for advancement. For the rest of your life, you'll only be able to reach that level of divinity. I absolutely must inherit it. If I don't, you'll leave me behind. We're brothers, after all. If we're going to ascend, we'll do it together. That way, we can accelerate our cultivation and help each other sooner. I don't have any grand ambitions. I'm just happy I'm not holding you back. Sun Kai patted Subai's shoulder and said with deadpan sincerity. You suddenly pulling this sentimental act on me? I'm not quite used to it.
Subai's mouth twitched slightly as he rolled his eyes.
Alright, cut the chatter.
No need for formalities with me.
Let's go.
With that, Sun Kai took Subai by the arm and headed toward the secret realm. Once inside the secret realm, Subai turned his attention to the jade pendant in his hand. It had dropped from that divine avatar, and he hadn't yet examined its specific properties.
Spatial Jade Pendant. Grade, Divine Artifact.
Base attributes, Spatial Law Power plus 2000.
Equipment skills.
Skill 1, ignore spatial distance teleportation affected by one's own mental power. Skill 2, teleportation array temporarily constructs a teleportation array capable of accommodating tens of thousands.
Skill 3, Spatial Shackles creates a small spatial zone to confine enemies within. Required level, LV 200+.
Special attribute, the wearer of this jade pendant completely ignores spatial seals, spatial restrictions, and similar skills. Suitable classes, Mage, Warrior, Knight, Sorcerer. These attributes are quite impressive, especially that teleportation array.
It could prove invaluable in critical moments.
Subai examined the jade pendant in his hand, speaking with solemn earnestness.
He promptly fastened the jade pendant around his neck.
In the depths of his mind, he felt a certain understanding of the space before him. This perception wasn't an illusion, it was the inspiration the jade pendant had given him. He glanced at his attribute panel.
Name, Subai. Class, God Ruler. Level, 210 6th Transformation. Strength, 667,700. Constitution, 1,067,800. Agility, 359,800. Spirit, 1,629,800. Law Power, Law of Oblivion plus 2000, Law of Space plus 2000. Free attribute points, 0.
Equipment: Robe of Oblivion, Ring of Infinity, Ring of Desire, Ring of Light, Staff of Origin.
Total combat power, 20 million.
Skills: Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Concealment, Absolute Berserk, Invincible Golden Body, Absolute Dominion, Etherealization, Aligning Heaven and Earth, Absolute Defense, Divine Edict, Sovereign of All Spirits, Divine Might, Control, Heaven's Grace, Divine Word, Enlightenment, Divine Realm, Incubation. Beasts: Three-Legged Golden Crow, Black Tortoise, Godslayer Nightmare.
Talents God tier.
Beast Host Union: Host may select any contracted beast to share innate attributes. Host fully inherits the beast's innate abilities and base stats at double the rate, with no cooldown. Divine Vision of Truth can probe all hidden evolution paths, enabling significant upgrades to Beast Tamer rank. Divine Contract: Issuing a contract command guarantees 100% success in binding any designated target.
What a pity. My talents haven't evolved yet. I wonder if they'll evolve after this class change. Subai gazed at his talents and couldn't help but sigh. What are you thinking about? We're almost there.
Sunkai glanced back at Subai and murmured softly.
Nothing. Let's go.
Subai quickened his pace to match Sunkai's stride, racing toward a ruin.
This is the ruins. The inheritance of the night god should be inside. Follow me.
Sunkai held the medal as he led Subai directly into the ruins.
Upon stepping inside, everything before their eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. They found themselves in a vast plaza.
In the distance, white jade steps glistened brilliantly under the sunlight.
Towering atop the marble steps stood a colossal statue.
Its left hand held a shield, its right a long sword, radiating an aura of fearless valor. Even as mere stone, it inspired a profound sense of reverence in Subai and his companion. This was the true essence of a knight fearless, charging forward with courage. Gazing at the statue before them, Sunkai bowed his hands in a respectful salute, his eyes filled with profound reverence. Sunkai brushed the dust from his clothes and led Subai toward the white marble steps.
Why did you stop?
Subai froze in surprise when Sunkai abruptly halted on the first white marble step.
Unfortunately, no matter how he addressed Sunkai, the man showed no response whatsoever. He must have entered the illusionary realm, right? Seeing Sunkai's unresponsive state, Subai couldn't help but sigh.
There was nothing he could do in this situation.
He turned and walked up the steps. Above the steps lay an endless plaza.
Behind it stood a mysterious palace, shrouded in an ethereal glow that made it appear exceptionally otherworldly.
Is this the god of knights? Subai murmured to himself as he studied the statue before him. Just then, the statue suddenly moved. A pair of cold, emotionless eyes fixed on Subai. It's come back to life?
Subai froze for a moment, then hurriedly took 2 steps backward.
Chapter 178, The Knight's Trial. Young man, I sense 2 familiar auras within you. It seems you have been to the edge of heaven? How did you gain entry to that place?
The towering knight gazed down at Subai before him and asked softly. I don't know what that edge of heaven is, but if you're referring to the heavens falling abyss, then you're probably right.
That place has become a dungeon.
I entered by sheer coincidence and witnessed a battle of unprecedented scale. Subai hurriedly explained upon hearing this. A fitting name, the abyss of heaven's fall. The place where the heavens are buried, that's a fitting name.
Is he your companion?
The knight's eyes lit up slightly upon seeing the 2 jade pendants at Subai's waist, his resonant voice echoing throughout the entire space.
Of course. He's my best brother. Subai nodded lightly.
Since we share such a profound connection, I shall graciously lower the difficulty slightly. A peculiar smile flickered across the knight's face at these words.
Ha? What do you mean by that? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Subai.
Before Subai could react, a layer of grayish blood-red energy enveloped him.
His body was completely immobilized, unable to speak, unable to move. He was instantly transported into a gloomy palace, surrounded by a hazy gray haze. Before him stood a figure none other than that bastard Sunkai. The man held a shield, his body radiating a blood-red glow as he relentlessly blocked the monsters before him. Subai, rest assured. No matter what, I won't let you get hurt.
Sunkai gazed at Subai before him, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve as he spoke softly.
Hey, hey, hey! I'm fine.
Subai shouted loudly, but no sound came out. Just then, a terrifying figure approached from the distance. A pair of horns protruded from its head, while strands of black energy clung to its surface. Its hideous face paired with an eerie physique made it resemble a demon crawling out of hell. Charge! Sunkai gripped his shield, a spear materializing in his hand as he charged toward the monstrous creature before him. The spear in his hand erupted with a blinding radiance. Crimson bloodlight, like surging tides, had solidified into tangible form, radiating a dazzling crimson glow. The spear's phantom form silently materialized, radiating a terrifying aura of slaughter as it hurtled toward the bizarre creature. The terrifying creature swung its bizarre weapon, smashing it toward the spear's phantom. Rolling black mist coalesced into a terrifying skeleton, its gaping maw snapping shut to crush the blood-red spear phantom. Witnessing this scene, Sunkai vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above the monster's head. He leapt high into the air, bringing his shield crashing down upon the creature's skull.
A dull thud echoed through the air.
Sun Kai's body flew backward violently, his shield shattering into fragments.
Put.
Blood gushed from Sun Kai's mouth as he landed before Subai. Even knowing this was a trial, Subai felt a pang of sorrow, repeatedly pounding at the invisible barrier before him.
Retreat.
Sun Kai discarded the shield in his left hand, gripped the spear in his right, and aimed its tip at the monster before him, growling lowly. The creature advanced step by step. Sun Kai charged toward it, spear in hand. He channeled every ounce of energy within him into the spear, thrusting it viciously toward the creature before him. A crimson glow threatened to engulf everything, completely swallowing the creature before him. Just as Subai thought Sun Kai was about to triumph, a palm-radiating pitch-black aura suddenly emerged from the bloodlight, snapping Sun Kai's spear in two.
The terrifying palm didn't halt its assault. Instead, it tore open Sun Kai's chest, spilling crimson blood in a torrent. Sun Kai's body was flung backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Damn it! Subai, witnessing this, instantly grew frantic. Beast Mastery Fusion. Infinite Ring.
The attributes within his body surged violently, unleashing a terrifying flame that erupted from his very being. Within this blaze stood a three-legged golden crow, letting out a piercing cry toward the sky above before charging toward the protective shield before him.
Boom!
Explosions echoed relentlessly as the terrifying flames were consumed by a mysterious force.
Don't worry, he'll be fine. I just wanted to test his character. Do you know what matters most for a knight?
Gazing at Subai before him, the figure of the night god materialized and spoke softly.
Who cares what it is?
I'll tell you this: touching my brother is absolutely out of the question. Subai glared at the night god before him, his body radiating a raging aura of fury, itching to tear this bastard limb from limb.
For any knight, the most important thing is to protect.
Even at the cost of one's own life, one must protect.
I've already lowered the difficulty for him.
Under normal circumstances, the simulated person absolutely couldn't be you, because you're the most important person by his side. Placing you in this simulated realm is essentially opening a backdoor for him.
He will protect you at any cost. The night god spoke.
Just as the monster was about to touch Subai, a terrifying crimson energy erupted once more, blasting the creature away. Unless I'm dead, don't even think about hurting my brother. Sun Kai, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, stood unflinchingly with a gaping hole in his chest, clutching the broken blade of broken affection.
Shadowy light silently coalesced into a scythe of death, radiating endless death energy.
The terrifying scythe descended in an instant, striking toward Sun Kai's head. Unless I'm dead, you won't take another step. Sun Kai roared, his energy completely drained. His body instantly shriveled, resembling a skeleton encased in skin, his features twisted into a hideous grimace.
An eerie crimson glow silently materialized, coalescing into a massive shield that blocked the side strike. Boom!
A series of explosions erupted, burying the entire battlefield in terrifying energy. Sun Kai felt indescribable agony radiating throughout his body, trembling uncontrollably until he finally collapsed unconscious.
Chapter 179, The Qualified Scapegoat.
When Sun Kai regained consciousness, he found himself standing before a colossal statue. The statue radiated an indescribable aura, particularly the spirit of fearless courage emanating from it, leaving Sun Kai profoundly shaken. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted Subai and immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Subai, you're okay? That was terrifying. I thought you were going to die just now.
Looking at Subai before him, Sun Kai touched his own body, then glanced down at his chest. He clearly remembered a terrifying monster tearing a gaping hole through his chest.
Could it be that everything he'd just experienced was merely an illusion? I was fine the whole time.
It was just you who got trapped in the illusion.
How foolish of you. When it's time to run, you run.
Your own life is the most important thing.
Remember this next time: saving your own skin is paramount.
Subai punched him in the chest, scolding him impatiently. This idiot, he thought, staring blankly, yet feeling a strange little flutter of emotion deep inside.
How was I supposed to know it was an illusion?
All I saw was you chained to the altar, with countless gods judging you. Don't forget the oath we swore as kids: I'd become the finest knight, you'd become the mightiest mage. I'd shield you from harm, and together we'd conquer the world. Sun Kai heard this, patted his chest, and stood tall with unwavering resolve. Young one, congratulations on successfully passing my trial. Now, you may become the divine messenger of the night god.
At that moment, the statue transformed into a deity riding a blood-red warhorse, appearing before the two. You are the god of knights?
Sun Kai scrutinized the figure before him, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes.
Indeed. You have passed my trial.
From this day forward, you are the inheritor of the knightly spirit, mastering the law of fearless valor. As the words fell, terrifying streams of energy surged directly into Sun Kai's body. A shield, a lance, and a majestic warhorse materialized in his hands.
His equipment underwent a dramatic transformation.
A dazzling radiance enveloped him, and draped over his shoulders was a crimson cloak, making him appear like a formidable general.
All divine artifacts? And sealed divine artifacts at that?
If these were to be unleashed, it would be disastrous. Seeing the gear in his hands, Sun Kai could barely contain his excitement. He never imagined he'd obtain such top-tier gear, a complete knight's armor set, no less.
These are all rewards for you. Step into the knight's palace and leave your name upon it. From this day forward, you shall be the sole chosen child of the night god.
The armor pointed toward the distant palace and spoke softly.
Thank you, my lord.
Hearing this, Sun Kai hurried toward the palace without delay.
Sir Knight, do you have any equipment that might suit me?
Subai rubbed his hands together and asked with a smile.
You, my friend, are not suited for it.
I have no gear here that fits you. Besides, you already have the jade pendant given by the supreme god.
Do you really think you need more gear?
The night god looked at Subai before him and teased with a smile.
You're the boss, and you're absolutely right.
Subai chuckled and replied. Sir, what business brings us here? A tall, thin man glanced at the man beside him and hurriedly asked. Of course there is, you fool. Record everything that happened here immediately, then hurry and report it to His Majesty and the others.
The square-jawed man before him flinched slightly, then snapped. I understand your meaning. You're referring to Luo Zhozhou single-handedly confronting the deities, correct? I understand your meaning. You mean to inform the sovereign and the others about how Luo Zhozhou single-handedly defied the gods, correct?
Rest assured, I've already prepared this report.
There won't be any issues whatsoever.
Hearing this, the man patted his chest and hastily added.
Luo Zhozhou? That man is Luo Zhozhou?
Hearing this, the square-faced man froze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face.
Who else could it be but Luo Zhozhou?
Besides him, a demigod bold enough to defy the gods, the entire Meteor Empire likely has only the landlord. Looking at his superior before him, the man nodded solemnly.
Good. That's right, it's Luo Zhozhou. Report it immediately.
The man immediately spoke up.
They seem to have sealed off this information. It seems the news hasn't reached the capital yet. Looks like the Meteor Empire has already realized there's a mole among us. If you ask me, we need to be more vigilant in our operations and avoid drawing attention whenever possible.
The man gazed at the nearby tent, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes.
Don't worry, I've got it covered.
But this matter is of great importance. We must notify them as soon as possible. The square-jawed, burly man before him took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with solemnity. When Sun Kai emerged, his face was beaming with a broad smile.
Looks like the mission went smoothly?
Subai appraised Sun Kai with a teasing tone.
Absolutely. Let me tell you, I'm now a legit night god's divine messenger. Finally able to help you out. I'm at the 8th transformation now.
It won't be long before I break through to the 9th tier. A hint of pride flashed across the young man's face as he spoke softly.
Alright, you're the best. Let's get moving. We've got to take down the boss first thing tomorrow morning.
Hearing this, Subai glanced at Sun Kai beside him and murmured softly.
Let's go.
The two nodded in unison and turned to head outside.
After leaving the Vortex secret realm, they rejoined the group.
Subai remained extremely low-key, specifically instructing Sun Kai to have someone test the waters.
Sure enough, the law of oblivion took effect once more.
The group had completely forgotten him, remembering only that Luo Zhozhou was the one who had defied the heavens.
Why? I just can't figure it out.
Why is that? Staring at Subai before him, Sun Kai looked bewildered, a trace of confusion in his eyes.
This is my secret. Remember not to reveal my whereabouts. Just focus on being with Yilinger. I'm going to find Muyen.
Subai patted Sun Kai's shoulder and turned toward his own tent.
Chapter 180, The Despairing White Bear Emperor.
The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, everyone was startled awake by an announcement. Due to force majeure, the world boss spawn pattern has changed.
Current world boss, 2, complete the kill as soon as possible.
The cold, mechanical voice echoed in their ears, leaving everyone stunned.
What's going on? This is clearly targeting us.
I suspect the National War Faction's autonomous system tweaked the rules. We've been too dominant.
This is hilarious. We're forcing the National War System to change its rules? What a bunch of geniuses. You can say that again.
Meteorite Empire sure produces talent. They had no choice but to change it. Otherwise, other empires would just be tagging along. Everyone looked up at the sky above them, unable to suppress a smile as a hint of emotion flickered in their eyes.
This is fantastic news. We just need to avoid the Meteor Empire's forces and take down the other world boss. That way, we won't have to use the Imperial artifact. Are you sure this will work? Who knows? We've got to give it a shot. At least it gives us a chance.
The group stared at the world boss marked on the map, their eyes gleaming with excitement.
Both armies set out once more.
Subai hid in a corner, calculating the world boss's location. Then, he took out the spatial jade pendant and teleported to the world boss furthest from him. As Subai materialized, a colossal creature towering over several thousand meters loomed in the distance, its body crackling with surging thunder. It was a colossal thunder war scorpion, its body radiating surging thunderous energy. Without hesitation, Subai activated Beast Rider fusion mode and channeled the power of the Endless Ring.
Terrifying energy erupted, engulfing the world boss entirely. The world boss vanished instantly, reduced to dust.
Spotting the faint outline of a warship in the distance, Subai immediately activated his jade pendant and vanished from the area.
Congratulations to the Meteor Empire for defeating the world boss. Gained a strand of fortune. Current fortune of the Meteor Empire, overwhelming fortune. Damn it, how fast are those bastards? I just can't wrap my head around it. What gives those bastards the right? We need to pick up the pace, or we'll never catch up to them. The group murmured in discussion. Hurry up, we're almost at the world boss's location. The White Bear King, leading the group, whispered. Your Majesty, I have something to report. A man hurriedly interjected. No time for this now. Kill the boss first. When the warship came to a halt, the expressions on everyone's faces shifted slightly, a hint of bewilderment flashing in their eyes. Wait, where's the boss? Where's that huge world boss? Just vanished like that? The ruler of the White Bear Empire stared blankly at the empty Mad Sands Ridge, his face frozen in disbelief. Your Majesty, I meant to tell you earlier the coordinates for that world boss vanished. Not only did they hunt down the world boss closest to them, but they also took care of ours while they were at it. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the man's face as he hurriedly explained. Put. Hearing this, the ruler of the White Bear Empire spat out a mouthful of blood. Darkness flooded his vision, and he nearly fainted. Your Majesty, are you all right? You must take care of your health. Losing the boss is minor, your health is what truly matters. Seeing their sovereign before them, the attendants hurried forward to support the ruler. Those despicable scoundrels. Summon the rulers of the other two nations immediately. No, gather every single ruler of every empire. We must devise a genuine countermeasure now. The ruler of the White Bear Empire clenched his fists and roared hysterically. Did I hear that correctly? The world boss has been defeated? Wait a minute, then what the hell is this thing in front of us? Do you think it's possible that Lord Jojo secretly took down the other world boss while we weren't paying attention? We're screwed. I bet the other major empires are furious, probably losing their minds by now. The group stared at the world boss before them, then glanced toward the distant horizon, murmuring among themselves. Attack! Led by Luo Jojo, the group launched their assault on the world boss before them, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Luo Jojo charged ahead, unleashing a terrifying formation that enveloped the entire sky, engulfing the world boss within its grasp. Apocalyptic thunderbolts rained down like a torrential downpour, instantly engulfing the world boss. The diverse energies of the others also surged toward the world boss. Shield-bearing warriors stood at the forefront, creating a safe environment for the others to unleash their attacks. If time weren't a factor, Luo Jojo alone could take down this world boss. Subai narrowed his eyes and murmured softly. He didn't intervene. After all, while he feasted on the meat, he had to leave some broth for the others. National fortune merit was a valuable commodity. He already possessed more than enough to exchange for the materials needed for the next evolution of his Beast Tamer. After a full half hour, the group finally heard the cold notification chime. Congratulations to the Meteor Empire for defeating the second world boss. You have gained a strand of fortune value. Current fortune of the Meteor Empire, overwhelming fortune. The third secret realm is now unlocked. We took down another world boss? This is incredible. I gained 10 points of national fortune merit. Me too, 10 points. I got 20 points. The moment the world boss collapsed, the crowd erupted in cheers, their faces radiating excitement. You're a decent guy, holding back like that. But when did you even get over there? Looking at Subai before him, Luo Jojo couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. Of course, it was thanks to this. Subai produced the jade pendant of the Spatial Lord and waved it before Luo Jojo. You're quite the capable fellow. With you in the Meteor Empire, how could it not flourish? He looked at Subai before him, a hint of approval in his eyes as he spoke softly. You flatter me. Go back. I expect the rules of the game will change again tomorrow. Subai gazed up at the sky above, narrowing his eyes as he spoke softly. You are now one of us in the Meteor Empire. With your prowess, you can elevate the Empire to a whole new level. The two exchanged glances, launching into mutual praise. Chapter 181, The Enraged Crowd. Nearly 100 national leaders crowded into the White Bear Empire's tent, exchanging nervous glances. No one dared speak first. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? 2 world bosses, and we failed to secure either one? What the hell were you lot doing? What use are you? The nation nurtured you, only to raise a bunch of useless trash. You couldn't even stop a mere demigod. How are we supposed to fight the upcoming nation war? Are we just supposed to surrender? The 3 great imperial lords glared at the 9 transformations experts before them, pounding the table in hysterical fury. This was yet another collapse. They were on the brink of madness. That damned Luo Jojo was like a game-breaking bug, utterly indifferent to their plight as he ground them into the dirt time and again. Yet they were utterly powerless against this bug-like figure, forced to endure in silence. The tent fell instantly silent as everyone struggled to find a solution. Let's just start the war. Trap everyone at the respawn point. If they won't let us have it, then none of us will. We won't get the boss kill anyway. Since they won't let us have it, we won't hold back either.
The ruler of the sacred empire rose to his feet, a resolute gleam in his eyes. He could deploy the majority of his 9 transformations experts to the main battlefield, reserving a portion to hunt the world boss. This approach might be a bit crude, but it was the most reliable strategy they could devise at present.
This approach might not be effective enough. What if they use a teleportation array? Wouldn't that be a complete waste of time? Even if you can hold off these men, you won't be able to stop a teleportation array. A man stepped forward, his brow furrowed, speaking softly. Seal them off with the Imperial Guardian artifact. I refuse to believe they can break through the spatial lockdown of the National Guardian artifact. Hearing this, the ruler of the Flame Empire clenched his fists, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Every single National Guardian artifact possessed the power to seal off space, and this sealing ability was exceptionally formidable. Even a teleportation scroll of the divine rank couldn't break through such a spatial lockdown. Of course, immortal great scrolls could, but they didn't believe the Meteor Empire possessed that many sealing scrolls. After a moment's hesitation, the others nodded in agreement. This was indeed a sound plan. Using the national treasure to seal off the space would completely trap them inside. Then it's settled. We'll move first thing tomorrow morning. The White Bear Empire clenched its fists, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in its eyes. The next morning, before the world boss even spawned, the group sprang into action. Your Majesty, trouble has arisen. Something terrible has happened. A man rushed into the tent, his eyes betraying a hint of worry. What's the matter? Why all the panic? Hearing this, the Emperor of the Meteor Empire furrowed his brow and asked. Numerous powerful warriors have arrived outside. Representatives from all 3 great empires have come. They breached our security perimeter and are now encamped at the entrance to our camp. A flicker of panic crossed the man's face as he hurriedly explained. What did you say? Those bastards have made it to our very gates? This is outrageous. Summon the Imperial Advisor immediately. And notify the other powerful individuals to prepare their defenses. Hearing this, the Meteor Emperor seethed with rage, wanting nothing more than to tear those bastards limb from limb. These bastards not only banded together to oppose the Meteor Empire, but now they'd even come to cause trouble right at their doorstep. This was nothing short of provocation. I'll go inform the Imperial Sage at once. The man nodded and hurried out of the tent. Fortunately, their camp remained impenetrable for now, forcing these intruders to remain stationed at the entrance. Before long, Luo Jojo's figure emerged from outside. Your Majesty, why so early today? Luo Jojo looked at the Meteor Emperor before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. At their level of cultivation, sleep was unnecessary. Luo Jojo, however, needed to swiftly fuse his divine essence, rapidly elevating his power to the realm of the gods. I didn't want to summon you so early either, but chaos has erupted outside. That group has gathered at our gates, clearly intending to block our path. Grand Sage, is there any way to resolve this? Looking at the Grand Sage before him, the Falling Star Emperor's eyes betrayed a hint of concern as he asked softly. What? They're already at the gates? These fellows really can't keep their impatience in check. It's just a few world bosses they're after. These fellows are truly petty. Hearing this, Luo Jojo suppressed a chuckle and teased them. Truth be told, they must have been pushed to the brink by Subai, otherwise, they wouldn't resort to such despicable tactics. Grand Master, you still have the heart to laugh? They've already stormed the gates. They're clearly determined to fight us to the bitter end. If they manage to seal off this place, we might never get our hands on the next world boss. Hearing this, the Meteor Emperor took a deep breath, his eyes clouding over with gravity. Though they had secured a significant advantage early on, no one could predict how the situation might unfold. 2 world bosses had appeared yesterday alone. If 3 emerged today, their entire advantage would vanish. Don't worry. Even if they manage to seal off this place, they can't possibly seal off the teleportation station, can they? Don't forget what I do for a living. Teleportation arrays are my specialty. A mere spatial blockade is nothing to me. Upon hearing this, Luo Jojo smiled faintly and spoke softly. I see. I'd completely forgotten about that. Alright, I understand. Hearing this, the Meteor Emperor finally exhaled in relief, a look of ease flickering across his face. Your Majesty, that group has come to challenge us. Should we intervene? A man rushed in from outside, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. Challenge? Let them challenge all they want. I'll see how long they can keep it up. Ignore those fools. Just leave them out there. They'll get bored soon enough. The Meteor Emperor snorted coldly, his gaze piercing through the tent before him to fix upon the distant horizon. Chapter 182, The Wickedly Amused Luo Jojo. As the sky turned a dull gray at dawn, some emerged from the vortex of the instance dungeon, while others appeared at the entrance of the tents. Seeing the flags of various nations displayed at their camp entrance, they couldn't help but frown. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire camp. Do you think they've already discovered us? A powerful figure from the White Eagle Empire murmured softly, gazing at the distant camp. That's obvious. With all the commotion we've made, they're not blind. How could they not have noticed? But I'm puzzled. That sentry spotted us earlier, yet we've heard nothing since.
It's as if they're completely ignoring our presence. Gazing toward the distant horizon, a ninth transformation expert couldn't help but frown, a look of grave concern flickering in his eyes. The more tranquil the situation appeared, the greater his unease grew. Maybe they're scared. With so many of us guarding this place, even if they're capable, they couldn't break through this defense. They've probably given up. A White Bear Empire powerhouse remarked with self-amused satisfaction. As a powerful, long-established empire, the White Bear Empire's citizens were notoriously arrogant and self-important, holding other empires in utter contempt. In their eyes, the White Bear Empire was the undisputed ruler of the world. Let's wait and see. I'm curious what other tricks they have up their sleeves. A powerful warrior watched the bustling camp, his brow slightly furrowed. The leader of this group was the monarch of the Flame Empire. This fellow held a thick book in his hand, standing at the very back of the crowd. This unassuming tome appeared ordinary at first glance, yet it carried an inexplicable aura. Trouble. Trouble. The major empires have come knocking at our door. Those bastards have surrounded our camp. A man shouted loudly, sprinting toward the central tent as he yelled. What? They've come right to the gate to block us? That's just too much. I mean, how can people sink so low? We're all competing fairly. What gives these jerks the right to pull this? Exactly. What a bunch of jerks. I'm so pissed off, I'd love to take them on outside. If it weren't for their numbers, I'd teach them a lesson they'd never forget. The crowd grumbled angrily, feeling utterly frustrated. They've blocked the main gate? Subai froze upon hearing the news. These guys couldn't find any solution, so they wanted to drag everyone down with them. It's all your fault. You blew their minds completely. If I were them, I'd drag you down with me. Mu Yen shot Subai a roll of the eyes beside her and teased. Can't exactly blame me for that, can you? If you're going to blame anyone, blame them for being incompetent and useless. They deserve nothing more than to be trampled under our feet. Subai shrugged lightly, wearing a look of innocent confusion. So are you going to step in and handle this? Mu Yen gazed off into the distance and murmured softly. No need. Now isn't the time for direct conflict with them. Our priority is to take down the world boss as quickly as possible. With the altar active, these guys can just respawn. Killing them now won't accomplish anything. Subai shook his head upon hearing this. Killing them is futile. Securing the boss is what matters. Lord Jojo, morale is faltering. Most are grumbling, and some suspect our silence means we're intimidated. We need a solution. An elderly man gazed at Luo Jojo before him, his eyes filled with a hint of worry. He yearned to witness Luo Jojo slaughtering enemies left and right, just as he had done that day when facing the deity alone, single-handedly suppressing the divine being with a flick of his wrist. Alright then. Go gather the people. Find over 200 of those formidable housewives. Have them stand inside the barrier and trade insults with them. Let them hurl whatever insults come to mind. Have them curse freely, right to their faces. Luo Jojo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ah, is that really appropriate? Hearing this, a trace of awkwardness flashed across the man's face. After all, these were renowned powerhouses. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate to have them literally spit in each other's faces? What are you afraid of? I'm not sending you myself. I'm telling you to find some people, the kind who are really good at arguing, and have them do the cursing. Luo Jojo frowned as he looked at the man before him. Right. I'll go arrange it immediately. Rest assured, I'll make sure this group is handled perfectly. With that, the man headed toward a distant tent. Before long, 200 women were assembled at the gathering point. Remember what I told you earlier? You must scream your lungs out cursing. Those who curse well will be rewarded. Choose any item below a semi-divine artifact. Whoever can curse the strong ones across the way until they spit blood will be rewarded with a semi-divine artifact. If any of you can curse the opponent into unconsciousness, I'll grant your descendants noble titles and official positions. Gazing at the middle-aged women before him, even the powerful warrior who had broken through to the 9th tier felt an inexplicable pressure. Sir, are you serious? You won't go back on your word later, right? One woman spoke up in halting official language. Of course it's true. Whoever deceives you is a bastard who deserves to die a miserable death. The man patted his chest emphatically. Then rest assured, sir. I'll curse his ancestors 18 generations back. The women pounded their chests in solemn agreement. Follow me. The 9 transformation expert led the group toward the distant horizon. Still no sign of movement? The world boss is about to spawn. How can these guys stay so calm? You're telling me. By all logic, they should have sent negotiators by now. Is it really wise to ignore us like this? I feel like we're being treated like fools, just standing here for them to observe. I'm a 9 transformation expert, for crying out loud, and now I'm stuck playing gatekeeper. Many powerhouses exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Look! Something's happening. Just then, one of the warriors pointed toward the distance and exclaimed urgently. They saw a group slowly approaching their direction and instinctively raised their weapons. But when they saw the group was filled entirely with women, they froze in place, utterly taken aback.
Chapter 183, An Unexpected Battle. The women rolled up their sleeves, their faces bearing a resolute glint as they glared fiercely at the crowd. What are they up to? Why does this feel like something's got my back up? I'm not sure either, but something definitely feels off. Hurry and inform the ruler of the Flame Empire the enemy has dispatched 200 women to engage us in battle.
The 9 transformation experts glanced behind them and immediately spoke up.
Upon receiving the report, the ruler of the Flame Empire immediately stepped to the front of the crowd. Gazing at the women, he instinctively furrowed his brow. What exactly were they up to? What exactly do you want? The Flame Emperor's voice echoed slowly. You little redhead, what are you babbling about? Go home and look in the mirror, you're ugly as sin. Stay inside and stop scaring people. Calling you a beast in human clothing would be an insult to the animal kingdom.
Before the Flame Emperor could react, one of the women pointed directly at his nose and unleashed a torrent of abuse.
Your face slows down internet speeds. You're so memory intensive, how could the world produce such a freak like you? Look at you holding a book, pretending to be all high and mighty. What are you trying to pull in front of this old lady? When I was out on the streets, you were still playing in your dad's balls. Look at your pathetic form, you're clearly not fully evolved. It's a shame you were even given human features.
A torrent of words like a pear blossom downpour pelted the ruler of the Flame Empire, leaving him momentarily stunned, utterly unable to react. As a 9 transformation level powerhouse, an unrivaled being beneath the starry sky, the Flame Emperor had never been insulted like this before.
How dare you speak so crudely? How dare you insult this emperor? Do you know who I am?
The ruler of the Flame Empire trembled uncontrollably, pointing a finger at the crowd before him as he spoke in a quivering voice.
Who cares who you are? With your pathetic state, you still dare call yourself I? You crippled thing. Give you an inch and you take a mile. Exactly. Looks like you've got a dung beetle on your face and you're trying to pass it off as a beauty mark. You misshapen freak. Your head's flat as a pancake, and those 2 holes in your face must be for breathing. You come barging into our place and block our door, don't you have any shame left? To these village women, the title of emperor meant nothing. As long as someone paid them to hurl insults, that was all that mattered. The Flame Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward until he nearly collapsed into unconsciousness. They had anticipated a battle, but never imagined it would unfold like this. Was this truly a national war? So trivial? You. The Flame Emperor pointed at the group, his body trembling uncontrollably. Quickly carry the emperor back. Don't let him see these people. A tall man stared at the group of women, sucked in a sharp breath, and shouted urgently. The people across from them were truly despicable and shameless, actually deploying such a group of uncivilized women. It was nothing short of psychological warfare. What are you shouting about over there? Look at yourself, you're practically identical to that red-haired monster. Shooting you would be a waste of bullets, smashing you with a brick would dirty the brick. Your mere presence outside your door disgraces the cityscape, stepping beyond our borders would tarnish the nation's dignity. Someone like you doesn't even deserve to be in my sight. I'm afraid you'd just dirty my eyes. And all of you bastards out there, you look human on the outside but you're rotten to the core. You're nothing but a bunch of scum. May your sons be born without assholes, may your fathers sell assholes, may your own assholes rot, and may you all crave chicken assholes. The matron's fighting prowess proved formidable indeed. They berated the 9 transformation masters so thoroughly that the latter were left utterly humiliated, unable even to retaliate. With the isolation array in place, you couldn't physically fight them. But they couldn't out-insult the women either. Trading barbs with a bunch of middle-aged ladies was downright embarrassing. You came up with this plan, didn't you? You're so cruel. Doing things like this will ruin your karma. Subai shot a roll of the eyes at Luo Jojo beside him and murmured softly. Don't blame me. I just wanted to humiliate them. I never expected this group to be so formidable. If cursing could rule the world, these 200 people could probably conquer the entire planet. Luo Jojo took a deep breath, utterly amazed. His method was simply brilliant, a stroke of genius. He'd already seen several sworn enemies so enraged their eyes went wild, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, desperate to kill these women on the spot. Yet they were powerless, forced to endure the verbal assault without a single word of retort. But it's hilarious. These 9 transformation powerhouses look like they've lost their mothers. I'd love to join in and yell back, but those ladies are too fierce, no chance to get a word in edgewise. Go ahead and rant all you want. Opportunities like this don't come often, getting berated point blank by 9 transformation masters. Some onlookers watching the scene covered their faces and snickered. Ignore their words. Just tune them out completely. These women are nothing to fear. The 9 transformation expert at the front took a deep breath, glanced at the crowd behind him, and murmured softly. You'd better keep quiet. With that face of yours, how dare you even step outside? Your goal is to scare people to death, one by one, right? Go find a lamppost on the street, lift your leg, and take a piss, then look at yourself in the reflection and see what a disgrace you are. I just don't get it, how can you even say such things? How dare you come out and embarrass yourself like this? The barrage of insults erupted once more. The 9 transformation elders spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsed onto the ground, and lay utterly still. Shut up, all of you.
The 9 transformations powerhouse standing at the doorway roared in unison. Rolling thunder roared toward them, dense bolts crackling with destructive energy as they slammed toward the crowd. The women witnessed this terrifying spectacle, panic flickering in their eyes as they began to retreat. The thunderbolts landed before them, yet they broke through the spatial barrier, halting only 10 meters away.
A dense barrage of explosions erupted.
Seeing no injuries on their bodies, the middle-aged women breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes brightening.
Since these people couldn't harm them, they could now curse them to their heart's content. Chapter 184, You start the fight, I finish it. The tirade continued, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Some covered their ears, unable to bear the noise.
The 9 turned cultivators turned pale, wishing they could send every last one of them straight to hell.
You lot deserve to die.
The Flame Emperor, his hair standing on end with fury, materialized before the crowd. The books adorning his body radiated a blinding brilliance. His robes billowed in the wind as a terrifying aura emanated from him, enveloping the entire space before them. The ground began to crack and split, and in an instant, the earth shook violently. A terrifying chasm appeared before their eyes, resembling a scene straight out of the apocalypse. Hellfire, radiating endless terror, crawled out of the fissures, forming giant arms that slammed toward the group of women before him. These arms radiated an evil aura, carrying a palpable sense of death. The women, utterly unprepared for such a spectacle, began stumbling backward in terror, their hearts pounding in fear. Unfortunately for them, the arms slammed against the invisible barrier, failing to make even the slightest ripple.
Don't worry, he can't hurt you. It's just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Keep cursing away, there's nothing to fear.
The 9 transformation expert stepped forward, shielding the women with a hint of amusement in his eyes.
These fellows are genuinely enraged. The Flame Emperor has even brought forth his national treasure, the Book of Sin.
It seems they intend to seal this area with it, preventing us from using teleportation scrolls.
Witnessing this scene, Luo Jojo suddenly understood.
As long as they were trapped here, the other empires would have ample time to take down those world bosses.
But they probably never imagined you'd be here. That meddlesome deity was actually quite kind, leaving us with such a special jade pendant. Truly, good people deserve peace.
Luo Jojo gazed at the jade pendant in Subai's hand, a faint smile flickering across his face as he spoke softly.
Since they've gifted us such a grand present, how about we return the favor?
Subai glanced at Luo Jojo before him, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke softly.
What do you plan to do?
At these words, a hint of amusement flickered in Luo Jojo's eyes.
Since they want to block us here, we'll appear behind them and raid their hometown.
Subai let out a cold laugh, gazing toward the distant horizon. As time passed, the world boss finally reached its respawn time. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the world boss has been respawned. Current number of world bosses, 3. All nations are urged to dispatch their strongest fighters to eliminate them promptly.
The cold, mechanical notification echoed in everyone's ears. 3 world bosses. If we can eliminate all 3, we'll tie them directly.
Hearing the battlefield notification, a flicker of excitement crossed the faces of the elite warriors from the major empires. This was their only chance.
Suppress them.
Black pillars of energy, radiating pitch-black power, erupted around the entire camp. These pillars intertwined, blazing with dazzling black light that enveloped the entire encampment.
Now let's see what you'll do.
If you've got the guts, break through this blockade and slaughter those world bosses. The ruler of the Flame Empire, floating high in the sky and surveying the entire camp, revealed a hint of excitement in his crimson eyes.
Are you all ready? This time, we must succeed. Those people are yours to handle.
Subai glanced at the people before him, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke softly.
No problem.
The 9 transformations experts nodded in unison, rubbing their hands together with eager anticipation. They had waited a long time for this day, and now they finally had the chance to truly test their mettle.
Then we entrust this to your majesty and Lord Jojo.
Subai turned his gaze to Luo Jojo and the falling star emperor before him, nodding respectfully to both. He activated the dark green jade pendant at his waist.
A dazzling light quietly emerged, enveloping all the 9 transformations experts.
When they reappeared, they were already standing before the world boss closest to the other empires.
Luo Jojo and the Meteor Emperor immediately launched their attack.
Combined with Subai, who had been concealed within the crowd striking from the shadows, the demonic dragon boss was instantly obliterated before it could even react. Congratulations to Meteor Empire for defeating the world boss. Rewarded with 1 strand of fortune value.
Current fortune of Meteor Empire, overwhelming fortune. Reward, 1 special secret realm. All citizens receive 10 national fortune merit points.
Upon hearing the system notification, a flicker of delight crossed everyone's faces.
Leave this to you lot. I'm outta here.
Subai activated his jade pendant and vanished before their eyes. No sooner had he departed than members of the other imperial alliances appeared on the scene.
How did the world boss vanish again? This can't be right. Could it have been taken down by the Meteor Empire again? Look over there, it's them. How is that possible?
Weren't they sealed away? The rulers of the White Bear Empire and the Holy Empire watched the scene unfold before them, their faces darkening with fury. They wanted nothing more than to execute every member of the Meteor Empire on the spot. But at that very moment, a blinding light descended. Before the Holy Empire's ruler could react, his body was cleaved clean in two. A long sword descended, radiating an utterly terrifying aura. The sword stood before the crowd, its golden blade engraved with 4 characters, Eternal Guardian of Mountains and Rivers. It stood as if an emperor had descended upon the world. The Eternal Guardian Sword. All present knew this sword was the Meteor Empire's national treasure.
Enemy attack. The White Bear Empire's warrior gripped his long blade, a wary glint in his eyes. Stinking White Bear, it's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? Gazing at the White Bear Emperor before him, the Falling Star Emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he teased. So you've been planning this all along, deliberately hiding here to ambush us. But using your nation's sacred artifact? That's downright despicable. Gazing at the Meteor Emperor before him, the White Bear Emperor took a deep breath, his expression darkening. When it comes to despicable and shameless, how could we possibly compare to you? You are the true embodiment of despicable and shameless. You couldn't beat us in the boss fight, so you sent men to ambush our camp. Could you possibly sink any lower? The Falling Star Emperor eyed the group coldly, letting out a dismissive snort. With a sweeping gesture, the Eternal Mountain River sword returned to his grasp. Chapter 185, This Emperor Comes Only to Slay. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy.
They stared at each other face to face, their eyes betraying a hint of wariness.
Falling Star Emperor, what do you intend to do?
The ruler of the White Bear Empire stared at the Falling Star Emperor before him, his eyes heavy with gravity. He had not brought forth his Imperial Guardian artifact. Had it been in his grasp, he would have felt no fear before the Falling Star Emperor.
What do you think? I've already drawn my Imperial artifact. Naturally, I've come to kill.
10 steps, 1 kill 1,000 miles, no trace left behind. Hearing this, the Falling Star Emperor let out a cold laugh as his long sword burst forth with dazzling brilliance. A colossal blade radiating supreme majesty appeared overhead, its earth-swallowing might striking terror into every heart. Such was the allure of the Imperial Divine Artifact. The 100-meter-long Imperial sword blazed with boundless radiance, golden energy cascading down like a waterfall. Each blade of light radiated an unmatched sharpness, effortlessly shattering their defensive shields.
Pangs of agony echoed through the air.
Some of the 8th transformation experts, utterly helpless against such sword energy, were instantly cleaved in two. You forced my hand. The ruler of the White Bear Empire gritted his teeth as a scroll appeared in his hand. Tearing it apart before his eyes, a white mist suddenly rose from the heavens and earth, which had been filled with golden sword energy. The cloud began to violently coalesce, forming a massive, flawlessly white arm. A terrifying chill emanated from the colossal hand, as if it intended to freeze everything in existence. The colossal hand shot skyward, reaching out to seize the divine sword of the nation. Gold and white, two terrifying energies collided head-on, causing the entire space to tremble under their overwhelming might.
What's going on? Why haven't they made a move yet? We've been sealing it for so long, and they still haven't even defeated the first world boss? It has indeed been a while.
Nearly 20 minutes, and they still haven't taken down the first world boss.
Could it be that this world boss's power far exceeds our expectations?
The White Bear Empire's elite assessed the time, glancing toward their rear with a hint of worry in their eyes. This alliance had even deployed the nation's guardian artifact this time.
There couldn't be another mishap, could there? Could another mishap be happening? You're such a little cutie. Shut up already. Nothing unexpected will happen.
All their elite fighters are sealed here by us.
Even with a god-tier teleportation scroll, they couldn't possibly escape. There's absolutely no chance of mishaps. That makes sense, but why haven't the White Bear Empire's elite killed the world boss yet?
A hint of worry flickered in the eyes of the Flaming Empire's members.
What the hell are those bastards doing?
None felt more agitated than the ruler of the Flame Empire. He had sustained the Imperial Guardian artifact for a full 20 minutes. Prolonging it further would begin to drain his lifespan. As the oldest ruler among the 4 great empires, excessive depletion of his lifespan could even lead to sudden death.
You, and the rest of you. Go check immediately. What the hell is going on?
The ruler of the Flame Empire barked at his trusted aides standing beside him. He now even suspected these men might be deliberately setting him up. First removing him, the oldest sovereign, before the others united to attack the Meteor Empire. Most of the powerful warriors who had gone to attack the world boss were from the White Bear Empire. This meant they would never receive the notification of the world boss's successful defeat.
Understood. We'll investigate immediately.
Upon hearing this, several men nodded urgently before racing directly toward the world boss's location. By this time, Subai had already arrived before the third world boss. Gazing at the colossal creature before him, he summoned Xiaobai and Xiaohei to engage the world boss in a fierce battle. It was a colossal blue lotus, its countless tendrils swaying in the wind.
Waves of azure energy flashed continuously, enveloping the entire space.
This blue lotus possessed an incredibly high health pool, reaching a staggering 300 billion. The most terrifying aspect isn't the blue lotus's health pool, but its monstrous defense capable of nullifying 70% of all physical and magical damage. This unique immunity mechanism was truly terrifying. Even Subai found it challenging to overcome. After all, his level was what it was, barely past the 7th transformation. Xiaobai, Xiaohei, you two keep it occupied. Little Sparrow, incinerate this blue lotus for me. Subai summoned all his beasts, unleashing a furious barrage upon the blue lotus before them. Terrifying energy rippled through the air, sending shivers down one's spine. The three powerful figures approached the blue lotus boss's territory. Gazing at the towering, sky-obscuring blue lotus in the distance, they couldn't help but frown. As they stepped into the zone, they were startled to find only a solitary figure standing there. Floating beside him were several colossal beasts, each radiating boundless divine might. Is this guy soloing the world boss? Am I seeing things? Someone this young taking on a world boss alone? Wait, we were wrong. It's not Luo Jojo taking on the world boss, it's this young man right here. Are young people this formidable nowadays? The 9 transformations experts gazed at the youthful figure suspended in the sky, instinctively swallowing hard. Destroy him! Solar flame! Subai activated the endless ring, synchronizing the mental attributes of the three-legged golden crow. A terrifying, blinding light sliced through the sky, roaring toward its target. The scorching golden light struck the blue lotus, instantly obliterating the lotus before their eyes. He actually one-shot that world boss. Let's go, hurry up. We must relay this news to the higher-ups. It's terrifying. Who exactly is this young man? Why have we never heard of him before? The figures of the 3 powerful warriors began to retreat rapidly, racing away into the distance. Congratulations to the Meteor Empire for defeating the 3rd world boss, earning a strand of fortune. Current fortune of the Meteor Empire, unrivaled. Reward, 3 special secret realms. The cold notification tone sounded again. Subai promptly recalled some of his beasts into his beast taming space, mounted Xiaohei, and galloped off toward the distant horizon. Chapter 186, Utter Annihilation. The 3 began sprinting frantically into the distance, their eyes filled with terror. Wait, something feels off. Didn't you notice? We've been running for ages, yet it feels like we're just treading water. The leader, a 9 transformation expert, glanced at his companions, his expression shifting slightly. Scanning the surroundings, a chill crept over him. Seems like you're right. What's going on? That kid's up to something. I suspect the space around us has been sealed off. That little brat must have detected our presence long ago. The group exchanged glances, panic clearly flickering across their faces as they whispered. Where do you 3 think you're going? Just then, a cold, icy voice rang out beside the 3 of them. A chill ran down their spines, sending a wave of coldness over them. Turning around, they found a lean man standing there, smiling at them. What do you want? The 3 recognized Subai before them, their eyes flashing with obvious fear as they hurriedly asked. No need to rush off, gentlemen. Let's have a chat. Subai crossed his arms over his chest, blocking their path, and spoke with remarkable composure. No sooner had the words left his mouth than one of the 9-turn cultivators suddenly materialized behind Subai, his dagger already slashing towards Subai's head. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out. The words damage immunity appeared above Subai's head. Truly worthy of a 9 transformation expert, their moves are lightning fast. Subai smiled faintly, his expression darkening instantly. Hearing this, the 9 transformation expert's expression shifted slightly. Xiaohei, standing beside him, unleashed a dazzling golden beam that slammed into the 9-turn expert. The 2 were too close for the 9-turn expert to dodge. A gaping wound tore open in his chest, his health bar instantly drained to 0, and his body began to slowly fade away. What a pity. If only the national war had ended, I could have at least slaughtered you both. Subai shook his head, letting out a soft sigh, a trace of regret lingering on his face. Attack! The 2 supreme experts watched the scene unfold, their expressions turning icy as dazzling radiance erupted from their bodies. The leader chanted softly, his staff swinging relentlessly. The azure sky was suddenly engulfed in crimson flames. A dense torrent of fire roared down from above, targeting Subai on the battlefield. The other figure, wielding a knight's sword, charged toward Subai. I'm done playing with you lot. I've got the main battlefield to attend to. Subai smiled faintly as he activated the endless ring. Ultra Yang Flames. A terrifying torrent of flame erupted from Xiaohei's mouth, sweeping away the flame mage's technique with devastating force. The knight had no chance to resist, completely engulfed by the flames. How is this possible? A flicker of terror crossed the face of the 9th-rank spellmaster as he stumbled backward. This youth was simply too terrifying, they were no match for him. Before the knight could react, the terrifying flames instantly consumed him, leaving no trace of the 3 behind. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, the fight remained fiercely contested. All were peerless masters. Aside from that bug like Luo Jojo, most others were evenly matched. Your Highness, we still haven't located Luo Jojo. That fellow must have gone to take down the world boss. The others spoke softly to the Meteor Emperor before them. What a cunning plan to stall me and buy time for that Luo Jojo.
But have you considered that the ruler of the Sacred Empire has already been revived and is rushing here right now?
You struck him down with a single sword while he wasn't looking. He will certainly seek revenge. The ruler of the White Bear Empire snorted coldly and murmured softly.
Is that so? Do you think I'm stalling? Then have you considered that I'm waiting to wipe you all out in one fell swoop?
Hearing this, the Meteor Emperor smiled and gazed into the distance. In an instant, all the 9 transformations experts except the Meteor Emperor retreated to a safe distance.
Elemental forces, heed my call. The great array of all heavenly elements, form.
At that very moment, a blinding light suddenly filled the vision of all present. Above the light, a figure floated, none other than the long-vanished Luo Jojo. Luo Jojo murmured incantations in a low voice, his body radiating countless beams of light. A dense web of radiance completely enveloped the area before them.
Retreat!
The ruler of the White Bear Empire, witnessing this scene, his expression shifted slightly before he bellowed the order. But retreat was already too late. They were already enveloped within that terrifying elemental formation.
I command the wind to come, and the wind shall come.
Within the formation, terrifying wind elements began to converge relentlessly, coalescing into a forbidden-level spell that slammed toward the group of powerful figures before them. The group could only deploy energy shields, completely enveloping themselves.
I command fire to come. I command lightning to strike.
Blinding beams of light shot skyward as terrifying energies began to rage. Elemental forbidden spells rained down like a torrential storm, striking the elite warriors of the White Bear Empire with such force that they were left reeling and disoriented. They could only fight back desperately, but alas, save for the ruler of the White Bear Empire, the other powerful beings were being swallowed up one after another by this dreadful forbidden spell. I waited a full 20 minutes to prepare this grand formation, and still can't crush you bastards. A faint smile flickered in Luo Jojo's eyes as he surveyed the figures before him, his voice soft yet commanding. A terrifying elemental force began to coalesce, radiating an overwhelming aura of destruction. The terrifying dragon roared to the heavens and charged toward the White Bear Empire's sovereign. The defensive shield surrounding the sovereign began to shatter, his face turning deathly pale.
Luo Jojo, you just wait. This isn't over between us.
The furious roar echoed as the White Bear Empire's sovereign's body shattered violently, vanishing from everyone's sight.
Put. What a joke. Did you really think I feared you? If it weren't for wanting to wipe you all out, I'd have killed you ages ago.
Luo Jojo spat on the ground, cursing under his breath.
In this battle, the Meteor Empire emerged victorious.
Meanwhile, on the other side, a figure still clutched the Imperial Guardian artifact, his expression growing increasingly grim, his entire face nearly contorted.
Why was there still no word? What the hell were those useless fools doing? Chapter 187, to Luo Jojo?
The moment Subai appeared among the crowd, he immediately activated his jade pendant in secret, teleporting everyone back to the camp's entrance.
Oh ho, still guarding here? You're really dedicated to your duty, aren't you? Keep guarding here if you like.
It won't matter even if you stand here until the end of time.
Want me to fetch you something to eat? You're a sovereign ruler, for heaven's sake, how did you end up as a gatekeeper's dog?
The falling star emperor, sword in hand, turned to the flame emperor behind him, a faint smile playing on his lips as he teased.
What do you mean by that? What exactly do you mean by that?
Hearing this, the ruler of the Flame Empire froze, his face flushing with anger and frustration. We've already defeated the world boss and secured the loot.
What are you still doing guarding this place? And your so-called allies? That bunch of cowards?
We sent them packing.
Feel free to seal off this space all by yourself.
The Meteor Emperor let out a loud laugh, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, before leading his men straight into the camp.
Your Imperial Majesty, what should we do now?
The Flaming Empire's elite stared at their emperor, their expressions grim.
What else can we do? Return first and discuss it later.
At these words, the Flame Sovereign clenched his fists and turned, dashing off into the distance. Other powerful figures followed the Flame Sovereign, their figures vanishing from sight in an instant. These fools are utterly ridiculous. They tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing a grain of rice.
Serves them right. We owe it all to the Grand Sage.
Without him, this battle wouldn't have been so straightforward. Our deepest gratitude to His Excellency the State Preceptor. The crowd bowed their hands toward the Grand Sage before them, their eyes reflecting a hint of respect.
These are minor matters.
Luo Jojo waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm.
At the Alliance of Nations headquarters, the assembled figures exchanged glances, their expressions grim.
They're extremely displeased. Over 100 nations had united, only to be treated like dogs by the Meteor Empire's forces. Yet they had no recourse but to endure it silently.
Inside the tent, the mood was heavy. What do you think you're doing? Are you messing with me? I've been taking abuse out front for so long, and you still haven't gotten the job done?
The Flame Lord stormed in from outside, slamming his palm onto the table as he roared hysterically. Hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted slightly.
You've got some nerve saying that. Didn't you promise to use the National Guardian artifact to seal them inside the camp? Then why did they show up on our way to take down the world boss? They ambushed us there and wiped us out completely. Don't you owe us an explanation?
The ruler of the White Bear Empire snorted coldly and murmured softly.
Impossible.
They must have used some other bizarre method to escape first. I sealed them with the Imperial artifact.
How could I have known they'd sneak out using some unknown method? What was I supposed to do?
Glaring at the group before him, flames seethed with rage. He'd already been berated, and now he was getting no satisfaction here either, a double whammy.
I just want to know who killed the world boss.
Luo Jojo himself admitted it took a full 20 minutes to prepare the formation.
Since he didn't go solo against the world boss, who the hell killed it then?
Just then, a 9-turn expert suddenly spoke up. The moment the words left his mouth, they immediately captured everyone's attention.
Exactly. If that bastard Luo Jojo didn't kill the world boss, then who the hell took down those 3 world bosses?
Hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, confusion evident in their eyes.
What's going on with you 3? Didn't I order you to investigate the world boss's whereabouts? Why are 3 of them suddenly appearing in the camp? Seeing his empire's 3 revered elders cowering among the crowd, the Flame Kingdom's ruler snorted coldly. Your Majesty, we were all killed by Luo Jojo. That bastard was soloing the world boss.
Hearing this, the 3 9 transformation experts hurriedly spoke up. They couldn't recall who that person truly was or what he looked like, but based on their subconscious assumptions, that person had to be Luo Jojo.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Luo Jojo has been fighting us on the main battlefield the entire time.
How could he possibly appear before the world boss? You're talking utter nonsense.
At these words, numerous powerhouses immediately grew agitated, voicing their rebuttals in unison.
May my entire family die a horrible death if I'm lying. If you don't believe me, ask these 2 beside me, ask them if I'm lying, if they saw Luo Jojo.
Hearing this, the powerful figure immediately retorted. We can vouch for it, the one who took on the world boss solo was Luo Jojo. The 2 stepped forward, nodding firmly in agreement.
This is trouble. Lawrence took a deep breath, his expression growing grave. What's your take on this? At this, all eyes turned to Lawrence. That Luo Jojo fellow might have mastered a special cloning technique, allowing him to split off an exact duplicate of his original body. Dealing with one Luo Jojo was already difficult enough, and now a second one has appeared. This upcoming battle will likely be even tougher.
Lawrence took a deep breath, a hint of gravity in his eyes as he spoke softly.
Cloning technique? At this revelation, everyone instinctively clenched their fists. That damn Luo Jojo deserves to rot in hell. Announcement to all players, tomorrow marks the final day of the nation's conquest. A new world boss will spawn, possessing attributes rivaling those of a deity. All powerful players are urged to defeat it promptly. Note, the nation with the highest contribution will receive an immortal grade artifact, gain 10 strands of destiny, and ascend to become a true peerless empire. All citizens will receive 20 points of national fortune merit.
Just then, a cold, icy voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears, causing their expressions to shift slightly.
Has time passed so quickly? Is it already the final day of the nation war? This is trouble. If we lose the first phase of the national war, the subsequent phases will likely become even more difficult. What should we do now? Forget the rest, Luo Jojo alone is enough to give us a run for our money. The group exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. Chapter 188, Capture. Your Imperial Majesties, I do have a plan. If this plan succeeds flawlessly, it should allow us to stage a decisive counterattack. Just then, a man suddenly stepped forward, bowing his hands toward the trio with a hint of smugness in his eyes. No sooner had he spoken than the ruler of the White Bear Empire strode up to the man and kicked him out of the room. What the hell kind of idea is that? All you ever do is spout nonsense. When it matters, not a single one of your ideas holds water. Why should I listen to your rubbish? Get the hell out of here. Listen up, every last one of you. If anyone dares offer advice again, don't blame me for being harsh. The White Bear Emperor snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with hostility. He'd heard more than enough useless suggestions lately. Witnessing this scene, the crowd remained unusually calm. The situation has reached such a critical point. There's no need to hold back anymore. Our warships are equally fast anyway. Since that's the case, let's all bring out our best moves. We absolutely must take down tomorrow's world boss. Only then can we turn the tide in our favor. The White Bear Empire's leader gazed at the assembled crowd before him and spoke softly. Though we call ourselves an alliance of nations, each of us harbors hidden agendas, all striving to be the last one standing. Most present hadn't even played their trump cards. At these words, the room fell instantly silent. Are we just going to stand by and watch the Meteor Empire claim victory in the first phase of the national war? If we just let them take the victory like this, we'll be in trouble later. Staring at the crowd before him, the White Bear landlord slammed his fist on the table and roared hysterically. Let's do it. In that case, let's pool our strength and reveal every last bit of our reserves.
The ruler of the sacred empire stepped forward, gazing at the assembled leaders before him, and spoke softly.
Count me in. I'll join in too. No matter what, we can't let the Meteor Empire gain this advantage.
The assembled leaders exchanged glances before speaking in succession. For most nations, the divine envoys represented the very foundation of their power. A 9-transformation divine messenger, capable of harnessing divine power that was true invincibility. Yet all nations guarded against one another, reluctant to reveal the true extent of their divine envoy's power too soon. Then it's settled. This matter is decided. We'll give it our all tomorrow. The White Bear Emperor glanced at the assembled figures before turning and striding directly out of the tent. Upon hearing this, the powerful figures from the other two empires also stepped out of the tent.
Tomorrow we'll see the final world boss appear. Why does this feel like a deliberate provocation? Upon hearing the notification, the Meteor Emperor couldn't help but frown, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes.
Some things others might not grasp, but he knew for certain, these empires still held trump cards up their sleeves. If they truly went all out, even with Luo Zhozhou present, they might not stand a chance against this empire. Grand Sage, you heard the announcement earlier.
What should we do tomorrow?
Gazing at Luo Zhozhou before him, the falling star emperor drew a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a hint of gravity. We'll meet force with force, and water with earth.
Even if they possess overwhelming power, we shall not fear them. Hearing this, Luo Zhozhou smiled faintly, his expression calm as he spoke. After a moment's hesitation, the falling star emperor nodded in agreement. Since Luo Zhozhou had spoken thus, there was little left for him to worry about. There was nothing else, only trust. At that moment, the most conflicted person was Su Bai. He froze upon hearing the system's announcement. Completing the first phase of the national war should allow him to break through his level, right?
A hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes as he pondered inwardly. If he waited until the national war concluded entirely, that would be a long, long time. Tomorrow, no matter what, I will secure first place in this national war. He clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with resolve.
The night passed in the blink of an eye.
The elite warriors of every empire were itching to fight, awaiting the arrival of the world boss. Finally, with the system's notification chime, the world boss officially appeared. World boss, 9 nether demon dragon has spawned. All mighty warriors, slay it swiftly. Even without the system's notification, everyone witnessed the colossal beast. Stretching tens of thousands of meters in length, it soared through the skies, its terrifying form stretching beyond sight. The overwhelming demonic energy radiating from its body made it impossible for anyone to look directly at it. Su Bai draped a cloak over his shoulders, leapt onto the back of the 3-legged golden crow, and soared into the heavens. Powerhouses from other nations also activated their ultimate cards, divine auras surging from their bodies, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying majesty. The terrifying flames in Su Bai's hands erupted with breathtaking energy fluctuations, crashing into the world boss's body and instantly depleting a significant portion of its health. Other top-tier powerhouses refused to be outdone, unleashing their own divine might upon the world boss. Countless beams of light flashed, a dense, dazzling array of brilliance that seemed poised to completely overwhelm the world boss before them. With a faint, mournful cry, the 9-headed demon dragon crashed to the ground.
A blinding light descended directly upon the Meteor Empire's camp. 39.7%? How dare it? How dare it?
Just 0.1 damage points short.
This is infuriating.
The ruler of the White Bear Empire stared at the data panel in the sky, his composure completely shattered.
Their empire's total damage output was 39.6%.
That mere 0.1% gap felt like an insurmountable chasm.
Thank you all, fellow cultivators. Truly, you've been incredibly generous. Thank you all for your cooperation.
The Meteor Emperor stared at the people before him, laughing wildly, a hint of smugness in his eyes. Yet a cold sweat broke out on his body. They had lost by the narrowest of margins. Su Bai glanced at the numbers displayed in the sky and couldn't help but exhale in relief, a look of ease flitting across his face. All his hard work over the past period hadn't been in vain. Congratulations to the Meteor Empire for successfully defeating the world boss, the 9-nether demon dragon.
Rewards: 1 immortal grade divine artifact, 10 strands of fortune. Meteor Empire's current destiny, Peerless Empire. All members of the Meteor Empire receive 20 fortune merit points. The cold, mechanical notification echoed in everyone's ears, prompting cheers and jubilation. A hint of excitement shone in every face. This was undoubtedly a victory worth commemorating. Chapter 189, 7th Transformation Quest completed. Lord Luo Zhozhou, this immortal grade divine artifact is rightfully yours. The falling star emperor presented the staff, placing it into Luo Zhozhou's hands. How can I possibly accept such an honor? Luo Zhozhou accepted the staff with a casual gesture, a hint of pride flashing across his face. Let's go back. The ruler of the Meteor Empire heard this, a faint smile flickering across his face as he turned and led the group back toward the camp. When they arrived back at the gathering place, they discovered the camp had undergone a dramatic transformation. Where once stood endless rows of tents now lay a vast, sprawling city stretching as far as the eye could see.
Its thick, towering walls were nearly identical to those of the Meteor Fall imperial capital.
Phase 1 of the Imperial War has concluded. Rewards have been distributed.
The second phase of the nation war, the siege battle, will commence in half a month.
Note, all powerful individuals may enter the secret realms granted by the system for cultivation.
Empires without such realms may withdraw from the war battlefield and return to their nation's secret realm to enhance their strength.
The cold, mechanical prompt echoed in everyone's ears.
Hearing the system's prompt, everyone felt their teeth itch with rage. This damn thing was clearly targeting them. Knowing full well they had no secret realms, it still delivered such hurtful words. The fact that the nation war wouldn't open for another fortnight was at least a silver lining. It gave them time to catch their breath. They've acquired over a dozen secret realms in quick succession lately, and haven't fully explored them all yet. Half a month should be plenty of time for them to properly digest these realms.
You have successfully completed the 7th transformation quest. Job change quest, 7th transformation. Job change quest description, the nation war has commenced. Lead the elite warriors of the Meteor Empire to secure first place in the initial phase of this nation war.
Complete the job change quest promptly.
Job change deadline completed. This is a special quest. The greater your contribution, the richer your rewards. Finally done.
Subai nearly wept with joy upon hearing the words quest completed. This 7th tier task had stalled him for a full month. It seemed that after the national war altered the rules, the job change system had also undergone changes. Subai recalled it had originally tasked him with leading a group of prodigies to eliminate prodigies from other empires. Thankfully the rules had changed, otherwise who knows when he'd have completed this mission. He glanced at his attribute panel and couldn't help but feel a slight flicker of surprise.
Name, Subai. Class, God Ruler. Level, 210 7th transformation. Strength, 667,700. Constitution, 1,067,800. Agility, 359,800. Spirit, 1,629,800. Law power, Law of Oblivion plus 2000, Law of Space plus 2000. Free attribute points, 0.
Equipment, Robe of Oblivion, Ring of Infinity, Ring of Desire, Ring of Light, Staff of Origin.
Total combat power, 20 million.
Skills, Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Concealment, Absolute Berserk, Invincible Golden Body, Absolute Dominion, Etherealization, Emulate Heaven and Earth, Absolute Defense, Divine Edict, Sovereign of All Spirits, Divine Might, Control, Divine Manifestation, Command All Things. Beasts, Three-Legged Golden Crow, Black Tortoise, Godslayer Nightmare.
Talent God Slaying.
Beast Host Union, the host may contract any living being as a beast companion, sharing innate attributes. The host inherits fivefold the beast's innate abilities and base stats with no cooldown.
Piercing Truth Divine Gaze, scrutinizes all. Note, conceals evolution paths, enabling massive rank increases for tamed beasts. Can unleash a terrifying laser beam that ignores all defenses and shields, dealing double the damage of the caster's current spirit attribute.
Divine Contract issues a binding command, guaranteeing 100% success in contracting with any living being.
Awesome, my talents have advanced. Subai gazed at his 3 major talents, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes.
Now, his beast taming contracts were no longer confined to specific species. Any living creature could be successfully bound.
When he next merged with a beast, all attributes would increase fivefold. What did this mean?
It meant he was practically invincible.
Then there was the Vision of Truth. This skill was the true masterpiece, nearly absurdly powerful.
Ignoring all defenses to inflict damage exceeding several times the caster's mental attribute value. This was a true killing technique.
If an opponent's health falls below his own mental power, death is their only fate. Skill, Divine Manifestation.
Description, upon casting, transforms the caster into a deity, a supreme ruler who exerts terrifying dominance over all other beings.
Skill, Command All Things.
Description, within a radius of 100 kilometers around you, command all non-human beings to obey your will, hostile entities excluded.
Is this the domineering skill of a god-tier profession? To forcibly command all beings within 100 miles, truly worthy of a sovereign. And that divine form transforming one's aura into a godly presence.
Whatever else it does, it certainly knows how to intimidate. Subai retracted his interface panel and was about to leave when he saw Mu Yen emerge from the secret realm.
How did it go? Subai looked at Mu Yen before him and hurriedly asked. Mission accomplished. I've broken through to the 9th transformation. I am now a 9th transformation powerhouse.
Hearing this, Mu Yen smiled faintly and spoke softly.
Great, great, absolutely fantastic. The national war has ended.
You should have earned some merit points.
See if there's anything you need to exchange for.
Once you've exchanged everything, the two of us can enter the secret realm.
My class change quest is complete, and now I urgently need to level up. Subai nodded and said with a smile. Mu Yen's 9 transformations quest required her to complete it alone. Subai couldn't offer much assistance. All right.
Upon hearing this, Mu Yen immediately opened the National Fortune Treasury.
Kid, I've brought you something.
Luo Jojo's figure suddenly materialized before the two, a faint smile playing on his lips. Senior, when will you continue your breakthrough? Given your accumulated strength, you should be able to break through to the divine realm very soon. Subai glanced at Luo Jojo's attribute panel. This guy had silently endured 5 heavenly tribulations already. After enduring 4 more, he would truly become a deity. Soon, very soon. Give me a little more time, and I shall become a true deity. Hearing this, Luo Jojo smiled faintly, a hint of pride flickering across his face. A true god, he had finally touched the threshold of that realm. Then I offer my congratulations, senior. Subai bowed his hands toward Luo Jojo and said with a smile. I'm nowhere near as sharp as you, kid. You're the real clever one. Luo Jojo waved his hand dismissively, speaking with great modesty. Chapter 190, The Staff of Oblivion. Oh, right, old man, you mentioned bringing me some gear earlier? Subai looked at the elderly Luo before him and asked promptly. That's right, I came to give you some gear. This is the staff rewarded after completing today's national war mission. It's yours, a divine artifact of the immortal tier. With that, he handed the staff directly to Subai, speaking softly. No, I can't accept this. Besides, you've earned so much merit yourself. Both in terms of gratitude and reason, this staff should go to you. Subai waved his hands urgently, firmly refusing. He was certainly coveting the staff, but an artifact of this caliber would function most reliably in the old man's hands. Are you sure you don't want it? You should at least take a look at its attributes first. Hearing this, Luo Jojo smiled faintly, unable to resist teasing him. He certainly desired the staff, but the artifact had already chosen its master long ago. There was nothing he could do about it. Forgotten Scepter. Grade, Immortal. Required level, LV 210+. Base attributes, Law of Oblivion plus 5000, Mental Power plus 2 million. Exclusive skills, Skill 1, damage inflicted causes the opponent to forget their own identity, gradually falling into a state of disorientation. Skill 2, easily conceals one's identity unless deliberately revealed. Skill 3, can activate the Forgotten Realm to obtain other forgotten equipment. Skill 4, begins to master the Law of Oblivion. Special attributes, your attacks will carry the essence of the Law of Oblivion, fundamentally altering the nature of energy. Class restrictions, Mage, Chosen One, Curse Master, Summoner, Beast Master. As Subai examined the attributes of this equipment in his hands, his eyes lit up slightly. He never imagined this gear would be part of the Forgotten Laws set, and the realization filled him with excitement. So, do you still want it? Luo Jojo looked at Subai before him and spoke softly. Yes, of course I want it. This is a set, how could I possibly pass it up? Thank you, sir. Without a second thought, Subai stowed the gear away. He certainly wouldn't pass up a benefit he deserved, especially since this set seemed tailor-made for him. I knew you'd want it. No need to thank me, it's yours by right. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. I need to explore the secret realm and level up quickly. I have a feeling those deities are closing in on us. Luo Jojo slapped Subai on the shoulder, his expression growing grave. What do you mean? You mean you've already sensed the presence of those deities? Subai's eyes darkened at the words before he asked. Exactly. Not only have I sensed the presence of some gods, but I also feel this world undergoing earth-shattering changes. After this national war, I believe the entire world will undergo unforeseeable changes. We must swiftly enhance our strength to protect all of humanity. Luo Jojo took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a profound gravity. The higher his strength climbed, the more pronounced that sensation became, perhaps because he too carried a portion of the human race's destiny. I understand. Subai nodded, watching as Luo Jojo departed without delay. Before long, Mu Yan had exchanged the items she needed. Hand in hand, the two turned and walked toward the distant vortex. Useless. Absolutely useless. What the hell am I feeding you lot for? Just 0.1 points short of the damage requirement, what a disgrace. The ruler of the White Bear Empire glared at the people beside him, cursing furiously as spittle flew from his mouth. The others wiped the spittle from their faces, their eyes filled with resignation. What do you suggest we do now? Everything's ruined. We've already been outmaneuvered. Are you seriously suggesting I submit to the ruler of the Meteorite Empire? After this national war's defeat, our nation ceases to exist. We'll all be incorporated into the Meteorite Empire. The White Bear Emperor stared at the group of powerful warriors before him, his chest heaving as his entire body trembled. The first phase of the war had drained so much effort, yet yielded nothing in return. It was enough to drive him mad. You may all withdraw. I have matters to discuss with the White Bear landlord. At that moment, the ruler of the Sacred Empire suddenly entered the chamber. Why are you here? What brings you here? The White Bear Emperor shot the man before him a disdainful glance. Did you hear the national war alert? The second phase of the national war should be a siege battle, which greatly benefits us. Gazing at the White Bear Emperor before him, the Sacred Emperor murmured softly. Are you kidding me? Who could possibly defend against that Luo Jojo? He's capable of conjuring elemental formations. Those ferocious beasts will only become fodder for his experience. Hearing this, the White Bear Emperor snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with indifference.
Defensively, we certainly can't hold him off. But offensively, have you forgotten the Flame Empire's psionic war chariots? That thing is a city-smashing marvel. If we can get our hands on it, we'll surely win the second phase of the national war in one fell swoop. The sovereign of the Sacred Empire smiled faintly as he spoke softly. Are you joking?
That's their national treasure.
How could they possibly hand it over to us? Without that psionic war chariot, the Flame Empire's strength drops by a full 20%.
Now that old man's lifespan is damaged, he'll definitely hide all these treasures away.
He'll never contribute them.
The ruler of the White Bear Empire rolled his eyes at this. I think we should approach this differently. The Meteor Empire has already secured so much national fortune they've undoubtedly surpassed both our nations by now.
If we wish to catch up to the Meteor Empire, there's only one way: you and I must join forces to annex the Flame Empire's territories. Only then can we avoid falling behind them. Moreover, this move will also grant us access to the Spirit Energy War Chariots, truly killing two birds with one stone.
A ruthless gleam flashed in the Sacred Empire's ruler's eyes as he murmured softly.
You mean betray our allies?
The ruler of the White Bear Empire fell silent instantly, visibly flustered.
This is the only path before us now.
Even if we combined the fortunes of those minor empires, it wouldn't make a dent. Only the Flame Empire can make a difference. The Holy Empire's ruler nodded, his voice low.
I need time to consider this.
With that, the ruler of the White Bear Empire turned away, sat down in his chair, and began to ponder deeply.
Chapter 191, Dungeon Battle Royale.
The two glanced at the secret realms before them, then walked straight into a black vortex. These 5 secret realms were newly acquired by Subai, with relatively few explorers having ventured in. The entrance areas remained largely uncrowded. Subai took Muyan's hand, and the two entered the secret realm together. Upon entering the instance, they materialized within a deep, cavernous palace. The empty palace radiated a bone-chilling aura. Scanning the surroundings, they saw no one inside, only a piercing cold that sent shivers down their spines.
This place is freezing. Has no one ever entered this instance before?
Subai turned to Muyan beside him and asked softly.
It seems no one has been here before. Most of them went to other secret realms.
9 transformation experts rarely venture into secret realms.
This one appears unexplored.
Upon hearing this, Muyan nodded quickly and replied softly.
All right.
This teleportation vortex has transported us into a palace, but we don't know what purpose this palace serves yet. Subai surveyed the palace, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He wandered around the palace and discovered a brown stone. After a moment's hesitation, Subai pressed down on the stone.
Required number of participants not met. Dungeon not yet activated. Please wait patiently here.
A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Subai's ears.
Multiplayer instance? Hearing this, Subai couldn't help but frown, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes.
Multiplayer dungeons were extremely rare among all dungeons, as a higher number of participants meant greater difficulty. However, the more participants, the richer the rewards. Difficulty and rewards were directly proportional. Just then, figures began appearing in the palace, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Subai was startled to see Sun Kai standing among the crowd, brazenly surveying his surroundings, with Yi Linger trailing behind him.
What's going on? I was sleeping in my room. How did I suddenly get teleported here? No clue. I was grinding monsters when I got pulled into this secret realm. What's going on here?
We're not entirely sure either.
Are we inside a dungeon now?
The group exchanged bewildered glances, confusion evident in their eyes.
Sun Kai. Muyan called out in Sun Kai's direction.
Subai, Muyan, how did you end up here? Seeing Subai before him, Sun Kai hurried over and asked in surprise. Sun Kai was overjoyed to see the two of them and hurried over to ask. We're here for the dungeon run, of course.
How did you get in?
Subai heard this, studied Sun Kai before him, and asked softly.
I have no idea.
I remember I was in bed redeeming items, and then suddenly I ended up here out of nowhere.
It's just weird. And Linger was with me.
We both got teleported in together. Sun Kai surveyed the palace before him and quickly spoke up.
Forced teleportation. Looks like once someone triggers this instance, it forcibly teleports them in. What kind of instance is this?
Subai narrowed his eyes, a hint of astonishment flickering in his gaze.
The more peculiar the instance, the greater the danger.
Generally speaking, such instances are extremely rare. Ordinary people would never even encounter them.
Required number of participants met. Instance initiating. Entering special instance battle royale. Dungeon participants, 100. Dungeon level restriction, LV 210 LV 270. Dungeon overview. This eerie and silent village is haunted by terrifying creatures that emerge in the darkness. Possessing horrific abilities, flee immediately upon encountering them. Dungeon objective, survive for 3 days within the village to complete the mission. Failure penalty, lose 10 levels. Holy crap, am I seeing things? There's actually a dungeon penalty? No way, you gotta be kidding me. How long did it take me to level up 10 times? This dungeon is inhuman. I want out. We need to quit. Damn it, what the hell is going on? I stumbled into this dungeon by accident, and now I can't complete the quest and get level penalties too. The group cursed under their breath, their eyes flashing with anger. Dungeon successfully activated. Teleportation array initiating. Before anyone could react, the teleportation array activated before them, engulfing everyone in a blinding light. When they came to, they found themselves in a remote mountain village of 10,000 inhabitants. The village was shrouded in a hazy mist, and chilling winds swept through, sending shivers down their spines. Where are we? This place feels terrifying. Could there be ghosts or monsters here? Who knows? But we're all at least 7th transformation cultivators. We shouldn't need to fear ghosts and monsters, right? Fear aside, don't you find this place eerie? The group murmured softly as they gazed at the village just a stone's throw away. All players must enter the village immediately. Failure to do so will result in mission failure. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in their ears, causing their faces to twitch slightly. This is outrageous. Failing the mission just for not entering the stage? That's way too forceful. We should at least enter the village and take a look. It's better than having the mission fail outright. A man stood up and addressed the group before him. I know the guy. His name is Kai Kuan. He's a senior at our Qinglong Academy. Sun Kai whispered to the two beside him. Let's go. We should enter the village first and see what's going on. Subai paid no mind to the youth named Kai Kuan and walked toward the village ahead. As the four stepped into the village, they felt the ground beneath their feet damp and squelchy. The smooth green stone slabs were covered in droplets of water, and a chilling, damp air washed over them. The sound of wind rustled in their ears as mist drifted slowly with the breeze. Upon entering the small village, Subai couldn't help but frown, a look of gravity appearing in his eyes. Rows upon rows of small houses built with blue bricks came into view, stretching endlessly and appearing exceptionally well maintained. Though these small houses appeared quite decent, they suffered from a serious flaw: none possessed windows, offering only a single entrance through their front doors. This gave the houses an eerie, coldly impersonal feel. Something's off. At that moment, Sun Kai pointed toward the distance and exclaimed urgently. Chapter 192, Monster Spawn. At the village entrance, a solitary figure stood. The figure held a walking stick in one hand, eyes vacant as they stared into the distance, a hint of coldness in their gaze. Old man, where are we? Why are you standing here all alone? Subai led the others to the old man and hurriedly asked. This is Soul Capturing Village. Little Ma, why did you take so long to return? This must be your girlfriend. Why did you just bring her back now? The old man standing at the village entrance spoke coldly as he looked at Subai. Yep, that's exactly right. Honey, come say hello to the old man. Subai froze upon hearing this, then waved toward Muyen standing nearby. Was this some kind of role-playing? But it seemed this role-playing wasn't about assuming someone else's identity, it was about entering the story as himself. Hello, uncle. Muyen quickly nodded and gave a slight bow. I'm not your uncle. I'm the village chief. The old man glanced at the two before him and spoke softly. Village chief? Do you remember me? Sun Kai leaned forward and asked directly. Of course I remember. Aren't you Shao Kai? Did you bring your girlfriend back too? Hello, village chief. Everyone hurriedly greeted the old man before them. After the greetings, the old man resumed his role as the stone statue, standing at the village entrance. Subai, should we wait for them a bit longer or leave first? Sun Kai asked, glancing at the group behind him. We're all grown adults now. Why bother waiting? Let's go inside and take a look first. Subai glanced back at the group behind him before speaking softly. The four figures made their way toward the village. The village was much as Subai had anticipated, deserted and eerily quiet. The vast village held not a single soul. Is the village chief the only one left? Scanning the surrounding rooms, he detected no signs of movement and couldn't help but frown. Come in quickly, come in quickly. Don't walk around outside. Hurry inside. Just then, a faint voice rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Immediately after, Subai spotted a slender figure appear in a distant room, waving at the group. Someone's there. Sun Kai murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the slender figure. Let's go check it out. Subai and the others walked straight inside. A frail child stared at Subai before him, his large eyes filled with timidity. What's wrong? Are you all alone here? Subai looked at the child before him, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Don't stay outside. The village chief is a strange man. Never interact with him. He's terribly frightening. The child stammered. Why is the village chief a weirdo? Subai walked around the room, asking curiously. Once night falls, the village chief turns into a man-eating monster. You must be very careful. The child's eyes brimmed with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Then what should we do? Is there a way out of the village? If the village chief is a man-eating monster, why did you stay here? This room is so narrow that even an average person has to duck to enter, and the entire layout is quite peculiar. Find some empty rooms. No matter who knocks at midnight, don't let them in. That should keep things peaceful.
The child glanced toward the doorway, took a deep breath, and whispered the warning.
Alright, thank you. We're already aware of your warning. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Upon hearing this, Subai turned and left the small room.
Should we find an unoccupied room?
After Sunkai exited the room, he whispered to Subai beside him.
Are you crazy? You actually believe this ghost story? This is all experience. Why stay cooped up in a room? Subai couldn't help but roll his eyes at this remark. This guy's brain must be rusty. True, he conceded. The atmosphere here is just too tense. I'm a bit scared.
Sunkai flushed with embarrassment at the remark and hastily explained.
Once everyone had entered the village, they indeed didn't go inside the houses. Most of them waited for sunset. The sun descended rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, darkness had fallen. Dry weather, be careful with fire. Dry weather, be careful with fire. Everyone, hurry home. The village chief beat a copper gong as he patrolled back and forth through the village. After circling the village 3 times, a layer of pitch black mist appeared before everyone. Immediately afterward, eerie sounds began echoing in everyone's ears. The sounds were like something moving within the mist, creaking and groaning, sending chills down everyone's spines. What the hell is lurking in that mist? Gazing into the distant mist, the villagers couldn't help but frown. Who cares what it is? Just attack it. Kai Kuan, the leader, unleashed a blinding burst of light from his hand. Sacred energy roared toward the distant black mist, instantly illuminating the entire village with blinding brightness. Villager. Level, 9th transformation 270. HP, 10 million. Attack, 350,000. Skills, Wrathful Roar, Slaughter, Bite. Village Chief. Level, 500th tier, 9th transformation. HP, 50 million. Attack, 1.2 million. Skills, Wrathful Roar, Slaughter, Bite. Holy, that high a level? Seeing the scene before them, panic clearly flashed across the group's faces, and a hint of dread crept onto their foreheads. The monsters across from them were far too high-leveled, they stood no chance against these beasts. What do we do? The group turned to Kai Kuan before them and blurted out. What else can we do in this situation? Run. If it were just the village chief as the boss, they might have stood a chance. But there were far too many of these monsters, and their area of effect skills dealt too little damage. There was absolutely no way they could take this group down instantly. Xiaobai, take them out. Subai waved his hand, summoning Xiaobai. Before the mob could flee, a colossal creature appeared in the sky. The colossal creature circled overhead, letting out a piercing howl that radiated terrifying divine might. Guys, we're saved. Whose beast is this? Come out and say something. Kai Kuan, the leader, couldn't help but flash a look of excitement upon seeing the dragon before him. He immediately shouted out. Unfortunately, no one responded, leaving the man feeling rather awkward. Chapter 193, Soul-Capturing Beast. Subai gazed toward Xiaobai and activated his endless ring. Xiaobai unleashed a terrifying blast of frigid ice from its maw, spreading outward in all directions. In an instant, the entire space before them froze solid. The village before them was instantly encased in terrifying icy vapors, and the black mist was frozen solid in an instant. This is terrifying. Freezing all these monsters solid? Holy crap, this is insane. Who the hell is this big shot? As the crowd watched the space before them transform into a frozen wasteland, a look of stunned disbelief flashed across their eyes. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the sculptures shattered like glass, their health bars instantly reduced to 0. Instant kill. That guy's insane. These are 9 transformation tier monsters, with tens of millions of HP, and he just one-shot them? This is insane. Watching the countless monsters vanish in an instant, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock. You have successfully killed a villager and gained 20 million experience points. You have successfully killed the villager and gained 20 million experience points. You have successfully killed the village chief, gaining 100 million experience points. You have picked up the platinum soul capturing ring. It has been automatically stored in your system inventory. You have picked up the platinum soul capturing longsword. It has been automatically stored in the system warehouse. Your level has increased to 211. Reward, 500 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 212, granting 500 free attribute points. Holy crap, is the XP that high? Subai heard the system notification and couldn't help but flash a look of astonishment, his face filled with shock. This experience gain was indeed substantial. 20 million experience points? How could these villagers have such high experience points? Looking at the villagers before him, Sunkai's face also betrayed a hint of astonishment. He'd been grinding like crazy to level up, yet they could just casually kill a few monsters and gain more? The gap was just too huge. Did you all gain experience? Subai glanced at the 3 people beside him and asked softly. Yep, we got experience too. This XP is crazy high.
The experience from one monster is probably equivalent to what you'd get from 10 monsters normally, and those would have to be minor bosses or something.
Sun Kai nodded and quickly added. This secret realm must be exceptionally unique.
Otherwise, it wouldn't grant such massive experience points.
These monsters are probably just the appetizer.
Mu Yan gazed at the monsters before them, a hint of gravity in her expression.
I upgraded, and I upgraded too. We've all leveled up. Damn, this leveling up is way too fast.
The group stared at the monsters before them, their eyes lighting up slightly as a hint of excitement flashed across their faces. It seemed this battle royale dungeon was designed for group play, granting substantial experience points to everyone.
But wasn't this battle royale instance a bit too easy?
Subai stared at his level stuck at 219, his mouth twitching slightly.
Damn it, this is so annoying.
He was just one level away from being able to contract a beast, yet this damn thing had frozen at level 219, clearly messing with his head.
My friend, haven't we met somewhere before?
Kai Koen suddenly spotted Subai's group and hurried over with his men. He bowed his hands toward Subai, his eyes flashing with a hint of aggression.
The shoulder-to-shoulder king? We're actually in the same dungeon as the shoulder-to-shoulder king?
No wonder leveling up felt so easy, turns out you're just loafing around here.
Greetings, your highness.
The group bowed to Subai, their eyes showing a hint of respect.
Prince of shoulder-to-shoulder? Isn't that Subai? Ah, my junior classmate. I mean, your highness Prince Bingshan. This is Sun Kai, my junior classmate.
I truly didn't see you both earlier. My apologies for my failure as a senior. Kai Koen looked at the two before him, then snapped to attention, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Within Qinglong Academy, Subai was as renowned as the dean himself. It was all because this junior had single-handedly elevated the entire academy to become the most celebrated institution.
The academy's popularity was soaring, with countless juniors yearning to join its ranks.
Just as the fellow was about to speak further, the ground suddenly cracked open. The village before their eyes collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a massive fissure stretching across their field of vision. Everyone clung to their companions, their eyes betraying a hint of terror.
What's happening? Why did an earthquake strike so suddenly? Look over here, there's a massive chasm.
Gazing at the chasm, roughly 10 zhang wide, everyone frowned. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the chasm before them, spreading in all directions. Before anyone could react, a dark figure emerged from the crimson mist.
So this is the real battle royale?
Subai froze upon seeing the monstrosity before him. Its body resembled a mass of black mist, with two eyes like red lanterns hanging from it, radiating a cold aura. It seemed to lack a physical form, existing only as a mass of mist, yet it instilled a profound sense of dread in others.
What is this thing?
Seeing it makes my hands and feet go cold, and my whole body tingles.
Same here. This thing is terrifying. Shut up. My legs are going numb. What the hell is this thing? Staring at it makes my fear grow infinitely.
The crowd stared at the monstrosity overhead, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A soul-devouring beast, a creature that only exists in legends. They say it feeds on human souls and possesses terrifying power.
Most crucially, it's immune to all magic and physical damage.
Kai Koen stared at the creature before him, then glanced at the others beside him and spoke softly. At these words, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in horror, their eyes flashing with shock.
Is it that terrifying? How are we supposed to fight it? Immune to all magic and physical damage? What kind of joke is this? Despair crept onto their faces, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This is interesting? I wonder if this thing can be tamed? But it should be fine. Too bad my level isn't high enough.
Subai sighed, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes, then turned his gaze to the soul-capturing beast's interface.
Chapter 194, Clearing the Battle Royale. Soul-capturing beast. Grade, none. Type, special creature. HP, 3 million. Defense, magic immunity, physical immunity. Abilities, soul-sucking, soul-stealing, mind control, soul-devouring. Soul capture.
A hoarse voice suddenly echoed, freezing everyone present in their tracks. Black tentacles abruptly materialized in midair, reaching out toward them as if to snatch their very souls.
You dare act so brazenly before me? You truly have the audacity.
Subai radiated boundless divine might, instantly shattering the soul-binding barrier. His body glowed with a dazzling radiance, appearing supremely sacred.
The Endless Ring. Piercing illusion, divine eyes. In the next instant, Subai activated the Endless Ring.
A terrifying light erupted from his eyes, instantly engulfing the creature before him. The black tentacles vanished silently, replaced by agonized screams that echoed across the land.
Congratulations!
Player has successfully defeated the soul-devouring beast, exceeding mission requirements.
Mission reward, 1 billion EXP, 1 divine grade weapon. Second tier gate successfully unlocked. Note, other participants receive 100 million EXP. The cold, mechanical notification echoed in everyone's ears. Your level has risen to 220. Reward, 300 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 221, rewarding 300 attribute points.
It wasn't until he reached level 225 that Subai's leveling finally came to a halt.
Second tier gate?
Subai stared at the black card in his hand, his brow furrowing involuntarily. The card felt cold to the touch, bearing the image of a skull that appeared unusually metallic. Staring at the card, Subai felt a sense of unease. Still, this thing could be put to good use. The amount of experience points needed to level up now was simply too much. Battle Royale 2 Dungeon Pass. Mission level, LV 220+. Dungeon overview. This is a land of corruption, hiding endless mysteries. If you can uncover the reason behind this world's formation, you will reap substantial rewards. Mission requirement, survive 10 days within the Battle Royale dungeon. Party size limit, 3. Note, this instance is best suited for players of demigod tier or higher. Those below demigod tier should proceed with caution. Dungeon failure penalty, lose 30 levels. Starting at demigod level? Subai froze for a moment, his eyes betraying an indescribable astonishment. This was intriguing. He'd need to carefully strategize once he returned. Both Sun Kai and Mu Yan were far too low level. Entering this instance could mean instant death. Entering this dungeon, even the slightest misstep would mean a massive loss. 100 million experience points? Holy moly, I've never seen that much experience before. This is absolutely incredible. Thank you, Lord Co-Ruler. Thank you, Your Highness the Duke of Shoulder to Shoulder. The crowd gazed at Subai before them, their eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude. You're welcome. In truth, all you need to do in this dungeon is stay inside the empty house for 3 days. But remember this, under no circumstances must you leave the house. The monsters outside may transform into the people closest to you, relentlessly tempting you to step outside. Subai spoke softly to the group before him. This was the special prompt the system had given him after he destroyed the soul-devouring beast. The child's words were correct. They must hide inside the empty house and remain there for 3 full days. He believed most professionals would never trust the child's words. So that's how it is. The child's words were true. If that's the case, we can come back here to farm the instance next time. We just need to stay inside the house and not come out. You make it sound so easy, but have you considered what if it transforms into someone you love most? It would definitely lure you out. That's true. I recall someone earlier suggesting we shouldn't trust that child's words. Hearing Subai's words, the others murmured among themselves. At that moment, Kai Koen wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Damn it, this was an absolute embarrassment. Subai didn't linger here for long. The exit passage from the secret realm had already opened, and he led the group behind him out of the area. After exiting the secret realm, Subai escorted Mu Yan and the others back to his quarters before heading straight for the central tent. What's the situation? Any word from the 3 great empires? The Meteor Emperor looked at his subordinate beside him, his expression unusually grave. No news from them yet. Representatives from the major empires have withdrawn from the Imperial War secret realm. They've likely returned to their homelands to participate in their own dungeons. All nations have now opened up all cultivation resources. The goal is to allow class changers to rapidly level up and prepare for the final nation war. The man glanced at the sovereign beside him, hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. Continue to intensify our efforts. Keep a close watch on those from the other empires. The moment any news surfaces, relay it back immediately. The Meteor Emperor took a deep breath, his gaze turning grave as he looked at the shadow guard before him. The members of the 3 great empires couldn't remain within the National War secret realm to cultivate, yet they couldn't leave either. Now, the people of the 3 empires were practically cornered like cornered dogs. If anyone from the Meteor Empire appeared in the real world, the Emperor of Meteor could not guarantee they wouldn't resort to murder. Understood, Your Majesty. I will relay any intelligence promptly. The leader of the secret agents nodded and turned to leave the tent. Truthfully, there's no need for concern. This realm is more than sufficient. It can even cultivate numerous divine messengers for me. Luo Jojo spoke softly to the Meteor Emperor before him. I understand all you've said, but for some reason, I feel a sense of unease deep within me, as if something momentous is about to unfold. The Falling Star Emperor took a deep breath and murmured softly. What major event could it be? Surely not the collapse of one of the top empires among the 4 great empires? The probability of that happening is even lower than the odds of a deity appearing before me right now. How could that be possible? Luo Jojo couldn't help but chuckle at this remark. Let's hope so. May nothing untoward occur, so we can await the commencement of the 2nd phase of the national war in peace. Hearing this, the Falling Star Emperor took a deep breath and murmured to himself. Greetings, Prince of the Shoulder. Greetings, Prince of the Shoulder. The continuous chorus of greetings instantly captured the attention of both men. Chapter 195, The Crisis of the Flame Empire. Subai walked straight into the tent, where he found the Falling Star Emperor and Luo Jojo. You 2 are here just in time. I have something to discuss with you. Subai spoke softly, his gaze fixed on the 2 men before him. Your timing is perfect. We also need to discuss something with you. According to reports from our subordinates, while the final 5 secret realms yielded extremely high rewards, the consequences of failure are equally severe. Based on our current calculations, over 1,000 people entered those 5 secret realms, and a full 800 of them have begun experiencing a decline in their experience points. At level 200 and above, gaining experience points becomes extremely difficult. Such a drastic drop in levels is unacceptable to everyone, even we find it hard to accept. Luo Jiuzhou stared intently at Subai before him, his expression unusually grave. Normally, advancing from level 200 to 210 requires more than just one secret realm. It demands at least 3 months of uninterrupted grinding. Levels beyond 210 were even more daunting, requiring staggering amounts of experience points. A 10-level drop penalty was utterly unacceptable for any transfigured warrior above level 200. I suspect the 5 secret realms offered by this final world boss are all special instances. Aside from the soul-capturing village instance, avoid entering any of the others. Once I've explored them thoroughly with the group, we'll uncover what secrets these realms hold. If we can get our hands on dungeon guides for these secret realms, completing the quest will be much simpler. High risk equates to high reward. These players are gambling on their own abilities to overcome the challenge. That's not a bad approach. The Falling Star Emperor heard these words and nodded slightly. With Subai stepping in, these secret realm trials would be a piece of cake. By the way, what brings you here? Luo Jiuzhou sat down in a chair and asked softly. I do. You may examine this item. Subai looked at the two before him and produced the black card. A dungeon accessible only to those above the demigod rank? The two exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of shock. Exactly. This instance likely holds a great secret. After much consideration, you two are the only ones I can think of for this task. If His Majesty is unwilling to go, he could send a Royal 9 Transformation Supreme Expert at minimum a level 999 or higher. Otherwise, anyone else sent in would just be cannon fodder. I suspect this secret realm holds the key to ascending from the 9 transformations to demigodhood. Subai tucked the card away, nodded to the two, and spoke softly. If that's the case, then I must go personally. At these words, the Meteor Emperor grew visibly agitated. He had been stuck at level 999 for over a century. Had it not been for the lack of opportunity, he would have broken through long ago. Your Majesty, are you certain you wish to go? Indeed, Your Majesty must think this through carefully. Entering the secret realm is one thing, but if something were to happen to you, that would be a grave matter. A nation cannot exist a single day without its ruler. The crowd gazed at the Meteor Emperor before them, their faces visibly flitting with a hint of panic. The Falling Star Emperor seldom intervened in affairs. Beyond presiding over the central court and overseeing the grand scheme, he appeared to serve no practical purpose. Yet in truth, he was the very anchor holding the entire Meteor Empire steady. Any mishap involving the Falling Star Emperor would spell disaster for the entire empire. My mind is made up. What's a single drop in rank? A mere 30 levels. I can endure that. All of you, listen carefully. During my absence, follow the arrangements of the Grand Preceptor. Should anything happen to me, then heed my daughter's commands. The Meteor Emperor cast a glance toward a distant direction before speaking softly. This was his closest brush with demi-godhood yet. He must seize this opportunity at all costs. Once he reached the 10th transformation, he could wield the Imperial Guardian artifact without any adverse effects. The soul-binding divine artifact held immense sway over the entire war. With this as his foundation, he could confront other empires without restraint. Report. Your Majesty, a major incident has occurred. A major incident has occurred. At that very moment, a figure rushed in from outside, a look of urgency etched on his face. What is it? The crowd stared at the gaunt man before them, a hint of surprise flickering in their eyes. The Flame Empire is on the brink of collapse. The Holy Empire and the White Bear Empire have joined forces, coordinating with smaller empires to launch a full-scale assault on the Flame Empire. They likely intend to annihilate it outright. The scout looked at the three people before him, panting heavily as he spoke. What? You're not joking, are you? How could that be possible? Are you certain this intelligence is accurate? The three exchanged glances, their faces flashing with a hint of bewilderment. Just moments ago, these three great empires had been as thick as thieves. How could they turn on each other so swiftly the moment they left the war zone? This intelligence is absolutely reliable. It was relayed by one of our undercover agents, who pledged his life to guarantee its accuracy. There can be no mistake. Upon hearing this, the secret guard nodded urgently, his tone unwavering. But why? Why would they risk heavy casualties by attacking the Flame Empire? Sitting on the ground. The Meteor Emperor heard this and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Could this be the enemy's cunning scheme? A 9 transformation expert suddenly spoke up. The moment the words left his mouth, he immediately clamped them shut. None of the imperial rulers seemed willing to risk their nations on a gamble. This matter was almost certainly true. I believe it's possible. This scenario is highly probable. Subai suddenly realized and murmured softly. Why? The question left everyone staring at him in confusion.
Within the war realm, the Meteor Empire has amassed an overwhelming amount of fortune. This leaves the other empires utterly unable to compete with us. To narrow this gap, these two empires must join forces to absorb the fortune of the Flame Empire. After all, the Flame Empire is one of the 4 ancient nations. Its fortune is immense. If these two empires can absorb the Flaming Empire's fortune, they will undoubtedly ascend to new heights, allowing them to stand once more on equal footing with us. Last time the national treasure was activated, the Flame Empire's sovereign expended a significant portion of his lifespan. Subai's words instantly jolted everyone into realization. These scoundrels were truly despicable, barely out of the national warspace, and already stabbing their own allies in the back. Chapter 196, The Choice. The group exchanged glances, none daring to speak lightly. War between empires was no laughing matter. The slightest misstep could drag them into the vortex. A war that could sway the fate of a nation wasn't something a group of 9-turn masters like them could decide. What do you all think? What are your thoughts? What do you think we should do now? Surveying those beside him, the falling star emperor spoke softly. At his words, the assembly bowed their heads, utterly silent. What's wrong? Afraid to speak? Or afraid to take responsibility? It's fine. Only by pooling our wisdom can we find the true solution. Whether to help or not, you must at least offer some constructive suggestions. You can't leave me to decide alone, can you? Gazing at the group before him, the falling star emperor took a deep breath and spoke softly. Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with us. We think it's best to just let it go. Exactly. When the ruler of the Flame Empire stood guard at the camp entrance, he made threats against us. They brought this upon themselves. Our stance is to stay out of it. Let the Flame Empire fend for itself. Even if they collapse, it's none of our concern. Even if other nations sought to annex the Flame Empire, it wouldn't be an easy task. The 9 transformation experts hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and speaking softly. The two nations were already hostile rivals naturally, they didn't want their own national strength to suffer because of the Flame Empire. Consider this, why were the Flame Empire invaded by the other 2 great empires? Beyond the matter of destiny, might there be other reasons? If there are other reasons, then this matter warrants deeper investigation. Hearing this, the falling star emperor turned to those beside him and spoke softly. What other reasons could there possibly be? The Flame Empire doesn't possess anything of significant value beyond its destiny. Exactly. They couldn't possibly be after the lava heart, only those of the Flame Empire can wield that artifact. Hearing this, the others shook their heads before speaking up. Wait, I suddenly have an idea. Just then, an elderly man abruptly stood up, a look of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Old Master Zhao, what's on your mind? The others looked at the elderly Zhao before them, their eyes filled with surprise as they asked. The Spirit Energy Chariot, have you considered that the other empires might be after it? This technology is the legacy of the Flame Empire's celestial artisans. No other empire possesses Spirit Energy Chariots besides the Flame Empire. If the other 2 great empires weren't solely after national fortune, it's highly possible they launched this war for the Spirit Energy Chariot. Don't forget, the second phase of the national fortune war is a siege battle. In such warfare, Spirit Energy Chariots are absolutely strategic weapons. Gazing at the assembled crowd before him, Old Master Zhao spoke softly. The Spirit Energy Chariot, a unique creation of the Flame Empire, was forged by the ancient remnant clan of the Celestial Craftsmen. This artifact could continuously compress energy, unleashing devastating energy waves capable of shattering the heavens and earth. It was undoubtedly a formidable treasure for conquering cities and territories. Should such a machine appear on the national battlefield, it could very well turn the tide of war. Psychic War Chariot? Right. Why didn't I think of that? Those 2 empires must be after the Spirit Energy Chariot. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't have turned on each other so suddenly. Hearing this, everyone nodded in unison, suddenly understanding. Everyone here knows the terror of the psionic chariot. We've suffered its ravages before. If these things fall into the hands of the other 2 empires, we could be at a disadvantage in the siege. Sun Shan stepped forward from the crowd, gave a slight nod, and spoke up. If that's the case, then we absolutely must go out and help. If we don't help, the Flame Empire will surely be destroyed. It cannot withstand the combined forces of so many nations. Gazing at the crowd before him, the falling star emperor drew a deep breath, his expression growing exceptionally grave. But even if we intervene, it's uncertain whether we can reverse the tide. Even with 2 great empires joining forces, we might not be their match. Jiang Nan's brows furrowed, his eyes reflecting a hint of gravity. The deadlock before them seemed utterly insoluble. Going in might not save everyone, and could even lead to heavy losses on their side. I have an unpolished suggestion. While we may not save everyone, we can save some. Our objective is the Psychic Battle Chariot. Since it's the Psychic Battle Chariot, we should focus solely on that. We can give the Flame Kingdom's ruler one final choice, preserve his bloodline legacy, or fight to the bitter end. Luo Jiuzhou hesitated briefly before speaking. This form of bargaining felt somewhat unsavory, yet it represented the absolute limit of what they could offer.
They couldn't possibly sacrifice their entire empire. This approach is feasible. We could incorporate the people of the Flame Empire into our empire's subjects, offer them protection, and assist them in rebuilding their homeland in the future.
I believe the ruler of the Flame Empire would agree.
Sun Shan nodded thoughtfully.
Then let's proceed this way? Should we send reinforcements immediately?
Glancing at the people beside him, the Falling Star Emperor asked softly.
Not yet. We must wait longer.
Only when the Flame Empire faces a life or death crisis should we offer our aid. Only then will they truly appreciate our timely assistance.
Luo Jojo shook his head decisively.
He had always been a consummate pragmatist. Otherwise, he would never have left the Meteor Empire to establish his own elemental academy.
Then it's settled. We'll enter the secret realm first.
If we don't emerge, you'll make your own decisions.
Act immediately when the time is ripe. If we emerge, we'll act in unison.
Those of you who remain behind should gather as much intelligence as possible on the Flame Empire. The Dark Guard commander before him, the Meteor Emperor, hurriedly added.
Understood.
Your command is my command. The man nodded and turned to leave the tent.
Are we entering the secret realm now?
The two men looked at Subai before them and asked softly.
We need to wait a moment. I have some matters to attend to first.
You two go ahead to the secret realm in Jinhuan village and wait for me there.
Upon hearing this, Subai quickly interjected. Chapter 197, Contract with the Time Beast.
Subai returned to his room and retrieved the pet egg of the Time Beast.
He could now contract a new beast.
As for the choice of this beast, the Time Goddess had already selected it for him. This was a beast gifted by the Supreme God himself. The thought stirred excitement within Subai. This creature might one day become the supreme ruler of time.
The Time God's terrifying power needed no elaboration. It was an entity capable of slaughtering even the Tao of Heaven itself. Anything bestowed by such a being could never be ordinary.
Subai bit his finger, drawing a drop of blood that he dripped onto the shell of the Time Beast's egg. The blood traced the intricate patterns on the shell, slowly seeping into its interior.
The once intact shell shattered with a thunderous crack.
A dazzling silver-white light burst forth from the cracks, and a small creature with a bold, tiger-like head emerged from within the shell.
Beast Taming, Time Beast. Rank, Sovereign. Skills, Resurrection, Time Lock.
A milky white creature crawled out of its eggshell, eyes wide with curiosity as it gazed at Subai. It swallowed all the eggshells before it, then approached Subai, taking his finger into its mouth.
Contract.
Subai stroked the little creature's head, and a dazzling white light enveloped it.
3 seconds later, the creature bore Subai's mark. Beast Taming, Time Beast. Level, LV1. Grade, Sovereign. HP, 15,000. Attack, 8,000.
Mental power, 20,000.
Agility, none. Skills, Resurrection, Time Lock.
Hidden Evolution Path, Time Beast King Tier, Time Beast Unknown Tier. Hidden Evolution Path Materials, 3 vials of Sacred Liquid, 300 Attribute-less Spirit Crystals, 1 Heavenly Domain Divine Herb. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai exchanged all his evolution resources for this little creature.
Devour all of this. Subai patted its head and said earnestly. The little creature opened its gaping maw and swallowed everything whole.
Immediately, a dazzling white light enveloped its entire body, emanating a terrifying aura. When the white light finally faded, the little creature had grown significantly larger, its aura thick and powerful.
Beast Taming, Time Beast. Level, LV1. Grade, Atavistic Stage. HP, 300,000. Hidden Evolution Path, Time Beast Atavistic Grade, Time Divine Beast Unknown Grade.
Hidden Evolution Path Requirements, 100 Neutral Divine Crystals, 1 Time Divine Stone, 10 Strands of Time Primordial Energy, 1 Time Potion, Heaven Grade Sacred Spirit Stone.
No way, not a single point of agility?
Subai stared at the adorable little creature before him, a look of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. This was the first time he'd ever seen such an adorable creature with 0 agility. The stats were utterly absurd. Especially since its mental power far surpassed that of other tamed beasts. It was clearly an anomaly in its development. The materials required for a time beast's evolution were also extremely precious. Fortunately, Subai was quite lucky. All these items could be exchanged through the National Fortune Treasury.
After selecting everything, Subai exchanged them all. Damn it, it cost a whopping 200 National Fortune merit points.
That's ridiculously expensive.
Staring at the materials, Subai couldn't help but gasp, a flash of shock crossing his eyes.
The little creature seemed to sense the call of the primordial force.
It opened its gaping maw and roared at the pile of materials. The materials instantly floated upward, landing directly in its mouth.
Radiant light burst forth from the little creature's body as it transformed back into a shell.
The entire egg now radiated an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Done.
Subai placed the giant egg into his beast taming space, letting out a sigh of relief.
Why are you back? Didn't you say you had something to take care of?
Muyan looked at Subai before her, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes.
I'm done. I'm heading to the dungeon soon and don't know when I'll be back. Put these things away first. Pick out a few items to see if any of them work for you.
Subai emptied the contents of his backpack onto the floor and murmured softly.
Did you rob a treasure vault or something? But I guess I'm used to it now. With your method of clearing the map like this, it'd be weird if you didn't have this much gear.
Lu Mangyel looked at Subai before her, took a deep breath, and immediately began stowing away the gear.
Either trade all this stuff for gear you need, or turn it in to earn yourself some merit points. I've got things to attend to, so I'll be heading out.
If you want to run dungeons, go find Sun Kai. That kid's pretty capable now, he's even a divine spokesperson for the night god.
Subai gave Mu Yen a few parting instructions before turning and walking out of the tent.
After leaving the tent, Subai headed toward the entrance to the secret realm and soul-capturing village.
Oh, right. I think I got a divine artifact in the dungeon. I haven't thoroughly checked its attributes yet. Standing at the secret realm's entrance, Subai immediately pulled out the artifact. Equipment, soul-capturing necklace. Grade, divine. Level requirement, LV 200+. Base attribute, spirit plus 300,000.
Equipment skills, Skill 1, Soul Capture collects soul energy through unique methods to strengthen one's own soul.
Skill 2, Soul Swap exchanges your soul with an opponent's to steal memories from their mind. Skill 3, Soul Anchoring grants immunity to all soul-based skills, rendering you impervious to other soul attacks. Special attribute, Soul Strength plus 30%.
As Subai examined the attributes of this item before him, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes.
Soul Strength? This is the first time I've ever heard of this term. But does something as ethereal as a soul truly exist?
Subai stroked his chin, deep in thought. After pondering for a moment, he placed the pendant over his face. At that very moment, he felt a warm, enveloping force spread throughout his entire body. The comfort emanating from his soul was indescribable.
Wow, this thing's pretty interesting?
Subai toyed with the jade pendant in his hand, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes.
Chapter 198, Entering the Dungeon.
Subai reveled in the languid sensation, his face radiating pure contentment.
It felt so damn good, utterly addictive, impossible to resist. What are you grinning about?
You've got that smug grin plastered on your face, nothing good can come of it. Luo Jojo approached from a distance, his gaze flickering with confusion as he looked at Subai before him. The smile on Subai's face was downright bizarre, a mix of sleaziness and pure enjoyment.
Nothing much. You got here pretty fast. Subai looked at Luo Jojo before him and spoke softly. Of course. This secret realm is practically demigod tier.
Of course I'd want to get here quickly to see if I can pass this trial and step directly into godhood.
Upon hearing this, Luo Jojo hurriedly replied.
Before, without a clear goal, this fellow had been wandering aimlessly, trying every possible method to find a way into divinity. Now that he had a goal, every day he was either advancing his cultivation or on the path to advancing it.
Where's the Emperor Lord? Why is he taking so long?
Hearing this, Subai glanced toward the distant horizon but saw no sign of the falling star emperor.
He should be here soon. That guy's bogged down with mundane affairs, so it's only natural he's running late.
Come to think of it, if not for the special secret realm that powers the empire, his cultivation level would definitely lag behind the other powerhouses. Luo Jojo took a deep breath, his voice tinged with envy.
What dungeon? Subai froze for a moment.
This was the first time he'd heard of a dungeon specifically created for an emperor. It's an exclusive dungeon for the emperor, one that scales with his power.
A truly exceptional dungeon.
Looking at Subai before him, Luo Jojo spoke with a hint of envy. Once these emperors ascended the throne, they would activate the national instance through the nation's fortune. The difficulty of these national instances plummeted, and the experience gains genuinely doubled.
Where could one even go to complain about that?
Perhaps heaven took pity on these rulers, burdened daily with trivial matters that left them lagging far behind others in level.
Well, they are emperors after all. Hearing this, Subai smiled faintly and shook his head. Speaking of which, don't you ever want to be an emperor or something? With the support of us trainees, you could absolutely conquer those minor empires, become a supreme ruler, and accumulate your own national fortune. Luo Jojo's words were truly treasonous.
If anyone overheard such talk, it could cost them their head. But this old man had always been a rebel at heart, he certainly wouldn't fear such consequences. Besides, the Meteor Empire still relied heavily on the old man for many matters.
Become emperor? Have you lost your mind, or have I? What's so great about being emperor? Nothing but endless memorials to read and endless memorials to write. Not a single day of peace. Just sitting on that lonely throne day after day, what kind of life is that?
If you're powerful enough, you won't just be able to ignore some petty emperor, you'll be able to disregard anything.
Subai chuckled and shook his head. Throughout history, how many had perished on the path to the throne?
Some might indeed become utterly consumed by the intoxication of power. But Subai harbored no such grand ambitions. You know, kid, for someone your age, you see things with remarkable clarity.
What's so great about being emperor? Only a fool would choose that path. Just being a dean wears me out enough. Luo Jojo nodded in agreement with Subai's words. If I could, I wouldn't want this emperor's throne either. But what choice do I have? There's no one else in the entire empire capable of shouldering the responsibility. If not me, then who?
The falling star emperor approached from afar, observing the two before him with a smile as he teased.
Your Majesty, we've been speaking without restraint. Please forgive our indiscretion.
Subai bowed his hands respectfully toward the falling star emperor and spoke softly. He had to give the emperor his due respect. If not for this diligent and capable ruler, Subai would likely have been tossed into the river to feed the fish long ago. No need for such formality. You two are my most trusted ministers. A little banter is harmless, I take nothing seriously. Besides, you're both right. I truly don't want to be emperor. If it weren't for certain issues I can't resolve, I'd have abdicated long ago. How delightful would it be to run dungeons daily, then go out and mingle with beauties? A hint of longing flickered in the falling star emperor's eyes. Before becoming emperor, he used to venture into dungeons with his companions. Alas, everything had changed beyond recognition now. His companions were either dead, injured, or had become top-tier overlords guarding the starry skies. Either way, those passionate, thrilling days were gone forever. It was all fate, something no one could change. After all, he was the sole prince of the Meteor Empire.
If he didn't become emperor, who else would? If you didn't become emperor, the entire Meteor Empire would descend into chaos. Luo Jojo chuckled at the remark. Enough about that. Let's enter the secret realm first. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Subai produced the second stage Battle Royale instance token and channeled a surge of energy into it. The vortex before them suddenly turned pitch black, blazing with dazzling dark radiance that enveloped the three of them. Battle Royale Instance 2 has commenced. Participants, 3. Dungeon objective, survive for 10 days within this corrupted realm. Dungeon overview, this is a world consumed by corruption. If you can uncover its secrets and discover the cause of humanity's fall, you shall receive a generous reward. Proceed to the current adversity? Yes. Without hesitation, Subai stepped into the secret realm. The figures of the three vanished instantly at the vortex's entrance, entering the secret realm. When they reappeared, the scenery before them had completely transformed. A hazy gray sky stretched endlessly into the distance. This world exuded a sense of decay and malevolence. Countless negative forces influenced it, making the place feel exceptionally eerie. This place gives me a very bad feeling. No wonder those below the demigod level aren't allowed to enter this world. Luo Jojo glanced at Subai beside him, his expression growing grave. It had been a long time since he had felt such a sense of danger. Especially after breaking through to the demigod tier, where his power had undergone a revolutionary transformation, leaving him utterly devoid of any sense of peril. Yet this world sent him a profoundly unsettling signal, an overwhelming sense of peril, as if a pair of eyes had already locked onto him. Chapter 199, Dungeon Quest. The trio's current location appeared to be in the middle of a desolate wilderness. The surroundings were a hazy gray, devoid of any signs of life. It's not just you feeling this way. I also feel like I'm being watched. Like invisible eyes lurking in the shadows, watching you. It's an incredibly unsettling feeling. The Meteor Emperor surveyed his surroundings, his expression growing grave. We're being watched? Looks like you two were right after all. Subai turned around, gazing toward the direction behind him. That dreadful sense of being watched emanated from behind them, yet there was nothing there, utterly empty. Let's go. We need to see what's going on up ahead. Subai led the two others forward. The trio raced along the winding path, heading deep into the distance. After a full half-hour of travel, just as they prepared to rest, a piercing whistling sound suddenly split the air. Black mist surged toward them from the distance, targeting Subai, who led the way. Luo Jojo swept his arm, unleashing a torrent of thunder that crashed down. Crackling sounds filled the air. The black mist was struck by the thunderbolts and plummeted to the ground. The thunder enveloped the mist, relentlessly purging the dark vapor. As the mist quietly dissipated, a monstrous creature of grotesque appearance revealed itself to the onlookers. Fallen Cat. Level, 9th Transformation, level 800. HP, 12 million. Attack, 3.2 million. Skills, Haste, Berserk, Ambush, Corrupted State, Bloodlust, Slaughter. Current status, fully corrupted. Subai stared at the monster before him, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Upon seeing this wild monster's stats, he realized there was nothing wrong with the question. This Battle Royale dungeon was genuinely dangerous. Don't be fooled by this little guy's modest HP and attack stats, remember, it's just an ordinary wild monster. Even minor bosses had health and attack power completely crushed by this ordinary fallen wildcat. Luo Jojo summoned Rolling Thunder once more, unleashing relentless strikes from above. The wildcat's health began to deplete. Once its health was completely drained, the black gas enveloping its body vanished. As it died, the creature showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, it wore an expression of pure enjoyment, embracing death with delight. This monster actually enjoyed the sensation of death? The Meteor Emperor froze upon witnessing this scene, a slight shiver running down his spine. More than that. I sense it practically yearned to die sooner. That feeling is absolutely unmistakable.
Luo Jojo, standing nearby, nodded immediately and spoke up.
Just then, a series of shrieks pierced the air, instantly capturing the trio's attention.
They scanned the distant horizon and discovered hordes of fallen wildcats suddenly swarming the area, their cold, malevolent eyes fixed intently on the trio.
Level 9 transformations 900. HP 13 million. Attack power 3.2 million. Skills haste, berserk, ambush. Current status completely corrupted. Level 9th transformation 999. HP 15 million. Attack power 3.8 million. Skills haste, berserk, ambush. Current status completely corrupted. You've gotten so much better.
The dense swarm of feral cats stretched as far as the eye could see, with no end in sight. What was most terrifying was that these feral cats possessed extremely high levels. Even the weakest among them was no less than a 700 level 9 transformations.
This secret realm is way too dangerous, isn't it?
Luo Jojo felt a chill run down his spine, his expression turning grave. They had only just entered this secret realm and hadn't even ventured deeper before encountering so many feral cats.
If they pressed onward, who knew what horrors awaited?
Even with his extensive experience traversing secret realms, he'd never encountered such absurdly high-level creatures.
Leave these creatures to me.
Subai narrowed his eyes, observing the fallen creatures before him. Wildcats, he murmured softly. He summoned the three-legged golden crow directly. Dazzling golden light sliced through the sky, bringing a sliver of brightness to this dark and sinister world.
Then, Subai activated his endless ring. A terrifying solar flame shot skyward, crashing down upon the wildcats.
The feral cats had no time to react before being instantly engulfed by the terrifying flames, their bodies burned to ashes.
Their agonized wails sent chills down the spine. Yet when their health bars finally emptied, each cat's face twisted into an eerie grin. This place is way too weird. It's terrifying. You're telling me. It's giving me the creeps.
If it were anyone else, they'd probably have peed their pants by now. Luo Jojo exchanged a glance with the Meteor Emperor beside him, both eyes betraying a hint of dread. This terrifying dread struck straight to the soul. You have successfully slain the fallen wildcat and gained 10 million experience points. You have successfully slain the fallen wildcat, gaining 10 million experience points. You have picked up the platinum equipment item, Fallen Ring.
It has been automatically stored in your system inventory.
You have picked up the platinum equipment item, the Fallen Longsword. It has been automatically stored in the system warehouse.
Your level has increased to 226. Reward, 500 free attribute points.
Your level has increased to 227, granting 500 free attribute points. As these monsters were slaughtered to the last, Subai's level reached 233. The sheer number of these wild cats provided an enormous amount of experience points. Just as the group prepared to press on, a far more violent aura swept over them. Before they could react, a mass of black mist materialized before them. A massive claw extended from the black mist, lunging towards Subai's chest. The air ripped with a sharp whistling sound as the claw seemed poised to crush everything in its path.
Watch out!
Seeing this, the falling star emperor unleashed a blinding burst of light from his hand. With a sweeping gesture, a golden shield materialized before Subai.
The black claw slammed directly into it.
The golden shield shattered with a thunderous crash, scattering into countless fragments that flew in all directions. A golden glow erupted from Subai's body, enveloping him entirely.
Immovable golden body. The colossal claw struck Subai's body, yet inflicted no harm whatsoever.
The three-legged golden crow soaring in the sky let out a piercing cry. Terrifying flames erupted from its beak, forcing back the dark mist.
Chapter 200, The Fallen Demon King.
The searing flames completely separated the three figures before him from the black mist. Subai narrowed his eyes, studying the creature.
Enveloped in black mist, its true form remained utterly obscured.
After a moment's hesitation, Subai activated the ring of light on his ring finger.
Even if the world plunges into darkness, light remains with me.
A blinding light surged toward the black mist, striking it directly. The black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a colossal creature over 10 meters tall standing before Subai.
Fallen Cat King. Level, 1500. HP, 10 billion. Attack power, 89 million.
Skills, Ethereal Form, Ambush, Claw of the Void, Berserk, Corrupted State.
Holy crap, stats this high? The monsters here are way too high level. Staring at the Cat King before them, the trio exchanged glances, their faces flashing with disbelief. This Cat King's stats rivaled those of a world boss, and in some respects, it was every bit as formidable as a fully evolved world boss.
Meow. The fallen Cat King stared at Subai before him, its eyes flashing with a cold glint.
Squeak.
The three-legged golden crow soaring through the sky let out a cry, unleashing a terrifying stream of flame toward the fallen Cat King. Instantly, the creature was engulfed in flames. The terrifying flames burned relentlessly, causing damage numbers to appear above the fallen Cat King's head as its health steadily depleted. Suppress. A dazzling golden light blossomed from the Meteor Emperor's hand, forming a seal. The Eternal Mountain and River Seal. One of the few divine artifacts of the Meteor Empire, it contained boundless suppressing power capable of subduing most bosses. The golden light enveloped the fallen Cat King's position. The fallen Cat King's body began to struggle desperately, only to find itself utterly unable to break free from the golden light bonds. Golden chains extended from the mountain and river seal, completely binding the fallen Cat King within its grasp. Flames began to burn relentlessly, causing the fallen Cat King's health bar to plummet. Luo Jojo wasn't idle either, periodically summoning bolts of thunder and flames to strike the fallen Cat King. The fallen Cat King struggled desperately, yet could only endure the relentless assault from the trio. When its health finally dropped to 10 billion, the fallen Cat King erupted in fury. Waves of black energy surged from its body, shattering the mountain river seal's confinement. In that instant, its form vanished without a trace. Where's the cat? Meteor Emperor surveyed the surroundings, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. Before his words faded, a massive, pitch-black claw suddenly reached out from the void, slamming toward the Meteor Emperor. The shoes on the falling Star Emperor's feet blazed with dazzling light as his body rapidly retreated. The claw slammed into the ground, instantly cracking the earth. Seeing its strike fail, the Cat King swiftly retracted its claw. Its entire form dissolved into a swirling mist, vanishing once more into the darkness without a trace. Blazing speed. The crowd stared at the direction the Cat King vanished, surprise flickering in their eyes. I'll handle this. Luo Jojo pointed his finger forward. Rolling thunderbolts fell like a torrential downpour, crashing down around the three figures. Each bolt radiated a terrifying aura of destruction, as if intent on obliterating all existence. The thunderstorm raged for a full half-minute, yet the Cat King remained nowhere to be seen, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Could it have retreated already? Luo Jojo surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing. In its ethereal state, your skills might not inflict any damage on this Cat King. Subai examined his skills, his brow furrowing as he murmured softly. Before the two could react, the feline king materialized once more. A torrent of black aura roared toward Luo Jojo. A terrifyingly massive claw phantom, as if tearing through space itself, slammed toward Luo Jojo. Luo Jojo murmured incantations under his breath. A dazzling rainbow light coalesced before his chest into a razor-sharp spear, colliding directly with the Black Claw's phantom. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom reverberated. Claw and hair clashed, their brutal shockwaves cracking the ground. Meteor Emperor held a golden shield, blocking the waves before him. Seal it! Subai drew the spatial jade pendant from his hand. The pendant burst into dazzling silver-white light, completely binding the Cat King's form. The Cat King screamed desperately, unable to break through the spatial seal, a flicker of fury in its eyes. Attack! Subai glanced at the two beside him and immediately gave the order. Terrifying bursts of energy erupted from both of them, slamming directly into the cat's body. The Cat King let out agonized howls, its body trembling uncontrollably. Its health plummeted rapidly, reduced to shards in an instant by the combined assault. Black gas erupted from the Cat King's body, spreading out in all directions. Congratulations! You have defeated the fallen Cat King. Reward, 1 billion EXP. You have obtained the Fallen Stone. It has been automatically stored in your backpack. You have obtained the legendary equipment Ethereal War Boots. It has been automatically stored in your system backpack. That thing must be the corrupted aura, right? Staring at the swirling black vapors, Subai narrowed his eyes. That black aura was saturated with countless malevolent scents, capable of infinitely amplifying the negative emotions of living beings. That's probably it. That must be the corrupted chi and the reason these monsters are so powerful. But I'm genuinely curious, how exactly did this corrupted chi form, and why is it appearing here? Luo Jojo nodded, speaking softly. It seems this fallen land isn't as simple as we imagined. We must uncover its secrets. Subai narrowed his eyes and gave a slight nod. Where do we start? We don't have a single clue right now. Upon hearing this, the fallen Star Emperor couldn't help but frown. Let's start searching. This space is absurdly vast anyway, and we have ample time to explore. Subai gazed toward the distant horizon and spoke softly. Just then, the ground began to tremble incessantly, and the trio heard a series of muffled sounds. This is bad. Let's go. Subai seemed to sense something. With a sweeping gesture, he pulled the other two to their feet. A flash of white light erupted, and the trio's figures were instantly transported into the sky. Chapter 201, The Small Village in the Fallen World. The trio floated in the sky, gazing down upon an endless sea of monsters. The dense swarm stretched for miles, its end impossible to discern. Each creature emitted a black gas that seemed to control them like a virus. How could there be so many monsters? Gazing down at the scene below, Luo Jojo drew a sharp breath, his face betraying an indescribable shock. Stretching for dozens of miles, this place is nothing short of a paradise for fallen creatures. Gazing at the horde of fallen creatures before him, a hint of shock flickered in the eyes of the Meteor Emperor. If my guess is correct, this world has been utterly overrun. Even if there are survivors, their numbers are likely extremely scarce. Whether we can find them depends entirely on our luck. Let's move on. There's no way we can kill them all. Subai summoned Xiaobai, mounted its back, and sped off toward the distant horizon. The trio flew for a full 3 hours, encountering nothing but the fallen creatures, not a single other species in sight.
No way.
We can't tell east from west here, and we have no clue where these fallen creatures' lair is.
Besides these things, we can't see any other creatures at all.
Gazing at the fallen creatures beneath their feet, the trio frowned, their eyes reflecting a hint of solemnity.
Look over there, there's a village. Should we go check it out? Just then, a village suddenly came into view.
A pristine energy shield hovered above the settlement, enveloping the entire village as if shielding it from harm.
Let's go check it out. There might be survivors inside. Subai hesitated for a moment before nodding.
He then descended directly toward the village. This was a quiet little mountain village, not very large in size, home to 2 or 3 dozen families. The distant streets were deserted, and an eerie stillness hung over the village. The 3 approached the village entrance and gazed at the protective barrier before them. One of them gently reached out and touched it. Their hands passed right through the shield, and they found themselves inside the village. This protective barrier likely only affects fallen creatures, having no effect on other beings.
But to be certain, we'll need to test it.
Subai murmured softly as he studied the shield before him.
Let's go inside and take a look. Luo Jojo remained composed and walked straight inside.
Subai and the Meteor Emperor followed into the area, slowly making their way toward the village. Within the village, the familiar scent of cooking wafted through the air, and the faint murmur of voices could be heard.
Is anyone here? Is anyone here? Is anyone there?
The 3 gazed at the houses within arm's reach and called out softly. The moment their voices faded, the sounds within the houses abruptly ceased. At that very moment, the entire village fell silent. Subai could sense that someone was still in the village. He even heard the faint sound of someone quietly sobbing. But these people must be terrified of the creatures outside, not daring to make a single sound.
Don't be afraid. We're not those fallen creatures outside. We stumbled into this place by accident. Please, don't be afraid.
Luo Jojo scanned the surroundings and called out loudly.
There's no need to shout anymore.
Even if you keep shouting, they won't respond.
They're too scared to respond now.
Seeing Luo Jojo beside him, Subai hurriedly spoke up.
Then what do we do? Hearing this, a hint of helplessness flashed across Luo Jojo's face. It's very simple.
Subai chuckled upon hearing this, then walked to the door of a room. He raised his foot and kicked the door with all his might. The door crashed to the ground. The family of 3 stared at Subai before them, covering their mouths to stifle their sobs.
Is that really acceptable?
Luo Jojo glanced at the Meteor Emperor beside him, his lips twitching slightly.
I'm not entirely sure, but it seems fine. This guy's method is surprisingly effective. At least we can get inside now.
The falling Star Emperor took a deep breath, suppressing the helplessness welling up inside him. The burly man took a deep breath, raising the kitchen knife in his hand and aiming it at Subai before him.
I'm warning you, don't you dare come any closer. If you do, don't blame me for being ruthless. You better believe I'll kill you.
The man trembled as he brandished the cleaver, repeatedly threatening Subai to make him leave the room.
Sir, you must be misunderstanding. We're just passing through. We pose absolutely no threat to your family.
You can rest assured, I swear on my life.
We just want to ask what's going on here. Why are there so many monsters outside?
A faint smile played on Subai's lips as he tried to calm the man's nerves.
You really aren't those terrifying monsters.
The man took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a hint of gravity.
We truly aren't those monsters.
Rest assured. Subai nodded solemnly, his voice soft.
As long as you're not monsters, that's fine. We've lived here half our lives and never once seen an outsider enter this village. You can't blame us.
Hearing this, the man exhaled a long sigh of relief and casually set the kitchen knife down on the ground.
So that's how it is. I'm terribly sorry for the intrusion. Consider these items as compensation. Would that be acceptable?
Subai pulled a large pile of daily necessities from his pocket, stacked as high as a small mountain.
Seriously? How did you even get all this in your backpack?
Looking at Subai before him, Luo Jojo's eyes flashed with surprise.
What do you know?
These are emergency supplies. What if I got stuck in that secret realm for ages, with no food or water?
That'd be pretty miserable. Hearing this, Subai couldn't help but roll his eyes.
These items were indeed his own emergency supplies, meant for critical moments. He never imagined they'd come in handy here.
You're quite the resourceful one, aren't you? Laying your own groundwork first, pretty sharp.
Luo Jojo gave Subai a thumbs up, a hint of approval in his eyes.
Just a habit. Subai waved it off, unconcerned with such trivialities. The immediate task was to figure out the situation in this secret realm to understand why this world had become what it was. Chapter 202, The True Form of the Fallen Realm. The family before him couldn't help but brighten at the sight of the mountain of daily necessities, a flicker of excitement crossing their faces. Everyone, come out. The gods have arrived. Yes, the gods have come to bring us provisions. Everyone, hurry out. Brothers and sisters, come see. It's not those terrifying monsters, it's true immortals.
The man's shouts echoed throughout the village. Heads began peeking out one after another from the previously tightly shut doors, and people started walking toward Subai and his companions. One child stared wide-eyed at Subai before him, curiosity flickering in his gaze.
Are you really from outside? Didn't those terrifying monsters attack you? What has the outside world become? We haven't left the village in so long, we don't even know what it looks like out there anymore.
The villagers stared at Subai and his companions, their voices overlapping in a flurry of questions. The outside world is indeed turbulent, but I believe it will return to normal after some time. Subai looked at the group before him and quickly spoke up.
Are these things truly being given to us? An elder approached, leaning on a walking stick.
The surrounding crowd parted to make way for him, clearly recognizing him as either the village chief or a highly respected elder.
Grandfather, these items are all for you. I just wanted to ask you about something and rest here for a day.
Rest assured, we'll only stay one day and leave tomorrow. Looking at the old man before him, Subai nodded and spoke softly.
Of course, no problem. Go ahead and distribute all these things.
The old village chief heard this and waved his walking stick, signaling the people behind him to start moving the items.
I have more here, enough for every household.
Subai swept his arm wide, dumping a pile of items from his backpack. The sheer volume of supplies far exceeded everyone's expectations, and Subai's seemingly miraculous technique left them all gaping in astonishment. Heavenly Immortal, please accept our humble offering.
Immortal, have you come to save us? Immortal, we beg you, save our kingdom. The crowd immediately knelt on the ground and began kowtowing to Subai.
A flicker of awkwardness crossed Subai's face as he hurriedly helped them to their feet. While being called an immortal felt rather flattering, Subai still found it somewhat unnerving.
Everyone, please don't be so formal. This is simply my duty.
Village chief, perhaps you should let them leave first.
They're being a bit too enthusiastic.
Seeing the crowd before him continuing their worship, Subai quickly spoke up. Everyone, take the items to the warehouse.
Remember, no fighting over them, there's enough for everyone. I need to have a word with the immortal.
The old man cleared his throat twice before addressing the crowd behind him. Upon hearing this, the group immediately sprang into action.
Please follow me, honored immortals.
Seeing this, the old man wore a look of satisfaction before leading Subai and the others deeper into the village. They arrived at the village chief's house, which was surprisingly well appointed, even featuring a proper living room. The village chief brewed a pot of tea for Subai and his companions, then invited them to sit down.
Village chief, I'd like to ask what exactly this place is?
Subai looked at the village chief before him, curiosity evident in his eyes as he asked.
You mean this place?
This place is called Huangshi Village.
Our ancestors have lived here for generations.
Upon hearing this, the village chief hastened to explain.
I'm not referring to this village. I mean the outside world. What is this place called? Or rather, what country governs it? Subai pressed further. You mean our country? Well, that's a long story.
Hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and replied solemnly. Legend has it that this continent was formed by an extraterrestrial meteorite. This celestial object crashed into a vast, boundless landmass, completely severing their world from that original continent. Ever since, this land had remained utterly isolated, becoming a secluded paradise. They named this place the Kingdom of Tianfeng. Its population remained stable at around 1 million. Due to its limited land area, only one kingdom ever existed here, the Kingdom of Tianfeng. Tianfeng ruled this continent for 10,000 years, its lineage enduring through countless generations. How did those monsters from outside get here? At these words, Subai couldn't help but frown. I don't know the exact details, but a mysterious powerful being once told me that most of those monsters outside escaped from the capital city. It said the ruler, in pursuit of immortality, unleashed these terrifying creatures. They began to overrun the entire continent. Humans were utterly powerless against them, forced to hide in remote, secluded places just to survive. The old man felt an inexplicable sadness welling up in his heart as he spoke of this matter. So that's how it was. Subai's eyes darkened with gravity upon hearing this. It seemed someone had opened Pandora's box, unleashing the corrupted aura upon the world. Or perhaps some terrifying entity had descended, bringing this corruption with it. Those people truly deserved to die for doing such a thing. The people here weren't even class changers, just ordinary citizens. How could they possibly defeat monsters nearing their 10th class change? Big brother, would you like some candy? Just then, a sweet-looking little girl walked in from outside, holding a lollipop and wearing a sugary smile. Big brother doesn't eat candy. You can have it yourself. Subai scooped the child into his arms and gently pinched her cheek. This little girl was truly beautiful, like a porcelain doll, radiating an ethereal aura from head to toe. Big brother, thank you so much for bringing us all these delicious treats. The little girl hugged Subai and planted a big kiss on his cheek. If you like it, eat as much as you want. If there isn't enough, Big brother will bring you more next time. Hearing this, Subai felt a warm glow in his heart and smiled as he replied. Thank you, Big brother. The little girl twirled the lollipop in her hand, her face lighting up with a sweet, adorable smile. Chapter 203, The Time Beast. The village chief looked at the little girl, his face softening into a kind smile. Sweetie, get off the immortal brother's back right now.
Didn't your mother teach you to be polite?
Hearing this, the well-behaved child promptly climbed down from Subai's back, gazing at him with lingering reluctance.
Sweetie, would you like uncle to hold you?
No one could resist such a pure and adorable girl, especially one as beautiful as a little princess.
Okay, immortal brother. The little angel nodded gently and burrowed into Subai's embrace. Chieftain, it's time to eat. Just then, a man walked in from outside, his face beaming with unmistakable joy. Their village's supplies were already scarce, and Subai's visit had been a godsend, alleviating the crisis within the village. Come, fellow immortals.
Our village has little to offer, but please accept this humble meal. The old village chief smiled as he addressed the three before him. Soon, the three followed the village chief to the village center. The others all sat at the side tables, while Subai and his companions took the seats of honor. These are just simple home-cooked meals. Please don't look down on them, honored guests. The old village chief bowed his hands toward Subai and the others, speaking softly.
Of course not.
We're quite satisfied with a meal to eat. Village chief, we actually have another matter to ask you.
Who left this thing above your heads?
It looks like a treasure, and a very precious one at that. Subai gazed at the object overhead, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes.
That thing is indeed a treasure.
It is this treasure that has protected our village. Legend says it was left behind by a powerful immortal. I don't know its exact name, it's been passed down since my great-great-great-grandfather's time.
Who knows how many years that was ago? Upon hearing this, the old man spoke softly in explanation.
Subai opened his piercing truth divine eyes and gazed at the object above.
Name, Celestial Spirit Jade Fragmented. Grade, Divine Spirit. Current energy level, 10%.
Subai frowned slightly at the object above his head, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. A fragmented divine artifact. Judging by this world, there must be some powerful practitioners as well. It was simply that this old man lived in such a remote location that he remained unaware of the true nature of this world.
Where did that immortal go afterward?
Subai gazed at the old man before him and asked softly.
He died.
His tombstone still stands behind our village. They say he died defending the village entrance, blocking those monsters from charging in. A hint of sorrow clearly flickered across the old man's face as he spoke. Subai, upon hearing this, refrained from asking further questions and obediently began savoring the meal before him. Though the village's living conditions were simple, the food itself was quite good, prepared with excellent flavor. Even the falling star emperor, a sovereign ruler, found nothing to fault, polishing off several bowls of rice.
You're the ruler of a nation, for heaven's sake. Could you at least eat with some decorum?
Luo Jojo rolled his eyes at the falling star emperor before him and murmured softly.
I just love eating like this. What business is it of yours?
The falling star emperor looked at Luo Jojo before him, his expression brimming with pride and arrogance.
Subai rolled his eyes at the two people before him.
These two seemed like old pranksters, actually bickering with each other. After dinner, they returned to the room the village chief had arranged for them.
What do you think? Luo Jojo asked softly, looking at Subai before him. From what we can tell, this world does have practitioners. That thing up there is a divine artifact, it's called the Celestial Spirit Jade. It was likely placed here intentionally to protect this village. Something must have gone wrong in the Imperial City. That's likely the source of this. What we need to do now is go to the Imperial City and resolve the root cause of this matter. Subai looked at the two before him and spoke softly. But I feel this secret realm isn't that simple. We should still be cautious. Should we proceed with caution? Luo Jojo murmured in response.
That sense of being watched persisted, making him uneasy, yet he could do nothing about it.
I know.
That observer feels like the ruler of this world, looking down from above. At least in my perception, it should be the supreme ruler of this world. Looking at the two beside him, Subai spoke softly. Then we'll head to the imperial capital first thing tomorrow morning. The others exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Early the next morning, Subai came to bid farewell to the village chief and the others. Immortal brother, please be careful out there. Xiao Gue will wait here obediently for your return. Xiao Gue waved at Subai before him and whispered softly. Then you must eat well and grow strong. Brother promises you'll get to see the outside world someday. Subai picked up the little girl, planted a kiss on her cheek, then turned and left without looking back. Following the village chief's directions, the group mounted their white steed and galloped swiftly toward the imperial capital.
Rest here for a moment. I need to check on my beast.
Subai glanced at Meteor Emperor and Luo Jojo before turning and diving straight into his beast taming space. Within the beast taming space, the giant egg stirred. The entire egg trembled incessantly, radiating a dazzling white light. The other beasts gazed at the giant egg before them, their eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Just then, a crack appeared on the surface of the giant egg. And a terrifying aura erupted violently, filling the entire space with an oppressive force. The beasts, who had been fixated on the colossal divine beast, suddenly felt an overwhelming, terrifying pressure bearing down upon them. One by one, the fearsome beasts let out furious roars, howling to the heavens in an attempt to shake off this crushing weight.
Yet the overbearing and unmatched force forcibly suppressed them, rendering them utterly immobile.
Their proud forms slowly began to crawl to the ground, a hint of fear flickering in their eyes. Despite having attained the rank of divine beast, they remained utterly unable to break free from the terrifying pressure's confinement.
The beast within this egg was truly terrifying. Is it that powerful?
Subai watched as the time beast, barely out of its shell, already exerted such overwhelming pressure on these beasts, a look of shock flashing across his face.
Chapter 204, Departure for the Imperial City.
The eggshell shattered with a thunderous crash. Countless beams of white light shot skyward, coalescing into a fearsome white dragon. The dragon hovered in the sky, its colors shifting constantly until it was finally bathed in pure gold. The golden dragon roared, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept out in all directions. The bodies of the beast tamers were pressed flat against the floor of the beast taming realm, utterly immobilized. They struggled desperately, yet could not break free from this hopeless bondage. The golden dragon abruptly shifted direction, hurtling toward the eggshell before plunging inside. The shell began to crack continuously. A soft, fluffy creature opened its mouth and swallowed the shattered pieces.
This soft creature appeared incredibly adorable, yet an utterly terrifying aura emanated from its body. Golden, dazzling light surged outward like waves, radiating in all directions. At that very moment, the entire beast taming space froze completely. The tamers stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, disbelief evident in their gazes. Before Subai could speak, the ground began to tremble violently, and the scene before them shattered with a thunderous crash. The golden energy was swallowed back into the mouth of the time divine beast, and everything before their eyes returned to its usual tranquility. Holy crap! So this is the oppressive presence of the time divine beast. Subai's eyes widened, his face frozen in disbelief. Beast taming, time divine beast. Rank, high-grade divine being. Level, LV1. HP, 2,500,000. Strength, 2,670,000. Mental power, 3 million. Agility, 0. Total combat power, 5 million. Skills, immortality, resurrection, time reversal, time manipulation, time barrier, river of time, time. Hidden evolution path, time divine beast divine rank time ancestral beast unknown rank. Hidden path evolution materials, 1 time sacred pearl, 100 strands of time primordial energy, 10 bottles of time holy water, 10,000 time neurons, 1 heavenly Tao jade pendant. Holy crap, am I seeing things? How can these stats be this insane? Level 1, 5 million combat power? That's like a calf taking a flight, utterly insane. Subai stared at the little creature before him, swallowing hard as a look of disbelief spread across his face. Especially its skills, they were ridiculously powerful, borderline insane. No wonder it caused such an extraordinary phenomenon at birth, truly the king of all beasts. Come here, little one. Subai waved his hand toward the time beast. The little creature heard the call but didn't move. Almost forgot this little one lacks agility, making it a sitting duck. The next second, it nodded toward Subai, and his figure appeared before it. Whoa, holy crap, is it that awesome? Subai froze for a moment, a look of astonishment flashing across his face. He hadn't even moved, yet this little guy had managed to pull him right in front of him using the power of time? That was just insane. Little guy, let me take you to level up. Subai was now itching to level up. He wanted to see just how powerful this little guy could become at max level. With that thought, Subai immediately exited the beast taming space. You're back? What kind of beast did you contract? Luo Jojo looked at Subai before him, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. You'll find out soon enough. Subai smiled faintly, then waved his hand, summoning the time divine beast. The divine beast radiated boundless pressure. Little Bai, riding its back, felt the immense force and began to plummet rapidly. Stop! Subai glanced at the time divine beast and hurriedly commanded. The moment his words fell, the entire area within dozens of miles froze in place, and Xiaobai's body was suspended mid-air. You are forbidden to exert pressure on your companions, forbidden to bully them, and forbidden to use the power of time to freeze them. Subai looked at the soft, fluffy creature before him and issued his first command. Upon hearing this, the floppy creature materialized a human finger and gave a light snap. The restrictions on the two people beside Subai and on Xiaobai were all lifted. Holy crap, what just happened? Why did it feel like I was bound by some terrifying force? This is ridiculous. Did this little thing do it? What on earth is this thing? The two studied the time beast before them, their eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. The time beast, a precious gift from the time god himself. This beast is pretty impressive, huh? Take a look around. Subai gestured toward the surrounding area and murmured softly. The two immediately scanned the distant horizon, discovering that the entire world before them had been frozen in time. The air around them no longer stirred, and the fallen monsters stood completely still. This is just too insane. Are all this little guy's skills this insane? Luo Jojo witnessed the scene before him, a look of indescribable shock flashing across his face. This skill was practically a game-breaking glitch.
The fallen Star Emperor might not fully grasp it, but Luo Jojo knew this little thing was his nemesis. You're one lucky bastard. Looking at Subai before him, Luo Jojo sighed, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. Alright, little one, put away your magic. Subai ruffled the little creature's head as he spoke softly. The moment the words left his lips, the entire world shattered like ice, and the animals returned to their original paths. They seemed utterly unaware of what had transpired, continuing along their paths as before. Little sparrow, go draw a monster for me. Subai summoned the three-legged golden crow, patted its head, and spoke softly. The three-legged golden crow seemed to understand Subai's words. With a flap of its wings, it sped off into the distance. Blinding golden light flashed across the night sky, terrifying flames igniting the entire area as the golden crow drew every monster within hundreds of miles toward them. The ground trembled incessantly as a layer of dust rose into the air. Dense swarms of fallen creatures opened their gaping maws, relentlessly chasing beneath the golden crow's feet. This many? Luo Jojo swallowed hard at the sight before him. Is this a lot? I was worried there wouldn't be enough. Hearing this, Subai chuckled and quickly added. His own level was a minor issue. The real concern was the time beast's level. It required experience points from level 1 to level 24. He wondered if the number of fallen beasts here would be sufficient. Chapter 205, Frenzy Leveling. Seeing the growing pile of fallen creatures beneath his feet, Subai narrowed his eyes. Let's do this. Subai snapped his fingers toward the distant time beast and commanded. A golden streak of light shot skyward, shattering into countless fragments that instantly enveloped the entire space before them. The scene froze in that instant, time itself suspended. Those terrifying fallen creatures were pinned in place like specimens, utterly unable to move. Subai patted Xiaobai's head, then activated the endless ring. In an instant, snowflakes began drifting down across dozens of miles. Terrifying snowflakes fell in all directions, completely freezing the entire area in the blink of an eye. A bone-chilling cold swept over them, sending a shiver down Luo Jojo's spine. This little one is truly terrifying. The mutated beasts had no chance to resist, completely sealed within the endless ice. Xiaobai let out a piercing howl, its clear voice echoing through the air. Crackle! Crackle! The ice sculptures shattered with a thunderous crash. Their health bars instantly drained to zero, transforming into experience points. The spectacle was truly magnificent. Ice sculptures shattered across dozens of miles in an instant. Everything before his eyes seemed like a breathtakingly beautiful dream. You have successfully slain the fallen wildcat, gaining 10 million experience points. You have successfully defeated the fallen wild bull, gaining 20 million experience points. You have picked up the platinum equipment item, Fallen Scepter. It has been automatically stored in your system inventory. You have picked up the platinum equipment item, the Fallen Shield. It has been automatically stored in the system warehouse. Your level has increased to 236. Reward, 500 free attribute points. Your level has increased to 237, granting 500 free attribute points. You defeated the Lord-tier boss, Fallen Angel, rewarding you with 100 million EXP. Subai's level finally reached 240. He immediately glanced at his attribute panel, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Name, Subai. Class, God Overlord. Level, 247th Transformation. Strength, 691,700. Stamina, 1,307,800. Agility, 699,800. Spirit, 3,169,800. Law power, Law of Oblivion plus 7,000, Law of Space plus 2,000. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Robe of Oblivion, Ring of Infinity, Ring of Desire, Ring of Light, Staff of Oblivion. Total combat power, 20 million. Skills, Damage Transfer, Sacred Space, Concealment, Absolute Berserk, Invincible Golden Body, Absolute Dominion, Etherealization, Aligning Heaven and Earth, Absolute Defense, Divine Edict, Sovereign of All Spirits, Divine Might, Control, Divine Manifestation, Commanding All Things. Beasts, Three-Legged Golden Crow, Black Tortoise, Godslayer Nightmare. Talent Godlike. Beast Host Union, the host may contract any living being as their beast companion, sharing innate attributes. The host inherits fivefold the beast's innate abilities and base stats with no cooldown. Piercing Truth Divine Gaze, scrutinizes all. Note, conceals evolution paths, enabling massive rank increases for tamed beasts. Can unleash a terrifying laser beam that ignores all defenses and shields, dealing double the current mental attribute value as damage. Divine Contract issues a binding command, guaranteeing a 100% success rate in contracting with any living being. Pretty impressive. Subai carefully calculated. Though his class hadn't advanced, the base attribute points gained per level still represented a small step forward. He now gained 800 attribute points per level, 500 free points plus 300 base points. It was practically unbeatable. Congratulations on successfully triggering the 8th transformation quest. Current quest, 8th transformation quest. Friendly reminder, you are currently detected within the Battle Royale secret realm. The quest has been modified.
New quest updated, as the ultimate secret realm, Battle Royale conceals an undisclosed secret. Unravel this mystery and seek the legendary answer. Quest duration, 6 months. Note, this is a special mission. Complete it as soon as possible. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Subai's ears. Damn it, this is just pure acting. Subai froze for a moment, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. What the hell is going on here? A job change quest that changes based on time and location? That's ridiculous. And what secrets does this world hold? How could it possibly allow the system to alter quests on the fly? Subai gazed into the distance, a look of solemnity flashing across his eyes. The previous stages of the class change quest had been anything but easy, whether it was suppressing the great prodigies, destroying the pillars of the demon god, or securing victory in the national war. Subai was certain his current job change quest wouldn't be simple either. He just wondered if the Battle Royale had a 3.0 version. If there truly was a 3.0 version, then this secret would involve the gods themselves. A series of beeps sounded near Subai's ear. He looked at the little creature before him. Fortunately, the little creature had gained enough experience to level up, finally catching up. Beast Tamer, Time Beast. Grade, High-ranking deity. Level, LV 240. HP, 26,500,000. Strength, 26,670,000. Mental power, 29 million. Agility, 0. Total combat power, 30 million. Skills, Immortality, Resurrection, Time Reversal, Time Manipulation, Time Barrier, River of Time, Time. Hidden Evolution Path, Time Divine Beast Divine Rank Time Ancestral Beast Unknown Rank. Hidden Path Evolution Materials, 1 Time Sacred Pearl, 100 Strands of Time Primordial Energy, 10 Bottles of Time Holy Water, 10,000 Time Neurons, 1 Heavenly Tao Jade Pendant. 30 million? Is this the allure of a high-tier divine being? Subai swallowed hard, his face bearing an indescribable look of astonishment. Little one, you've truly surprised me. With you here, my heart feels much safer. Subai patted the little creature, his eyes softening with a hint of relief. Did my level go up? Should I pull another wave of monsters? Luo Jojo asked softly. No need. I'm already level 240. The 8th transformation quest has triggered. Subai nodded, gazing toward the distant horizon. That's good. Luo Jojo heard this and gave a slight nod. Let's go. Now we can head to the Imperial City to see what's really going on with you. Subai gazed at the Time Divine Beast before him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. The Time Beast's abilities were truly extraordinary. It could resurrect anyone who died within the past minute. Now that he possessed the power of resurrection and could manipulate time, coupled with the Jade Pendant of the Time God that allowed him to bypass skill cooldowns, Subai couldn't find a single reason why he would lose. Unless the Time God or the Tao of Heaven intervened personally, he was unmatched. Chapter 206, Arrival at the Imperial Capital. Xiaobai's figure sped along the distant horizon. After a full day of flight, he finally caught sight of a magnificent city. A dark aura emanated from above the city, forming a gigantic skeleton in the sky that spread relentlessly in all directions. This must be the place. The corruption here is so intense, it must be the capital of this world. Subai murmured softly, gazing up at the sky filled with the dark aura. Let's go. We need to investigate what's happening inside. Luo Jojo nodded in agreement. As they drew nearer to the city, the group stood atop Xiaobai, surveying the entire settlement below. Within the city walls, all manner of corrupted creatures roamed. The moment they soared above the city, a mysterious force violently forced them down. The 3 humans and 1 beast landed at the city gates. This must be a no-fly zone. We can't fly in. We'll have to find another way. Subai frowned as he surveyed the city before him. A no-fly zone meant they'd have to fight their way from the city gates all the way to the Imperial Palace, no simple task. What about the teleportation array? Ignoring the mutated, fallen creatures before them, Luo Jojo gazed toward the distance and spoke softly. Alright, teleportation array it is. I'll handle it. It might be simpler that way. Upon hearing this, Subai nodded lightly and spoke. He activated the jade pendant hanging at his waist. A dazzling light shot skyward, enveloping the 3 of them. In a single flash, they materialized within the city walls. Countless fallen creatures surged toward their direction. Subai activated the jade pendant once more, and their figures instantly materialized at the gates of the Imperial Palace. Invading the Imperial Palace? No mercy. The leader, a warrior clad in golden armor, wielded a massive halberd. His face was etched with intricate demonic markings. The aura emanating from him was exceptionally frenzied, like that of a demon god. Spatial abilities are forbidden within the Imperial City. Looks like we'll have to fight our way through. Subai glanced at his jade pendant, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. Kill! 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 A furious roar erupted as hundreds of golden-armored warriors charged forth from the distance. A terrifying aura emanated from them, a murderous intent mingled with overwhelming demonic energy so intense it was unbearable to look upon. Leave them to me. Heavenly thunder, heed my command. Apocalyptic thunder punishment, heed my call, strike now.
Luo Jojo strode forward and began chanting. Rolling black clouds gathered from the heavens, while terrifying bolts of lightning churned behind the dark mass, scattering the demonic energy across the entire sky.
Crack! A crisp crack echoed as a bolt of lightning silently materialized before the crowd. This bolt of thunderous power acted like a soldier sounding the bugle, commanding the entire force to launch a full assault upon the enemy. A dense, torrential downpour of lightning crashed down toward the golden armored guards. The thunder roared incessantly, transforming the world before their eyes into a realm of lightning. Terrifying bolts intertwined, engulfing the entire group. When the thunder dissipated, the golden armored warriors before them had long since been reduced to ashes. What a waste, all that experience points, completely squandered. Subai gazed at the fallen monsters, unable to suppress a sigh. A hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. Let's go. The three followed the narrow path deeper into the palace grounds. After traversing layer upon layer of city walls, their figures finally arrived before a palace. Two middle-aged men radiating an aura of corruption stood guard at the palace gates, each wielding a massive shield and emanating a terrifying presence. Court guard corrupted. Level, 9th transformation 999. HP, 9999999. Leave it to me. A golden longsword appeared in the hands of the falling star emperor, radiating dazzling brilliance. Two golden dragons soared into the sky, transforming into a torrential downpour of countless swords that roared toward the two monsters before them. The two beasts had no chance to resist, instantly slaughtered by the falling star emperor. The trio lingered no longer, stepping into the palace before them. A withered corpse sat upon the throne, its body emaciated beyond recognition, nothing but skin stretched over bones. Who are you to disturb my slumber? A cold, icy voice emanated from the mouth of the desiccated corpse, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It's still alive. Looks like it. Are you the ruler of this city? Subai gazed at the desiccated corpse before him and spoke softly. Indeed, I am the sovereign of this realm. What is it you wish to discuss? Upon hearing these words, the desiccated corpse slowly rose to its feet. A terrifying aura of corruption emanated from its body, piercing straight into the heavens. This monster must be the source of that corrupted aura. Slaying it should purge all traces of the corruption. Subai narrowed his eyes as he studied the creature before him, speaking softly. Name, Fallen Sovereign. Status, Fusing. Level, 1800. HP, 29.9 billion. Abilities, Corrupted Origin, Corrupted Realm, Corrupted Domain. This monster is pretty powerful. Subai glanced at the two beside him and murmured softly. No wonder it could alter the shape of this small world. Its stats as a world boss were absurdly high. But Subai was genuinely curious, why did this monster's state differ from the others? The others were either fully corrupted or in the midst of corruption, while this one was in a state of fusion. Who gave you permission to invade this emperor's bedchamber? Do you not know this is a capital offense? The icy voice emanating from the emperor's mouth echoed throughout the entire palace. And you call yourself the ruler of this realm? Look at the state you've reduced it to. Your subjects and creatures have all become corrupted beings. You are the root cause of all this. If not for you, how could they have become this way? Subai glared at the figure before him and barked coldly. This is the emperor's affair. It concerns you not. As subjects of the empire, they must be prepared to sacrifice themselves. To perish for the birth of this great nation is their honor. Moreover, I have granted them eternal life, allowing them to exist forever in this world. What more could they possibly desire? The emperor sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with icy disdain. Chapter 207, The Terrifying Mutant Sovereign. His booming voice echoed across the land, the lofty emperor's tone tinged with satisfaction. Subai, upon hearing these words, had given up all hope. This man before him had reached the point of complete madness. Expecting him to heed reason was nothing short of wishful thinking. If that's the case, then there's nothing left to discuss. Let's settle this with our fists. Subai gazed at the terrifying monster before him, shaking his head and letting out a soft sigh. There was never anything to discuss. You three are destined to become subjects of this sovereign, to serve under my banner. Though I know not how you arrived here, daring to enter my realm means only one path for you: death. The desiccated corpse let out a cold laugh, emanating an utterly terrifying aura. Waves of dreadful, corrupted energy began spreading in all directions. The chilling aura sent shivers down their spines, crushing the trio with overwhelming pressure. This creature is at least at the demigod level. I never imagined such a supreme being could exist within this small world. It truly has something special. Luo Jojo sensed the aura emanating from the old man, his pupils contracting slightly as a look of gravity flashed in his eyes. Move. Subai commanded in a low voice. Leave it to me. Luo Jojo beside him channeled countless elemental energies, the terrifying forces coalescing into a multicolored light dragon. The dragon roared, hurtling toward the target with a deafening roar. The terrifying multicolored dragon radiated an aura of destruction, opening its gaping maw to tear toward the old man. Black energy intertwined, weaving a terrifying giant net that shielded the old man.
The light dragon slammed directly into the net, its blinding radiance completely swallowed by the terrifying black shield.
Quite a handful. But that's just an appetizer. Let's see how many shields you've got left.
Luo Jojo growled lowly as boundless elemental energies obeyed his command, slowly gathering before him. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, white, black, countless points of light flickered in the air. The dense cluster of points began to intertwine, instantly forming a colossal array that enveloped the desiccated elder before him.
Within the formation, thunder rolled down, terrifying flames blazed, and a violent storm erupted.
Tens of thousands of wind blades howled toward him, as if intent on obliterating everything.
Various elemental forces intertwined, roaring toward the withered old man.
Yet a formidable defensive shield materialized around the old man, completely nullifying the thunder and flames. The black barrier absorbed all damage, leaving his health untouched.
This is bad.
His shield value is ridiculously high.
Taking him down instantly is going to be tough.
Luo Jojo watched as the energy within the formation gradually weakened, while the old man's health remained untouched. His expression darkened slightly.
Let me take over.
The falling star emperor drew the long sword hanging at his waist, and a golden light appeared behind him. The golden light burst into dazzling radiance, transforming into a terrifying five-clawed golden dragon. The fearsome golden dragon roared, letting out a thunderous cry to the heavens. With overwhelming pressure, it charged straight toward the old man.
Terrifying force tore through the palace, reducing the once vibrant structure to ruins in an instant.
A protective barrier formed around Subai and his two companions, enveloping their bodies. The five-clawed golden dragon collided with the old man, its dazzling golden light completely engulfing his form. The golden light faded silently, yet the old man remained utterly still, standing there as before.
Holy crap, what the hell is going on?
The meteor emperor froze for a moment, then clenched his golden sword once more and charged straight at the old man's front. Earth shatter! The meteor emperor roared, and cracks began to spread across the surrounding ground. His sword, wielded with unmatched force, slammed heavily against the old man's shield. The old man's form erupted in dazzling black radiance. A black dragon silently materialized from his chest, letting out a deafening roar toward the falling star emperor.
The terrifying roar formed ripples that spread out in all directions.
As the foremost figure, the falling star emperor bore the brunt of the assault. Golden light flared from his hands, forming a formidable defensive shield that layered thickly before him in an attempt to withstand the sonic assault.
Boom! The explosion echoed as the golden shield shattered instantly.
The rippling soundwave slammed directly into the meteor emperor, sending his body flying backward.
He crashed heavily into the city wall. What a formidable beast!
The meteor emperor flew out from the city wall, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes revealing a hint of gravity.
Yet the emperor seemed far from defeated.
Charging back before the crowd, he raised his longsword high. Today, I shall judge you. What kind of creature are you to dare call yourself I in my presence? A cold voice echoed as a terrifying light projection materialized behind the falling star emperor. This apparition bore an exact likeness to him, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. With a casual swing of its sword, the terrifying specter unleashed a dense swarm of swordlights that roared toward the gaunt old man before it.
Judgment! The phantom raised its sword high, the terrifying blade of light piercing the heavens, illuminating the entire imperial city. What overwhelming power! Subai witnessed this scene, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. Did you really think he was just a figurehead? After all, he is the falling star emperor, the ruler of a nation. If he didn't have some real skill, how could he possibly command the respect of so many top-tier powerhouses? This is the imperial aura, no mortal can resist it, only endure it head-on. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom echoed. The golden sword, vast enough to obscure the sky, swung down toward the figure before it. The ground began to crack, and the entire city was split clean in two under the sword's blinding glare. Countless buildings collapsed, and a terrifying sense of oppression washed over the scene. Yet the withered old man remained standing in place, utterly motionless. Endless waves of corrupted energy erupted from his body, coalescing into a monstrous giant hand. The colossal hand, obscuring the sky, reached directly toward the heavens. Two beams of light, one golden, one black, flared with blinding brilliance, colliding violently. Terrifying energy ripples spread in all directions. The once grand palace before their eyes was obliterated into nothingness by the terrifying shockwaves. Chapter 208, The Method to Break Through the Shield. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The black giant hand clamped down on the massive sword, both locked in a fierce struggle against the sky. Blinding black light spread from the giant hand, creeping upward toward the sword. The once flawless greatsword emitted faint cracking sounds as countless fine cracks appeared across its surface. The black light surged upward once more, shattering the golden blade in an instant. The figure of the meteor emperor involuntarily stumbled back 2 steps, his divine form fading silently behind him. How powerful! The falling star emperor's eyes widened, his face etched with disbelief. This was his all-out strike, yet it failed to even shake the figure before him. Subai took a deep breath as his figure slowly soared into the sky. The 3-legged golden crow circled before him, its terrifying flames scorching the entire sky.
Visible to the naked eye, the crimson glow dyed half the heavens red. He activated the endless ring in his hand, unleashing streaks of radiant light that roared forth and struck the three-legged golden crow. The three-legged golden crow roared, its terrifying flames coalescing into a massive golden light as it let out a piercing cry to the heavens. With a single flap of its wings, the golden crow instantly appeared before the old man. Endless, terrifying flames engulfed the old man, the golden fire consuming him completely.
He should be dead now, right? If he doesn't die now, that would be truly terrifying.
Witnessing this scene, the falling star emperor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, murmuring softly. He should be finished.
That level of damage would overwhelm even an ordinary life form. Hearing this, Luo Jojo nodded, a solemn expression flickering in his eyes. Don't underestimate this thing. Why do I get the feeling the three-legged golden crow didn't actually hurt it?
Subai narrowed his eyes as he stared at the colossal creature before him, murmuring softly.
Impossible. The golden crow's flames melted everything in the imperial city. How could that damned old man be unharmed?
At these words, the falling star emperor froze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The moment the words left his mouth, the flames vanished completely. The withered old man was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black protective shield, his body completely unscathed.
There's something off about this old man. If he weren't, he'd be dead by now. We can't just charge him like this. We need to find a way to deal with him.
The falling star emperor now realized it too. This mummified old man was definitely not what he seemed. Either he possessed some special defensive mechanism or the power systems of the two were simply not on the same level. What should we do? Gazing at Subai before him, the meteor emperor couldn't help but frown.
You're far too weak. The ancient desiccated corpse sneered coldly, unleashing an endless torrent of black liquid from his hands that engulfed the entire city. Countless black giant hands reached out toward the trio, as if intent on drowning them completely within this domain. Break it! Luo Jojo narrowed his eyes as his aura abruptly shifted. Terrifying law force erupted from his body, coalescing into a thunderous spear. The spear let out a dragon's roar as a terrifying thunder dragon hurtled toward the mummified elder. Boom! The thunder spear, carrying surging force of law, instantly shattered the black void before it. The spear pierced clean through the mummified elder's body. Terrifying arcs of electricity spread relentlessly across his form. His health began plummeting wildly, dropping to 20 billion in an instant. It works. It really works. Don't just stand there. Hit him with 2 more shots. The meteor emperor, observing Luo Jojo before him, urgently called out. I wish I could, but I'm running low on resources. I haven't ascended to godhood yet. This is one of the few divine laws I can currently activate. Hearing this, a hint of helplessness flashed across Luo Jojo's face. The terrifying thunder war spear vanished silently at that moment. The old man's body began to steadily recover, his health slowly increasing. Damn it, this guy can actually regenerate health? This fight is way too tough. Seeing this, the falling star emperor's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly spoke up. You three are utterly naive. Do you truly believe you can kill me within my own domain? Rolling black mist surged skyward, coalescing into a colossal skeletal figure that roared defiantly toward the heavens. Subai, do you have any ideas? The falling star emperor swallowed hard, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes. If there was no solution, their only option was to flee for their lives. I have a plan. I suspect this creature is drawing power from the corrupted energy of others. Without hesitation, Subai summoned Softy. Softy let out a soft growl in all directions, sealing off the surrounding space completely. Time itself froze in that instant. Attack him. Seeing time frozen before him, Subai immediately ordered those beside him. Blinding flashes of light erupted, striking the figure. His health began to plummet at a visible rate. Thud. A dull thud. The once mighty emperor instantly shattered into fragments, leaving only a pitch-black heart behind. Heart of the fallen god. Rank, deity. Current status, sealed. The black heart pulsed relentlessly as an endless tide of corrupted energy began seeping into it. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai pulled out a scroll and tossed the heart inside. You really killed it? Subai, how did you discover it? Looking at Subai before them, a hint of astonishment flashed across both their faces. Just a wild guess. Based on my theory, this guy is the ruler of this nation. Naturally, he's gathered all the fortune and destiny of the entire country. This corrupted energy transformed that fortune into its own kind, manipulating the ruler and polluting the entire nation. The nation and its ruler are one. To defeat this creature, we must essentially take on the entire nation. If we can seal him off, preventing him from drawing power from his subjects, his invincibility will crumble on its own. Subai pondered for a moment before speaking. Young minds work wonders. I was ready to flee just now. Such a monster is terrifying beyond measure. We're no match for it. Hearing this, the falling star emperor slapped his thigh in realization. By all logic, as the ruler of the Meteor Empire, he should have been the first to grasp this situation. Yet here he was, outshone by this rising star. Chapter 209, Greed Knows No Bounds.
As the black heart vanished, the dark glow in the sky began to quietly dissipate. The gloom that had shrouded the entire world's skies also began to slowly dissipate at this moment. Terrifying streams of black gas flew in from all directions, gathering continuously before Subai. The terrifying light coalesced into a black envelope, settling into Subai's hand.
Battle Royale 3 Secret Realm Credential. Dungeon level, demigod tier and above.
Dungeon description: unravel the unsolved mysteries of this world, and you shall earn the favor of the gods, gaining the opportunity to unlock the trial. Mission requirements: survive for 1 year within the Battle Royale secret realm or uncover the truth of this world to complete the mission.
Participant limit 3. This is insane.
You need to survive for a year, or uncover the secrets of that world. Subai stared at the credential in his hand, his brow furrowing as a solemn expression clouded his eyes.
Congratulations on successfully defeating the ultimate explosion in Battle Royale Stage 2.
You have gained 0 EXP. You have obtained 1 mysterious gift box, automatically stored in your system inventory.
You have obtained the Heart of the Fallen Goddess, automatically stored in your system inventory.
You have obtained the Divine Essence of the God of Faith.
It has been automatically stored in your system inventory.
A series of notification sounds rang out beside Subai's ears.
Did you guys get anything?
Looking at the 2 people before him, Subai asked.
I gained a huge amount of experience points. I can now endure 2 consecutive heavenly tribulations immediately. Upon hearing this, Luo Jojo quickly chimed in. I got a huge chunk of experience points too.
I've unlocked the path to class change, but unfortunately, I still can't grasp the power of the primordial source.
That doesn't make sense. How come you old geezer can do it?
He looked at Luo Jojo before him, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Because I fused with the divine essence. I merely inherited the primordial power of the previous deity. Hearing this, Luo Jojo shrugged and glanced at Subai.
Damn, you're one lucky bastard.
The Falling Star Emperor heard this and couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. He too wished for a free divine essence, then he wouldn't have to go collecting the power of laws.
Here, take this, your majesty.
Subai hesitated for a moment before handing the deity of faith directly to the meteor emperor before him. This thing was useless to others anyway, since it required faith energy. It needed many people to worship him. Subai had no use for such a thing, and neither did anyone around him except for the Falling Star Emperor.
Divine essence?
Seeing the divine essence in his hand, the Falling Star Emperor's face betrayed a hint of disbelief.
It was granted after defeating that boss just now.
Seems this boss was practically a demigod, having actually condensed the divine essence of a faith god.
Subai narrowed his eyes and murmured softly. This sovereign truly possessed considerable skill, having genuinely found the path to deification.
Too bad his kingdom was too small, its faith power insufficiently robust. Otherwise, he might have truly broken free from the fallen goddess's control and ascended to become a lofty deity.
Has this world finally returned to its original state?
Just then, a gaunt old man appeared within the trio's sight, a single tear glistening in his eye.
Who are you?
The trio turned to the old man, their eyes flickering with confusion. I am the ruler of this nation, and also the secret realm boss you just defeated. Hearing this, the old man sighed and spoke softly.
But you were dead? How did you come back to life?
Staring at the old man before him, the Falling Star Emperor appraised the figure, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes.
I did die, but not completely. I am grateful to the 3 heroes for their assistance.
Otherwise, once the entire empire fell, I would have been unable to regain my senses.
It was all my fault. A single misguided thought dragged the empire's people into this hellish ordeal.
The old man sighed, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow.
What exactly happened?
Subai heard these words, and a flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes. He needed to uncover the secrets of this world before he could enter the next hidden realm. In the old man's memories, he had once begun his path to divinity.
He had successfully transitioned onto the path of deification by relying on the faith and offerings of his subjects.
However, this approach carried a significant flaw. If the power of offerings became insufficient, his journey to divinity would come to an abrupt halt. As time passed, events unfolded exactly as he had foreseen.
The incense offerings from the entire empire proved utterly insufficient to elevate him to true divinity.
In his quest to find a way to break through to godhood, the sovereign spent years searching until he finally discovered a box covered in intricate patterns at the edge of the heavens. Sealed with mysterious magic, the box radiated an eerie, otherworldly aura. The emperor intended to consign it to the imperial treasure vault, to be sealed away forever. Yet the box emitted a voice, revealing the path to deification. For a time, the sovereign remained skeptical. As days passed, his cultivation progressed ever more slowly. Ultimately, he could no longer resist the temptation and opened this Pandora's box. From that day onward, the world changed. The heart of that fallen goddess replaced his own, seizing control of his mind and dominating his kingdom. She transformed all beings into fallen creatures, becoming the ruler of this world. Once the fallen goddess's heart had transformed every being into a fully fallen form, she would ascend to become a true deity. It sought to become a deity towering above all, freeing the fallen goddess's body from its bonds.
The fallen goddess has been sealed away.
Hearing this, Subai's eyes flickered with confusion. Deities were generally immortal beings, unless one like the Lord of Time led a host of gods to defy the Tao of Heaven, in which case death and annihilation might occur.
That's correct. Gods cannot kill one another.
They can only seal each other away, dismembering their bodies, hearts, and torsos into countless fragments, sealing them in places both great and small, to be eternally suppressed. The old man nodded lightly, his expression grave as he spoke.
When deities of equal rank clashed, they could only battle until the heavens darkened and the earth shook. Utter annihilation was impossible.
Higher-tier deities may suppress lower-tier ones, but they cannot utterly annihilate them, for all are embodiments of the power of the Tao.
The only recourse was sealing, imprisoning these deities for eternity. Chapter 210, Instance completed.
The fallen goddess had been suppressed. Her heart and body were shattered into countless fragments. It seemed that events had unfolded within the divine realm, leading to the complete sealing of certain deities.
Do you know where the fallen goddess was sealed?
Subai looked at the old man before him and asked.
I do not know. When you have time, you may ask that heart.
It should know where the fallen goddess was sealed. Hearing this, the old man shook his head gently and replied. He had merely been a puppet back then. How could he possibly know such a hidden location?
Very well.
Subai nodded, choosing not to press further.
Everyone, thank you for rescuing this nation from the depths of suffering. This old man bows to you in gratitude.
I have little to offer in return, but I hope this scroll may be of use to you. The old man bowed his hands toward the group, drew a scroll from his robe, and handed it to Subai and the others.
Then his body began to dissolve into specks of starlight, gradually fading away. What should we do now?
The others turned to Subai before them and asked. You all go back and strengthen yourselves first. Then we'll head into this battle royale secret realm to see what's really going on. After I leave, I'll investigate the other realms.
I suspect these 5 realms are no ordinary places. It's highly likely that each one seals away a deity.
Subai pondered for a moment, his expression growing solemn.
That can't be possible? We're talking about a god here. If you said sealing one god, I might just about accept that. 5 realms, all containing gods? How could that be possible?
Hearing this, a look of shock flashed across Air's face.
It's entirely possible.
And it's highly likely those individuals are behind it, the deities still reveling in the divine realm.
They might be the true masterminds orchestrating this.
Subai pointed toward the sky above, his expression growing grave.
If that's the case, doesn't that mean they could become our allies?
At this, Luo Jojo's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked.
If things unfold as we suspect, then yes, they could be. Subai nodded, offering no denial. Let's go.
The passage has opened.
We can leave now.
A golden vortex appeared above the 3 of them, likely the exit from this secret realm.
You 2 go ahead. I'll take a look around here.
Subai let the other 2 exit first while he mounted Xiaobai, circling the small world carefully. Those who had fallen into a state of corruption had returned to normal, their memories frozen at the moment before their corruption. They sensed nothing amiss, going about their lives with their usual diligence. Subai selected numerous items from a general store, then loaded up on grain supplies. Mounting Xiaobai, he galloped directly toward the small village. When Subai returned to the village, he immediately drew everyone's attention.
Big brother, you're back. The little girl looked up at Subai and spoke. I'm back. I brought you lots and lots of candy.
With a sweeping gesture of his large hand, all the supplies he had gathered materialized in the village square. The villagers' eyes lit up with excitement at the sight of these survival supplies.
Honorable Immortal, has the outside world returned to normal?
Gazing at Subai before him, the old village chief took a deep breath and asked, his voice trembling with emotion.
It's already returning to normal. It won't be long before you can come down from the mountain.
Subai could tell this second stage of the battle royale was a joke. It wasn't designed for ordinary people at all.
Most people couldn't even make it past the first village, let alone face the terrifying monsters in the second stage.
Only the 3 of them could muscle through with sheer strength.
For anyone else, this would be a true battle royale. Countless fallen creatures pursued them, slaughtering indiscriminately.
As far as the eye could see, enemies filled the land. Thank you, sir, for rescuing us from the jaws of death.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hearing these words, the group immediately knelt on the ground, their eyes brimming with gratitude.
You're welcome. It's what I should do.
Subai smiled as he spoke.
Immortal brother, are you leaving?
The little one gazed at Subai before him and asked softly.
That's right, I must go now. Little cutie, grow up quickly. Brother will come back to see you someday.
Subai ruffled the little girl's hair, then turned and dashed off into the distance.
Farewell, Immortal.
The crowd watched the distant streak of golden light, their eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. The moment he stepped out of the secret realm, a cold, mechanical voice chimed in Subai's ear.
Congratulations on successfully completing the Battle Royale Secret Realm Part 2.
You have flawlessly fulfilled the mission requirements.
Detected loss of critical item.
The world within the Battle Royale instance has returned to normal.
Congratulations on obtaining the reward for Phase 2 of the Battle Royale Instance Quest.
You have obtained the Book of Fallen, stored in your system inventory. You have obtained the artifact, the Fallen Pendant.
It has been automatically stored in your system inventory. You have obtained the map for Phase 3 of the Battle Royale dungeon. It has been automatically stored in your system inventory. A series of notification sounds rang out.
Subai's haul this time was truly substantial.
Are you okay? Did you encounter any danger inside the secret realm? Mu Yan had been waiting at the entrance to the secret realm instance all along.
She walked up to Subai and hurriedly asked,
I'm fine. Why so worried?
Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Subai's face.
Do you even know how many days you've been in there? It's been 10 whole days since you entered the secret realm. Everyone's been worried sick. 10 days without a single word, how could I not be worried?
Hearing this, Mu Yan snorted coldly and quickly retorted.
10 days already? How could it be so fast? It doesn't feel that long to me. Maybe just a day or two. Something's off.
Subai heard this and suddenly had a flash of insight, recalling that adorable little creature, Softy. Softy had used the time-stopping ability more than once.
Though their world froze, the timelines of other worlds still existed. Nonsense.
You've been in there for 10 whole days. If you don't come out soon, we'll have to go in and find you. Mu Yan snorted coldly, her voice soft.
Don't worry, I'm back now. And I brought you some treasures.
Subai took Mu Yan's hand, and the two walked toward his tent.
Chapter 211, The Favor of the Bigwigs. Back inside the tent, Subai handed her the necklace from his backpack. Fallen necklace. Grade, Divine Artifact. Level requirement, Level 210 plus. Base attributes, plus 400,000 to all stats. Equipment skills.
Skill 1, summons an avatar of the fallen goddess, possessing 1/10 of her power.
Lasts 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour.
Skill 2, summons a fallen realm, granting immunity to all damage within it for 30 seconds.
Cooldown, 1 hour. Skill 3, absorbs all negative programs, temporarily boosting your attributes. Special attributes, you become immune to all fallen aligned powers and unaffected by any negative emotions. Level restrictions, Summoner, Mage, Sorcerer, Chosen One. This necklace seems rather precious. The point is, you could keep this necklace for yourself. There's no need to give it all to me.
Mu Yan murmured softly as she looked at Subai before her.
Subai had countless destinations to explore, and the secret realms he ventured into were extremely dangerous.
Keeping these precious items with him was undoubtedly the best choice.
Why be so polite with me? We're family, after all. Besides, you know I'm a beast master. My skills lie entirely in taming beasts. You can't expect a beast master like me to fight others hand to hand. Besides, I have my own survival skills, these won't be needed at all. This necklace will serve its greatest purpose in your hands. Without a second thought, Subai shoved the necklace into her hand, then handed over the jumbled pile of gear to the girl. Another pile of gear? You're just like that gear dealer hoarding a mountain of stuff without asking, like some junk collector. Mu Yan stared at the room overflowing with gear, a faint line of exasperation appearing on her forehead. Subai, are you out yet? Luo Jojo's voice echoed from outside the door. I still have some things to take care of. I'll leave these to you. I'll keep you company tonight when I get back. Subai handed all the items to Mu Yan before turning and walking out of the tent. Luo Jojo stood at the doorway, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Sir, eavesdropping like this is asking for a beating. Don't say I didn't warn you. Subai rolled his eyes at the old man before him and retorted irritably. Who says? Who dares to beat me up? Enough. Let's get down to business. Everyone's discussing reinforcements for the Flame Empire. You should come along too. With that, Luo Jojo took Subai by the arm. In a single flash, the two of them appeared inside the tent. Greetings, Prince of the Shoulder to Shoulder. Greetings, Prince of Shoulder to Shoulder. We greet the Shoulder to Shoulder King. The moment Subai appeared inside the tent, these men eagerly bowed their hands toward him, their eyes betraying a hint of reverence. There's no need for such formality. Subai hastily waved his hands, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. Just moments ago, these fellows had been bristling with discontent and resentment toward him. What was this sudden change? Why were they acting so submissive now? Especially those top-tier experts' smiles would occasionally flicker across their faces, stiff, forced, and unnatural. The sight made Subai's scalp tingle. What on earth was going on with these old gentlemen? Word got out that you helped the falling star emperor obtain a divine essence from a god. Naturally, these old codgers couldn't contain their excitement. After all, this is the path to godhood. Think about it, how could they possibly stay calm? Seeing Subai's bewildered expression, Luo Jojo chuckled softly and offered an explanation. So that's how it is. Subai nodded upon hearing this, suddenly understanding everything. Damn it, so these old men have all been waiting for me here. Subai, we've known each other for quite some time now, haven't we? Think about how many times I've helped you since you debuted. Next time something good like this comes up, you better bring me along.
If you don't bring me along, I'll just take Mu Yen with me and you'll never see her again for the rest of your life. Before Subai could respond, Old Man Lin stepped forward. He grabbed Subai's arm, a serious look in his eyes. Of course I wouldn't forget you. How could I possibly leave you out of something this great? How about joining me next time we venture into the secret realm? Subai's lips twitched slightly at the words, and he hurriedly replied. This old man truly knew how to exploit his weakness, and his only weakness was Mu Yen. If the old man really took Mu Yen away, he'd have nowhere to turn. That's more like it. Just remember, don't forget how good I've been to you. John Lin nodded with satisfaction, a hint of pride shining in his eyes. The others listened, their eyes brimming with envy. But what could they do? Subai and John Lin were simply too close. The two were practically inseparable, having formed a bond long ago. Seeing that one spot remained, the faces of the many powerful figures flickered with a hint of hope. Your Highness, whatever you require, just say the word. If you take me to the secret realm, I'll follow you through fire and water, over mountains and seas, without a single complaint. A ninth transformation expert approached, rubbing his hands together with an eager smile. What's he got on me? Lord shoulder to shoulder, I've got some girls at home absolutely stunning. How about I let them be your concubines? Off with you. We're professionals, after all. How could mere feminine charms distract us? Don't waste our co-ruler's time. Who says otherwise? You'd better shut your mouth. I've got treasures galore here. If you're willing to take me with you, I'll give you anything you want. One after another, the 9-turn powerhouses grew frantic, rushing forward to seize that final spot. Shut up, all of you. What are you doing? You're 9 transformation experts, for heaven's sake. Can't you show some backbone? Just then, a stern voice cut through the chaos, instantly capturing everyone's attention. They turned toward the source of the voice and saw Sunshan sitting there, rebuking the crowd. He flicked the sleeves of his robe, brushed the dust from his long garment, and strode directly before Subai. Subai, you haven't forgotten, have you? You're a student of our Qinglong Academy. With such a great opportunity, you should naturally think of me, the dean. You must take me with you this time. Sunshan cleared his throat twice, adopting a solemn expression as he addressed Subai before him. Chapter 212, The Falling Star Emperor's Little Scheme. Go to hell, you shameless old fool. I thought you were some kind of respectable person, but it turns out you just want to cut in line. You shameless old fool. Do you really think we don't know how Subai got into Qinglong Academy back then? Exactly. You old fart, you think you're some big shot? If it weren't for John Lin, how the hell would he ever get into Qinglong Academy? I thought you were some respectable person, but you just want to come schmooze your way in, huh? Trying to cozy up to us? Pfft, not a chance. The crowd stared at Subai before them, their eyes flashing with contempt as they shouted their rebukes. Why drag me into this? What does this have to do with me? John Lin looked at the group, a black line appearing on his forehead. Shut up. I haven't even started on you yet. Since you've helped Subai so much, we won't fight you for that spot. Just shut your mic already. Exactly. Just mind your own business. Otherwise, we'll even take your spot. Everyone present turned to Dean John Lin and began venting their frustrations. If you're really so upset, let's settle this with a fight. We'll see who makes who lose. Hearing this, Sunshan instantly flew into a rage, slamming his fist on the table and bellowing. Fight it out then. Like I'm scared of you? Don't you dare spit in my face. Who do you think you are? Like I'd be scared of you? If you want to fight, let's do it now. I doubt I'll have time later. Count me in. The crowd of tough guys rolled up their sleeves, their voices brimming with excitement. Then let's fight. Before anyone could react, Sunshan flashed his gear. Holy, where did this bastard get all this gear? Stolen, right? Top-tier gear? Even artifacts? How is that possible? Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their faces frozen in shock. Of course it's from my precious disciple. John Lin snorted coldly, a hint of arrogance flickering in his eyes. Damn it, that bastard has no shame. He's never satisfied with taking advantage. I'd love to beat the crap out of him. Count me in too. The crowd grumbled under their breath, their eyes betraying a hint of excitement. This spot should go to Senior Sunshan. After all, I once received his guidance. But rest assured, everyone. These final 5 secret realms are no ordinary places. Each one is rumored to harbor a divine essence, so there will be no shortage of divine essences from our esteemed elders. Seeing the situation escalate, Subai stepped in to mediate. If he didn't speak up soon, this group might just come to blows. What's all the commotion about? Just then, the Meteor Emperor walked in from outside. This fellow was riding high on success. Having just survived 2 heavenly tribulations, he was now a bona fide demigod. Greetings, Your Majesty. The crowd bowed their hands in unison and spoke. Enough with the formalities. You all know why I've gathered you here today. The Flame Empire is on the brink of collapse. According to our spies, only the stronger secondary cities are still holding out. All the smaller cities have already fallen. The Flame Imperial capital is still holding on, but they've been surrounded for 2 days now. They likely won't last much longer. When do you think we should send our forces? The Meteor Emperor sat upon the main seat, surveying the assembly before him as he spoke softly.
The assembled officials took deep breaths, momentarily at a loss for a decision. Grand Sage, perhaps you could offer your perspective?
The Falling Star Emperor turned to Luo Jojo before him and asked softly.
We can wait another 2 days.
Once some of their secondary main cities are completely destroyed, they should become quite anxious.
Luo Jojo spoke softly. They must be fully prepared. Once they left the national war space, they couldn't return for 5 days. This was no joke.
Without adequate preparation, if those forces were to invade the Meteor Empire, they would be in serious trouble.
Subai, when do you think we should deploy our forces?
Hearing this, the Meteor Emperor turned to Subai before him. We should march now, of course. Leave a contingent to guard the secret realm, but deploy everyone above the 7th transformation.
Our primary focus is defending Meteor Fall Imperial City.
If we can hold out for 5 days, we'll weather this crisis safely.
Subai understood the Meteor Emperor's thoughts.
The man before him now possessed his own divine essence, one centered on the power of faith. Naturally, he desired to rule over as many imperial subjects as possible. The Flaming Empire was now at a critical juncture, and the number of surviving subjects was undoubtedly substantial.
Successfully incorporating those subjects into his domain would undoubtedly elevate His Majesty's power to a whole new level. Absolutely not, Your Majesty. Such a move might appear too hasty. We should prepare for 1 more day. Indeed, Your Majesty. Some of our 8th and 9th transformation experts remain within the secret realm.
We should wait until our numbers are confirmed before proceeding. The prince's idea is commendable, but he has never experienced war and does not understand its brutality. Should this endeavor go awry, it would spell trouble.
Numerous 9th transformation experts stepped forward, urgently interjecting. No.
The Prince of Shoulder to Shoulder's words resonate deeply with me.
My own stance is to deploy our forces immediately. Everyone, prepare quickly.
The Meteor Emperor surveyed the crowd before him and spoke coldly. Hearing this, a flicker of awkwardness crossed their faces before they turned and walked out of the tent. They all understood His Majesty's nature well. Once he made up his mind, changing it was virtually impossible.
Grand Sage, Prince of Bingshan, this matter once again falls upon your shoulders. I hope you too can lend an extra hand.
The Falling Star Emperor bowed slightly to Subai and Luo Jojo before him, his voice soft. My strength should not be exposed. It would be best for the Grand Sage to take the lead, while I provide support.
Subai hurriedly interjected. You won't be fighting?
If you don't fight, I'm afraid we won't gain the upper hand.
Luo Jojo frowned at this.
I possess a skill that allows me to resurrect 10 minutes before my death.
This time, I'll focus on support.
Hearing this, Subai smiled faintly and hastened to explain.
Awesome.
At that, Luo Jojo immediately gave Subai a thumbs up.
With his Jade Pendant's blessing, this kid could now resurrect infinitely. That resurrection skill was within his grasp, too utterly unbelievable. Chapter 213, The Flaming Empire on the Brink.
On the other side, countless armies gathered outside the walls of the Flame Empire, surrounding the city tightly. The Flame Imperial capital had activated its city shield, blocking most incoming energy.
Your Majesty, how are you feeling? Have you thought of a solution?
It won't be long before those outside breach our defenses. Your Majesty, please make a decision swiftly. A minister spoke softly to the Flame Emperor before him.
There's nothing we can do now. The 2 great empires are swarming in.
Those bastards stabbed me in the back. They deserve to die. I should never have listened to their treacherous words and chosen to cooperate with them.
Had we not allied with them, we wouldn't have ended up in this dire situation.
The ruler of the Flame Empire seethed with rage, his body trembling uncontrollably. Everything had been peaceful until now. After leaving the war zone, he had just been preparing to open all the secret realms to cultivate his nation's professionals. But he never imagined that these 2 great empires, along with other smaller ones, would pour all their national strength into the borderlands. Before he could react, forces from the 2 empires arrived via teleportation arrays and began slaughtering the inhabitants of the smaller cities. In a single day, over half of the Flame Empire's territory fell, with 80% of its minor cities utterly destroyed. Had he not expended so much of his lifespan in the national warspace, he would never have faced such a fate. Now, he dared not even activate the nation-defending artifact. Your Majesty, in this old servant's humble opinion, perhaps we should simply surrender. Every empire except the Meteor Empire has joined this war.
Even the smaller empires have heeded the call of the 2 great powers and have been absorbed into their territories. We are now utterly isolated and powerless to resist the invasion of the 2 great empires. The old man gazed at the emperor before him, tears streaming down his aged face as he spoke with a touch of sorrow in his eyes. One of the 4 great ancient civilizations had now fallen to such a fate it was utterly heartbreaking. Bull. Surrender? Is your brain filled with? Surrender now? How could they possibly allow that? They're targeting our empire specifically. Do you think they'll give you a chance to surrender? They plan to split the entire Flame Empire in two, seize our lands, slaughter our people, and plunder our national fortune.
A heavily armored general stepped forward, kicking the old man violently as he hurled curses.
Your Majesty, surrender is absolutely unthinkable. Without surrender, we still have a sliver of hope. But if we capitulate, we'll surely face certain death. We need only hold out for 5 more days. If we can endure 5 days, we can return to the national war space. At worst, we can negotiate with the Meteor Empire then. We can submit to the Meteor Empire, but surrender to these enemies is absolutely impossible.
The Chancellor of the Flame Empire stepped forward, his voice trembling with emotion. I fear we won't last 5 days. And even if we do, once back in the national war space, the Meteor Empire might not cooperate with us.
You know full well what we did back then. They'd kill us if they could. How could they possibly cooperate with us? The ruler of the Flame Empire now bitterly regretted trusting the words of the 2 great rulers. This old servant is willing to fight to the death to defend the city. We can absolutely hold out until that day.
The great general knelt on the ground, his voice trembling with emotion. Just then, a man rushed in, his face etched with urgency.
Your Majesty! Trouble! Trouble!
The man immediately knelt on the ground and bowed his head heavily before the ruler of the Flame Empire.
What has happened? The Flame Kingdom's ruler took a deep breath, instinctively clenching his fists. A major disaster has struck.
Your Majesty, the protective barrier of Cloud Mist City has shattered.
The city has fallen. The 7th prince has fallen in battle. Every soul in Cloud Mist City fought to the death, not a single one surrendered. Gazing at the falling Star Emperor before him, the man's eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow as a single tear of blood trickled from the corner of his eye. What did you say? Upon hearing these words, the Flame Emperor felt his body tremble slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. My dear son, he's dead?
The Flame Emperor steadied himself against the desk, drew a deep breath, and asked, enunciating each word carefully.
Your Majesty, please compose yourself. Your Majesty, please compose yourself.
Please, Your Majesty, take care. The assembled court officials knelt on the ground, murmuring softly. Every minister present understood clearly, His Majesty had nurtured the 7th prince as the future crown prince.
Now that the heir apparent was gone, the Fire Empire's national fortune had undoubtedly diminished by another 10%. After all, the crown prince was the very foundation of the nation. With that foundation now severed, the Empire of Flames situation was all too clear. Order all citizens from the major cities to be transported to the imperial capital. Defend it at all costs until the day the national war begins.
I will make them pay for this with their blood. Gazing at the crowd before him, the ruler of the Flame Empire's eyes flashed with an unprecedented murderous intent as he spoke coldly. And drag that old man out. Execute him by the most severe punishment. In the face of a great enemy, those who undermine morale shall be executed without mercy. The icy voice rang in their ears, sending shivers down their spines.
Your Majesty, you cannot do this. This old servant was merely seeking a way out for the people. Your Majesty, you cannot kill this old servant.
The minister wailed in anguish, his eyes betraying a hint of gravity.
Chancellor, how much longer can our protective shield hold? The Flame Emperor took a deep breath and asked, enunciating each word deliberately.
Given our current energy reserves, it will likely hold for no more than 2 days before collapsing.
All major clans have drained their resources. The entire Rocket Empire is being squeezed dry.
The Chancellor clenched his fists, his voice gritted with frustration. The war had erupted too suddenly, they'd had no time to mobilize resources. After all, the protective array shielding the imperial capital consumed vast amounts of resources every single second. That the treasury's reserves could sustain it for 10 days was already an extraordinary feat. From now on, no more resources are to be poured into the defensive array. Today, everyone follows me out of the city to fight on the battlefield. If we must die, let us die with purpose, dragging these beasts who invaded our homeland straight into hell. The Flaming Empire's eyes burned crimson, revealing an unprecedented glint of murderous intent. He could no longer endure this rage. Daily reports of fallen cities and lost lives were driving him to the brink of madness.
Chapter 214, Reinforcements arrive.
At these words, numerous court officials immediately knelt on the ground.
Your Majesty, you absolutely must not. Your Imperial Majesty is a dragon incarnate. How could you personally lead the troops into battle? Indeed.
The rulers of the Sacred Empire and the Northern Bear Empire are only too eager to lure you out. You must not fall into their trap.
Your Majesty, please reconsider. The assembled courtiers pleaded urgently, fearing the sovereign might act impulsively and charge straight into the enemy's lair. My mind is made up.
There is no need for further persuasion. Our founding emperor personally led his troops into battle, vanquishing enemies across 30,000 li to establish this vast empire. Today, we shall follow the Emperor Taizu's example and annihilate every invading foe. The backbone of our flaming empire must not be broken. The ruler of the Flame Empire drew a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Your Majesty, the rulers of the 2 great empires have sent word, requesting your presence at the city walls for a discussion. Just then, a man rushed in breathlessly and spoke urgently. Your Majesty, this is surely their treacherous scheme.
Do not fall for it.
Pay no heed to his words. You must remain at the center of command.
Leave all else to your humble servant.
The great general clad in golden armor stepped forward, radiating an unprecedented aura of lethal intent.
No. I shall meet them.
At that very moment, the Flame Emperor rose to his feet, gazing toward the distant horizon as he spoke softly.
Do you think this guy will come out to meet us? Will he hide like a turtle?
The White Bear King asked softly to the Holy Empire's ruler beside him.
Of course he will. You know his temperament well enough.
After we slaughtered so many of his subjects, his nature won't let him hold back. The Holy Empire's ruler sneered coldly, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. He understood this man's modus operandi all too well. He would definitely come out to meet them. Truthfully, I thought the Falling Star faction wouldn't get involved.
Seems I overestimated them. That Falling Star Emperor is such a coward. He still hasn't even considered coming to help.
The White Bear Emperor took a deep breath, gazing toward the direction of the Falling Star Empire. He now desperately wanted to wash away his shame, especially the humiliation on the battlefield of the Imperial War, which felt seared into his soul. How could they possibly have the guts? That bunch is too busy digesting the resources from the secret realm to care about our little skirmish.
Don't forget one thing.
The Meteor and Flame Empires have always harbored deep-seated hatred toward each other. Expecting the Meteor Empire to assist us is nothing short of wishful thinking. The sovereign of the Sacred Empire gazed at the White Bear Emperor before him, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke softly.
I have arrived. Is there anything you wish to say?
The Flame Emperor held a staff in one hand and cradled a thick tome in the other, his icy voice echoing across the land. Long time no see, Emperor of Flames. The Holy Emperor chuckled softly.
Cut the nonsense. What business brings me here? If you expect me to surrender, you're delusional.
We swear to stand or fall with the Empire. Even if I die, I'll tear a chunk of flesh from your body. The Flame Emperor glared at the figure before him, his words dripping with venom.
Are you truly certain about this? Do you wish to drag the entire empire down with you? Have you asked them if they agree?
I can guarantee this: if you surrender, lay down your weapons, and leave the city, I promise to spare your lives.
I can even grant you positions of supreme honor.
Surveying the crowd before him, the ruler of the Holy Empire soared into the sky, his gaze tinged with mockery. We swear to stand or fall with the Empire. We swear to stand with the Empire until the end.
The soldiers shouted in unison, weapons clenched in their hands, their eyes burning with unwavering resolve. See that? These are the true sons of our Flame Empire. Holy old dog, you'd best abandon your scheming. We would rather die than surrender.
The ruler of the Sacred Empire sneered coldly, his eyes filled with unprecedented resolve. Kill! 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 A roar that shook heaven and earth erupted, every face bearing a look of unwavering resolve.
Very well, very well. It seems you truly prefer punishment over kindness.
Then do not blame me for being impolite.
Hearing this, a cold gleam flashed in the Holy Empire's ruler's eyes. A black box appeared in his hand. Slowly opening it, a jet-black light shot straight into the heavens, illuminating the entire battlefield. The black light coalesced into a terrifying palm, smashing directly toward the protective barrier before it. Boom! A terrifying sound echoed.
The faintly blue-glowing protective barrier shattered violently, and terrifying energy fluctuations swept thousands of people skyward.
Did you deliberately lure him out?
The White Bear King, witnessing this scene, paled slightly. Surprise flickered in his eyes as he spoke.
What else? Did you really think I summoned him for a heart-to-heart? That would be naive of you.
Kill him, take what he has, and we can split the entire empire's fortune evenly. Hearing this, the Sacred Kingdom's ruler couldn't help but roll his eyes, glancing at the fellow beside him with utter disbelief.
Why are the people of the White Bear Empire so stupid?
But if these people were overly cunning, I wouldn't have allied with them in the first place.
My brothers in arms, follow me into battle. We may die, but we shall never surrender.
The Flame Emperor, standing high above the city walls, drew a deep breath.
Layers of sacred flame erupted from his body as his resonant voice echoed across the heavens and earth.
At that very moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in the sky, its blinding radiance engulfing everything in sight. The crowd gazed upward, their eyes flickering with confusion.
This sure is lively. Never imagined this place would be so bustling. But let's be honest, you sacred old dog, you lot are utterly despicable. It's bad enough you two showed up for the national war but didn't lift a finger. But to treat the Flame Empire like fools? And now you've gone even further, sneaking here to slaughter the people of the Flame Empire, massacring their cities. How could you possibly do such a thing? Holy Emperor, you orchestrated this, didn't you? I knew only someone like you could concoct such despicable schemes. Gazing at the sacred sovereign before him, the leading Meteor Emperor's eyes flickered with contempt as he sneered. Chapter 215, Retreat. The crowd gazed at the Meteor Emperor standing in the sky, their eyes flashing with a sudden gravity. According to their original plan, they intended to seize the Flame Empire before the Falling Star Empire could react.
They hadn't expected the falling star emperor to intervene, given the deep-seated animosity between the two nations.
But they never imagined he would actually come. Meteor Emperor, are you certain you wish to meddle in this affair?
A national war is no trivial matter.
Why meddle in this when you should be focusing on assimilating those resources?
The sacred emperor took a deep breath, gazing up at the meteor emperor in the sky as he spoke. Because we can't stand by and watch your actions go unchallenged.
Bullying others doesn't get done like you do it. We Meteor Empire folk have always stood up for what's right. You'll eventually have to face us in battle anyway. So let's clash today and see whose bones are tougher. Hearing this, the Meteor Emperor laughed. So be it. Let the battle commence.
The ruler of the sacred empire soared into the sky, brandishing a cross. Sacred white light coalesced into a colossal palm, smashing directly toward the meteor emperor.
With just you? You dare?
Hearing this, a flicker of contempt passed through the falling star emperor's eyes. The eternal mountain river sword appeared in his hand, radiating an unprecedented golden brilliance. A terrifying golden phantom materialized behind him. The dreadful golden specter swung its golden longsword, striking directly at the colossal hand.
Boom! A violent sonic boom reverberated.
The golden greatsword severed the white finger with devastating force, causing the ground to collapse in waves as terrifying sword light roared outward in all directions.
Thousands of powerful warriors were swept into this terrifying energy, reduced to nothing in an instant. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, the ruler of the sacred empire wore an expression of utter disbelief.
They had devoured most of the flaming empire's destiny. While there was a gap between the two nations' destinies, it certainly wasn't this vast. Moreover, the ruler of the Meteor Empire was fighting across multiple regions, and his nation's strength had not yet reached its peak. Of course you wouldn't understand, you worthless fool who only knows how to scheme and plot. Let me tell you this, in the face of absolute power, any scheme is nothing but a paper tiger. The Meteor Emperor sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with contempt.
Thank you, Falling Star Emperor.
The ruler of the Flame Empire bowed his hands in a gesture of respect and spoke softly. We retreat. Upon hearing this, the sacred emperor hesitated for a moment before immediately boarding his warship and racing off into the distance.
Why stop fighting? 2 against 1, we might not lose. I was looking forward to testing my strength against this fellow.
Gazing at the holy sovereign before him, the white bear emperor froze for a moment before urgently asking.
Do you really think there's no way to deal with that flame fellow?
If he's dead set on fighting us to the death, and with Meteor Emperor lurking nearby, one of us two will definitely die here. We'll strategize carefully.
We still have 5 days. We can wait a little longer.
The Holy Emperor took a deep breath, mentally steering his warship toward the nearest secondary city near Flame's imperial capital. That territory already belonged to them, so they could naturally rest and stay there.
Thank you, brother. Had you not intervened today, I likely would have perished here.
He bowed his hands toward the Meteor Emperor before him, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. No need for further words.
Let's return to the city first.
The Meteor Emperor heard this and waved his hand lightly. Yet a knot of tension remained in his chest. He knew the sacred sovereign was no easy foe to contend with. This old schemer retreating now was likely plotting a foolproof plan. Upon arriving at the Flaming Empire's Grand Hall, the Falling Star Emperor gazed upon the shattered landscape, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes.
Had it not been for Su Luo Jojo, the fate of their entire Meteor Empire would likely mirror that of the Flaming Empire today. I've made a spectacle of myself.
The Flame Emperor was filled with bitter regret and profound guilt. He never imagined the Falling Star Emperor would send reinforcements. It completely shattered his expectations.
Don't rejoice too soon. Though I did send reinforcements, a grave matter now confronts you. Do you intend to fight stubbornly to the end, or will you join the Meteor Empire as a vassal state? These are your only 2 paths forward. After all, we cannot guard you constantly, and the Flame Empire's national defense array has been destroyed. Staying here is futile. High-level warriors entering this place will find it as easy as walking through an empty field. You face 2 choices. One is to fight to the bitter end, going down with these enemies in a mutual destruction. The other is to join our empire as a vassal state. Rest assured, I promise not to interfere in your internal affairs. I only require your sincere tribute. I won't meddle in other matters. The Falling Star Emperor didn't mince words with this old codger, getting straight to the point. If not for the sake of the people in his hands and perhaps a bit of national fortune, he wouldn't have bothered with the old man's nonsense. Is that so?
The Flame Emperor had anticipated this outcome, yet he still felt a lingering reluctance.
You know the situation better than anyone. Even if you won't consider yourself, you must think of the Dawn citizens behind you. You can't possibly lead the entire city's populace to their deaths with you? And don't you want revenge?
As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't fear the lack of firewood. As long as you have a chance to survive, there will always be an opportunity for revenge in the future. Gazing at the Flaming Emperor before him, the Falling Star Emperor took a deep breath and spoke his plea.
Fine. I agree. What's your plan? The Flame Emperor clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and finally consented.
There was no time left for him to waste. Once those bastards devised a countermeasure, they would surely strike again.
Transfer everyone to Meteorfall Imperial City.
From this day forward, you shall be our vassal states. The falling star emperor took a deep breath and spoke softly.
We'll do as you say.
Transfer them to the capital of the Meteor Empire first.
They'll definitely come back.
This time, I will teach the Sacred Kingdom Lord a lesson he won't soon forget. The Flame Emperor clenched his fists, his murderous aura stirring restlessly.
Chapter 216, Nationwide Relocation.
At the Flame Empire's command, Luo Jojo began setting up the teleportation array.
The immense array transported every citizen of the Flame Empire into the capital city of Meteorite,
transforming the once desolate imperial capital into a bustling hub. Only when I arrived here did I finally breathe a sigh of relief. Who knows when those two bastards will come looking for us? A hint of emotion flickered in the Flame Emperor's eyes, followed by a fleeting shadow of worry.
Don't worry. With us protecting you, you'll be perfectly safe.
Hearing this, the falling star emperor chuckled and patted his shoulder. Ever since breaking through to demigod status, the Meteor Emperor's confidence had swelled to extraordinary heights. He was itching to go out and show off his newfound power.
Your Majesty.
A man looked at the Flame Emperor before him, then glanced at the falling star emperor, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation.
You'll have to change that habit. Don't call me Your Majesty anymore, just Lord will do.
Flame glanced at the Meteor Emperor beside him and immediately waved his hand at his subordinate.
Enfeoff him as a king. Flame King. Henceforth, you shall be the king of the Flame Duchy. Hearing this, the falling star emperor couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought this old codger had some sense after all?
At least he knows the proper etiquette. King Flame, the casualty figures have been tallied. The man held a report in his hand, a hint of sorrow in his eyes.
How many casualties?
The Flame King clenched his fists, his eyes darkening with grim resolve.
Each casualty was a debt of blood.
He would make the Holy Empire pay in kind.
Over half of practitioners below 6th rank have perished.
60% of 6th rank and above practitioners have fallen. 15 9th rank practitioners were killed in battle.
Please compose yourself, Your Highness.
The man knelt on the ground, his voice tinged with sorrow. At these words, the Flame King's face darkened, and he nearly fainted.
These were the very pillars of their Flame Duchy. Losing half of them was utterly devastating. Those bastards deserve to die. Brother Flame, you must prioritize your own health. Do not let this matter ruin your body.
Hearing this, the falling star emperor patted his shoulder and spoke softly to soothe his emotions. I implore Emperor Meteorite to avenge the Flame Duchy. These are our nation's sacred treasures. I voluntarily offer them to you, hoping you will help us seek vengeance. The man knelt on one knee, two objects appearing in his hands as he raised them high above his head.
Rest assured. Your vengeance is my vengeance. I will see it through.
I will make the two great empires pay for their blood debt with blood. Hearing this, the falling star emperor patted the Flame King on the shoulder and immediately took possession of the two items. The two objects transformed into a golden radiance, merging directly into the Eternal Mountain River Sword and the Imperial Seal. The Imperial Seal and the Eternal Mountain River Sword erupted in dazzling radiance, their brilliant light piercing straight through the heavens. Immediately thereafter, the territory of the Meteor Empire began to expand relentlessly, engulfing a portion of the Flame Empire.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
He bowed his hands toward the Meteor Emperor before him, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. The Meteor Emperor remained silent, absorbed in sensing the surging power within his body, his heart brimming with joy. With the Empire's borders stretched wider and its subjects growing in number, it wouldn't be long before he could truly ascend to the realm of the gods.
Very well. You may retire for now and rest. We shall discuss matters of vengeance later. Rest assured, should they dare to come here, we may not let them leave alive. Additionally, this item is yours compensation for your losses.
The Meteor Emperor proved not too stingy, retrieving a divine artifact from his backpack and handing it to the Flame King before him.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
The Flame King took the item and turned to leave the palace. He glanced at Subai and Luo Jojo entering the palace, gave them a nod, and vanished at the palace entrance.
Congratulations, Your Majesty.
The two entered the palace, bowed their hands toward the falling star emperor, and murmured softly,
"Take a seat, my loyal ministers."
The falling star emperor waved to an attendant beside him and spoke softly.
What business brings us here?
Luo Jojo looked at the falling star emperor before him, his voice tinged with impatience.
Indeed, there is a matter to discuss.
The Sacred Empire hasn't launched an immediate attack against us.
It seems they're plotting something far more sinister. Should we prepare our defenses in advance?
The falling star emperor gazed at the two men before him, a faint trace of worry etched between his brows. In my opinion, we should meet force with force and counter water with earth. Any scheme or trick is nothing but a paper tiger in the face of absolute strength. Luo Jojo spoke softly, gazing at the falling star emperor before him. As long as they did not summon the gods, they would feel no fear whatsoever. He had already reached the pinnacle of demigodhood, one foot firmly planted in the realm of the gods. It wouldn't be long before he became a true god.
Subai, what are your thoughts?
The falling star emperor had long been on equal footing with Subai, which was why he had granted him the title of co-ruling prince. Moreover, Subai's power was undeniable and could not be underestimated. I believe we must be vigilant. That scroll they used to break the Flame Empire's protective array must have been crafted by a god. Even if not by a god, it likely has ties to the demonic tribes. Subai hesitated for a moment before speaking softly.
He had visited the capital of the Flame Empire before and sensed an unusual aura in the air.
A nation's foundational protective array could not be destroyed so easily. Such power was beyond the reach of even the two great empires.
Indeed, that is precisely my concern.
Upon hearing this, the falling star emperor nodded slightly and spoke.
I do have a solution. What if we gather all the citizens into a special space? If that fails, we could send them to the Elemental Academy.
After all, if we can just hold out for 5 days, they'll be summoned into the national war space. That way, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Leave all the 8th transformation and 9th transformation powerhouses within the city to prepare for the invading enemy.
Subai looked at the falling star emperor before him and spoke softly.
That is indeed a sound plan. The meteor emperor turned to look at Luo Jojo. Leave this matter to me.
The 10,000-year mystic turtle is often drifting in the boundless ocean anyway.
Even if these fellows wanted to find it, they probably wouldn't be able to.
Luo Jojo agreed upon hearing this. A day later, the entire meteor empire was deserted, leaving behind only nearly 10,000 elite high-tier professionals.
Chapter 217, The Fourth Faction.
Luo Jojo swiftly evacuated the common citizens. To avoid drawing the attention of the other two empires, they specifically enlisted an illusionist to cast multiple illusory barriers throughout the imperial city, designed to confuse any potential enemies.
Should we activate the imperial defense array?
The meteor emperor glanced at Subai before him, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. The daily resource consumption of the imperial defense array was visibly staggering.
With the city now empty, why maintain the array? Wouldn't that be a waste of resources?
Of course.
If you're putting on a show, you have to go all out. Otherwise, how could anyone possibly fall for it? But once they arrive, we'll shut it down.
Subai rolled his eyes inwardly at this remark, responding softly.
All right, understood.
The meteor emperor stared at Subai before him, his mind filled with doubts. What kind of shady move is this? Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber, the ruler of the sacred empire knelt on a cushion, chanting incessantly before a demonic mirror. The mirror radiated a terrifying aura, its black energy enveloping the entire room.
It looked like an object of ill omen.
Drop by drop, he let his own blood fall into the mirror. In response, the mirror burst forth with a blinding black light, its brilliance piercing the darkness.
Did you succeed?
A hoarse voice sounded beside the divine sovereign, grating on the ears.
Reporting to your excellency, the mission has failed.
That bastard, the falling star emperor, suddenly appeared and interfered, causing our entire mission to fail.
Please mete out punishment, your excellency.
Upon hearing this, the sacred sovereign knelt on the ground, prostrate, his eyes filled with terror.
You are utterly useless. You couldn't even handle such a minor task. I gave you a scroll, yet you failed at this trivial matter? Was that scroll not used?
Upon hearing this, the mirror began to tremble violently.
The figure within must have been seething with rage. I beg for your punishment, your excellency.
The sacred king hastily pleaded.
Punish? What good would it do to punish you now?
If you yourself refuse to become a god, refuse to pay the price, this sovereign cannot help you. Hearing this, the hoarse voice gave a cold laugh and spoke softly.
Then what should I do?
Hearing this, the ruler of the sacred empire took a deep breath and nodded. Then proceed as I instructed earlier.
Only then will you have a chance.
Gazing at the holy emperor before him, the hoarse voice sounded bone-chillingly cold. At these words, the holy emperor's expression shifted slightly.
Very well. I understand.
After hearing this, the holy emperor turned and walked toward the exit beyond the mirror.
Shortly after, the sacred king re-entered from outside. He placed the trident and the sacred cross he held into the mirror. The mirror emitted a black aura, swallowing both the trident and the cross whole.
A crisp sound rang out as both the trident and the sacred cross were corroded away, their creaking sound sending shivers down one's spine.
Go now to the Falling Star Imperial Capital. If you cannot handle that fellow when the time comes, simply open this scroll. Ripples spread across the mirror's surface, and a scroll dropped down, radiating a dazzling black glow. Thank you, your excellency. With that, a flicker of excitement flickered in the sacred king's eyes before he strode straight out. Where the hell have you been? I've been waiting forever. Make up your mind already.
You have no idea the Flame Empire has already fallen completely under the Meteor Emperor's control.
They've seized every territory we haven't occupied. What should the sect do now? The ruler of the White Bear Empire urgently questioned the figure before him. They couldn't let the Meteor Empire continue expanding like this. At this rate, they'd all be crushed. Why the rush? I have a solution for this. I can handle it.
Hearing this, the ruler of the Sacred Empire snorted coldly, a hint of confidence flickering in his eyes. You've claimed to have solutions before, yet I've yet to see any of them take effect. Can you be a bit more reliable? The white bear ruler's eyes flickered with resignation at the remark. Why are you so troublesome? If you want to cooperate, cooperate. If not, forget it. But if you want to win the war, you must follow my lead. The Holy Emperor snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of indifference. Fine. For some reason, the White Bear Emperor shuddered involuntarily at the sight of the Sacred Emperor's bloodshot eyes, a sudden wave of fear washing over him. He sensed something different about the man before him, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Gather everyone immediately. Assemble them all and transport us outside the Falling Star Imperial City. I will crush the Meteor Empire. The Holy Emperor spoke coldly to the White Bear Emperor before him. Understood. I'll gather the troops immediately. Hearing this, a hint of excitement flashed across the White Bear King's face as he turned and strode out of the Grand Hall. Before long, the army set forth. Countless figures stood upon flying vessels, racing toward the direction of the Meteor Empire. A dense swarm of flying vessels stretched as far as the eye could see, weaving through the void. Your Majesty, we still have no word from outside. Could it be that those people have grown afraid? An elderly man spoke softly to the Meteor Emperor seated before him. Fear? Impossible. They're likely hatching some new scheme. We must remain vigilant. Have everyone stay on high alert. This is guerrilla warfare. Fight when we can, but if we can't, use the survival gear and run. No need to clash head-on. One word, delay. Delay until they're utterly exhausted. The Meteor Emperor surveyed the assembled elite warriors before him, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke softly. I've already relayed the order, no direct confrontations with the enemy. Just launch surprise attacks from time to time. The elder nodded, a hint of approval flickering in his eyes. The one who devised this clever scheme was no ordinary person, truly divine in strategy. Advance when they advance, retreat when they retreat, flee when they attack, harass when they flee. The key was maximizing mobility and preserving strength at all costs. Well said. Have everyone prepare. They should arrive before long. Hearing this, the Meteor Emperor smiled and gazed toward the distant horizon. Chapter 218, The Empty City Strategy. Thick fog enveloped the Imperial City, shrouding the entire fortress. Beneath the solemn mist, something dangerous seemed to lurk. Dense clusters of figures appeared atop the city walls, meticulously patrolling the perimeter. It was at this very moment that figures emerged from the mist, appearing within the sight of the city's defenders. All of them sat atop flying vessels, emanating an utterly terrifying aura. Upon witnessing this scene, the Meteor Emperor immediately activated the city's protective barrier. The group steadily advanced, eventually halting their flying vessels at a distance. Wait, something feels off here. Why haven't they even activated the National Defense Array? A flicker of astonishment crossed the face of the Holy Empire's sovereign, a peculiar look in his eyes. There was no reason for this. Leaving their gates wide open like this, what kind of underhanded scheme are they playing? What's there to fear? Just charge in. They left the central gate open because they're afraid of us. It's perfectly reasonable for us to walk right in. The ruler of the White Bear Empire rolled up his sleeves and declared solemnly. Dude, grow a brain. The ruler of the Holy Empire couldn't help but feel a black line appear on his forehead at the sight of this fellow. This guy really has no brain. How could they possibly leave the main gate wide open without any preparations? They've undoubtedly laid traps, just waiting for us to walk right into them. We mustn't act rashly. I suspect this is a trap they've set up in advance. If we go in, we'll likely walk right into it. The ruler of the Holy Empire shook his head, his eyes heavy with concern. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a terrifying surge of energy descended from the heavens, striking the flying vessel directly. Terrifying thunderclaps echoed relentlessly as dozens of professional warriors were instantly reduced to dust by the lightning. Damn it! This is a provocation. I can't stand this hot-headedness anymore. The White Bear Emperor lunged forward, only to be forcibly restrained. Don't be impulsive. What if this is a trap they've set? We'll be in trouble. Once the protective array activates, they'll be closing the door on the dog. Send someone ahead to scout the situation inside. The Sacred Sovereign took a deep breath before speaking softly to the figure before him. The Sacred Sovereign waved behind him, and a man stepped forward. As a top-tier assassin, such a task would inevitably fall to him. The man hesitated for a moment before soaring directly toward the city. Upon spotting the assassin, Luo Jojo activated the formation, instantly teleporting the intruder before him. Before the assassin could utter a word, a flash of lightning erupted from Luo Jojo's hand, instantly pulverizing the man into dust. What's the rush? Ask him what's going on. Why haven't those people outside come in yet? We've even opened the central gate, yet these guys still won't come in. What the hell are they thinking? Zhang Lin stared at Luo Jojo before him, a faint line of exasperation appearing on his forehead. He hurriedly spoke up. Why didn't you say something sooner? If you'd told me earlier, I wouldn't have done this. If only you'd said sooner. Hearing this, Luo Jojo took a deep breath and hurriedly replied.
Did you even give me a chance to speak?
I hadn't even said a word yet and you already slapped me.
Isn't that a bit too impulsive?
Looking at the guy in front of him, Zhang Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes, snapping back irritably.
It's not my fault. Luo Zhozhou waved his hands, a look of innocence flitting across his face.
After hearing what you two old-timers said, I get why they haven't made their move yet.
Those guys probably think we're playing the empty fortress ploy. Subai gazed toward the outside, suddenly understanding.
The ruler of the Sacred Empire was a cunning old fox by nature, inherently suspicious.
With the city gates wide open like this, he certainly wouldn't enter lightly. What if they walked straight into an ambush? That would be a loss far greater than any gain. He hadn't realized he'd played right into their hands with this empty city ploy. What's an empty city ploy? Never heard of it.
A hint of surprise flickered in everyone's eyes. The empty city stratagem means this: even though our defenses are weak, we leave the city gates wide open and calmly welcome the enemy to enter. If the enemy commander is naturally suspicious, he'll never dare set foot here. Subai leaned back in his chair, explaining softly.
He didn't mind waiting it out. They weren't in a hurry anyway, delaying things day by day was fine by him.
Such a strategy truly ingenious, truly ingenious.
The others exchanged glances, faint smiles playing on their lips.
This plan seemed tailor-made for the Holy King.
Why hasn't the man returned yet? Has something happened?
The White Bear King's expression darkened slightly as he watched the assassin's absence.
See? I was right. Those scoundrels must have set an ambush within the city walls.
They deliberately lured us in so they could wipe us out all at once.
Thank goodness I'm smart enough.
The Sacred King heard these words, drew a deep breath, and a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes.
What should we do now?
The White Bear King, hearing this, began to doubt. The more he pondered it, the more implausible it seemed.
If the enemy truly possessed such capabilities, why not confront them head-on? Why resort to such deceptive tactics? If you ask me, we should keep sending scouts to probe. You lot go together. I refuse to believe he can slaughter every last one of you.
After hearing this, the ruler of the Sacred Empire turned to the 9 transformation experts behind him and said coldly. The 9 transformation experts hesitated for a moment before finally entering the city.
No sooner had they entered the city than they were seized by that bastard Luo Zhozhou before they could react.
They really are serving themselves up like dumplings, one after another.
Ask whatever you wish.
Lightning bolts erupted from Luo Zhozhou's hands, instantly striking down all 9 transformation experts, leaving only one survivor.
What's the situation outside?
Zhang Lin looked at the 9 transformation expert before him and asked softly.
I won't say a single word.
The man snorted coldly, a look of contempt on his face.
Boom!
The sound echoed again as the 9 transformation expert perished instantly.
You just love wasting your breath. Of course he won't talk.
You're acting like a fool, trying to interrogate him. Luo Zhozhou heard these words, and a hint of mockery flashed across his face. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd fell instantly silent.
Chapter 219, The Battle Begins.
Those waiting outside endured a full 2 hours without a single word emerging. The sovereign of the Sacred Empire wore an exceptionally grim expression. It seemed the men he'd sent in had perished once more.
I can't take this anymore. What the hell are we waiting for? Sons of the White Bear Empire, follow me into battle.
Seeing the Holy Empire's ruler about to speak again, the White Bear Emperor didn't hesitate. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he commanded his men to charge forward.
That brute. Hearing this, the Holy Empire's sovereign's expression shifted slightly.
He had no choice but to follow suit. As everyone surged into the city, the illusion before them shattered instantly.
The figures within the city vanished without a trace. The top-tier warriors stared at the empty city before them, momentarily stunned. What about the ambush? Where are the people you mentioned? Didn't you say an army was ambushing here? Where are they? The ruler of the White Bear Empire wore an eerie expression as he turned to the Sacred Empire's sovereign beside him and asked softly. The Sacred Emperor's face turned almost green. He hadn't expected this group to be so utterly lacking in martial ethics. How utterly foolish he had been, allowing himself to be played like a fool by these scoundrels. At that very moment, terrifying elements began to appear in the sky. The terrifying elements began to intertwine, constantly converging until they formed a colossal formation. The formation blazed with dazzling light as rolling thunder crashed down from above, spreading out in all directions. A terrifying flood surged within the formation, engulfing all the class changers. Thunder struck the water's surface, its power intensifying. The adventurers wailed in agony, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of despair. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 souls perished instantly. Damn you! Show yourself! What kind of skill is hiding like this? Witnessing this scene, the White Bear King roared hysterically, his eyes blazing with fury. But no matter how he shouted, no one responded. Before him lay only an empty city. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air. A dark mist appeared before everyone's eyes, then vanished silently. An 8th-tier powerhouse perished instantly, his head severed cleanly, crimson blood spraying into the air. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound echoed continuously as those at the 8th and 7th tiers began to fall one after another.
Come out here. Meteor Emperor, what kind of hero hides like this? The White Bear King witnessed this scene, rage flaring in his eyes as terrifying fluctuations surged from his body.
A silver-white sword materialized in his hand. Its terrifying blade light shot skyward, blazing with dazzling white radiance as it slashed out in all directions.
White Bear King, you've gone too far. How dare you come to our falling star city and cause trouble? Do you think you're the only one with a national treasure?
A cold voice echoed in response. A colossal golden specter materialized in the sky, towering over the entire city with a long sword in hand.
Its terrifying form seemed almost tangible.
A colossal pressure roared out in all directions, a golden light enveloping the entire city like a thick wall, completely repelling the silver-white beams.
Damn bastard.
His fortune power has increased by 2 more layers.
His fortune phantom is nearly solidified into substance. He's become far too formidable.
Witnessing this scene, the White Bear King's expression shifted slightly, a hint of shock flickering in his eyes. We must eliminate this fellow, or else we'll be in serious trouble. The sacred sovereign nodded, took a deep breath, and murmured softly.
I strike.
The terrifying golden phantom swung the long sword in its hand, striking toward the position ahead. The blade sliced through endless void, landing directly before the crowd as terrifying energy erupted in all directions.
Boom! Explosions echoed continuously.
Powerful figures began falling at a visible pace.
Even 9 transformation experts met their end instantly under this strike.
Fortunately, these 9 transformation experts all possess their own life-saving gadgets.
Death certainly wouldn't come so easily. Plenty of life-saving gadgets, huh? Well, I'll see just how many of my strikes you can withstand.
Hearing this, the falling star emperor wielded his golden greatsword, unleashing a killing frenzy.
You bastard, I'll fight you to the death.
The ruler of the White Bear Empire let out a piercing howl to the heavens, and behind him appeared the immense phantom of a white bear. The phantom bear, wielding a silvery white long sword, roared defiantly toward the heavens before charging headlong at the golden silhouette of the meteor emperor.
Boom!
2 terrifying specters clashed in the sky, their terrifying energy ripples crashing down to earth, pounding the ground into bottomless craters. Houses collapsed, the ground cracked open, and nearly 1/5 of the Meteor Empire's urban districts were utterly destroyed, reduced to ruins.
You wanted to fight today? I'll fight you to the bitter end.
The Emperor of Falling Stars' sword blazed with dazzling light as a fearsome 9-clawed golden dragon materialized behind him, letting out a piercing roar to the heavens. The golden dragon lunged at the white bear's phantom with blinding speed, its razor-sharp fangs sinking viciously into the phantom's chest.
Crunch! A crisp sound echoed as bursts of flame erupted from the bear's body.
At that very moment, a silver-white armor suddenly materialized, completely enveloping the bear's form.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
Blood-red beams surged from the armor, roaring toward the golden dragon.
A deafening explosion erupted.
The dragon let out an agonized howl as the crimson light completely shattered it.
Seems you truly wish to die. Very well. I shall grant your wish. Heavens slash! The cold voice of the Meteor Emperor echoed in everyone's ears.
A crack suddenly split open in the dark, storm-filled sky above. A golden sword beam descended directly from the heavens, striking the white giant bear with brutal force.
Boom! An explosion erupted as the White Bear Emperor was sent flying backward, spitting blood from his mouth.
A look of grave concern flashed in his eyes.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you be this strong?
The White Bear Emperor stared at the Meteor Emperor before him, his face betraying utter disbelief as he demanded.
Of course. I have now broken through to the demigod realm. Once I complete the 9 transformations to divinity, you will be nothing but a mere insect before me.
The falling star emperor's voice echoed throughout the entire city, leaving everyone utterly stunned.
Another demigod? What on earth was going on in the Meteor Empire? Were they cheating? Chapter 220, The Emergence of the Evil God.
The sovereign of the sacred empire, suspended mid-air, heard these words.
A flicker of astonishment crossed his face. This fellow is a demigod? How could that be possible? How could he have achieved demigodhood so quickly?
Before he could process it, he felt a sword pierce his chest.
Bright red blood slowly trickled down his torso.
He looked down to see a razor-sharp longsword piercing through his chest. Then, he slowly turned his head and saw a familiar face.
Didn't see that coming, did you? You bastard, you finally fell into my hands. Today, I'm going to kill you.
The Flame Kingdom's ruler stared at the figure before him, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. This young upstart named Subai was truly capable. He teleported directly before the sovereign of the sacred empire without even drawing the man's attention.
You?
A terrifying surge of energy erupted from the Holy Empire's ruler, blasting the intruder flying. I know this sword won't kill you, but damn it feels good. You bastard, you slaughtered so many of my subjects, I'll make you pay in blood. Glaring at the figure before him, the Flame Emperor's eyes held a cold glint as he roared hysterically.
Fine, fine, fine. Since none of you wish to live, then you shall not live. Hearing this, the Holy Empire's ruler took a deep breath as dazzling crimson light erupted from his body.
His wounds began healing at a visible pace, his aura growing increasingly terrifying. He then pulled out a black scroll and tore open the seal on its surface. At that very moment, rolling black mist suddenly appeared in the sky, engulfing the entire meteorite imperial city in a sea of darkness. What the hell is this? Such an evil aura. Demons? Gazing at the dark aura in the sky, his expression shifted slightly. Just then, piercing screams echoed through the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Ah, save me. What's happening? What's wrong with me? Help me, I'm dying. The mighty warriors of the Sacred Empire screamed in agony, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of despair. Blood-red light surged from their bodies, spreading toward the dark silhouette in the sky. Their bodies began to wither at a visible pace, transforming into terrifying skeletons. Witnessing this scene, the mighty warriors of the White Bear Empire immediately retreated to the side, their eyes betraying a hint of panic. No, you lied to me? Why did you deceive me? The ruler of the Sacred Empire, witnessing the scene before him, roared in fury, anger etched across his face. I have never deceived you. I truly can help you ascend to godhood. It only requires you to sacrifice the power of your entire nation. Isn't this precisely what you desired? A black shadow suddenly materialized in the sky, its raspy voice piercingly harsh. The blood merged into the dark shadow, its aura growing wildly violent. What the hell is that thing? Holy King, what kind of demonic entity did you strike a deal with? The White Bear Sovereign, sensing the malevolent aura emanating from this creature, frowned and demanded coldly. You may address me as the evil god. A towering figure materialized before the assembled crowd. Every movement radiated terrifying power, black mist swirling around its form. Attack! We can't let this creature continue absorbing energy to nourish its body. At that moment, Subai flew out from the corner, took a deep breath, and his expression grew solemn. One by one, the beast riders materialized behind him, radiating an unprecedentedly terrifying aura. Seeing Subai emerge, others stepped out from their hiding places, their eyes fixed intently on the figure in the sky. All of them are divine-grade beasts? What's going on with this guy? Where did this powerhouse come from? The crowd watched Subai before them, their expressions shifting slightly. His gaze fixed on the before him, using his piercing illusion divine eyes to scrutinize its attributes. Evil God. Name, Duelist. Current status, sealed. Level, 2500. HP, 1 trillion. Abilities, Body of the Evil God, Hand of the Evil God, Realm of Evil. Subai was utterly speechless upon seeing the attributes of this world boss. These bastards had some serious nerve, unleashing whatever the hell this thing was. A trillion HP? That's beyond absurd, it's absurdity itself. Seal. Without hesitation, Subai activated his beast-human union state and unleashed the time beast skill. He intended to manipulate time, rewinding it back to the moment this demon god was born. But he discovered the skill was disabled. Perhaps Softa's level was too low to reverse the spacetime containing the demon god. Or perhaps it was because Softy lacked the fundamental power of time, rendering him incapable of altering the flow of time. The scene froze completely at that moment. Everyone except those on the side of the Meteor Emperor was utterly immobilized. Immediately, an overwhelming surge of energy slammed directly into the terrifying demon god. The scene began to tremble uncontrollably as the demon god gradually broke free from the shackles of temporal power. Speed it up! Subai roared, activating the endless ring. Wave after wave of terrifying energy struck the demon god's form. This demon god possessed a terrifying demonic physique. What should have been damage exceeding 11 digits now only managed 9 digits. Damn it, this thing is way too tough. My skills only do hundreds of damage on it. At least you're dealing damage. I can't even scratch it now. Its defenses are impenetrable. What the hell is this thing? This is terrifying. This must be the true deity of legend. The 9 transformation experts stared at the terrifying deity before them, cursing furiously. Burn! Terrifying flames erupted from Luo Jojo's body, engulfing the dreadful figure. The falling star emperor swung his long sword, unleashing countless streaks of sword light that crashed down upon the demon god. The sparks flew as the sword light flashed relentlessly, the eternal mountain river sword nearly smoking from the force of his swing. The terrifying figure's health began plummeting wildly, its body shaking more violently by the moment, on the verge of breaking free from the shackles of time and space. Chapter 221, The Terrifying Evil God. Boom! A crisp sound echoed as the scene before them shattered like a broken mirror, time resuming its normal course. Terrifying demonic energy surged skyward. A monstrous black claw appeared in the heavens, swiping toward the group. Get out of the way! The Meteor Emperor stood before the group, growling lowly. His long sword blazed with dazzling golden light as he swung it toward the advancing palm. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the golden greatsword shattered explosively, scattering into countless fragments that fell before the group. The Meteor Emperor's figure was also sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Are you okay? Standing before the fallen emperor, Luo Jojo positioned himself as a shield. Rolling thunder coalesced into a ferocious thunder dragon, crashing into the colossal hand. The thunder dragon and the palm cancelled each other out, a look of solemnity filling Luo Jojo's eyes.
The time beast? You're quite the lucky little brat, aren't you? To actually gain the favor of the time beast.
The evil god stared at Subai before him, his icy gaze radiating a surging aura of malevolence.
Enough talk. Die.
Subai drew a deep breath as blinding light erupted from his palm. Terrifying flames roared across the sky, while chilling frost coalesced into a colossal arrow.
A torrent of blood mist billowed forth, and an endless black aura shrouded the heavens. Wave after wave of terrifying energy slammed into the demon god. Boom! Explosions echoed one after another. The demon god's health bar began plummeting rapidly, emptying completely in an instant. Is it dead? Witnessing this, the crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This demon god was simply too terrifying. Ordinary practitioners stood no chance against it. Even with 2 demigods present, they still couldn't defeat this demon god. What a pity. If your strength had been just a bit greater, I might have perished. But your power is too weak, utterly incapable of killing me. Youngster, no matter how fortunate you may be, this is where your journey ends. Terrifying demonic energy gathered once more, and the fiendish god's form reappeared before the crowd, a hint of cold indifference in its gaze. This is trouble. Subai stared at the demon god before him, his brows furrowed, a look of grave concern in his eyes. The power of this demon god before them was simply too terrifying. With their strength alone, they had no chance of slaying this monstrosity. I refuse to believe I can't take you down. Terrifying waves of energy completely engulfed the demon god before them. Before Subai could react, a monstrous palm suddenly pierced through the terrifying energy, appearing before everyone's eyes. The colossal hand descended upon Subai, crushing his body into dust. Subai! No! Bastard! I'll fight you to the death! Witnessing this scene, the members of the Meteor Empire roared in fury, their internal energy surging violently. Stop shouting! I'm not dead yet! Get your people out of here now! We can't stand against this demon god. His power is terrifying. I'm no match for him. Subai took a deep breath, his figure reappearing before the others, his eyes reflecting a hint of gravity. Fortunately, he had recalled all his beasts. Otherwise, that single blow would have shattered them all. Die! A series of explosions erupted once more. Subai desperately channeled every skill he possessed, unleashing them toward the figure before him. He wanted to buy more time for these people at the very least, he had to get them out of here first. Luo Jojo, hearing Subai's words, didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately activated the teleportation array, sending everyone away. The White Bear Empire forces, witnessing this, frantically retreated backward, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Youngster, what good does it do to stop me from killing them? This world will fall sooner or later. With your extraordinary talent, how about becoming my attendant? I promise to elevate you to the rank of High God. He gazed at Subai before him, a faint smile playing in his eyes as he spoke softly. You think you're worthy? Take a good look in the mirror. You're neither human nor ghost. How dare you ask me to be your attendant? Hearing this, a look of contempt flashed across Subai's face as he spoke softly. Are you looking to die? Since you wish to die, I shall oblige. Hearing this, the evil god's face twisted in fury. Rolling black mist surged skyward, instantly engulfing the entire Meteor Emperor city. Boom! A terrifying palm slammed directly into Subai's body, shattering him once more. When Subai reappeared, his expression had turned grim. He had believed he could escape using the Blood Elf skills, but never imagined this creature's power far exceeded his expectations. The place was completely sealed off not by spatial confinement, but by terrifying, malevolent energy binding him in place. You still think you can escape? Let me tell you, don't even dream about it. Today, I'll see just how many lives you have left. The evil god wore a brazen grin, utterly dismissive of Subai before him. Bang! 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 The relentless sounds echoed once more. Subai's body shattered time and again, only to resurrect repeatedly within this black domain. Damn it, you're playing dirty, aren't you? Subai couldn't help but curse under his breath, his anger boiling over. Since he'd started out, he'd never suffered such a crushing defeat. This god of evil deserved to be damned. I'm genuinely curious, how the hell are you pulling this off, little punk? Your power isn't strong at all, yet you keep coming back to life time and time again? You must understand, my own resurrection relies entirely on this evil energy. As long as this energy exists, I can keep coming back. What on earth are you relying on, boy? He scrutinized Subai before him, a hint of genuine curiosity flickering in his eyes. Want to know? Call me Grandpa and I'll tell you. Hearing this, Subai sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with contempt. Are you trying to die? The evil supreme god seized Subai's throat, his eyes flashing with icy coldness as he murmured. Doesn't matter. We're both immortal anyway. Let's just wear each other down. We'll see who can last longer. Subai spread his hands slightly, his face calm. Then I'll grant your wish. With that, the creature once again snapped Subai's neck. Chapter 222, Entering the Instance. Terrifying energy instantly exploded Subai's body, shattering it into countless fragments. When he reappeared, his body began darting around the area, dodging the demon god's relentless attacks. This won't do. If it keeps squeezing like this, he won't be able to endure it. He had to find a way to escape this demon god now the others were already gone anyway. Kid, are you kidding me? You think you can escape from here? I advise you to abandon that delusion. This is the domain of the gods. Escaping is nothing but a pipe dream unless you can become a true god right this very moment. The evil god spoke softly to Subai before him. Only a divine realm can oppose another divine realm, for this domain is entirely constructed from the power of divine laws. Attempting to breach it with ordinary strength is nothing short of delusional. Is that so? Don't get too cocky. One day, I'll tear you to pieces. Who says I can't break out? Today, I'll show you just how far I can go. Subai carefully searched through the contents of his backpack, seeking an item capable of countering this evil god. Yet despite their high grades, none of these items could stand against the demon god. They were utterly useless. You sure talk a big game. So what if you can resurrect infinitely? I refuse to believe you can endure the agony of death forever. One day, I'll torment you until you beg for death. When that happens, you'll submit and become my servant. A colossal black palm, dark enough to block out the sky, coalesced in the heavens, enveloping the entire domain before crashing down once more toward Subai. Found you. How could I have forgotten about you? At that moment, Subai's eyes lit up slightly, a hint of excitement flitting across his face. Without hesitation, he crushed the token to the Battle Royale secret realm. A faint purple light suddenly appeared in the sky, now exceptionally dazzling. That violet light carried an unrivaled, overpowering force, forcibly expanding the domain and enveloping Subai's body within it. The next second, Subai vanished without a trace. Gone? How is that possible? How did that little brat vanish? Witnessing this scene, a flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the lofty evil god. He reached out into the void, and a faint purple energy materialized in his hand. The fallen goddess? Feeling the faint energy, a solemn expression crossed his face. How could this woman still be alive? Shouldn't she have perished long ago? At the mention of those 4 words, his body involuntarily shuddered, a flicker of dread crossing his eyes. The fallen goddess, a woman shrouded in mystery. Not only did she possess terrifying power, but her divine rank was exceptionally high. Throughout the entire divine realm, no one dared to provoke this woman. Gone. Everything is gone. Everything I had is destroyed. My empire is gone, my subjects are gone, everything I had is gone. What am I to do? The ruler of the sacred empire sat amidst the ruins, gazing at the lifeless corpses strewn about, his eyes reflecting utter despair. These were his subjects, those who had once risked life and limb for him. Alas, now they were all dead. The vast holy empire was left with only him. What are you wailing about? The demon god stared at the figure before him, his form steadily shrinking until he became a towering middle-aged man. Why did you deceive me? You promised to elevate me to godhood. Why did you deceive me? The holy emperor glared at the figure before him, a flash of fury crossing his face as he screamed hysterically. He knew he had betrayed everyone under his command. If he hadn't handed over the artifact that suppressed the nation's fortune to this man before him, those people would never have died. I never deceived you. When I said I'd make you a god, I absolutely could make you one. But before that, I want to ask, what was the name of that little brat you mentioned earlier? Huh? Which little guy was that? Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? At that moment, the evil god froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. I've never seen any little guy. I just want to know, can my people be revived? How do I bring them back to life? The sacred king held a replica of the holy cross sword, his gaze fixed intently on the evil god. They're nothing but insignificant ants unworthy of resurrection. But I have a way to make you a true deity. Are you willing to become my servant? I promise to cultivate you well. The evil god stood with hands clasped behind his back, a hint of arrogance flickering in his eyes. To a deity, all races were but vassals, sacrifices to be made at will whenever desired. I'll kill you. The sacred kingdom's ruler took a deep breath, thrusting the replica holy cross sword in his hand toward the figure before him. Forget it. If that's how it is, I'll have to rely on myself. Rolling black gas enveloped the creature. Black symbols appeared on his forehead, merging into his flesh and vanishing in an instant. Greetings, my lord. The sacred king knelt halfway to the ground, a respectful expression on his face as he spoke softly. Very good, very good. You meet my requirements perfectly. Let's go. The sacred sovereign glanced at the figure before him, a satisfied smile flickering across his face. He then swiftly led him away into the distance. Meanwhile, atop the 10,000-year mystic tortoise, Luo Jojo paced anxiously before the falling star emperor, his expression heavy with worry. What's going on? Can you still heal him? Luo Jojo abruptly halted his steps, grabbing hold of the elderly man nearby and asking with a hint of urgency in his voice. I can only say I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee success. Hearing this, the old man took a deep breath, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes. Leave it to me.
At that moment, a man from the Flame Empire stepped forward. A surging aura of sanctity emanated from him, enveloping the Meteor Emperor. The black gas quietly dissipated, vanishing before everyone's eyes. The injuries on the Meteor Emperor's body began to heal at a visible pace, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief.
Chapter 223, The Troubled Town. A full day passed before the Meteor Emperor finally stirred awake on his bed. As he opened his eyes, he found a crowd gathered before him. Worry etched their faces as they stared intently at him. Your Majesty, you're finally awake. You really gave us a scare. Your Majesty, you've been unconscious for a full day.
The crowd gathered around the Emperor, crowding close to the Meteor Emperor.
I recall being wounded by a deity. What exactly happened? My memories feel jumbled.
Frowning at the crowd before him, the Meteor Emperor spoke urgently.
We engaged in a great battle against the evil god. You were no match for the evil god and were severely wounded by that deity.
Hearing this, the crowd hastily explained.
Have you all forgotten about Subai again? Don't forget how we escaped. It was Subai who single-handedly held off that evil god, buying us the chance to flee. Looking at the people before him, Luo Jojo couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead as he hurriedly spoke up. What about the shoulder-to-shoulder king? What should we do now? This is a huge problem. Subai was left behind. Should we go back and rescue him? How? That's a terrifying demon god.
Hearing this, the 9 transformations elders finally snapped to attention, Subai's image flashing through their minds.
No, we absolutely cannot risk it. Perhaps the 2 of us should sneak back and assess the situation. That demon god's power is simply too terrifying. We're no match for him alone.
The national war is about to begin, and you 2 are the pillars of the empire.
I still need your strength. Besides, even with the Prince of the Flank's strength, eliminating him won't be easy.
Hearing this, the Falling Star Emperor spoke up.
Exactly. Subai possesses the ability to resurrect infinitely. I can vouch for that. Even if all of us were to fall, the Prince of Shoulder to Shoulder would remain unscathed. Sunshan stepped forward urgently, nodding frantically. Alright then, you focus on recovering. I'll go back and see what's really going on. Luo Jojo hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to go investigate alone. He was genuinely worried about Subai's safety and felt it was best to see for himself. Then you must be careful. Exercise the utmost caution. The moment he spoke, everyone immediately chimed in. Don't worry. Luo Jojo nodded, activated the teleportation array in his pocket, and transported himself to the vicinity of the Meteor Emperor capital. He watched from a distance for a full half hour, confirming no activity within before daring to approach the city. As he soared above the imperial capital, the city's full devastation came into view. It had become a wasteland. The once prosperous buildings lay utterly destroyed, the entire city radiating a profound sense of desolation. That dreadful demon god must have departed. I also sense no trace of Subai's aura. Did he escape? Luo Jojo scanned the area carefully, his brow furrowing. Meanwhile, Subai lay on a wooden bed, his brow deeply furrowed. Grandpa, why isn't this brother waking up yet? The young boy stood beside Subai, his eyes brimming with curiosity. I don't know either. Let's wait a little longer. The old man heard the question and looked at Subai before him, a trace of worry visible between his brows. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After waking up, Subai lay in this small courtyard. Brother Subai, look at the big windmill I made. Isn't it amazing? Just then, a little kid skipped and hopped into the courtyard. He held a windmill-like object in his hand, his whole being radiating joy. It's really nice. Did you make it yourself? Subai smiled at the question. Of course not. I'm not that talented. My neighbor's sister made it for me. She said she likes watching me play with windmills. Hearing this, the little boy quickly waved his hands and said with a smile. Go play with it. Subai nodded eagerly upon hearing this. Okay. The little boy swung his pinwheel and started running around the courtyard. Subai hesitated for a moment, then turned and left the courtyard, heading toward the village. Young Master Subai, what would you like to eat today? How about I treat you? Just tell me what you want. We have everything here, and it's all free. That's right, Brother Subai. You've just been injured. If you're feeling okay, please don't run around recklessly. You absolutely must wait until your injuries have healed before doing anything. As Subai walked along, these people eagerly greeted him, each wearing a faint smile. Truth be told, Subai had never witnessed such a warm and harmonious scene. He even felt like this town was some kind of scam, absurd beyond belief. For in this town, every face bore a perpetual smile. They seemed utterly free of worries, never arguing with one another, living in perfect harmony within the town. Not only that, they helped and supported each other, relying on one another, with not a single point of conflict in the entire town. Subai had once tested this by provoking people, whether hitting, cursing, or scolding them, yet they would still respond with a smile, never letting such trivial matters bother them. This baffled him deeply. Wasn't this supposed to be the third stage of the battle royale? Why had he been transported into such an event? Brother Subai, I just steamed these mung bean cakes this morning. Take some home and try them.
Just as Subai was about to leave the village, a slender figure appeared before him. She held an exquisitely crafted box filled with fragrant mung bean cakes.
Thank you, Xiaoqing.
Looking at the girl before him, Subai gladly accepted the cakes and replied,
You're welcome. It's the least I could do.
Uncle Zhang the hunter said there's been a large beast roaming the mountains lately. You really shouldn't venture outside the village. The girl named Xiaoqing suddenly grabbed Subai's sleeve and hurriedly added,
All right. I won't go out. I'm just here to take a look.
Hearing this, Subai nodded quickly and sat down at the village entrance. Xiaoqing didn't leave either. Instead, she sat down beside Subai. A faint smile graced her innocent face, making her look especially charming. Subai felt like he had seen this girl somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place her. This beautiful girl gave him an incredibly comfortable feeling, as if they had known each other for a very long time.
Chapter 224, A Life of Contentment.
As the sun set in the west, a man and a woman leaned against each other, gazing at the distant sky.
Xiaoqing, how long have you been here? Were you born here?
Subai looked at Xiaoqing beside him, took a deep breath, and asked softly.
That's right, I've been here since birth and have always lived here. What's the matter?
Hearing this, Xiaoqing turned to glance at Subai before her and quickly nodded.
Nothing much. I just wanted to ask, you feel so familiar to me.
I don't know why, but every time I see you, you seem especially happy. Subai stole a glance at Xiaoqing before quickly turning his head to watch the sun slowly sink below the horizon.
Actually, I like you too.
Xiaoqing's voice sounded unusually shy, her face flushed red as her small hands fidgeted nervously. The night passed without further words. Early the next morning, Subai rose as usual and followed Uncle Li up the mountain. Uncle Li was the head of the household where Subai was staying. Only Uncle Li and his son lived there.
Subai. We need to chop down a lot of trees today. We'll build you a house on the town's vacant lot. Once you have a house, you can marry a wife. Watching Subai before him, Uncle Li swung his axe fiercely at the trees. All right. Subai nodded, offering no refusal. 1 day, 2 days passed, 3 days passed. Before he knew it, a month had passed, and Subai had his own place here. Uncle Li even taught him the art of fishing. Every day, Subai would go to the pond to catch fish, then take them to town to sell. His life grew increasingly comfortable, and he grew ever more fond of living here. As time gradually passed, Subai had long grown accustomed to his life here. He rose with the sun and rested with its setting, his days free of any worries. Xiaoqing's mother, here is my betrothal gift. I've come to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage. Subai handed over part of his earnings to Xiaoqing's mother, stealing a glance at Xiaoqing hiding inside the house. What betrothal gifts? They're just material things. As long as you two can live a good life together, nothing else matters to me. Xiaoqing's mother chuckled softly, then returned Subai's money. The wedding date was set for the following month. Thinking about his impending marriage, Subai worked even harder to earn money, determined to give Xiaoqing a good life. Yet one habit remained unchanged. Every evening, he would go to the village entrance to watch the sun set. Xiaoqing did the same, accompanying him every day. Their life together was incredibly warm and cozy. Xiaoqing, I've been wondering, you've lived in this small town your whole life. Have you ever seen the outside world? Subai gazed into the distance as he spoke. No, why would I go far away? Isn't it wonderful here in the village? We live in peace, free from strife. There's never any quarreling, and everyone helps one another. Hearing this, Xiaoqing shook her head gently. Then aren't you curious about the outside world? Not at all. But I'm quite curious. I want to go outside the village and see for myself. Better not. We're getting married soon. After we're married, how about you go see the world outside the village then? Hearing this, Xiaoqing held her breath and quickly replied. Of course, no problem. I'll wait until after we're married. With that, Subai agreed immediately. Time flew by, and the wedding date drew ever closer. Subai's attachment to this place grew ever stronger. He even felt a sense of never wanting to leave the town. This beautiful little town felt like his ideal world, free from arguments and worries. Finally, the day of the wedding arrived. Red lanterns hung everywhere, inside and out. While the town buzzed with festive music and celebrations, neighbors and friends from all around had gathered at Subai's home to lend a hand. He hardly had to lift a finger, everything was taken care of. Congratulations to the bride and groom. Congratulations to the bride and groom. May the bride and groom enjoy 100 years of harmony and eternal devotion. Amidst the crowd's blessings, Subai arrived at Xiaoqing's door and pushed it open. Xiaoqing was dressed exquisitely, radiant like an angel, breathtakingly beautiful. My dear son-in-law, I'm entrusting my daughter to you. You must treat her well and never mistreat her. Xiaoqing's mother took Subai's hand and urged him. Rest assured, Auntie, I will cherish Xiaoqing for the rest of my life and never let her down. Subai hoisted Xiaoqing onto his back and set off toward his home. Along the way, flowers carpeted the ground, and neighbors showered them with blessings.
Subai felt as though his marriage had received the blessing of the entire town. Not a single soul failed to rejoice for him.
And so, with Xiaoqing on his back, Subai returned home.
The town mayor and Uncle Li sat on the high platform, faint smiles playing on their faces.
He approached them, lifting the wine cup before him. Thank you both for your help, uncles. Without your support, I might never have found a wife in my lifetime.
Subai drained his cup in one gulp, his eyes brimming with gratitude.
Subai, you're too polite. Hurry and pay your respects to heaven and earth. Don't delay the ceremony. The two exchanged a glance, their smiles deepening. First bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to your parents. As the officiant's voice echoed, Subai followed Xiaoqing in bowing to heaven and earth. But when the third call sounded, Subai didn't clasp hands with Xiaoqing. Instead, he smiled warmly at the crowd before him. Subai, what are you spacing out for? The auspicious hour is almost over. If you don't bow to heaven and earth now, it won't be auspicious. Yes, Subai, hurry up and complete the ceremony. Ah, Wang Tang, hurry into the bridal chamber. Seeing Subai standing motionless before them, the crowd couldn't help but exchange surprised glances before urgently chiming in. Today, this ceremony is bound to fail. I'm afraid I've been tricked. Subai heard these words, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes as he spoke each word deliberately. What nonsense are you spouting? Subai, didn't you say you'd marry Xiaoqing? Why are you backing out now? Subai, don't you dare be a faithless man. Hearing this, the crowd chimed in with pleas. Uncles, aunts, ladies, and gentlemen, are you all going to keep up the charade? If this marriage goes through today, I'll likely never leave this village for the rest of my life. Subai stared at the crowd before him, letting out a cold laugh. A faint glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chapter 225, The Fallen Town. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Everyone stared at each other, their eyes heavy with gravity. I'm speaking to each of you. If I agreed to this marriage today, if I bowed to heaven and earth with her and entered the bridal chamber, you'd be overjoyed, wouldn't you? Because then I'd be trapped in this town forever, never able to leave. Subai crossed his arms over his chest and spoke coldly. What nonsense are you spouting? We never meant that. If you want to leave, go. No one is stopping you. But could you truly abandon Xiaoqing? Everyone looked at Subai before them, their brows furrowing involuntarily. Actually, I've been meaning to ask you all, what exactly is this place called? Fallen Town? Or Shui Town? Subai leaned against a pillar and asked softly. The moment his words fell, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. The once festive atmosphere abruptly shifted. A pitch-black mist filled the entire room. The lanterns at the entrance turned deep purple, and the whole house looked exceptionally eerie. Fine. Since that's the case, there's no need for us to pretend anymore. If you're looking for death, don't blame us for being ruthless. Subai, you have disrupted the peace of this town. You will pay for it. A cold voice rang out beside Subai's ear. Those men wore fierce expressions, their eyes gleaming with a hint of savagery as they stared intently at Subai before them. Seeing this group, Subai couldn't help but chuckle. Instantly, he appeared at the village entrance. The town had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once tranquil and peaceful village had suddenly become a small town radiating an aura of evil. A terrifying aura emanated from the townspeople, who slowly surged toward Subai. Actually, I'm quite curious, how did you discover it? The town mayor, who stood at the head of the group, slowly rose to his feet. His eyes held a hint of curiosity as he asked Subai with a touch of puzzlement. It's quite simple. Wherever people interact, conflicts are bound to arise. I noticed this problem early on. This town is far too harmonious, like a beautiful dream that tempts you to sink into it, never wanting to wake up. But your facade was painfully obvious. The sun sets at the exact same time every single day, and the sunset view never changes, it's identical day after day. Apart from this village changing, nothing else in this world shifts. I'm incredibly sensitive to the passage of time. And one more thing, I'm immune to beautiful dreams. Subai crossed his arms over his chest and murmured softly. As his words faded, the terrifying aura of corruption erupted violently. The attributes within these people's bodies began to surge rapidly. Villagers of the Fallen Town. Level 1500, 10th transformation. HP 15 billion. Attack power 39. 72 million. Skills, capture, hunt, dream of ruin, soul extraction, weave. Fallen Town villager. Level 1200, 10th transformation. HP 10 billion. Attack power 29. 72 million. Skills, capture, hunt, dream of ruin, soul extraction, weave. Mayor of Fallen Town. Level 10th transformation. Level 2000. HP 23 billion. Attack power 94. 72 million. Skills, realm of corruption. Banner of command. Divine Descent. Hunt. Those stats are truly staggering. Subai looked at the people before him, his brows furrowing slightly as surprise flickered in his eyes. In that case, I see no need to hold back. With a light wave of his hand, the silhouette of the three-legged golden crow appeared above the small town. Blinding flames shot skyward, illuminating the entire town below. The endless ring activated. The true fire of the sun roared toward the town. Terrifying flames rained down from the heavens, crashing directly onto the town. The monsters' bodies were instantly engulfed in flames, and the residents' health began plummeting rapidly. Subai, you can't do this. We saved you. Why don't you know how to repay kindness? If it weren't for us back then, you'd have died outside the village. The people screamed desperately, their eyes filled with despair. Subai, can you really bring yourself to kill me? I'm your betrothed wife. Xiaoqing reached out her hand, staring at Subai before her, and cried out. What a joke! How could I ever have a wife like you? Subai sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with indifference. The flames continued to burn, steadily depleting their health. Piercing screams echoed, sending chills down the spine. You have successfully killed a fallen town resident. Gains 0 EXP. You have successfully killed a fallen town resident. Gains 0 EXP. You have picked up the radiant equipment, Fallen Scepter. It has been automatically stored in your system inventory. You have picked up the radiant equipment, Fallen Crown. It has been automatically stored in the system warehouse. As the flames vanished completely, the town before him transformed into utter ruins. Subai surveyed the town before him, instinctively furrowing his brow. For some reason, the corrupted aura still lingered within the town. Young man, you're quite remarkable. An elderly woman appeared before Subai, holding a walking stick, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Subai used his piercing illusion divine eyes to look at the old woman before him, only to find he couldn't see through her disguise at all. A thread of caution rose within him as he fixed his gaze intently on the old woman. Old lady, when did you arrive? Subai asked softly. You youngster is quite impolite, staring around with those peculiar eyes of yours. Could it be you're interested in this old woman? The old woman chuckled, revealing her two remaining front teeth. Subai shuddered involuntarily at her words. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Subai stared intently at the old woman before him, his voice barely above a whisper. Beyond the land of gentle pleasures lies the city of fallen souls. Young one, I wish you luck. May you survive in the city of decadence. Only after you've passed the 3 trials will you be worthy to know my identity. Then you'll understand who I am. The old woman smiled faintly, tapped her cane lightly on the ground, and vanished without a trace. The city of decadence? What kind of place is that? Subai heard these words and couldn't help but frown. Just then, a dazzling purple light erupted over the town, instantly enveloping Subai's form. He felt the world spin violently before consciousness slipped away. Chapter 226, The City of Sin. When Subai regained consciousness, towering city walls loomed before him. These walls reached skyward, their sheer height lending them an eerie quality. Countless figures scurried back and forth along the ramparts. Welcome to the City of Fallen Souls. Location description. Here, you may do as you please. No one will ever restrict you. Current location, City of Decadence. Mission requirement, survive for 1 month within the City of Decay. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Subai's ears. Subai slowly rose to his feet, brushing the dust from his clothes. Everything here was fine, except for that occasional fainting spell. That part was a bit uncomfortable. After all, he was a formidable 8th-tier powerhouse. Didn't he deserve a bit of dignity? Besides, if you're going to teleport someone, just do it. Why knock them unconscious first? Could it be you're hiding some shameful secret? Black vines clung to the city walls as billowing black mist rose skyward. The gates of the entire fallen city swung wide open. The black gas drifted up into the sky, appearing particularly glaring from afar. Subai surveyed the empty road before him. After a moment's thought, he set off toward the city. City of Fallen. Subai narrowed his eyes, studying the city before him. The massive gate behind him slowly closed, blending seamlessly into the city walls as if it had never existed at all. Young man, coming from outside? The moment Subai turned his head, a man appeared before him, nearly startling him out of his skin. The man walked silently, his entire being radiating an unusual pallor, as if drained dry by debauchery. That's right, I'm from outside. Is there a problem? Subai studied the man before him, nodding slightly with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Nothing. Still haven't found a place to stay? Why not come with me? I can help you find somewhere to rest. The man rubbed his hands together and offered with a smile. Sounds good. I'd be grateful for your help, brother. Hearing this, Subai bowed his hands toward the man before him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Let's get going then. No need to stand on ceremony. The two walked straight toward the distance, their figures disappearing into the alley. As soon as Subai departed, Heads began peeking out from the alleyway, gazing in the direction they had departed.
A flicker of regret crossed their faces. They could have made their move earlier, yet that bastard Candace had gotten the upper hand.
Dear friend, what's your name? I'm Candace, just a lowly henchman around here.
My favorite pastime is playing cards with the ladies.
Of course, I occasionally hit the casino for a quick thrill. Basically, I just go with whatever's easy and enjoyable. He looked at Subai before him,
a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. There was no trace of danger emanating from him.
In Subai's estimation, this man held no ill will, which struck him as rather peculiar. Where are you taking me? Subai asked curiously upon hearing this. To collect welfare benefits, and I can get a compensation payment while I'm at it. The man didn't hide anything from Subai, stating it directly. Compensation? Welfare? Hearing this, a look of curiosity flashed across Subai's face. The compensation covers the expenses you'll need to cover in this city, and the welfare benefits do too. Every newcomer entering this city receives their own welfare benefits. The compensation money is paid to us, it's the commission we receive for hosting you on behalf of the city's residents. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Candace smiled as she looked at Subai. The two continued walking forward. Occasionally, a head would pop out from an alleyway, eyes peering at Subai with curiosity. But the people here all shared one flaw, their eye bags were incredibly pronounced. Their entire eye sockets darkened, clearly drained by a life of debauchery. What do you all do here every day? Subai looked at the man before him, curiosity in his eyes. You've come to the right person. I may not be well known in this city, but if you ask what I do here every day, I'll have to tell you all about it. In this city, we do whatever we please. No one can touch us. Even if you wanted to play cards with the gods, that wouldn't be a problem. A sinister grin spread across the man's face, sending a chill down Subai's spine. This guy was a pervert. A full half-hour later, the two finally arrived at a designated meeting point. Subai received his welfare payment, a full sack of gold coins. This fellow, just like Subai, also received a sack of gold coins. Got any fun activities to recommend? Watching the man weigh the coins in his hand, Subai asked curiously. Follow me. Hearing this, the man led Subai toward a towering building in the distance. Dear sir, welcome to the land of decadence. It's a pleasure to meet you. As soon as the two reached the building, two women approached them. They radiated an alluring charm, their eccentric outfits giving off an intensely seductive aura. All right, you come with me. As for you, keep my young friend company. Candace swept his arm dramatically, pulling the pink bunny girl into his embrace, a faint smile playing in his eyes. Subai stared at this lecherous fiend, a black line involuntarily appearing on his forehead. Good grief, he couldn't wait a moment longer. Sir, may we be friends? The tall woman leaned toward Subai. Her intoxicating perfume assaulted his senses, and her alluring aura drew him in. Sorry, but you're too ugly. I'm not interested. Subai frowned slightly as he looked at the woman before him, his voice cold, though she appeared alluring on the surface. In truth, she was nothing more than a skeleton cloaked in rouge, using nothing but enchantment to bewitch others. Humph. Hearing this, the woman gave a cold snort and turned to walk toward a distant room. Interesting. This place seems more intriguing than I imagined. Subai surveyed the women, watching the constant stream of figures at the doorway, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes as he murmured, thump, thump, thump. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed as a figure appeared within Subai's line of sight. She walked slowly toward him, radiating a captivating charm. Chapter 227, Shearing the Sheep. This woman was nothing short of a heavenly beauty. Every smile and frown radiated an alluring charm. Dressed in a red gown, she approached Subai and gave him a slight, graceful bow. Subai regarded the woman, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He couldn't discern her background at all. This was problematic. It seemed she was either an ordinary person blessed with extraordinary beauty, or a formidable figure of the highest caliber. Dear sir, how about I serve you next? Rest assured, if you're not satisfied with me, we can arrange for someone else. The woman gazed at Subai before her, her face breaking into a smile as warm as spring sunshine as she spoke softly. Of course, that's perfectly fine. What sort of compensation should I offer you? Subai smiled upon hearing this, casually draping his arm over the woman's shoulder. The feeling was quite pleasant. She was so beautiful, and he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Me? I don't need any payment, as long as you're satisfied with the services of the fallen city. The woman shook her head, swaying her hips as she moved closer to Subai. Then take me to your amusement park. Let me see what fun things you have. Subai heard this, wrapped his arm around her waist, and the two headed straight for the fallen land. Sir, we have pai gow, dice, poker. Care to try your luck? As they stepped into the first floor lobby, the woman looked up at Subai and asked softly, sounds interesting. Can you bet on anything? If it's just about money, that's no fun. I want to bet on something else. Hearing this, Subai's eyes lit up slightly, a hint of excitement flitting across his face. Of course, whatever makes you happy. The woman nodded, her lips still curled in a faint smile. Then follow me. Subai reached out, gave her a light pat on the butt, and led her straight to the gambling table. Forget the rest. Let's just play Pai Gao. Are you the dealer at this casino? Subai looked at the female dealer dressed in revealing attire and asked softly. That's right. The beautiful dealer nodded slightly upon hearing his words. I heard you can bet on anything here. How about I wager a legendary grade piece of equipment? If I win, give me a legendary tier item. If I lose, the item is yours. He looked at the beautiful dealer before him, took out an item, and placed it on the table. Sounds good. Upon hearing this, the beautiful dealer nodded. The cards were dealt. The dealer revealed her hand only an 8. What a lucky moment. Sorry, but I have 9. Subai looked at the woman before him, revealed his own cards, and a faint smile flickered in his eyes. Sir, you truly have excellent luck. Here is your legendary weapon. Please take a look. Are you satisfied? The woman actually pulled out a legendary treasure from within and spoke softly. Satisfied. Satisfied. Shall we continue playing? Subai was overjoyed inside, immediately stowing both pieces of equipment into his backpack and eagerly asking. Of course, as long as you wish, I'll accompany you until the end of time. The woman nodded gently and replied. Then how about I bet a god-tier weapon this time? Subai asked calmly. No problem at all. Whatever grade of weapon you desire is entirely up to you. Subai hesitated for a moment before placing a staff directly on the table. Both parties continued to inspect their cards. Subai won again by a single point against the dealer. Sir, you're the luckiest person I've ever seen. The woman swayed her hips, her tone tinged with subtle allure. Subai looked at the two women before him, nearly laughing out loud. You know what? This feeling was genuinely exhilarating. Getting 2 pieces of gear for free, and so effortlessly at that, made him want to keep gambling. Sir, would you like to continue playing? The beautiful dealer's gaze toward Subai held a hint of longing. No thanks, it's not worth it. Subai waved his hand, his expression calm. Sir, with such good luck, you should play a few more hands. What if you hit it big? The beautiful dealer tapped the table, her eyes glinting with a hint of subtle allure. She was certain that if he played just a few more rounds, Subai would inevitably become utterly absorbed in the thrill of winning, unable to pull himself away. Alright then, since you put it that way, I'll reluctantly play a few more hands. But before we do, let's make a deal. You can't back out later. Subai looked at the woman and spoke softly. Rest assured, I would never renege on a bet. May I die a horrible death if I ever do? At these words, the woman nodded urgently, her expression solemn. Then let's wager this item. Subai removed his robe, held it in his hands, and pushed it toward her, his expression calm. Upon seeing the robe, the beautiful dealer froze in place, for she sensed the robe's true value. It was an immortal grade artifact. How could that be possible? How could a mere 8th tier cultivator possibly possess an immortal grade artifact? Subai watched her smile freeze in place, nearly laughing out loud. It seemed this woman wasn't entirely clueless. She understood the rarity of this piece of gear. Still want to gamble? If you don't want to bet, I'll just leave. Since their goal was to trap him in an inescapable spiral, he would ensure he won every single time. If they couldn't satisfy his desire to win the gear, he wouldn't be able to keep sinking deeper. Bet. The woman clenched her jaw and nodded slightly. She shuffled and dealt the tiles once more. The two faced each other, their gazes heavy with tension. Moments later, each held a set of Pai Gao tiles. Sorry, Jinju Bao, I've got you beat. Subai flipped over his tiles, a hint of smugness in his eyes. The beautiful dealer watched the scene unfold, her heart skipping a beat. What about compensation for my gear? Subai looked at the man before him and asked softly. Here is your compensation. Please take a look. Are you satisfied? No sooner had Subai finished speaking than the woman handed him a purple robe. The garment exuded a faint, intoxicating fragrance that seemed to draw one in, making it impossible to resist. Chapter 228, Plundered. Fallen robe. Grade, Immortal. Level requirement, LV 270 plus. Base attributes, plus 3000 fallen laws. Equipment skill. Skill 1, you may manifest your own realm of corruption. Skill 2, you ignore all attacks from fallen creatures. Skill 3, corruption. Special attribute, through the robe's enchantment, you may harness a portion of the law's power. Class restrictions, mage, sorcerer, fallen 1, chosen 1. Seeing the equipment's attribute panel, Subai couldn't help but freeze for a moment, casting a slightly peculiar glance at the beautiful dealer. Holy, I'll be damned. This woman is seriously impressive. She actually managed to get him an immortal tier piece of gear. I never imagined she possessed such capability.
And this gear seems to be the fallen goddess's personal attire, she even got her robe.
Miss, may I ask you something?
Subai looked at the beautiful dealer, a hint of curiosity in his eyes.
Yes?
As the words left her lips, the beautiful dealer's face, adorned with her signature smile,
took on an unusually solemn expression. I just wanted to ask, is this treasure actually the fallen goddess's? Subai asked softly. The moment he spoke,
the crowd fell silent.
Of course,
they couldn't possibly produce an immortal-grade treasure, only the fallen goddess could.
This equipment was indeed her personal protection. We cannot answer that. How dare we probe into the affairs of a deity?
The crowd hastily shook their heads,
feigning utter ignorance.
Subai studied the woman and couldn't help but chuckle.
However, their reaction confirmed his suspicion this equipment must indeed belong to the fallen goddess. For now,
the situation didn't seem too dire. This fallen goddess appeared to be someone who valued her word.
In that case, let's continue the wager.
This time, I'll bet 2 immortal-grade items. Subai pushed everything in his hands forward,
speaking calmly.
Hearing this, the woman gasped in shock, a flicker of panic crossing her face.
She dared not gamble anymore,
afraid she'd lose everything belonging to the goddess.
Since our guest is playing so high stakes, we'll certainly see it through to the end. However, we'll be replacing our beautiful dealer, would that be acceptable to you?
A woman in a crimson robe approached slowly, her expression serene as she spoke softly.
You mean you're going to take the bet? I don't mind. Go ahead and switch.
Subai heard this, waved his hand lightly,
and wore a calm expression.
Very well, I'll take over.
Hearing this,
the woman nodded and spoke softly.
The two once again rolled the dice before them,
both corners of their mouths curling into a hint of a seductive smile.
Arrange the tiles, deal the tiles, examine the tiles. After completing this routine, Subai held the supreme tile, once again overwhelming the woman before him. Now you admit defeat, don't you? Crossing his arms over his chest, Subai smiled at the woman before him. Young master truly has exceptional card skills. Since that's the case,
I shall hand these 2 treasures over to you.
The woman produced 2 immortal-grade pieces of equipment and slid them toward Subai. Let's play again.
Subai stared at the woman before him, once again playing with the Pai-Gao tiles in his hands.
Though the woman hesitated, she could not refuse.
Such were the rules of this city of fallen souls.
They could never refuse anyone's request.
They had to fulfill every desire, ensuring souls remained eternally trapped here.
Then let's continue.
Hearing this, the woman clenched her teeth and nodded slightly.
As time passed, the items on the table piled up, including some personal belongings.
The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide with astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before them.
I'm done with this. You're clearly cheating. You're exploiting a loophole in the rules to fleece me dry. At this rate, you'll bleed me dry one day. The red-clad woman, watching her double heaven card get crushed yet again,
flung everything in front of her across the table in a fit of rage.
Isn't this supposed to be the city of decadence? Aren't you trying to make me fall here? This probably won't be enough.
Subai surveyed the crowd before him, a faint smile playing on his lips as he teased them. At his words, their expressions shifted slightly, and their bodies trembled involuntarily.
Suddenly,
they sensed the world before them shifting,
as if something within them was being stripped away.
With a sweeping gesture of her hand,
the red-clad woman enveloped Subai's body, and both figures vanished from the gambling den. This is ridiculous. How the hell did you pull that off? Why did you come up with this method? She stared at Subai before her,
a look of utter disbelief on her face.
It's simple.
As long as I can produce something you can't afford to compensate for,
you'll always concede defeat. Once you admit defeat, my victory is certain.
Then you won't be able to assimilate me with the law of decay.
Subai glanced at the stacks of equipment in his hands,
a faint smile playing on his lips as he teased.
So you knew all along?
You've been toying with me this whole time,
haven't you? Were you toying with me just now?
A flash of anger flickered in the red-clad woman's eyes as she stared intently at Subai, her gaze tinged with fury.
Well, don't blame me for this.
Blame yourself for being so brainless.
Honestly, someone as brainless as you, are you really the fallen goddess?
He looked at the woman before him, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes.
By all logic, a fallen goddess who ascended to divinity shouldn't be this brainless. Moreover, each of the 3 stages of this battle royale was extremely perilous. The first stage, though seemingly ordinary, was impossible for those of insufficient strength to pass, let alone activate subsequent tasks.
The second stage was already incredibly difficult. If not for Subai having the Time Beast as backup, he'd likely be running for his life. The third stage was terrifying beyond measure. This world relentlessly sought to assimilate its victims, striving to transform them into fallen beings. Every stage here is designed with malicious intent. Had Subai not employed his wits, he too would have perished within.
Chapter 229, The Shocked Woman in Red. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy.
The red-clad woman remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Subai before her.
You may leave now. After glancing at Subai, the woman took a deep breath,
her eyes revealing a hint of solemnity.
You mean I've passed the test? Can I leave now? Subai asked softly upon hearing the words.
He never imagined the pass would come so suddenly. He'd stumbled through the challenge without even realizing it.
That's correct. You may leave now. I hope you never set foot in the Fallen Secret Realm again. If you ever show your face in the Fallen City again, everything we've painstakingly built will be destroyed.
As the words left her lips, the crimson-robed woman clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with a fierce,
murderous intent. So it's because of what I did earlier that a flaw appeared in the entire Fallen capital? You need to fix this bug, is that what you mean? Subai looked at the red-robed woman, his expression calm as he spoke. Just moments ago, he had sensed something peculiar about the people nearby, as if they were in a state of unconsciousness. It felt as if the Fallen law was slipping away from them. Once this group shed their Fallen state, it would likely cause major trouble. How can you figure everything out? Why should I? The woman looked at Subai before her, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes as she softly questioned him. Not only do I know about this, but I know something else too. Want to see what I'm holding in my hand? Subai produced the fallen goddess's heart from his hand, waving it before the woman. It instantly captured her attention. Is this the heart of our goddess? Where did you get this? She stared at Subai before her, disbelief evident in her eyes, stepping closer to him. Naturally, from that place below. Now you can tell me the whole story. Perhaps I can assist you. Subai toyed with the heart in his hand, a calm expression lingering in his eyes. Of course, all of this was merely his speculation. Why should I tell you? And why should I trust you? You'd better leave now. The red-clad woman snorted coldly and immediately turned her head away. Don't you want to release the fallen goddess? If my guess is correct, the fallen goddess must be sealed within this secret realm. Her essence has been fragmented into countless pieces, each sealed within these successive layers of the secret realm. There's one more thing I can surmise. After the fallen goddess was sealed, her law-based power was exploited by those deities. They harnessed her law-bound power to seal her away, then used that very power of corruption to construct these hidden realms, trapping every soul who came to rescue her within. Yet you cannot destroy these people, for the power of corruption within them sustains the fallen goddess's vitality. Your current predicament is dire, one might even call it a catch-22. On one hand, you hope someone can save the fallen goddess without being assimilated by the fallen laws. On the other hand, you fear not the destruction of this world, for those not recognized by the law of corruption could very well bring about its ruin. Subai laid out all his deductions, his gaze fixed intently on the woman. You must be some kind of demon. You're absolutely terrifying. How could you possibly know all this? Hearing this, the woman was on the verge of breaking down, her eyes betraying a look of utter disbelief. She couldn't believe Subai before her was so formidable, having practically single-handedly uncovered the entire truth of the matter. It seemed her hunch had been right. Seeing her reaction, Subai suddenly understood and spoke softly. If you want to rescue this fallen goddess, you must cooperate with me. Only I can help you. Subai smiled faintly, his words brimming with confidence. A flicker of confusion flickered in the woman's eyes as her body trembled uncontrollably. She didn't know how to choose, nor whether she should cooperate with Subai. Here, take all these things back. Consider them a token of my sincerity. To be honest, I was chased here by pursuers. I wasn't even prepared to clear the third layer of the battle royale when the honorable evil god forced me in. A hint of resignation flashed across Subai's face as he pushed all the gear he'd obtained toward her. The woman was still agonizing over her decision, but Subai didn't have much time left. The longer he remained in the secret realm, the more unstable the situation outside became. Now that the demon god had emerged, he intended to directly summon a deity to protect the entire Meteor Empire. In that case, it seems we can collaborate. Her eyes lit up slightly, and she hurriedly spoke. Speak, what method could help break the seal on the fallen goddess? Subai sat before the woman, sipping his tea lightly as he asked softly. You must clear all the secret realms and defeat the fallen beast. Only then can our goddess be fully unsealed. The red-robed woman grasped Subai's hand, her expression urgent. She had waited here for countless years, finally encountering someone capable of rescuing our goddess. Her heart was naturally filled with excitement. How many layers does the battle royale have? Subai narrowed his eyes slightly and asked softly. 3. Actually, you should have gone to see the fallen beast. It was I who used a special method to shield you from it. I feared that after encountering this fallen beast, you might destabilize the entire secret realm. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the woman's face as she hurriedly explained. So that's how it is. The fallen beast, what rank is it? Subai frowned upon hearing this. Upper tier deity. At this revelation, Subai hastily waved his hands. a look of embarrassment crossing his face. Are you kidding me? This was a high god. That sealed state of thee was also a high god's manifestation, and it had beaten him senseless. How could he possibly dare to provoke such an existence? This high god was nothing like his own tamed beast. That was a fully matured high god, while his own beast hadn't yet reached its complete form. To be honest, I have some matters to attend to at home. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Subai hastily waved his hands, declining decisively. He couldn't even help if he wanted to. Asking him to take on a terrifying monster like a high god? He'd have to be crazy. Chapter 230, The Secret of the Battle Royale. A flicker of awkwardness crossed the red-robed woman's face. She hadn't expected Subai to change his tune so quickly. Just moments ago, this guy had sworn up and down to cooperate with her. Yet in the blink of an eye, he'd tossed everything aside. Sis, it's not that I don't want to help you. I genuinely can't. That's a high god level boss. No weaker than a high god himself. I'm only at the 7th transformation now. You expect me to charge in headfirst? In other words, just escaping from such a terrifying monster is already a miracle. If I could actually defeat him, why would I be chased all the way here? Subai gazed at the crimson-robed woman before him, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. The demon god who had hunted him down back then was merely an upper god-tier being. Don't worry, I have something here that can suppress that monster's power. If you use this to suppress it, you can significantly weaken its attributes. Fighting it won't be a problem at all. Hearing this, the woman promptly produced a jade pendant. The jade pendant glowed with a purple light, appearing exceptionally exquisite. A hazy aura emanated from it, radiating a gentle sensation that made one want to reach out and touch it. Fallen jade pendant. Grade, immortal. Wearing requirements, none. Special ability, suppresses any being imbued with the law of corruption, nullifying its effects and preserving one's true self. Note, this artifact was the personal jade pendant of the fallen goddess. Another personal item? However, this jade pendant's properties are quite favorable, with its aid significantly weakening the fallen beast's attributes. It might be worth a try. It's a pity this jade pendant is incomplete. Had it been whole, it should have easily suppressed that fallen beast. The crimson-robed woman gazed at the jade pendant in her hand, a hint of wistfulness flickering in her eyes. What do you mean it's incomplete? At her words, a look of surprise flashed across Subai's face. This jade pendant originally came in 2 pieces. The other one was lost. Not exactly lost, it was taken by the original owner of the jade pendant. When both pieces are united, they unleash terrifying power. Hearing this, the red-clad woman sighed deeply, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. Who owns the other jade pendant? Subai couldn't help but feel curious. The idea that a goddess as lofty as the fallen goddess could have an old flame was nothing short of earth-shattering news. Who among ordinary people doesn't enjoy a bit of gossip? That was the pendant of the god of time. Unfortunately, it was lost long ago. The crimson-clad woman placed the jade pendant on the table, her eyes flickering with lingering regret. She still vaguely remembered how her master had always clutched this very jade pendant. It was precisely this pendant that had kept her from being assimilated by the fallen law. Well, isn't that convenient? Well, I happen to have one right here. Subai immediately produced the Time Lord's jade pendant and pressed the 2 pendants together. Golden and white beams of light burst forth in dazzling brilliance, and the 2 pendants fused together. Where did you get this jade pendant? Hearing this, the woman's face betrayed a look of utter disbelief. That's none of your concern. What I want to know is, what's the relationship between those 2? Why do their jade pendants match? Subai sensed this was a bombshell revelation, bound to be explosive, because they were lovers to begin with. That's common knowledge throughout the entire divine realm. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, the Lord and the God of Time parted ways later. The red-robed woman's tone was filled with regret. They had once been the divine couple envied by the entire immortal realm. Yet in the end, they still parted ways. Could it be because of Tutian? The moment those words left her lips, Subai immediately caught on. Subai suspected this matter must have been caused by Tutian. The Lord of Time had abandoned his most beloved and left the fallen goddess behind in the divine realm. It was precisely this event that led to the fallen goddess suffering undeserved calamity. Certain deities among them must have feared that the fallen goddess would uncover the truth behind the Time Lord and others' deaths in battle. Ultimately, they sealed her away. Putting it all together, the entire chain of events suddenly made sense. At that very moment, Subai felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of coldness spreading over his body. He couldn't shake the feeling that a giant hand was pulling the strings behind the scenes, orchestrating the entire sequence of events to weave them together. Be it the national war, the descent of the gods, or the way of heaven itself. Whether it be the gods and the way of heaven, or the masses of ordinary beings like them, all are within the calculations of this mighty hand. With these 2 items, you can completely suppress that fallen beast. The crimson-robed woman clenched her fists,
a flicker of excitement dancing in her eyes.
Leave this matter to me. Rest assured, I will rescue her.
Subai shook off the thoughts swirling in his mind and nodded lightly. Once you defeat the fallen beast and place this heart into our god's torso, she will break free from the seal and be fully resurrected. The red-robed woman explained the specific resurrection steps to Subai before escorting him out of the fallen city.
Head north along this direction. Once you reach the north, you'll see the fallen beast. The red-robed woman pointed northward, her tone growing hesitant. You still haven't told me your name. Looking at the girl before him, Subai felt a genuine surge of admiration. This woman had been in this world for who knows how long, yet she remained true to her convictions, steadfastly guarding the fallen goddess. My name is Autumn Cicada. Remember to tell our goddess.
Upon hearing these words,
Xiao-chan vanished before Subai's eyes. Xiao-chan, I'll remember your name. Subai waved toward the direction behind him,
summoning Xiaobai directly before racing northward at full speed.
Congratulations! You have successfully triggered the 8th transformation quest. Current quest, 8th transformation quest. New mission updated, as the ultimate secret realm. The battle royale conceals an unspeakable secret. Unravel this mystery and seek the legendary answer. Mission duration, completed. Note, this is a special mission. Complete it as soon as possible. Just then, a cold, icy voice echoed beside Subai's ear, causing a flicker of excitement to flash in his eyes. An unexpected bonus? Subai truly hadn't anticipated that his 8th transformation quest would be completed so swiftly.